Chapter 1, I can afford $6 million, not to mention 600,000. Girlfriend's house. The mother-in-law-to-be stared at Lu Fei with a mean face. Lu Fei, add another 200,000 to the dowry to make up the 600,000 dowry, or this marriage is off. Sit on the couch. Looking at the so-called mother-in-law-to-be in front of her, Lu Fei's face sank. He had come here today to talk about marriage, and he hadn't expected to come across a situation that was being talked about by so many people online. Originally, 400,000 would be his limit. Being an orphan, he simply couldn't get any more money out, but he was very close to his girlfriend, so he bit the bullet and agreed. I didn't realize that this was about to get married, but it turned out that the old hag had suddenly raised her prices again. Why? Why is it suddenly up again? Lu Fei asked with a frown. Mother-in-law-to-be has not yet spoken. The girlfriend said Jiang Yumei took over and said, Xiaowei recently got a driver's license, is ready to buy a car, good matchmaking. But mom and dad can only afford $200,000, and Xiaowei insisted on buying a BMW 5 Series, which is still about $200,000 short. So Lu Fei asked grimly, wasn't the bride price I promised before $400,000? It's not enough for you to buy a car? Mother-in-law-to-be chimed in. You can't pay for the banquet? And for Yumei's dowry? If we spend $400,000, we'll only have $200,000 left. Grass. Lu Fei gasped and laughed. This family, are they hugging me and sucking my blood? He raised his head toward Jiang Yumei and asked, what do you mean? Jiang Yumei frowned and said, it's not like you can't get a loan. Lu Fei, it's just another $200,000. Isn't our love worth $200,000? Besides, after Xiaowei buys a car, you, as a brother-in-law, can also drive it occasionally, and go out with face. Lu Fei's expression was even colder. Xiaowei, and Uncle Jiang, what do you guys mean? Aside, the prospective brother-in-law, Jiang Wei, and the head of the family, Jiang Neng, one playing on the computer and the other smoking, didn't say a word. The mother-in-law-to-be snorted coldly and growled. What are you asking them for? What I say is what I say. If you want to marry our Yumei, not a single penny less than $600,000 will do. Ha! Lu Fei smiled icily, slowly stood up. Suddenly, ding! Host D11 Earth bilocation died. You gained physical quality plus 10, money plus 50 million, a Lamborghini Big Bull sports car, 10 office buildings in the CBD of Magic City's Tianhe Plaza, and relevant documents will be sent to you by a specialized person. An icy voice rang in his ears. A wave of warmth rose through his body. Lu Fei could clearly feel as if his body had been strengthened. The feeling is indescribable, but it's awesome. In a moment of his concentration, his cell phone rang again. Pulling out his cell phone, he saw that it was a transfer text. Your tail number 6442 card July 20th, 1522 ICBC income, other bank remittance, 50,000,000,000. The current balance is 50,005, 684.56 yuan. Look at this text message. Lu Fei hurriedly opened the mobile banking app again. Turn it over. There's also a real $50 million balance. He laughed. Looking up, he fumbled with one of the suddenly extra car keys inside his pants pocket and handed the phone to his mother-in-law-to-be. I can afford $6 million, not to mention 600,000. The mother-in-law-to-be froze. A contemptuous smile. 100 million, 100,000, a million. You have $50 million in savings? That. Lu Fei smiled and said, yeah, an app one made before sold out and got tens of millions of dollars. At once, the mother-in-law-to-be raised her eyebrows. Xiao Lu, you have so much money. Why don't you add some more to make a whole? How about $1 million? By the way, how about lending your brother another $20 million to start a company for him? The family's eyes were green. Lu Fei, however, laughed indulgently. Ha ha ha. Get out. His face was full of ice as he said, I really don't know what kind of stuff your family eats. How can your face be so big? I can afford $600,000, and I can afford 6 million, but I won't give you a dime, because none of you trash deserve it. Having said that, turned and headed outside. Jiang Wei, who was sitting on the side playing with the computer, stood up in a flash. Who are you talking about? Make it clear to me, or today you, bang. Lu Fei, who had long been on fire, disliked him with a punch to the stomach. At once, the longtime game-playing internet addict bent straight down like a shrimp. Lu Fei turned around and smiled icily. You guys can play by yourselves. I'm not serving. With that, he slammed the door and left. Bang! Among the trembling voices, leaving Jiang Yumei's family in a daze. Ryoko, the former mother-in-law-to-be, jumped to her feet and cursed out. Little redneck, asshole. I'm not done with you. Jiang Yumei, you're a dead man. You didn't even make a sound when your brother was beaten? Why don't you go out there and call that asshole back? Bang! The the door to the room closed. Jiang Yumei's family rushed out, headed downstairs to catch up. Downstairs, Lu Fei pulled out the key in his hand and casually pressed it. Aside, the Lamborghini that was listening flashed its lights and unlocked. Holy magic! He couldn't figure out how it all happened, but he cared even less about the process. Open the door. Close. Open the hardtop convertible. Look at the family rushing down the stairs in a hurry. Waved his hand. I'm not getting married in this marriage, so take your time as a family. Jiang Yumei, the money you spent on you before is considered whoring money. Having said that, he put on his sunglasses. In the midst of the Jiang family's confusion, as well as the surrounding neighbors pointing at them, he left. Married? Love whoever. Chapter 2, Too bad you don't deserve it. The surrounding neighbors pointed towards the Jiang family. TSK, I heard their family's voice just now. They just started to say that they would let the young man pay a dowry of $400,000, and then suddenly it went up to $600,000. Ha, bullying others. Xiao Lu has no relatives at home. Bad conscience. Now it's interesting. People, Xiao Lu is actually a hidden rich second generation. The prospective aunt angry away now stupid eyes. Right? Serves her right. This woman, Xu Malian, has been drilled into the eye of money all her life. This girl, Jiang Yumei, also has no brain. Among the finger pointing, the once quasi-mother-in-law, Xu Malian, turned a pale shade of white. Inside his mind was all about the balance inside Lu Yan's cell phone, and the shadow of him driving away in a pull-away sports car that was expensive as hell at first glance. She screamed and fell on her back, fainting. Aside, the Jiang family's father and son let out a gurgling shriek. Miriam, Mom! Jiang Yumei dully bowed her head. A heavy shadow floated before his eyes and he fainted with it. The Ginger family father and son completely panicked, rushed to call 120. It didn't take long. Ambulance arrives. The doctor first looked at Jiang Yumei's condition and said, "It's not a big problem. She just fainted in a fit of pique." After saying that, he immediately went to check Xu Malian's condition again, but just one look made the EMT blush. Nope, she should have a cerebral hemorrhage, and it's very serious. It could be life-threatening if we're not careful. Take her to the hospital. At once, the Jiang family's father and son's eyes were glazed over. The face was white as a sheet. Done. It wasn't long before Jamira was put in an ambulance. Whoa, whoa, whoa. The bell rings. The ambulance left as fast as it could. Jiang Yumei woke up leisurely after being given first aid, and her brother stayed with her at home waiting for news. But 2 hours later, not so good news came. Xu Malian was paralyzed, though not dead, due to an acute cerebral hemorrhage. The Jiang family, all of a sudden, fell into despair. Soon word spread through the neighborhood. The neighborhood is buzzing. Serves you right if you ask me. Too narrow-minded. What a nice young man Xiao Lu is. Fixing the air conditioner and passing the toilet for their family on a hot day. It's time for her to shut her damn mouth and never argue with us again. The Ginger family. A cloud of sadness. Suddenly, filled with disheveled despair, Jiang Wei stood up. Dad, call the police. I'm going to sue that bastard Lu Fei. If it wasn't for him, how could Mom have had a brain hemorrhage? How could Sis have gone crazy? Jiang Nong froze, nodding vigorously again. He muttered, yes, it's to sue him, at least make him pay us back for future care. Otherwise, how can we hold up this family? Having said that, Jiang Wei simply called the police. It didn't take long. The JC came over and after taking their statements and visiting the surrounding neighborhood, finally, he said to the Jiang family's father and son, I'm sorry, the party called Lu Fei didn't have any substantial conflict with you. Jamira had a brain hemorrhage, and there was no substantial connection to the other side, so we have no case. Sorry. After saying that, he just left. The Jiang family's father and son completely froze. How come? It must be because he's rich that he's not helping us dash. Father and son are caught in the middle of a paranoia. Jiang Yumei, on the other hand, was caught inside endless regret. Himself, how can you be so stupid? Lu Fei, however, had already driven his car and returned to his home. Just sat down not long ago, and the phone rang. As soon as it was connected, a shrill voice came from the other side. Lu Fei, you scum, how could you? Yumei loves you so much. How dare you break up with her just for $200,000? And, you're so mad at her mom that she's paralyzed. Lu Fei, come out at once. Come over to this side of Tianhe Square. Or don't blame us sisters for killing you at home and making you lose all your people. After a series of spurts, the other person hung up. Lu Fei put down his cell phone. An icy smile flickered in his eyes. The one who called him was Jiang Yumei's best friend. He hadn't suffered much from those girlfriends in the old days. As soon as there was a disagreement, those girlfriends turned on Lu Fei. Lu Fei's mouth is stupid and he can't talk them out of it, so he's often pissed off. Didn't realize his own side had just withdrawn from the marriage only a little while ago, and this group of demons and devils had appeared again. I can go to your mama's. Lu Fei stood up. Today I'd like to see what else you guys can play with. After muttering something, he picked up the keys to the Lamborghini, leaving home once again. Chapter 3, Getting Back Together? Get out of here. Drive the car. Come to Tianhe Square. Boarded the elevator and stepped inside the cold drink store a few of the grannies were talking about. A glance. Lu Fei then saw the demons and devils. These women just don't have a high face value. And they're sitting inside a cold drink store, not doing anything but taking selfies on their cell phones, and thought one of them was as beautiful as the other. A better-looking waiter passed by. One of the pig demons, who was a little over 5 meters tall, weighed 120 pounds, and wore makeup that she thought was exquisite, suddenly winked at the waiter. Little brother, here's something for you, do you want it? The waiter boy was confused. What? The pig demon grinned. You give me your hand. The waiter boy reached out in bewilderment. The pig demon placed his hand in the palm of the other's. Little brother, do you want me? Ugh. Lu Fei, who had walked to the side, was on the verge of vomiting. Nima, don't you have any idea what you look like? There is a cylinder height but no cylinder thickness, except for the P-stock is the waist. People's little brother is 5'8", and his weight is about the same as your weight. The point is that you're so damn fat, and you still turned out to be right on the A. People can't afford it even if they want it. Lu Fei directly disliked him without leaving the slightest bit of mercy. He'd seen these demons in a ing bad light a long time ago. The confused little brother retracted his hand and quietly gave Lu Fei a thumbs up. Dude, awesome. This place is full of demonic energy. I'll leave first. The waiter boy The pig demon's face changed as he angrily looked at Lu Fei and growled. Lu Fei, you don't want to mix, do you? Yume is angry enough this time, and you dare to offend us, but there's no hope of getting back together at all. Nima. Lu Fei laughed then. I really wasn't wrong when I said you're a pig demon. Not only do you look like a pig demon, your brain is also a pig brain, and I can form with her? What? Am I that ing cheap? Just started talking to my old man about a $400,000 dowry. Okay, I'm a ing fatherless and motherless trying to come up with $400,000. As a result, I told my old man today that I wanted another $200,000, and that I wanted $600,000. Why? Because her brother is going to buy a $400,000 plus BMW. Her mom said she'd also need a dowry of tens of thousands of dollars, and I have to pay for their banquet. Are you a stupid pig demon or do you think I'm stupid? The pig demon was sprayed silly by him. A pair of eyes glazed over. First blood. Having said that, Lu Fei doesn't even take a break. He also looked over toward the fat woman next to him who was 1.7 or so tall, but weighed at least 178, and the beard on her mouth was damn clear to see. And you're growing like a ing pig day after day, and every day you go out, you have to post a selfie in your circle of friends, and with a ing text that says, you heavenly fairies are going out, keep an eye on your boyfriends. What? Are you trying to run over someone's boyfriend? Also, if heavenly immortals were to really look like you, I'm damned afraid that the southern heavenly gate would have to collapse. The voice fell. The bearded fat lady followed suit and sat down. The chair creaked and wobbled. Double kill. Yet that's not all. Lu Fei looked at the last so-called bosom friend again. The woman looked kind of normal, not too ugly, but Lu Fei still opened the spray. And are you a ing star person who will die if you don't pretend? It's hard to save up enough money for a trip to Mud Boom, and when you get to the hotel you're ing posting your friends about jet lag, to the point where you're ing jet lagged. There's only a 1-hour time difference between Mud Boom and us here. Also, a few days ago, you posted another ing circle of friends doing yoga in a swimsuit in Morburn. Also Tama with the text every day to work out hard, to be a healthy and good shape of the girl. All you up. I'm going to ask you right now how you manage to wear a bikini and do yoga when people native to Morburn are wearing big cotton jackets and 2 cotton pants in July and August. You're ing doing yoga in a bikini. Bang! The last woman leaned back in her chair, jaw-dropping. Triple kill. The inside of the cold drink store was silent. Everyone stared at Lu Fei with dumbfounded faces. This time, the young man who had just been molested by the pig demon walked over with a cup of lemon tea. Both hands were handed to Lu Fei. Brother, have some tea. This one's on me. The voice was low and tinged with respect. Break the silence of the milk tea store. Snap dash. Loud applause. All the men in the room stood up. Brothers cowhide. Dude is awesome. I'm rooting for you. Nima. That's too much cursing. Buddy, there's a sister in my family I'd like to introduce to you. Inside the milk tea store, it was completely boiling. Chapter 4. The video of the angry dislike is on fire on the internet. Lu Fei clutched his lemon tea and took a large, angry sip. It took a long time to exhale a cloudy breath. Opposite. The 3 demons had been completely dumbfounded by his dislike. Face flushed. Bias couldn't find a single word to say in rebuttal. The pig demon girl pointed at Lu Fei and said shiveringly, Lu Fei, you wait for me. Tank stood up as well, huffing and puffing, the mustache quivering on his lips. Lu Fei, you really aren't a man, to yell at a woman like that. The last pretender stood up and shouted angrily, asshole, it's summer in July. What's Malborn wearing if not a bikini? Lu Fei hadn't said anything yet. Then one of the other girls spoke up. That, and Malborn is in the southern hemisphere, where the seasons are opposite of ours. So June through August we're in summer and they're in winter over there. Having said that, all the other people inside the milk tea store began to chime in. The pretender was blinded. His face was flushed. Then, the three women left the inside of the store in disgrace. The milk tea store once again erupted in applause. Lu Fei smiled bashfully and simply sat down. Bro, have another drink. After disliking him so much for a while, he was really thirsty. It didn't take long. The video of Lu Fei angrily disliking the three piggy girls was then uploaded to the internet by the people from the milk tea store. Just in time. That dude is one of the more famous uploaders on B-Site. After this video was ghosted by him, it spread like a virus like crazy. It quickly generated a lot of comments and scrutiny from many people online. Holy, this dude is bossy. I'm dying laughing. Wearing a swimsuit in Malborn in July dash. Ha ha, traveling to Mud Boom requires jet lag. This dude is absolutely right. This kind of female is disgusting. I've heard that there's a pig demon here, and I've come to subdue it. Three women became famous on the spot. They walked out of Tianhe Square. Just as they got into the cab, the three men's wizards were ticking away. At Chen Tong, you're famous. It's so funny. At Hu Ling, check out this video. You're so ugly in it, aren't you? At Zhou Hong, I didn't expect you to be such a person. TSK. Watch as a similar message keeps popping up on top of Wilson. The three men were baffled. Tap the cell phone link. Watch the video to the end. The three demons were baffled. The face was green and red for a while. Chao stepped on the horse. Lu Fei the scum. I won't spare him. What? Are you going to run him over or crush him? Nima, how do you talk? Talking about talking. These three monsters were actually at each other's throats right inside the cab. And the more they pinch, the more they expose each other and constantly attack each other. Finally, there was a direct fight in the back of the cab. You scratch me, I spit in your face. The fight opened up with fists and kicks, causing nosebleeds to fly. The cab driver saw that this was not right, rushed the car to the nearest police station. Soon, the three demons were brought into the police station. After learning what happened, a couple of JCs almost laughed out loud. Are you laughing? The pig demon girl asked with a grim face. A couple of JCs rubbed their chins and shook their heads. No, how could we possibly laugh? Then the tank goes on about the process. Snort. A couple JCs couldn't help but laugh out loud. You guys are just laughing. Tank raged. The JC uncles shook their heads firmly. Nope, we definitely didn't laugh. After that, one of the JCs said, okay, you guys can go. Don't ever do that again. The three demons got up and left. Ha ha ha. Laughter erupted and could no longer be suppressed. The three demons turned around and turned blue with anger. Stomp your feet. The ground shook. And then the three demons, who had just been at each other's throats, were nice as if they were friends wearing the same pants again, left the police station. I want revenge. Me too. We must make that bastard Lu Fei taste our pain. The three demons swore, boarded the cab again. Milk tea store. Luffy received a phone call. May I ask if this is Mr. Lu Fei Lu? I am the person in charge of the project department of Tianhe Plaza. May I ask where you are now? I will send you the property documents and other formalities that have already been processed. Lu Fei froze. Real estate paperwork? Then it became clear. Could this man be talking about the 10 buildings? I'll be at the one in Tianhe Plaza. So I'll tell you what. I'll come down this way and meet you by the fountain pool. Okay, Mr. Lu, I'll be right there. A few minutes later Lu Fei walked out of the milk tea store. Just as he arrived by the fountain pool, he came face to face with a dry, thin woman. Seeing him, the woman froze, then shouted, Lu Fei, stop right there. After saying that, she stepped on her high heels and ran to Lu Fei's front. What's wrong with you? Why don't you go to work? Don't you want to work? Lu Fei frowned and said, Mr. Zhou, I've taken the day off. There's something I need to take care of. Opposite, Zhou Qing's face was scanty, as if he had died as a husband, and said, What? A leave of absence? What's the matter? Or are you taking leave to come out and play? Lu Fei, if you don't want to do it anymore, I'll fulfill you right away. Lu Fei lightly glanced at her and said, First of all, my performance this month is already enough, and it far exceeds everyone else's. Secondly, I'm taking a leave of absence because I really have something to take care of. You can let me go if you want. N+1 it is. Zhou Qing froze and sneered. Lu Fei, you can do whatever you want just because you have a good track record? Let me tell you, the last thing the company needs is people like you. The words just fell out. A middle-aged man walked over holding a large file bag. Mr. Lu, I'm Chi Kai-Huai, General Manager of the Tianhe Plaza Project Department. Aside, seeing Chi Kai-Hui, Zhou Qing froze, then a fawning smile. Mr. Chi, I'm Shangyang Real Estate's Xiao Zoa, is this kid causing trouble? It's okay. I'll fire him. Let him pay whatever compensation is due. Chapter 5, it looks like you're going to have to pack up and leave. Chi Kai-Hui froze. Mr. Lu is an employee of your company? Zhou Qing nodded. Yes, General Chi, but how do you call him Mr. Lu? Just call him Xiao Lu, she said with a big grin, not noticing anything wrong at all. Chi Kai-Huai glanced at her, a flash of contempt in his eyes. Turning back to Lu Fei, he bowed slightly and said, not only is Mr. Lu young and talented, but he's also very low-key. Said, in the midst of Zhou Qing's dumbfounded eyes, the document bag was presented with both hands. Mr. Lu, this is all the information on the 10 office buildings you purchased in our Tianhe Plaza. Everything has been taken care of for you. May I ask what you want? Lu Fei swept a glance at Zhou Qing, who was already dumbfounded. Said, is the leasing of the office building given to Shangyan to take care of? Chi Kai-Hui nodded. Normally, yes. Lu Fei nodded and said, that's fine. I don't have any other requests. Just tell her to get lost. Chi Kai-Hui said smilingly, okay Mr. Lu, I'll personally deal with Shenyang Real Estate's Lao Zhou on this matter. Lu Fei nodded and took the documents. In the midst of Zhou Qing's still somewhat confused eyes, waved his hand. Said, Manager Zhou, it seems that I don't need N+1, but rather you may have to roll away. After saying that, he left. Zhou Qing froze. She slowly turned back and looked at Chi Kai-Hui. Mr. Chi, what's going on? Chi Kai-Hui gave her a pitying look and said, Mr. Zhou, get ready to leave Magic City. Offend to being like Mr. Lu, and it'll be hard for you to make it in the Magic City real estate industry. As for other industries, I guess it's more difficult. Having said that, he turned straight away. Ryoko, Zhou Qing fell to the ground. Desperation was all over his face. Lu Fei owns 10 office buildings in Tianhe Plaza. These 10 office buildings were worth over $30 billion, and she had offended him in a good way. And as an executive of a real estate brokerage firm, such a gold master, Shenyang Real Estate or even other real estate brokers were absolutely unwilling to offend. So, she took her otherwise wide-open future and walked it to death because of a chirpy remark. Ah dash! Zhou Qing screamed, his heart filled with despair. Back in the car again with the papers, Lu Fei pulled out his cell phone. Prestige on. He's been so many people's favorite. Open the high school class group. At Lu Fei, this person seems to be you, right? Lu Fei, well done. Do you need a girlfriend? Do you want me to introduce you? Close the high school class group and open the college class group again. Lu Fei, you're a domineering ing thief. Certain women nowadays, really don't have any self-awareness. Bro, I got your back. Finally, he opened the workgroup. Lu Fei, you're damn awesome. Just now Manager Zhou was fired. Do you know about this? Fei, let's have dinner together tonight. I'll introduce you to a girlfriend. Introducing a girlfriend? Lu Fei privately chatted. June, dinner is fine, but the girlfriend is even better. Opposite. He June, who just got off work, said as he descended the stairs. Come on brother, don't stare at your ex-fiancé. I'm having dinner with my girlfriend tonight, and she has a cousin who just happens to be coming over. So even if you're just acting as a wingman for my brother, you've got to come out for dinner together. The hospitality was hard to resist, plus inside the company, He Jun took better care of him. Lu Fei pondered for a split second. Nodding, he said, okay then, where to eat? He Jun said, let's do it at Tianhe Square. See you at the usual place. Okay, I'll be at the Sky and the Peace this time, too. I'll come straight up then. A few minutes later, at a Shiloh grill, Lu Fei met He Jun. After a quick hello, the two chatted. Zhou Qing is gone, and He Jun is full of joy. Brother, this time brother is definitely going to be on top, so you have to back me up when the time comes. Lu Fei nodded smilingly. Don't worry, I'll hold you up. He Jun nodded, and began to talk about Zhou Qing left. The company will produce what kind of changes? Lu Fei chimed in with a grin. It didn't take long. He Jun's girlfriend, Zhu Ting, is wearing a black framed glasses. The weird second wind girl with long black hair and a very rich body walked over. Hi Lu Fei, this is my sister Lin Shi. Lin Shi, this is your brother-in-law's colleague Lu Fei. You're about the same age. Talk more. Although not explicitly stated, but Lin Shi knew very well that this was her cousin arranging her own blind date. Lin Shi was a little resistant in her heart. It was also a bit of a lovey-dovey attitude towards Lu Fei. Lu Fei was now bottoming out, and wasn't interested in being a lickspittle. Eating with his head down with a bemused expression, The atmosphere is a bit odd. Hajun thumps Lu Fei with a low kick. Luffy smacked his lips. Suddenly, he said, "Beauty, why don't we eat somewhere else?" Lin Shi froze, then nodded. Yes. Having said that, standing up directly, he walked out with Lu Fei. Back, Jun and his girlfriend were dumbfounded. Nima, are young people so direct these days? Chapter 6, do you have a room? All 10 buildings across the street are mine. Leave the Shilla grill. Step outside. It was only then that Lu Fei took a closer look at this too. 5-dimensional style beauty. Her looks are kind of cute, and she scores about 95 points. The body is just a little weird. It doesn't go with her cute style at all. It's so blown out. At least 97 points. The temperament is of the birdie type, but then again it's a bit contradictory to her figure. Anyway, it's a beauty with an overall rating of over 95, but full of contradictions. Well, pretty lady, you can leave now if you have anything to do with it, Lu Fei said indifferently. Lin Shi turned back, suddenly beaming. Do I annoy you that much? Lu Fei, however, shook his head lightly and said, no, I shouldn't be the type you can accept, so let's not waste any more time, said he sneered inwardly. Everyone is an adult. Who's taking who seriously? A flash of interest flashed across Lin Shi's eyes. But I'm suddenly interested in you now, so let's go eat. Saying that, he suddenly pulled up Lu Fei's sleeve and walked towards a mud bomb cuisine restaurant across the street. Lu Fei's eyes flickered as he glanced towards the back. His heart was clear. Ha, the two Heejins are watching through the glass. TCH, young people nowadays are really good at it, pulling the strings so quickly. Hajun muttered in a small voice. His girlfriend frowned. Wouldn't that be a bad idea? Creak she dash. Jun rolled his eyes and said, come on, just that ghost girl. I'm worried that Lu Fei won't be played by her. Aha, why does that feel a little weird? Inside the private room of the mud boom cuisine, Lu Fei sat opposite Lin Shi. After ordering, Lin Shi suddenly had a full complexion. Said, seeing as how my cousin meant for me to come on a blind date, let's just go through the online process. Having said that, she asked cautiously, do you have a room? Lu Fei raised an eyebrow. Yes. Lin Shi froze. This setup is not right. Patiently, she asked. And where is that? Lu Fei pointed to the completed office building across the glass window. Nah, I own all the buildings across the street from 1 to 10. Lin Shi rolled her eyes. Big brother, you can brag. Lu Fei didn't explain. You go on. Lin Shi sniffled. So do you have a car? Luffy casually pulled out the keys to his Lamborghini. There, Rambo Bull. Pust. Lin Shi burst out laughing all of a sudden. Brother, you're quite well prepared. This lighter isn't cheap, is it? Lu Fei laughed and nodded. It's not very cheap. A few million. Cluck cluck cluck. Lin Shi laughed her ass off. You're quite an interesting person. It's not like what my brother-in-law said about being mute. There's money. Make me confident. Lu Fei smiled gently and took a sip of tea. Lin Shi gathered her emotions and said, let's continue the process. How much do you have saved? Lu Fei said honestly, 8 figures. Lin Shi counted on her fingers for a while. Tens of millions in savings? You're blowing it like it's real. Lu Fei shook his head sardonically and asked, so are you a virgin? Lin Shi smiled proudly. Of course, I'll go. You're not following the rules very well either. Lu Fei had wanted to use a wave of online segments to sneer back at him, but he didn't expect to be cracked by the other side. The atmosphere was surprisingly good as the two men went back and forth. You asking questions and I asking questions. However, no one took it seriously. Finished eating, Lu Fei and Lin Shi walked out of the restaurant together. Doorway. Jun had already scowled at Lu Fei, and even his girlfriend was impressed. I didn't see that your kid is actually powerful. This sister-in-law of mine isn't a light. You actually managed to make her laugh like this. It's awesome. Jun walked behind and gave Lu Fei a thumbs up. Lu Fei waved his hand and didn't say anything. Amusing. People are laughing at me for blowing my mind can be so serious, right? Walked to the entrance of Tianhe Square. Lin Shi suddenly turned around and said, Lu Fei, I'm going to open a cosplay club across the street, so I'll look for you when it's time to rent an apartment. Lu Fei nodded his head and said, okay, I'll count it cheaper for you. Lin Shi pursed her lips. This guy, he's really into it. He's still blowing it off even now. Lu Fei, do you want to join us? I'll send you back, Hajun asked. Lu Fei shook his head and said, no, you guys go back first, I have my own car. Hajun froze. Then with a knowing nod, he said, okay, then be careful on your way. A few minutes later, Jun drove off with his girlfriend and Lin Shi. Lu Fei hummed a song and arrived at the underground garage in a good mood. Go home, wash up and throw yourself on the couch. Lu Fei then realized that he seemed to have been Aitken again. Lu Fei, come out quickly. You've been hung up on the internet. Lu Fei froze. Tap the link. Go to alerts. Just found out that he had been put online by the account of a female fighter with an ID called Isarashur. who had put up a video of himself angrily spraying 3 demons. And he also stole the concept that Lu Fei suddenly got rich and immediately dumped his soon-to-be fiancé. Also angry to the prospective mother-in-law's cerebral hemorrhage directly paralyzed. Simply contemporary chin shimmy. Underneath this newsflash, countless idyllic feminist outfits have sprayed Luffy to pieces. Chapter 7, Disliking Female Dogs. The whole internet is abuzz. Oh, those straight men come and see. This is what you scumbags are made of. Dumping his chaffing wife when he's rich is a model of scum. Women, wipe your eyes. Such men are simply maggots. Contemporary chin shimmy. Flesh this asshole. This kind of trash doesn't deserve to live in the world. It's a waste of food. Watch the trash talk. Lu Fei's face clouded over. Ding. Your doppelganger on D45 Earth dies. You will gain the skills, God-level hacking techniques, plus 10 neural reflexes, plus 100 million in money, and a set of Townsend mansions. An icy beat sounded. Lu Fei felt another wave of warmth rise within him. It made him deaf and much quicker in all kinds of reactions. At the same time, there were also countless computer technologies that were surging inside his mind. A few seconds later, his cell phone rang again. $100 million has come in again. He took a deep breath, but instead of checking his cell phone, he stood up and turned on his computer. Crackle dash. After a bit of maneuvering, he managed to hack into the computer of the female boxing ID called Iceland. And I found so many strange videos and pictures inside the computer. Inside these videos, a woman who has plastic surgery to make a cone face and wears heavy makeup, and rooms with different men in different hotels. And those photos are of this woman traveling around with different men. Ha, kind of interesting. Someone who is sought after by countless field girls' dogs online is so bad inside reality. Lu Fei hacked into Bing Lan's Female Fist Express account again, which happened to have quite a few various photos of herself. The captions to these photos are all kinds of inspirational and all kinds of on your own. Looking at Lu Fei made him vomit. Nima, what the hell? Make you famous? He grinned, started working quickly on the computer. It didn't take long. X puff, X flap, X who. Various photos and small videos of the young woman whose name was Qin Binglan appeared on all the online platforms. At the same time, Lu Fei hacked into the Flash account. Iceland's Female Fist. Again, quickly edited a newsflash. I'm shameless. I'm a female watch. I live off different men. I'm nothing without a man. My name is Chen Binglan. I'm Binglan's Female Fist. I am a beacon of feminism for all the summers. After editing this blurb, Lu Fei threw good to the photo up again. A few minutes later, Fast Facts hot search blew up. Asterisk. This, this woman. Hiss. Is this the Zhuxiao women's rights? Scary as hell. Ha ha ha. Just now you were scolding Lu Fei's buddy, and this is going to get this color right away? Field feminists, come gather around the feminist fighters you support. All the people who saw these pictures, and who saw these things on other platforms, went crazy. Nima, it's simply refreshing. It's a setup. It's definitely a setup. It's been reported and the Express must give a reasonable explanation. It's disgusting, and I used to admire her so much. Today is the darkest day for us feminists in the summers. Soon, Fast Facts officials are quick to strike. Ban the ID Iceland's feminism outright. At the same time, several other platforms followed suit by blocking various video photos on it. However, the seed has been planted. So many people were quick on their hands to download it. Everything is a done deal. The outskirts of the Magic City. Inside a return house, Chen Binglan hugged her cell phone and looked at the various photos of herself that were constantly being forwarded inside the group. Even those things have made their way inside the family group. Her face went white as a sheet. Binglan, is this you? I didn't expect our old Chen family to produce a bastard like you. You shouldn't go home in the future. The faces of both the Chen and Wen families have been lost to you. Bang! The phone fell to the floor. Chen Binglan lost his mind. Suddenly, there was a violent knocking at the door. Bang bang bang! Chen Binglan, you open the door for me. Open the door. Asterisk in hell. Open the door. There was a harsh growl from the door. Chen Binglan shivered in fear. That's her current boyfriend? A local demolition man from Magic City. Now, Chen Binglan knows. He's coming. It's going to be the end of myself. Chapter 8, this is now famous. Bang, bang, bang. The door to the room was still being hammered in. It didn't take long. Knocking on the door on the hour. Chen Binglan breathed a sigh of relief. However, after 10 minutes or so, there was the sudden sound of a key opening the door. A few seconds later, bang, the door was kicked open with a strong kick. Chen Binglan's second-generation demolition boyfriend, a short, chubby man probably in his 30s rushed in holding a fruit knife. Ganny Niang, how dare you put so many cuckolds on my old man. You're a big man. I can't even hold my head up when I go out now. The man cursed. One grabbed Chen Binglan's hair. Ah, hubby, let go. Ouch. I'm in so much pain. Uhu dash. Shu Hongchang, you bastard. You're not a man. Those were all my ex-boyfriends. I didn't put a hat on you. Chen Binglan whimpered wildly. Shu Hongchang's face turned red, grabbing her by the hair. He slammed her head down hard on the coffee table. Bang! Chen Binglan fainted. 10 minutes or so later, she was carried down the stairs, bound and gagged. Then, it was secured and strapped on top of the seat of the convertible sports car by Zhu Hongchang. Do it all. Zhu Hongchang pulled out a few more monitors from inside the front trunk of the sports car. Hanging around the sports car, a video of Chen Binglan began to play. At the same time, there were many billboards erected above the car. But instead of an advertisement, the billboard had a picture of Chen Binglan on it. Buzz, do all these things. Zhu Hongchang ended up picking up a raggedy horn. Open it straight away. Look, look, look. Contemporary Pan Jinlian. My old man buys you a house and a car, and you hang out with other men. This is the kind of garbage that has the nerve to preach feminist ideas on the internet. It's all coming together, ha. The voice rang out. Soon a number of neighbors converged inside the neighborhood, pointing towards Chen Binglan, who was tied up in the car and had come to her senses. Gee, so that woman on the internet is her. Shame on you. Look at this boyfriend who's pretty rich too. She must have been born that way if she's that promiscuous. Her parents are scared to death of shame, aren't they? Among the finger pointing, Chen Binglan broke down and cried. Not me. I didn't. Woo-woo, Hongchang, let go of me. Let go of me. Shu Hongchang, you bastard. I won't let you go even as a ghost. Among the mournful wails, Zhu Hanzhou started the car, leave the neighborhood and broadcast along the way. Soon, he then drove onto the state highway and headed north. Looking at the increasingly familiar road, Chen Binglan froze. Where are you taking me, Zhu Hongchang? Let go of me. You're breaking the law. Zhu Hongchang sneered. Don't you like to play and are good at it? Today I'll send you back to your hometown to show your family, all the people in your neighborhood. What the hell is a person like you? I'd like to see what the hell you and your family's parents are. At once, Chen Binglan's face turned pale. Hongchang, please, please don't. I'll grant you anything you want. I'll never mess around again. I'll watch over you and follow you every day. Hongchang, don't do this. How can I meet people in the future like this? Chen Binglan broke down and howled. Shu Hongchang's heart was like iron. 1 point faster. An hour later, Shu Hongchang drove his car to Chen Binglan's home city. Then, start broadcasting along the way. Soon, it just blew up this whole city. Inside the circle of friends, there are videos of forwarded shots everywhere. Holy, this seems to be that daughter of the Chen family, right? Wow, there really is such a woman. Even more detestable than Pan Jinlian. It's simply a long time coming. And the point is that this kind of trashy woman has the audacity to shout online about relying on herself for everything and being a contemporary woman. I know this woman. Last year, she even drove a Porsche home. So that's where the car came from. This is the daughter of Chen Wen's family, right? Old Chen, your daughter has made a big name for herself. Chen Binglan's father, Chen Wen, got the news at his workplace. He was so angry on the spot that he passed out. It didn't take long. Chen Binglan's mom, Wen Xin, also fainted and was admitted to the hospital. And all the relatives of both the Chen and Wen families were furious and pounded their chests at the video that had circulated. Chapter 9, This Guy's a Man. Zhu Hongchang drove Chen Binglan around the street for more than 10 minutes before he was finally arrested by the JC who had heard about it. Inside of a few minutes tops, videos of Zhu Hongchang dragging Chen Binglan on parade have been everywhere, and it directly occupied the hot search of various online platforms. This dude is a hombre. As much as I envy D&D, right now I have nothing but sympathy for this dude. The grass on your head could feed 100,000 cows and sheep. That's the way to treat a woman like that. I can accept a messy private life, but it's disgusting that you're clearly a person who is almost as good as selling, and you have to come online and pretend to be some kind of feminist. After the video was exposed, more people knew about it. Basically, no one supported Chen Binglan anymore, and even most of the women said that Zhu Hongchang had done a good job in this matter. I'm a woman too, and I support the little brother in the video. It's women like this who are corrupting our reputation. I was penniless when I married my husband and now I have a villa and a luxury car. You have the right to pursue what you like, but you can't be so shameless. Before, the feminist watchman who supported Chen Binglan would have been hiding somewhere by now. Silently feel the feeling of being punched in the face go away. More than half an hour later, after making a statement, Chen Binglan rushed to the hospital. Where's my dad? Where's my mom? She looked ham-fisted as she inquired toward a group of relatives. And you have the nerve to ask your father? Ask your mom? They're already pissed off at you. People like you disgrace both our families. Now I can't even go out and talk to people. And when I do, they ask me if you're my niece. Chen Binglan, why don't people like you go to hell? All of the relatives who had once flattered Chen Binglan because she was rich had now turned their backs on her. Pointing at her was a scolding. Inside the hospital, the other patients' families also pointed towards Chen Binglan. Odd expressions and whispers. Chen Binglan's face was ugly. Suddenly, she left the hospital. 10 minutes later, she rushed in with a fruit knife. Put. Snort dash. She brandished a fruit knife. Her expression as grim and hideous as a female ghost inside a movie. Each cut left a wound in her family's relatives. Ha. You scumbags cursing me now? Why don't you scold me every New Year's Eve when I give you big red envelopes? Why don't you scold me when your family needs to ask me to do something? Why didn't you scold me when your family traveled to eat and live with me in Mordor? Bah! Cursing me? You guys are not as good as me. At least I make money off my body. What about you guys? You guys hate to steal all the hotel disposable slipper garbage when you even stay in a hotel. Who are you to scold me? Cheng Binglan hissed miserably. The fruit knife brought up a sheet of blood. By the time JC arrived, inside the hospital corridor, there was already blood everywhere. The relatives of the Chen and Wen families, the few women who cursed Chen Binglan the most, all fell in a pool of blood and wailed. Even, some have gone into complete shock. JC rushed to put Chen Binglan under control and arranged for first aid from the hospital. Fortunately, the first aid was given in time, and several women were injured, even seriously, though they were not badly hurt. But no one's life is in danger. The moment of being put on a sterling silver bracelet, Chen Binglan suddenly howled. Woo-woo, but soon, she looked up again. The moment she was taken away, a sinister stare was given to her relatives on both sides of her parents. I only regret how I didn't buy a bigger knife to cut up all of you trashy bloodsuckers. All of you. Having said that, being escorted by the JC, away from the hospital amidst the grief and hateful eyes of the relatives at home, leaving blood all over the place, and wailing all over the place, as well. A legend. It didn't take long. The video of Chen Binglan taking a swing at a relative in the hospital went viral with some of the patient's family members. Soon, once again, she's on the hot seat. Meh, as much as I hate the woman, her family's relatives are all oddballs too. Most of the time, people still need a little morality. This should be considered a happy ending, I think. Chen Binglan pays for what she did, and their odd relatives will also pay for their verbal violence. Actually, in the end, I think her parents are more responsible for this matter of Chen Binglan. Definitely. Do her parents really not know what their daughter is doing out there? Even if they don't know, they can at least guess from her demeanor and sudden wealth. The netizens' comments are still fair and unbiased. At the same time, once again, the previously shrunken head of the feminist table has begun to come out of the woodwork. Chapter 10, You're not being honest. I'm not playing with you. Fast forward to inside the crypto superlatives where the feminist phenoms gather. This man is so disgusting. People say it's a thing of the past, and since you're their boyfriend you should accept everything about her, including her past. That's right, who hasn't ordered the past? And people have promised to change it, okay? Men are all big pigs, none of them good. Now it's good. He made his own death and went in, and Cheng Binglan, such a good woman, is finished. Friends, in the future to find a boyfriend can be bright eyes. This kind of scum must not want. Hacking inside this encrypted hypertext. Luffy was disgusted by this. After a bit of maneuvering, zip, 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 all the cell phones or computers of all the active female watches inside this hypertext were all instantly overloaded. Soon, computer black screen, cell phone black screen, it won't reboot and is scary hot. My cell phone, what's going on? What? Lu Fei heard several sharp women's voices ringing out just inside his rented neighborhood. He grinned. Networking. It's also not a place where you can just spout off such bizarre comments. This circle of superlatives, there's no need for it to exist. He muttered something in a small voice and tapped his hands quickly on the keyboard. 3 seconds later, this superlative blew right up. All data is cleared. Scared the Express backend programmers with a shriek of horror. Here it comes. That guy did it again. This time he deleted the database of one of our feminist superlatives. Next to it, the members of the Red Guest Alliance invited by the Express looked sullen. A young woman with a butterfly mask said indifferently, "All move and trace with all your might. Make sure to find out that guy's real IP address." Though she only showed her mouth and half of her nose, but it's already evident that it's a super pretty girl, and her body was of the type that would be the envy of countless women. The only thing I regret is that she exudes an icy aura that is too cold. 10 seconds later, Captain, I lost him. 1 minute later, Captain, I lost them too. 3 minutes, Captain, I'm lost. In front of the computer, after Lu Fei dumped everyone, he spared one hand to tap the keyboard and played a game of hide and seek with the other party. What level is this level considered at these days? While playing, Lu Fei was a bit curious again. Dry. While hiding with the other party, he asked through a secret language, "What level does one like you belong to in our Zhuxia Express News Service?" The woman with the butterfly mask blushed. "I can't believe he still has power left." An icy voice came out of her mouth with disbelief. The other red guests next to them, as well as the executives of the Express, also showed shocked expressions. He in front of the top 3 ranked Rakshasa lady of the Red Guest Alliance. He still has some strength left. Hiss. This guy, it's amazing. Rakshasa girl, don't hold back. You must help us catch him. The masked Rakshasa woman's face darkened. Stay your hand? I've gone all out. It wasn't even this much trouble when we faced KJR of the Hopewell Empire. Said. She tapped her hands quickly on the keyboard, taking the time to respond with 2 words. Third rate. Look at the cryptic message on the screen. Lu Fei grinned. I'm a child. If this level is only third rate, then this hacking skill of mine is not called God level hacking skill. You're not being very honest. Not playing with you. Type in a cryptic message as you go along. Lu Fei's hands operated at a rapid pace, and in an instant, he shook off the Rakshasa woman and disappeared into the cyber world. Bang! The Rakshasa leaned back in her chair. He ran away. The voice remained indifferent, but it had taken on a bit of a trill. It's horrible. After pestering him for so long himself, he had thought that the two were on a similar level. I didn't realize that in just the blink of an eye, the other party had disappeared without a trace. The Rakshasa woman stood up, said, I don't want the money if I didn't help you catch anyone this time, but as for theirs you still have to pay. Having said that, straight away, he got up and left Express. ZZZ, I'll get you sooner or later. Fixed everything. Lu Fei got up and stretched. Look outside. It was already dark. Wash up and go to bed. Anything else? Tomorrow. Tired day today. It didn't take long after the shower for him to fall into a deep sleep. He's asleep. So many people, however, can't sleep at all. Hospitals. Chen Binglan's parents have woken up, but they might as well remain in a coma. Every now and then the curses of relatives ring in his ears. Chen Binglan shrank behind the iron cage, shivering. The face that had been made delicate by plastic surgery was distorted, as if ghostly in the shadow of the dim light. Horror. A sleepless night. Heart. Already repenting. Chapter 11. Didn't the internet say you drive a Lambo? Early in the morning on the second day, Luffy got up and got to work on time. When he came to the office, his male co-workers gave him the thumbs up. Asterisk 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 Lu Fei is awesome. I saw that video of you. Nice dislike. Say, is it true that your boy has withdrawn from the marriage? Lu Fei nodded. Well, back off. That family is disgusting. I don't want to be around people like that for the rest of my ing life. The crowd. Q. The prettiest receptionist girl in the company, suddenly blinked her big eyes. Asked, Brother Fei, the internet said you dumped your ex-fiancé after you got rich with tens of millions of dollars and drove a Lamborghini sports car. Is that true? Lu Fei raised an eyebrow. Would you believe me if I said yes? Ha ha. A group of people laughed dryly. If you really had that kind of money, surely you wouldn't be working here with us. That's right. If you have that much money, how can you usually be so frugal? Don't tease Fei. Go to work and try to get further and find a nice new girlfriend later. Amidst the clamor of voices, Lu Fei sighed. Hey, how come no one believes what this honest man says? It didn't take long. The company president has arrived. The inside of the office was busy. Lu Fei sat in front of his computer, methodically merging all his work materials, getting ready to quit my job in a couple days and hand it over. End of a full day's work. Before the end of the afternoon, Luffy received a phone call. Brother Fei, tomorrow weekend classmates are going to get together tonight. You must come. Everyone still wants to hear about that incident of yours. Inside the phone, the president of his former college class called Lu Fei. Lu Fei frowned. After a moment's contemplation, he agreed. Okay, you send me the time and place and I'll come over after work. When Lu Fei went to college, this female class president helped him a lot. Help him apply for poverty assistance, help him apply for grants, etc. So when the other party invited, Lu Fei still didn't want to refuse. Off duty, He Jun scowled at Lu Fei. Xiao Lu, are you alright tonight? Do you want me to make a date with Creek for you? You two go have some fun together? This oldest brother, he's really enthusiastic. Lu Fei didn't have the heart to reject it outright and said, Brother Jun, there's a party for my college classmates tonight. So dash. Hajun froze. A hard clap followed. Said, that's best then. Just the right reason to ask Creek out. Wait for me to call for you. Said, without waiting for Lu Fei to refuse, he directly took out his cell phone and dialed. 10 seconds later. Creek, I'm your brother-in-law. It's like this. Tonight Lu Fei has a party with his college classmates. You know he just had that kind of incident yesterday, and he's sure to be fingered by others this time when he goes to the party. How about you just accompany him on a trip, as a way of giving face to your brother-in-law and helping to support him? There was silence on the other side of the phone for a while. Lin Chi finally agreed. Hang up. He Jun turned around with a proud look on his face. Done. Lu Fei cried and laughed. What's this all about? Still, he thanked too. Thanks Jun, but you really didn't have to do that. He Jun waved his hand and said, we two brothers, What is there to say thank you for? In that case, it wouldn't be convenient for you to take a cab there again tonight. I'll drop you off to pick up Creek, then I'll get out of the car and you'll take my car and Creek to the party. Lu Fei opened his mouth. It's tempting to say that I have a Lamborghini and it's a pretty cool thing to drive around in, but he didn't say it in the end. Anyhow, it's also a good intention of the big brother, so I can't refute his face. Down in the underground garage, riding in Hajuan's old BMW 3 Series, it was a windy ride. After receiving Lin Shi, Lu Fei sat on the driver's side and skillfully gave out these two old BMWs. Lu Fei, let me say this first, it's fine to accompany you to the party, but I'm definitely not drinking. Lin Shi flung her long black hair and said lightly. Lu Fei nodded. Don't worry, I won't let you drink. Lin Shi put her heart down and nodded. That's good. Driving the old 3 Series, drove for over an hour in the setting sun, finally arrived at the party. Just get off. A couple of college friends standing in front of the restaurant came over. Lu Fei, you girl bully, didn't the internet say you drove a Lambo? How come it's a broken 3 Series? Lu Fei, tell me what it was like. Look at these students. Lu Fei said indifferently. What can I feel? It's just like that. As for the Rambo and all that, you guys believe what you see on the internet. A few of the students smiled and didn't pursue the matter any further, but everyone was relieved. Okay, this Lu Fei guy isn't really a tycoon anymore. Otherwise we'd be on our knees, kneeling down on a guy who worked hard every day when he was in school. That must have blown up in their minds. Suddenly, Lin Shi, who was sitting on the passenger side, finally finished touching up her makeup, opened the car door and stepped down on her high heels. Today, she wore a plain white dress that accentuated her figure even more side-splittingly. Combined with her face, the whole thing looks like it came out of a manga. One moment, it just attracts all the light. Chapter 12. I'm sorry. Lu Fei, you gold house to hide a woman? Holy, this girl. Lu Fei, why don't you hurry up and introduce yourself? In the midst of the cacophony, Lin Shi pursed her lips and took the initiative to say, hello guys, my name is Lin Shi. I'm Lu Fei's friend. Plants, that smile is so warm. Aha. A couple of the men's eyes dropped. A pair of eyes stared at Lin Shi and then at Lu Fei, full of envy and jealousy. Lu Fei couldn't stand the eyes of a few guys a bit and said, alright, let's go in. After saying that, several people walked inside the restaurant together. Immediately after, inside the hotel box, there was another gasp from the students already sitting there. I'll go. Lu Fei, you can. Lu Fei, I kind of believe what the internet says about you being a scumbag now. You've repented of your marriage in one foot, and you're looking for one in the next? Lu Fei spread his hands. Neither explained nor chimed in. One after another, more students walked in. Seeing Luffy, the openings are all about him being awesome. But, Lu Fei could feel that the first look these people gave himself was one of pity. But after they saw Lin Shi sitting beside him, the eyes changed. This dude's got a little bit of a wild streak. Yesterday you got out of the marriage, and today you're looking for a new one? It's still beautiful like that. Mud, it's not a fair world. It didn't take long. The last rich kid in the class, Zhang Yinlong, also arrived. See Lu Fei, he couldn't help but laugh. Lu Fei, you're quite a man. You're very famous online now. I have a friend who's running a live broadcasting guild. Do you want to go to him as an anchor? Lu Fei glanced at him and shook his head. No need. I'm staying quite well in my current company. Zhang Yinlong skimmed his lips and asked, what kind of company do you have? I haven't heard you talk about it for so long. Lu Fei said lightly, small company, Shengyang Real Estate agent only. Zhang Yinlong froze, then revealed a wry smile. It's really a coincidence. Shengyang had a vice president fired yesterday. Shengyang's general manager asked me to go over there to replace that vice president. From now on, you're my subordinate. Call Mr. Zhang first to listen. Lu Fei crossed his eyes. Before you can say anything, Lin Shi, who was sitting beside Lu Fei and playing with her cell phone with her head down, suddenly raised her head. Look at Zhang Yinlong. Snickering, he said, Zhang Yinlong, how come you're the second penny everywhere? Remember what you said some time ago? Where there's an auntie, you stay the hell away from me. The voice was faint and light, but it was like a thunderbolt. It instantly fell into everyone's ears, leaving them horrified. Lu Fei's classmates know that this Zhang Yinlong's family is not simple, with assets of at least $1 billion or so, although it didn't rank in the Magic City. In other places, it was definitely a not-so-small rich second generation. But, this big beauty that Lu Fei had brought over was talking to Zhang Yinlong like this. Line of sight. All of them were focused on Zhang Yinlong. Zhang Yinlong froze and finally saw Lin Shi beside Lu Fei. His face changed dramatically. Miss Lin Yu, why are you here? Lin Shi sneered. Lu Fei is my friend. At once, Zhang Yinlong shivered. Looking at Lu Fei, suddenly made a move that no one expected. Who dash? He bent over hard, rolling up a gust of wind. He bowed hard towards Lin Shi. Ms. Lin, I'm sorry. I'm tongue-tied. Let's just pretend I wasn't here today. I'll leave first. After a hard 90-degree bow, Zhang Yinlong turned straight away. Lu Fei slowly turned back and looked at Lin Shi. Blinking eyes. This girl. What's up? Because of Lin Shi, none of these college friends flirted with Lu Fei anymore. On the contrary, the eyes that looked at him were filled with envy and jealousy. When it was time to eat, Lu Fei finally enjoyed the treatment of a protagonist. All of his classmates, male and female, all toasted him. He had tea and drinks and no one even said anything else. Finished eating, Zhao Ying, the female class president, sent Lu Fei and Lin Shi out. Lu Fei, you finally come back from the dead now. She was full of emotion. Lu Fei waved his hand and said, where? But if you need help with anything in the future, don't be polite. Zhao Ying glanced at Lin Shi and nodded. Don't worry, I won't be polite with you. After all, we are considered buddies, right? Luffy raised his fist. How about a buddy parting gift? Ugh. Zhao Ying rolled her eyes. Go on, be careful on the road. Lu Fei nodded. You slow down too. Having said that, turning, he said, come on, I'll take you home. Lin Shi nodded silently. Get on the passenger side. Starts up and slides out smoothly. More than half an hour later, Lin Shi finally couldn't help himself. Aren't you curious about who I am? She asked with a sideways glance. Chapter 13, let's make you vice president for 20 minutes. Lu Fei pursed his lips, said, a little curious, but it's okay. Besides, June called you, and the fact that you came to meet with me shows that you don't think much of your identity. At the very least, ordinary people can be treated equally, so it doesn't matter if you know exactly who you are. Just need to know you're a rich white girl. Lin Shi froze. Silent nod. You make a good point, but I'll say it anyway. The Magic City Linsen Group is owned by my family. My father is a thief and rich. Lu Fei raised his eyebrows. Linsen Group. The market capitalization should be $30 to $50 billion. But man, it's not so bad. I'm the man with 10 office buildings now. Then you are indeed rich and white. The tone was flat. Not in the least bit like the normal reaction of an ordinary person who knows that their best friend is a super rich kid. Lin Shi froze. Suddenly the ghost asked, what you said before about you having 10 office buildings in Tianhe Plaza, it can't be true, can it? Lu Fei said, when your cosplay club is ready to open, come and find me to rent an apartment and you won't know. Lin Shi rolled her eyes, playing mysterious, drove for about another half hour. Lu Fei sent Lin Shi to the upscale neighborhood where he had picked her up earlier. June's girlfriend, Zhu Ting, was waiting for her downstairs. Lu, just drive the car back directly, and tomorrow you can just return it to your June. Lu Fei nodded. Waving, she said, Sister Xingting, then I'll leave first. Lin Shi, goodbye. Bye. Lin Shi waved her hand, eyes on the taillights leaving. Zhu Ting asked, what? Are you interested in Xiaolu? Lin Shi shook her head and said, it's just that he's quite a strange person. When I told her that the Linsen Group was my father's, his expression was flat. Judith was flabbergasted for a while. Said the man, this kind of reaction from him? Then either he has something to stand on and doesn't feel inferior to you, or he's very deep in the city. Lin Shi shook his head and didn't say anything. The two walked along the streetlight and inside the neighborhood. Lu Fei didn't go anywhere over the weekend, just stayed home for 2 days. Even during that time, the female manager over at Townsend's called and told him in a whiny voice. All the paperwork was done on his house so he could pick it up and he didn't even go over there. It's the weekend. It's better to lie at home for 2 days. He was lying comfortably inside the rental house, but the online Reddit alliance, and some of the organizations involved, are busy enough. They wanted to find Lu Fei, the big boss behind the scenes, among some clues. But it was obvious that Lu Fei's godly hacking skills were truly godly. 2 days of work and a whole weekend sacrificed. None of them found anything. Monday, Lu Fei drove his big bull to work. June's expression, however, was a bit grave. Lu, this time brother may not be promoted. He frowned and said, I've gotten word that a young man will be parachuted in as vice president through the back door. Lu Fei patted his shoulder, said, don't worry, June, you'll definitely be promoted. If any ungrateful one forces your position, I'll help you get it back. June's face changed. Lu, don't you dare. Lu Fei shook his head smilingly. Don't worry, am I a messy person? The words just fell out. Pei Wenqing, the company's general manager, walked in with Zhang Yinlong, who had only met with Lu Fei on Friday night. Snapdash. Pei Wenqing clapped his hands. Everyone, this Zhang Yinlong, a high school graduate from the Magic City Jiaotong University, will be your new vice president from today. He will replace the original vice president Zhou, in charge of personnel issues within the company. Everyone applauded. The words just fell. Lu Fei, however, had already walked out. Wait, I don't agree with him being vice president. Pei Wenqing's face changed. Xiao Lu, you're just a divisional supervisor. Who are you to say no? Go back to work. Aside, Zhang Yanlong sneered. He, how rare. Lu Fei, you think you're powerful just because you know Miss Lin? No matter how big her face was, Miss Lin couldn't control the affairs of other people's companies. I'm telling you, I'm going to be the vice president today. Lu Fei shook his head, pulled out his cell phone and said, you can't be this vice president. Having said that, dialed the company's owner directly. A few seconds later, hello, this is Zhu Hong from Shenyang. The tone was flat. Lu Fei paused and said, hello Zhu Dong. I'm Lu Fei, Tianha's mister. She should have mentioned me to you. Bottom line, opposite Zhu Heng's attitude changed all of a sudden. Hello there. Hello Mr. Lu, may I ask what you're looking for me for? Lu Fei said lightly. Zhu Dong, I'm in Shenyang's right now. There's something that needs you to come over and deal with it personally. Come over as soon as you can. Opposite, Zhu Hong hurriedly climbed up from the clubhouse. Okay Mr. Lu, I'll be right over. You wait for me for half an hour. Oh no, you wait for me for 20 minutes. Hang up. Lu Fei said indifferently. First, I'll let you be the vice president for 20 minutes. Zhang Yanlong frowned and sneered. I'd like to see what kind of calf you're going to act like. Said, simply pull up a chair and sit down. Chapter 14, if I say you're on top, you're on top. Lu, forget it, it's not worth it. Jun pulled Lu Fei and whispered. Lu Fei shook his head and said, Jun, there's no turning back the bow. Just wait. Jun gritted his teeth and said, okay, since you're so supportive of brother, if you leave later, brother will go with you. Lu Fei gave the old fellow a sideways glance. Hey, it seemed that he didn't know the identity of his girlfriend, Zhu Ting, much less the true identity of Lin Shi. It's kind of fun. He pulled Heijun to sit down. Said, Jun, take it easy. If I say I'll top you, then you'll definitely be on top. Jun smiled bitterly. This brother, I didn't think he was so good at blowing awesome before. Looks like that incident hit him pretty hard and changed his temperament. Jun simply didn't want to think about anything and started gossiping about what happened yesterday when he went to the party with Lin Shi. Lu Fei casually slurred a few sentences. 10 minutes or so later, Shenyang's boss Zhu Hong rushed in. See him. General manager Pei Wenqing froze, rushing to meet them. Zhu Dong, what brings you here? Zhu Hong pushed him out of the way and asked sharply, where is Mr. Lu? Where is Mr. Lu? What Mr. Lu? Pei Wenqing asked blankly. Zhu Hong said sharply, it's Mr. Lu Fei who bought the 10 office buildings across the street over at Tianha. At once, Pei Wenqing's face fell. Luffy? Lu Fei. Aside, Zhang Yanlong's face also changed slightly. Mud. No way. Then, amidst the dumbfounded looks of everyone in the entire office, Lu Fei suddenly stood up. Hello Zhu Dong. I'm Lu Fei. His voice was recognizable, and Zhu Hong heard it immediately. A wide smile instantly crept onto his face. Taking big steps to welcome him, he held Lu Fei's hand with both hands. Hello, Mr. Lu. Sorry I'm late. I helped you personally with any questions you had today. Lu Fei pursed his lips. Said, Zhu Dong, I'm also an employee of Shenyang. Bottom line. It made Zhu Hong freeze. Mr. Lu was joking. How could a person like you be an employee of our Shenyang? Lu Fei pointed at Pei Wenqing and said, you can ask Mr. Pei. Zhu Hong turned back. Pei Wenqing squeezed out an ugly smile. Nodding his head as if crying or smiling, he said, yes, little Mr. Lu is indeed an employee of our Shenyang, and his performance has always been very good. Zhu Hong was baffled. Lu Fei, however, said directly, Zhu Dong, as an employee of Shenyang, I know very well who is capable and who is not in the company. I shouldn't be interfering with things like changes at the top, but barring that some people are too disgusting to do their jobs, so I'll go ahead and make a request now. Tell this Zhang Yanlong to get lost, and the vice president to let Jun take over. The words just fell out. Zhu Hong turned back without hesitation and said, okay, what you say, Mr. Lu, is what you say. Old Pei, I don't care what relationship this person has with you. Shenyang doesn't need an airborne vice president. From now on Jun is the new vice president of personnel. The voice was powerful. Pei Wenqing nodded his head in cold sweat. Zhang Yanlong's face was ugly as hell. Lu Fei swept a glance at him and said indifferently, Zhang Yanlong, I said that you can only be the vice president for 20 minutes, and you're as good as your word. Zhang Yanlong kept his head down and didn't say a word. Zhu Hong acted as if nothing had happened. Turning back to Lu Fei, he said, does Mr. Lu have the time? Let's go bowling across the street at Tianhe Square. Lu Fei nodded. Okay, Zhu Dong. Having said that, he waved with Jun again and said, Jun, let's go. Zhu Dong please bowl. Hajun was a little hesitant. Zhu Hong hurriedly said, Mr. He, reasonable rest is also for better work. Go and relax for a while before coming back to hand over the work. Gotta. The big boss had given the word, so Jun stiffened his head and followed in a trance. Wait for the three to leave. There was a clamor inside the office. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Seriously, on Friday I was asking if he had tens of millions of assets, but it turned out that people hammered tens of millions of dollars. 10 office buildings in Tianhe Plaza. A proper $20 to $30 billion. I'm convinced. Lu Fei is so rich working so hard. Awesome dash. Chapter 15, Brother Fei. When can I get a ride in a Lumbo? Bowled with Chu Hang for over an hour. Mr. Lu, there's a high-class club nearby. Recently a batch of black crane chicks have come in, and they're of good quality. Want to go over and have some fun? Zhu Hang smiled as lewdly as Porky Pig, but Lu Fei wasn't too interested in this stuff, mainly because he was afraid of contracting diseases. Shu Dong, you find another friend to play with. We won't go. Lu Fei refused. Shu Hong didn't force himself. That's fine. You youngsters like to play innocent, but that's what I'm good for, my old pig. In the future, if there's anything, you can call me anytime, and I'll make sure to help you get it done. Lu Fei nodded, said, okay, Zhu Dong, you go, I'll go back to the company with Jun. Shu Hong walked away with a smile on his face. Lu Fei and Jun left the interior of Tianhe Plaza and walked towards the company office building not far away. Walking, Juan stopped abruptly, pointing to the office building in front of him, asked, I'm still a little bit blinded until now. Shu Dong said that the opposite side of your 10 buildings are yours? Lu Fei shrugged his shoulders and said, yeah, one of my distant uncles died abroad, and I'm his only legitimate heir. Then his trust fund helped me buy the 10 buildings, and then other things you know. Juan took a breath, a hard slap on the pants leg. Nima, I didn't think that one day I'd make a rich friend. Lu Fei smiled oddly. Your girlfriend's family is probably worth a lot of money. After learning that Lu Fei owned 10 office buildings, Jun didn't have any other thoughts. After going back and handing over the job, at noon, please Lu Fei and a few other relatively good relations with colleagues. Dao Tianhe Plaza inside the seafood buffet rubbed a meal. Afternoon, Lu Fei completes the job handover, officially separated from Shan Yang, holding his personal belongings. Lu Fei left the office amidst the gazes of all his co-workers. The receptionist girl saw him. A sweet smile appeared. Brother Fei, you seem to have a bit too many things. Do you want me to get them for you? Lu Fei pondered for a split second. Nodding his head, he said, okay, then, please. The girl showed her joy, rushing to help Lu Fei lift the 2 bags. Then very ladylike, she stepped in small mincing steps to follow Lu Fei and walked towards Tianhe Square. 10 or so minutes later, she carefully placed the bag inside the big bull's trunk, touching the shiny paint. He envied. Fei's car is so handsome. I wonder when I'll be able to ride in a car like this. Lu Fei took a closer look at her. This front desk girl's face value and with makeup can have 90% up. The body is also not bad. Long legs plus C. The only thing that is hard is the temperament. After all, it didn't come from a very good background, or it wouldn't have come to the front desk. But, if you put it out there, you'd be a proper goddess. Forget it. When you go to pick up the house later, you can ask her to help you look at the house for any defects. After all, women are delicate. Making up his mind, Lu Fei said with a smile, if you want to sit, you can now, at once. The receptionist girl was full of excitement. Is it really okay? Lu Fei nodded. As long as you're not afraid of being disciplined. Accompany me to a place now, just so you can do me a favor. The receptionist girl nodded vigorously, said, I'll just say hello. Now Brother Fei, you're the one everyone in our company wants to flatter. If I say I'll accompany you on your errands, the leaders won't say anything. Lu Fei nodded. Okay then, get in the car. The front desk girl was excited to get in the car, then pulled out her cell phone as all kinds of shooting. Lu Fei said, it's okay to take pictures. Don't take pictures of me. The girl nodded her head vigorously and deleted the 2 photos in which Lu Fei was in the picture. Okay Fei, I got it. The car was not moving fast or slow in the traffic, heading toward Townsend's. The entrance to Townsend's. John Yume was in uniform and was listening to the lectures of other colleagues. Our Townsend is a top-of-the-line mansion, and even for cleaners we only hire the younger, more circumspect-looking ones. It is an honor for you to pass the interview and become our employees here. It may even be possible that some of you may be looked upon by some rich and powerful people, so you must work hard to keep your customers happy and the company at ease. Listen to the supervisor admonish. Jiang Yume, who had barely recovered from the storm, began to wander off into the heavens. His own looks were not top-notch, but he had a great body. Maybe it'll actually get a look in from one of the bosses too. As long as he could fall for a rich man, he would definitely be able to turn the tide against the wind and punch that bastard Lu Fei in the face. Think about it. Her disheveled mood quickly became combative. Alright, there will be a big client picking up the room later, so everyone dismissed. Go about your business. Remember to always put our Thompsons and your best foot forward and show it to your customers. Chapter 16, Jeon Yume, one day I'll be a rich woman. Inside the Townsend. Jeon Yume scrubbed the floor hard. Sweat beaded. But she was energized. Fantasize about being seen by a rich man someday. However, inside these cleaners. And yet there were quite a few people pointing at her. Oh, do you guys recognize it? That woman is Jeon Yume who exploded on the internet 2 days ago. What ginger Yume? That's the woman who demanded a sky-high bride price and got dumped on the spot by her fiancé. Oh, it's her. How did someone like her get in here? The co-workers around me pointed. The sound came inside Jeon Yume's ears from time to time. It made her turn inside out, rubbing the ground harder and harder. Wait and see. One day I'll marry a rich man and become a rich wife. Not only am I going to stomp on Lu Fei that, but I'm also going to make you assholes lick my mother's shoes. She swore in her mind. Scrub the floor harder. Later, when that rich guy comes, I'll be the hottest chick. Almost an hour later, Lu Fei's car was parked in front of Thompson's entrance. Manager Yu, who had contacted Lu Fei earlier, then stepped out on her high heels. Lu Fei got out of the car to take a look and immediately raised his eyebrows. This Yu manager looks although only more than 80 less than 90 looks, but that all the temperament, and that exaggerated body. Let a man look at the heart surge to fire. Pity. A woman of this stature has been ridden by who knows how many men. Lu Fei shook his head with slight regret. Mr. Lu, you're here. I'm Yu Weiwei, senior property manager of Thompson. Nice to meet you. Yu Weiwei bowed slightly, her waves surging. Lu Fei nodded and said very blandly, hello manager Yu, take me to see the room first. Yu Weiwei froze. Been a property consultant in Thompson for so long. The first moment any man looks at her, he is attracted to her. I didn't think that this young handsome man in front of me would be immune to himself. Yu Weiwei was a bit unconvinced in her heart. At the same time something else came to mind, especially after glancing at the front desk girl next to him. Jin Siya Yu, pushed up hard on the X. Ha, a pair of C's is no match for my pair of F's. Yet Lu Fei didn't bother to look at it. Said, why, does manager Yu have anything else? Yu Weiwei froze and hurriedly shook her head. No, Mr. Lu, please come with me. We'll go inside the office first and I'll give you all the information. Lu Fei nodded. Okay. After saying that, he said towards Jin Siya next to him. Let's go. Siya. Jin Shoyue couldn't move her steps a bit. Fei, this is Townsend. What are you dash? Lu Fei glanced at her and said, I bought a house here a while ago, and I'm here to pick up the house today. Hiss. Jin Siya sucked in a breath of cool air. Although Townsend's is not as shocking as those 10 buildings, but everyone in Magic City has heard of the great name of this place. It's even a dream of so many people to stay here for a night. Now, the dream is about to come true. I must find a way to stay here for the night. Jin Siya looked at Lu Fei and clenched her fists hard. Following Yu Weiwei and watching her walk in waves, Lu Fei was kind of like showing respect. Enter the office. Yu Weiwei came to the front of her desk, deliberately bending down. He rummaged inside the desk drawer for Lu Fei's information. While looking for it, it was still shaking slightly. Where did it go? Why can't you find it? She deliberately muttered as she shook it. Lu Fei, however, saw right through her ruse, casually picking up a stack of information on top of his desk. Indifferently, he said, Manager Yu, here it is. Yu Weiwei froze. The face darkened. Something's not right with this super too. It's amazing that he pretends he doesn't see himself like this. Lu Fei picked up the information and glanced at it. Is it all here? Yu Weiwei sucked in a breath and suppressed the emotions that were churning in her heart. After flipping through the information, he nodded. Yes, Mr. Lu, it's all here. Okay then, go look at the house. Having said that, turn around straight away. Vivian Yu gritted her teeth and walked quickly to the front to lead the way. Mr. Lu, please follow me. Lu Fei casually handed the information to Jin Siya and said, take it and follow. Jin Siya carefully held the information in her arms and followed. Leaving the office, the three men entered the interior of the mansion in Townsend with a salute from the security guard. Into the eye. Everywhere, busy cleaners were busy tidying up. Yu Weiwei introduced herself as she walked. Mr. Lu, our Townsend is the top richest community in Magic City. Our landscaping uses a variety of valuable trees and is naturally mosquito-proof. On top of that, our cleaning is done about 3 times a day in an effort to bring the cleanest environment possible to our customers. She was presenting. Those cleaners, on the other hand, revealed a shocked look after seeing Lu Fei. Wow, is that the new owner? So young, and tall and handsome. I'm afraid he's close to 5'9". Why do I feel like he looks a little familiar? Though, among the murmurs, Jeon Yume, who was trying to rub the railing while concocting her look, turned around and saw Lu Fei. Then, she froze. Chapter 17. Lu Fei, you're even rich to this extent. Lu Fei? Jeon Yume's face turned pale all of a sudden. all the longings, all the wild hopes, it all went to cholesterol in this moment. Bang! The bucket she was carrying fell to the ground. Dirty water splashed all over her. Lu Fei turned back. A glimpse of her. Ha, Kong Yume? He smiled icily. This woman. The woman he once cared for with all his heart and then tore his heart to pieces. Now it turns out to be a janitor. And a cleaner for the neighborhood he would soon be moving into. It's really amazing what life throws at you. He turned around and said to Yu Weiwei, Mr. Yu, have you seen that woman? Her name is Jiang Yume, and I would like her to continue sweeping the floors inside the neighborhood, operating under your contract of course. After Yu Weiwei froze, nodding his head, he said, okay Mr. Lu, I know what to do. The cleaners, in their current phase, are on a direct formal contract with no probationary period. If she violates the contract regulations privately, she needs to pay us $600,000 in liquidated damages. Temperance, if she's going to leave voluntarily, she'll need to be here for a full month to do so. Another $600,000? The figure of $600,000 is really close to your family. Lu Fei smiled lightly and nodded his head. Very well, this matter will trouble manager Yu. Yu Weiwei nodded with a smile and gave Jiang Yume a credit. Let's go and see the house. Lu Fei waved his hand and continued to walk forward. Yu Weiwei, on the other hand, dialed the number of the head of the personnel department and directly relayed Lu Fei's request. Mr. Lu, it's done. Aha. Lu Fei was non-committal. Together with Jin Xie and Yu Weiwei, they walked into Building A. Under the gazebo, Jiang Yume sat down disheveled. Lu Fei, you're surprisingly rich, she murmured and whispered. A look of resentment surfaced on his face. You can even afford a house in Townsend, but you ended up dumping me for $600,000. I am not willing. I'm not convinced, she growled lowly. Aside, the supervisor yelled. Jiang Yume, what are you doing? Why don't you hurry up and do something? Jiang Yume looked up, viciously glaring at the supervisor. Surname Lu, I've put up with you for a long time. Do you have any idea who the owner just passed was? That's the man who almost married my mother. You'd better be polite to me, even if I'm down and out. But there was once a bond with him. He would never watch me get bullied. Supervisor Lu Hepping froze, and then laughed out coldly. Oh, just now people have seen you. Why do not see to greet you? And don't take yourself so seriously. Look at yourself in this state, and then look at the state of the people who follow Mr. Lu around. Mr. Lu still takes you seriously? You count as a hammer. Also, a few days ago, it was your family that pissed off Mr. Lu, and now tisk tsk. Lu Hepping has gotten a hint from the personnel department side. He didn't take Jiang Yume seriously at all. People Mr. Lu did remember you in his heart, but unfortunately not in a good way. Jiang Yume looked miserable, staring viciously at Lu Hepping. Smiling, I said, wait, you wait. One night husband and wife. Even if Lu Fei hated me, he would definitely take it out on me. You, think of the consequences yourself. Look at the look on her face. Lu Hepping was suddenly a bit abashed. Mud. Hell knows what those rich people think. Just in case the woman goes on her knees and that Mr. Lu goes soft, wouldn't you have to take the blame yourself? Forget it. Before that Mr. Lu's attitude is too clear. Don't mess with this crazy woman for a while. Oomph. Then I'll wait to see how you finish. Lu Hepping grunted angrily and turned around to piss off at the other cleaners. Bastard. What are you guys looking at? Why don't you hurry up and get to work? A group of female cleaners blushed. What's this mother **** doing taking the piss out of us? His heart slandered, and at the same time, he hated Jiang Yume, who was sitting inside the gazebo, arranging her clothes. It's all because of you. A woman, who's a demon day in and day out. Sooner or later, you're going to get yourself killed. These women secretly remembered Jiang Yume, doing things a few times harder. Chapter 18, The Luxury of Thompson's First Class. Thompson's Building A. Lu Fei's 3 men took the elevator and went up to the 28th floor. Yu Weiwei took out her key and opened the door to her room. There was an air of luxury. Even if Lu Fei now had tens of billions of dollars in assets, after seeing the interior furnishings office mansion, which was 597 square meters in size, all of them revealed a look of amazement. It's great, he nodded. Yu Weiwei said, Mr. Lu, this set of houses was decorated at the end of last year. We have done a special deformaldehyde process. The current room residual formaldehyde and other harmful substances are almost none. At the same time all the furniture and electrical appliances and other things inside, all of them are made of international first-line brands, and we have a lifetime maintenance of Townsend 1. Having said that, she handed over a form and said, Mr. Lu, you can follow the options on the form and check them out. Lu Fei casually took the form and then handed it back to Jin Xie. Yuki, check me out. Jin Xie didn't look like she was doing hard labor at all and was excited to receive the form. Don't worry, brother Fei, I'll definitely check it out. Lu Fei nodded, smiling slightly at her. That's hard work. A smile, a word of hard work. It energized Jin Yuki. Taking the form, he began to go through it item by item. On the side, Yu Weiwei implicitly skimmed her lips. In his heart, he muttered, it looks like this girl isn't Mr. Lu's girlfriend, but rather she's just someone he called over in passing to help him out. Then here's my chance. Yu Weiwei raised her head and revealed a winking smile. Mr. Lu, it's been a long walk and the sun is poisonous. Or let's go sit in the lounge for a while. Lu Fei's eyes flashed. Nodding, he said, all right, it's good to go sit for a while. The two walked inside the lounge. This woman, Yu Weiwei, is very good at what she does. She didn't make any direct allusions or explicit statements. Wait until Lu Fei sat down. She slowly knelt in front of the coffee table and said, Mr. Lu, let me make you some tea. Having said that, bending down under the coffee table, he pulled out a small jar of the finest tea. Process. The willow waste seemed to flutter in the wind. The corner of Lu Fei's mouth twitched. This woman, she really doesn't miss any opportunity. He leaned back on the couch, watching Yu Weiwei perform with interest. Not a word. Yu Weiwei performed for a while and realized that there was no sound. When she looked up, she saw Lu Fei's teasing eyes, and instantly her face froze slightly. Then he got up and said, Mr. Lu, wait a moment, I'll go wash the tea set. Having said that, swaying reluctantly again, she left the lounge. A few minutes later, she returned with a clean tea tray, then kneeled again. I don't believe that you, a bloodthirsty young man, can carry it for long. However, reality slapped her hard in the face. Until more than half an hour later, Jin Siye had finished checking all the items. Lu Fei was not even the slightest bit moved. Knock knock. There was a knock on the door. Jin Yuki walked into the lounge. Fei, check them all and there are no flaws, except that two of the kitchen cabinet doors seem to be mounted crooked. Lu Fei said lazily, then take manager Yu to have a look. Yu Weiwei read it. Mr. Lu, we will send someone to take care of this cabinet tomorrow. Please don't worry. Lu Fei shook his head and said, we'll see when we come to deal with it, when I have time one day. Yu Weiwei nodded and said, okay Mr. Lu. Lu Fei waved his hand, signed the inspection form, then he returned 2 copies of the form to Yu Weiwei and said, alright, manager you can go first. Yu Weiwei hated it in her heart. This asshole. It's amazing how tolerable it is. She glanced at Jin Siye and then at Lu Fei. The heart is even worse. After all the work he had done, it looked like he was going to be cheap for this woman. True annoyance. Yu Weiwei was furious in her heart, but kept a professional smile on her face. Okay, then I won't bother you. Mr. Lu, you can call me if you need anything. I'm on call 24 hours a day. On the way out, there was a hint. Pity. Lu Fei really didn't want to lay his hands on a woman like her. Click. Close the door. Yu Weiwei stomped her foot. With a grunt of anger, he entered the elevator. Inside the room, Lu Fei turned around with an open mind. Asked Yuki, the couch in the lounge is quite nice. Let's go over and sit for a while. After saying that, he took hold of Jin Yu's shoulders. Jin Siye was slightly stunned. Then a blush rose on his face. Ah, the feeling that a dream is about to come true. It's so exciting. Chapter 19, want to leave? You can't leave. Downstairs, Jiang Yume was still sitting inside the gazebo waiting. Yu Weiwei went downstairs. She rushed over. Where's Lu Fei? Where's Lu Fei? She shrieked out. Yu Weiwei frowned, then recognized her as such. Oh, so it's you. You really do have eyes. Yu Weiwei sneered. Mr. Lu is such a rich young talent. You can even make a fool of yourself to push it out. And now it's cheap for another woman. I can't really figure out what sustains a woman with your brain to live this long. Jiang Yume froze, and then his face went slightly white. Yu Weiwei's meaning was clear enough. Jiang Yume's face changed for a split second before she suddenly pulled out her legs and ran towards building A. Get out of the way. I'm going to get him. Yu Weiwei's face changed. Turning back toward the security guards, he roared. You're dead men. Hurry up and drag this woman out of here. Jiang Yume howled angrily, and Yu Weiwei simply picked up a rag and stuffed it into her mouth. Turned back, towards Lu Heping, the head of the engineering department. He said, from today onwards, Jiang Yume is not allowed to enter the interior of the neighborhood, and she is allowed to deal with the periphery. Also, she is not allowed to leave her job, and if she has to leave, then let her be compensated according to her contract. This includes late arrivals, early departures, and even absenteeism, all of which are also dealt with according to the contract. Lu Heping nodded his head vigorously. Okay manager you, I'll make a note of it. A few minutes later, Jiang Yume was gotten out of this upscale and luxurious neighborhood. It was finally quieted down after being cleaned up by a couple of other female cleaners. Cowering inside the corner, Jiang Yume's face clouded over. Exempt. She stood up. I want to resign. She roared towards Lu Heping. Lu Heping smiled icily. If you want to leave, you can either work for 1 month and leave automatically, or you will be compensated for $600,000 in liquidated damages according to the contract. Of course you can choose to miss work, but we have a very sophisticated legal system at Thompson Group that will let you know what the consequences of not abiding by the law are. Jiang Yume completely froze. Yesterday, she thought she had found an awesome job. After all, as a cleaner here, you can earn upwards of $20,000 a month, or even close to $30,000 a month. That's an income that's more than most white-collar workers. With this job, she was also able to buy her brother Jiang Wei a BMW. She was relieved that her brother would be able to find a girlfriend. As a result, she didn't expect to encounter so many things again inside a short period of time. Now if you want to leave, you can't even leave. Woo woo. She crouched on the floor, crumbling in pain. Lu Heping smiled indifferently. Casually, a soggy rag was still in front of her. Don't be lazy, work for me right now. Otherwise, we'll show you how harsh the rules and laws really are. 7 o'clock in the evening, Lu Fei, whose stomach was croaking with hunger, finally swept Jin Xie, who was walking with a limp, down the stairs. The moon was already hanging high in the sky. Fei, I'm hungry. Jin Xie beamed pitifully. Lu Fei raised an eyebrow. What? First time eating and you're not full yet? Jin Xiu froze. Small fists then hammered him in the heart. You're so bad, oh Fei, but I love it so much. The corner of Lu Fei's mouth twitched. Said, come on, let's go and take you to a big dinner. Taking Jin Xie's slender waist, he walked out through the front door of the Thompson. This time, inside this luxurious neighborhood, a lot of tycoons appeared one after another. See Lu Fei. They all subconsciously revealed a look of surprise. Another goshawk? Well, he doesn't look like a rich kid by the look of him. Gotta make friends sometime. These tycoons are calculating in their minds. As they passed by, they all nodded their heads in a friendly manner towards Lu Fei. Aside, Jin Xie let out exclamations of surprise one after another. Whoa, it's Grace. This seems to be Mr. Wang from Jinting Real Estate. This, it should be MS. Gua from Hui Buying Foods. Wow, they're all big, rich men. Lu Fei raised an eyebrow. You know them all? Jin Xie nodded her head vigorously and said, I can't play with my cell phone at the front desk, so I just read the newspaper every day. And most of the newspapers that the company subscribes to are financial newspapers. I've seen a lot of them, so I just barely recognize some of them. Lu Fei nodded. So, without pursuing the matter further, he continued on. Leaving Thompson's, he took Jin Xie directly to the nearby Royal Dragon seafood place to eat. Chapter 20. Do you think those 10 buildings really belong to Xiaolu? Lu Fei and Jin Xie were feasting at the Royal Dragon seafood place. Jiang Yume returned home in a state of disarray. Sis, what's wrong with you? Why do you feel disoriented? Jiang Wei asked while playing the game. Look at him. A flash of pain and gloom flashed across Jiang Yume's face. Said, I met Lu Fei today. Tentatively. Jiang Wei stood up. Did you meet that scumbag? Did you go up and beat him up? Jiang Yume glanced at him. A tragic smile. And go up and beat him up. He's so front and center I can't even get close. Jiang Wei and his father Jiang Nung both froze. What's going on? Jiang Yume sighed and slowly detailed the events of the afternoon. At once, both the Jiang family's father and son fell into silence. Thompson, $200 million a house. That was an existence for them that they would need to look up to for the rest of their lives. Now, that man, however, became their former son-in-law to be. Gunnar pulled out a cigarette and barfed to light it. Smoke and mirrors. The eyes became dark. Aside, Gunnan, however, was hyper. Sis, find him and ask for money. He's so rich, you'll be able to ask for a lot, so I can buy a car and talk to my friends. The Kong family will have a queen. Jiang Yume froze. Look at the brother. A sudden chill rose in his heart. This, or her beloved brother? How can you not think about your feelings at all and only know about money? Jiang Yume said naively, but, I want to resign. What? Jiang Wei froze and became furious. Sis, the whole family is relying on you now. Mom is still lying on the chuang. How can you quit? Not only can you not quit, you have to stay there and ask that bastard Lu Fei for more money. Aside, Jiang Nang also nodded his head and said, Yume, you really can't quit this job. Otherwise how will your mom's nursing care come in? Your brother is still counting on you to get a daughter-in-law as well, and this family still relies on you to hold it together. Jiang Yume nodded dumbly. The inside of his head was in a daze. Yeah, this family is still depending on me to hold it together. I still have to help Xiao Wei get married, and I still have to earn? For the care, she murmured in her mind. It seems to support 2 idlers in the family and a paralyzed mother. It was as if it was her natural duty. After eating at the Royal Dragon seafood place, Lu Fei returned to the neighborhood again with his arm around Jin Xie. That night, Two people live over there. Day 2. Jin Shiyu went to the company to resign. After resigning, Lu Fei was going to make her his personal life assistant, the kind that helps him with all his life problems. Lu Fei, on the other hand, went to Tianhe Plaza and met He Jun's girlfriend Zhu Ting, as well as two beauties, Lin Shi, inside a cafe. Lu Fei, Xiaoxi's cosplay club is almost formed, and she wants to talk to you today about renting a landlot. Judith finished. Just grumble. Careful. You really believe this kid's crap? Lu Fei raised an eyebrow. He Jun, a man with a pretty tight mouth, surprisingly didn't tell Zhu Ting about himself. He nodded his head with a smile and said, right, why did you come to me for this kind of thing? You should have gone to Jun. Lin Shi frowned. Wasn't it you who said for me to find you? Lu Fei spread his hands and said, I've already left Shangyang. Having said that, he pulled out his cell phone and dialed He Jun's number. Jun, come on over to the Covey's Cafe. Creek wants to rent a place and Ting is here. Across the phone. He Jun frowned. Why don't you just do it? Anyway, you have 10 buildings over there. Just carve out a piece of it. Lu Fei said smilingly, don't. It's better for you to do this. It's more troublesome to get it on my side. He Jun thought about this. Kenji said, that's fine. I'll be right over. Hang up. Lu Fei said with a smile, Brother Jun will be coming over soon. Sister Ting and Xiaoxi, what would you like to eat? My treat. Judith picked up the menu and politely ordered a mocha. Lin Shi also only ordered a mocha. Lu Fei shrugged and ordered a hot drink. People are willing to save him money, so what can he say? It didn't take long. Hajuan then arrived at the cafe. 1-2. He then said bluntly, I say you kid, now that you've become a tycoon you're afraid of trouble? Those 10 buildings are all yours anyway. You can just carve out a piece of space for Creek. You still have to make me come and run. He Jun just sat down. Put. His girlfriend, Justine, then sprayed him with coffee. Well, come on. He Jun was so anxious that his native language came out. Judith stared. Staring at He Jun, he asked, what did you just say? Hajuan froze. Weakly, he said, I said that the 10 office buildings across the street are all owned by Lu Fei, so just let him randomly allocate a piece to Xiaoxi. Hiss. Judith sucked in a breath of cold air. You mean those 10 buildings across the street really belong to Xiaolu? Her voice changed to a sharp batch. Lin Shi also cast her eyes over and looked at the calm Lu Fei. Chapter 21, Don't talk, I want to be quiet. I realize now that you weren't kidding the day we first met. Lin Shi said quietly. Luffy took a sip of his hot drink. Smilingly, he said, I'm a very honest person. I'll answer how you say, but you don't believe me and I can't possibly have to prove anything to you, right? That's too low. Lin Shi nodded silently. Thinking back to that night, Lu Fei answered his own question and reacted the way he did. The pretty face was slightly flushed. Now that I think about it, how ridiculous I must have looked to him at the time. Lu Fei said smilingly as if he could hear her heart. That day you were not funny at all. On the contrary, it was very cute. Lin Shi gave him a blank look. You stop talking. I want to be quiet. Lu Fei shrugged. Judith also finally came back to her senses. Thumbs up at him. I didn't realize you were still a hidden dirtbag, but aren't you an orphan? Lu Fei repeated what he had said to He Jun. The hot jutting bursts of amazement. The four men sat for a while. After I finished my coffee, I waited for the sun to diminish that much, left the cafe and simply went across the street to the front of the office building. Point to the office building. Lu Fei said. Xiaoxi, just tell Jun which layer you want. I'm sure I'll still charge you for rent and all that, but let's give you a 50% discount for being cheaper. Lin Shi comes from a wealthy family and is not short of money. A dime for nothing she's surely not going to agree to. 50% off. Lin Shi hesitated for a moment and nodded in response. After walking for a while, she pointed to the second floor of Building B. I'll take this floor. He Jun smiled and took note of it. Okay, I'll get the paperwork done for you tomorrow, and you can get someone to start decorating. Lin Shi nodded. The mood has also become very pleasant. The four men were talking and laughing. Okay, that's settled. I'm off to work. Hajuan waved his hand and walked away quite spontaneously. Zhu Ting asked, Lu Fei, Xiaoxi and I are going to purchase some daily necessities that the cosplay club needs. Do you want to come along? Having said that, the eyes looked at Lu Fei with anticipation. Two women, purchasing everyday items. Together? It's all about hard labor. Lu Fei shook his head and said, then you guys go ahead. I still have some things I need to take care of. A flash of disappointment flashed in Zhu Ting's eyes, but Lin Shi felt nothing. Said, you go then. I'll just go shopping with Sister Ting. The two left arm in arm. Road. Zhu Ting complained. This Xiao Lu was really not understanding at all, even after asking so much. Why don't you hurry up and follow me to help carry the bags? Lin Shi shook his head and said, Sister Ting, it's normal for people to have their own affairs. Besides, it's not like we can't mention it ourselves. Judith was still muttering under her breath. Lin Shi, however, had already walked away. Looking at their backs, Lu Fei laughed. Handbag? Suppose Lin she is confirmed to be my girlfriend. That's okay. Now, sorry, not used to your stinking behavior. Lu Fei skimmed his lips and turned around to go downstairs. Just got to the garage. Jin Xie called. Fei, I'm done with the exit paperwork. Lu Fei nodded and said, okay, then come to the garage. 20 minutes later, he drove the Limbo Bull and left Tianhe Square with Jin Xie. Fei, where are we going now? Lu Fei rubbed his nose, said, let's go buy you a car first. Jin Xie froze. A look of delight followed. Fei, am I wrapped up in you? Lu Fei raised an eyebrow. What do you think? Jin Xie smiled cheekily. Then I'd be happy to. Drove over an hour. Came to the largest auto trading market in Magic City. Which brand do you like? Jin Xie cupped her hands over her heart. Said, my favorite is Mercedes, because the first car I saw as a kid was a Mercedes. Lu Fei nodded his head and drove the Daigneau directly into the Mercedes-Benz 4S store. Didn't have a dog in the fight to buy the car. It was smooth enough to pick up a current AMG GT for Jin Yuki. Sit inside the cockpit, hugging the steering wheel. His fingertips skimmed over the Mercedes-Benz three-pronged star logo. Jin Xie turned back, her eyes filled with tenderness. Fei, people want to try. Lu Fei raised an eyebrow. Try it then. Chapter 22, so you're here for the money. More than half an hour later, Jin Xiu opened the window and spat, tidied up her clothes and touched up her makeup and lipstick. That's when he started the car with a smile. The car moved slowly, leaving the garage of the Ford store. I didn't realize that you're a pretty good driver. Lu Fei was a bit impressed with Jin Xiu. This woman, driving to not like those female drivers. Jin Xiu sidestepped her head. Smiling, he said, it's not bad, but it's definitely not as good a driver as you are. Fei, what? Lu Fei raised his eyebrows. Not bad for you, little girl. You've learned to speak such re. Jin Xie smiled and didn't say anything. Drove up to the front of the Ford store. Luffy got out of the car. Come on, get in your new car. Go to Como's supermarket and get some groceries. Then go back to Townsend. Jin Xie nodded her head vigorously. More than half an hour later, the two men took their respective cars and parked in the supermarket garage. Half an hour of shopping at the grocery store and a lot of shopping. The two men each drove their own cars and headed for the Townsend Property Management Office. Jiang Yumei is collecting garbage. Suddenly, a low rumble sounded. A familiar Lamborghini arrives, followed by a Mercedes sports car. Jiang Yumei froze, throwing away the trash directly. He threw off his gloves and rushed towards Lu Fei, who had just gotten out of the car. Shout as you run. Lu Fei! Lu Fei! It's me! It's me! It's me! Yumei! Lu Fei glanced at her and frowned slightly. Puff dash. Jiang Yumei fell to her knees, opened his hands to hug Lu Fei's legs. Lu Fei smiled indifferently. One pressed her head. Turning toward the female security guard standing next to her, she said, come here and pull her away. Jiang Yumei knelt on the ground and shouted, Lu Fei, I was wrong. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Let's make up. Okay, I'll listen to you and everything from now on. Lu Fei smiled indifferently. Keep your head down. Look at Jiang Yumei. Faintly, she said, women like you are ridiculous. Once, Lu Fei wanted to give her all. Instead, she's going to give that brother of hers a large portion of all of Lu Fei's. And now, Luffy won't give it away. She cried and begged to get back together again. It's not cheap. Jiang Yumei nodded frantically. I'm being ridiculous. But we've been together for over a year after all. Don't you have a single ounce of affection for me? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Luffy shook his head. There used to be, but not at all since last week. Jiang Yumei whimpered for a while. Looking up, he said, I've been with you for over a year, and you just say go. You paid me for my youth, and because of you my mom is paralyzed. How could you just walk away like that? How could you? Lu Fei raised an eyebrow. So, Jiang Yumei bowed her head and said, as long as you give me $1 million, no give me $5 million, I'll never bother you again. Lu Fei laughed. Turns out it's to ask for money. Get out. A fling. Jiang Yumei then sat down on the floor with a punt. Aside, the two pretty-looking female security guards at the door finally rushed over. One pressed down on Jiang Yumei. Lu Fei indifferently said, go back and tell your leaders to control this woman, and don't let her come outside in broad daylight to disturb others. Having said that, carrying her bag, she turned around and waved at Jin Yuki. Come on, let's go inside. Jin Xie laughed lightly and smiled contemptuously towards Jiang Yumei. Quickly following Lu Fei, she took the initiative to take his arm. Ginger Yumei growled miserably behind her back. Back home, inside her new home, Jin Xiu cooked and made a pretty good dinner. It made Lu Fei a bit impressed. That's a pretty good job on the life side of things. This life assistant had dinner. Lu Fei leaned back on the sofa and played with his cell phone, and on the teaser tone, a little video. However, suddenly caught fire. Video. Jiang Yumei crouched in a dark corner. His face was covered in stains and scratches, and he looked wretched in his work clothes. Hello everyone, I'm Jiang Yumei who you all scolded into autism last week. I'm a cleaner at Townsend's now, and yesterday I met my ex-fiancé Lu Fei again. He took his new love and bought a 597 square meter mansion in Thompson. Bought his new favorite a Mercedes sports car today. When he saw me, he was cold to death. My mother was so pissed off about the two of us that she had a cerebral hemorrhage and was paralyzed, and the whole family depended on me to provide for them. I approached him for a loan to tide me over, but I didn't expect him to be so cold as to push me away, and even asked the head of Thompson's property department to send me to work in the dirtiest and worst place. He ruined my life, ruined everything for me, and just left without a care in the world. Chapter 23, Women's Rights Fighter. Not afraid of any difficulty. Jiang Yumei went home after secretly posting this little video. Their odd family sat in front of the couch around a cell phone. Swipe through the comments above. Holy, really? Then this guy is kind of gross. Ha, don't billion. Not just see people have money, so stick up and want some money. There are too many women like you, desperate to milk people when they don't say they're rich. Now that they're rich and have become wealthy, you're out to make a fool of yourself again. I'm a woman, too, and sympathize with you. Look at the comments below split into two camps, and the ever-growing number of clicks. Jiang Yumei's family is exploding with excitement. Jiang Wei clenched his fists hard. Sis, you're finally smart for once. Just wait. Those rich people are very honorable. That bastard Lu Fei will contact us as fast as he can. This time we don't want 5 million. We just ask him for 100 million. If he doesn't give it, we'll stick it to him. Aside, Gunan barred his cigarette as well. Eyes with a smile. Yumei, listen to your brother. You must not be soft-hearted this time. Jiang Yumei nodded her head and said, don't worry Dad. Lu Fei, he did this to me. I definitely won't let him off easily. A family of 3 talking about it. Just start longing. After extorting $100 million from Lu Fei, what kind of life they are going to start? Luxury cars and mansions. Tenderloin clubhouse. However, they didn't notice the camera on that cell phone. It seems a little off. Suddenly, tick-tock. Jiang Yumei's phone rang again. She pulled out her cell phone and answered the unfamiliar number. Hello, are you Ms. Jiang Yumei? Jiang Yumei froze slightly and nodded. Yes, I am Jiang Yumei. The other party's tone with a smile, very kindly said, Ms. Jiang, I'm a big V on the express. My ID is called Foam Coco does not eat the set. I've seen the short video you posted on Tease. Have you ever thought of joining forces with the women's rights activists on our newsletter to fight for your legal rights? Jiang Yumei froze. Rings a bell about the feminist who stood up for herself on the Express 2 days ago and then was angrily blasted all over the internet. Sure. And then there's the female fists of Iceland that have gone to jail and are still circulating all over the world in little videos and photos. You aren't afraid of being exposed? Jiang Yumei asked. There was a slight silence on the other side. Said, as a feminist fighter, I am not afraid of any difficulties. Of course there's some risk involved in helping you, so I'll need to charge something. Jiang Yumei was silent for a moment and asked, how much do you want? The other party said indifferently, 1 bite, $500,000. Give me $500,000 and I'll be on the newsletter in solidarity with you. Then wait, I'll talk to my family. Having said that, Jiang Yumei hung up the phone for the time being. The call was given to her father, Jiang Nung, and her brother, Jiang Wei. Jiang Nung said with a little hesitation, could it be a fraud? After all, it's $500,000. That's all our family has saved. We can't be careless. Jiang Wei, however, was already searching on his cell phone. Soon after, the ID was received. With 16.8 million followers, a scammer shouldn't, but ask her to post a backstage to prove it. If it's true, I think we should pay the $500,000. Otherwise, with the current state of affairs with fishing vessels, there are not many people who support us, and we will have to maneuver a bit more to get the money. $500,000 is nothing if it's done right. 5 million is nothing. Jiang Wei plays games every day and thinks he knows a lot about this internet thing. After a word of persuasion, the whole family came through. Jiang Yumei called the phone back. Soon, added to the prestige of the other side. Then the other person sent over a series of pictures. In addition to a Foam Coco doesn't eat this ID, there were 2 other IDs that also had 3 to 5 million followers. See all this backstage evidence. Jiang Yumei put her heart down, started a voice into the phone. Well, if you can really help us, I'll agree on my end that you'll help me run it. The voice on the other side soon rang out as well. Okay, then you guys can call in 300,000 first, and you can pay the remaining 200,000 when it's done. Make a decision. Gunnar immediately pulled out the family card. Jiang Wei went to the bank with the card and transferred 300,000 to the other party's designated account. The money has been received. we'll do it right away on our side. Just wait for the good news. After the other party sent a voiceover, Jiang Yumei clasped her hands on her cell phone, and Jiang Wei quickly swiped his newsletter, waiting for his opponent to make a move. Thompson. In front of the computer, Lu Fei tapped quickly. Watched the ugly face of this family through Jiang Wei's cell phone camera. Both couldn't help but laugh. Ha, the plan is good, but the IQ is really hard. He smiled a cold smile. The family of three looked particularly ridiculous on the computer screen. Chapter 24, A Tornado of Face Punching. Knock knock. There was a knock on the study door. Luffy switched the computer screen out. Shouted, "Come in." Jean Siye carefully walked in with a cup of hot tea. Put down the tea. She whispered, "Fei, I have something here for you to listen to." After saying that, he pulled out his cell phone and started playing a recording. "I just give me $1 million. No, give me $5 million, and I'll never bother you again." The recording, which just happened to be made when Jiang Yumei showed up, was started, all the way to the end. Lu Fei raised an eyebrow. "You can." He was a bit surprised that this girl, Jean Siye, was so agitated. I just heard someone talking about it that way online. So dash. Lu Fei nodded. "Okay, this recording of yours is useful to me." After saying that, he put Jean Siye's cell phone down and waved his hand. "You go rest first. I'll clean up these jumping clowns myself." Jean Shiyu smiled cheekily, said, "Then Fei, you hurry up yo. I'm going to the gym to heat up your food." "A gym? Hot food?" Lu Fei raised his eyebrows and revealed an odd smile. "This woman, that's a lot of but, I like that. Okay, heat it up nicely, and wash the dishes a bit. By the way." Jean Shiyu ate and laughed, turned and left the den. Sit in front of the computer. Lu Fei swiped the newsletter. Soon, Foam Coco didn't eat this, and there were 2 other big V accounts, all of which retweeted Jiang Yumei's posted newsflash and video. "This man called Lu Fei has once again refreshed my knowledge of the men of Xuxia. You are rich, but your morals and your spirit are just too poor. A super rich man who can afford to buy a mansion worth 200 million, but for 600,000 yuan and soon to be married to the fiancé breakup, but also angry at the woman's mother's cerebral hemorrhage paralyzed. Such a man is still considered a man? A man spending money for a woman is supposed to be the natural thing to do. You're a billionaire, but you're not even willing to spend $600,000 for your girlfriend. You're simply a fighter among scum." 3 newsletters down. Soon there was a huge convergence of feminist whores. There are a lot of comments below. Asterisk. Can such an extreme be a billionaire? The most stingy rich second generation in history. How does such a man deserve to live in the world? It's because there are too many men like that our women in Xuxia live such unhappy lives. Other people's girlfriends are pregnant with their lover's child, and their boyfriends are still taking care of them carefully. Men, to be so desperate. Support you Coco. Be sure to represent justice and judge this trashy man. Feminist whores are on the prowl. Open and shut your mouth is all kinds of spray. Not only was Lu Fei, the protagonist, sprayed, but all the men of Xuxia were lying down. So many male netizens are green with anger when they look at the messages from these feminist whores. Mud. These field spaniels. Bitch, you're so good. Don't rely on men in your life. Your father is a man too. So have the balls to tell your father that and see if he smokes you. MDZZ. Even Lu Fei couldn't help but curse MDZZ. These women, they are really sick in the head. Lu Fei smiled indifferently. After editing the recording that Jin Yue had made of the last sentence, and the video he recorded of the Ginger family saying they were going to blackmail him was posted directly on the dozen or so big V accounts he had hacked. Soon, the express heat was detonated right off the bat. Once the recordings and videos are released, don't say men. Even a lot of women with a normal outlook on things couldn't help but crack up. How can such people have such thick skin? If I were that woman, I'd absolutely fend for myself and make my own life pretty instead of begging for it like a dog. It's ridiculous. Just a moment ago they were selling out, and immediately they were reversed. This family is all strange. The upper beam is not straight and the lower beam is crooked, and they still want to extort people for $100 million. This kind of counts as extortion, doesn't it? And that big V, didn't you say you were defending women's rights? How come it's still charging money? So many people have flocked under those big V accounts of Foam Coco, spraying like crazy. Rubbish. Being is not enough. Why don't people like you go to hell? The feminist watchers who are reveling under this newsletter are baffled. What's going on? How did things turn around so quickly? It's too much of a slap in the face. Chapter 25, Fight. Beat the out of him. The Ginger family. The lights are on. Upon hearing the recording online, Jiang Yumei's entire body froze. He actually recorded it. She murmured in a disoriented voice. Aside. Jiang Wei's face also went white. Sis, what's the matter with you? How could you let someone record it? Now things are fizzling out. That $300,000 advance might have gone down the drain too. Jiang Wei growled. Aside, Gunnar stood up silently. Pop! A slap on Jiang Yumei's face. Deathstroke. After cursing, the old man turned and went into the house. His face ironic. Jiang Yumei covered her face, full of despair. No, this is something you all agreed to, so why are you blaming me now? She cried out in aggravation. Jiang Wei sneered. Who do you blame if not you? Blame it on the fact that you're not pretty enough, not fit enough, and not alive enough. How else could that Lu Fei guy have left so easily? If it weren't for you, Mom wouldn't be paralyzed and our family wouldn't be judged by those people day in and day out. Jiang Yumei was baffled. Everything. It's all my fault? She stood up abruptly, then sat down again in dismay. Jiang Wei sat next to him and cursed. Grass. What are you waiting for? Why don't you call that woman and tell her to give you your money back? Jiang Yumei froze. Hastily, he pulled out his cell phone and started dialing. However, instead, she realized that the person on the other end of the line was no longer available. Can't get through. Grass. Jiang Wei was so angry that he kicked over the coffee table. Asterisk him. $300,000. That's $300,000. It just went down the drain. Call the police. No way. Jiang Yumei finally chose to call the police. The JC came and made a statement and took all the information with him. You wait at home in peace, we will get your money back. After a few words of comfort, JC is gone. However, the question arises. They found it surprisingly untraceable after a few turns of the money. JC said it was tricky. When Jiang Yumei got the news that there was a good chance she wouldn't get the money back, her whole body collapsed. To add to her devastation, her brother, whom she loved with all her heart, after learning that the family had lost another $300,000 of the only $500,000 left in the house, he suddenly exploded, punching and kicking at her. Jiang Yumei, you stinking, why don't you go to hell? You go out and sell it. Other people's sisters buy houses and cars for their brothers. You can't do a damn thing. Tomorrow I'll send you to Dongguan. Go make money for me. Jiang Wei growled angrily, punching. Jiang Yumei lies on the ground, beaten wildly by her single-minded and loving brother. Miserable screams. Her father, Jiang Nung, on the other hand, had a cigarette in his mouth and watched the scene woodenly, not the slightest hint of persuasion. Roars of rage, screams of misery. It traveled a long way in the darkness. A neighbor heard the news and, unable to bear it, dialed the police again. It didn't take long. JC arrived. Jiang Yumei has been beaten to death. What angers JC and the surrounding neighbors even more is this. After a beating, Jiang Yumei's mental problems had become apparent. It was obviously dying, but it managed to let out bursts of wry laughter every now and then. Cuff the father and son. JC grunted coldly. The two of you are suspected of intentionally injuring someone to the point of injury or even disability. We will now arrest you according to the law. Faced with the shiny bracelet, Jiang Ning and Jiang Wei finally panicked. Jiang Nun opened his mouth and suddenly shouted, I hit him. It was me who hit him. My son just cursed twice. You guys arrest me? Don't arrest him. Jiang Wei was also shocked and hurriedly went down the slope, shouting, Right, it was my dad who hit me. I didn't hit my sister. I just cursed twice. However, one of the occupants of the opposite building suddenly came up, held up his cell phone. Full of anger, he said, Comrade JC's, I live in the building across the street, and I recorded clearly how this asshole contraption hit his sister. On top of the cell phone, the entire process of Jiang Wei beating up Jiang Yumei was played out in full. Neighbors around the area watched the video and burst out in pain. What a piece of work. Because of you, your sister's marriage is yellow, and you beat her like that. We've seen all the videos online. People like you should be killed by 1,000 knives. Damn it, how can there be trash like you in this world? Among the curses, a big brother suddenly stormed out, beat the out of him. With a snarl, a punch landed hard on Jiang Wei's cheek. Bang! The emotions of the neighbors finally exploded completely. Hit him, beat the out of him. Such people deserve to die. Shoot him. Everyone rushed up. Chapter 26, Women's Rights Fighter turns out to be a mom. All the JCs were squeezed right out of the way. Neighbors to the left, grandparents to the right. All of them rushed up and thumped and hammered and kicked. Just a few dozen seconds. By the time JC pulled the man away, Jiang Wei had been knocked unconscious and his face had swollen into a pig's head. I'm going to sue you. I'm going to sue you. Jiang Wei murmured morosely. Jiang Nung, on the other hand, was shivering and couldn't say a word. The appearance of the nest is the same as that day when Lu Fei came to talk about the bride price. The neighbors left like a tidal wave. JC completely acted as if the incident hadn't happened and escorted Jiang Wei downstairs. It didn't take long for the ambulance to arrive and take Jiang Yumei, who was already unconscious, to the hospital. Jiang Wei also joined JC and went to the hospital. A few minutes later, circle of friends began to reproduce a large number of Jiang Wei beat his sister, resulting in incontinence, and is suspected of being beaten into mental illness news. And with great speed, it spread to the internet. At the same time, a large number of reports from Jung's neighbors about Jung Yumei's family were also posted on various platforms. It caused countless people to gather around. Asterisk. This asshole really is an animal. I used to think that Jung Yumei is a really disgusting woman, but now after watching the video I actually pity her. The poor man must be hated. Jung Yumei might be a broad wife now if she knew to resist. This man Lu Fei, why didn't he save him at the critical moment? The various forms of speech have caused a national debate. Thompson. Inside the study, Lu Fei shook his head after reading the news. He didn't have a lot of emotions. His feelings for Jung Yumei had long since faded in the midst of her being a foodie demon one at a time. It completely dissipated last week when their family had to go up that $200,000 in dowry money. Lu Fei rubbed his brow. Your family is basically kind of behind us, but there are still people on the loose, he muttered in a small voice. A quick tap on the keyboard hacked into Fomi Coco's computer. Soon, he then found something remarkable on the other man's computer. The women's rights fighter who was worshipped by countless women's rights watchers on the Express is a pimp momsan. Lu Fei was all stunned by this reversal of identity. How divisive is this guy? Being a fighter for women's rights while brutalizing other women? It's pretty damn ridiculous. I wonder what you feminist tables will think after reading this stuff. Lu Fei smiled coldly. There is a lot of information and evidence in the computer, as well as some of the relationships and records of the people who came and went. There were also some photos and videos, all of which were pulled out. Then, hacked into Foam Coco and 2 other accounts, posted a message. My name is Lena Chen. I'm a mamasan and people sometimes call me a pimp. I run 3 newsletter accounts online, a billion women's rights fighters, and preach the idea of women's supremacy. And in private, I was a woman who forced young girls to sell Y. With my business on and off the line, I was making money by the day, frequenting the black bars of Sheepshead, and the paper was drunk. A paragraph, coupled with a picture of the 9 Gables. Then, Lu Fei took the rest of the information and threw it all at other popular online platforms. Soon, the internet completely exploded. Asterisk. This reversal, women's rights fighter equals mama sang? This characterization dash, hiss, I sucked in a breath of cold air. It just felt horrible as hell. Where are the feminist tables? Come out and get punched in the face. Netizens who had previously sparred with feminist phenoms and were exasperated by their strange tripe have raised their eyebrows. Constantly ate various feminist tables. However, all of these feminist tables started playing dead. Not a single person dares to come out and say anything anymore. But the netizens who have managed to make a beautiful turnaround will not let them off so easily. Countless men and women of all 3 senses of the word flocked to the previously infested feminist watch under their flash accounts. The Foamy Coco you support is actually a pimp. Surprised? Your spiritual leader is actually brutalizing women. Ah, the idyllic feminist cancer. It's too many people like you that make so many people on the internet biased against women. Come out for a walk. Feminist cancer. Chapter 27, Open the Door. The feminist tables that were partying just a few minutes ago. It quickly got a taste of cyber violence. They hold their cell phones or sit in front of their computers. Brains were already exploding as he watched the sudden burst of news. Foamy Coco is actually a momsan? I can't believe I'm supporting her? These assholes. Curse it. You guys scolded the old lady and the old lady's newsletter even went up. Quite a few feminist tables were shocked by the news. And more than that, it's faceless. Instead acting happy to find that their fans have gone up after being called out. When people are shameless, they really are invincible. And after Lu Fei exploded those pictures and videos, Netj is back on the prowl. Meanwhile, the Rakshasa lady of the Red Guest Alliance, with her team, started searching for Lu Fei's whereabouts again. But, with Lu Fei's god-level hacking skills, they couldn't find any traces at all. And the other side, after being outed, Chen Lina panicked. She quickly gathered her things and prepared to run. It resulted in a knock on the door of the room. Open the door. Check the water meter. Check your ING water meter. Chen Lina cursed, packed up a few tens of thousands of cash, changed her clothes and slipped right out the back door. It didn't take long. The door to the room was violently kicked in. A group of JCs rushed in. The man has just left a short time ago. Give chase now. The JCs gave chase. Chen Lina ran furiously all the way inside the alleys of Goat Town, and soon ran to the entrance of the alley. Suddenly, a van stopped in front of her. The van door opened. Chen Lina was dragged straight in. FAI, brother FAI, thank you for coming to my rescue. She spoke with a wide smile. Pop, Hui, who was wearing a big gold chain, used all his strength and a slap directly knocked her out. Drive. FAI opened his mouth with a gloomy face. The van started. Keep moving forward. It didn't take long to drive inside a small village that was about to be demolished and didn't have many people left. Wow, A pot of cold water was poured onto Chenlina's face. Dimly lit, she slowly opened her eyes. "Fai, Fai, what are you doing?" Chenlina spoke with difficulty. "Lights." Fai's face was grim. Pulled out a picture. "Remember this little girl?" Photo. It was a little girl with a big smile. Chenlina froze and said blankly, "Brother Hui, what do you mean by this? This little girl I haven't seen at all." Fai's face flushed cold and waved his hand. Soon, two young men walked in. Bang, bang, bang. A direct burst of punches and kicks. After a good while, Fai bent over again. "Remember now?" Chenlina, bruised and struggling to sit up, nodded her head vigorously and said, I remember brother Hui." Fai grimaced. "Ha, so do you realize that this is my only ing sister?" Chenlina's face changed wildly. If she remembered correctly, the little girl had been made to go to Savatica by her. "Brother Fai, you listen to me. She's not dead. She's not dead. She's in Savati Kanakadu. I swear, she's alive." Fai froze and turned back toward his men. "Notify our ship immediately to modify course to Savatica." The henchman immediately nodded and said, "Okay brother Hui, I'll contact them right away." A few minutes later, the henchman bent down and said, "Brother Fai, it's been arranged." Fai turned back. An icy smile appeared. "Then it's time to go." Having said that, he smiled icily, waving his hand. He said, "Call in that group of people who smuggled them in." A few minutes later, Fai lit a cigarette. After taking a deep drag, snapped his fingers, unlocked the door and poured gasoline on it. A few of his men immediately nodded and poured the prepared gasoline all over it. Fai casually placed the two timing devices under the straw doused with gasoline. Turning around, he said, "Let's go." To Savatica. A few people got into the van and drifted away in the darkness. Almost half an hour later, the timing device under the straw flickered with sparks and the gasoline was ignited directly. Boom! Bears of fire rise into the air. Chapter 28, Yuki, is the food ready? Quick, put out the fire. Find the water bowl. Find the water source. This place is going to be demolished. There's no water. Do something. Among the exclamations, facing a roaring fire, there was nothing the JC uncles could do in the end. When firefighters arrived, the fire was slowly extinguished. The JC uncles went inside the wreckage. Just be amazed by what's going on inside. Inside the house lay a dozen or so dark figures sprawled about. Not the kind that's blackened by fire, but black itself. What's with all the black people here? Uncle JC was confused, but soon the coroner arrived and gave a result. Chenlina is here. She has more serious burns on her body, but she's not dead yet, because there were Negroes in front of her while in the middle of the fire. Call an ambulance. It didn't take long for the ambulance to arrive on the scene. After a detailed examination, the dozen Negroes were declared dead on the spot. At the same time, Lena Chen was severely burned, taken to hospital for treatment. Meanwhile, news about Fai was quickly disclosed. The sea siege has been notified. It didn't take long. The message was communicated. The identity of Lena Chen was also informed in detail. Once again, this late at night, it shocked the entire Zusha. This Chenlina really deserves it. Why don't the feminist phenoms come out and take a couple steps? Why am I so happy that a dozen Negroes burned to death? Honestly, Fai is definitely a hero. I hope Fai doesn't get caught. It's as if I'm hearing the voices of many. Patrol boats at sea suddenly had simultaneous radar failures. Blackened sponge on. A stowaway boat sailed fast and brushed past them unnoticed. Finally, the ship sailed into the Savatica waters and disappeared. Thompson, do it all. Lu Fei stretched, turned off the computer. Leave the study. Yuki, is the food hot yet? Inside the gym, Jean Xie wiped her sweat and smiled. It's already warmed up, but it needs to be rinsed in cool water first. Lu Fei nodded his head and said, eat it while rinsing over there. It will get cold after rinsing. Jean Xiu smiled cheekily and followed into the U-room. Bang! Inside an office, the Rakshasa woman with a butterfly mask slammed her keyboard hard. The bastard has disappeared again. She stood up angrily. Grimly, he left. Behind, several people from the Redditors Union shook their heads in dismay. This ZZZ is just too tough. Not only us, but the net side hasn't checked anything at all. Could it be that Lu Fei? I don't know. It's not like you don't know that catching hackers online requires evidence. The rednecks dispersed. NetJoll followed suit and called it a day. Didn't catch that ZZZ though, but that ZZZ helped them by busting a mega Y-selling den and the associated chain of relationships. This is also a very good thing. The night passed very uneventfully. Early the next morning, Lu Fei opened his cell phone. Wilson is on the verge of blowing up. ********. Fei is awesome. Fly, you bought a house in Townsend? Brother Fei, I brought some souvenirs from home. When will I come to play with you? Fei, a screen full of knee-jerk messages. Lu Fei read it, shook his head. Get up and wash. It's a new day. Just washed up. Lin Shi then sent a message. Lu Fei, I have a friend coming to Mordor today, but I have an appointment with my cousin on my side to go to the decoration company to choose the decoration materials. So can I trouble you to help me go to the airport to pick up a female friend? The tone was polite and never mentioned what happened online yesterday. Aha, it's a very measured girl. Lu Fei still appreciated Lin Shi. There wasn't much going on anyway, so I just said, sure, when's the flight? Soon Lin Shi wrote back, it's like 11 a.m. Please, after you pick up the people for me, go directly over to Chomin Plaza. I'll treat you guys to dinner. Lu Fei nodded. Okay. After a few more pleasantries, Lu Fei slipped his cell phone into his pocket. Turning towards Jin Xie, he said, let's go. Go buy you a small apartment in the neighborhood. Jin Xiu froze. A bit of a surprise and a bit of a loss at the same time. But soon she gathered her mood and followed Lu Fei out. She puts herself in the right place. An assistant who is being kept and usually helps with the chores of life. As for the rest, it's better not to think too much about it. What Lu Fei appreciated most was precisely this about her. Chapter 29, Buying a Suite to Hide Your Love. Downstairs, Lu Fei directly dialed Yu Weiwei's phone. Manager Yu, I want to buy a 2-room house within 20 kilometers of this neighborhood. Is there any introduction? Yu Weiwei on the other side of the phone froze. Then understood. Mr. Lu, wait a moment, I'll contact it for you right away. 5 minutes later, Lu Fei arrived at the Thompson property office. Yu Weiwei hurriedly greeted her, took out her phone and pointed to the map. Mr. Lu, I found 3 listings for you, all of which were not occupied or only occasionally lived in twice after fine decoration. They are located here, here and here, all in upscale neighborhoods. All 3 houses are 2-bedroom, 1 bathroom, and are around 70 square meters in size. The cheapest in terms of price is about $6 million for this one and $11 million for the expensive one. Lu Fei casually glanced at it, waving his hand directly. He said, just the 11 million set, a little closer to this side. Manager Yu, contact her and then take her to see the house. Turning back, he also said to Jin Xie, who was full of surprise, I'll transfer $11 million to your card. Go and see for yourself. If you're satisfied, then go for it, and you don't have to wait for me to eat at noon. I have other arrangements. Having said that, straight away, he pulled out his cell phone and called his bank to arrange a transfer. Yu Weiwei on the side was truly envious and jealous. This Mr. Lu is just too generous. She's seen a lot of rich guys keeping honeys, but to the likes of Lu Fei, who strikes out with a set of tens of millions of mansions, it's really rare. Watching Lu Fei drive away in his own car, Yu Weiwei suddenly sighed. I really envy you. Jin Xie froze and shook her head. What do I have to envy? I envy your spontaneity too. Yu Weiwei sighed. This woman has some tricks up her sleeve to get to the top. Come on, I'll show you the house. Soon, Jin Yue then drove her AMG GT and left the Townsend towards the target neighborhood. Magic City Airport. Luffy parked his car in the garage. Then to the boarding gate. A few minutes later, Lin Shi sends a message of authority. Lu Fei, have you arrived yet? My friend got off the plane. Lu Fei responded. It's already here. At the boarding gates. I'm wearing a white t-shirt today, and blue shorts. Okay, I'll talk to her. A few minutes later, a beautiful woman with long legs against the sky and fashionable dress with headphones on her back pushed a suitcase and carried a bag to Lu Fei's side. Mr. Lu, the voice was crisp and clear, like the wind blowing down from a snowy mountain. Luffy looked up and took off his sunglasses, a flash of amazement in his eyes. The face value of this woman in front of her was surprisingly higher than Lin Shi's. Her features were exquisite and her skin was fair. Surprisingly, she couldn't see any flaws at all. The point was that her height was not much shorter than Lu Fei's even in flat shoes. Eyeballing it, 6'5" or so. And, the curves are rounded and the figure is very, very nice. An absolute 9-headed beauty. Perfect. Hello MS. Lu, I'm Lu Fei. Luffy nodded at her. Lu Ruoshin pursed her lips and said, thank you Mr. Lu for picking me up. Lu Fei shook his head and said, it's fine, let's go. He was succinct, offering to help her lift her suitcase and turn forward. Lu Ruoshin followed behind. A flash of curiosity flashed in his eyes as he watched his back. This handsome man, could it be Creek's boyfriend? Seems like a nice guy, just not sure about the rest of it. But why did this person seem to look a little familiar to himself? Looks like you've seen it somewhere before? The two men came to the garage one after the other. Lu Fei threw the suitcase into the front trunk and waited for Lu Ruoshin to get on the car. Start the car and head toward Chang'an Square. 12 o'clock out. The car drove into the garage. The luggage was thrown on the Lu Fei car, and the two of them went upstairs together. Come to the 3rd floor of the mall. Lin Shi and Zhu Ting, both of them, were already waiting at the elevator entrance. Lu Ruoshin just walked out. Lin Shi then came in for a bear hug. Ruoshin, you're finally here. happy as a child. Aside, Shu Ting nodded. Ruoxin, welcome. Lu Ruoxin shook her hand again. Said, I still have to thank Mr. Lu for picking me up. The corner of Lu Fei's mouth twitched. This woman has a higher emotional intelligence than Jutting. It's okay, they're all friends. He waved his hand casually. On the side, Zhu Ting, however, suddenly asked, Lu Fei, what exactly was the situation last night? Luffy? A light flashed inside Lu Ruoxin's head. Ah, so you're that Lu Fei. No wonder I felt familiar with you the first time I saw you. Shrugged and frowned slightly. Confidentially, he said, yes, I am that contemporary Chin Shimmy Lu Fei. Pust. Lin Shi and Lu Ruoxin burst out laughing then. Sorry, didn't mean to mock you, but it's rare for you to be so honest. Lu Ruoxin apologized towards Lu Fei, looking at him while still thinking in her heart, could that ZZZ be him? Got to keep a good eye on it. Chapter 30, Sister is right. Money is a man's guts. Lu Ruoxin became a little interested in Lu Fei. However, Shu Ting asked at an inopportune moment, what's that woman's relationship with you? A woman? Lu Fei said blandly, you mean Jean Siet, right? She's my life assistant now. Judith frowned, glanced at Lin Shi. In the end, I didn't pursue it. Forget it. Let the creek take care of itself. And, it's still a toss-up whether or not the human creek looks at this Lu Fei. What are you going to eat for lunch today? Lu Fei asked. Shu Ting said, Ruoxin, what do you want to eat? We'll listen to you. Lu Ruoxin said indifferently, I'm not familiar with this place. Shall Shi you decide? Lin Shi smiled faintly. Let's go for a barbecue then. Lu Fei was fine with it. No one else matters. 3 women and a man walked inside a high-end barbecue restaurant. Get in there. Lu Ruoxin attracted an unknown number of gazes, but she was used to it and sat down calmly with Lin Shi. Zhu Ting, on the other hand, sat next to Lu Fei. The 4 of them grilled and chatted. The atmosphere is more harmonious. Eat and eat. Suddenly, ding. Your doppelganger on Earth D33 died and you gained the skill, divine car skills, plus 1 billion in money, and 1 luxury cruise ship, the Shindu. The cold, mechanical voice rang in his ears. Countless techniques on car driving turned over inside his head. It took several seconds for him to come back to his senses. All the skills were seared deep into his mind, even becoming instinctive. What's wrong with Lu Fei? Eat? Judith greeted. Lu Fei nodded. It's fine. I suddenly remembered something. Drip drip dash. His phone rang. It should be $1 billion in cash arriving. He didn't look. Continue eating with the 3 women. This restaurant was quite upscale, although the 2 stunning beauties, Lu Ruoxin and Lin Shi, attracted countless gazes, but with Lu Fei around, there weren't any ungrateful men who came over to accost him. Finish eating. Standing on the mall. What's next for you guys? Lu Fei asked. Lin Shi and Zhu Ting looked at each other. Jutting said, there are no other arrangements, but I did come here today in Creek's car. So I still need to trouble you to send Ruoxin over to my side for a bit. The tone was still polite. Lu Fei nodded and said, okay, is it now? Lin Shi said, yes, now. Okay then, let's go. 3 women and a man got on the elevator. Suddenly, wait. A young man who smelled of alcohol rushed over and blocked the elevator. Step inside the appliance. He lowered his head, carefully glancing at Lu Ruoxin every now and then. The kind of infatuation in his eyes made Lu Fei feel numb. Lu Ruoxin was beautiful. Beautiful in a way that didn't seem mortal. But you don't have to look like this to put the lad on. But the young man was probably a bit timid and didn't dare to talk after looking around for half a day. Get out of the garage. He continued to follow. He followed until Lu Ruoxin got into Lu Fei's Lambo Bull. After Zhu Ting got into Lin Shi's Ferrari, he just quietly got into the other car. Wait until Lu Fei and Lin Shi drove off one after the other. He followed quietly in his car as well. While driving, he dialed a number as he did so. Sis, I met a girl when I was eating at Washun today. It's so pretty. I feel in love at first sight with her. Sis, can you teach me how to confess? Across the phone, a young woman with a decent face froze. Said, pretty? Just be bold enough to ask for prestige straight away. Oh, is it that simple? But I'm a little scared. The young woman said directly. What are you afraid of? I'll transfer $5 million over to you later. A man is not afraid of anything when he has money inside his pants pocket. Having said that, hang up. Then took out his cell phone and transferred $5 million directly to her brother. SMS notification out. The youngster took a look and revealed a look of excitement. Feeling energized and driven by the alcohol, he stepped on the gas and went straight after them. Sis is right. A man with money in his pocket is not afraid of anything. So what if that man drives a Lambo? My brother-in-law's Primera isn't so bad. Lu Fei drove his car through the traffic. Not too fast, not too slow. The youngster had been drinking and caught up with him in a few moments. Opened the window and keep shouting at Lu Fei. Bro, stop the car. Pull over. Grass. I told you to pull over. Lu Fei swept a glance at him and recognized the man's origin. Didn't give a. At once, the youngster's face turned ironic. Grass, being rich is a big deal. You can't just ignore me because you're rich? You're a big man. Stop it for me. Alcohol driven. The youngster steered hard to the right. It crashed straight towards Lu Fei's car. Lu Fei froze, subconsciously displaying godly operations. But soon, he gives up again. Control the speed of the car and let the other guy hit it. Bang! There was a loud bang. The Paramera crossed directly in front of Lu Fei's car. Inside the car, Lu Ruoxin exclaimed, then settled down. Lu Fei said, just stay in the car. I'll go down and take a look. He opened the car door and stepped out. Chapter 31, Save my brother or I'll divorce you. Inside the Paramera. After the crash, the youngster's drink finally sobered up a bit. He looked at Lu Fei who got out of the car and trembled in fear. Hastily, he pulled out his cell phone. Sis, I crashed the car. Opposite. The young woman said uncaringly. Crash? It's okay, just report it to the alarm insurance and fix it. I'll talk to your brother-in-law. The young man cried and said, no sis, I drank at noon. The other guy is driving a big Lamborghini Bull. Sis, save me, I don't want to go to jail. At once, the glass in the young woman's hand fell to the floor in pieces. Ko you, she growled in exasperation. Sis, you yelled at me. Ko aggrieved. The young woman froze, immediately consoled. No, sister is just in a hurry. Don't get out of the car for a while. I'll call your brother-in-law right away and ask him to help. After saying that, she hung up the phone and hurriedly dialed her husband's number again. Honey, something happened to Ko. Across the phone, a man in formal attire, with a tie and gold-rimmed glasses, who looked to be in his 30s froze. A look of disbelief flashed across his face. What did that loser do again? The man asked grimly. The young woman said weakly. He went out in your car and collided with a Lamborghini. The man frowned. Just this little thing, what are you calling me for? Just directly report the alarm insurance, fixed damage to repair the car. I'm still in a meeting over here. That's all. Just about to hang up after saying that. The young woman's shrill voice then rang out. Wait, Ko says he's been drinking. At once, the man's movements paused. The face became grim all of a sudden. He drinks and drives my car? Then let him go to jail. The young woman quit. Zhang Jijie, are you even a man? Are you talking like a human being? Xiao Guang is my brother. You are his brother-in-law. How could you? Zhang Jijie's face went cold. Dull. Haven't I rubbed his pea-share less these past few years? Now he's actually learning to drink and drive. And the other guy was a rich kid too. How do you expect me to handle something like that? Du Lei spilled. I don't care. You have to take care of this matter for me. Otherwise I'll divorce you. Think it over. Da. Her 4-year-old son ran and hugged her leg. Mommy, don't divorce daddy, okay? Du Lei hadn't lost her temper yet and yelled, then tell your father to save your little uncle, or I'll divorce your father. Across the phone, Zhang Jijie was trembling with anger. Du Lei, are you even a human being? You just say such things in front of your son. Du Lei sneered. You're the one who didn't act as an individual first. Xiaoguang is my younger brother. Anyway, I'm putting my words here. Either you find a way to save Xiaoguang, or we get a divorce. Snap. She hung up. With a shake of his son's hand, he grabbed a handful of car keys and headed out the door, leaving her 4-year-old son bawling and the nanny at her wit's end. Grass. Sang growled lowly at the doctor. The face changed instantly. After a good while, he stood up and walked out of the office. Notify all departments that the meeting is cancelled. I have to go out on an emergency. Having said that, he dialed his driver's number. Old Lou, I have a favor to ask of you. My wife's brother is in trouble again, this time with a DUI. I'd like you to help top it off, and I'll transfer $2 million to you right away if you say yes. On the opposite side of the phone, the driver Lao Lu showed a difficult face. Mr. Zhang, it's not that I don't want to. You also know that recently my wife is going to give birth to a second child. And after going in, it's an impact on the next generation of political trials and all these. So, Sang frowned. 2 million. Old Lu was still hesitating. 3 million. Old Lu was finally defeated by money. Alright Mr. Sang, I'll follow you there. A few minutes later, Zhang Jijie went downstairs and dialed Du Xiaoguang's number. Ko, are the police here yet? Du Xiaoguang sat in the car and shook his head. Not yet, but the guy called the police. Zhang Jijie took a deep breath and said, then you immediately drive away from the scene and go over to the Luku Alley. I'll send someone from my side to meet you there. Quick. After that, he hung up the phone. Du Xiaoguang put down his cell phone and took a deep breath. Started the car straight away. Buzz. Throttle shutter. The Paramera began to reverse and then lurched forward in a frenzy. Lu Fei's eyes went cold. Ha, want to run? I'd like to see if you can run away today. He sneered and turned straight to his car. To Lu Ruoxin, he said, that guy drank and drove and tried to run. I'm going to follow him. Please inform Linchi and the girls. Having said that, he hit the gas. It went straight after them. Chapter 32, I'm sorry. I don't need money. Buzz buzz. The engine of the Lumbo Big Bull has a low sound. Not slowing down to follow the Paramera. Lu Ruoshin sat on the co-pilot, watching Lu Fei's easy operation, and pulled out her cell phone to notify Linchi over there. The chase went on for about half an hour or so. Paramila turned inside an alley. Lu Fei sneered and turned in after him. He then saw the young man who had been drinking get out of the car. Then another man in his 30s, who appeared to be an elite businessman, walked over with an honest man in his 30s. The elite man gave a few words of explanation and the honest man got inside that Paramera, prepared to drive away. Ha! Another one of those tricks. Lu Fei sneered. Boom! The engine roars. Straight up top. Bang! The big Lamborghini Bull is directly on top of the Paramera's waist. Snort! The car was jacked right up against the wall and stuck inside, unable to move. You stay in the car and call the police for me, he said towards Lu Ruoshin, then opened the car door and stepped out. What? Looking for someone to take the fall? Little redneck, how dare you follow me all the way and crash my car on purpose? How come you don't have the guts to admit this? Lu Fei said with a cold face. Du Xiaoguang was instantly abashed. Big brother, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Lu Fei sneered, pointing to the car's CCTV. He said, I'm sorry, but whether you did it on purpose or not, the CCTV and the surveillance along the way will tell the JC. It was this kind of crap that he hated the most in his life. Doing things in a high-profile way and then wussing out when it's time to pay the price. It's more annoying than the kind that pretends to do something and afterward. The side of Sang frowned, stood out. My friend, I'm Zhang Jijie from the Blue Charm Group, and this is my brother-in-law. We are all in the Magic City to mix. Low head to see. Give me a face. This thing is so forget. I turned back to help you buy a new car. How? Brother-in-law again? Lu Fei frowned. I'm sorry, I'm not short of money. I just don't like this kind of scum, so there's no way to talk about this. Zhang Jijie's face changed. Just about to speak, another car rushed in right at the mouth of the alley. Crunch! The car stopped in the middle of the road. The car door opens. Dulcimer took it in stride. What's going on? Why is it still blocked? She muttered and yelled at Lu Fei. Friend, I'll pay you for this car, and let's forget about this matter today. Having said that, she directly pulled out a card and said openly, there's $8 million in this card. It should be enough for you to buy a new car. Let my brother go. Zhang Jijie's face changed. Lu Fei sneered and pulled out a card. This card has $1 billion in cash on it. I'll give it to you if you beat your brother to death here. Dul's face changed. You have to die with your sister? Sang grimaced as he pulled her behind him. He yelled, don't make a mess. Will you? Du Lele froze, bursting into a rage. Zhang Jijie, you've grown up. Dare to yell at me like that. Zhang Jijie's face clouded over. Fists clenched unconsciously. Du Lele, being reasonable, took Du Xiaoguang's hand and said, Zhang Jijie, I only have this one brother. Don't forget what you promised my father when you married me. Now I just want one result. My brother must be okay today, or I'll divorce you. Sang's fists clenched tighter. Aside, the corners of Lu Fei's mouth twitched. Mud, what's with the feudo demon? Brother, why do you want to keep your wife if she's like this? I see you like this. In front of outsiders or so scolding you. In the home you still have to do cattle and horses? The key is to have such a pitiful brother-in-law. Aren't you afraid of screwing yourself? He couldn't help but ask. Dulcimer raised an eyebrow. Little Yakuza. She was just about to crack up. At some point, Lu Ruoshin walked out of the car, raised his hand and slapped it. Pop. The slaps are crisp. Du Lele froze, and Lu Fei froze as well. This beauty. Why did she suddenly strike? It almost made his running true chi go off the rails. What's your name, Light? You've been following us since we came down from the Wuzhun Grill, on the road to take the initiative to provoke, but also deliberately crashed the car. At that time so arrogant. Now how to wimp out? Only know to hide behind your sister? Chapter 33, I've put up with you for a long time. Divorce is divorce. Lu Ruoshin's voice was cold, and her face was even more dissatisfied with the frost. Du Xiaoguang bowed his head in shame and said nothing. Dul, however, had screamed out, you dare to hit me, I'll fight you. Hissing, he charged with open teeth and claws. Bang! Lu Fei and Lu Ruoshin kicked out at the same time, a left and a right, kicking her in the stomach. Moment! She cried out in misery and fell to the ground. Zhang Jijie, you're a ing dead man. Just watching my old lady get beaten up. Are you still not a man? The voice was mournful. Zhang Jijie's clenched fist steeply unclenched, turned back. The god stared at Du Leleu with an icy expression. I've put up with you for a long time. Divorce is divorce. And, the son is mine. You go with your brother for the rest of your life. It's just as well, and it saves him from wreaking havoc on the other girls out there. Dul froze for 2 seconds. Bursts of anger. Zhang Jijie, are you talking like a human being? He is the younger brother. You, Zhang Jijie sneered. I'm speaking in human terms. I've never seen you so close to my son at home. Since you love him this much, then live with him for the rest of your life. It doesn't matter to people like you anyway. Things like messing L. The voice was cold, with a paranoid swagger. Aside, Du Xiaoguang's face turned red with anger. Brother-in-law, if you keep talking like that I'm going to flip out. Sang turned back with an open mind. Bang! He kicked Du Xiaoguang in the stomach. Du stumbled back. Flipping out? Bang! UING flip it. Bang! Eat my food. Use my food. Get me into trouble every day. And you dare to talk about turning the other cheek? Bang! Come on, turn it over for me. Bang! Sang said a word and kicked it. After a few kicks, Du Xiaoguang covered his stomach and paralyzed on the ground like a shrimp. Bah! Punk! Sang spat. Dul was blindsided. Watching her husband, who was usually gentle and never spoke calmly, was suddenly like an angry major domo. Her heart pounded violently. Sang finishes with a leg kick. Rubbish! You can only pretend to be the boss in front of your family. If it wasn't for you causing trouble so often, your sister and I wouldn't have gotten to this point. Du Lok and Du Xiaoguang. I'm telling you, I'm getting a divorce today. Whoever you want. Having said that, he looked back at Dulcimer. Dul, get ready to be sued for divorce. All these years you support your brother. Support your mother's family. How much money you have taken from me. You have to spit out every cent to me. And don't think I don't know about you going out with your first love the other day. I have proof in my hand. At once, Dul's face went white. Husband, I was wrong. I won't dare again. Please, let's not get divorced. Okay? Hoo. I'll send little Light back home. I'll never help him again. Please don't divorce me. She hugged Sang's leg in tears. Zhang Jijie's expression twitched slightly, as if he had relented. Lu Fei said, brothers, a dog can't change. How can a thing like a foodie demon change? If she could change, she would have done so a long time ago. As for cheating, there's a first time and a second time. Don't think about divorce when you're all grown up with cows and sheep on your head. Zhang Jijie froze. Turning back, he took another careful look at Lu Fei, and a light flashed in his eyes. I recognize you. You're that Lu Fei who's been so hot on the internet lately. Lu Fei shrugged his shoulders. That's why I'm advising you, as someone who's been there, that a good horse doesn't come back. Zhang Jijie nodded his head vigorously and arched his hand toward him. Thank you for the reminder, brother. Then, turned back. His face was ice cold as he looked at Du Lele. A kick kicked her out of the way. Roll. Trash like you. Even your own son born in October cannot care about the foodie demon. I believe you have a ghost. Having said that, straight away, he pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Hey, Fong Lei, help me file for divorce. I'm going to divorce this Dalel thing. Opposite, Zhang Jijie's brother, the barrister Fong Lei, broke into a smile after a moment's stupefaction. Mud, old Zhang Yu dog money finally figured it out. Should have divorced a long time ago. I'm going to help you organize the information, and then we'll go to court later. Sang hung up. Du Lele collapses to the ground in a heap, bewildered with her brother Du Xiaoguang. Chapter 34, No Foodie Demon Will Have a Good End. Mr. Lu, it's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Zhang Jijie, the current CEO of Blue Charm Group. Zhang Jijie extended his hand towards Lu Fei. Lu Fei shook his hand and said, congratulations to Mr. Zhang for getting out of his misery. Zhang Jijie pursed his lips and smiled bitterly. I also have to thank Mr. Lu for reminding me. Otherwise with my character, it might be difficult to be making the right decision. Lu Fei shook his head and said, Mr. Zhang should be doing this for the sake of the child. To be able to helm a conglomerate with a market value of tens of billions of dollars like Blue Phantom, I don't believe that you're an indecisive person. Zhang Jijie shook his head helplessly, being seen through by Mr. Lu in a single glance. Having said that, he took a breath and said, Mr. Lu, I'll compensate you for your car, and if we're free at any time, we might as well come out and sit down. Lu Fei's eyes flashed. Suddenly, he asked, it seems that Mr. Zhang's Blue Charm Group is in the business of acting agency, right? Perhaps we can work together sometime in the future. He had a Shindu cruise ship in his name now. It was not yet known to be floating in that corner of the sea, but sooner or later it would come to Mordor and report to him. In time, maybe a handful with the Blue Phantom Group, teaming up for something. Zhang Jijie was stunned and quickly nodded his head. If Mr. Lu has any acting needs, he can contact me at any time. Having said that, hurriedly pulling out his business card, he handed it over with both hands. Lu Fei took the business card over and nodded. Alright, I'll definitely contact you. Zhang Jijie nodded repeatedly. Although it wasn't clear how much money Lu Fei actually had, it was definitely quite a lot is all. After all, It's the man who can buy a mansion in Thompson. Put the business card inside his pants pocket. It didn't take long. JC arrived. After briefly inquiring about the situation, Lu Fei submitted the car recorder. The JC tested Du Xiaoguang's BAC and surprisingly it was in the DUI category. The JC said on the spot, "This gentleman, you are now suspected of both drunk driving and dangerous driving offenses, and I am now officially informing you that you are under arrest." Du Xiaoguang collapsed to the ground in a flash. DUI, and there's dangerous driving. He knew that he was going to get a year or two at the very least for this one. The face of this young man who wanted to chase a beautiful woman went white. "Sis, save me. Sis, help me." Du Lele blenched miserably, pleading, "Jie, I'm sorry, please save Xiaoguang. He's still a child." Zhang Jie looked cold. Said, "Save you? Ha! Not only are you going to be sued for DUI and dangerous driving, I'm going to have you sued for unlawful appropriation of another person's lawful income. And dull, you wait for the net too." Having said that, Ruthless turned around, directly toward the driver. Has been dumbfounded. Lao Lu said, "Lao Lu, let's go." Surprisingly, he really did take a direct step away from this alley, walk outside and drive away. Inside the alley, the two siblings, Du Lele and Du Xiaoguang, had been completely dumbfounded. Lu Fei and Lu Ruoxin glanced at each other. Foodie devil, TSK, mainly with a brother who doesn't have the slightest pussy. The two men muttered something, exchanged a couple more words with the JC and waited until the guys from the auto store came over and towed the car. It was Lu Fei who dragged Lu Ruoxin's suitcase and walked with her to the entrance of the alley. Lu Ruoxin turned her head sideways, looked at him and said, "You faced this situation before, right?" Luffy nodded. "Pretty much, so now I'm single." Lu Ruoxin contained a smile. "That's really congratulations." Lu Fei raised an eyebrow. "Ditto, what joy. Congratulations to myself for being single, and to a single, beautiful woman like you for having another option." Pust. Lu Ruoxin burst out laughing. "You're pretty funny. By the way, how are your computer skills?" Lu Fei's eyes flashed as he said, "I wordplay like a thief. Yeah, I'm good at games. I'm not bad either, so cut me some slack sometime." It didn't take long. Judith drove over in a BMW 7 Series. Lu Fei and Lu Ruoxin got into the car again. "Car?" Judith asked. "How did it turn out?" Lu Fei didn't say anything, but Lu Ruoxin was interested in telling the whole process. Judith was speechless. "Is there really such an oddity in this world?" Lu Fei said. "Then isn't that what happened to my ex-fiancé?" Judith was speechless. "Then I must pay attention in the future, and never be a foodie devil." Lu Fei didn't pick up on it. It didn't take long. The car was parked in front of the neighborhood. "Get out of the car." Zhu Ting casually threw the keys to Lu Fei and said, "Lu Fei, your car is wrecked, so I'll lend you this car for a while." Lu Fei raised the key and said, "Thanks then." After saying that, he waved his hand towards Lu Ruoxin and said, "Miss Lu, goodbye. Sister Ting, goodbye." Lu Ruoxin waved her hand in response. "Call me Ruoxin from now on." Lu Fei waved his hand. "Okay, Wakashin." Opened the door. Sprinkled away. This guy, indeed, is a very spontaneous person. If it were someone else, seeing a girl as beautiful as you, he would have licked his face and stuck it on. Zhu Ting sighed, and together with Lu Ruoxin, walked inside this high-end neighborhood. Chapter 35, the scene is magnificent. Lu Fei drove towards Thompson's. Jin Shiyu also finally drove her Mercedes GT to the place she used to share with someone. The 2-bedroom apartment over there has been purchased, and she was obedient enough to spend all $11 million directly on the most expensive one. Parked the car inside the garage. Jin Siye went upstairs and opened the door to her room. Inside the room, her BFF who was an anchor was in front of the screen broadcasting live in a cute milky voice. Heard her coming back. After her best friend finished a handful of games, she got on the mic and said, "Guys and gals, my best friend is back. She hasn't been home for 2 days. I'll have to ask her what happened. We'll see you on the air tomorrow." As usual, the fire went off the air. "Yuki, did you go out to make waves with men?" Jin Shiyu turned back. "Yeah, I had a great time. Do you want to go out for a wave too?" BFF rolled her eyes. "I'll believe the hell out of you, you bad old woman bad." Jin Siye packed a few clothes while saying, "Shin CC, if you don't believe me, forget it, but I came back this time to take something out." Shin CC frowned. "You're moving out?" Jin Siye shook her head and said, "Don't worry, I won't return the house here. Just continue to live over here. My family's gold master gave me $11 million today to buy a second-hand house over at the Lu family's place, and I'm going to move over there." Asterisk 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 asterisk. Shin CC was shocked. "Already packed the clothes I'm taking with me. 2 tiny boxes." She looked up, said, "Sissy, come on Sissy, take you for a long ride." 10 minutes later, Shin CC stood inside the garage and watched as Jin Siye opened the trunk of the gray Mercedes-Benz GT with ease and threw the case inside. She was in a state of confusion until she got into the car and buckled her seatbelt. Who am I? Where am I? What am I going to do? Until after Jin Shiyu drove her car and left the garage. It was only then that the voice actress, who had become a huge hit on the internet, finally came back to her senses. Jin Yuki, you're ing awesome. What kind of big money have you gotten yourself into? This car is awesome. Ah. The whole way was filled with the ghostly screams of Jin Cece, the voice actress. Every time the ghost screams, it has to change its voice. It's making it hard to drive Kim Yuki's car. It was hard to get the car to the Sikyin Court neighborhood. Carry your things up the stairs and into your new home. Jin Cece ghosted again. Wow, this is downtown. Too rustic. Is your golden master still short of a pendant on his leg? I want to cuddle up and be pampered by my golden daddy. Jin Shiyu rolled her eyes and picked her chin. You want to lie, show your face is not on the line. With your looks casually sell a cute and corrupt. Easy to let the tycoon to support the scene. Jin Cece's face darkened. Off. I'm not like those sultry es. I'm not like those s. 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 Jin Cece put the box down and muttered. Okay, you're talented. Besides being able to change your voice, what else do you know? Jin Cece was furious. Quite the bear. Press the F key. I can frog jump. Having said that, crouch down and start jumping up. In an instant, Jin Shiyu's eyebrows throbbed. Exasperated, he rolled his eyes. Suddenly, the door to the room, which they had forgotten to close after entering, was pulled open. Lu Fei, wearing a t-shirt and shorts, stood in the doorway. Cluelessly, he looked at the woman who was frog hopping. Chapter 36, Buying a Couple of Cars. Ah! Jin Cece screamed. Stand up. Turning around, he hid behind Jin Cece. Your friend? Lu Fei asked. Jin Cece carefully nodded her head and said, yes, brother Fei. When I said I wanted to move over here, she insisted on following me. Lu Fei said indifferently, oh, just come. Anyway, this house was bought for you. You can do whatever you want with it. Having said that, he rubbed his nose. Glancing at the time, he said, my car is wrecked. Accompany me to buy some other cars. Jin Cece nodded her head vigorously and said, okay, there's nothing wrong with you. Lu Fei shook his head. Nothing much. Do you guys need to do something? If there's nothing else, let's go. Okay, we'll leave right away. A few minutes later, the three men went back to the garage. Come on, I'll take my friend's car there, said unlocking the 7 Series. Get in the car, Jin Cece asked. Brother Fei, what kind of car are you going to buy? Lu Fei said while driving. Let's go and take a look first, and then we'll talk about it. And this incident today has reminded me that one car is not enough, and a few accidents will be troublesome. And I've been allotted 10 parking spaces on the Townsend side, so I'll fill at least half of them first. For the rest, take your time when there's a car show later. Jin Cece nodded silently. Fei is a super rich man worth tens of billions of dollars, so buying a few cars is nothing. Jin Cece, who was sitting next to her, however, already had her scalp tingling. She caught 2 key words, Thompson, and fill in half. Super rich. This is the key. It's really just like what Jin Yu said. Tall, handsome and young. Sure enough, still have to work outside. Now it's underwritten. Maybe it'll turn around later? Jin Cece was surprisingly a little envious. Drive the car. Lu Fei once came to the Magic City Auto Trade City. First stop, arrive at the Mercedes-Benz Ford store. The beautiful saleswoman at the door obviously remembered the tycoon and flashed a smile as soon as she saw him. Hello, Mr. Lu, coming to see the car again? Lu Fei nodded. Aha. He nodded faintly. Behind. Jin Cece couldn't help but pull out her cell phone and asked in a low voice. Fei, can I live stream you buying a car? Lu Fei frowned. Said, yes, but don't film anyone. Neither Yuki nor I can show our faces in the slightest. Jin Cece held back her excitement and nodded. Okay, brother Fei. Thank you, brother Fei. Lu Fei nodded. Directly into the store under the respectful guidance of a beautiful saleswoman. How much is your G63 selling for? Lu Fei asked directly. The beautiful saleswoman froze and held back her excitement. Our G63 is 10% down from the official guide price. How long does it take to get there when it's ordered? It just so happens that we have a new car in the family depot that arrived last month. Okay, you'll give it to me cheaper. That, the next 12%? Lu Fei nodded his head and said, okay, sign the contract. Get the paperwork done tomorrow and take it to the garage at 2801, Building A, Townsend. For me. 2 minutes later, Lu Fei signed the contract and walked out of the Forest store with the 2 beautiful women who were still a little confused. Inside Jin Cece's live broadcast room, many of the water users were stunned. Mama, yeah, when did buying a car go so fast? Townsend on my ass. This is the real tycoon. Down to the ground, more than $3 million of car casually bought. Yet this is only the beginning. Lu Fei took Jin Xie and Qin Cici with him. Just half an hour. It's a straight shot of all the luxury brands on this side of the Motor City. Inside 30 minutes or so. In addition to the G63 he started with, he ordered a Wrangler, a Rolls-Royce Phantom, a McLaren 720s, and a Rolls-Royce Cullinan in one fell swoop. 5 cars in total. Other than the Wrangler, which is cheap and only a couple $100,000, the Mercedes G63, which landed at over $3 million, is the cheapest of the bunch. It's so rustic. It cost over $20 million for half an hour. Doesn't he have to rock the boat? Shakedown? The shakedown is a restriction on the common folk. The landed gentry have it all. Little sissy, you're not being adopted by a landlord, are you? Begging to see the true colors of the earth. However, Qin Cici looked at the pop-ups floating across her phone and hemmed and hawed. I'm sorry, but our godly man doesn't want to show his face. After saying that, he directly stopped the live broadcast. Although it was just over half an hour of live streaming, the entire live streaming platform, and even other live streaming platforms, knew about it. A little sissy who has been keeping her face out of the picture knows a super goddess. Chapter 37, the Cento has returned to port. Bought the car. Lu Fei drove the BMW 7 Series back to Thompson's. First time I saw his mansion. Qin Cici, the anchor, was stunned. Wow, this is so cool. Whoa, what kind of skin is this one in? Oh, this is so smart. The entire inside of the room was filled with her awe, and there are all sorts of Lolita royalty voice changes. Lu Fei, on the other hand, was lying on the sofa while Jin Xie knelt on the floor to make tea. It didn't take long. His phone rang. Hello Mr. Lu, I'm Wang Xiaoba, the general manager of Maya Tourism Management Company. Your cruise ship Shendu has completed its journey and is about to dock at the port of Mordor. The total revenue generated during the period was $121 billion, and after deducting our operating expenses and related taxes, you will receive a net income of approximately $568 million. May I still deposit this money, please, into your designated account? I'll go cruise this for money. Lu Fei rubbed his nose and said, okay, just deposit the money directly into the account. Okay Mr. Lu, so may I ask what you have planned on your end for your next journey? Lu Fei asked, what do you think about having a couple of celebrities on board and having a wave of celebrity escorts? Wang Xiaoba froze and said, Mr. Lu's idea is very good. It's worth operating on, but our company is rather lacking in relevant resources, so we may need to contact them first to see what's going on. Lu Fei directly waved his hand and said, no need. I know Zhang Jijie from Blue Phantom Group. I'll ask him out for a meal in a couple of days. You'll attend together then. Wang Xiaoba nodded and said, all right Mr. Lu, please let me know when the arrangements are done on your end. I will definitely attend. After a couple more pleasantries, Lu Fei hung up the phone. It didn't take long. The sound of another text message notification came from inside his cell phone. Your tail number 3342 card July 28, 1723 construction bank income, other bank remittance, 568, 201, 000, 00. The current balance is 568, 201, 000, 00 yuan. This CCB card earned another $500 million or so, and inside Lu Fei's other ICBC card, the balance is already a little over $2 billion. He now had close to $2 billion in cash flow inside his card. Beyond that, his 10 buildings on the side of Tianhe Plaza have started to be rented out one by one. It wouldn't be long before that side was bringing him tens of millions of dollars a month. Jin Xie finished making tea for Lu Fei and stood up. Fei, I'm going to cook up. You rest first. Lu Fei nodded. Go ahead. It didn't take long. Qin Cici, who had finished strolling through the mansion, ran in. Fei, your house is so big. Running. It's like hitting the F button and rippling. The corner of Lu Fei's eye twitched. This anchor woman, with her broad-mindedness, was surprisingly one step deeper than Lin Shi. Well, it's okay. This kind of house is just good for when there are fewer people. In the future, if there are more people, it would be more appropriate to get a manor. Qin Cici was filled with envy. It's nice to have money. The opening is the manor. Fei, can you tell me what you do? Qin Cici asked curiously. Lu Fei shrugged and said, I have 10 office buildings in Tianhe Plaza. Pust. Qin Cici suffered a violent attack. 10 buildings in Tianhe Plaza. Holy dirt. Cowhide. She gave a thumbs up. Lu Fei gave her a look. Not really liking this kind of unnutritious bragging. Said, Yuki is cooking in the kitchen. Aren't you going to help? Qin Cici froze, impressed with Lu Fei. This man, to his surprise, could resist his own superb figure. Awesome. Aha, I'll go help out then. With that, happily bouncing out of the lounge. Almost half an hour later, A three-course meal was set on the table. It's all very ordinary home cooking. Shin Cece muttered in her mind. I thought the landed gentry were all about big fish and meat, but I didn't realize that they also ate so plainly. Lu Fei does not require much to eat this stuff, and it is easy to get sick from big fish and meat all the time. Finished eating. After Jin Xie drove Jin Cece home, she returned to the mansion. Even the hot dishes. After warming up the dishes, Lu Fei matched the fried rice. Partner taciturnity. Chapter 38. Let's do something with the cruise ship. 2 days later, Lu Fei had asked Xing Jijie from the Blue Charm Group and Wang Xiaobo from Maya Travel to meet at a top club in Magic City. Sang Chi-Kit arrived first, met and exchanged pleasantries. Lu Fei sat down with Zhang Jijie, asked, Mr. Zhang, how are you handling that matter? Sang candidly said, a lawsuit has been filed, and my lawyer friend told me that with the evidence I've provided so far, 100% will get custody of my son and 100% of Dole will have to net out. Lu Fei smiled and nodded. This is a good ending. With your social status, Mr. Sang, it couldn't be easier to find a new wife. Zhang Jijie nodded. Indeed, but this time I'm going to think carefully. It should. After Lu Fei chimed in, he suddenly asked, Mr. Zhang said you have friends who are lawyers? I wonder if I can introduce them. Recently I'm going to contact an accounting firm to monitor the accounts of my properties. His house and cruise ships were being run for other companies, which made it easy, but it was still necessary to form an accounting firm dedicated to himself. Zhang Jijie raised his eyebrows and promised without hesitation. It's possible. My friend is a famous barrister in Magic City and has a law firm and an accounting firm under his banner. Do you need me to call him over right now? Lu Fei nodded. If it's convenient, ask him to come over. That's fine. I'll give him a call right away. After saying that, Zhang Jijie directly took out his cell phone and dialed Fong Lei's number. Get off the phone. Wang Xiaobo from Maya Travel finally arrived. Once inside the private room, then he hurriedly made a bow and arched his hand to make amends. I'm sorry Mr. Lu, I'm sorry Mr. Zhang, the road was too jammed and I was late. Lu Fei gave him a faint look and said, if Mr. Wang is still late next time, then don't come. The voice is faint. Sweat poured out of Wang Xiaobo's face. Lu Fei's ship, the Shindu, was the biggest cash cow in Americana, so it must not be offended. Otherwise, those shareholders would have had the heart to kill him. He rushed into a 90-degree bow. I'm sorry Mr. Lu, there definitely won't be a next time. Lu Fei smiled and waved his hand. Alright, sit down. Having said that, he pointed at Zhang Jijie and said, this is Mr. Zhang of the Blue Phantom Group. Regarding the specifics of this cooperation, you can just negotiate with Mr. Zhang, I won't interfere. Wang Xiaobo nodded. Okay Mr. Lu. After saying that, he stood up and said towards Zhang Jijie, then Mr. Zhang, let's sit next to each other and discuss a rough plan first. Zhang Jijie nodded and said, alright, then I'll leave Mr. Lu alone for now. Lu Fei nodded. Okay, Mr. Zhang, you discuss with Mr. Wang and make a win-win solution out of it. Okay, don't worry, Mr. Lu. The two business elites greeted each other, turned around, sat down at a side table, and began to discuss in low voices. Professionals do professional things. Lu Fei would stay out of it. It didn't take long. There was a knock on the door of the room. Fong Lei walked in with his briefcase. When he saw Lu Fei, his eyes lit up. You must be Mr. Lu, I'm Fong Lei, Jijie's friend. Lu Fei shook his hand. Mr. Fong, please take a seat. Fong Lei sat down. I heard from Jijie that Mr. Lu needs a firm to help you oversee your industries? Lu Fei nodded. Yes, and what are the industries under your banner now? Fong Lei asked curiously. There's been quite a bit of volume of discussion online in recent days about how much money Lu Fei actually has. Lu Fei said casually, I currently need to supervise the two properties under my banner. One is the 10 office buildings in Tianhe Plaza, which is currently hosted to Shenyang real estate agents are helping me operate. On top of that, there's a cruise ship, the Shenandoah, which is being operated with the help of Americana Tours. Currently I don't have a penny of loans on me and all assets are benign. There are only 2 properties, but just these 2 properties alone had already brightened Fong Lei's dog's eyes. Those 10 office buildings are worth around $30 billion, and that cruise ship, too, is worth nearly $10 billion. The point is that there isn't a dime for the loan. Mr. Lu really awesome. Fong Lei sighed from the bottom of his heart. Chapter 39. Shu Ting, you're sick in the head, aren't you? Mr. Lu is the most deservedly rich of all the rich people I've ever met. Fong Lei's face was filled with sighs of admiration. Other tycoons, even if they are rich, have a large number of loans or non-performing assets in their industries. As it turned out, this Mr. Luck was fine, not a dime of loan, nor any non-performing assets. It is simply the envy of countless wealthy people. Lu Fei waved his hand and said, "It's nothing, just good luck." Having said that, he asked, "How exactly does Mr. Fong's firm operate?" Fong Lei said, "Since Mr. Lu is Jije's friend, he is also my friend. Generally in this case, our firm is based on the amount of net income, charging a net income of 1 to 5% of the drawback. But Mr. Lu's assets are all benign assets, very good operation. So for these two properties, I'll just charge you 5/1000ths of the net income every year, just as a friend. 5/1000ths. It is equivalent to the $5 million that needs to be given if Lu Fei's industry has a net income of $1 billion a year. It's really cheap compared to such a large industry. Not to say that you lose money, but you certainly don't make much as all. Mr. Fong is a refreshing person. Then I wish us a happy cooperation. In the future, all the industries under my banner will also be handed over to Mr. Fong's firm to help supervise." Lu Fei stood up and shook Fong Lei's hand. Next to it, Zhang Jijie and Wang Xiaobo also came up with a preliminary plan out after some discussion. It was a party of sorts. "If you all have no other plans, this lunch is on me." Lu Fei took the initiative and said, "Several people have said they have no other plans." Noon. Lu Fei takes them to an upscale restaurant that bears the sign of a former palace royal kitchen cook passing on his skills. Ate a table of courtesan food. There was a good atmosphere and a lot of laughter. A few people exchanged business cards and then left on their own. He had just gotten into the G63 he had only just delivered when the phone rang. "Pull out your cell phone and take a look." It was Judith who called. "Lu Fei, where are you now? Have you eaten yet?" "Didn't eat, come over to the Peach Garden side to eat." The voice inside the phone was a bit noisy, but then again it seemed a bit far away. Lu Fei concluded. Judith called him from the restroom. "Dinner? I just ate," he said with a grin. Judith paused. Said, "Eat up, come over and have some more." Lu Fei frowned. "Sister Ting, just say what's going on. We're all dry people, don't beat around the bush." Judding froze, and a look of embarrassment appeared on her face. "Well, here's the thing, there's a family dinner at my house today, but my family arranged a blind date for me and I didn't dare to tell June. So I wanted to trouble you to come over and save the scene dash." Lu Fei frowned. "Why are you women such a pain in the ass? You can just talk about this kind of thing. I'm saving the day? What the hell am I doing saving your ass? Ju Ting, you're out of your mind. Your boyfriend is June." "Okay." Lu Fei gave a spray. Judith froze right in the middle of the spray. After a good while, he became irritated and said, "You think I don't want to, but June, his family is too ordinary. Our elders will definitely not agree." Lu Fei sneered. "Then you still talk to him, Since you want to talk to him, that you have to make a choice. Either with him to break up or with your family break. It's as simple as that. And who the hell gave you the bad idea to call me here today?" Judith said weakly. I thought of it myself." Lu Fei coldly grunted. Q. "I'll call brother June and ask him to make a trip." Judith froze. Rushing to stop it, he said, "Don't. Never. I am not ready." Lu Fei frowned. "I don't care if you did or didn't prepare. When you agreed to be with him, you should have prepared for today. A long pain is better than a short one. I'm going to find June now. As for whether you say it or not, it's none of my business." Having said that, he hung up straight away. "Mud, seeing as you're not a big bear, why are you so brainless?" Lu Fei muttered in a small voice. Dialed Hajuan's number. Chapter 40, "You bring me into the business. I'll help you get into the business." Lu Fei started the car and dialed June's number. "June, are you at the office now?" Hajuan said. "Yeah, I'll be at the company's this time." Lu Fei nodded his head and said, "Take a vacation first and come out to Tianhe Square and wait for me." June froze, and before hesitating, he promised, "Okay, I'll go and say it right away." Didn't even ask what was up. Almost half an hour later, Lu Fei's car drove in front of Tianhe Square. Hajuan got into the car and marveled. "You boys changed cars again?" Lu Fei shrugged. "Well, the previous one was wrecked, so I bought a couple others." Hajuan froze. "Busted? What happened?" Lu Fei casually recounted what had happened 2 days ago. It caused Hajuan to frown. "That woman is a wonder, and that brother-in-law is an even bigger wonder," he exclaimed. Lu Fei asked, "June, how much do you know about Sister Ting's identity?" Hajuan froze. "Identity? What identity? It seems like it really doesn't know." Lu Fei sighed. Said, "You two have been together for 2 years and you haven't even asked her what her family does?" June smiled awkwardly and said, "I asked once, and I didn't ask again when she didn't say anything. Do you know something?" Lu Fei pondered for a while, and finally told him about Zhu Ting's call to him. Finally, he said, "The chairman of the Linson Group is Lin Shi, her father, and Lin Shi is Ting's cousin. All I reckon Ting's family isn't simple either, so you have to be prepared." Hajuan looked a little confused as he sat on the passenger side. Only when he knew that Lu Fei had arrived at Taoyuan by car did June wake up like a dream. He took a deep breath and said towards Lu Fei, "Little Lu, I'll just go in alone. I'll have to pass this hurdle sooner or later." Lu Fei pondered for a moment. Nodding, he said, "Okay, call me if anything happens." This level, it is indeed up to him to face it. Bang! Hujuan got out of the car and closed the door, toward the peach orchard. The moment, his back unexpectedly had a sense of sadness, like the wind and the water were cold. Let's hope for the best. Lu Fei sniffled, pulled out his cell phone and started playing with it. The last 2 days, because of Lu Fei's successive movements, all those feminist tables on the internet have died down. Looks like it's hibernating for now, and the online discussion about things like the foodie demon and the sky-high bride price remains hot. Brushing up on these discussions, Lu Fei made a comment every now and then. Basically, no man has a good feeling about creatures like the fuddy devil. Those who have sisters and their families are saying online that they will never rely on their sisters in the future. As for true or false, ghosts know. Instead, after Lu Fei made such a mess, many people broke the news about some of the foodie demon situations that they had encountered around them or simply in person. It all got a little better. "Ha, I didn't realize I'd become a social climate changer," Lu Fei muttered in a small voice. There was then a sudden sound on the cell phone. It was Lin Shi who called. "Connections. Lu Fei, where are you?" The voice was clear and cold. Lu Fei froze, said, "I'm in front of the peach orchard." Lin Shi said, "You might as well come in for a moment. Things are a bit rough in there." Lu Fei took a deep breath and said, "Okay, I'll be right in." Sure enough, it's not that easy for Hujuan to get by. He muttered and jumped out of the G63, toward the peach orchard gate. Suddenly, ding! Your doppelganger on Earth D16 died, and you gained the props, anger card 1, temperament value +5, and assiduousness card 1. The cold, mechanical voice rang in his ears. Lu Fei was slightly stunned. It felt as if my mind had become a little more dominant. He rubbed his nose. From inside his pants pocket, he pulled out something that looked like a kid's Ultraman card. Anger attack card. When used on oneself, anger erupts and force value increases by 100%. When used on others, all negative emotions of the user will be transformed into anger, and the user will lose his mind in anger. The effect lasts for 5 minutes. Assiduous seduction card. When used on yourself, your words will carry a great seductive interest, and the effect lasts for 10 minutes. Good stuff. Luffy knows how to break the ice. He tightened his clothes and took a big step inside the peach orchard. "June, you brought me into the business when I first started working, and today I'm going to help you get to Zhu's house to make your debut." Chapter 41. Do you have any hacker friends with good skills? Inside the Peach Gardens premium box, the atmosphere has become a bit saber-rattling. The woman, Zhu Ting, finally dominated for once in a rare moment this time, pulling He Jun behind her. Looking angrily at her old man, she said, "Dad, I've been with He Jun for 2 years. I loved him before and I'll love him in the future, and I'm not marrying him in this life." Zhu Ting's old man, Zhu Wenhe, was grim-faced, squeezing a porcelain cup and trembling. Aside, a youth with gold-rimmed glasses had a somber gleam in his eye. Instead, he had a big smile on his face. "Uncle Zhu, don't be angry. Ting Ting is just being capricious for a while. She'll know who's really good for him in the end." Judith sneered. "Medron, don't you be shady there. I won't eat you." Medron was still smiling and looked poised. As he said, "Ting Ting, let's sit down and talk slowly about anything. Don't yell here, okay? Even if you don't like me, it's okay. I can wait. But with so many people here today, you should have given Uncle Zhu some face." Judith was so angry that she was trembling. It's like a punch on top of cotton. While a few of the younger generation girls from the Zhu family were staring at Medron with a flamboyant expression on their faces, it feels like this is the gentleman inside the novel, with poise. And look at the older man next to my cousin. It's a disgrace. Sis, look how handsome Brother May is. Just dump this uncle. That's right, you and May look like a prince and princess pairing, and this uncle is at best a horseman kind of character. Big sister, don't be a hard ass. May is fine. Judith was furious. Beside her, He Jun's face was like iron. Suddenly, he said, "Medron, right? You don't have to pretend to act here either. Honestly, I've seen too many people like you, outwardly sassy, but in your heart you must be hating it right now, right?" Having said that, he suddenly smiled wryly. "That's all it takes for you to hate it? What about this?" said. He suddenly pressed a hand to the back of Judding's head, and then a ferocious boop right in front of the juggalos. On the spot, the inside of the box was silent. Mei Yuan Gui's hand that grabbed Zhu on his shoulder was unconsciously hard. Teeth clacked. The face was grim to the core. Lu Fei, who had just walked into the box, saw this scene, and Lin Shi exchanged glances, their eyes filled with surprise. Holy, when did June become so bossy? Mud feels like he's the main character compared to him. Lu Fei muttered in a small voice. Lin Shi, what? She didn't hear much. Lu Fei shook his head, glanced at Medran, and turned back to ask in a small voice, do you have any friends who are very good at computers? Like the kind of hackers? If so, would you please ask him a favor and look up this Mr. Meldrum? Look at his face. He doesn't look like a good person. After Lin Shi froze, he revealed a look of realization. You're so smart. She patted Lu Fei and said, Ruoxin is an expert. I'll ask her to help right away. Lu Ruoxin is a master? Then Lu Fei raised his eyebrows and nodded. She's still an expert. Ha? Then hurry up and call her. Ask her to help check it out and send over the information you found out. Lin Shi smiled and nodded. Okay, I'll call right away. Having said that, turning, he walked out of the box again and quietly went to make a phone call. Inside the box, Hejun and Judding finally separated. Badass. Shu Ting gave Hejun a not-so-gentle pat on the back. This old man giggled. Medran's face went green and he shuddered. By his side, Zhuwan's face was as gloomy as water. May, take your hand away. It's pinching my shoulder. Medran froze, forcibly suppressing the anger in his heart, and hurriedly apologized to Zhuwanha. Look at him. He's suffocating. Lu Fei couldn't help but mourn for him. Zhuwanha let him off the hook for now. With a gloomy face, he looked at Hejun and said through clenched teeth, your name is Hejun, isn't it? I just want to ask you, what makes you think you can give Ting Ting happiness? Hejun froze, sulked for a moment, unsure of how to answer. Judith also frowned and looked over at him. Lu Fei raised his eyebrows and walked out. Mr. Zhu, this matter is actually quite determinable. He spoke faintly, without waiting for Zhu Wen and the others to react. He directly asked, Sister Ting, do you feel happy now? Chapter 42, 10 buildings? It's just a few broken bricks and tiles. Judith froze, nodding her head. She said, I feel happy now. Lu Fei turned back and spread his hands. Look, Mr. Zhu, the answer is already obvious. Zhu Wen's face sank like water. And who are you? This is an internal matter of our Zhu family. There's no business for you. Please get out. Lu Fei faintly shook his head and said, originally, I was not qualified to intervene in this matter. But then again, this Medran you're looking at is not a good thing. As for who I am, I'm just a friend of Hejuan's. Except maybe I have slightly more money. Medran's face darkened. Just about to speak, Zhu Wenha had burst out laughing. Young people nowadays really have a bigger mouth than one another. How much money can you have if you have a lot of money? Seeing how you're dressed, you're just from the working class. Lu Fei had only recently gotten rich and hadn't bought many clothes yet. So wear what you used to wear. Zhu Wenha has poisonous eyes. Pity. It's useless. Lu Fei shrugged. Hejun then had been unable to resist speaking. Mr. Zhu, I don't know how many assets you have, but this brother of mine does have a lot of money. He has 10 office buildings in Tianhe Plaza, which are currently being fully operated by our Shenyang real estate. Of course, it's thanks to this brother of mine that I can be this vice president now. Zhu Wenha glanced at Zhu Ting, who was nodding at the side, and his face changed slightly. You really have 10 office buildings in Tianhe Plaza? Lu Fei shrugged. Indifferently, he said, it's just a little bit of broken bricks and tiles. Mr. Zhu is a big businessman. It's simple that he can't look down on a small family like mine. The corners of Zhu Wen's mouth twitched. A few days ago I heard that the office building in Tianhe Plaza had been rounded up by a young man, and I was thinking about when I could meet the teenage talent, but I didn't expect to see it today. His attitude was a world away from just now. Although the Zhu family is also quite rich, but the whole family's assets add up to $2 or $3 billion. Falling on his Zhu Wen's head is also a few billion. That's still an asset. Lu Fei is different. 10 buildings were bought with real money. On the sidelines, Medran's face changed instantly. The eyes that looked at Lu Fei were filled with scorn. Okay, the old man just didn't say a word. And the younger generation of the Zhu family, especially those girls who were already 17 or 18 or even a little bit older, the eyes that looked at Lu Fei were on the verge of sprouting stars. Wow, this big brother looks more powerful. Lu Fei shrugged his shoulders, didn't get a chance to talk. Lin Shi had then walked over to his side and handed over his cell phone. Check it out. There's something really wrong with this guy, she whispered. Lu Fei turned out his cell phone. Zhu Wenha, however, raised his eyebrows again. This young man, getting so close to his niece? Lu Fei, however, did not give him time to think. Holding up his phone, he said, Mr. Chu, I think you need to see this thing. Zhu Wenha froze, picked the phone up, soon, and his face changed. Medran, I think you need to explain to me what's going on. On a cell phone, it's pictures and even videos of Medran bombing with so many little internet models on top of his yacht. On top of that, there are quite a few videos of him sucking X with people. Great uncle, that's not a very good eye. Lin, she said faintly. Zhu Wen's face turned red, like a pig's liver. Medran, on the other hand, was cold and sweaty, looking up with a pair of eyes that looked like they were about to spit fire. Kid, don't you dare screw me. This is definitely not me. This must be someone who used AI face swapping technology to change another person to look like me. That's a good reason. Lu Fei raised an eyebrow and said lightly, the technology does exist now, but looking at the pictures and videos in there, it looks like part of it is that you, Mr. May, came back on the Shindu cruise ship, right? I'm sorry, but this boat just happens to be mine. Maybe I'll be a good citizen and report you for it. Boom! Medron shuddered in fear. The face became ugly as hell. Lu Fei threw out the anger attack card at the right time. Medron's emotions went from horror to rage. He snatched Lin Shi's cell phone and slammed it hard on the ground. You dare to threaten me? I'll kill you. He grabbed the knife and fork on the table and lunged at Lu Fei. Chapter 43, Medron's arrest. End of the farce. Bang! Meldrum lunged in fast, but backed up even faster. Lu Fei's kick was directly on his abdomen. It instantly knocked over the dining room table. All of the leftover soup and broth from the food on top of the table was poured over him. Shasta, the genteel, foreign returned son of a turns into a tramp. Medron fell to the ground with an angry snarl, suddenly changed direction. Put! The fork in his hand was stuck directly into Zhu Wenha's leg. Ow! Zhu Wenha let out a miserable scream. Luffy timed his shot and kicked Medron in the back, kicked him straight to the ground. And after, the juniors of the Zhu family finally reacted and rushed over to bring Medron under control. Aside, Lin Shi had already picked up the cell phone she had dropped on the floor and dialed the police. It didn't take long. JC arrived. Has Medron under control? The furious Zhu Wenha grimaced and said toward Lin Shi, Shao Shi, send me the evidence. Lin Shi nodded. Okay, great uncle. After sending the evidence to Chu Manhwa, Medron fell to his knees, his eyes hammy. Uncle Chu, don't. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Spare me. Zhu Wenha's face was grim. Today, not only did he lose all of his old face, but he was also given a fork in the road by his favorite son-in-law candidate. It wasn't serious, but it was like a hard slap in the face that made him double over. He paid no further attention to Meldrum and submitted the evidence directly to the JC. Anyway, after this wave, his relationship with the Mei family is considered to have completely collapsed. Do it all. Zhu Wenha's eyes were still not too friendly though as he looked at He-jun, but nothing more was said about anything else. A banquet that ended in a farcical situation. As for what Medron's parents would do when they got the news, it had nothing to do with Lu Fei. And because of Lu Fei, although Zhu Wenha still didn't give He-jun any good face, he didn't mention anything about whether he was worthy or not, whether he could be happy or not. Walking out of the peach orchard, Shu Ting and He-jun were full of grateful thanks. Little Lu, thank you so much for today. I won't say anything superfluous. If there's anything you need from me in the future, just order. Yeah, Lu Fei, if it wasn't for you today, my dad would probably still be forcing me to jump into that fire pit. So if there's anything you need to do in the future, feel free to look for me too. This level sort of passes for now. Lu Fei casually exchanged a few pleasantries, and after saying goodbye to Lin Shi again, he left alone. The next morning, Lu Fei transferred $5 million to Jean Xiaoyu. Let her go buy herself some clothes. The two of them, Jean Xie and Jean Cici, spent the morning shopping at the mall and bought some big brand clothes for Lu Fei. Even made an appointment for him to get measured for an upscale custom suit tomorrow. The two women were invited to lunch at noon. Lu Fei went home and tried on a bunch of clothes that Jean Xiaoyu had bought. Don't say, the woman did leave very much in life. Lu Fei Jean didn't even go, and the clothes she bought back were surprisingly well-fitting, and it's quite stylish to wear. Nice Lu Fei praised. Jean Cici was quick with her mouth and said, Yuki has been studying clothing and also food and those things for the last 2 days. Lu Fei nodded. How much money is left? Jean Xie immediately said, you gave a total of $5 million. But these didn't cost much, except for the watch which was slightly more expensive costing more than $3 million. The others aren't too expensive. I still have more than $600,000 left here. Lu Fei casually said, oh, then take it as a reward for the two of you and take it to buy clothes and packages of delicious food. At once Jean Cici was excited. Hooray, Brother Fei, you're so generous. In the middle of the shout, she suddenly hugged Lu Fei and nibbled on his cheeks. The air froze for a moment. It wasn't until a phone call came in that the quiet was broken. That I didn't mean it. Jean Cici lowered her head. The corner of Jean Yu's mouth twitched, scanned her 2 F keys, then glanced at her own C keys. Sigh. Well, I believe you. What can you do if you don't believe it? If Lu Fei liked to press the F button, there was nothing she could do with a small c. Lu Fei didn't think about it that much. Pulling out his cell phone, he walked out onto the balcony to answer it. Hey, Creek, what's the call about? There was a silence across the room. After a good while, only then did she speak. My great-uncle told my mom about you, and today she told my dad. and now both of them are talking about how they want me to call you to come over and meet you. Lu Fei froze. So this is sort of meeting the parents? It's too soon. I'm not even ready. Lin Shi grunted. So are you coming or not? Lu Fei grinned. Come on. Why don't you? Humph. Don't talk nonsense when you're here. I've already explained to my parents and my mom that we're just normal friends. Lin Shi admonished. Lu Fei smiled wryly and said, okay, I'll make a note of it. Chapter 44. The longest road Lin Shi has ever traveled is Lu Fei's set. Settle in for the night yourselves. I've got some things to do out. Lu Fei greeted Jin Xie and Qin Sisi and directly left his mansion. Ha! We're going to a big dinner tonight. Qin Sisi smiled. Jin Xie nodded her head and said, okay, what are we going to eat? How about fondue? Qin Sisi asked. Jin Xie's face darkened. Fondue is the big meal? Sort of. After all, this stuff is eaten 2 or 3 times a month at most. Okay, whatever you say. Go. Set off for hot pot. The two beauties followed downstairs. Going for hot pot. Lu Fei drove the navigation, drove the G63, and drove towards Lin Shi's house. After about an hour of driving, he pulled into an upscale villa area. Then, at the entrance of the mobile estate-style villa, Lin Shi, who was waiting, was seen. Crunch! The G63 stopped in front of Lin Shi. Get in the car. Lin Shi climbed into the car with difficulty and spat. Why did you buy such a big car? Lu Fei said smilingly, men just like to play big. Having said that, skimming from both the keys, Lin Shi froze, puzzled. Enter the interior of the estate and park your car inside the parking space. Luffy got out of the car, then walked with Lin Shi into her house. Enter the door. Lin Shi introduced, Dad, Mom, this is Lu Fei. Lu Fei put down the 2 gift boxes he had bought halfway. Auntie and Uncle, a small token of appreciation. Both were high-end gift boxes, one of fine tea and wine, the other a Chanel perfume gift pack. Zhu Yuping, Lin Shi's mom, took the gift box, smiling brightly. He looked at Lu Fei and nodded his head repeatedly. Little Lu, quickly come over and sit down. Luffy sat down in front of the sofa. Lin Shi's father, Lin Sin, grunted. Zhu Yuping passed by with a look, and the words that Lin Sin had just reached his mouth were swallowed again. After Lin Shi also sat down, Zhu Yuping asked, Xiao Lu, how long have you known Xiao Shi? Lu Fei honestly replied, haven't known each other for a few days yet. It was Sister Ting who introduced them. Lin Shi said, yeah, we've only known each other for less than half a month. Zhu Yuping crossed her eyes and said, I'm not talking to you, I'm talking to Xiao Lu. Having said that, looking at Lu Fei in a pleasant manner, he asked, I heard that the 10 office buildings over at Tianhe Plaza are all yours. Did you buy these buildings or dash? Lu Fei said, no, I originally came here as an orphan, but some time ago I had an uncle abroad who passed away, and I was his only relative, so the fund in his name helped me buy those 10 buildings. Zhu Yuping nodded. This information was so crucial that even Lindsay was squared away. So what exactly is your relationship with Creek? Lin Sin suddenly opened his mouth and asked. Lu Fei glanced at Lin Shi and directly used the sage card inside his pants pocket, saying, we're just friends. Dash. After he finished speaking, he turned back toward Lin Shi and asked, Xiao Shi, am I right? Lin Shi froze. He saw his old man's face all of a sudden gloomy, while Zhu Yuping's face all of a sudden bloomed into a bright smile. Ha ha, this dead girl even dinged you on purpose? Zhu Yuping smiled and sat directly over. Don't be afraid. There's Auntie. Tell Auntie if you two are in love. Lu Fei glanced at Lin Shi again. Lin Shi's big eyes crossed. At once he pretended to be a bullied little daughter-in-law and lowered his head, whispering, and no, we're just regular, normal friends. Zhu Yuping laughed even louder. Ha, the lad's a bit of a funny one. Don't be afraid of that dead girl. Just say whether you like her or not. Lu Fei bowed his head, a soft like he was nervous. Zhu Yuping's face was already blossoming with smiles. This young man, from a poor background, but with great luck, the key is a great personality in being bullied to death by your own baby girl. Are there going to be any evil mothers-in-law in the family or anything like that? It's perfect. The more Zhu Yuping looked at Lu Fei, the happier she became. Said, Xiao Lu, don't be afraid of that dead girl. If she dares to bully you, you can always give Auntie a word. Auntie will take it out on you. As he said that, he also pinched Lin Shi not too gently. Hear that? Don't bully Xiao Lu from now on. Lin Shi was so angry that he almost spat out blood. This asshole, you definitely did it on purpose. She glared viciously at Lu Fei, the inside of her eyes full of murderous aura. Luffy hemmed and hawed at her. Yeah, I just did it on purpose. What? A provocative look was returned. Lin Shi's lungs were about to explode. Lu Fei, you. Chapter 45, bring in Lin Shi's father. Lin Shi, don't bully Xiao Lu. Zhu Yuping let out a deep cry. Lin Shi was instantly abashed. She lowered her head and looked at Lu Fei, grinding her teeth for a while. This asshole. To play this trick, Lu Fei shrugged without a trace, eyes signaling, sorry, I didn't say anything, but I do kind of like this one on you. Long, dark, straight, childlike face, and long legs and can cosplay. Lin Shi ground his teeth in anger. The heart, however, is not very resistant. Obviously, deep down, she also had a good feeling about Lu Fei. Aside, Lindsay coughed lightly, looking at Lu Fei how he looked. Little Lu, what are your plans for the future? Planning. Lin Shi froze and almost laughed out loud. This asshole has nothing to do all day and has a load of planning. Pops, you must be strong. Let this asshole be what he is. Lu Fei, however, sat up straight, saying, in addition to meeting your two elders today, I actually have another matter that I want to talk to you. Uncle Lin. Linson froze. What is it? Lu Fei organized his words and said cautiously, Uncle Lin, in addition to those 10 buildings under my name, there is also a Shindu cruise ship. The cruise ship recently returned and is in port for repairs, and I contacted Zhang Jijie of the Blue Charm Group, and Wang Xiaoba, the general manager of the cruise ship hosting unit, Maya Tourism, to try to integrate tourism resources and entertainment resources and get a special tourism model out of it. The ship's catering company's contract with my side has expired, and I'd like to ask Uncle Lin's Linson Catering, which is under your banner, if they're interested in moving in. The catering company on the cruise ship did have their contract expire. Fong Lei's side of the accounting company to check the accounts on the cruise ship has been proposed that this catering company is not doing very well, and there are some financial problems, so Lu Fei was ready to kick that previous company out. Opposite. Lin San's eyes lit up immediately after hearing his words. Tourism resources plus recreational resources? It's a very good combination. Even if it failed, it wouldn't be much of a loss for Lu Fei, but once it works, the benefits are too great. After all, showbiz is a huge concern these days. The simple statement of this program directly caused Lin San's attitude towards Lu Fei to shift. Daughters have to marry eventually. It wouldn't be a bad thing to be in a relationship with a wonderful young man that you can see yourself in. At least he didn't have to go through the same headache as his own great uncle, who still had a headache with his jutting to this day. Lindsay wondered why, and it all came together at once. With interest, he asked, so can I ask what model you're going to work on? Lu Fei said smilingly, in this regard I did not ask. Professional things to professional people to do. If Uncle Lin you are interested you can contact the Blue Charm Group's Mr. Zing to ask. Lindsay's interest was raised. The Blue Phantom Group was now the premier large group in the Zhuxia entertainment industry. Now that they're in, it's bound to be a relatively big deal. If his own Lin Sanity restaurant group could enter, not to mention the exposure alone would increase a lot. He took a deep breath. Looking at Lu Fei, he actually revealed a look of appreciation. That's a great attitude you have. It's good for business. It's great to leave the professional work to the professionals and just let yourself be supervised. Lu Fei smiled and arched his hand. I don't dare to dare. I'm just lazy. Compared to a business giant like Uncle Lin, I still have a lot to learn. Linson looked at Lu Fei with even more appreciation. It's good for young people to be modest, but overly modest, I'd say you're being hypocritical. Having said that, he laughed, simply stood up and said, can you play chess? Lu Fei nodded. A little, not much. Go, accompany me to the next game. Lu Fei turned back toward Lin Shi with a hefty smile. Exasperated. Lin Shi, who was already dumbfounded, almost cried out. This asshole, the setup is too deep. She glared viciously at Lu Fei. Lin Sin, however, thought that she didn't want Lu Fei to go and frowned, reprimanding, Xiao Shi, what does your mom teach you normally? Besides, it's just for Lu to play chess with me. What's with that look on your face? Lu Fei almost laughed out loud. Lin Shi, however, ground her teeth in anger. This asshole. Chapter 46, Successful Sets. Lin Shi's exasperation. Played a game of chess with Lindsay. It's true that Lu Fei can't play chess, but Linson is also average. The two men played chess instead. When the game of chess was over, Linson appreciated Lu Fei even more. On top of that, there was a bit of wine at dinner. Linson simply took Lu Fei by the shoulders and said with a drunken voice, Xiao Lu, treat Xiao Shi well in the future. If you apologize to him, I can't spare you. But Xiao Shi, this girl is stubborn. If you are wronged in any way, tell your Uncle Lin that Uncle Lin will help you out. Aside, Zhu Yuping cried and laughed. Lin Shi, however, had covered her forehead in despair. Done. Got by this asshole. What am I going to do from now on? She let out a guttural lament. Finished eating. Linson still wants Lu Fei to stay the night. Zhu Yuping is not in a good position to stop it. Instead, it was Lu Fei who said, amidst Lin Shi's expression that was on the verge of blowing up, Uncle Lin, let's forget about it today. Next time I'll be sure to stay and play a few more games of chess with you. Linson patted Lu Fei's shoulder and said drunkenly, that's fine. Be careful on your way, little Lu. Having said that, yelling toward Lin Shi, Xiao Shi, Why don't you hurry up and send Xiaolu off? Then, Linchi was then kicked out. Stand in front of the car door. Linchi deflated. Are you satisfied now, asshole? Lu Fei shrugged his shoulders and said, I didn't say anything. Auntie asked me if I like you. I do like you after all, you're so beautiful. It's too hypocritical for me to say I don't like it. Linchi ground her teeth, slapped Luffy on the back. Then explain to me what you mean by that pouty expression. The corner of Lu Fei's mouth grinned. Before you can say anything, Zhu Yuping then stood at the door and shouted, Creek, what are you doing? Don't let me turn my eyes and you're bullying Xiaolu again. Lin Shi's mind completely collapsed. Get in the car and hurry. She let out a low growl. Lu Fei shrugged. No kiss goodbye? Get out. Lin Shi's mind exploded. Lu Fei Zhaisai smiled and waved with her. Again, he shouted towards Zhu Yuping. Auntie, I'm leaving. Zhu Yuping smiled brightly. Good. Remember to tell Creek you're safe when you get back. Having said that, another shout to her family's driver. Lao Zhou, drive carefully on the road. Driver Lao Zhou nodded vigorously. Don't worry, I will. Soon. Start the engine. The big G slowly disappeared into the night sky. Go back to your boudoir. Lin Shi sent a video over to Lu Ruoxin and told her what happened tonight. Pohaha, Creek. Are you trying to kill me with laughter? You were even set up like that by that Lu Fei guy? Lu Ruoxin felt herself becoming more interested in Lu Fei. To be able to make even someone like Lin Shi suffer such a big boring loss, with no way to retaliate. This guy sure is slippery. Lin Shi was getting depressed. Lu Ruoxin, are you my friend or not? Can't you help me think of a solution? Lu Ruoxin laughed. How can I think of a way to do this kind of thing? Uncles and aunts do all recognize that guy. Or you just from it. Anyway, you do not have an older brother or younger brother. Lin Shi rolled her eyes in anger. Humph, this guy set me up. I'm definitely not going to give in easily. She muttered through clenched teeth. Ruoxin Lu shrugged her shoulders. I look forward to your performance then. The two beauties muttered for a while longer and talked about Lin Shi's cosplay club. It's already being renovated over there. Probably after waiting half a month for it to be finished. I used all the best decoration materials. And after finishing the decoration and removing the formaldehyde, you can directly activate it. But I'm still thinking about what I'm going to do for my first event and where I'm going to pick the venue. Lin Shi was a bit distressed. Lu Ruoxin said, it's not that simple. Comic-Con. Lin Shi shook her head and said, the Magic City Comic-Con is going to the National Day. It's not good to wait too long. I'd like to get the club organized and then ideally have an event in half a month or so. That's what increases cohesion and people are interested in playing. Lu Ruoxin thought about it and nodded. It seems to be the truth. You could have talked to Lu Fei about going on his cruise. There will be celebrities and tourists, so the attention will definitely explode. Lin Shi's eyes lit up. Then through clenched teeth, he said, Humph, I'm not going to that asshole. Lu Ruoxin shrugged her shoulders. Whatever. Chapter 47. I've never touched money. I'm not interested in it. 3 days later, Linson then took the initiative to contact Lu Fei. Lu Fei once again organized a game at the North Shore Clubhouse and invited Zhang Jijie, Fong Lei, and Wang Xiaoba to come along. After introducing Lin Sen to them, Lu Fei then drank tea with Fong Lei, Zhang Jijie, Wang Xiaoba, and Lin Sen, on the other hand, huddled together to discuss specific programs. Mr. Lu was really the smartest tycoon I've ever met. A lot of rich people actually live a very tiring life every day. For the company, for the cause of all kinds of running. Except for being rich, actually living worse than some poor people. But Mr. Lu is wise enough to leave what needs to be done to the professionals. What you give is a small percentage of benefits that don't matter to you, and what you get is a very idle life. I really envy you, Mr. Lu, Fong Lei said with a smile while brewing tea. It's a bit of a blowhard, but it's more of a genuine statement indeed. Inside this room, there were a total of 5 people. Every single one of them is a billionaire, but the one who lived the most dashingly was definitely Lu Fei. If Mr. Fong wants this kind of life, it's not impossible, Lu Fei said smilingly. Fong Lei laughed bitterly. I can't be as spontaneous as Mr. Lu, besides I don't have such a strong capital as Mr. Lu. Lu Fei shrugged his shoulders, said, it's you who are too obsessed. Money is something you can't take with you. Why do you need to earn so much? I think money is something that can just sustain itself. Look at me. I'm just not interested in money, and I haven't touched it in a long time. The corners of Fong Lei's mouth twitched. Asked, does Mr. Lu know Mr. Ma? Lu Fei smiled and shook his head. I really don't know the kind of big shot that Mr. Ma is, but I'd like to get to know him when I get the chance. After all, neither he nor I are interested in money or like to touch it. We'll definitely hate each other if we both get to know each other. Fong Lei is on the verge of autism. Big brother can't be messed with. He sighed, lying on the couch with pain all over his face. It's really nerve-wracking to see the big man pretending to be something he's not. Spent almost 2 hours at the North Shore Clubhouse. Lin Sen, The three of them had come up with a preliminary program out. All three parties are more than satisfied and the end result will be a win-win situation for all three parties. Mr. Lu, we've roughly settled on the plan. Do you want to take a look at it now or dash? Lu Fei shook his head and said, you guys are professionals. Wait for the first draft of your program to come down, then show it to me. Looking at things like programs, Lu Fei was not good at it and was lazy. Anyway, all three have put a tremendous amount of effort and a lot of money on top of their cruises. They can't be playing at a loss on purpose, left and right. They are just working for themselves. This attitude of his was unanimously praised by all three Linsen men. On the side, Fong Lei said, the three old bosses, you are unaware that Mr. Lu and that Mr. Ma are in the same realm. They've all gotten to the point where they're not interested in money and haven't touched it. Ah, Lu, you this. Mr. Lu is quite interesting. I really want to see the scene after your meeting with Mr. Ma. Mr. Ma will certainly hate to see you. Among the laughter, 5 people left the North Shore Clubhouse, went to dinner at an upscale palace cuisine restaurant, eat and leave again individually. Go about your business. Before you leave, Linsen quietly said to Lu Fei, Xiao Lu, isn't Xiaoxi's cosplay club about to finish decorating? These days she is worrying about where to hold her first event and what theme to hold another one. I think we have a good theme for this planned tour plus entertainment elements. You can go and talk to her about it. She will definitely like it. Having said that, surprisingly, he even squeezed his eyes towards Lu Fei. That look. Those who didn't know thought that Linsen was his Lu Fei's brother and his wingman for picking up girls. Thanks Uncle Lin. I'll ask her out later. Lu Fei smiled and thanked him, and Linsen patted his shoulder in satisfaction. Lu, go for it. I'll go. This drawing. Lu Fei was completely stunned by the effects of that assiduous card. It's awesome. After sending Linsicum away, Lu Fei dialed Lin Shi's number. Chapter 48, Cos Theme, League of Legends. Phone dialing. The one who answered was not Lin Shi, but Zhu Ting. Hey, who are you? Judith's very recognizable voice rang out. Lu Fei froze. No notes on this number? Justine grinned and said, there are notes, but the notes are for the word asshole. Oh, looks like the girl is pissed off at her own setup. Lu Fei grinned, said, Sister Ting, I'm Lu Fei. Judith froze. Lu Fei? Then how did Xiaoxi? Oh, I get it. A little flirtation between couples, or you youngsters can play. What? Luffy said it was nothing like that at all. He digressed and asked, Sister Ting, where are you guys now? Judding said, we're on this side of Tianhe Plaza right now. Do you want to come over? Well, I'm fine to stop by. Okay, come straight over then. We're over here looking at the renovation site. Lu Fei nodded. Okay, then you guys wait for me for a while. Hang up. Start the engine. Ding. Your doppelganger on Earth D21 has died, and you will be awarded the game, League of Legends LOL, and receive a Game Pro Manager card 1. The cold, mechanical voice rang in his ears. A portable hard drive and a card appeared in the center console of the car. League of Legends LOL, D21, the super game on Earth with hundreds of millions of players fans, and every year held a world-class game competition. Game Manager card. After using this card, you can randomly meet a planner in this world who has strong planning, promotion and operation skills for the game within 1 day. Picking up the card and the portable hard disk, Lu Fei frowned slightly. He simply turned off the engine again, pulled out his tablet, and opened the portable hard drive. Inside the hard disk, except for one game file, there are also tons of pictures and videos. Lu Fei opened the picture video and watched it. 10 minutes later, he closed the tablet. This game, it feels like it's bound to catch fire. Lu Fei rubbed his brow. Another glance at the tablet. He knew what Lin Shi's cosplay club, the subject of the first event, was. League of Legends. Cosplay. Boom. He started the car and headed over toward Tianhe Square. Half an hour later, he parked underneath the building that was under construction, copied those videos and pictures to the tablet and put the portable hard drive inside the trunk again. That's when you get out of the car and go upstairs. This way, office buildings are being renovated everywhere. Lu Fei arrived at the second floor, and at a glance basically had been decorated almost. You can see the general outline. The 3 women, Zhu Ting, Lin Shi, and Lu Ruoxin, were all there. Lin Shi gave him a look and grunted without speaking. Lu Fei laughed. Xiao, do you believe me or not? I'll call Auntie Zhu right away and tell her that you're out cold with me. Godman. Both Zhu Ting and Lu Ruoxin were stunned. Lin Shi rolled her eyes. Now do you realize how much of a bummer this guy is? Lu Fei shrugged his shoulders. Thanks for the compliment, but I'm here to give you the cosplay theme this time, if you want to check it out. Lin Shi rolled her eyes and said, I admit you're rich, but money can't buy creativity. Lu Fei was too lazy to talk nonsense, directly opened the tablet and flipped out the LOL pictures inside. Sister Ting, Ruoxin, Come and take a look. Zhu Ting and Lu Ruoxin froze and walked over just to take a look, but they couldn't move their legs anymore. Hiss, that costume. It's gorgeous. This is the nine-tailed demon fox? It's too pretty. An ice shooter? That's so cool. Wow. This war goddess is so handsome. Shocked cries rang out one after another, and Lin Shi froze. That's an exaggerated look on your faces. What good secondary theme can this Lu Fei guy come up with? Cut. Lin Shi muttered and walked over. Come over to Lu Fei's side. A glance. And likewise could no longer take their eyes off it. When had she ever seen such a gorgeous outfit? Every character, every outfit, all with a strange beauty. It was the kind they had never seen before. Lu Fei, where did you get this from? How come I've never seen it before? Lin Shi asked in surprise. This thing, can it be your theme for this cosplay club? Lu Fei asked with a smile. Lin Shi was silent for a while. After all, it can't be topped by the law of true fragrance. Well, I apologize. Shouldn't have doubted you. Lu Fei waved his hand generously. It's okay, next time I go to your house. When Auntie Zhu wants to stay over for me, just don't be so scary with your eyes. Chapter 49, This professional manager is beautiful. Staying over? Lu Ruoxin and Zhu Ting froze, eyes oddly looking at Lin Shi. Lin Shi's face was filled with dangerous colors as she gritted her teeth and said, Do you want there to be a next time? Lu Fei shrugged his shoulders. Why don't I call and ask if there's a next time? Lin Shi conceded on the spot. Ro, you're good. She's desperate for the world, and her unreliable parents. If Lu Fei had called, Zhu Yuping would have dared to let him stay overnight today. TCH, Creek, you're too much of a wimp. You're not the Creek I know anymore. Justine and Ruoxin Lu muttered. Lin Shi rolled her eyes. Asked, Is this an anime or a game? Luffy said, Game. Having said that, tapped on the gameplay video on top of the tablet again. Just watching for a few minutes, the three women just got a little bit mesmerized. After a good while, this game is okay. Ha, Lu Fei, where did you get that? It seems like this game isn't available on the market. That's an interesting game to play. They are not entrepreneurs, but they are gamers, still have a keen sense of gaming. Lu Fei shrugged his shoulders and said, This is another legacy left to me by my uncle, but the development team for this game was foreign and has now been disbanded. I've got the game now, and I'm going to form a game company and release it on the market myself. Having said that, he asked, By the way, do any of you know any better professional managers that specialize in gaming? The three Judiths shook their heads. The people in this area haven't really been approached. Indeed, we don't understand it either. There are game tycoons among my friends, but no game managers. All right, Lu Fei shrugged his shoulders. It's okay, I'll find another connection to invite one. But the cosplay costumes, you'll need to figure out how to prepare them yourselves. Lin Shi waved his hand and said, It's fine, we have a great designer here. Dang 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 dang, Lu Ruoxin shines. Aren't you a computer whiz? How come you're still a designer? Lu Ruoxin smiled haughtily, said, Playing with computers is just my side job. My main job is still fashion design. You win. Lu Fei gave a thumbs up, said, Then I'll send you all the pictures, and you can choose your own characters and styles, but this game should remain a secret for now. A picture of the game's characters, along with some verbiage, was sent to Lin Shi. Lu Fei glanced at the time, said, Alright, I'll leave if there's nothing else. You guys take your time to get it together. The three Lin Shi have come together. There was a lot of hand-waving. Okay, slow down on the road. Thanks Lu Fei. Slow down. Lu Fei picked up the tablet and went downstairs, then used that game manager card. Downstairs. Get in the car. Park the car in the garage. Lu Fei began to wander around Tianhe Square. Suddenly, bang! Lu Fei rubbed shoulders with a tall woman and touched shoulders. Oops! The cup in the woman's hand fell to the floor. Milk tea spilled all over the place. Lu Fei hurriedly turned back. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. After that, he crouched down to clean up the mess. The woman rushed to crouch as well. In the midst of the floating fragrance, stretching out her delicate hands, she also helped to pack up. It's okay, sir. It's just that I was walking. The voice was slightly hoarse. Just listen to the sound. Lu Fei then thought that this must be an imperial lady with more than a D key. Heads up. Fruity. Unfathomable. Ghostly. He asked. Pretty girl, are you a former gaming company provider? The beautiful woman raised her head, revealing a very attractive, pretty face filled with a faintly light and mature style. I'll give that face a 96. I'll give the body a 98. But the temperament, I give it 99 points. Lu Fei murmured in his heart. The light-skinned woman across the room looked up with a surprised look on her face. Do you know me, sir? Lu Fei's eyes lit up and shook his head. I don't recognize you. It's the first time I've seen you, but I don't know why. The first time I looked at you, I felt that you should have served in a game company, and should be a senior manager. The lightly matured winded beauty completely froze. Wait until Lu Fei finished packing. She just woke up with a start. Taking the initiative, He reached out his hand and said, "Hello, my name is Luo Qingcheng, the former general manager of the Mermaid Game Company." "That's a great front word," Lu Fei laughed. "Hello, Lu Fei, a hobo with a game in hand who struggles with the lack of a professional manager." Chapter 50, This woman is too damn strong. 10 minutes later, Lu Fei and Luo Qingcheng sat inside the cafe. Luo Qingcheng hugged her tablet and watched the videos and pictures provided by Lu Fei. Luffy, on the other hand, stirred his coffee but sipped the white water next to it. Coffee, he really didn't like it. Looked at it for a full half hour. Luo Qingcheng exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. "Mr. Lu, this game is great. With my vision I think it has the potential to explode." Lu Fei nodded. "I think so too." Luo Qingcheng looked up. "So what Mr. Lu is saying is that he hopes to find a professional manager, build a game company then bring this game to market?" Lu Fei put down his glass of water. Said, "Of course, otherwise such an excellent game would be wasted." Luo Qingcheng was silent for a while. Suddenly a stack of resumes was pulled from inside his bag. "Mr. Lu, here's my resume." Lu Fei raised an eyebrow. "This beauty, she's got a lot of action. Okay, let's see." He flipped through his resume and glanced at it. Read all about it. He realized that Luo Qingcheng was indeed a super strong woman. It's not enough to look so pretty. She took the entrance exam at the age of 12 and managed to enter the University of Southport, from which she graduated early at the age of 15. He went to Harvard University in the Hopi Empire to study business administration and received his doctorate at the age of 18, and then 3 more years of supplying the game companies of the Hopscotch Empire. He returned to China at the age of 21 and worked as a general manager at Mermaid Games. Separated from service the day before yesterday. It's only 24 now. Life experience, however, has been rich to the core. After reading Ms. Lo's resume, I'm a little ashamed. Lu Fei rubbed his brow. This woman is too strong. Luo Qingcheng pursed her lips. What has been is only the past, the glory is in the future. Her slightly hoarse voice pierced her eardrums, making Lu Fei's body feel like it was electrified. This woman, simply natural brow bones. Luffy nodded. You're very smart. Is it convenient to tell me why you left from Mermaid? Luo Qingcheng pursed her lips and said, There's nothing inconvenient. The son of the Mermaid chairman wants to chase me, but I can't see him. It's as simple as that. Aha. It's simple and crude. Okay, I get it. Lu Fei took a sip of water and said, Then I'll see the door to the mountain as well. This game can only be considered as one of my properties. If Ms. Luo comes to help me, I'll contribute 100 million upfront and provide the script for the game. And Ms. Luo will set up the game company and publish the game. I'll give you 5% of the dry shares. You'll run the company. I'll just send an accounting firm to check the books. If Ms. Luo agrees, we can sign the relevant contract right away. Luo Qingcheng frowned. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded. Yes, that's fine. I'll contact a lawyer right away to draft a contract. Having said that, he dialed Fong Lei's number directly. Old Fong, I need you to help me draft a contract on my side dash. After an exchange, Lu Fei hung up the phone. Come on, accompany me to Fong Lei law firm. We'll sign the contract over there. Luo Qingcheng stood up. The long legs stepped away and followed Lu Fei. Soon, the two men went to the underground garage. Together, they got into Lu Fei's G63. Half an hour later, Square Thunder Law Firm. Fong Lei, the boss, personally stood at the door to greet him. Mr. Lu, what's the big deal this time? Lu Fei said smilingly, My uncle's side sent me a game over, and I've found a beautiful partner to form a game company. Fong Lei sighed. Mr. Lu is still so dashing. The industries under his banner are entrusted to others. You have such breadth of mind. Mr. Ma is also ashamed to be inferior. Lu Fei shrugged his shoulders. I'm just lazy. Having said that, let's introduce. This is my partner, Ms. Luo Qingcheng. This is Mr. Fong Lei, the owner of Fong Lei Law Firm, a famous barrister in Magic City. Luo Qingcheng and Fong Lei faintly greeted each other. The three men walked inside the firm. 20 minutes later, Fong Lei took the contract and handed it over to Luo Qingcheng and Lu Fei. You two take a look at it, and you can bring up anything that's not right. Lu Fei looked twice and didn't find anything wrong. Luo Qingcheng, on the other hand, looked at it carefully. 10 minutes later, she looked up. A very fair contract. Sign it. Lu Fei nodded. All right then, sign it. Brush up. Sign it with your big name. Then, he stood up. Thanks old Fong. Having said that, he looked at Luo Qingcheng again. Then Mr. Luo, I wish us a happy cooperation. A large hand, and a small white hand, held together. Chapter 51, I'm dazzled by his smile. It only took about 10 days. Luo Qingcheng then pulled the team up. The office of the company named by Lu Fei as Super God Games was directly rented from a 3-story building under him. I didn't expect that this building is also your property, Mr. Lu. For the first time, Luo Qingcheng knew that these 10 office buildings actually belonged to him. Lu Fei shrugged his shoulders and said, "Go for it, Mr. Luo. I've already greeted Sheng Yang's side, and this building is all reserved for Super God games. I hope you won't leave my building vacant for too long, Mr. Luo." Luo Qingcheng had already gotten the game script and had already tried it out more than once with the new company's technicians. She said confidently, "Don't worry, Mr. Lu, the gameplay of this game is novel and is definitely an epic-making game. I'm confident that within 3 months, I'll make it a game that will be popular all over Xia." Lu Fei nodded. "Well, there's no rush to officially open the service for now. I have a Shenandoah cruise ship and will be holding an entertainment tour plus event in another half-month or so. There will be a cosplay team of my friends cosplaying characters from our game. We'll wait until cosplay goes berserk and then we'll just release the game. In this recent period of time, Mr. Luo's main focus on your side will be on the matter of developing the LOL same type of hand travel game." Luo Qingcheng nodded her head vigorously. "Mr. Lu, your vision is more far-reaching than mine. I will follow the arrangements on my side." Lu Fei nodded his head and said, "All right, I promised you before not to interfere in the company's operation, so I won't be in charge of these things when the game officially opens." Luo Qingcheng said with a smile, "Don't worry, Mr. Lu, there won't be any problems if the company is handed over to me. All right, there's nothing else going on over here, so I'll leave you guys to get busy." Having said that, he dashed off. Luo Qingcheng looked at his back, a flash of curiosity in her eyes. "This man, he's quite interesting," she muttered in a small voice, turned and entered the company. It didn't take long. The technical department of Super God Games is starting to run at full capacity. Based on LOL, this is an all-out assault on the mobile version of the matchmaking game, Clear Creek Cosplay Club. The renovation is completely done. Formaldehyde is also removed once. There were already quite a few young girls walking back and forth inside the club, but the prettiest ones were always the two, Lu Ruoxin and Lin Shi. After 10 or so days of designing and rushing the costumes for the selected characters, they have begun to fall into place. Lu Fei walked into the cosplay club. It drew sideways glances from these cosplaying female students. "Wow, who is this? So handsome. This guy hasn't been seen before. Looking for who?" Among the murmurs, Lu Fei stopped a petite sister. "Maisie, where is Lin Shi? Or you can tell me where Lu Ruoxin is." The girl froze and pointed to the office in front of her. "Sister Shi and Sister Ruoxin are both inside." "Thanks." Lu Fei said thanks and knocked on the office door. "Come in." Lin Shi's crisp voice came from inside. "Push the door open." Lu Fei's eyes went straight. Inside the office, Lin Shi was helping Lu Ruoxin zipper up her back. A large swath of holy light erupted. At the same time, Lu Ruoxin, who was wearing the Miss Doom costume, almost flashed Lu Fei's eyes. "Nima, it's so blown up. Asterisk 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 asterisk." Lu Fei couldn't help but exclaim in shock. "Ah!" Screams rang out. Lin Shi and Lu Ruoxin got inside the makeshift dressing corner of the office in a flash. "Lu Fei, when did you come, you bastard?" Luffy smacked his lips, asked, "You guys aren't just going to use this costume for cosplay, are you?" Lu Ruoxin pulled the door to the makeshift dressing room closed. Jarringly, he said, "What are you thinking? This is me and Creek entertaining ourselves. We and go cosplaying only within the club. When there's any kind of event it's the others who go. Creek and I have to do all kinds of coordinating work on it." Lu Fei breathed a sigh of relief. "Numb nuts. It's a nice dress to wear, but it's not so good to wear it out." 2 minutes later, Lin Shi and Lu Ruoxin changed into their everyday clothes and walked out. Lin Shi's eyes were dangerous. "Lu Fei, how did you get in?" Lu Fei spread his hands and said, "I knocked on the door, and when you told me to please come in, I came in." Lin Shi shivered with anger. "Open the door." Angrily, she roared, "You dead girls, didn't I tell you not to bother me if a man comes, no matter who it is?" The little girl who gave Lu Fei directions and looked like a high school student lowered her head, suddenly red in the face. "I'm sorry, Creek." I was swayed by his smile. Chapter 52, The Law of True Fragrance. It was the first time Lu Fei had this kind of treatment. A smile alone makes a little girl's heart swell. It feels pretty good. Lin Shi was so angry that she almost spat out blood and glared viciously at the little girl. The door slammed shut. Lu Ruoxin gave her an amused look. Another glance at Lu Fei, said, "Alright Xiao Shi, it's not a big deal. Besides Lu Fei isn't an outsider, right?" Lin Shi looked up. "I don't know why the heart just jumped. You mean you're having an affair with this guy?" Lu Ruoxin's face flushed red for a moment. "What are you talking about? Even if you had an affair with him, it was only you who had an affair with him." But deep down, and she was powerless to refute it, she did have that much of a crush on Lu Fei, but the guy's too much of a womanizer. Lu Fei also looked at Lu Ruoxin with a bit of surprise. I didn't realize that I had secretly conquered such a goddess-like beauty without even realizing it. I'm a ing cowboy. Lin Shi grunted twice, seeing that Lu Ruoxin didn't even care much, and didn't continue to say anything more. Asked, why are you free to come over today? Lu Fei shrugged his shoulders. I'm free every day, I just haven't come over. When he finished speaking, he had a full face. Creak, I've made arrangements on the game side. I'd like your side of the cosplay event to be put on top of my cruise ship. This in itself brings attention to your society, and can also be used to raise the attention of that game of mine with this entertainment plus travel concept, all in one go. Lin Shi didn't hesitate at all. Nodding directly, he said, yeah, no problem at all. So easy to say yes? Lu Fei thought that this beautiful woman was going to barrage herself with a wave. Sure enough, no one can escape the law of true fragrance. Good, then we have a deal. If you dare to stand me up, I'll just go straight to your house and stick around. Lu Fei smiled grimly and threatened. Lin Shi's face darkened. Lu Ruoxin had burst out laughing. Lu Fei, don't tease Xiao Shi or she'll get angry again. Lu Fei shrugged his shoulders. Glancing at the time, he said, it's almost time for dinner. Do you want me to treat you to dinner? Lin Shi's eyes lit up. That would be best. But if you're going to invite our entire cosplay club members. Having said that, unwillingly, he looked at Lu Fei. Lu Fei smiled indifferently. Said, let's go. Lu Ruoxin sighed. Looking at Lin Shi, who was not happy at all, he said, Xiao Shi, go out and announce the news. Lin Shi bristled and opened her office to announce the news. At once, there was a lot of cheering. A few minutes later, Lu Fei stepped into the Tianhe shopping center first. Behind him, Lin Shi and Lu Ruoxin followed on the left and right, and then behind, hugely followed by more than 20 face value are not bad, the key youthful and beautiful girls. Such a landscape. It directly attracted the gazes of countless people inside the entire Tianhe Mall. Holy, who is that guy? Hiss. So many pretty girls, especially the two at the top. Holy, envy. Envious and jealous eyes swept over Lu Fei's body. Lu Fei acted as if he didn't notice and directly led a group of girls up to the third floor. Eat what? Lu Fei asked. Lin Shi's eyes flickered. Have a seafood dinner. Lu Fei nodded indifferently and said, okay, listen to you. Having said that, taking a total of 30 or so beautiful women, he drilled straight into an upscale seafood restaurant. Such a big battle. Even the manager was alarmed, rushing to meet them. Sir, may I ask if you are sharing a table, or a table? Lu Fei waved his hand and said, just share a table. Having said that, again, he asked, there are a total of about 30 of us here, so get 10 servings of all your top seafood up here, and then the rest as you see fit. Magnificent. The manager was on the verge of kneeling down for Lu Fei, bending at the waist and knees. He nodded repeatedly. Okay, Mr. Lu, I'll arrange it for you right away on my side. Please wait. Having said that, wave your hand and immediately arrange for the staff to put together a table. Soon a variety of top-quality seafood was served. One by one, the girl's eyes began to glisten, pulled out his cell phone and started shooting up. This kind of scene, don't you take a picture and record a video and send it to your friends first? Chapter 53, It's Cold, Have a Hot Bite. Starting at 11:30 a.m., a series of pictures and videos began to circulate in the Magic City's circle of friends. Shocker! One man against 30 women. What's a man? That's what a man is. Outrageously generous. Soon, these pictures then created a buzz on the Express. A feminist vlogger with the ID Vivi just wants to fight for equal rights reproduced the images, and gave a supposedly heartfelt feminist message. Look at it straight men. What does it mean to be a man? That's what a man is. In fact, we women don't need much. We just need you men to remember that there is a wife at home after you go out to drink with your fox friends. More than enough to also take us to a big meal. We are already satisfied. After you men are done being righteous with your buddies, you'll be able to be righteous with our sisters, too, while you are doing nothing for your own parents. Think about the fact that we women's parents need care too. While you are socializing with people to meet people and not coming home in the middle of the night, you can also understand the loneliness of our women's hearts. Before you, we just want to fight for the rights and care we want, but all you give us is always an indifferent busy at work. A flurry of text appeared on the newsletter. At once, a large number of women converged just below her newsletter. It was so well said, it just spoke to my heart. These stinking men, they just go home and sleep. Who can understand the pain in our hearts? My husband just socializes a lot, so I quietly wrapped up a little tushy. Straight men come out and look. See what it means to be a man. Because of the picture of Lu Fei treating a group of girls to dinner. Achievement of these women's boxing watch orgies. These reply under. A lot of men were pissed off. Mud, where did you get the money for your ing bag of titties? Not from your husband's late night socializing? Who the hell wants to drink until they puke every day and wake up drunk in the middle of the night when they can make money comfortably? This group of female boxing table is simply hopeless. Men do not struggle. You guys said that men are not progressive. Men struggle. You guys said that you have no time to accompany you. And what the did you guys do? All you do during the day is shop at beauty parlors, and at night you're just empty and lonely? Simply don't billion. Confronted with straight men's rebuttals, the women's boxing tables have launched a counterattack. Ha! First time I've heard incompetence taken for granted. Then why is it that the handsome guy inside people's pictures can do it? In the end it's you guys who are too trashy. A man can be incapable, but don't be so mouthy. Straight men. Yuck. Even. There were also some vindictive female boxing tables that started to ait Luffy on the internet. Look at people. Are you ashamed? Drove your fiancé crazy. You're having a good time now, aren't you? Scum. Luffy is eating now. The cell phone just ticked. He casually opened his cell phone and realized that his newsletter had been taken over by the female boxing watches. The geeks who support him clearly have no fight in them. Can't spray these women. Luffy frowned. Looked at the process. There was a burst of laughter. He stood up suddenly. Come on friends, let's take a selfie. Said. He borrowed a girl's selfie stick and mounted it to make a video. Sit down. He uploaded the video to his newsletter. And then tweeted the female fight sheet called Vivi just wants to fight for equal rights. I'm sorry, it looks like you're using me for this picture. And would you female boxing tables stop jumping up and down? You guys are envious of the girls in the picture, right? But you have to have the face, temperament and status to match, right? Just those of you who have a thick tank but not a tall tank, except for your pea-stock is your waist. When you meet a wild boar it smiles at you, thinking you're its grandma's contraption. Who is in a position to ask for this and that here? Before you say these words, take a piss and look at yourself. Maybe you will find yourself not only on fire in your heart, but also in your body. Lastly, I would like to advise all female boxing watches to save more money instead of posting unrealistic fantasies on the internet. After all, with summer almost over, can winter be far behind? Chapter 54, surrounding a large-scale face-slapping scene. Luffy finished sending the newsletter, just put the phone down and kept eating, warbling at the table. The atmosphere was electric. On the web, with Luffy responding in such a way with his own newsletter account, the whole newsletter exploded straight away. Soon, hashtag women's rights vlogger who's a role model for men turns out to be a former scumbag hashtag, a topic that rushed to the top at a terrifying rate. Luffy's newsletter below. The amount of replies exploded straight away. Ha ha ha, gather around for the large-scale face-punching scene. Dude is just so sneaky. And what kind of event is this for you guys? I saw a couple of girls dressed in what looked like cosplay costumes. Hiss. Female fighters? Where are you guys? Come out and take a step. I'll be damned. That's a comfortable punch in the face. Countless men are dying of laughter at the punchline. It was only just now that the group of female boxing tables went to the bottom of Luffy's newsletter and left a message, turning the tables and getting punched in the face. And it was a slap in the face that didn't leave the slightest bit of face. Re-established feminist superlatives inside full force. The women's boxing tables were maddened by Luffy's newsletter. This asshole. It's him. He talks so hurtfully. What do you mean there are tanks thicker but not taller? Boar, I'll the boar. Go. Sisters, report a walk. There's no way around these female boxing tables. Only report Luffy. It's been reported. Remarks insulting to women. Reported. Report complete. Waiting to be banned. Female boxing watchers left messages under Luffy's newsletter. It caused a huge wave of mockery. Brothers, this group is not polite. Let's also report that Wei to avenge Marshall Lu. Walk up. Report that dog money. Ha ha. One less representative of idyllic feminism today. A large number of men flocked to this female punch list vlogger's newsletter below. Opened up a reporting frenzy. 10 minutes later, this newsletter V account was blocked. The reason is alleged infringement. Instead, it's Luffy's newsletter. No matter how much those female boxing tables report it. All steady as a rock and solid as a rock. Junk Express. Being rich is a big deal. Why should we block our Vivi's number but not this asshole's? This guy is suspected of abusing women. Pink to black on Express from here on out. However, this is a joke to the Express side. Bounce around. Keep bouncing around. The more you guys bounce around, the better the PV numbers for our newsletter. The technician was also a straight man, and had long looked the other way at the group of female boxing watches. After blocking that feminist vlogger what's her name, didn't care at all about the report on Luffy. The female boxing tables were furious. Especially the big V that was blocked, but also in the prestige group inside the crazy spit. Marred. The newsletter is so disgusting. Blocking my number, and that bastard Luffy didn't give a. Sisters, let's report the newsflash. Go to Department XX and report it. Go for a ride. Instigated by this big V. These female boxing tables are back to reporting. It's just a shame. Like a stone dropped into the sea. The girls were so angry that they kept cursing angrily. Finished the meal at the Ding Banquet seafood place. Luffy sent the girls back. He went down to the underground garage himself. Everything is ready for the east wind. Wait about 2 more weeks. The Shenandoah will then be launched on a journey that combines entertainment and tourism. Hope everything's fine. Starting the car, Lu Fei dialed Jin Sia's phone. Yuki, where are you? On the opposite side of the phone, Jin Sia rode on Jin Cece's body. Said, I'm on this side of Tsukumo Court. Oh, then I'll come over here this time. Jin Sia said, okay brother Fei, do I need to prepare anything? The corner of Lu Fei's mouth lifted. You can go ahead and heat up the food if you have to prepare it. Jin Sia's small face reddened. Nodding, he said, okay Fei, I got it. Wait until you hang up. Jin Cece asked curiously, hot dish? What's that? Some weird code word? Jin Sia rolled her eyes. Live your go. I'm off to exercise. After saying that, he left Jin Cece's room. Most of an hour later, Lu Fei arrived at the Chiyun garden. Opened the door. Jin Sia was wearing a cool sports set and was covered in crystallized sweat. Fei, the food is hot, she said with a smirk. Lu Fei raised an eyebrow. Really? Then fried rice to go. Simple and crude. Straight to the point. A few minutes later, Jin Cece, who was hiding inside her room, blushed. Asshole. So this is the hot dish. Fried rice, surprisingly dash. Bah. Almost 2 hours later, the sun is setting in the west. Lu Fei changed his clothes and walked out. Just out the door, Jin Cece passed by with a glass of water and jumped. Fei, brother Fei, she cried out nervously. Lu Fei gave her a look. Nodding his head, he said, not live today? Jin Cece was depressed. Live? Who's going to be able to live stream when you're frying rice and clanking it? Well, I'm a little under the weather today. Jin Cece didn't dare to tell the truth. Luffy glanced at her insulated water cup, showed a look of relief. Oh, so that's how it is. Even though it's summer, you still have to keep warm. You're holding up the curtains with that revealing dress, letting in the air, he said with concern. Jin Cece froze, looked down, can't see the toes, but understood what Lu Fei meant. She blushed. With a gnat-like thank you, he fled and ran back to his room. Bang! Closed the door. She gasped violently. The face exploded red. What should I do? If Fei comes knocking at night, will I open it? So annoying. Jin Cece muttered in a small voice. Results. Not waiting for the night, it was now that there was a knock on the door of her room. Chapter 55. Dogcoin crooked people are fun. Knock knock. There was a knock on the door of the room. Lu Fei's voice sounded outside the door. By the way sissy, open the door. I have something to tell you. Jin Cece trembled in fear. She took a deep breath to stabilize her mind. The mind was conflicted for just a moment before he turned and opened the door. After opening the door, she stood frozen, closed her eyes, and slowly craned her neck. What are you doing with your eyes closed? Lu Fei frowned. Jin Cece's heart, which was already on the verge of beating out of its chest, trembled. A jumble of emotions that instantly turned to cholesterol. She opened her eyes and smiled awkwardly, realizing that he'd gotten the wrong idea, and ashamed of the little thought he'd just had in mind. No, it's just that suddenly my eyes feel a little dry, she explained awkwardly. Lu Fei's heart was as clear as a mirror, and no poking. Raised the flash drive in his hand, said, here's a good one for you. Hiss. Jin Cece was shocked. Is this? It's not good dash, she said weakly. It's a little scary. This guy was already a chef out of the New Oriental. If you add some video instruction, that's not turning the pot on itself. Jin Cece's mind was messed up inside. Lu Fei, however, had gone straight in and opened her computer. Connect the USB flash drive to it. Then install the LOL Insider install file on it. Finally logged into an internal account. After doing this, Lu Fei stood up, said, Cece, this is a game from my company. In the last few days you'll be live streaming and playing the internal beta version with the company's internal staff to help me warm up. In the future, you can transition to being a game master for this one. You can contact this wiki for the exact time of the live broadcast. The internal account passwords are on this piece of paper. Having said that, Lu Fei shared Luo Qingqing's prestige with Jin Cece. Then he left the room, stand in front of the computer. Looking at the picture displayed on the screen, he looked back at Lu Fei who had already disappeared. Jin Cece was on the verge of crying. The next few days, Jin Cece was poisoned by LOL and completely turned into an internet-addicted girl. Wow, I'm telling you guys, this game is so much fun. What kind of game is this? Remember that tycoon who bought several cars in a minute? This is a game produced by his game company. Why can't I find it? This is the internal beta version. It's not officially public yet. This game is so much fun. You guys have to try it later. Jin Cece muttered as she played the game. The live feed is entirely gameplay footage. You can't see her in person at all. But it's with such a game that hasn't even been publicly tested yet. Jin Cece's popularity directly rushed to the #1 position on the live broadcast platform. And unbreakable. LOL, this game is on fire inside the live streaming community. So many people have been asking about this game. Even many anchors see a business opportunity, getting ready to test the waters after the game's beta. Lu Fei was satisfied with the result. After going to check on the progress over at the cosplay club, back inside his mansion, he crossed his legs and swiped the news. Suddenly, he then got caught up in a news story. The Sunset Empire netizen who went on a wild hunt in Y continent and uploaded the video to the internet and made wild claims that women in Y continent are very easy to flirt with has sparked outrage and is wanted globally. It has been found that the suspect's trail was last seen in Jusha territory, and people who see this person are urged to report it, with a cash reward of 100,000 yuan for providing valid clues. Tap on the video to watch the whole thing. Lu Fei's brows then furrowed. This dog money crooked people. Really, good at it. Chapter 56, My wife's getting her hair done. Video. This crooked guy isn't much better looking and is a little bald, but it's in Shiloh, Mud Boom, Savadika, and all different parts of the summers, hooking up with different women and even some videos of him alone. It's entirely possible to say that it's been done time and time again. Currently, both Scylla and Mud Boom have issued a worldwide warrant for this man. Visuals are going to be cold. Lu Fei mused, simply logged into his newsletter account, reprinted this video and added a quote at the end. Whoever can provide a clue to catch this dog coin, I'll personally reward another $2 million. Because of his angry relationship with the female boxing table, he has several million followers on this newsletter account itself. Plus there was a decent amount of heat on the story, and it quickly shot up to the top of the charts. Brothers, great atmosphere. $2 million is like me spending $10. NV. I heard that Pussy has recently appeared over in Yangchang. I'm going to go arrest someone. Someone must be caught. We'll beat him up before we catch him. These women are really enough too. Seeing a crooked man and jumping on him, thinking that every one of them is rich and a tycoon? One of Luffy's flashbacks. Straight away this thing got hotter. Zinnian is a webcaster. Anchor the outdoors with a decent number of followers. It's not as good as the big anchors, but it's enough for him to support a family in a month. When he saw Lu Fei's message in the Express today, he was moved. Sent a message directly to my friend's circle. This person is my friend from the Sunset Empire. Recently lost in Yangcheng. Please see the friend in time to contact me. Heavy gold 200,000 reward. It ended with a couple pictures of this white guy named John and his circle of friends. Soon, his circle of friends just lit up. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Brother, you're making a bit of a hard bargain with this spread. Asterisk 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 you. You think I don't know who this pussy is? Big brother has good talent. Be my son. Ugh. Zinnian spat. Numb nuts. I didn't realize how fast the news traveled. Looks like there's no shortcut. Guys, let's find someone live today. We must find this thing called John. Zinnian rubbed his nose, not slowing down like the front. Live streaming pop-ups began to appear. Where's sister-in-law? Do you have any plans? A needle in a haystack without a plan. Actually, I just wanted to see my sister-in-law. Xinyan said as he walked. There is definitely a plan. According to the information on the internet, this guy was last seen in the Pengcheng district of Yangcheng. It just so happens that my old man and his family are over in Punch's town. So I know some friends over there, and I know many of the local vendors as well. So if anyone can catch that John, I think to myself it's me. Having said that, he paused, adding, as for my wife, she went out to get her hair done with her little sister. Zinnian got in and started the car. Hurry up and get going. Find that pussy and help us beat the out of him before we do. Does Chi want to find 2 helpers first? That crooked guy is bullish looking. Xinyan said while driving. Brothers, don't worry. Have you forgotten that I have also practiced sparring for more than 10 years? That guy doesn't look tall, but in fact his body has been hollowed out a long time ago, and he's just a pewter head. When I find him, it won't take 10 moves to put him right over. Having said that, there was a 666 inside the live room. Half an hour later, Zinnian arrived in the city of Pontchartrain. Though with his mouth he yelled about how good he was at sparring, but after arriving in Punch's town, 2 friends were called to join them. Then, he took a friend, took John's picture, and started traveling through high-traffic areas such as food markets. It didn't take long. He then got a useful piece of information. From an old uncle, he learned that John had been out at the bookmaster's court. He grabbed this old man's hand. Stuffed $200. Old man, I'll buy your vegetables. Thank you. Having said that, clutching his cell phone, he greeted his 2 friends and went straight over to the book garden. The old uncle waved his hand behind him. You're just giving money, not taking the food away. Xinyan turned around and shouted. That dish is considered my treat. After that, he met up with his 2 friends and made a mad dash forward. Chapter 57, Are the men of Jusha good enough? 666. Chi is going to be rich this time. Go Chi, catch that bastard and beat him violently first. Awesome. You really found it. Qin Yan held up the live broadcast device and ran while saying, I am more familiar with the neighborhood of Shuxiang Yuan. My old man's family has had a house in this neighborhood just sitting around for a while, said. The three of them then got back into the car and drove it directly inside the Shuxianjuan neighborhood. Entering the Shuxianjuan neighborhood, Qin Yan held up the photo and began to ask about the elderly people who were cooling off and playing cards inside the neighborhood. Soon, he got some more useful information. Oh, this crooked guy. I've seen him before. I think he's over in the third building. Yeah, I've seen this guy too. In and out with a woman from time to time in the last few days. I've seen it twice too. It's in the third building. The joy on Qin Yan's face intensified. Friends, Kung Fu is not enough. I feel like I should have found it. It's in the third building. Having said that, he muttered again in a low voice. Third building? Seems like the old man's family's set is in the third building. Ming, Arnold, when I find that guy and get a total of $1 million in prize money, the three of us will split it equally. So wait until that asshole comes downstairs. Everyone do it together. Don't let him get away. Qin Yan said as he crouched at the bottom of the building with two friends. Armin and Arnold nodded vigorously. Full of excitement, he said, Don't worry, brother Nyen. Our brothers will definitely back you up. Definitely won't let that guy get away. Xinian nodded. Then he muttered to the camera. Brothers, gift brush wave. There are friends who are still watching the live broadcast. Please call them all over. It's already after 4 o'clock in the afternoon. I reckon it won't be long before the dog coin shows up. After all, he's got to eat, too. At once, there was a response inside the live room. Soon, there are so many people just above the express who are starting to anonymize about this. One after another. A large number of netizens flooded the live streaming platform and rushed into this live room. Watching the number of onlookers grow, along with the number of people paying attention, Qin Yan was already blushing with excitement. He didn't care too much about the prize money this time around. If you can make a leap to become a big anchor yourself with this incident, that's really developed. It's not a dream to earn millions of dollars a year. Asterisk. Anchor, don't wait. Take the initiative. Are you? People only know in this building who to find out the chicken. I so want to hear someone driving again. Catch that bastard no matter what and beat him up first. Looking at the pop-ups inside the live stream, Xinian craned his neck, simply handed the phone to his companion. Ming, you're going to help me shoot next, and know you'll do it with me later. It didn't take long. Ding! The elevator doors slowly opened. A white man with a bit of a high hairline walked out being swept up by a young mixed-race woman with about an 85 face value after makeup and a very nice body. Sidewalk. The man's hands are still a little unruly. The cell phone camera caught the first moment they appeared. Asterisk. Out. It's this one. Anchor up. Naya, what are you waiting for? However, Qin Yan was completely dumbfounded after seeing these two people. However, all of Xiaoming and Sha Nua landed their eyes on Qin Yan's body. Full of pity, Qin Yan was trembling all over. Asterisk. Anchor, hurry up. Mud, hurry up. Grass, what's the anchor doing? Among the pop-up urges, Xinian slowly stood up. One of his eyes was so wide that the corner of his eye almost crumbled open. Looking at the man and woman who were getting closer and closer, his breathing gradually became rapid. He yelled down, Go! Having said that, take a big step. Punch out. Holding his cell phone and filming, Ming froze, shouted, Nyen, still shooting? Qin Yan's face had gone ironic, growling, Shoot, why don't you shoot? The voice just dropped. The man and woman walking inside the entry hall froze and subconsciously looked at him. The woman standing next to John froze, exclaimed out loud, Xinyan, why are you here? Qin Yan sneered, why is the old man here? Stinking, old man's fists tell you. Having said that, he stepped forward quickly, charged toward John. John froze, a sneer on his face. Zhu Sha Men, no, don't call it among the Chuzha languages. He cupped his fists in contempt and blasted them at Xinyan's head. Qin Yan's face was grim as he nimbly avoided his punch and directly bullied him. Close up. Bang, bang, bang. A series of muffled sounds. The sun character punch. It kept landing on John's chest. Bang, bang, bang. John kept backing up. Xinian continues to follow up, punching. A few breaths later. Bang. John went straight to the ground. Both eyes rolled up. Are the Zhusha men okay? Xinian growled angrily. His wife, Wei Kurson, froze, letting out a scream. He charged. Xinyan, you're crazy. Chapter 58, the saddest anchor ever. Wei Kuxian rushed to Qin Yan and blocked John's front. Qin Yan, are you out of your mind? You won't get any good results if you beat him to death. The corners of Qin Yan's mouth twitched and his body shivered. Deadly staring at Wei Kuxian, he didn't say a word. Ming and No stood off to the side, shivering. Inside the live feed, the pop-ups stalled for a while after. Suddenly it increases wildly. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This is Mrs. Che, Naya. John is caught. How come he's also caught his sister-in-law? Holy, the saddest anchor in history has shown up. Holy, this should be the saddest ing story ever. Brother, hold on. One rocket. No honor. Inside the live broadcast room, so many water users began to spontaneously brush rockets. That's the only way they can show their support for the year of the apocalypse. Standing in front of Wei Xin, looking at his beloved wife, Xinyan's brain was about to explode. When did this happen? Wei Xin played dumb. What when? John is just my English teacher. Xinyan sneered. Pop. A slap on Wei Xin's face. Do you take me for? This scumbag is a wanted criminal who is wanted worldwide. Wei Xin fell to the ground, covering her face full of rage. Xinyan, you're the one who's a scumbag. How dare you hit me? I'll fight you. Bang! Another kick from Xinyan, kicked her directly in the heart. Son of a, I spoiled you to the heavens. You're in charge of everything in the house, and you're given all the bank cards, and this is how you ing treat me? Can you stand up to your old man? Can you stand up to your son? Xinyan roared with rage as he stepped on Wei Xin's heart. Wei Xin struggled, but was unable to break free. Suddenly, she laughed, laughing uncontrollably. Is it right for your son? Xinyan, do you ing think your son is really your seed? Do you know why your son's hybrid features are so obvious? Because it's not even your blood. Xinyan froze. The whole thing looked like it had been drained of its essence. His back, which had been straight, hunched over in an instant. He bent over. Get Wei Kursin arrested. Are you here really? Xinyan's voice trembled. Wei Xin let loose a wild laugh. Right, that's it. What can you do to me? Yo-Yo stared at Wei Xin. Suddenly, bang! He kicked out with a sudden flash of lightning. At once, Wei Xin was kicked straight out, kneeling down. Then, Xinyan stormed up. A kick to John's crotch. Bang! 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 Kick after kick. John woke up past the pain, passed out again quickly, and then woke up again after he passed out. Week after week, among the mournful howls, blood, oozing from the inside of his pants. Gradually it diffused. Watch this scene. Wei Xin pounced like crazy. John! Bang! Xinyan made a whip kick that went straight to her face. At once, Wei Xin spun around twice on the ground and collapsed on the ground unconscious. Do it all. Xinyan sat down on the floor, huffing and puffing. Inside the live feed, the pop-ups kept rising. Dude, you're a man. Mud. Well played. This kind of woman. What a ing piece of. Man. As good as you played. I'd say you got yourself in trouble this time. Xinyan reached for his cell phone, squeezed out a smile, said, Brothers, I guess I'm going to go in, and I won't be able to give you a live broadcast from now on. Today, I'm ing really after this incident. I should damn well be the unluckiest anchor in the entire network. He smiled to himself. Despair had covered his face. Suddenly, Lu Fei, rewarded anchor, Xinyan, Superfire X100. Brothers, don't panic. I'll keep that 2 million reward for you and wait for you to come to me personally to claim it. On top of that, I've contacted the top law firms in the Magic City. They'll put together a top-notch team of lawyers to defend you, and I'll pay for everything. When you come out, not only will you get the $2 million, but I'll give you another reward. Chapter 59, A First-Class Woman Marries Omi. The pop-up sent out by Lu Fei floated across the entire topmost layer of the screen. A few seconds later, asterisk 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 asterisk. Tutor awesome. Is it that Lu Fei from Magic City? The big man is out. Anchor, you're saved. Damn. You are really great. I used to dislike you, but I'll back you up on this one. The pop-ups kept going out. Xinyan had gotten so excited that he almost cried. Thank you. Thank you, big brother Lu Fei. Thank you for your support. Lying on the couch, allowing Jean Siye to press her legs, Lu Fei threw out another 100 rounds of ultra fire. Small matter. The team of lawyers I've invited to help defend you. If you want to sue this woman, I'll also say hello to that side and join you in this lawsuit. Xinyan thanked him profusely. The other two teenagers also showed surprise. Fei's atmosphere. For the first time, the word dirt has a positive connotation. Brother Chi, if you go in, we'll help you with the family business too. Xinyan laughed, laughing a little miserably though, but he smiled anyway, then bowed slightly toward the camera. Thank you all. Thank you, Fei. Although today I'm probably the saddest anchor on the internet, but it could also be the luckiest anchor on the network. Xinyan was grateful. It didn't take long. JC arrived, handcuffed Xinyan, and then John, who was already foaming at the mouth and had passed into complete shock, and the unconscious Wei Kursin were given an ambulance to the hospital. Live streaming, and that's the end of it. Lu Fei exited the live broadcast interface. Yuki, go get me a notebook and a pen. After watching Xinyan's live broadcast, Lu Fei had a very powerful idea inside his head. Jin Shiyu put the notebook and pen into his hand. Take a pen and hold a notebook. Lu Fei writes furiously. It went on for several pages, and finally he put down his pen. Look at your masterpiece. He smiled with satisfaction. Ha, this roundup is absolutely awesome. Admire myself. Lu Fei handed the pen and notebook to Jin Sia. Go put it away. Jin Sia put her pen and notebook away obediently, then went to the kitchen to get busy. Lu Fei leaned back on the sofa, pulled out his cell phone again, landed on alerts. He's going to look at the top of the newsletter first. Newsflash on. Hot search number 1. It's all about Qin Yan going to catch John, the most wanted man, only to find out that his wife is getting involved with someone, and it's also revealed that his son isn't himself either. Heartbreaking for the dude. Brother, be strong. How come this woman didn't beat her to death? Meh, trashy as hell. Think you're rich because you're a foreigner? Most people expressed support, or understanding of what Qin Yan was doing, but the newsletter is active with nothing but normal people, and there will always be a small poke of freaks out there. Ha, this man is out of his mind. All he knows how to do is vent his anger on a woman. Doesn't he know how to think about his own problems? This kind of man is really a waste. The uterus is her wife's. People are willing to have children with whoever they want to have children with. You or her husband just need to be responsible for bringing up the children and taking care of the family. Men always blame women for their failures. Men like that are disgusting. You want to hit that John? Feel free. What gives you the right to just hit a woman? That's why there is a hierarchy for us women to marry. First class O Beauty, second class Scylla Mud Bomb, third class Two Islands, and finally the fourth class is the local men. Look at all this obvious female boxing table talk. Lu Fei walked straight into the study. Crackle dash. After a knock, the profiles of those female boxing tables who spoke more excessively online were exposed by him across the platform. Hotel rooming records. All of them. Chapter 60. I have an idea for a hit variety show. Last night everything Lu Fei was very calm and went to dinner. But the internet has been stunned by the flurry of information. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Ruined. Dude whose name is hidden, come on out and see. I wonder how many of these women have boyfriends. 2. Let's hope those brothers who stepped on the mines can pull through. The internet is in a state of lament. It's really within these published, well-documented sources. There were several that were so damn destructive. One of them, a woman, is engaged to her boyfriend. I'm getting married on the 4th of July this year, but then went on a date spree after getting engaged. There have even been cases of catching several of these in one day. There was another woman with a husband who was a company executive and earned a good income, but the woman in question was not willing to be lonesome, and had been hanging out in black bars for a long time, and had secretly had an abortion on more than one occasion. Beyond that, the woman who was given a large amount of information by Lu Fei. None of it is good. Either that or have a boyfriend but hang out with a married man. Either that or simply go behind your boyfriend's back and quietly get a sitter at just being. There are also those who used to hang out in Dongguan and went back to hide the truth and have honest boyfriends, but are still restless. Anyway, just one word. Chaos. Shudu. Inside a rented house. Lin Yi, who was watching online, suddenly stiffened. After a few moments of silence, he silently went to the bedroom, gathered up all of his girlfriend's things, and just opened the door to the room and threw it out for her. What's gotten into you, Lin Eum? Where are you throwing my things? His girlfriend growled angrily, and with a smooth hand, she whistled a slap at Lin Yi's face. Pop, crunching sound. The girl covered her face. Get out. With a kick, Lin Yi kicked her straight out. The girl stood outside the door, frantic tapping on the door. Lin Yi, you, open the door for me. Are you sick? It's raining so hard outside. What the hell do you want? Open the door. You open the door for me. Nobody cares. Next door. Someone opened the door. Click. Took a picture. It didn't take long. On the web, the female boxing table with the ID Cola chicken wing has been swept away by her boyfriend. And pretty much the same situation as Shudaringi. It's also happening in all corners of the entire plurality of summers. Newsflash on. One by one, people are breaking the news. The female boxing table with the ID Pineapple Honey has been hospitalized. It's a shame to see a good man who struggles. The female boxing table with the ID Doraemon just got beaten out the door by her dad. Big time. The female boxing table with the ID Love Drinking Yogurt has just been withdrawn from the marriage, and the man has intercepted the information on the internet and is ready to sue the other party for the return of the bride price. Over time, the female boxing table that made those angry and disgusting comments on the internet that made people feel angry and disgusted at first glance, basically all of them were blown out of the water and suffered a response penalty. One time, the female fighters on the top of the express all cringed, at the same time, also shouting frantically behind the scenes, just let that hacker run amok? Does anyone care anymore? It's horrible, I'm a little afraid to talk. A body is not afraid of a shadow. What are you afraid of? There were still a few women who were talking tough, but they were just yelling inside the prestige group. They were all afraid of Lu Fei's fussy operation. The next afternoon, Lu Fei dialed Zhang Jijie, Lin Xin, and Wang Xiaobo one after another. It was time to get through to a couple of partners about that program he had thought of on a whim. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Still at the North Shore Clubhouse, Lu Fei met the Lin Xin trio. A meeting. Lin Xin then said, Xiao Lu, your Auntie Zhu has been chanting about you several times. Let's go to our house for dinner tonight. Lu Fei nodded without hesitation and said, okay, then I'll pick up Xiao Xi after work and go over with her. Lin Xin said in relief, okay, I'll call your Auntie Zhu first. After making the call, Zhu Yuping joyfully went to buy food. Okay, let's get down to business. Lin Xin hung up the phone and then his face was whole as he asked, Xiao Lu, you said that you have an idea here that is bound to catch fire. I think that besides me, Mr. Wang and Mr. Zhang must both be very curious about what exactly is the idea. Chapter 61. Web series, Who's the Father of the Child? Lu Fei said with a smile, come on, let's sit down and talk. All four sat down on top of the couch, all idle. Lu Fei organized his language and said directly, Uncle Lin, Mr. Zhang and Mr. Wang. After I watched yesterday afternoon's anchor Qin Yin searching for the wanted criminal John, only to be provoked by the woman on the spot that her son wasn't her own this matter, I suddenly thought of an idea. Having said that, he brought up what he had roughly written out last night yesterday, took a deep breath and slowly began to articulate. Based on yesterday's hotspot, I came up with an idea. We are perfectly capable of inviting couples who have doubts about their son's origins, or some single mom and a man suspected to be the father of the single mom's child come together to do a show. The most authoritative paternity testing agencies are then invited to help these groups directly on air, analyzing and testing the blood relationship between the two parties. The results are announced right at the end on the show, which is bound to generate a huge amount of discussion and attention. Lu Fei finished. Lindsay lined up a slap on the table. Asterisk. Lu, you're a ing ghostwriter. Not only him, but Zhang Jijie and Wang Xiaobo were all stunned by this so-called idea of Lu Fei's. Nima, this is so fugly. But how do you guarantee that these men and women will show up for it? Lindsay questioned. Lu Fei said smilingly, I remember someone said that there is nothing in this world that money can't solve. And if there is, then it must be that you don't have enough money. My idea is to just set the price, and if it's determined that the child is not the man's, then we on the show give the man a $10 million consolation prize. If the child is determined to be the man's, then our program will give the woman a $10 million consolation prize. Believe me, there are very few ordinary people in this world who can resist this. Why confusion? Lu Fei finished. The three Lin Xin men were stunned. This stroke, will it be too big? Lindsay asked in shock. Wang Xiaobo also had a shocked look on his face. A guest is a $10 million bonus. This is too much. Yet Zhang Jijie was already on his feet. The excitement was all over the place. Mr. Lu, no, Brother Fei, you're my dropping brother. This show is absolutely on fire. The $10 million prize is not a bad setup at all, because the show isn't just about us paying for it, it's also about getting title holders, advertisers and so on. With all the advertisement fees and the channel fees, this program will definitely make a big profit if it can do more than 5 issues. Zhang Jijie had a keen sense of smell and said with a face full of excitement. Once Lin Xin and Wang Xiaobo heard his words, they put their hearts down. Mr. Zhang is this excited as a professional, then this program is indeed going to be a fire. Since Mr. Zhang has confirmed it, then this has to get going to make it work. Both men dropped their hearts, not to mention how hot this variety show really is. The advertising effect alone would be a huge benefit to both of them. Lu Fei smilingly nodded his head and said, since Mr. Zhang this bullish, then I'll be responsible for coming up with a creative idea and venues these on the line. Mr. Zhang, your Blue Charm Group is a professional. I'll leave it to you how to produce this program. As for how the proceeds of the program will be distributed, let's take our time and talk about it in detail. Lu Fei said smilingly, professionals do professional things. He hadn't thought about crossing a line only to make this kind of unnecessary spectacle. Let's have the Blue Mini Group jump out and draw fire from those women's fight tables. For the next half hour, 4 men gathered around the front of the desk, did a detailed distribution of benefits. Lu Fei does not have to invest anything, just give an idea and provide a live venue. It occupies 30% of the revenue. Blood money. It didn't take long. The cooperation contract drawn up by the legal affairs of the Blue Charm Group was sent to the clubhouse. 4 people signed the contract. Zhang Jijie asked, Brother Fei, do you have any suggestions about the name of the variety show? Lu Fei rubbed his nose and said casually, let's call it Who's the Baby's Father? Good. Let's call it that. Simple and brutal. Straight to the point. The 4 men exchanged a few more pleasantries, and they went their separate ways. Lu Fei drove to the Cos Club and prepared to pick up Lin Shi to go home and have dinner together. Ding! You died in Earth Split D36. Rewarded with Super Dominance Card 1. Dominance Temperament plus 20. Skill, Eyes Like Knives. The cold, mechanical voice rang in his ears. The corner of Lu Fei's eye, who had just stopped his car, twitched. It felt as if all the odd changes were occurring in his eyeballs. At the same time, a not-so-weak superior aura blossomed from his body and his hands. Instead, there was an extra card. Super Hegemony card. After using it, the hegemony is extraordinary. It possesses great oppressive power over ordinary people, and can even give the opponent nightmares. Duration, 5 minutes. Good stuff. Luffy gets out of the car and closes the door toward the cosplay club. It's not upstairs yet. He suddenly saw a fugly red sports car parked next door under the building he'd left for the Overwatch game. A young man with sunglasses, wearing a floral suit, fugly to the extreme, stood downstairs holding a bouquet of flowers, and he's across the street. On the other hand, it was Luo Qingcheng who had a clear and cold face. Oh, it looks like this guy is Lu Zitao, the son of the Mermaid Games chairman's family who forced Luo Qingcheng to resign earlier? Lu Fei muttered in a small voice, directly crushing the Super Buster card. He took a big step and walked over. Chapter 62, The Overbearing Lu Fei. Bang! He slapped the man in the shredded suit on the shoulder. Good dogs don't get in the way. The voice is faint. The power, however, is great. A slap. Directly slapped this rich second generation stumbled. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You. Snap. Lu Fei slapped him across the face. Bad mouth. Deserves a beating. The voice remained muted. Lu Zitao was directly blindsided by the slap. Why are you hitting people? He stammered and shouted. Lu Fei smiled towards a slight smile, and yet there was an eerie hideousness to it. Do I need a reason to beat you? Eyes like knives. One moment. His image was burned inside Lu Zitao's mind. It filled his heart, all at once, with fear. You stay back. I'm telling you. My mom is the chairman of Mermaid Entertainment. Lu went away. You. Snap. Lu Fei slapped him again. Get out. The eyes were razor sharp. Inexplicable fear completely filled Lu Zitao's heart. As soon as he dropped the flowers from his hand, he got inside the sports car and started it. Scampered straight out. Bang! The car scraped on the flower-bed curbstone. The rear surrounds were rubbed off and didn't linger a bit. Lu Fei turned back, looking towards Luo Qingcheng. How many times has he been here? Luo Qingcheng said weakly under his aura. This is the third time. Lu Fei frowned. Why didn't you tell me before? The voice was flat. However, it made Luo Qingcheng's body tighten. I am sorry. The proud daughter of heaven lowered her head under Lu Fei's domineering aura. Lu Fei coldly grunted. Next time there's anything that can't be solved, give me a word. Having said that, without waiting for Luo Qingcheng to reply, he turned around and walked inside the hall of the next building. Luo Qingcheng exhaled a mouthful of cloudy air, muttering, hiss, too overbearing. How come I didn't see him like this when we met before? She covered her heart. Inside his mind, the shadow of Lu Fei just now was already lingering. It stirred the sea of her heart and rolled in waves she had never seen before. Up to the second floor, Lu Fei took a big step into the cosplay club. Where are Lin Shi and Lu Ruoxin? He asked succinctly. A young, pretty girl cupped her hands around her heart and timidly pointed to the office. Lu Fei turned back. Knock on the door and enter. Go home, Lu Fei said as he looked at Lin Shi. Lin Shi froze. What? Lu Fei walked over, looked down at her, and said, Uncle Lin called me for dinner. Come home with me. Standing tall, Lin Shi froze. Lu Fei, however, had directly taken her small hand. Go. After saying a word, toward the confused Lu Ruoxin, she said, Ruoxin, I'm taking her away. The club is in your hands. Having said that, straight away, after a good while, I'll go. Why does Lu Fei feel so offensive today? Lu Ruoxin blushed a little. Surprisingly, they eat it up. Lin Shi, who had been dragged out by Lu Fei, was even more fed up with this. All the way down the stairs she was pulled by Lu Fei like a puppet on strings, and then pulling up to the car again, until the car was almost in front of their villa. She just woke up like a dream. Lu Fei, you want to eat at my house? The time for the dominance card had passed, and Lu Fei turned back and smiled. Of course, the voice wasn't light or heavy. Lin Shi exhaled a mouthful of cloudy air. Surprisingly, he said with a big smile, then you'll eat more tonight. Lu Fei raised an eyebrow, pulled into the entrance of the estate house. Get out of the car. Get in the door. Seeing Lu Fei again, Zhu Yuping smiled so much that she turned into a flower. Xiao Lu is here. Quickly go to the sofa and sit down. Xiao Shi, you don't freeze, hurry to go and pour tea for Xiao Lua. Lin Shi rolled her eyes and obediently went to pour the tea. Zhu Yuping said, Xiao Lu, you sit with your Uncle Lin for a while. Auntie will go and cook. There's about half an hour left before dinner is served. Lu Fei nodded. Auntie, you're busy. Don't mind me. Zhu Yuping went to cook. Lindsay pulled him into another game of chess. It didn't take long to open the meal. The meal was eaten in a harmonious atmosphere, with Lu Fei being taken care of in every way and Lin Shi being chastised in every way. The mind almost exploded. Eat. Zhu Yuping once again stayed overnight. Lu Fei accompanied Linson to drink a lot of wine. Simply stay at the Lin family's house. Evening. Lin Shi confided inside the small group. This Lu Fei guy is living in my house. So desperate. No matter how I explain, my mom and dad don't believe me. It feels like I'm about to become an outsider. They're the family of three. Judding sent a snicker emoji. Xiao Lu's routine is too slippery. Xiao Shi, you'll just submit to it. Lu Ruoxin had laughed until she could only send a few emoticons. Lin Shi was desperate. What kind of girlfriends are these? Chapter 63, Young man, don't be so mad. Slept at the Lin's house for the night. Get up in the morning. Looking at Lin Shi who was doing yoga on the balcony, Lu Fei was a bit sorry. I should have drank less last night, he muttered. After enjoying the beautiful yoga for a while, Lu Fei bid farewell to Zhu Yuping and left the villa with Lin Shi. After sending her to the cosplay club, Lu Fei received an unfamiliar phone call. Mr. Lu, I'm Lu Wenhui from Mermaid Entertainment. Do you have time to come out for a cup of tea? I want to talk to you about something. About Luo Qingchang. The voice was husky and whiny. Lu Fei, however, had a cold face. Auntie Lu, you are already in your 50s. Can you speak like a human being? As for drinking tea, it's not necessary. You might as well teach your son not to fool around all day long if you have this time. By the way, I heard that your Mermaid Entertainment has been in the red for the past 2 quarters? You're a talented person if you can make a game at a loss. Across the phone, after the plastic surgery failure, the face of Lu Wenhui, whose face was as big as a millstone, was instantly gloomy. Don't be so wild, young man. She hadn't finished. Do. A busy signal came from inside the phone. Grass. She cursed angrily. The phone was smashed to pieces. Immediately find out the bottom line of the boss behind this super god game for me. Send it to my office within half an hour. Half an hour later, a document was delivered to Lu Wenhui's office. The good-looking male secretary forced himself to vomit and exited the office. Taking Lu Fei's information, Lu Wenhui quickly browsed through it. A few minutes later, she called for the secretary again. Get me the contact info for that bunch of female boxing bloggers on the internet right now. I'll give you 10 minutes. 10 minutes later, another stack of information was placed in front of Lu Wenhui. Look at the information. A grimace squeezed out of Lu Wenhui's large pie face. Young man, although you have a lot of assets, I, Lu Wenhui, am not one to be bullied. She gave a couple of grim laughs, called the male secretary in again. Drawing out 2 of them, he said, immediately help me contact these 2 big verses. Let them come to the company. I have cooperation to talk to them. Tell them the partnership is over $2 million. The secretary nodded respectfully. Okay, Mr. Lu, I'll get right on it. It didn't take long. 2 female boxing bloggers who are originally from Mordor got the message. Immediately drive to Mermaid Games. Hanging up on Lu Wenhui, Lu Fei simply dialed Fong Lei's number. Hey, Mr. Fong, how's it going with Qin Yan? Fong Lei said. I've just gotten him out. It's fine already. Very good, Mr. Fong deserves to be a gold medal barrister. Just great. After saying that, Lu Fei continued. Tell him for me. Tell him to report to me in Magic City after he settles down at home. I have a great fortune to give him. Fong Lei said. Okay, no problem. Hang up. Lu Fei dialed Zhang Jijia's number again. Mr. Zhang, I've already taken care of that web variety show host of ours for you. That's that most miserable anchor Qin Yan. Zhang Jijie froze, then rejoiced. Mr. Lu is awesome. How could I forget about this guy? He's a host who was totally made for this variety show. Lu Fei laughed. Okay, Mr. Zhang, don't be so exaggerated. I've already called the person. After arriving in Magic City, I'll directly let him report to you. Zhang Jijie grinned. Good. And thanks to Mr. Lu for being so attentive. After a few polite sentences, Lu Fei hung up the phone. Stretched out. Yes. Exhale a cloudy breath. Lu Fei walked into the Overwatch game. Walking directly through the office area, he entered Luo Qingcheng's office. How's the mobile game development coming along? Lu Fei asked. Luo Qingcheng picked up the tablet and said, the initial development has been completed, but there are still a large number of bugs, and optimization will take some time. Lu Fei took the tablet and casually looked at it twice. Say, warm up the overall color palette a little bit, and make the characters a little bit closer to the mud boom kind of secondary style. Luo Qingcheng readily accepted good advice. Okay, Mr. Lu, I'll have someone follow up right away. Lu Fei nodded. Okay, I just came by to check it out. There's nothing else. I'll go first. Dry as a batch. After Luo Qingcheng froze, she suddenly shouted. Mr. Lu, wait on my side. There's indeed a bit of a problem. Our game procedures are stuck. Lu Fei frowned. Then he nodded and said, "Okay, I know about this. I'll fix it." Chapter 64, Mermaid Game? No more. Lu Fei left the Overwatch game company. After a few phone calls, it was determined that it was Mermaid Games that was behind this screw-up. Ha, old hag. Interesting. He smiled icily. Simply drove back to the Townsend. Go inside the den. Turn on the computer. Crackle dash. After a bit of maneuvering, he looked up all the games under the Mermaid banner. A cold color flashed across Lu Fei's face. If we're going to play, let's play big. He rubbed his wrist. Both hands began to work quickly on the screen. 10 seconds. Popular game true legend of the various regions of the combat power ranked in the top 50 accounts. All of them were cleared of all data. 30 seconds. The accounts of the top 100 in the combat power rankings of each region of the super popular game Super West. All of them were cleared of all data. 3 minutes later. The accounts of the most important group of tycoon players of all the games under Mermaid were all wiped of all data. The kind that can't be recovered at all. After doing this, Lu Fei smiled and exited the hacking tool. Mermaid Games, President's Office. After Lu Wenwei signed the contract with the two female boxing versus, Ice coldly said, "Sign the contract and do your job. Teach me a good lesson about this Lu Fei on the internet." The two female boxing vloggers nodded vigorously. "Don't worry, Lu Dong. I will do my best. I already disliked this person, and now that I have the support of Lu Dong, I can definitely make him gray on the internet." Lu Wenhui nodded with satisfaction. Let the two female fighters, leave. The two women left joyfully. They got back to the car and couldn't wait to get out their laptops. A quick landing alert. Yards fly without thinking at all. Black Luffy? That's just too easy. This one has a ton of black history. Soon, 2 articles fresh off the press, directly accusing Lu Fei of abandoning his chaff fiancé after he got rich. He also forced his ex-fiancé's mother to become paralyzed, his brother to go to jail, and his fiancé to go crazy on her own. At the same time, a great deal of so-called evidence was also cited to prove that Lu Fei had done this on purpose. Soon, a number of netizens gathered just below their newsletter. Eat melon. When you look at it that way, it seems to make some sense. Even though he's flamboyant, I like his genuine nature. Eyes on the growing number of comments. And with all that specious so-called evidence, the tempo was gradually brought up. Both these were so excited they almost jumped out of their skin. But soon, they then realized that things didn't seem quite right. Asterisk. Don't eat melon here. Hurry up and go see if your game account is still there. All the servers of Mermaid Games have blown up. Mad. Old Me's account that ranked number 1 in the True Legend Iron Blood Warzone is missing. There's no official statement. Oh, I've been practicing for 3 years in the Super God Westward Journey Flower and Fruit Mountain Zone, and my top 10 ranked account is gone. Me too. My top 5 ranked account is missing. It was quickly revealed on Express that all Mermaid Games were suspected to have been hacked. Top ranked game accounts with all data lost. The point is that so many players don't have data, and neither do the game companies. As soon as such a rumor appeared, it just completely ignited the anger of the landed players. Have gone to question customer service. However, is Stumpton doesn't know how to explain it, eventually detonating the fury of the landlord. I've already driven to the courthouse to sue Mermaid Games. Count me in. I'm going to sue it too. I spent more than $10 million inside the game and I lost my number? Prosecution is not negotiable. A short half hour. Mermaid Legal then received hundreds of electronic subpoenas from the court. Bang! Lu Wenwei, who not long ago had to spend money to hack Lu Fei, fell straight to the ground, fainted on the spot. And inside Mermaids, it's a mess. All employees are aware. Company might be going broke. It wasn't long before Lu Wenwei was taken to the hospital. After some rescue treatment, although he had awakened, the whole person had become crazy because he had been hit too hard. And her son Lu Zitao, who took her last name, was drinking with someone at a bar when he got the news. How come? He muttered a whisper in a disoriented voice, without realizing that the various friends who had once knelt to him had quietly left. A few minutes later, Lu Zitao was ready to leave. Instead, he was asked to pay the bill. But when he pulled out his card and swiped it, all the cards are frozen. He called all of his friends and was stonewalled on all of them. Finally, the once glamorous rich kid had to mortgage his sports car for booze money. Chapter 65, Picking Tea Under the East Fence. When Lu Fei went online again, it has been published online. Thousands of people have already sued Mermaid Games. All assets of Mermaid Games have been completely frozen. Lu Wenwei, the chairman of the board, was directly blocked because the blow was too great. Lu Zitao, the crown prince, was also restricted, but only for a short time. Mermaid Games, the largest game company in Zhuxia. Surprisingly, it just came crashing down. The internet is a hot mess. I just want to know who the hell did this. Probably a competitor. It's not always possible, or maybe its game is so hep that it pisses off the hacking gods, but it's really a big deal if you ask me. The mermaids have been eating really badly for the past 2 years. Lu Fei flipped through the comments and called Luo Qingcheng over. Said, Qingcheng, the matter has been sort of resolved. You can now poach people from the mermaid side, though there was already a guess in mind, but from Lu Fei's mouth himself. Luo Qingcheng was still filled with shock. She stabilized her mind and said, don't worry, Mr. Lu, I'm already following up from my side, and I'll definitely do my best to scoop up the key talents of the mermaids. Fine, think about such things yourself. I won't keep you from your work. Hang up. Sit down in front of the computer. Lu Fei looked at the 2 big V accounts with millions of followers displayed on the screen. Directly invade the Express database to zero out the fan count. Simple and crude. The 2 women looked at their account anomalies, shivering with fear. This matter is none of our business. We didn't do anything. The 2 women are terrified. Yet it is only the beginning. Less than half an hour after they realized their account followers had been emptied, and a JC came to the door. Yu Fei, you are suspected of allowing others to smoke X and selling X products. We arrest you according to the law. Su Yun, you are suspected of extorting and blackmailing others. The amount of money involved is huge. Now we arrest you according to the law. 2 big Vs were arrested outright. As for the evidence, of course it was Lu Fei who sent it out. Remove all possible traces as you go. Luffy shut down the computer. Just walked out of the study. Jin Xie and Qin Cici then opened the door carrying large bags. You're back, Fei. Lu Fei nodded his head and said, well back. Cici, how's your game practice going these days? Qin Cici smiled proudly, tapped the 2 F keys and said, I'm a game genius. I'm already playing very well. All the other internal players are only being abused by me. Lu Fei was a bit surprised. It seems I have a good eye. Qin Cici smiled cheekily. He came over and asked carefully, Brother Fei, can you tell me when the game will be available for public beta? So many of my fans ask me every day. I just can't top that. Lu Fei said, it will probably go live officially next Saturday morning. Next Friday night was the day that Lin Qi's cosplay team officially debuted on the Shindu. It went live on Saturday morning, just enough to fester and attract more people to the game. Get the exact message. Qin Cici was so excited, glancing at Jin Yuki who was already carrying something to the kitchen. Jumping up, he nibbled on Lu Fei. Thank you, Fei. Lu Fei raised an eyebrow. That's all it takes to say thank you? Qin Cici blushed. Another glance at the kitchen, whispering, so, I'll make you some tea? A smirk flashed in Lu Fei's eyes. Yeah, said, walked inside the lounge and leaned back on the couch, beginning tea picking. Chapter 66, I'll eat show live if I can make it hot. Evening, Qin Yan arrives in the Magic City, posted the latest update on top of his newsletter account. I am safe and sound. I am in Mordor. I will meet Mr. Lu tomorrow. Below, it quickly brought together a large number of netizens. Mr. Lu is mighty. Lawyer Fong is domineering. Cowhide. Blessing. Day 2. Lu Fei gave Zhang Jijia's phone number to Qin Yan in the morning. Qin Yan was filled with gratitude as he took a taxi to Blue Phantom Group. Meet Xinyan. Sang was delighted. After giving a general idea of what the web series Who's Your Daddy is all about, Qin Yan was excited on the spot. Without hesitation, he signed on as the host of this web series. Zhang Jijia said, from now on, you'll be our company's contracted artist. The company has a dormitory and a transportation van, and then you'll be given a few days of unannounced training and hosting skills. Next Saturday, the Shenandoah cruise ship sets sail. There will be your stage. Xinian nodded vigorously. Don't worry, Mr. Zhang, I definitely won't let you and Mr. Lu down. The day, a joint press conference was held by the 3 companies, Blue Charms Group, Meyer Travel and Linson Catering. Xian participates, announcing who the kid's dad is. A web variety show is officially in the works and in the production process, and Qin Yan, the saddest netizen ever, will be the host of this one web series, the variety show, which will be officially launched live on the Shindu cruise ship next Saturday afternoon. In addition to this, it was also announced that the entertainment tours on the Shenandoah cruise ship, Plus, are officially on sale, as soon as the news was announced. Plus the help of many artists under the Blue Mini Group to retweet it. 10 minutes and it went straight to the top of the Hot 100. Holy, this web series, I'm yet too fugly have you. And there's a $10 million prize. Blue Charm Group is following the trend. It feels like this variety show is absolutely great. Damn. When will this variety show go online? Old me definitely wants to go and watch a wave. Watch the scene to identify whether it's a real dad or a fake dad. It also involves family lunacy. So exciting there. Who's Your Daddy this variety? It's already on fire before it's even made. At the same time, the official announcement for this variety show, and once again, it irritated the fragile insides of that little poke at the idyllic female punch list. Soon, These female boxing tables then converge on various blue mini group artists, and underneath the various blue phantom group newsletter numbers, the angry spraying began. Ha! If this kind of variety show catches fire, I'll eat Sion live on air. Sacrificing someone's privacy is the worst of the garbage. Report. This variety show allegedly humiliates women. Not any heat can rub off. Sit back and watch you finish in dozens. However, these female boxing tables seem to forget. Fast forward to who's really king up there. It's those traffic artists. After messing with a few of Blue Charm's flow artists, their fans stormed out. Where did the dog come from? Barking here. Humiliate women? I think it's trash like you who don't know how to love yourself that's being humiliated. You really think you're the center of the world? Get the hell out of here. Go. Humanize these old women and show them that the world has changed. Traffic artists have superb fan battles. It doesn't even need to be done by men. In minutes, the female boxing tables that are out and about everywhere drawing wars are spewed right into self-imposed isolation. It's even too scary to go online. For the first time, I'm impressed with these fans that I used to look down on. Little sisters, you've got a pretty good three-way, and the future is yours. Support you in fighting head-on for your idols. Watching the three Linson men finish their performance on stage, the internet has also already caused a huge stir. Lu Fei leaves from backstage. The heat on the Shenandoah has been thoroughly clamored up. It wasn't necessary for him to care anymore. Down the stairs to the underground garage, Lu Fei, however, frowned slightly. He felt like he was being tailed. As he turned a wall, he pulled out an anti-wolf electric baton from inside his bag that Jean Yue had slipped him at some point. Da. Footsteps came. It was the sound of heels hitting the ground. Getting closer. Lu Fei's eyes flashed. The electric baton swings out. Zip, zip, zip. Lights. A woman in a one-piece dress with long black hair and high heels fell straight to the ground. Both eyes were glazed over and kept twitching. Chapter 67. Lu Fei, does your mom eat people? Luffy walked up to the woman and looked down at her, a slight raised eyebrow. This woman, her face and body are surprisingly good. It's basically in the same class as Linchi. What are you tailing me for? Luffy helped her up. Looking at this man, who was still holding an anti-wolf electric baton in his hand and helping himself up, Gu Hongzhuan was on the verge of tears. Why did you electrocute me? Lu Fei shrugged his shoulders. My friend told me that good-looking men have to protect themselves out there, and you just tailed me all the way from the launch site to here. Gu Hongzhuan was furious. MD, this man is toxic. She shook twice more, shook off her tingling arms, and stood up straight, looking at Lu Fei. Taking a deep breath, she said, Mr. Lu, I'm Gu Hongzhuan, a reporter from Bright Newspaper, and I'm chasing you down just because I recognize you, so I want to interview you alone. Lu Fei shook his head. Sorry, I don't do interviews. With that, he turned around and walked away. Gu Hongzhuan was in a hurry. Mr. Lu, just for the sake of you electrocuting me for a bit, let me interview you, okay? Lu Fei shook his head. Not good. Get right in the car when you're done. Gu Hongzhuan slumped outside the car, shouting loudly, Lu Fei, are you still not a man? Luffy rolled down the window. You're asking me if I'm a man? You get in the car and try? Having said that, he simply unlocked the car. Gu Hongzhuan's face changed. Asshole. She grunted through clenched teeth. Back straight away. Lu Fei started the car and shouted, Beauty, without a heart that sacrifices itself for the sake of digging up news, you're not fit to be a qualified media person. Having said that, Lu Fei drove off in his car. Gu Hongzhuan stomped her foot, so angry that he almost spat blood. Just drove out of the underground garage not long ago. Lu Ruoxin then called out of the blue. Hey, Ruoxin, what's up? Lu Fei asked calmly. Lu Ruoxin's tone, however, was anxious. Said Lu Fei. Lu Fei, my little mom came over to Magic City. You have to save me. What? Little mom? Your dad has a little wife? Lu Fei asked. Lu Ruoxin anxiously said. What are you talking about? My dad disappeared a long time ago, and my mom died when I was very young. That's my sister-in-law. She brought me up as a child, so I usually call her my little mom. This time she and her friend came to the Magic City for a visit. But you know how busy the cosplay club has been lately. I've been busy adjusting costumes every day, so I really don't have time to pick her up at the airport today, so I'll have to trouble you to do it for me. Lu Fei froze. I'm sorry, I didn't know about all this, but it's no problem to pick up. I'm on my way. Lu Ruoxin was overjoyed and quickly said, Then thank you so much. I'll send you the time and photos of these right away. Please pick them up for me. A few seconds later, Lu Fei's cell phone rang. Okay, that's on me. Spoke to Lu Ruoxin. Turn on the navigation and change directions. Lu Fei departed. Magic City Airport. A woman who looked like she was in her late 20s or early 80s, dressed fashionably and beautifully, just at her most flavorful age, put down her cell phone. Toward the next after putting on makeup looks probably between 35 to 40 years old. A few women spat. This daughter of mine can be really. My mother is off the plane. She suddenly gave me said forget I want to arrive this thing. The key is still not coming over to pick us up yourself and asking a friend to come over and pick me up. Tell me, you guys. My mother worries so much for her and she does things like this. Is that any way to be a daughter? The voice was slightly hoarse. And yet, it's so romantic. Aside, her friends grinned. It must be because she knows you're annoying her by opening up blind dates for her, so that's why she's like this. If you ask me, Manglan, instead of fretting about how to match your niece, you should think about finding yourself a companion. That's right. How many years have we sisters advised you? How old is Ruwashin? We've advised you for how many years? It's not a good idea for you to stay single like this. Besides you look so young now. Who would have known that you have a daughter in her 20s? Yu Menglan frowned and waved her hand. What are you talking about? My old lady has come through all these years alone, and her niece has been raised. Now I'm going to find a man? Hell no. I don't like men. Several friends shook their heads. Forget it. This woman is as stubborn as a donkey. Can't be persuaded. Come on, let's wait at the door. Ruwashin's friend should be arriving soon, said. The group of stylishly dressed, charming women then trooped towards the pickup point. All the way, it attracts the attention of countless men, especially Yu Menglan who was in the lead. Men from 50s and 60s down to teens and 20s. Pass and kill. Chapter 68. Lu Ruwashin's demonic sister-in-law. Receiver port. Lu Fei leaned against the car door and pulled out his cell phone to flip through the photos that Lu Ruwashin had sent over. Photo above. It was a man who looked to be 89 or less than 30 years old, with fair and delicate skin, and whose looks were 70-80% similar to Lu Ruwashin, but it's full of sophistication. The temperament is also full of beautiful women who are a contradictory collection of strength and tenderness. Look at this picture. Lu Fei was baffled. Directly taking out his cell phone, he dialed Lu Ruwashin. Are you mistaken, Lu Ruwashin? Are you sure it's your sister-in-law in that photo and not your missy? Lu Ruwashin was busy at the cosplay club. Like a machine gun, she said. That's my sister-in-law. Don't look at her as a young woman, but she's actually 35 this year. You mustn't be fooled by her looks, although she often likes to call herself my sister. And when you get them, please take them for me. I'm really busy today. I'll cook for dinner after this part. Thanks for your help. Having said that, just hang up. Lu Fei picked up his cell phone in bewilderment. 35? This photo. What kind of demon is your little mom? That is, the sister-in-law of yours. No, that's definitely not true. This must be the effect of beauty. Lu Fei was confident. It didn't take long. He then saw a couple of stylishly dressed and beautiful women, walking towards the pickup point. The woman at the head. It looks 2089, mature and charming. Key, it's familiar. Lu Fei looked down. Brains are fried. Surprisingly, it's just like the photo. Exactly. He took a deep breath and greeted them with his cell phone. You sister Yu Menglan? He couldn't bring himself to call a woman facing such a young age aunt. Yu Menglan froze, looking at Lu Fei who suddenly appeared. I don't know why, but the heartbeat was strangely accelerated. There's a heartfelt feeling. Lu Fei showed his cell phone screen over. Said, hello, my name is Lu Fei. I'm Lu Ruwashin's friend. I'm helping her to pick up a few of you today. When he finished speaking, he couldn't help but marvel. Sister Yu red's too hard to believe. Yu Menglan covered her mouth and laughed lightly. Aside, the other three women rolled their eyes. Handsome, don't ignore us. Say, handsome, what's your relationship with Ruwashin? Are you her boyfriend? Handsome man, be careful yo. Why this woman Yu Menglan can be so young is because she eats a handsome looking fresh meat every month. Grilled, steamed, boiled, especially the handsome and graceful ones like you. Definitely his favorite yet. The three mature women laughed and teased. Lu Fei breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, not all women are so demonic. Don't make fun of me. A few sisters. I'm not good at anything else, but I'm still quite bold. Having said that, he said towards Yu Menglan, Sister Yu, Ruwashin is rather busy today and may not have time to accompany you, so she entrusted me to accompany you on a tour of the Magic City. My car is over there to go first. Yu Menglan nodded with a smile. Sure, but Lu, are you Ruwashin's boyfriend? Lu Fei shook his head. No, we are just friends. Yu Menglan's eyes flickered, and she did not pursue the question. Said, alright then, I'll leave these old bones of ours to you today. Old bones. Lu Fei almost sprayed out. Your sister. Old bones like you. I don't know how many young people are going to shout auntie. I don't want to make the effort. Under the guidance of Lu Fei, 4 women got into the car. Those 3 old onions consciously sat in the back seat, while Yu Menglan sat in the passenger seat. Seat belts a bolt. Then the feeling comes out. Looks like it's the D+ key. Lu Fei swept a glance without a trace, turned back and started the car. It's already past 11. Let's go eat first. Does Sister You and you three sisters have anything you want to eat? One of the women said, I want to eat seafood. I've heard that there's a seafood in Magic City that's very good. At once, the other two women were hilarious. Yeah, it's called something like Dragon Seafood Place. I was there once last time and it was really nice. Lu Fei didn't give a damn about them and asked, Sister You, what about you? Yu Menglan pondered for a moment and said, I want to eat a little lighter. Chinese food or something like that would be fine. Lu Fei nodded. That's fine. I know a great place that serves seafood as well, and it's great too. The three women in the back seat were a little offended. Numb nuts. Why do you listen to Yu Menglan? You don't give a damn about our chatter. Yu Menglan's heart, however, was a bit strange. How many years had it been since she had felt this pampered? Chapter 69. I've been shopping with her all afternoon. Lu Fei drove the car, took the four women directly to the plum garden. Lu Fei only knew about this place the last time the Zhu family treated guests here. The menu here is based on a Cantonese list, and the seafood is also very good. He had also brought Jean Cie and Chin Cici to eat here once before. Stop the car. Open the door. Luffy just got out of the car. The lobby manager of Plum Garden then saw Lu Fei and rushed to welcome him. Mr. Lu, bringing friends for dinner again? Lu Fei nodded. Said, arrange for a cleaner box. The lobby manager nodded his head in a hurry. Pull out your walkie-talkie and start making arrangements. Then, guiding Lu Fei and the four women, they walked inside the box together. Finish ordering. Exit the box. There was a gasp from the lobby manager. This Mr. Lu is really an expert. The two girls he brought last time were so superb. This time, he even brought an imperial sister over. But what's the meaning of those three old onions? She belabored it in her mind for a while, left again to attend to other guests. Inside the box, Lu Fei made small talk with Yu Menglan. Occasionally, he struck up a few conversations with the other three old onions. It didn't take long. The dishes were served. A few people just sighed and ate. Finished eating, Lu Fei asked several sisters, do you have any places you want to go? One of the old onions suddenly asked. Lu, a few of us want to go to those attractions for a stroll. Any recommendations? Lu Fei didn't say anything. Asked, Sister Yu, what is your arrangement? Yu Menglan shook her head and said, I've strolled through all the attractions in Magic City, so I won't join them, so you can help them make arrangements first. Lu Fei nodded, pulling out his cell phone and pondering for a moment. He dialed Rinson's number. Uncle Lin, can you arrange a driver for me over there? I have a few guests over here who want to go to the attractions and need a driver. Linson froze and said again without hesitation. No problem. Where are you? I'll send someone over right away. Lu Fei hung up after reporting the address. Said, my friend will send someone to entertain you. Just tell the driver directly where you want to go. The three rich women looked at each other and nodded. Wait until these three women can't wait to leave. Yu Menglan stood up and said, Xiao Lu, accompany me to go shopping. I came to Magic City without luggage. I have to buy some clothes. Lu Fei nodded. Alright then, this is next door to Chong'an Square. Let's go straight there. Get up. Luffy settled the bill. He didn't drive either, and walked directly with Yu Menglan to Chong'an Plaza next door. Shopping with such a woman, and her own friend's sister-in-law. Lu Fei always had a little strange feeling in his heart, and Yu Menglan felt a little strange. The young man was a friend of his daughter's and favored a very comfortable manner of speech along the way, and that aura and temperament that far exceeded those of her age made her heart, which hadn't moved in 20 years, actually ripple. One afternoon, Lu Fei was all shopping with Yu Menglan. Just after 5 in the afternoon, Lu Ruoxin finally called. Lu Fei, where are you with my sister-in-law? Lu Fei glanced at Yu Menglan and said, I've been shopping with Sister Yu all afternoon. Shopping? Lu Ruoxin's voice raised at once. You spent the afternoon shopping with my sister-in-law? She hates shopping. Tell me what you did with my sister-in-law. Hate shopping? Lu Fei glanced down at the large bag he had placed on the ground. You call that annoying? So what does it mean to like it? Buying a shopping street is what it takes to like shopping? He rolled his eyes and didn't bother to explain, saying, are you off work yet? Come over to Chong'an's side when you're off work. Lu Ruoxin's voice weakened all of a sudden and said, okay, I'll be right over. Half an hour later, Lu Ruoxin drove her small car to Chong'an Square. Where's Creek? Why didn't she come with you? Lu Fei asked. Lu Ruoxin said, she still has to get off work later. She's still busy inside the club. The words just fell out. Yu Menglan then walked over. One grabbed Lu Ruoxin's ear. Chapter 70, it's all just broken brass and iron. Broken bricks and tiles. Damn girl, you still have the nerve to talk here? I came all the way here to see you, and you refuse to even connect with me. Lu Ruoxin frowned. Oopsie. Auntie, stop it. My ears are falling off. I'm just busy with work. To blame. Just blame Lu Fei. This asshole. If it wasn't for Creek promising him to debut on top of that God's capital cruise ship of his, How could I have been so busy? Yu Menglan caught a key word. The Shenandoah? That God's capital number that's so hot on the internet. Is that yours? She looked at Lu Fei, her face a mask. Aside, Lu Ruoxin said, that's not all. The building we're renting now is also owned by this guy. He owns all 10 office buildings in Tianhe Plaza. Yu Menglan was even more surprised. I didn't realize you were still a rich man. Lu Fei waved his hand and said, it's all broken copper and iron and bricks and tiles. It's not worth mentioning. Having said that, he skirted around the topic and said, Ruoxin, you must be tired after a busy day as well. And sister, you've been shopping all afternoon. Let's go eat first. Lu Ruoxin frowned. What are you calling my sister-in-law? You should have called. Bang! Yu Menglan knocked her on the head. Is my mother that old? Keep talking nonsense or I'll beat you up. And how many times have I told you to call me sister? Call me sister. Auntie, 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 auntie. Sister, sister dash. The two men were at each other's throats. Laughter all the way. Eat. Lu Fei transferred everything to Lu Ruoxin's small car and then said goodbye to both of them. He didn't go back to Thompson today. Instead, they went to Tsukumo Garden. After living on the Townsend side for a long time, it still feels like the house is too big. It's not much fun. Taking out the key, he opened the door of the room in Tsukumo Court. He saw that the two sisters, Jean Ca and Jean Cc, were sitting in front of the table, cooking hot pots for dinner inside the home. The flavor is not bad. Luffy ate a little more. Finished eating. 3 people out for a walk. Stopped by the gym for a workout. Go home after your workout. The hot dishes are finished. Lu Fei and Jean Shiyu went to fry rice. Jean Cc, on the other hand, was holding her head, hiding inside her bedroom with her headphones and turning the music up to the max. But in his heart, there were countless ripples. Fried rice. What exactly does it taste like? Would love to taste it. Finish frying up a pot of rice. Finally quiet. But Jean Cc was getting more and more tormented. Day 2. Lu Ruoxin has to work again. Simply get rid of Lu Fei again to accompany Yu Menglan out to play. Lu Fei didn't have much to do anyway. Changing cars, he went to pick up Yu Menglan from the cosplay club's side and got on the car. Sister Yu, have you ever been to an amusement park? Lu Fei asked. Yu Menglan froze and shook her head. I've never really been to this place. Lu Fei smiled. That's perfect. Let's go to Disney and have some fun. Yu Menglan was a bit hesitant and said, I'm at this age. Would it not be too good? Lu Fei froze. Sister Yu, if you walk out now and say you're only 26 or 27 years old, a whole bunch of people will believe you. Yu Menglan laughed. That's fine. I'm curious what the amusement park has to offer too. Lu Fei smilingly started the sports car and carried Yu Menglan to trigger to the amusement park. The whole day, Lu Fei and Yu Menglan both spent time inside Disney. Yu Menglan, a counterintuitive frozen beauty who was clearly in her early 40s but looked like she was in her mid-20s, was having a great time. All kinds of programs. Lu Fei accompanied her to experience them all. The woman was happy with a batch. The relationship with Lu Fei was also much closer. Evening. Lu Ruoxin called and said she had to work late at night. Tell Lu Fei to accompany Yu Menglan for dinner and send her back to Lang Sinuan neighborhood after dinner. Looks like we're on our own tonight. Lu Fei shrugged his shoulders. Yu Menglan froze and simply said, it's better not to eat outside every day. Why don't we just buy food and go back to cook? Lu Fei froze. It's okay. Making a decision. He simply drove over to Lansing Court. After buying some groceries and some meat at the grocery store, Lu Fei carried the dishes and walked in with Yu Menglan to Lu Ruoxin's house. Chapter 71, Tickets for the Shendu ship are selling like crazy. Cooking. Lu Fei didn't feel too good about letting someone's friend's mom work alone. Simply went into the kitchen to help as well. Being an orphan, cooking is also a necessary skill. It was only that recently Lu Fei had gotten lazy and there was Jean Cieyu around, so he didn't perform it. Soon, Lu Fei's operation left Yu Menglan stunned. The blade flashed. Shredded potatoes are evenly detailed. It was quickly cut up, immediately followed by a cut of meat. Preparation of food is complete. Lu Fei simply said, Sister Yu, or I'll stir fry. You just help me get some garlic and ginger. Yu Menglan nodded her head and said, alright, it seems that I need to learn more about this cooking skill of mine. No, it's just that I haven't cooked for a long time, so I'm a bit itchy today. And cooking is still great for Sister Yu. Come on, I can cook simple home-cooked meals. I don't have such great knife skills as you. The two talked and cooked. It didn't take long. The vegetables are fried. Serve the table. Yu Menglan called Lu Ruoxin, but it turned out that she was still working overtime. Forget it, let's eat first. Okay then, I'll serve dinner. Serve the meal. Sit at the table. Eating a meal that tastes pretty good. A touch rose suddenly in Yu Menglan's heart. She had been longing for such a scene for over 20 years, but it never materialized. I didn't realize that now, but it made her heart that way. Just this youth. Yu Menglan let out a silent sigh. Finish eating. Yu Menglan went to wash the dishes. It didn't take long. Lu Ruoxin is finally back. Lu Fei excused himself, leaving the orchid garden. Day 2. Yu Menglan didn't let Lu Fei accompany him anymore. Wandered off on his own in the Magic City. As for her so-called girlfriends, they weren't with her either. Already having fun at the Cowboy Club. Sitting inside the Cosplay Club, Yu Menglan had just finished strolling through Tianhe Square. Looking at the busy young girls, she sighed mentally. It's good to be young, said. The shadow of another person flashed inside her mind. Lu Fei. No. Yu Menglan shook his head, but Lu Fei's shadow was inside her mind. And yet how it lingers. Sitting inside the office was boring for quite a while. Yu Menglan couldn't resist the emotions that were churning inside her after all. Dialed Lu Fei's number. Hey, Lu Fei, where are you? Luffy said. I'm at the North Shore Clubhouse. Yu Menglan asked. Is there something wrong? Lu Fei said. No, just a few friends got together and will be dispersing soon. Yu Menglan was silent for a while before she said. So, can you accompany me out for a stroll? Lu Fei raised an eyebrow. Said. Sure, where are you? I'll come over and pick you up later. Yu Menglan hurriedly shook her head and said. No, I'll just take a taxi directly to your side. Well then, take care on your way. Hanging up, Yu Menglan's expression, which was still looking a bit dull, became lively all of a sudden. She stood up, bouncing like a teenage girl. She opened the office door, calling out towards Lu Ruoxin, who was busy. Ruoxin and Xiaoxi, you guys are busy. I'll leave first. Lu Ruoxin didn't even lift her head and waved her hand. Okay, then take your time on the road. Bye sister Yu. Linshi greeted as well. Yu Menglan then stepped on her high heels and swayed her waist. With the envious eyes of countless teenage cosplayers, he left the cosplay club. Downstairs, took a cab and went straight to the North Shore Clubhouse. North Shore Clubhouse. The three of them, Lu Fei and Lin Sin, leisurely drank tea. Mr. Lu, your ideas are just amazing. In just 2 days, we've sold more than half of our tickets. The lowest price ticket at $188,000 a piece is already nearly 90% sold. The top slot of $688,000 a ticket has also sold out close to 80%. With the way things are going, we should be able to sell out of cruise tickets early for this one. Maya's Wang Xiaoba was filled with awe. With admiration, Zhang Jijie also said with a smile. According to the analysis of our operations department, the internet is currently bursting at the seams with anticipation for the web series Who's the Kid's Dad? Along with that, there was a 30% increase in attention to this recreational travel plus concept journey of ours. All of this is due to Faye, who really is a business guru. Lindsay sat on the side and didn't say anything. He just looked at Lu Fei with a more satisfied expression. This son-in-law. I'll take it. No one is going to steal it. Chapter 72. Thank you for the great support of all the fighters. Next to him, Zhang Jijie added. But at the moment, there is a small poke of opposition online to the web series Daddy Is Who. And it's like these people are brewing up some kind of activity. So I think this is something that might need some attention. Lu Fei frowned and asked. That group of female boxing watches again? Zhang Jijie nodded. Yes, it's that odd group of female boxing tables on the internet. What did they get up to? Sang said. These women are jumping up and down on the internet, saying they're boycotting us. And the results? It goes without saying that nothing works. Lu Fei spread his hands. Mr. Zhang, actually I think we should send them a thank you note. Thanks to them jumping up and down so much to help us publicize. Otherwise our tickets might not have sold so well. Zhang Jijie froze. Suddenly he laughed. You really are. Fei. He gave a thumbs up. Send a thank you note and you can capitalize on the renewed hype from this group of feminist tables. It doesn't cost a dime to make the Shenandoah a little hotter. Marketing Ghostbusters. Lindsay added. Wang Xiaoba also gave a thumbs up and said. Then let's say we do it and send a joint thank you note. Sang nodded with a grin. Okay, I'll notify the company right away. 10 minutes later, the official accounts of Blue Charms Group, Linson Catering, and Maya Entertainment sent out a quick message at the same time. Thank you, women's rights fighters, for your strong support of our work. Without the heat you guys are bringing, we certainly wouldn't be selling as many tickets as we are now. We are currently 90% sold out of our boat tickets in the 3 days they have been on sale. With 3 days left to sail, we are bound to be ahead of schedule in ticket sales. Thank you guys so much. At Womenfists Need Hard. At Little Nana hammering her chest is super painful. At Hines Woman Dash. Several feminist vloggers in a row. Soon. And the internet buzzed. Ha. People thank you for helping them sell tickets. I've roughly calculated that the Shindu is a mega cruise ship that can sell a total of 9,000 tickets out. With an average ticket price based on $300. 000. Mud has $2. 7 billion in revenue just from selling tickets? In addition to the ship's catering and entertainment, this trip out should at least be tens of billions of turnover. Worship the data emperor. But your face is smacked before it even starts? Suddenly being aired out. coupled with a lot of netizen banter. The previously complacent female boxing tables were blindsided. After all this, those of you who are on the internet are leading the charge every day. And it ended up helping people sell their tickets instead? Grass. Nima. The women's boxing tables are blowing a gasket. Inside the feminist superlatives of the Express, a large number of female fists watches began to converge, hoping to negotiate a plan out that would strike a blow against the Shenandoah. Let's put those female boxing tables aside for now. Our preparations must be as good as possible, so we don't end up making any jokes. All three of you are professionals in this area, so I'm not going to make a fool of myself. My friend is coming over so you guys can continue to confer and check for leaks. I'll be on my way. Lu Fei greeted and directly left the North Shore Clubhouse. Downstairs, waited 2 minutes. A cab pulled up in front of it. Yu Menglan opened the door of the car, and her long bare legs shone brightly in the sunlight. This woman. It's awesome. Lu Fei even had to admit that he was attracted. Get out of the car. Yu Menglan was all smiles. How long have you been waiting? Lu Fei shook his head. Not for a while. Where do you want to go play today? Yu Menglan suddenly said. Go wherever you say. With a little bit of little girl style pouting. I'll go. Who's gonna be able to handle that? Lu Fei was a bit overwhelmed. After thinking about it for a while, only then did he say, I know of a horse farm. Let's go try riding. That horse farm. Lu Fei had taken the time to go there twice, and although he wasn't very skillful, he didn't have too much of a problem riding a horse anymore. I heard about going horseback riding. Yu Menglan was instantly interested. Go. A little over a year old. West Hills Horse Park. Lu Fei and Yu Menglan changed into their specialized equestrian clothes, mounted the steed. You know how to ride a horse? Lu Fei was a bit surprised. Yu Menglan smiled proudly. I used to take lessons from a friend for a while. Driving. Yu Menglan pulled on the reins and leaned forward, her entire body as if she was lying on the horse's back. Lu Fei just took one look and couldn't hold it up a bit. Chapter 73, Auntie, I think I've got a crush on you. Rode with Yu Menglan and went back to archery. This sister has been acting happy all afternoon. 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Lu Fei sent Yu Menglan back. I don't really want to go back to Lansing Court just yet, Yu Menglan suddenly said before getting out of the car. Lu Fei said blankly. Then where do you want to go? Yu Menglan said. I've been over here for so long, but I haven't been to the beach yet. I want to see the sea. Luffy sniffled. Forget it, it's at least a friend's mom. It's not easy for them to come here once, so let's make it difficult for them. Okay then, let's go to the beach. Lu Fei turned the direction again and drove towards the sea. As he drove, he asked, should I give Ruwashin a word? Yu Menglan nodded and said, well, I'll give her the word inside the wizards. Speaking, the expression seemed a bit grave. Drive the car. Lu Fei took Yu Menglan all the way straight to the beach. Instead of going to a commercialized beach with a lot of people, he went to a small beach that few people knew about and hadn't been developed yet that Jean Xie had once talked about before. Walking barefoot on the beach, Yu Menglan looked like she was aimlessly picking up shells. Lu Fei accompanied her with the sea breeze, looking at each other without words. I don't know how long I've been gone. Yu Menglan threw all the shells he picked up in his hands into the sea. Turning back, he said, come on, let's get in the car. Lu Fei was filled with fog. What are you doing? He followed Yu Menglan and together they walked towards the car parked on the path. He drove the big G again today. Walked to the car. Yu Menglan suddenly called out to him. You get in the back seat first. Lu Fei was bewildered, but got in the back seat anyway. Yu Menglan followed closely. Then, straight up pounced on him. Lu Fei, it seems like I've moved on to you. Yu Menglan exhaled like an orchid. I serve you like an ant. You're trying to. Lu Fei was just about to open his mouth. Yu Menglan, who made up her mind while picking up shells on the beach, however, had already released her big move. Just after 9, Lu Fei sent Yu Menglan back to Lan Xin Yuan. Before closing the car door, Lu Fei winked, said, don't get misty, I'm not going to let anything happen to you. After saying that, he added, I'm very happy today. I've never been so happy in my life, and I hope I'll be happy like this more often in the future. Having said that, closing the car door, he waved to Lu Fei through the glass. Turning around and flinging her long legs, she walked into the orchid garden in a somewhat not-so-natural manner. Luffy shrugged it off. Look in the rearview mirror. His face gradually sank. I'm Nima. This mother I'm just a tour guide. How did you even lose yourself? But, this car drives like a mother Boom. Lu Fei stepped on the gas. The G63 leapt straight out. Yu Menglan returned home. Lu Ruoshin had already taken a shower and was doing a facial mask. She mused for a while. Suddenly, he asked, Wakefield, do you mind if I find you a baby daddy? Lu Ruoshin froze. Suddenly surprised, she asked, Auntie, which uncle do you have your eye on? The corner of Yu Menglan's mouth twitched. A moment of contemplation. There was no immediate claim that the man was Lu Fei. Instead, he asked, "Just say you don't mind." Lu Ruoxin shook her head and said, "What do I mind? It's too late for me to be happy. And it's not like it's my little dad you're getting me, it's my aunt's husband." Snap! Yu Menglan slapped her. "My mother worked hard all these years to raise you, and when you grow up, you disown me?" Lu Ruoxin smiled and said, "Recognize. Recognize. Recognize. Why don't you admit it? Just tell me if you've met a man you're attracted to?" Yu Menglan nodded. "Yes, met. Who is it? How old is it?" "I'm telling you, no one younger than me." Yu Menglan recalled and felt that Lu Fei must be that much older than Lu Ruoxin by 2 years. She nodded. "Older than you for sure, that is, but a little younger than me." Lu Ruoxin was even more curious. "Who is it? Do I know?" Yu Menglan was conflicted in her heart. Should we tell her? Chapter 74. What if a friend suddenly becomes an elder? Yu Menglan was a bit torn. Lu Ruoxin provoked. "No, auntie, you seem to be hesitating." Yu Menglan glanced at her. "Call mom." All right. Lu Ruoxin rubbed her head, said, "Okay, mom, what the hell are you hesitating for? Is it because the man you're looking at is too ugly? Or too old? Or simply a little tit? Or maybe it's something else? It's not because you're embarrassed, is it? Mom, at your age, even though you haven't had a serious relationship, for my sake, you don't have to be like this, do you?" Lu Ruoxin rambled on for a while. It finally made Yu Menglan angry. "Pop," she slapped the coffee table, sticking his neck out. He said, "Just say it. I'm not a wimp. That man you know, younger than me and older than you. Guess for yourself." Having said that, straight away, he stood up and headed for the U room. "I'm going to take a shower, so take your time guessing." After saying that, he flung his long legs and limped a little to take his pajamas to the shower. Outside, Lu Ruoxin was confused. Older than me, younger than her, or do I know them? Who? She sat on the couch and kept remembering. Then the face became more and more odd. Bang, bang, bang. She tapped on the door of the U room. Asked Mom, "You tell me, is it Lu Fei? Isn't it him?" The U room door opened. Yu Menglan poked out a head, an unhappy face. "Ruoxin, what are you talking about? How can you talk about your Uncle Lu like that?" Yu Menglan, who looked at herself and called her mom but was actually her sister-in-law, feeling the joy inside her eyes that she could no longer hide when she spoke of Lu Fei. Lu Ruoxin's mind collapsed. As soon as she did, she yanked the towel off her head and threw it on the floor. Full of frenzy, he rushed over to the couch. Picking up his cell phone, he dialed Lu Fei's number. Inside the U room, Yu Menglan was a bit anxious and wanted to go out and stop Lu Ruoxin, but soon stopped again. "Never mind, this will have to pass sooner or later. Let's see what Lu Fei has to say." Yu Menglan sighed, closed the door, looking at the shadows and feeling sorry for yourself. More than 30 years. Finally, a man for yourself. Car. Lu Fei's cell phone suddenly rang. Connections. Just a growl rang out from Lu Ruoxin. "Lu Fei, you this? That's my sister-in-law. You. I'm going to cut you to death. Where are you? I'll be right over to hack you to death. I'll go." So fierce. Lu Fei's face was a bit embarrassed. After all, he was also friends with Lu Ruoxin. Results now. He had suddenly upgraded himself to someone's aunt's husband, and he might even have to call himself Little Dad. It does seem a bit unorthodox. That I'm driving, not really up to answering the phone. Anything tomorrow. After Lu Fei finished speaking, he hurriedly hung up the phone. Lu Ruoxin continued to dial. Lu Fei still hung up. More than a dozen calls in a row. Lu Fei didn't even pick it up. Lu Ruoxin's mind completely collapsed. Sent a series of voices to Lu Fei with his wizards. After a good while, Yu Menglan washed up and walked out wrapped in a bath towel. "Okay, Ruoxin, don't be angry. There's nothing wrong with Luffy, and there's no need to worry when you know your roots. It's hard for me to find a man I like. Can't you give me your blessing?" Lu Ruoxin looked up, looking at Yu Menglan, who was full of smiles and light. The mind is even more broken. "Aha." Lu Ruoxin scratched her hair, said, "But what I told you, Lu Fei and Xiao Shi both have seedlings." Yu Menglan was silent for a while, shaking her head. She said, "But you also said that it was only Xiao Shi's parents who were very enthusiastic." In reality, although that girl herself had a good feeling towards Lu Fei, she hadn't reached that level yet. Since they're not boyfriend and girlfriend yet, I'm not really interfering, right? "That's true, but how do you expect me to face Creek and Creek's family in the future?" Lu Ruoxin asked with a sobbing voice. Yu Menglan was speechless. Ryoga said, I haven't met the right man in so many years, and my heart doesn't want to miss it. Is that wrong?" Lu Ruoxin got even angrier. "You're right. It was me who was wrong. I never should have let that bastard Lu Fei pick you up. Not to mention that you shouldn't be allowed to follow him out day after day. It's only been a couple days. This asshole turned out to be Lu Ruoxin stormed off. Entering his bedroom, he closed the door with a bang. Lie down on the chuang. The inside of her head was a mess. Parlor. Yu Menglan sighed, dialed Lu Fei's number. Luffy just got out of the car. Frowning, he connected. Lu Fei, let's not meet again, okay? Yu Menglan's voice was a bit soft. Lu Fei frowned. Say what? Lu Ruoxin, if she has any opinions, you tell her to come to me. Don't worry about these things. I'll take care of them. You've had a tiring day too. Plus, get some early rest. Chapter 75, then you'll die here. Lu Fei's voice was light, but it gave off a very domineering and firm feeling. The apprehension in Yu Menglan's heart gradually disappeared. Well, then you take care of this matter, and I will stay out of it. Lu Fei nodded. Well, go rest, it will all be fine tomorrow. Good night, good night. Hang up. Lu Fei exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Numb nuts. This is awkward, he muttered in a small voice. Stepped inside the elevator. Back home. Jin Xiuyu isn't over here today. Lu Fei was happy to be free. Pulling out his cell phone, he listened to the voice sent by Lu Ruoxin. Luffy smacked his lips. I don't know what to say. It is a fact that one has that level of relationship with someone's so-called baby mama. He used to be friends with people again. Plus Lin Shi. Hey, I can't really be blamed entirely for this. It's really that Yu Menglan, this woman who takes the initiative, really can't top it. Lu Fei sighed. Sent a few words over casually. I made a mistake that men everywhere make, and I'm really sorry. Big brother into this is a classic. Directly after borrowing a reply, Lu Fei simply turned off his cell phone, and Lu Ruoxin's entire body exploded after receiving this one reply. Asterisk. You still have the nerve to say such things to me. I'll chop you to death tomorrow. Lu Ruoxin sat on the chuang, her face gloomy. She opened the door to her room and walked into the kitchen, took a kitchen knife and stuffed it inside his bag, lay down on the chuang and start to drift off. When I see Lu Fei tomorrow, I'll never let him go. I don't know how long it's been. It was only then that Lu Ruoxin fell asleep in a daze. Dreaming, she found herself at a wedding. The bride was her little mother, her sister-in-law. The groom, on the other hand, was the smiling Lu Fei. Lai Ruoxin, this is Lu Fei. Quickly call little father. Dreamy Yu Menglan said with a smile. Ah! Lu Ruoxin screamed as she came to her senses. A wipe of his body was covered in cold sweat. Glancing out the window, the sun was all the way up. The time was past 10. 10 minutes later, she hadn't even eaten breakfast, so she hurried downstairs with her bag, drove straight to Townsend. Yu Menglan was filled with worry and rushed to call Lu Fei. Hey, Lu Fei, Ruoxin will have already gone out by now. It looks like she's going after you by the looks of her anger. Across the phone, the corner of Lu Fei's mouth, who was driving, twitched, but remained calm, said, it's okay, let her come over. I'll reason with her. Yu Menglan said, then you have to be careful. I'm afraid that girl will go to extremes. Where are you? I'll come over if I really can't. Lu Fei frowned. Denial. Don't come over here. It's going to be harder to finish when you do. Yu Menglan thought about this. That's fine. You reason with her. It didn't take long to hang up. Ruoxin Lu then called in. Where are you? Let's talk. Her voice was light and seemed a little cold. Lu Fei said, I'm going to the Super God Game Company now. Let's have a seat at the Tianhao Plaza when I'm done with things. Yes. Leaving a single word, Lu Ruoxin hung up the phone. Keep both hands on the steering wheel. A cold smile appeared on her face. Lu Fei, you want to be my dad. I'll cut you first today. Let's see if you can still do it. Fingers hard. Finger bones are white. It's already Thursday. The day after tomorrow LOL the game is going to start going live in Jusha. And tomorrow night Lu Fei would be boarding that Shindu cruise ship with the cosplay club and the stars of Blue Phantom. So today he came over to check on the work. Park the car under the company. Lu Fei strides forward into the company's main entrance. Results. It was then that I realized that the atmosphere in the company didn't seem quite right. Lu Fei waved at the security guard. What happened? Old guard? The old guard of the security rushed to say, Mr. Lu, you are here, go up and take a look. It seems like Mr. Luo's family is here to make Mr. Luo do something. Lu Fei's eyes flashed. Okay, you keep doing what you're doing. Tapped the old guard on the shoulder. Lu Fei entered the president's special elevator with a big stride, all the way straight up. Just out the elevator door, a wail was heard coming from the office area. Luo Wenqing, we're the ones who are your real parents. And Chen Beifeng, who is lying inside the hospital, is your real brother. Blood is thicker than water. Although it was wrong of us to abandon you in the first place, but now that your brother is in trouble, how can you, as a sister, stand by and do nothing? If you don't come with us to the hospital today for a match, our old family will crash and die here. The crowd. Luo Wenqing's face was pale and shaky. Lu Fei's face chilled, took it in stride. Then you'll all crash and die here. Chapter 76. Lu Ruoxin, I'll chop you to death. The voice was icy cold. It echoed inside this office area. Lu Fei walked over unhurriedly. The face was cold. The middle-aged man and woman who were well-dressed and knew at a glance that their families were in good condition turned back. Staring at Lu Fei's face was morose. "Young man, I advise you to be careful what you say," the man said in a single word. Lu Fei directly interrupted him. "I don't care who you are. All I know is that you're trespassing on my business. Harassing my employees and costing my company is enough." Having said that, he frowned and asked, "Have the police been called?" Luo Qingcheng's secretary Xiao Yu nodded her head in a hurry. "The police have been called." Lu Fei nodded in satisfaction. Looking at Luo Qingcheng, she said, "Like this kind of person, just call the police directly, and then let the company's legal affairs talk to them slowly." When Luo Qingcheng saw him, her stony pale face loosened up and had a hint of blood color. "Aha!" she responded in a low voice. The middle-aged woman on the side was furious. "This is our family business." Lu Fei turned back with an open mind. A pair of eyes stared at him indifferently. Eyes like knives. "I don't want to bull you guys anymore. Either that or get the hell out of here right now. Either that or have security ask you out." The middle-aged woman mentally panicked. Then her neck snapped. "Little redneck, do you know who our old Shin is?" "You." She didn't finish her sentence. It had been directly interrupted by Lu Fei. "Security. Arrest them all and lock them up inside the restroom." A few security guards heard the big boss speak. Without hesitation, he charged. Straight away, the man and the woman were pinned down. Let them spill their guts as much as they want, and send them directly into the restroom to be controlled. "Asshole, you know who I am. I'm kid, you know the consequences. I'm but." Amidst the cursing and swearing, Luo Qingqing's adoptive father said weakly, "This gentleman, his identity is not simple. It's the Magic City dash." Lu Fei directly waved his hand and interrupted. "Even the most uncomplicated person has to be regulated by the law." He sneered. Straight away, he pulled out his cell phone and dialed Fong Lei's number. "Hey old Fong, send 2 good lawyers to Super God Games in Tianhe Plaza." "Right, it's my new company. I've got 2 guys on my side causing trouble." "Well, the status is a little more specific, but I'm still going to prosecute them." Hang up. Lu Fei turned back to Luo Qingcheng and softly said, "Qingcheng, go to the office and take a rest. I'll be here." Luo Qingcheng nodded silently. Together with his adoptive father and his adoptive mother, who hadn't been talking much, he walked inside the office. It didn't take long. JC finally arrived. "Mr. Lu, who's causing trouble?" Lu Fei pointed to the restroom. Said, "It's locked up inside." JC opened the door. A man and a woman inside rushed straight out. "Asshole, I'm going to sue him." "Sue him for illegal detention." "You guys are JC? Why haven't you arrested him yet? He's illegally detained." "Do you guys still want to be JCs? Believe it or not, I'll get your brigadier right away." The middle-aged man and woman growled angrily. None of the JC dissuasion had any effect. The scene got a little out of hand. This time, the attorney from the Fanrei law firm has arrived. "Mr. Lu." Lu Fei waved his hand and said, "It's these 2 people who trespassed into my company and made a scene inside. It has already caused great harm to the normal operation of the company and its employees, so I need you to sue them on my behalf. Is that okay?" The 2 lawyers looked at each other and nodded. "Mr. Lu, don't worry. No matter what the other party's identity is, as long as there is enough evidence to prove that they have indeed disturbed your company's normal operation, the court will accept it." Lu Fei nodded and said, "All right then, prepare the paperwork to sue." Having said that, he turned back to the JC in charge and said, "Now please take these 2 men away immediately, and later my lawyers will prosecute them." JC froze. Turning back to the man and woman who were already gawking in pity, he smiled. "Ha, you think you can do whatever you want just because you have some status? This Mr. Lu of his is not a simple man. Messing with him? Ha, go, take them away." JC waved. A man and a woman finally panicked. "No, he's the one who illegally detained us." "Exactly. Why should they be able to sue us? I'm not convinced. You're a nest of snakes and rats." JC finally broke out. "Ha, you guys are great, you can sue people too. They didn't invite you here. You trespassed into their company. They were in a situation where they didn't hurt anyone. Have the right to take the necessary measures against those who disturb the normal order of business." A man and a woman remained unconvinced. The woman yelled, "Nonsense. We're not trespassing. The general manager of this company is our daughter." Lu Fei sneered. JC ignored the woman. "Just take it by force." Suddenly, the elevator doors opened. Lu Ruoxin suddenly rushed in carrying a brightly shining kitchen knife. "Surname Lu. You, Lao AI treats you as a friend, and you still want to be Lao AI's father. Lao AI cuts you to death today." She yelled angrily. The chopper was raised above his head. Mighty, the JC who had just put both mouths under control. They all turned around. A pair of eyes stared dead at Lu Ruoxin. Lu Ruoxin also froze for a moment as she looked at so many people in uniform. Scene 10 Degrees of Embarrassment. Chapter 77. Drop the knife. Hands on your head. What for? Put the knife down. Drop your weapons. Several JCs heckled on the spot. Even the captain, who was in charge, directly pulled out a cue and aimed it at Lu Ruoxin. It was black and chilly. Lu Ruoxin froze. Dang dash. The kitchen knife fell to the floor. She raised her hand stupidly. The raging aura that had been brewing all morning disappeared all at once. Hands on your head. Don't move. Kick the chopper over here. Lu Ruoxin was terrified. The inside of his head went blank. This time Lu Fei walked over. I'm sorry. This is my girlfriend. She may have gotten a little emotional last night when she got into a fight with me. Lu Fei explained towards JC. The JC remained staid. Said, you can't take a knife if you've had a fight. Having said that, he walked over carefully. Turning toward Lu Ruoxin, she said, put the bag down too. Lu Ruoxin obediently put her backpack on the ground. Crying, he said, I didn't really want to cut someone, I just wanted to scare him. JC was full of coldness. Scaring him won't do it. The most important thing for two couples to live together is to tolerate each other. What is the problem? Sit down and talk slowly. Really cannot talk about it, can also call the police. You come at someone with a knife like that. You say you don't want to cut anyone. If anything, you can control yourself with a couple more arguments. Lu Ruoxin was baffled. What a twofer. No, I'm not with him dash. JC interrupted her again. Alright, don't be sophomoric. Just remember what I said. Go over and give him a hug and you two will be considered reconciled. Lu Ruoxin was so angry that she almost spat out blood. What's this all about? Lu Fei stood to the side. Oh, smiled and opened his arms. Come here for a hug. Don't be so impulsive. Otherwise Officer J will have to take you into custody for a few days. JC duly flashed his silver wobbly bracelet next to him. Lu Ruoxin was startled. Straight away, he rushed over and hugged Lu Fei. Lu Fei grinned. Since it's okay, how about we give JG a kiss to prove it? He said with a smirk. Lu Ruoxin's face darkened, just about to have a seizure, but the rest of his eyes saw the gawking JC around him. All of a sudden, he wimped out. Asshole, she growled low. Turning around, he broke free of Lu Fei's restraints. You'll be forgiven this time, and the next time. Lu Fei shrugged his shoulders. No talking. JC grinned, winked at Lu Fei, waved back, said, take them away. The two mouths struggled. I'm going to sue you, snakes and rats. I'm not going to stop. Lu Fei sneered. In your position, if you get sued, then it's not a matter of whether you'll take it well or not. It didn't take long. JC left. Lu Ruoxin pushed Lu Fei away. With an ugly face, he yelled lowly, Lu Fei, you bastard. Lu Fei raised an eyebrow. Shall I call them back again? Lu Ruoxin had gathered her aura all morning today, completely shattered. She gritted her teeth and stared at Lu Fei dead in the face. Said the man, asshole, how dare you talk to my little mother? You have to give me an explanation. Lu Fei waved his hand and said, didn't you just say that you forgive me this time? There's also something going on with my company's employees, so I'll go ask what the situation is before I say anything. Lu Ruoxin's face was gloomy. The corners of his mouth twitched in anger. Why did I just lose my head myself? Then I'll follow you. Lu Fei said indifferently. Fine, follow if you want. Having said that, turned and walked into the president's office, looking at Luo Qingcheng, who was sitting on top of the sofa and whose face had returned to normal. Asked, tell me, what's going on today? Luo Qingcheng raised her head and said, those two people are my real parents who abandoned me 20 years ago. Now, 20 years later, their only son has leukemia and needs a bone marrow transplant. The purpose of their visit today is to ask me to go to the hospital to be matched and donate bone marrow to their son. Things are simple, Lu Fei said directly. So that's how it is. As long as you don't want to, you can leave this matter alone. I'll arrange for someone to follow up on this matter specifically, and I'll dare to clean them up if they dare to make trouble. Luo Qingcheng was silent for a while. Nodding his head, he said, okay, then I don't care about this matter, and those two people I don't want to see them again. Lu Fei nodded, said, okay, get to work, show me the progress of the game. Luo Qingcheng stood up. Okay, Mr. Lu, you come with me. Lu Fei and Luo Qingcheng walked out of the office. Lu Ruoxin hurriedly followed. Luo Qingcheng's biological mother and father after they were taken away. The two lawyers from Fong Lei law firm then directly extracted the surveillance footage from the Overwatch game, as well as the videos taken by the employees at the scene with their cell phones. A lawsuit was then filed in court. The court accepted the case on the spot and served the relevant papers. The man and woman had managed to escape the consequences of being detained for deliberate provocation. Just walk out. Just got a phone call. Shen Songbing, are you out of your mind? How dare you come to someone's company and make trouble? We can understand you wanting to save your son, but can you guys use your brains? You can't just touch that Lu Fei? He is a super rich man with tens of billions of dollars in assets. Even I have to be short when I see them. What the hell do you think you're doing? Now they're serious and have sent 2 lawyers to sue you. The court papers have all been sent to me. So are you going to leave on your own? Or are you going to be swept off your feet after making everyone's face look bad? Shin Songbing froze. No, isn't he just the owner of a small internet company? What tens of billions of assets? The top man across the room sneered. Ha, that small network company is nothing. But do you know that the 10 office buildings in Tianhe Plaza are all owned by others? And the Shindu cruise ship, no, right? That's also owned by someone else. Lao Shana. In the future, if you have nothing to do, go on the internet more often. It's good for you. Having said that, hangs up straight away. Shin Songbing pinched his cell phone and froze completely. What's wrong? Her wife asked. Pop. Shin Songbing slapped her hard across the face. I told you not to make a scene there, but you didn't listen. The incumbent has already sued us. And just now old Cho called and told me to pack my own bags and leave, or I'll end up looking bad. His wife froze too. Then a backhanded slap. Roll. You're not making a scene? You're not making a scene. The two families then wrestled in the street. It attracted countless passers-by to gather around and take photos. Chapter 78, Hollering, Overwatch Games, and Luo Qingcheng to learn about the current progress. Lu Fei asked, how many people do we currently have enough servers to accommodate online at the same time? Luo Qingcheng said, currently it's enough to accommodate 5 million people online at the same time. Lu Fei frowned, shaking his head. He said, not enough, far from enough. He pondered for a moment and said, how much additional investment is needed to expand the server to accommodate 30 million people at once? Luo Qingcheng roughly calculated and said, at least 500 million is needed. Lu Fei directly said, I'll retroactively invest another $1 billion in. Give me a server capacity upgrade to 30 million people first, plus another 10 million capacity for backup servers. Luo Qingcheng nodded her head and said, okay Mr. Lu, I'll arrange it right away when the funds are available. Lu Fei directly took out his phone and dialed his bank's senior customer service manager. It didn't take long. $1 billion straight to the bank. Alright, get busy on your end and expand the server out as fast as you can. Luo Qingcheng nodded and said, don't worry, Mr. Lu, I'll immediately contact the server provider from my side. Strive to expand the server capacity to at least 20 million people before the game officially goes live the day after tomorrow. Lu Fei nodded his head and said, okay, hurry up. Having said that, he waved his hand and said, I'm not going to stick around, so remember to call me if those two come back to cause trouble. Turning around, he added towards Lu Ruoxin, come on, let's go talk. Downstairs, Lu Ruoxin stood next to the car. Say, what is it that you want from me? Lu Fei asked. Lu Ruoxin's face darkened as she said, you and my sister-in-law, that's my mom. How far have you two developed? Lu Fei said honestly, what's there is there? Lu Ruoxin froze. A cold laugh ensued. Asshole. You think I'm going to believe you? My mom isn't that kind of person. How could she let you get away with it so easily? Luffy blinked. Hey, again, no one believes an honest man when he talks, so how far do you think we've gotten? Lu Ruoxin laughed coldly. It's not that I'm underestimating you. You and her are at best at the level of pulling the strings. Having said that, she pointed at Lu Fei and said, I'm warning you, you're not allowed to interact with her again, or I'll tell Creek about it. You're done for. Lu Fei shook his head. You won't tell her. If you do, you won't even be friends. Lu Ruoxin's face was ugly. You're eating me up? Lu Fei nodded his head and said, yes, I'm just eating you up. Lu Ruoxin's face changed instantly. Finally, he leaned back helplessly against the seat back. Lu Fei, you're a complete asshole. Lu Fei grinned. Even if I'm an asshole, it's still your sister-in-law. No, it's your mom's boyfriend. So, call dad ahead of time? Lu Ruoxin turned back. A fist swung over, and was pinched by Lu Fei. One pull. Lu Ruoxin planted herself into Lu Fei's arms with a startled cry and subconsciously hugged his waist. Lu Fei raised an eyebrow. What are you doing? I'm your sister-in-law. What are you doing? I would never do anything to wrong your sister-in-law. Quickly stand still for me. A yell. It drew a lot of finger-pointing from the passers-by around them. This little girl, she even looks at her aunt? TCH, the world is going out of style. The guy is really handsome, but you can't be like that. Lu Ruoxin broke free. A foot stomped down towards Lu Fei's instep. Bastard, I really regret not chopping you to death just now. Luffy avoids the body kick. Laughingly, he said, okay, not to tease you. Go to work. Don't let the effort you put in before all of a sudden go down the drain. Lu Ruoxin glared at him viciously and glanced at the pointing passers-by around him, pissed off enough to blow his brains out. Lu Fei, I'm not finished with you. Lu Fei shook his head and said, okay, I know. Go to work. Lu Ruoxin was full of powerlessness. What an asshole. She stomped her foot and turned to go up the stairs. Pull out your cell phone. Lu Fei dialed Yu Menglan over. Things worked out. I admitted we did everything we needed to do. And instead she didn't believe me and thought we just held hands. Get this message. Yu Menglan was baffled. This girl, so good at fooling around? Lu Fei shrugged his shoulders. There's no way. The IQ isn't high. Do you want to go out again this afternoon? Yu Menglan smiled cheekily. Said, come over here then. There's a Kars hotel around here that's 5-star. I'll meet you there. Lu Fei raised an eyebrow, sighing inwardly. Ruashina. It's not that I don't keep my promises. It's really that I can't carry your sister-in-law like this. Maybe you'll really have to call me dad from now on. Boom! The engine roars. The already repaired Lamborghini rushed out. Half an hour later, Lu Fei and Yu Menglan walked hand in hand into Carl's Hotel 3666. Special number. Room attributes. Everyone understands. Until a little after 1 o'clock, Lu Fei and Yu Menglan walked out of the hotel hungrily. The two just had a meal at a regular restaurant nearby. Between meals, Lu Fei's phone rang. Pulling out his cell phone, he saw that it was Zhang Jijie calling. Connections. Brother Fei. A few female boxing versus have joined forces with some so-called women's rights fighters and declared war on us in a newsflash. They're going to bet us on our airplay. What? Lu Fei was a bit bewildered. Who gave them the courage? Zhang Jijie stifled his laughter and said, it's probably Liang Jing. Lu Fei said, then let's meet at the North Shore Clubhouse at 2:30 and see what these women are up to. Zhang Jijie nodded and said, okay, I won't see you at 2:30. Hang up. Finished the meal with Yu Menglan, then sent her back to the Lanqing Garden neighborhood. Lu Fei went straight to the North Shore Clubhouse. This time, it was just him and Sang. As soon as he saw Lu Fei, Zhang Jijie then couldn't help but laugh. Those who don't know might think that it's because we've given them money that they're thinking so hard about helping us publicize. Lu Fei laughed out loud as well. Asked, what exactly is the situation? Zhang Jijie directly picked up his tablet and after some searching, it was handed to Lu Fei. Lu Fei took a look and burst out laughing on the spot. Chapter 79, let the female fighters distribute the garbage. Are these women trying to kill me with laughter? The group of female boxing watch vloggers sent out a quick message saying that the web series, Daddy Who's Who, has seriously hurt women in general. They are willing to fight for the dignity of women in general and challenge the Blue Phantom group. As long as the first installment of the livestream has less than 20 million people online, it means the show is simply claptrap. So the Blue Charm group and all the advertisers involved, as well as Lu Fei, the man, were asked to apologize to all the women. As for anything higher than $20 million, they didn't say. Want to bet against them? Sang asked. Lu Fei said, gamble. Why not bet? 20 million people online may be difficult, but it's not difficult for our program. After all, when that Qin Yen guy live-streamed catching that already dead John before, the peak number of people was close to 10 million. Zhang Jijie nodded his head and said, our company has made an internal estimate. Based on the current heat, a conservative estimate is that the number of people watching the live broadcast will be at least more than 25 million. So this bet is definitely one we're bound to win. The question is what we should demand if we win. Lu Fei said, it's very simple. If we win, let all of them come to Magic City to do half a year of volunteer garbage sorting. They claim to be independent women. They claim to stand up for women. Let them share the trash. It's a good idea to help the women first. Sang laughed. Good. That's how it's going to be done. I'll immediately notify the legal side of the company to make a sample contract and then respond to them on top of the newsletter. Forcing them to sign a contract in Mordor and being impartial at the Justice Department is just the right thing to heat up our show one more time. Showbiz routine. Sang is all too familiar. Lu Fei stood up. This matter is simply too easy for you Blue Phantom. Just hype it up. By the way, have you chosen a live streaming platform yet? Zhang Jijie said. It's already been chosen, and it's already been agreed with the biggest live streaming platform at the moment. Amusing Bird. They're going to temporarily add 3 sets of servers and shut down the rest of the live platform for the day to make room for our show. I'm relieved that you're doing your job. So that's it then. I'm a little tired today. Go back and rest. After Lu Fei separated from Zhang Jijie, straight back to the Townsend, and the operations department of the Blue Phantom Group, has already been on top of the newsletter, ate the few feminist table versus, and the group of feminist tables that jumped the most. Newsflash. A sensation. I'll be damned. That's an interesting bet. Ha ha ha. Female boxing tables. Go fight in Mordor. Go sign the contract. Don't be a mouthpiece. But people have already responded. Yo. Countless comments poured in underneath those few female boxing vloggers' dispatches. Straight away, they and the group of women following them were set up. At once, a couple of female boxing vloggers and those female boxing tables that were dancing the most were confused. We're just talking out of our asses. We didn't think we'd get a response. Did we? What now? There's no going back. Just tough it out. In the middle of a fishing wheel fermentation, a few big V's rushed to the Magic City first. The active women's boxing tables were immediately followed by their so-called comrades in arms, one after another. They came to Mordor. That night, the head of the legal department of the Blue Phantom Group then took these women to sign the relevant contracts directly at the notary public office that specialized in opening rooms for the Blue Phantom Group. Don't think about breaking the contract, you can't afford the consequences. Leave a faint word. The head of the legal department leaves. A group of women chattered with expressions of contempt. Didn't even think this live stream could be watched by more than 10 million people. It is important to know that the current mainstream live anchor, the highest time the real popularity is only a few 100,000 only. Even the top traffic stars are only 1 or 2 million popular. The women's boxing tables say there is no pressure, but after they saw the message below the latest message from Blue Phantom Group, they panicked a bit in their hearts. Asterisk 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 asterisk? Really signed a contract? For the sake of getting these scumbags to split the trash, I'm definitely going to support a wave as well. This one message has over 1 million likes in a short period of time. And the news was quickly reprinted on Leopard Puff, and the straight men in it got excited. Support. Must support. Awesome. Why aren't they signed to make them eat? Smelling the stench of garbage for 6 months is about as bad as making them eat. Look at the news on the internet. Lu Fei shook his head. Fingers crackled and pressed. Quickly grabbed the negative material about Shin Songbing and his wife online. It didn't take long. He then grabs and goes to a great deal of negative material. Ha, you're dead. Lu Fei sneered. Directly take the massive amount of negative material that has been captured and spread it all over the internet. It quickly attracted a great deal of attention. I'll be damned. This old guy can play. Raised 2 or 3 honeys. Sneaking around and hiding all this money? This guy is definitely done. Home. Shin Songbing and his wife were nose to nose cold turkey. Suddenly there was a knock on the door of the room. Get the door, he called out. His wife grunted and didn't move. He could only walk over and open the door to the room himself. As soon as it opens, and he froze. Shin Songbing, your material has been flying around on the internet. The evidence is overwhelming, come with us. Said. A portion of the evidence was shown to Shin Songbing. Shin Songbing went limp, collapsed to the ground. It didn't take long. Then came the sound of his wife crying out. Shin Songbing was taken away directly. The neighbors are talking about it. Ha, deserved it. When you threw your daughter away to raise your son, you were punished for your bad conscience. He should have been arrested a long time ago. Let's see how powerful his wife will be in the future. Raise your head. So many people. Surprisingly, none of them sympathized with him. Chapter 80, Lu Ruoxin. Do everything. Lu Fei stretched. Fei, want a snack? Jin Shiyu asked. Lu Fei nodded and said, have a snack. You go heat up the food. Jin Shiyu smiled cheekily. Get up and go inside the gym and start exercising. Half an hour later, the food is warmed up and the daily fried rice begins. I ate fried rice, watched a little more TV, and started to go to bed. Before bed, ding, you die in Earth Split D38 with plus 10 physical fitness, plus 10 nervous reflexes, plus 10 endurance, and 70% of the shares of the Amusing Bird live streaming platform. Shares in the Amusing Bird platform? And it's still an absolute holding. Lu Fei froze, then revealed a smile. Shares are shares. The key is being physically stronger yourself. In the past 2 days, the two women have been working back to back, and Lu Fei is still a bit afraid of losing his kidneys. It turned out to be whatever you wanted it to be, and the body was good enough for the W12 engine to keep up. Had a good night's sleep. August 25th, Friday night at 8 p.m. Lu Fei then arrived at the pier in a few cars with Lin Shi, Lu Ruoxin and the girls from the cosplay club. Here, Blue Phantom's bout made a big deal out of it. Like a movie festival. The long red carpet spread from the harbor all the way to the top of the Divine Capital cruise ship, and on both sides of the red carpet. Then there was a large number of media reporters. The flash was almost blinding. Aha! Blue Star! Blue Star! Look this way! Concubine Yang! Concubine Yang! You look beautiful tonight! Oh, woo goo! Woo goo! You're so handsome! Hiss! Even Ming Yan is here? It's a big deal this time. Media shock streak. Star singer after star singer boarded the cruise ship, drawing screams all around. Inside the nanny van, Lu Fei, do you have any chance of winning a bet with those people? Lin she asked with a bit of worry. Lu Ruoxin also looked over. Lu Fei pursed his lips, said, who knows, just wait for the results. Lin Shi frowned. No further questions were asked. With her understanding of Lu Fei, this guy was so relaxed right now, so he must have a full grasp of the situation. Lu Ruoxin, on the other hand, gave him a slightly puzzled look. A guess flashed in his mind. Lu Fei, however, didn't care that much. See the crew outside the car waving. Opened the car door. Come on girls, it's our turn to make an entrance. Lu Fei also played a cosplay tonight. Cos into the memory of D. You don't have this character in that game, Lin Shi asked. Luffy said, a cell phone game is in order. Okay, Lin Shi nodded thoughtfully. Luffy jumped out of the car. Reach, come on down. Today is the first appearance of your cosplay club. It's going to be amazing. Lin Shi pursed her lips, said, isn't the biggest beneficiary of amazing people still that game of yours? Lu Fei laughed. No denials. Soon, Lin Shi, who had cosplayed as a cold ice archer, jumped down from the car, grabbed his left hand. Immediately after, Lu Ruoxin, who had cosplayed as a Jin fairy, also jumped down, grabbed Lu Fei's right hand. Lu Fei held the two stunning beauties and stepped onto the red carpet step by step. Immediately after, the other girls inside the club in the back, all of them put on the costumes inside the game and followed Lu Fei with a pace dance that fit the persona. Step forward. As soon as such a group appears, just directly grab the eyeballs of countless reporters on the scene. Holy, look over there. Who is this guy? This costume is so handsome. Those two beauties beside him are the ones, like fairies walking out of a painting. The clothes are all so unique. So pretty. Hiss. The flashbulbs flashed into life. Both the reporters and the fans of those stars around them. Everyone's eyeballs were gripped by the costume led by Lu Fei. Everyone was wondering, where exactly did these costumes come from? And what's the name of this cos group? Again, however, they got nothing. Curiosity, gnawing madly at them. Soon, the finale. Lu Fei led the girls down the red carpet. Step inside the Shenandoah. Where do these people come from? What makes them the grand finale? Ha, pretty to look at. Just fancy. I'm not convinced. Why should these no-name women get the finale? Several actresses whispered. Discontent spread among these actresses. Lin Shi turned back to these sisters and said, alright, now you guys can move around freely for a while. Remember, it's okay to be a groupie, but don't disturb people, and don't disrupt the party. Well, I'll go have fun and take all the food and drinks you want. The girls cheered. In groups of 3 or 5, they burrowed inside the huge ballroom. Lu Fei, on the other hand, took Lin Shi and Lu Ruoxin and walked inside the box next to the banquet hall. It's still cozy here. Lu Fei laid down on the sofa and beckoned towards Lu Ruoxin. Ruoxin, my legs are a bit numb. Help me rub them. Lu Ruoxin raised an eyebrow. Lu, you want to die, don't you? Lu Fei shrugged his shoulders and said, I don't want to die, but then, this mouth of mine sometimes really can't control it. Reverse threat. Lu Ruoxin's face darkened. This asshole, who gave him the courage? Can't help it then. Lu Fei hemmed and hawed, said, I accompanied Sister Yu to the aquarium this afternoon, and she said she'd already bought a ticket for the boat and would be boarding tomorrow. Lu Ruoxin exploded on the spot. Lu Fei, you bastard, how dare you? Lin Shi frowned. Ruoxin, isn't it nice for you to come on board and play? Voice doubtful. In one fell swoop, Lu Ruoxin's anger was doused. Look at Lin Shi's appearance. Lu Ruoxin lamented. Ah, the creek. Do you have any idea how flowery this asshole really is? The point is he really wants to be my dad. Chapter 81, kneel down and apologize to me. Lu Fei, you're really good. Lu Ruoxin gritted her teeth and came over to press Lu Fei's leg, with all my might. But Lu Fei's physical fitness had long exceeded that of so many special forces soldiers. With her little bit of strength, she actually pressed down just enough. Aside, Lin Shi shook her head. It always felt as if the relationship between Lu Fei and Lu Ruoxin was a bit subtle today. Hey, when did you offend her? Lin Shi asked in a small voice. Lu Fei muttered. I don't know, maybe she recently had her period. Bah, Lin Shi poo-pooed. She time is not these days. Lu Ruoxin blew up. Can you two whisper any louder? Lu Fei nodded and said, good. Turning back to the question, he asked, so it's those days so I can circumvent it. Lin Shi smiled cheekily and said smoothly, next week. Lu Ruoxin's mind completely blew up, and she broke down and said, Lin Shi, you just arrived today. Are you looking at me with displeasure? Lin Shi's face reddened, but grinning and giggling. Yeah, so I did it on purpose, to piss you off, slightly dash. She made a face with a relaxed expression. Lu Ruoxin was not willing to show weakness. Talk to the end. The two stunning beauties simply both drew their respective characters' weapons and ate inside this box. Lu Fei looked overjoyed as hell. Online, with the landing of the star of the Shenandoah being broadcast out live, so many people were stunned by the cosplay club members who came out for the finale. Holy, these cosplayers are beautiful, especially the two following Fei. They're just like fairies. Look at the style of the other Fei, and then look at the other rich second generation. TSK, the difference is not ordinary. I just want to know what the hell this game is called. The game you guys want is here. A female anchor is broadcasting live in the amusing bird livestream. It's solid. The tycoon sissy knows is Fei. Internet buzz. Inside Q. In CC's live broadcast room, a large number of visitors began to pour in. She took the opportunity to help Lu Fei with a wave of advertisements. This game is called League of Legends, also known as LOL. and it's a game produced by Phase Super God Games. The game is fun, and you can see how I play it first, tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. This game will be officially online. You can first bookmark the game's official website address that I typed in the lower right corner of the screen, and download the client first to play tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock when the service officially opens. Chin Cece finished in a very imperial voice. So many passers-by have started copying the game's official website address, then flock to the official website of the Overwatch game and start downloading the game. Overwatch games. Luo Qingchang and all the employees were working overtime. Mr. Luo, our game downloads are starting to soar. The official website had been online for 2 hours and the number of downloads was just under 100,000, but it had already reached 300,000 downloads in these few minutes, and the number of players downloading the game continues to grow faster and faster. Our game is going to be on fire. The head of the tech department was a balding older man, and as he was reporting back, the few sparse hairs on the top of his head stood up from excitement. Luo Qingchang stood up. Very well. You continue to keep an eye on it, and make sure that our servers can provide enough download speed. The technical head left. The head of operations walked back in. Take a stack of information. Mr. Luo, this is the information we just gathered. Our game is completely on fire. We've just broken into the top 10 simultaneous searches for our game on the web, and it continues to climb. Luo Qingcheng nodded and said, okay, it's time to put out what we've been planning for a while and increase the heat. The head of operations nodded vigorously. Okay, Mr. Luo, I'll get on with it. With that, he left the office. Immediately after, the heads of the company's departments walked into the office one after another to report to Luo Qingcheng. After coordinating everything, Luo Qingcheng sat down on the chair, rubbing her brow and exhaling a mouthful of cloudy air. After a couple sips of coffee that was already getting cold, dialed Lu Fei's number. Mr. Lu, our game exploded. Her voice was laced with excitement. Lu Fei said blandly, well, I see, within reason, it's very calm. It made Luo Qingcheng's excitement subside in a flash. Also right, this gentleman is the central planner of the publicity program. Well, Mr. Lu should be on board, right? Then I won't bother you. Mr. Lu, Lu Fei said. Good, you shouldn't stay up too long either. Luo Qingcheng nodded her head and said, don't worry, after we've arranged everything, we can go off duty with only the duty officer left behind. Hang up. Lin Chi came up to him. That game of yours blew up? Lu Fei nodded his head and said, of course it exploded. After all, this wave of cosplay publicity from you guys is very powerful. And then there's the overlapping of the heat of the Shindu number. It's hard to think of not exploding. That's nice. Lin Chi nodded with a smile, happy for Lu Fei. Sitting inside the box for a while longer. Suddenly the door was pushed open with great force. The two little girls under the cosplay club rushed in panting. Sister Xiao Shi, Sister Ruoxin, and Mr. Lu, something happened outside. Xiao Yu was beaten up. The words were rapid and full of panic. At once, Lin Shi and Lu Ruoxin's faces changed. Lu Fei had stood up straight away. Get out there. Several people walked out of the box, came inside the banquet hall. Several members of the cosplay club were seen standing with their heads hung low as a female starlet hurled snarky insults in the don't call it Jusha language. Who are you guys? You guys? Do you really think you're somebody just because you walked the red carpet for the finale? Who are you guys? Which one of us here is not a star? Now get down on your knees right now and apologize to me and compensate me for this gown. Or you're not leaving today. Chapter 82, jumping up and slapping me in the face. Look at this plastic surgery face actress. Listen to the cause and effect. Lu Fei's face sank. Things are simple. It's just a couple of little girls chasing after a star and asking this first-tier actress for an autograph. As a result, this actress who came from the Scylla side flung her hand with a face of impatience and spilled the champagne inside the glass herself. The champagne spilled on herself, and then the actress, who was already jealous of the cosplay club members stealing her thunder with their finale appearance, blew up, waved his hand and slapped a couple of little girls twice. Then came the scene where Lu Fei walked out and forced the little girls to kneel down and apologize. Come on, go over there. Lu Fei spoke softly, walked over. See him coming. The more discerning stars have bent over slightly. Mr. Lu. Hello Mr. Lu. Mr. Lu. Lu Fei nodded in response as he walked. The actress was abashed when she saw him approaching. A winking smile ensued on his face. Hello Mr. Lu, I'm Song Lingfei. After saying that, his body leaned forward slightly and took the initiative to extend his hand. Lu Fei's eyes swept. Sorry to A. I can't afford it. But then again, you guys have such great plastic surgery skills over in Scylla. MS. Song hasn't thought about making a couple more moves to turn your pair of A's into a pair of C's and D's or something? Lu Fei said indifferently. At once, all of the surrounding actresses pursed their lips, wanted to laugh but didn't dare, and all the other male celebrities stifled their laughter. the eyes are constantly proprietary. Song Lingfei's face flushed red, forcing back the anger in his heart. He said, Mr. Lu's suggestion is good. Perhaps I should seriously consider it. Lu Fei laughed meaningfully twice. Ms. Song, this gown of yours is very expensive, isn't it? How much? Song Lingfei withdrew her hand in slight embarrassment. Said the man, it's a customized Chanel gown that costs over $300,000. Lu Fei turned back and waved at Lin Shi. Xiao Shi, transfer $300,000 to Ms. Song. Lin Shi's face was icy cold and she directly pulled out her cell phone. Ms. Song, please give me the card number. Song Lingfei's face was slightly on one side as she smiled sarcastically. No need. Lu Fei said indifferently. To be, no matter in which way. Miss Song is my guest. Let the guest suffer the loss as the host compensation is due. Song Lingfei's expression grew more and more unnatural. After excusing himself twice, he obediently told Lin Shi the card number. Lin Shi directly transferred $500,000. How come it's $500,000? It's too much. Song Lingfei's heart became more and more bottomless. Lin Shi, however, smiled sweetly. It's okay, the extra 100,000 or so will be my compensation for your medical expenses. The words just fell. Her right hand had then swung out viciously. Pop! It landed on Song Lingfei's face. Left 5 fingerprints. Song Lingfei covered her face and looked at Lin Shi with disbelief. How dare you hit me? Aside. Lu Ruoxin, who had held her fire, went up and slapped again. Not only does she dare to hit you, but so does my mother. Both sides of the face. It's all swollen from the straight draw. Even her nose, which she had just had done, was jerked sideways. You. Song Lingfei covered her face, her eyes filled with horror. Lu Fei glanced at her and said with a smile, Miss Song Lingfei, you set the rules of the game. Now it's your turn to kneel down and apologize to them. The voice was soft and smiling. Song Lingfei, however, felt chills all over her body. She said weakly, Mr. Lu, kneeling is not necessary, right? Lu Fei shook his head. Ms. Song, I don't like people who break the rules of the game. Eyes crossed, eyes like knives. At once, Song Lingfei trembled. Glancing around, I noticed that all of my once best girlfriends had lowered their heads, and all stepped to the side. These people just flamed her out. Now there was no hesitation in drawing a line in the sand with her. Luffy looked at her. The eyes were cold. Then he waved his hand and said, Xiao Yu, how she hit you. You hit her back. This is the land of the Zhuxia, not something a Scylla can just waltz into. The little girl called Xiao Yu said in a nagging voice. Fei brother. I don't dare. Next to it, the girl who cozied up into a storm lowly and was less than 5'5" suddenly walked out. I'll do it. Having said that, jumped up for 2 slaps. Smoked Song Lingfei to the point of nosebleed. Song Lingfei's face was full of resentment. Lu Fei waved his hand and said, call the security guards and send this Ms. Song from Scylla off the ship. There's no room for the likes of you on my ship. Soon, security arrives. Straight away, Song Lingfei took Song Lingfei out of the banquet hall. Lu Fei stood in the center of the banquet hall with his wine glass, raised his glass toward the stars around him, said, in the future, I don't want that to happen. The voice was flat, but with a great oppressive force. The stars around the room nodded. The eyes that looked at Lu Fei were filled with scorn. Lingfei Song, that's a big star on the Scylla side and has many fans in Zhuxia. Now this Mr. Lu did not give the slightest bit of face. Not only smoked her but also drove her directly off the boat. Not giving the slightest bit of face. Too stiff. It didn't take long. Zhang Jijia called Lu Fei over. Brother Fei, I didn't do a good job on this matter, and I'm really sorry for letting your people suffer. He apologized sincerely. Lu Fei said, it's okay, no gold is perfect. No one is perfect. Blue Charm Group is such a big company. You can't be everything. Zhang Jijie apologized again and said, Mr. Lu, that Song Lingfei belongs to a partnership with our company. She was able to get on the boat this time solely because she fell in love with Hake Group Young Hake's relationship. Young Hake this person do not know if you clear. Full of recklessness. And he'll be on board tomorrow. 2. Take care to be ready on your side. I'm afraid this fellow may make a public spectacle of himself. Lu Fei's eyes flashed. Nodding my head. I said, okay, I know. Thanks for the reminder. Chapter 83, Make Amends to My Godfather. Talked to Sang a couple more times. Lu Fei hung up the phone. The little girls, who had just been watering, were once again weaving their way through the crowd with glee. And with all the stars around, no one dares to embarrass them freely anymore. The party lasted until 11 o'clock at night. The party ended and each left to rest. Sung Lingfei was gotten off the boat, standing on the shore looking at the huge Shenandoah in the night. The face was full of sinister. She dialed a number. In a whiny voice, she said, Hey, Godfather, I'm Lingfei. I was thrown off the boat and beaten up. Woo-hoo-hoo. I gave my godfather's name, but he didn't give a damn. I'm at the harbors now, so you'll send for me soon. A child, inside a beach house, Song Lingfei, who had already straightened her nose back, leaned into the arms of a big, thick, flabby middle-aged man. In a delicate voice, she said, "Godfather, that Lu Fei is really so arrogant. I reported your name and he didn't even give me the slightest bit of face. You can see the palm print on my face is still there even now." Young Herc barred his cigar, grinning to reveal a mouth full of yellow teeth. Simple laugh. "Hey, young people have not seen much of the world, do not know that I am such a figure as also should be well. You'll accompany me on the boat tomorrow, and I'll talk to him myself." Speaking. Instead, there was a cold glint in his eyes, not in the least as naive as it appears on his face. Song Lingfei's eyes flashed. "Spoiled? Then Godfather, you must help people out of anger, yo. Tonight whatever you want." Yang Hake revealed a strange smile. "That's great." Early the next morning, Song Lingfei's face was pale as she limped around Young Hake's arm. "Take a step and take a breath. Like a northerner after their first super spicy hot pot. Climb into Young Hake's Bentley." The two sailed toward the Shenandoah harbor. The front of the Shenandoah was already crowded. 10 o'clock. Ticket checking has officially begun. A large number of tourists and rich people, through different ticket gates, entered the huge and luxurious cruise ship. Standing on the deck, Luffy was carrying a glass of plain water. Lin Shi and Lu Ruoxin stood next to each other on the left and right. Suddenly, Lu Ruoxin's face changed slightly. "Nope, why is my mom on the boat? I thought she said she was going on a trip." She pointed at Yu Menglan, who was in the crowd, pushing a small trolley case and slowly uploading, her face full of astonishment. Lu Fei hemmed and hawed. "Isn't it just traveling? Our ship is going to Malfoy Island, which is a tourist attraction." Lu Ruoxin's face turned ironic, yelling low, "Asshole, you're still in contact with her." Lu Fei shrugged his shoulders, said, "No, I don't know anything about this." Lu Ruoxin's face was as cold as frost. Deadpan stared at Lu Fei. Lin Shi, who was on the side, was a bit puzzled. "Ruoxin, isn't it good for Sister Yu to get on the boat and travel together? You guys can still travel around together. I tried to get my mom to come with me and she wouldn't even do it. She had to stay home and watch my dad." Poor old Lin, being a 10 billionaire. As a result, there was no chance at all to go out on a wave. Stared down by the tigress of the family, Lu Fei sighed, said, "Let's go. Sister Yu is coming up. Let's go down and greet her." Lu Ruoxin's face was icy cold. "I'm going, don't you go," Lin Shi advised. "Alright Ruoxin, don't be like this. We're all friends, though I don't know what happened, but it's clear that we saw Sister Yu coming, so it wouldn't be good for us not to go down and greet her." Lu Fei contained a smile. Lu Ruoxin was so angry that her eyes turned green. "Asshole." She cut Lu Fei a vicious glance. Turning around, he gambled, "Let's go. Go away. Go all. Down to the upper deck. All the way down." He soon met up with Yu Menglan, who was dragging his suitcase. The moment he saw Lu Fei, a wide smile bloomed on her exquisite, stunning face. Lu Ruoxin's heart jumped. "Sour. Auntie, this is for real. Auntie, what brings you here?" Lu Ruoxin asked. Yu Menglan glanced at Lu Fei, said, "What? I can't come on such a big ship?" Lu Fei smiled slightly and fried a wink at her. Yu Menglan smiled wider and wider. Lu Ruoxin's mind exploded. "Can't you two cover up a little? I'm a big living man still breathing here." Lin Shi, however, didn't notice anything unusual. Said the man, "There are a lot of people inside the hallway. Why don't we go to the room and drop off our stuff first?" Lu Ruoxin couldn't wait to hurry over, nodding hurriedly. "Come on then, it's getting crowded later." The four men headed toward the front. Lu Fei's cell phone suddenly rang. Drip drip drip. "Get on the phone. Mr. Lu, there's a gentleman named Young Hake who wants to see you." Lu Fei's eyes flashed. "Okay, take him to the third floor lounge and wait for me." After saying that, he simply hung up the phone. Get a response. Young Hake was still smiling nervously. It was only inside his eyes that a cold light shone. Really a young hero. He sighed and wrapped his arm around Song Lingfei, who was still not walking very naturally, and headed towards the third floor under the guidance of the waiter. Sitting inside the lounge for half an hour, it was only then that the door was finally pushed open. Enter the door. Lu Fei looked at Song Lingfei, who was lying beside Young Hake and smiling provocatively at himself, laughing. "Ha, Yang Dong rare guest saw, how come on board the ship thought to find me?" Lu Fei casually sat down, said as if nothing had happened. Yang Hake smiled nervously and said, "It's not Ling Fei. She told me that she had a little misunderstanding with you, the newest tycoon, so begged me to be a go-between and reconcile with you." Having said that, Ling Fei Song stood up, not quite in the right posture. He walked over to Lu Fei, said, "Mr. Lu, I was wrong last night, and I'm here to apologize. But even though I'm only a minor star, my godfather is a man of honor. Although those girls were hitting me, Those slaps had landed on Godfather's face as well, so I don't have any other requests. Call those little girls over, bend over for my Godfather to make amends, and have a glass of wine. This matter will be considered over. Chapter 84, LOL Online. Data explosion. Looking at Song Lingfei, who looked like she was winning, Lu Fei suddenly revealed a light smile. Then, stand up, pop, a slap. It was flung directly at Song Lingfei's face. Dong Yang, although I, Lu Fei, am not a celebrity, but also a person who wants face, a small star, dare to talk nonsense in front of me? When word gets out, people won't say that I, Lu Fei, don't know how to behave. They'll just say that you, the big boss, still haven't mixed it up after decades of mixing it up. Yang Hake's face clouded over. Another laugh ensued. Hee, Mr. Lu really is a hero. That's a good slap in the face. I'm impressed with my old Yang, but the mountain is high and the water is long. Mr. Lu should still keep a low profile as a human being, said. A cold light had gone into his eyes. Lu Fei also laughed. Indifferently, he said, thank you, Yan Dong, for reminding me. I'd like to keep a low profile, but strength won't allow it. Having said that, arching his hand, he said, Yan Dong, the boat is windy and rough, so be careful when you sit on the boat. Don't lose your footing and fall into the water in the middle of the night. At once, Yang Hake's face changed. Bean's expression completely disappeared and became grave. We're all civilized, and I'm a careful man, so I shouldn't have to fall off the boat. Lu Fei smiled coldly. High winds and high seas, who knows? Having said that, turning toward the door, Yang Dong slowly play. This lounge $30,000 an hour. Remember to pay when you go out. The voice disappeared cursing, and his back disappeared completely. Song Lingfei covered her face and came over to Yang Hake. Godfather, he threatened you. Snap. Young Herc slapped her across the face. Think I'm as stupid as you? Can't even hear that. He sat down slowly. His face was as gloomy as water. But this ship is full of this asshole's people, so I did mumble this time. There's not a stupid person who can get to this level. After a few moments of contemplation, Young Herc laughed anew. Go on, get out. Keep a low profile on the ship for a few days. Having said that, left the lounge like nothing happened. Paid $30,000 in fees. Go back to your room. Young Hacker dialed a phone number. Old Zhuang, take the men and wait on Math Island. I have something very important for you to do. After a couple of words, he hung up. Then a cold light flashed in his eyes. Oh, Lu Fei, wait until you get over to Malfoy Island. You won't be able to fly. After leaving the lounge, Lu Fei went all the way forward, toward Yu Menglan's room. Suddenly, ding! Your doppelganger on Earth D15 dies, and you will gain the financial company, Flyer Finance, skill, overdrive, and plus 5 billion in capital. The cold, mechanical voice rang in his ears. Lu Fei only felt a clearing inside his head and realized that his memory seemed to have become transcendent. Take a casual look at something and remember everything that characterizes that thing. Blinked. Lu Fei took a deep breath and looked at the visitor's instructions posted above the wall. A sweep. Inside his head, however, it had lingered. It's so demonic, he muttered in a small voice. Eyes. A cold light surfaced. Ha! Young Hake is worried that he doesn't know how to clean you up. He casually placed the acquisition card inside his own pants pocket. Keep taking it in stride. A few seconds later, the sound of a text message notification came from inside the phone. $5 billion. Straight to the bank. Lu Fei casually glanced at it and continued forward. Overwatch games. 10 o'clock in the morning. LOL League of Legends is officially live. Launching stayed directly in the technical department. Keep a close eye on the game's online headcount curve. 10:01. The number of people online directly exceeded 1 million. 10:05. The number of people online exceeded 5 million. 10:15. The number of people online exceeded 8 million. 10:30. The number of people online exceeded 10 million. And the number of registrations, it went right past 15 million. A hit. Inside the technical department, there was a burst of cheering. Fire. Our game is on fire. Awesome. This is the most awesome game I've ever seen. It's horrible. Half an hour into the service, the number of people online directly exceeded 15 million. This is something no game has ever done. Even the hottest Super God West game produced by the former Mermaid Games had a peak of only 6 million people online. And that's still 6 months of cumulative data to get. Soon, the data goes out from the technical department. The entire Overwatch Games company was in an uproar. Luo Qingchang was still wide awake. In the midst of the cheers, he ordered. Immediately ask the data company side to send someone over to expand the server. I'll go tell Mr. Lu the good news. On top of that, everyone gets a 20% increase in base pay and a 10% increase in bonus percentage. After giving the secretary a command, Luo Qingcheng walked quickly back to her office, dialed Lu Fei's number. Mr. Lu, League of Legends is a huge success. The highest number of people online in half an hour exceeded 10 million, and this figure is still climbing. It is expected that the number of people online at the same time will be able to exceed 20 million by the peak time period this evening. The voice was hyperactive, full of excitement. Inside Yu Menglan's room, Lu Fei sat on the sofa, crossed his legs and said, "Keep up the good work. The potential of this game is much more than that. I hope your side of the operation gives a bit of a push to make this a universal game. And the whole competitive gaming thing I was talking about earlier, you can slowly start preparing for that on your end." Luo Qingcheng nodded her head vigorously and said, "Don't worry, Mr. Lu, my side will follow up as soon as possible. We're striving to be able to organize the first LPL League of Legends Professional League in December." Lu Dus smiled and said, "Don't put too much pressure on yourself, just follow the normal process." Luo Qingcheng pursed her lips. "Okay, hang up, the heart is full of determination. Make sure to take this game and make it a real hit." Yu Menglan's room. After Lu Fei hung up the phone, Lin Shi then asked out loud, "Lu Fei, how's that game of yours coming along?" Chapter 85. Hands on, Hacker Group's stock price plummets. After Lin Shi asked, both Lu Ruoxin and Yu Menglan bet their eyes over. Lu Fei shrugged his shoulders and said, "Half an hour into the service, the number of people online is over 10 million, and it's estimated that the peak at 8 or 9 tonight will break through 20 million. None of the three women had any concept of the game. Yu Menglan asked, "How about this figure, high or low?" Lu Ruoxin skimmed her lips and said, "There are more than 1 billion people in Jusha, and you only have 10 or 20 million people online, so you're sure to flop." Lin Shi looked at Lu Fei with a bit of worry. Lu Fei shrugged his shoulders. Looking at Lu Ruoxin, he said, "That really disappoints you. As far as I know, among all the online games in Jusha, the record holder for the highest number of simultaneous online users is Super God West, formerly owned by Mermaid Games. It was a sensation when 6 months after its launch, the number of people online at the same time exceeded 6 million. As for my game, which broke through 20 million online users in half a day online, it's just a sprinkle of water, 3 times higher than it." Looking at Lu Fei's full of concern, Lu Ruoxin is self-absorbed. Lin Shi, however, marveled out. "Doesn't that mean you're going to make money again?" Lu Fei waved his hand and said, "Low-key, low-profile, this game can earn a few money, plus a variety of peripheral estimates of a year at most can earn it a small billions of dollars only." Sprinkler law. Lin Shi also closed herself off. A game that makes over $1 billion a year. What's with the ing sprinkles? This asshole. It's so tempting to hit him. Yu Menglan pursed her lips and smiled lightly. It didn't feel that Lu Fei appeared frivolous in this way in the slightest. Instead, he felt that this kind of Lu Fei was very real. Stayed inside Yu Menglan's room for an hour. The boarding is finally over. 11:30 in the morning. With the sound of a siren, the Shindu slowly left the harbor, sailing out to the infinite sea. On board, characters from all regions of Jusha, with different professional identities, shared. The atmosphere was electric. It didn't take long. One by one, these people walked inside the restaurant. Start the meal. Well, the food on this ship tastes really good. I've heard it's made by the cooks at Lindsay's Catering, and it's really good. This mud boom cuisine is also authentic. Diners were happy with the food on board. Inside the small box in the staff-only restaurant, Lu Fei sat in a group of several people, chatting while eating. Finished lunch, the three of them, Lu Fei and Yu Menglan, separated. Lu Ruoxin and Lin Shi were going to bring the members of the cosplay club to rendezvous, and there would be a cosplay-themed party tomorrow night. They need to go to rehearsal. Lu Fei, on the other hand, returned to his room, turned on the room's computer, and after some maneuvering, collected a lot of information about young hacker. This young hake is also a lordly figure. Once upon a time the identity was not too clean, and some years ago he went ashore and founded the Hacker Group, a leap from a grey figure to a now famous entrepreneur in Magic City. And the main business of the Seacraft Group is shipping and fishing. It could be said that the seafood market in Mordor and the nearby provinces was basically monopolized by the Hake Group. As for Yang Hake's value, it was quite a bit higher than Lin Sen's. Hake Group was valued at close to $100 billion, and he occupied 35% of the shares, making him worth almost $30 billion. Rather a character. Lu Fei muttered. Hands flipped like butterflies. Quickly operate the keyboard to collect all information about the Haiku Group. About the person Young Haiku. Half an hour later. Look at the information you've gathered. A smile appeared on Lu Fei's face. Ha! Yang Hake, even after you went ashore, you still haven't changed those reckless habits. His fingers danced again. Soon. Just give one of the pieces of evidence and information a stroll to the web. A few minutes later. Shocked the financial world. The seafood breeding bases under the Magic City Hake Group are suspected of using prohibited drugs, and someone has exposed a series of evidence on the internet. It's basically solid. The seafood cultivation base of the Rico Group is suspected of violating the law. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Heckler Group's share price is starting to fall. The drop is huge. Nima old man bought a lot of Hurry up and sell off. Sell. Just because Lu Fei exposed a piece of information and related evidence, Heckler Group's share price began to fall like crazy. Countless stockholders have realized that in the blink of an eye, the value of the stock they hold is falling. Just under half an hour, Heckler Group's stock fell 10% straight down. The stock market is wailing. The Shenandoah. Inside the luxury room, Yang Haik smoked a cigar as Son Lingfei knelt on the ground. Suddenly, his cell phone rang. Crooked. He lazily picked up the phone. Across the phone, the executive president of the Heckler Group's voice was sharp, as if he had been pinched by an egg. Shouted Yang Dong. Things are not good. Someone is messing with us. 20 minutes or so ago, someone found evidence of the use of banned drugs at our seafood farms. The relevant authorities have now arrived at the breeding site and launched a full investigation. Meanwhile, our stock price has tanked and our market capitalization has evaporated by almost $10 billion. Yang Dong, at this time you have to come back immediately to preside over the big picture bar. The cigar young heckler was about to put on his mouth dropped. It just happened to fall on top of Son Lingfei's head. At once, searing pain swept through. Son Lingfei subconsciously screamed. Ow! Yang Haik howled along. After a moment of panic, Yang Haik climbed to his feet and kicked Son Lingfei in the face. Roll! You're ing looking for death. Son Lingfei planted herself on her back. That face was kicked right in the face. Young Herc picked up his cell phone again, growling. Check. Find out for me right now. Who the hell is behind this? Then when will you be back? Yang Dong? The CEO asked carefully. Yang Haik grimaced and said, I'll go find someone right away and come back as soon as possible. Having said that, hurriedly leaving the room, he wanted to ask for Lu Fei. Chapter 86, Mr. Lu, do you have to do this? Inside the room, Luffy casually erased any information he might have left behind, carrying his laptop out the door. It didn't take long. Young Haik greeted him with a smile on his face. Mr. Lu, you're blowing off steam here. Lu Fei turned back. Mo laughed. Yeah, blowing on the ocean breeze and seeing the waves of this ocean. Yang Haik took a deep breath and smiled nervously. Said, Mr. Lu, to discuss something with you. My old lady passed away suddenly at home, so can I trouble you? Give me a lifeboat and a crew. I want to get on board and go back right away. Lu Fei laughed. Yang Dong is still really spelling it out. If you say outright that something is wrong with the company, then I'll definitely do this favor. But the fact that you're now using your old lady as an excuse makes me sick. The thing I hate most in my life is people like you. So this is non-negotiable. Yang Haik's face clouded over. Smiling sarcastically, he said, I'll let Mr. Lu laugh. It's really because of the urgency of the matter that I've come up with this plan. Lu Fei, however, had already turned around directly. Said, I won't stop you if Yang Dong wants to get off the ship, but I can't possibly give you the lifeboat because it's for all the passengers. Either you, Yang Dong, go and get the consent of the entire ship's passengers, or you figure it out on your own. Leave a comment. Lu Fei gave Yang Haik the back of his head. Yang Haik's face was completely gloomy. Give face. He cursed under his breath. The mind reeled for a while. Licking his chops again, he chased after them. Mr. Lu, if the lifeboat is not given, then you can always ask the crew to report the current coordinates, right? Mr. Lu, you help me this time. I'll treat what happened before as if it never happened, and there will be a generous reward. Lu Fei didn't stop and continued forward. Young Herc followed him all the way, wretched to the core. It was not at all like the domineering manner when he had just boarded the ship and approached Lu Fei to back up Song Lingfei. Lu Fei said as he walked, Sorry, our ship's coordinates must be kept secret except for the relevant units. Otherwise, if we encounter pirates, or some other organizations, we cannot guarantee the safety of the passengers on board. Still, Yang Dong, you want me to help, you can. As long as you can ask for the consent of all the tourists on board, then I will help you. Otherwise, please return. Young Haik gritted his teeth. In a low growl, he said, Mr. Lu, do we have to do this? Lu Fei pursed his lips. Yui said, Yang Dong, how to say so? To help you, that is a favor. Not to help is also my duty. Instead of continuing to bull asterisk me here, why don't you think about how to deal with the next predicament that Hecker Group is going to face? Having said that, Lu Fei, in front of Yang Haik, said towards the ship's first mate who had arrived on the news, Order down, have someone watch this Mr. Yang. If he dares to fool around on the ship, then just take him under control. The first mate nodded vigorously and said, Okay, Mr. Lu, we know what to do. Having said that, glancing at Young Haik, who had been completely dumbfounded, the first mate pulled out his walkie-talkie. After some communication, just two of the crew leaned over. Keep an eye on young Hacker at all times. Young Haik was furious. I'm a passenger, not your prisoner. The the first mate said with a smile. As long as Mr. Yang abides by the code of a passenger, then naturally we will not and dare not do anything to you. But say you do something that's beyond the scope of a normal passenger, then don't blame us for being unsympathetic. Janhai was polite and half dead. Fingers pointed. Resist the urge to rage. Turn around and go back to your room. Back to the room. Song Lingfei has awakened. Begging, Godfather, my nose is collapsing and I want to go to the doctor. Yang Haik was full of anger and had nowhere to vent it. Smoothly, he slapped again. Then riding on top of Song Lingfei was a brutal beating. After a good while, Song Lingfei clutched her head and collapsed on the ground. Shivering, Young Herc stood up. Pulling out his cell phone, he dialed the number of the executive president of the hacker group. What's the situation with the company now? Opposite. Yu Kusheng, the president of Haiku, said sharply, our people are more agitated and will destroy the prohibited drugs in time. But the people from the relevant unit have already collected our seawater to go and test it, and this time it feels like we might not be able to pocket it. Yang Haik shuddered. How come? Yu Kusheng said, there is no way. This time the news of the exposure is overwhelming. In a short period of time a lot of people know. All those netizens on the internet are pressuring us, and we can't operate at all. Yang Haik's face was gloomy for a while. A few seconds later, with a face full of grimness, he said, push Jiang Du-Cun out to take the blame. Send a letter of apology with earnest words, and stop the loss in time. As for Jiang Du-Cun, I'll call him personally. Yu Kusheng nodded his head and said, okay Mr. Yang, I'll go get ready right away. Hang up. Yang Haik also dialed the phone number of Jiang Du-Cun, the head of Haik Group's marine life breeding branch. Hey, Mr. Yang. Jiang Du-Cun's voice was hoarse with obvious exhaustion. Yang Haik directly said, old Jiang, if you help me top this matter, I will privately add 1% of the group's shares to you. Jiang Du-Cun froze and refused. Mr. Yang, no way. There's a big chance that you'll go to jail for this incident. Yang Haik said icily, 1% of the shares, plus 20 million in cash. If you say yes, I'll arrange for someone to transfer the money to your wife right away. If you refuse, you know what the consequences will be. Jiang Du-Cun was helpless. He knew exactly what young hacker used to do. After a pause of thought, one can only hold one's nose and agree. Alright Yang Dong, I'll carry this matter. Yang Haik hung up the phone with satisfaction. Yuxun was then notified to schedule a press conference immediately. Half an hour later, Yu Kusheng and Jiang Du-Cun walked onto the launch stage together. Jiang Du-Cun carried the matter on his shoulders. Inside the corner of the rehearsal site, Luffy clutched his laptop and tapped quickly, tapping an audio clip on. A conversation between Yang Haik and Jiang Du-Cun on the phone came from it. Yang Dong, times are different. You really don't know anything about your opponent yet. Chapter 87, Who is the father of the child? Lu Fei smiled coldly. Save the audio. Look up and start watching the rehearsal. Have to say, the quality of the group of girls Lin she found was really high. The cause come out of the characters very beautifully. Plus a stage play compiled by Lin Shi and Lu Ruoxin based on the background of the game. Lu Fei, someone who wasn't interested in this stuff, was watching with great interest. It didn't take long. Lu Fei probably watched the rehearsal. Rewake the computer. Open the hot search and take a look. Sure enough the message that the heckler group had apologized had rushed to the top of the hit list. Underneath the message, tons of watered down comments. Big business with commitment. Know your mistakes and admit them. Who hasn't made a mistake yet? Besides, the drugs they used are prohibited, but the harm they caused won't be great. The wild ones still have parasites. The heckler group is still very social, and immediately tried to solve the problem when something went wrong. Look at the comments. Lu Fei casually operated and hacked an account to post the audio. Subsequently, with a quick maneuver, he threw the audio on top of all the major media platforms across the web again. A few short minutes, another hotspot just topped off the #1 hotspot of the heckler group apologizing. Hashtag Haiku Group Chairman Young Haiku threatens executives with backstabbing. Hashtag. The message went straight to the top. There was a lot of cursing down there. TCH, capsizing so soon? Interesting. It's true that there are still more righteous people. To report, I'm a hacker employee. Before today's raid, all the banned drugs inside the company's warehouse were centrally destroyed. Have a melon. Front row sells melons and peanuts and mineral water. The heckler group is a big melon. It was so big that Yang Haik nearly braced himself after eating his own melon. What the hell? Jiang Du-Cun, you're a ing. Yang Haik roared with fury. Called Jiang Du-Cun on the phone. Jiang Du-Cun, you're good. It's only 6 short words, but it was like a ghostly cry coming from the underworld. It filled Jiang Du-Cun's face with horror. No, Mr. Yang, this matter really has nothing to do with me. I didn't record it. I would never dare. Yang Haik sneered. Doesn't matter. Leave 4 words and hang up. Opposite. A look of horror appeared on Jiang Du-Cun's face. 3 minutes later, a call came to his cell phone. Mr. Jian, how have you considered our terms? According to my guess, Yang Hake should have already talked to you. The voice on the other side of the phone was mysterious. Jian Dutsuan pondered for a while and nodded. As long as you can guarantee the safety of my wife and child, I will agree to help you testify against Yang Hake at that time. Good. Rest assured, I can arrange for your wife and children to go over to the Hopewell Empire right away. At the same time, the $100 million promised to you, $50 million in advance. Jian Dutsuan said, okay, it's a deal. After that, he hung up the phone. Magic City. The undercurrents are raging. Yang Hake was restless on the boat. It always felt like things weren't that simple. But, he offended Lu Fei and couldn't get off the boat. Time passes. After dinner, it came to 7:30 p.m. The moment. The third ballroom of the Shindu ship had been set up as a huge studio. The inside of the studio was almost full. So many visitors to the show that is about to go live. Full of curiosity. Heads were exchanged and whispers were exchanged. The program was pretty interesting. Just can't figure out why these people want to publicize this family scandal for all to see. People die for money and birds die for food. Modern people are willing to do anything for money. Besides, it's not against the law. I wonder how many families were broken up over it tonight. There was a lot of talk on the floor. The internet has also been very vocal. Ha ha ha, feminist phenoms, come out and get your asses kicked. I've turned on the teaser bird. Sit back and wait for the live stream. Green pastures my home. The live broadcast hasn't started yet, but the live broadcast platform is currently under the supervision of a notary public, and the real popularity has already broken 10 million. Female boxing tables, tremble, looking at the data on top of the teaser live platform. One by one, the female boxing tables that had made a bet with the Blue Charm Group all turned blue in the face. Sisters, don't wimp out. Breaking 10 million now is already the peak value. Sit back and wait to be punched in the face. Though people are hunted these days, I believe in the binding power of our fellow women. Oh, they apologize for the road. These feminist tables are still yelling though, but the heart had sunk. It was supposed to be just to rub it in and get a mouthful of heat. As a result, I didn't expect the other side to get serious and rack up these people of theirs. In private, it's over. This time, my old lady will have to pick up garbage from the garbage sorting center for 6 months. Ooh-hoo, picking up trash stinks. I don't want to go. Things haven't come down to the last second, so don't panic, sister. Soon, the time came to 8 o'clock sharp. Teaser bird live streaming platform. Direct homepage connection for live streaming. The screen flickered. The camera was trained on Qin Yen, who hadn't made a public appearance in a while. Hello everyone, I'm Qin Yen, the one who went to catch John, the internationally wanted criminal, but ended up accidentally bumping into his wife with him and being told that the son he raised for 2 years wasn't his. The most miserable anchor Qin Yen of all time. After a few introductions, the live stream pop-ups instantly took off. 6,666. A true warrior dares to face up to a dismal life. Rocket brush up. The pop-ups are full of gifts. After a brief self-introduction, Qin Yen said straightforwardly, the rules of the program don't need much explanation from me, so let's bring out our first set of guests now. The music played. Beautiful grassland, my home. The wind blows green grass everywhere. The first group of guests took the stage. Chapter 88, Auntie You. You're so good at this. Stomp the music. The first group of guests took the stage. Come on, it's a young couple from the 90s. Come introduce yourself. Qin Yen opened his mouth with a smile. The youngster took the microphone and said, hello everyone, my name is Zhu Hongchang, from Qianzhou. The child's mom, who was holding her child and had more than 80 points in her makeup, introduced herself. Hello everyone, my name is Lin Mohan and I'm from Imohai. The youngster directly interrupted. You call a hammer Lin Mohan? Your real name is Lin Bingmei. What kind of calf are you pretending to be? Lin Bingmei was enraged on the spot. Then you said you were 3 180s before you got ing married. What's the result? Besides being 180 in height, what do you have 180 left? The remaining 2 are half of 180. On the spot, the effect blows up. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Playing this big in the opening round? That dude is green in the face. Hiss. Buddy, hold on. Zhu Hongqing's face turned red. Reverently, he sneered. Then the old man didn't mess around. And every inch of the old man's body is real. Are you? Is there anything real except for the eyes? Lin Bingmei angrily cursed. Asterisk 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 you. Where is my old lady not real? After a good deal of bickering, Xinian interrupted them. Both of you, sit down first, don't get too excited. After Zhu Hongchang and Lin Bingmei choked each other 2 more times, finally each took a seat on either side of the couch. Qin Yan asked towards Lin Bingmei, Ms. Lin, are you sure the child is your husband's? Lin Bingmei nodded her head vigorously and said, I'm sure as well as certain. Qin Yan asked towards Zhu Hongchang again. So Mr. Zhu, Do you think this child is yours? Zhu Hongchang got excited again. Everyone who isn't blind can see that this thing treads no resemblance to me at all. Okay, the key is to look at his eyes. Lin Bingmei, you damn well tell me how two yellow people can give birth to a blue-eyed child with such white skin. Lin Bingmei shouted with a strained neck. I've explained this to you several times. I'm a single parent. It was my mom who had me with an O-continent person. So there is a recessive gene for O-continentals in me, and it's just being passed on to my son now. Zhu Hongcheng gasped and laughed. Roll. Lousy has been a cutie for 3 years. All my friends are laughing at me. And you're still fooling me today? Lin Bingmei clasped her hands around the bear. Stubbornly. He didn't say a word. Xinian stood up at the right time. Take a card. MS. Lin. And Mr. Zhu. What I'm holding in my hand is the DNA identification information. Now I'm holding the results of a notarized DNA match to give you and Mr. Zhu of fair accounting. Having said that, he holds up the card and gazes into the camera. According to the DNA matching results, Mr. Zhu Hongchang plus dash. Zhu Hongchang and Lin Bingmei both held their breath. Mr. Zhu Hongchang, you're not dad. A moment of silence followed. Oi! Zhu Hongchang did a backflip directly on stage. Even if they don't quite make it to the ground face first, they still cheer with excitement. The BGM came on at the right time. Expecting a lucky and a shock. What a marvelous encounter. Over the top of the hill ahead, and layers of white clouds. Where is the green light? Zhu Hongchang held up the $10 million bonus and ran wild on the field. Finally, he ran to Lin Bingmei. Crazy twisted pea shares. Ha ha ha. $10 million. $10 million. Lin Bingmei, congratulations, you're single. I'm single too. $10 million. I'll buy a sports car and go to your door every day. Lin Bingmei flopped down on the sofa and broke down and cried. There was a great deal of jubilation. Online pop-ups flew. Ha! Why is this dude so happy when he's clearly cuckolded? Holy, women these days. Holy, this scene is so joyful. I damn well expect the same if I were. Among the pop-ups soaring, the second set of guests is up. But this one was odd. In all, there were 5 men on stage, while there was only 1 woman. Can I ask what this is all about? Xinian handed the microphone to the female guest of honor. The female guest of honor dropped in. I am an unmarried single mother and my son is 3 years old. I didn't know exactly who my son's father was, so I had to go through all the men I was involved with during that time. I hope I can find the father of my child and together we can take responsibility for the child. The words fell. Another boil. I'll go. Awesome. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Even Lu Fei, who was sitting on the stage, was stunned. Young people nowadays can be so damn playful. Lu Ruoxin glanced at her little mother and then at Lu Fei. Laughing coldly, he said, people can't play as well as you can. Lu Fei pursed his smile. Of course, I do know how to play better. Yu Menglan turned around and smiled lightly at him. Lu Ruoxin, who was caught in the middle, rolled her eyes in anger. This asshole. Auntie, watch the program, don't look around. Lu Ruoxin stared at Yu Menglan. Yu Menglan shrugged, didn't chime in. Smoothly, he wrapped his arms around Lu Ruoxin's slender waist. Then you be a good boy and watch the show too. Speaking, next to it, Lin, she asked in a low voice. Lu Fei, what's going on with you and Ruoxin in the last few days? Lu Fei smacked his lips and said, I don't know. Maybe she has an endocrine disorder. Lin, she skimmed his lips. Just don't say it. Lu Fei hammed and hawed twice and said, watch the show, watch the show. Speaking, the flow of the live show ahead is almost at the end again. The couch. 5 men are pushing each other around. The baby is definitely not mine. I wear it when I'm with her. That's not mine either. I'm all out there. I don't know anything. Scram. The baby is definitely not mine. 5 men arguing over their faces. The child is their word. Not only do they not get a dime, but they have to pay child support. If it wasn't theirs, they'd still get a share of that $10 million. Soon, Xinian pulled out a stack of DNA test reports. Guys, does this child belong to one of these 5 men or not? After the commercial, announce the answers. Chapter 89, let these scum collect the garbage. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Live stream and commercials. Asterisk 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 asterisk. True, it's so tempting to hit someone. I guess one should be. Soon the commercial ends. Xinian stood up again. Take a stack of DNA identification reports. Straight away, the sentencing began. This is our authoritative and notarized DNA comparison report. How are you feeling now that I hold in my hand the thing that will determine your fate? Xinian asked towards the single mom. The single mom said with certainty, one of the 5 of them is definitely the father of the child. So I'll take that $10 million. Xin Yan gave a mysterious smile. Start announcing. First of all, Lu Shicheng, you're not the baby's father. And then, Wenla, you're not the baby's father either. Kongwu, you're not the baby's father either. Every exclusion. A cheer went up from those excluded, and then high-five the stranger next to him that he doesn't even know, but is suspected together to be the baby's father, and the single mom's face is getting darker and darker. Finally, I'm sorry to say that Zhengji isn't the baby's father either. That means that none of the 5 men you've got here are the baby's father. Bang! The single mom sat down lost in thought. The 5 men across the street formed an excited circle and tap-danced. Hip swish, hip swish, hip swish dash. Live screen. The pop-ups have gotten so stuck you can't even see them. Everyone was stunned by the result. How messed up is this woman? 5 men and not one of them is a baby daddy. Blind dates are risky. Take over with caution. Women's boxing tables. Come out for a walk. The cute feminist Phenom stalked and ranted online. The womb is ours, and we can have babies with whomever we want. You won't raise a child if it's not yours? Scum! Look at the virtues of these scumbags. They have no sense of responsibility. Men like that should be single for life, facing the results of a punch in the face. These feminist tables are still sticking their necks out. Soon, however, then someone took a screenshot of the face. The number of people watching the live broadcast has exceeded 22 million. Don't dance, melon. Wait for the trash to be sorted. TSK, TSK. Wanting to make a man perish will make him mad. As a screenshot made its way around the internet, soon the Blue Meanie Group issued an official communication. Gentlemen, the bet has been made, and our live streaming numbers for the program who's the kid's dad peaked an hour after the start of the show. Live online viewers of more than 22 million, after the relevant units notarized in line with the content of the contract. Now please, all those who have signed contracts with us, report to the Mordor Waste Sorting Center first thing in the morning. In the next 6 months, you will contribute to the beautiful cityscape of Magic City. Congratulations! You will shed all your glamour and pride and return to being simple working people. Of course, if anyone dares to breach the contract, in addition to the $10 million in liquidated damages, and we will also sue you. So here's a word of advice. Don't think about running away. We're all adults. It's time to take responsibility. A circular was issued. It has drawn the excitement of countless ass and lesbians. Great job. I've seen them in a ing bad light for a long time. Don't you call yourselves feminist fighters? This point is not willing to do still god feminism. Congrats at Tough Fifi. Happy to be a Magic City trash sorter. It's hot. Ladies don't get stinking heat stroke. I can privately pay for a mask for you. Online. Aside from a handful of feminist tables, basically no one sympathizes with these people. It's all a cry to live a few deserved. And those 30 or so signed a bet with the Blue Charms Group. And the feminist tables that had been notified by the Blue Charms Group were already inside the hotel as if they were dead. Ooh, I don't want to be a janitor. Garbage sorting. Old ladies' hands go for garbage sorting? Shouldn't have listened to your goading in the first place. I was wrong. I don't want to go and be a garbage woman. A bunch of female boxing tables are crying. Feeling gray in life. Soon they were crying online, only to be called out on it. There was no sympathy for any of them at all. Even spraying these feminist tables sprayed the most. It's some trippy women. Serves you right. If you don't go, you're going to lose your money. Why are you crying now when you were so happy when you were high? Oh, what's wrong with collecting garbage? That's also contributing to society. It's honorable. It's a shame to be a woman with you. If I gave you $1 million for a day of garbage collection, I bet every one of you would rush up there with your asses in the air. The female boxing tables are desperate, hiding inside the hotel. The spirit is facing a breakdown. The Shenandoah. The first live episode of the Who's the Kid's Dad show was a success. There was a lot of applause and whistling. Lu Fei left with a few beautiful women. Found the head of the program. You guys could be a little bolder. You could get some bigger pops up. The program's contradictions could have been a little more pointed. You can even get friends and family to come up later and spray each other. You're a professional. You should know more than me. The head of the program nodded vigorously. Said Mr. Lu, don't worry. The reason the conflict isn't sharp enough this time is because there aren't many places on the cruise. Lu Fei nodded and said, okay, this episode has already served to publicize the cruise ship. You'll be able to go ashore tomorrow, and when you do you can make more popping points out of it. The head of the program nodded his head vigorously and said, okay Mr. Lu, don't worry. Lu Fei nodded, leaving the show backstage. It didn't take long. Jackie Sang made a phone call. Brother Fei, the program was a huge success. This wave of live broadcasts made tens of millions of dollars in bounty money alone. Add in advertising and all that, and you're making tens of millions of dollars a show. Lu Fei waved his hand and said, it's all small money. The main thing this thing does is to hype up our Shindu cruise ship. Zhang Jijie nodded and said, indeed, but besides us, the Amusing Bird platform should be the biggest beneficiary. Just for today's 1-hour live broadcast, I've done some research and they've added at least 1 million new paying subscribers. Lu Fei shrugged his shoulders, did not tell Sang that he now owns 70% of the shares of the Amusing Bird platform. Otherwise, this dude is probably going to blow his mind. That's a good thing. You might want to consider working with the teeming birds over there. Zhang Jijie nodded his head and said, indeed, live streaming is very hot right now. I'm going to let the company's 3rd and 4th tier stars try live streaming. It's a good idea to try. Talk to Sang a few more times. Lu Fei hung up the phone. Sleep. Evening. He's asleep. The cell phone suddenly rang. It's Yu Menglan. Hey, open the door. Yu Menglan's voice was thieving. Chapter 90, Young Hikes kneeling and begging for forgiveness. Lu Fei was instantly energized. I'll go. I'm sure it's still the big sister who knows how to have fun. He numbly climbed to his feet, opened the door a crack. Yu Menglan drilled in. There was no talk all night. In the early hours of the morning Yu Menglan quietly went back to his room again. Getting up in the morning, Luffy worked out for a while, boarded the deck after breakfast. The Who's the Father of the Child crew is packed it in, getting ready to go off the boat. It has completed its mission to the Shenandoah, and it's time to land for a shore program. Before the trip, Qin Yan found Lu Fei. Thank you, Mr. Lu. Thank you for letting me find the value of my existence. Lu Fei shrugged his shoulders. It's fine. It's your own chance. Do a good job after you get off the ship. Maybe you can even break into the entertainment industry later. Xinian bowed again and turned to leave. The sea. A small boat gradually approached. Once again, Yang Hake found Lu Fei. Mr. Lu, do me a favor and let me off the boat. Yang Hake's eyes were red and his face was full of exhaustion. Last night, he hasn't slept all night. Got up early this morning. Zhang Dutsuan then broke a lot of inside information about the Heckler Group online. Shares of Heckler Group fell straight back down again less than half an hour after the opening bell. The entire Heckler Group was now in disarray within the group. Shareholders are frantically pressuring him. If he didn't go back to preside over the situation, the entire Heckler Group was going to collapse. So, even if he begged, he asked Lu Fei to let himself go ashore. Lu Fei looked back at him, said, Yang Dong, I am a very principled person. While I do sympathize with you, I'm really sorry. Yang Hake's face flushed red. Deadpan stared at Lu Fei. Suddenly, puff dash, he fell to his knees. Mr. Lu, Yang Hake, admit defeat. Please be magnanimous and spare me this time. Yang Hake kept his head down. Can't see any expression, but Lu Fei could guess. The look on his face now felt horrible. A business tycoon with tens of billions of dollars in value knelt down to himself without hesitation. This one. It's scary to be able to flex. Lu Fei thought to himself that he couldn't do that. So, he would never let Yang Hake go ashore. Let the tiger return to the mountain. Dong Yang, you're making it harder for me. Get up now. Don't get the wrong idea. Lu Fei said with a smile. Not too fast or too slow. Yang Hake's face grew livid. Mr. Lu, are you determined to make things difficult for me? Yang? Lu Fei shook his head and said. Dong Yang, we are all adults. Where's the difficulty in that? But I'm a man of principle. Still, I'll never stop you from getting off the boat, but how you get ashore is your business. Yang Hake gritted his teeth and asked word for word, then why are they allowed to get off the ship? All I have to do now is follow them off the boat and take their boat to shore. Surname Lu. Then don't force me. When I came out to work, you were still wearing crotch pants. His business became ruthless. A murderous aura blossomed. Lu Fei laughed. Approach his side. Word for word. Yes, I'm forcing you. Yang Dong is so powerful. He can try what the consequences of not following the rules are. Yang Hake's face grew more and more hideous as he suddenly struck out with lightning speed. Then I'll give it a try. His hand curled up in a gust of wind and swung towards Lu Fei's neck. Lu Fei sneered. Strikes like lightning. Blocking his arm straight away. He pressed down on the back of his head and landed a knee to the face. At once, full of peach blossoms, fainted straight away. Snap dash. Lu Fei clapped his hands. Send Mr. Yang back. 2 crew members came over and set up Yang Hake, who was full of peach blossoms, and sent him back to his room. Yang Hake was sent to the door of the room. The crew just opened the room. His face was covered in congealed blood and his clothes were in pieces. Song Ling Fei, who looked inhuman and ghostly, rushed out. Help! Help me! Help me! Ling Fei Song hugged the crew's leg. The 2 crew members were taken aback by her ghostly appearance. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Hiss. They looked at each other. Straight away, the unconscious Yang Hake took control and tied him up, then pulled out his walkie-talkie and connected to the control room. A few minutes later, several crew members rushed over with the ship's doctor. After a quick check, Sung Ling Fei was found to have a broken nose, a broken heart prosthesis, and bruises all over her body. It's more than a minor injury. Mr. Lu, what now? The captain asked, looking at the miserable. Even the spirit are in addition to the problem. Song Ling Fei. Lu Fei frowned for a moment. This young Hike guy can really get down and dirty, but it's better this way. The chairman was arrested on suspicion of intentional injury. which was just enough to deliver an even more fatal blow to the hacker group. He turned around and said, "Young Hake is already suspected of intentional injury. Call the police." 2 hours later, the Marine police quietly docked with the Shenandoah. "Mr. Liu, thank you for your cooperation." JC shook hands with Liu Fei politely. Liu Fei waved his hand and said, "This is all what should be done." The Marine police shook Liu Fei's hand again. He then brought Young Hake and also Song Lingfei, who was badly injured, to the Marine police ship. After a few moments, it disappeared into the vast sea. Chapter 91, Board Meetings. It didn't take long for young hacker to be taken away. News of his arrest was all over the place. Hike Group Chairman Yang Hike has been arrested. Right. I heard that it wasn't even because of the company, but because he abused that Scylla actress to death on top of the Shindu cruise ship. I just found a picture of Song Lingfei being put into an ambulance. Holy, is this still that Scylla actress? Are people abusing people so vicious nowadays? The internet is in an uproar. Inside the Heckler Group, there was complete chaos. Shareholders are attacking each other to dump on each other. There is also a lot of strife between the various subsidiaries, and above the stock market. Heckler Group's stock simply can't stop falling. Liu Fei only paid a little attention to it, and then put the matter down for the time being. For now, it's not the best time to acquire the Heckler Group, to turn the whole Heckler Group into a hot potato, when no one dares to take over. It's the moment when he acts. Meanwhile this morning, Blue Phantom Group's president, Jack Sang, took matters into his own hands. Take the dozens of female boxing watches that lost a bet with the Blue Phantom Group and go to the Magic City Garbage Collection Center to get inducted. These women's boxing tables will kick off a 6-month waste sorting program starting this morning. All the way, the complaints are constant. Trash sweeping. How can I go and be a garbage woman when I'm dressed so nobly, with a $2,000 t-shirt and $3,000 shoes? Honestly, if I had a choice I'd rather sell than do this kind of work. It's disgusting. If I could do it all over again, I would never make that bet. The female boxing tables grumbled in low voices, only they didn't know that, according to a clause in the contract, all of their words and actions were recorded through the camera. It didn't take long. These female boxing tables are inducted and completed. Put on your work clothes and come to the garbage sorting station. The overpowering stench, and the various soups and broths everywhere, it made the women's boxing tables totally crack up. At the same time, and finally, they have experienced, from society, the beatings, division of labor, subtasks, a couple of guys in a group, don't eat if you can't finish the job, and their workload is only 1/3 that of a normal sanitation worker. The complaints are constant, dry heaving from time to time, and yet no one sympathizes. Finally let them smell the stench of their own body. People like that just deserve it. I have a feeling that the ones who make it through these 6 months will probably be bathed in fire. As long as you guys can hold out for 6 months, let you talk about women's rights, and I won't say a word about it. Liu Fei returned to his room, turned on the computer. After a bit of searching, another wave of Heckler Group blackmail was thrown out there. There was a crew mutiny in the Heckler Group. Several members hijacked a large ocean-going fishing vessel simply because the Haiku Group would not honor its promises. Eventually this incident resulted in the desperate deaths of more than 30 crew members at sea. To this day, compensation from the Heckler Group is still not forthcoming. Post this information and related evidence all over the web. The Seacraft Group was traumatized once again on a fishing vessel, home of the stockholders. Heck, this wave is so pitiful. I'm bursting at the seams. There's no way to back out of it. Heckler's stock simply won't dump. With the way things are going, the end result for Hecker could be a delisting. Now that Yang Hake is in there too, it's an eventful time. With less than half an hour to go in the opening bell, Hecker Group's stock fell again. Shareholders who bought shares of Hecker Group have blood on their hands. Heckler Group. It's been a mess internally. Yuxun stood inside the conference room, growling angrily. Check for me right now. Invite the people from the Red Guest Alliance to check it out for me. Do whatever it takes to find out who released this information. Inside the conference room, the operations department boss rushed to his feet. Start making calls. It didn't take long. A mission arose within the Reddit League, looking for hackers who are strolling the internet and maliciously targeting the Heckler Group. A reward of $50 million? I'll take this mission. $50 million. I'll take it too. Make sure you find this guy. Inside the League of Redactors, a large number of Reddit masters led their teams to receive this mission, started hoofing it around the internet constantly looking for any clues. Inside the Hecker Group, Mr. Yu, now that the chairman has been arrested, what do we do? Yuxing's face was grim, said, the chairman was arrested, that's a private matter for the chairman. You reassure the employees immediately and the company continues to function. We are a real business, not a finance company. Our resistance is extraordinary. As long as we still have the ship in hand, and the farm base, and the customers, our company will not go out of business. The hearts of the executives inside the conference room were much more settled. After the meeting was adjourned, each of them organized their work and pacified their subordinates and workers. The heckler group seems to have stabilized again, after Yuksang returned to the president's office. Instead, his face went completely somber. Who the hell is behind this? Yuksang murmured. We don't want to care who messes things up right now. We just want to know right now what you're going to do in the face of this situation. The voice came. The president's office was vigorously pushed open. A group of shareholders from the hacker group walked in. Mr. Yu, now the company's stock has dropped for 2 consecutive times. The company's market value has evaporated by nearly $20 billion. We need a statement. At this juncture, as the chairman of the board, Yang Hake even exposed such a scandal. I don't think he's fit to be the chairman of the company anymore, so I propose a board meeting. Among a series of sounds, all shareholders responded. Heckler Group held a general meeting of shareholders. Chapter 92, Young Hike was kicked out of the game. Yuksang as a shareholder and executive officer also participated in the Antiques meeting. The meeting was adjourned. Yang Hake was removed as chairman of the Hake Group and replaced by another man named Zhou Shicheng. Yuksang continues to serve as executive officer. Immediately afterward, the new chairman of the Haiku Group, Zhou Shicheng, held a press conference, apologized to the general public on behalf of the Hecker Group and put all the fault on Young Hecker's head. In addition, Haiku Group also said that it would actively compensate the families of the deceased crew members. It will also kick off a 3-day price cut sale on all Heckler Group products. After a few announcements, things are slightly better for the Hecker Group. Although the stock is still on a downtrend, the confidence of the shareholders has been activated again. That's good crisis communications. The reaction of the Hecker Group was not unexpected by Lu Fei. After all, for such a large group of companies, there should always be a few capable people. But that's just the way it is. Luffy tapped the keyboard. Do a quick search for material on Zhou Shicheng and all his relatives. A few minutes later, he gathered a crime report on Zhou Shicheng's son, and also found out the stale news that Young Hake's son went to sea with Zhou Shicheng back then and died accidentally. So the death of Young Hake's son might have something to do with Zhou Shicheng? Lu Fei laughed. Immediately after, he went back to looking online. Many criminal profiles of other major shareholders of the Hecker Group were found one after another. Good stuff. With a soft smile, he pulled out his cell phone and dialed a number. A few seconds later, hello, Mr. Lu, this is Qin Shihan, the general manager of Fiki Finance. An icy voice came from across the phone. She is the managing director of the financial company that Lu Fei acquired. Mr. Qin, how much money is available on the flycatcher's side right now? Qin Shihan replied, Mr. Lu, the company currently has $1 billion available. Lu Fei took stock of the situation. The funds he currently had at his disposal totaled something like $7 billion, plus the billion. It's already at $8 billion, and there may be a chance to buy shares in the hands of young hackers, but to take absolute control of the Hecker Group, it's not enough at the moment. Contemplated, Lu Fei said. In this case, I'll give you another $6 billion in funds, then you take the 10 buildings I have in Tianhao Plaza to the bank and pledge them for a loan. Loan $2 or $3 billion out, ready to buy the shares in the hands of Yang Hake and its Hake Group shareholders. In addition, I'll give you some black information on basically all the major shareholders of the Hecker Group later. Make good use of this information to dig the Hecker Group over to me. Qin Shihan readily accepted good advice. Okay, Mr. Lu, I'll get right on it. Hanging up, Lu Fei stretched. The layout has worked. This time he was trying to swallow the behemoth that was the Hecker Group in a small way. Young Hacker was released on bail from Sheepshead. Looking up at the sun in the sky, his face was a grimace. How's the company doing now? He asked toward the secretary who had come over to bail him out. The secretary blushed hard, said, Dong Yang, the company held a shareholders meeting and board meeting in the morning. Your position as chairman of the board has been removed, and the chairman has now become Zhou Shicheng, and I have been fired by the company. Yang Dong, you have to go back to Magic City immediately to save the day. Yang Hake's face was gloomy, said, book a ticket right away and go back to Magic City. The secretary rushed to book a plane ticket on her cell phone. Prepare to return to the Magic City immediately. Forced to save the day. More than 2 hours later, young Haiku arrives in Mordor. Go directly to the Heckler Group. When he came to the gate of the Hecker Group, he was stopped by the security guard. I'm sorry, young Mr. Yang, the chairman has orders. You can't go in. Yang Hake's face clouded over. Pop, a slap in the guard's face, a kick to flip him over. Get out. Taking a big step, he stepped inside the Hecker Group's headquarters building. A few minutes later, chairman's office. Bang! Young Heckler kicks in the door. Looking at Zhou Shicheng, who was sitting inside drinking tea, he sneered, Zhou Shicheng, do you want to die? Zhou Shicheng stood up with a smile. Old young, nowadays we are all people of status and position, so what's the point of talking about death or not? If I die, you'll be worse off than dead for sure. Yang Hake's face was somber, looking at Zhou Shicheng. You got the old man? Zhou Shicheng shrugged his shoulders. Of course, I'm actually thankful to the person who moved you behind your back. If it wasn't for that, how could I have gotten into the heckler group so easily? Speaking of which, I have to thank you for kicking me out of haiku back then. Otherwise how would I have what I have now? Yang Hake's face grew more and more gloomy. Zhou Shicheng, once his best brother, together they fought the heckler group. Only later did the two go their separate ways because they disagreed on the company's growth. Zhou Shicheng sold most of the shares of Hake Group in his hand, leaving only 8%. After leaving the core management of Haiku Group, Zhou Shicheng founded Baiyufu. It is now the largest restaurant, food and hotel chain group company in Magic City, with a market capitalization of over $50 billion. Looking at Zhou Shicheng, Yang Hake sneered, don't you pretend to be sympathetic here? Those things on the internet, I don't believe that there is no handwriting of yours in them. There is also jiangdutsu and backwashes also you make things. Right, Zhou Shicheng, your tactics compared to that year. There is growth. Zhou Shicheng smiled haughtily, shaking his head. He said, of course, after all, with an enemy like you, if I don't grow up how can I be qualified to have you on my mind for so many years? Having said that, Zhou Shicheng sneered, Yang Hake, the entire Hake board of directors are already my people. Now transfer the shares to me. You can still get out of the game with a little bit of decency. But if you say you have to ask me to go over old scores and get real with you, then you're not just out of the game. Not only will you not have a dime by then, but you'll have to go in for 10 or 20 years. When you come out, your Yang family will all be ruined. Yang Hake's eyes flickered, watching Zhou Shicheng suddenly let out a wild laugh. Even if I throw my shares into the sea, I will never sell them to you. Having said that, turning around, he strides away from the heckler group. The current situation of Hake Group, coupled with the fact that Zhou Shicheng had already turned all the shareholders, he could no longer play any role in continuing to stay in the company. Chapter 93, The Sisterhood is Awesome. Car, the secretary asked. Yang Dong, what do we do now? Jan Heckler lit a cigar. After barfing a couple puffs, a flash of fatigue appeared on his face. The jig is up, he sighed. There was no more air in the eyes that a lord should have. It looks extremely disheveled. What went wrong? Why, in just one day, you've become like this? The secretary pondered for a while and asked, then what are you going to do? Yang Dong? Yang Hake shook his head and said, take me home first. Back home. Yang Hake looked at all these years of following him without complaint, even if he had raised many mistresses outside, the chaffing wife who still provides for her in-laws without complaint, and the two daughters who sit on the couch and don't dare to breathe a word. A cold light flashed in Yang Hake's eyes. Hui, get ready for you to take the two kids out of the country. Having said that, turned and entered the study. Yang Hake's original wife, Hui, froze. A silent nod followed. Turning toward his two daughters, he said, get ready, get your visas, and we'll leave for the Hopewell Empire this afternoon. All of Young Heck's daughters nodded silently. No one objected, because they knew that there was no way for them to disobey the decision made by Yang Hake. Inside the study, Young Herc sat quietly, his, etc., waiting for someone other than Zhou Shicheng to buy his shares, until 4 o'clock in the afternoon. A phone call came in. Hello, is this Mr. Yang Dong of the Hacker Group? I'm Qin Shihan, the general manager of Fiki Financial Company. Yang Hake's eyebrows twitched. Straight to the point, he asked, you want to buy my shares in the Hacker Group? Qin Shihan froze and nodded. Yes, Mr. Yang. 35% of the shares at a price of $10 billion. Yang Hake directly shouted out a super low price. Although the Heckler Group has fallen twice, its current market capitalization is still $80 billion. His 35% stake is worth over $25 billion. Qin Shihan subconsciously said, Mr. Yang, at present, although Hake Group has barely stood its ground, but tomorrow's continued fall has become a foregone conclusion. With our company's assessment of the Heckler Group, the most we can give to buy your shares is $8 billion. Moreover, Mr. Yang, as far as I know that Zhou Shicheng, the chairman of Hake, is now absorbing a large number of shares. You don't want to be kicked out by Zhou Shicheng in a mess, do you? $8 billion for 35% of your shares, plus some evidence of crimes against you, Zhou Shicheng, and his son and other relatives. That's a fair price. Yang Hake's eyes grew colder and colder. A cold light filled his eyes. Zhou Shicheng, if you want to rehash old scores, then I'll kill you first. Yang Hake gritted his teeth. Nodding directly, he said, okay, 8 billion, transfer it inside my account at Sharpshooter Bank. Qin Shihan didn't even expect the negotiations to go so smoothly. Surprisingly, it was just a phone call away. A price was negotiated and a location for signing the contract was determined. Qin Shihan immediately called Lu Fei over. Mr. Lu, the price has been negotiated with Yang Hake. 8 billion for 35% of his shares. Straight to the international account. Lu Fei froze. Where is our company registered? Shin Shihan said with a smile. We are registered in the Newman Islands, an offshore company. Lu Fei nodded. Good, go ahead and operate. Get the shares of Yang Hake first, then wait for my next instruction. Shin Shihan said. Okay, Mr. Lu, I'll go over the equity transaction right away on my side. Hang up. Lu Fei exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. The first step in the acquisition of the Hecker Group has been completed. Next, since young Heckler sold his shares in Heckler so dryly, Lu Fei didn't believe that he would just lay down. Wait until he does. It's the time to follow and do it yourself. 5:30. Yang Hake and Shin Shihan signed the equity transfer agreement. Subsequent transfers. Moving on from Young Hackers to Flyer Financial. And inside his account at the Rex Bank, there was an extra cash flow equivalent to 8 billion Jusha dollars. Have fun working together. Have fun working together. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Shin Shihan left the trading location with all the equity information and certificates. Yang Hake, on the other hand, had asked for help in transferring most of the money inside the Sharpshooters Bank, threw it to his family after a few weeks. He left himself $2 billion. Old Zhuang, back from Marv's side. Yang Hake dialed Lao Zhuan's number. Plans don't change as fast as they should. He was now going to abandon Lu Fei and make a move on Zhou Shicheng. Inside the room, Lu Fei arranged everything and closed the computer. Suddenly, ding, you die in Earth Split D19. You will receive Ocean Wreck Diagram 1. 3 units of famous sea fish trap. Money plus 1 billion. The cold, mechanical voice rang in his ears. The next instant, a chart of oceanic shipwrecks and 3 things that looked like Bluetooth receivers appeared right in front of him. Prestige Fish Trap, 2050 technology product, using nuclear power drive, randomly installed in any corner of the ship. After activation can trap prestigious sea fish within a radius of 10 kilometers. Good stuff. There it is. After acquiring Haiku, there is no fear of not being able to catch valuable sea fish. Read the thing. Lu Fei turned over the map of the oceanic wreck again. Just a couple of looks. An even greater look of surprise came over his face. This is densely labeled with a large number of dots. The larger the dot, the greater the value of the wreck. And the points labeled on this, Lu Fei just slightly scanned twice. Just find out that there are at least over 200 of them. After acquiring Seacraft, I'm going to form a wreck salvage team out of it right away. Lu Fei pursed his lips and laughed lightly, gathered both items and put them inside his bag. At the same time, the cell phone text message also rang. I just picked up my cell phone before I had a chance to experience the euphoria of $1 billion arriving. Knock knock. There was a knock on the door of the room. Open the door. It's Yu Menglan, the big sister in the know. As soon as you enter the door, this sister then wrapped her arms around him. After a good while, only then did he release him. Why didn't you even sneak up on me today? Yu Menglan was a bit like a little girl who had just fallen in love and acted a bit clingy. Luffy held her hair, said, I just took care of some things, so I didn't go out. What? You can't stand it after seeing it for so long? Yu Menglan rolled her eyes. Who can't stand it? Just a little worried seeing as you haven't shown up all afternoon since morning. Having said that, she added with a grin, would you be interested in a candlelight dinner with me? Lu Fei raised an eyebrow. You're not afraid of Ruoshin finding out? Yu Menglan said smilingly, don't worry, she and Xiao Shi are coordinating the club's performance tonight. There's no way there's time for us right now. Chapter 94, Auntie Yu, walked into the ship's western restaurant with Yu Menglan. Many people greeted Lu Fei. At the same time, it swept over Yu Menglan's body with an odd look. You're not afraid of wearing out? Lu Fei asked in a small voice. Yu Menglan shrugged his shoulders indifferently and said, what are you afraid of? What's coming is coming. Oh, this sister is not afraid. I am still afraid of awe. Lu Fei led her straight into the western restaurant. Then order your food. After the meal, Yu Menglan's eyes were mesmerized. Come blow with me. Lu Fei checked out and went out. The two men walked along the corridor without skipping a beat. The sea breeze blew with a faint fishy saltiness. I want to eat. Yu Menglan huffed and suddenly spoke. Lu Fei was a bit bewildered. Didn't you just eat it? Yu Menglan blinked and said. You smell the sea breeze. After Lu Fei froze. It's like an enlightenment. You have a good appetite. Lu Fei muttered. Together with Yu Menglan, they went into her room. There were no mishaps midway through. It's just after 6 o'clock after dinner. By the time Lu Fei and Yu Menglan walked out of the room, it was almost 8 o'clock. Move. Hurry up. It's almost 8 o'clock. Don't miss Ruoshin's performance. Yu Menglan urged in a hoarse voice. Lu Fei sighed, running quickly with Yu Menglan towards the third banquet hall. It didn't take long. The two had arrived at Ballroom 3. Just sit down. The stage then lights up. Lin Shi and Lu Ruoshin's stage play based on part of LOL's backstory began to perform. The girls in the cosplay club were very energetic. The results were surprisingly very good. The 40-plus minute show was over. The entire audience stood up. Snapdash. Applause. It's beautiful. youthful and energetic. The key is the costumes. And the lighting effects are fantastic. It's amazing that a stage show without special effects can be so awesome. People are genuinely praising it. Sure, those beautiful cosplayers also added to the show. The final curtain call. It was only when the two stunning beauties, Lu Ruoxin and Lin Shi, finally showed up to take the stage to thank them. They have been hosting in the back all day today, although they are still wearing their normal clothes. But once on stage, it easily overpowered all the cosplayers' light. These girls are so beautiful. How come they're not in it if they're so pretty? 5 minutes. I want their contact info. Amidst the flurry, Lin Shi and Lu Ruoxin jointly established the King's Cosplay Club, finished with a stunning debut. This debut is not like those cosplayers on top of Comic-Con. With such a big scene, it will definitely cause a huge stir. After the curtain call, Lu Fei and Yu Menglan headed backstage in pairs. Ruoxin, Creek, congratulations. Congratulations to you guys too. Girls, you were so beautiful on stage, Yu Menglan said hoarsely. Lu Ruoxin frowned and asked, Little Mum, why is your voice hoarse? Yu Menglan glared at Lu Fei without any trace. Said, maybe it's a little cold from the sea breeze today. I'll go back at night and take some cold medicine and sleep it off. Said, coughing some more. Lin Shi said on the side, cold? Then you have to take medicine earlier, or it won't be good if you get seasick. Yu Menglan nodded her head and said, well, thanks to Xiao Shi's concern, I'll take my medicine when I get back. Ahem, covered his mouth and coughed twice more. Let's go girls. Big Boss Lu has prepared a grand celebration banquet for you. Go have a feast. Having said that, the group left backstage in a big way. Under the attention of many people, he entered the second banquet hall. Here, the venue for tonight's cosplay club celebration. Visitors other than cosplay club members can also buy tickets to come in. It wasn't long before Lu Fei and the others came in, just one by one. Some young tourists bought tickets to get inside the celebration. Soon, the atmosphere is starting to buzz. Celebration. There were quite a few young talents that accosted Lu Ruoxin and Lin Shi, but these two beauties didn't have time to give about them. Let's get all these people to come back for nothing. The other cosplayers were surrounded by a number of rich and wealthy people. These people are either holding roses, or with a glass of wine. All sorts of solicitations. Pity. These people have no idea. Every cosplayer inside the club has a small asset at home. There's even no shortage of $1 billion, $10 billion rich white women. People don't even bring birds. A group of rich young men gathered and talked. Asterisk. These women are so damn good at pretending. I've shown my ing Patek Philippe several times on purpose, and people give me a blank stare instead. What is this? I said my family assets more than $1 billion. The result, that little girl even cut a very contemptuous walk. Damn. The key is that they are in this posture. I'm more ing excited there. The rich young men muttered in whispers. One of them had a rather high hairline, favoring a slanted back, and a good height. Average looking rich young man who was not willing to let go, walked up to a cosplayer with a glass of red wine. Beauty, my name is Zhang Changming. I have another party tonight. Are you interested in having some fun? The little girl whose name was Hannah looked up. Faintly, he looked at him. Don't interrupt my dinner. Give face. Zhang Changming glanced back at a few of his other friends and found that they all had a contemptuous smile on their faces. The face of the man grimaced. Probing his hand, he went deeper toward Hannah's face. Oh, don't be such a shut-in, little sister. There's a big party tonight. Before his fingers touched that bare little face, Hannah looked up brightly. One grabbed a nearby bottle of red wine. It smashed directly on top of Zhang Chengming's head. Bang! Instant open scoop. At once, inside the ballroom, it was instantly frozen. Chapter 95, The King's Son? Get lost. Ah, among the wailing, Zhang Chengming clutched his head and fell to the ground. Bang! Han Han was still not relieved. After kicking Zhang Chengming, grunted the little redneck. Giving you face? Get out. At once, several of Zhang Chengming's friends all leaned in. Little beauty, overdo it. Now here's your chance to apologize. You blew my buddy's head off with a bottle, and there's nothing you need to do about it. Just drink this bottle, and apologize to my buddy, and come back to our party tonight, and this will be over. A couple of rich young men cocked their heads and yelled. The two little girls beside Hannah were taken aback by the gesture. Sister Hannah, what should we do? One of the little girls asked carefully. Hannah's face went cold, took the bottle of wine directly from one of the rich young men. Bang! Another muffled thud. The bottle exploded over the head of the man who had opened his mouth to tell Hannah to drink. Little redneck, you want to die. Nima, how dare you? The four remaining men exploded on the spot. Rolling up his sleeves, he raised his fists and hammered them towards Hannah, the little girl. Bang! Bang bang bang! There were several muffled sounds in quick succession. Lu Fei grimaced and kicked all four of the men who had made the move to the ground. Looking down on them, I'll give you a chance to introduce yourselves. Lu Fei looked indifferent. A few of the rich kids had grim faces. You big shot. What are you pretending in front of me? Grass. Pretending to be a calf. Cut him. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The four rich kids rushed up again. Bang, bang, bang. A series of muffled sounds followed. All fell to the ground again. Hannah walked over to Lu Fei. Bending over, he said, "Thank you, Fei." Lu Fei waved his hand, staring at the six men lying on the ground wailing. Indifferently, he said, "Give your names, and let the adults in your family speak to me." The six rich kids were all confused. Grass, is this asshole that tough? And this kind of thing, you have to report your family? The crowd. A young man wrapped around a well-built supermodel watched the scene. Frowning, he took big strides to reach Lu Fei's face. "Mr. Lu, I'm Imo of the South Concave Mo family. Get me face, how about letting this matter go?" Looking at the youth in front of him, Lu Fei laughed. "Little friend, you have no face with me." Lu Fei knew about the Mo family in South O, the Ship King family. It owns the largest shipping group in this Y continent, which ranks in the top 5 in the world. The Hecker group wasn't much of a thing in front of the South O family, but he didn't care at all. Don't say that he was just a commoner son of the Nano Mo family. Even if the Mo family's firstborn son was in front of him, he wouldn't necessarily give face. Mo Chiyun's face became gloomy. Is Mr. Lu sure he has to make everyone's face look bad like this and refuse to end it? Lu Fei didn't say anything. On the side, Hannah had exploded. Mo flag cloud. What kind of a thing are you? Last month on my cousin's birthday, you gave my cousin a fake painting and I still haven't settled the score with you. What are you doing here today? Get the hell out of here. At once, Mo Chiyun's face changed wildly. The eyes that looked at Hannah were filled with amazement. Hannah, however, directly pushed Mo Chiyun aside with one hand. A foot stomped on Zhang Chengming's face. "Redneck, tell me the name of your old man, or I'll crush your face," said. A kick lands to the face of Zhang Chengming. Zhang Chengming's mouth was full of blood, looking at Hannah with a face full of fear, wailing and begging for mercy. Hannah was unmoved. Another kick in the pants. Zhang Mingcheng didn't dare to be stubborn anymore, opened his mouth directly and gave an account of his ancestors. Immediately after, the remaining 5 rich kids also gave an account of what was going on inside their homes. These guys all belong to the lower middle class rich kids in magic. The family has a $2 to $3 billion asset. Hannah pulled out her cell phone straight away and dialed her dad's number. "Dad, I'm being bullied. Right, on the boat, they don't have clean mouths. It's okay, Fei is around. He's already knocked them all down. I've got it. A Zhang Chengming, his dad's name is Zhang Kaishui. His family runs a supermarket chain. The other one's name is Du Tianming, and his dad's name is." A phone call from Hannah is as childish as a schoolboy suing his parents. However, the few people lying on the ground revealed a look of fear. But that's just the beginning. As Hannah finished her call, several of the little girls pulled out their cell phones and dialed their parents at home. It didn't take long. Zhang Chengming's cell phone rang. "Dad," voices fearful. Inside the phone came an angry growl. "Zhang Chengming, what the hell did you do? Now make amends to MS. Wei at once. If she doesn't forgive you, don't come back. Just jump into the sea and drown. I'll pretend I don't have a son like you." After the growl, Zhang Chengming lost his mind and dropped to the ground. Immediately after, several other seconds have gotten calls. The 6 so-called second generation bowed in unison towards Hannah. Hannah was full of coldness. "Get out." 6 doppelgangers rolled out of the ballroom in unison. Mo flag cloud, however, came back together with his supermodel girlfriend. "That Miss Wei, I have eyes to see. I'm really sorry." Wei Han, also known as Han Han, glanced at him coldly. Faintly, he spat out a word. "Get out." Mo Chiyun's face instantly turned green. Immediately after, inside the cosplay club, several of the little girls gave him the middle finger. "Get out." Mo Chiyun's face directly turned into a pig liver color. No longer having the face to stay, he turned and left the banquet hall. Lu Fei was impressed with a few little girls. "I didn't see it, but you're all rich second generation." Chapter 96, Young Hai killed someone. Wei Han smiled haughtily. Hip said, "No, in fact, our family doesn't have much money. It's just about the same as Sister Creek's family." A couple of the other little girls who had opened their mouths to call for a roll also nodded. "Yeah, our family just builds houses. I don't know exactly how much money there is, but it's probably about the same as Han Han's sister's family. The richest is still Fei Ah. We are all rich from our families. You are rich yourself." The little girls chirp. Quickly, he poured out the details of his family. Lu Fei hadn't cared much before. Just found out now. Every one of these little girls has a ING billionaire in their family. There are 7 or 8 families with tens of billions of dollars, and it covers a wide range of industries. It's almost like a small gathering of the rich and famous. You guys are really deep. Lu Fei sighed. The little girls are smiling. Not the slightest change in attitude because his family has money. Still calling before and after Fei. The eyes that looked at Lu Fei also remained the same as before. Full of curiosity. The celebration continues. The little girls drank and became more boozy. Brother Fei, when are you and Sister Xiaoxi getting married? I want to be a bridesmaid. Brother Fei, do you like Sister Xiaoxi or Sister Ruoxin more? He, Brother Fei. Actually, Sister Menglan is also pretty. One drunken cat is so drunk he's smiling. In the end, it was the two of them, Lu Fei and Yu Menglan, who arranged for a few more female crew members to come over. It was only then that the drunken cats were settled inside the room. Wait until you get them all settled. Lu Fei and Yu Menglan smiled at each other. Are you still coming tonight? Lu Fei asked. Yu Menglan shook her head and said, look at these two drunken cats. I can't leave. Lu Fei suddenly frowned and laughed. Then I'll come to you. Yu Menglan raised an eyebrow, winking at him. Come on then, I'll leave the door open for you. Don't worry, I'm definitely coming tonight. Evening. Luffy kept his word. Sneaking into Yu Menglan's suite. Didn't leave until after 5 a.m. Early the next morning, Lu Ruoxin walked into Yu Menglan's bedroom. Sniffles. What's that smell? Why is it weird? Yu Menglan's eyes flickered. Faintly, he said, my new perfume scent, trial size. Lu Ruoxin sniffed again. This perfume, it smells a little weird. Having said that, and again, with great excitement, let's go see the morning sea. Little mother. Yu Menglan looked at the time. It was only a little after 6 o'clock. Mentally, he lamented. Lu Fei, that bastard, tossed to more than 5 o'clock before leaving. I just took a shower. This is not yet asleep. Dragged out to see the sea again? Ruoxin, you go get Xiaoxi or one of the other little girls to go. Your little mom, I'm old, my body is not working. I still need to sleep a little more. Said, covered up and closed his eyes. Too tired. Play with you guys for a little while longer and my old lady will fall apart. Lu Ruoxin had no choice but to ask Lin Shi and the others to go see the sea. 9:30 in the morning. The stock market opened. Countless stockholders have their eyes on Hecker Group stock. Stabilized for now. Stabilized. The stockholders were relieved. Start checking out the latest information. Haiku Group's new chairman, Zhou Shicheng, takes office and makes drastic reforms. In addition to the Haiku Group, Zhou Shicheng also owns the Hangji Group under his banner, covering industries such as catering, food, hotels, and more. Strong combination. Haiku Group and Hangji Group open joint venture mode. Bombarded with a series of information, shareholders' confidence has increased. The share price of Hecker Group started to rise. The office of the chairman of the board of directors of Haiku, Zhou Shicheng, held a cigar in his mouth and looked down at the harbor in front of him. Smug. And outside the doors of the Hecker Group, young Herc was sitting inside a Rolls-Royce. Looking up at the office that once belonged to him, he sneered and pulled out his cell phone and dialed a number. You can put all the information out there. Soon, a lot of Zhou Shicheng's black history appeared on the internet. It even includes all kinds of evidence that his son Zhou Wengang is suspected of drunkenly hitting and killing several people and escaping to take the blame, and even intentionally killing people. There's also evidence of various crimes committed by relatives in his family. Beyond that, Yang Hake also exposed himself to the black history of the Hake Group and much of the information he knew. A brainstorm was thrown onto various news platforms. Soon, the stock market exploded. Green, green, green. Heckler Group's share price is green all the way to the bottom. Bang! Zhou Shicheng shattered his jade tablet, which he had begged from Sabatica and had always been the most beloved. Check. Investigate immediately. Who the hell did this? A growl followed. He ordered his secretary again. Quickly, inform Wengang to take a plane to the Hopewell Empire immediately. The secretary rushed to pull out her cell phone. Bang! The door to the chairman's office was kicked in once. Young Hake took it in stride. Old Zhou, it looks as if it's already too late. Your son should have been arrested by now. The voice was feminine. It's like you Buchuan in The Laughing Proud Wanderer. Zhou Shicheng's face instantly clouded over. Yang Hake, it's you! He grimaced. With a furious roar, he charged towards Yang Hake. Bang! A muffled sound. Yang Hake kicked Zhou Shicheng to the floor. Looked at him condescendingly. Zhou Shicheng, you can't play with me. That was true then, and it's still true now. You can't take the Herc, and your Hangji will perish with you. Zhou Shicheng covered his stomach, full of resentment. Yang Hake, do you think I don't have any black information about you in my hands? Don't bully me too much, or I'll die with you in minutes. Young Herc laughed, laughing wildly. Die with you? I came here today to die with you. Anyway, I've lost Heckler. My wife and kids are settled, and I've got enough money from the sale of my shares for them to get away with it for the rest of their lives. Not only am I going to get you killed, I'm also going to get all of your Zhou family. The voice fell. A cold light flashed in Yang Hake's eyes as a dagger X straight into Zhou Shicheng's heart. For why? Zhou Shicheng was bewildered, his voice weak. Jan Heckler lit his cigar, said, Old Zhou, Don't think I don't know how my family shall we died back then. It's been so many years, I've endured it for so many years, and I've finally avenged him. Chapter 97. The Truth. Young Hake died violently, Zhou Shiqing to the point of death. It finally dawned on me why young Hake was so reckless. He swallowed his breath. It didn't take long. Zhou Shiqing's firstborn son, Zhou Wengang, was arrested on suspicion of murder, among other charges. At the time of Chauvin's recent arrest, old Zhuang and the others, who had rushed back overnight, made their move. Zhou Shiqing's two other sons, who were hit by a truck and killed on the road, and Hake Group. This chairman Zhou Shiqing was the previous chairman Yang Hake, directly killed in the chairman's office. This matter. And finally, it's impossible to hide. On the internet, not only stockholders, but also ordinary netizens were stunned by the explosive news, and as the mastermind behind it all, Lu Fei was the first to get the news. Then he dialed Qin Shihan's number. Hey, Mr. Qin, is the funding in place yet? On the opposite side of the phone, Qin Shihan's cool voice came out. Mr. Lu, the funds are all in place, so we can start the acquisition plan. Lu Fei nodded his head and said, alright, then swallow as many shares of Hecker Group as possible. Qin Shihan hung up the phone. Start moving right away. Contact the major shareholders of the various Hecker Group companies. Extremely low prices were quoted. All of these major shareholders are now eager to get out of the way. Plus everyone now feels that the Hecker Group is a hot potato that is being frantically targeted, with no offers from anyone else. Qin Shihan's acquisition went very smoothly. One day, Qin Shihan had already completed the acquisition of almost all of Hake Group's shares. When Lu Fei learned the news, couldn't help the smile on his face. He spent less than 20 billion. It then acquired 85.8% of the shares of Hecker Group. The remaining shares are held by retail investors in the market. Mr. Lu, now that we've completed the acquisition, what's next? Qin Shihan called and asked. Lu Fei took a deep breath, said, immediately send someone to inventory the assets, and first recruit a professional manager to stabilize the group internally, then apply to the SEC for delisting, buy back all the shares, and I'll arrange other things on my side right away. Getting a stake in the Hecker Group is only the first step. How to revitalize this group that was about to be played to death by Lu Fei and gradually grow was the next top priority. Qin Shihan's side immediately sent a working group into Hake Group after receiving the order. First, he dismissed Yuxang as president, and then settled down. Immediately after that, a team of professional managers was put on top temporarily to take over the business of the group of companies. At the same time, at the behest of Lu Fei, Haiku Group directly repurchased the shares, and then directly announced the delisting in the midst of everyone's dumbfoundedness. Until this time, all parties eyeing the capital predator, only to realize that they aimed at the piece of fat meat has been swallowed whole. And, Face didn't give them a chance to grab it at all. Flyer Financial Investments, completion of 100% shareholding in Haiku Group. Hiss, this Flyer, the tactics are so vicious. I now have a strong suspicion that it's the Flyers who are behind the breaking of the story. This company is an offshore company that acts in such a ferocious manner. But why are they delisting? The capital giants simply can't figure out the intent of this. Shouldn't it be an IPO to make money? At the same time, the capital giants who failed to swallow this fat piece of meat are also secretly laughing. Ha, it's a world where channels are king. What's the point of buying such a big company? No channels and no business lose money as usual. The boss behind this Flyer company is really out of his mind. No one is looking at Luffy after he takes over Heckler. What can be made out of it? Only Lu Fei was laughing. The profits from salvaging ocean wrecks and catching valuable sea fish can be so much greater than doing boat transportation. The guardhouse. Jan Hecker's secretary went to see him. Did you find out who bought out my shares? The secretary grimaced, after a moment of silence before saying, Yang Dong has already found out. Who? A not so wonderful feeling rose in Young Hake's heart. The secretary said with a slight toothache. We've investigated. The boss behind Fiki Financial Investment Company corners Lu Fei, wholly invested. And not only did he acquire all of your shares, he also bought out the entire Heckler Group and had Heckler completely delisted. Right now, he's the only one who speaks for Heckler. Lu Fei, very familiar name. Yang Hake's face gradually sank. Ryoko, Ka-ching, one of his teeth, surprisingly, was hardened by himself. I can't believe it's him. I can't believe it's him. Just for one little thing, he ruined my old man's life's work. Yang Hake growled angrily, grabbing the bars with both hands. He fought to shake them. The body was constantly twitching. White foam suddenly spewed out of his mouth. The secretary is terrified. Somebody. It didn't take long. Paramedics arrived, but shook his head helplessly. Cerebral hemorrhage. It's hopeless. The secretary was silent for a while. Shake your head and leave. Without taking a glance at the already voiceless Young Hake. Yang Hake is dead. Lu Fei's heart didn't fluctuate when he got the news. Both Young Hake and Zhou Shicheng. None of it is good. Better off dead. Has the company stabilized? Lu Fei asked. Qin Shihan said. It has been stabilized, and the company's assets have been inventoried so far, not counting anything else, just heavy assets such as ship farms. The Hecker Group has over $18 billion worth of heavy assets, plus other stuff, over $25 billion in explicit assets alone. This wave is a great buy to make a lot of money. Beautiful. Lu Fei clapped his hands, said, reorganize the company first and follow my instructions for the next step. Okay, Mr. Lu, hang up. Lu Fei stretched and walked out of the room. Outside, the sun was setting and the remnants of the sun were like blood. Just walked out the door of the room. Yu Menglan then brought Lin Shi and Lu Ruoxin head on. Lu Fei, let's go. Let's go eat. 3 women and a man walked in pairs toward the restaurant. Sit inside the restaurant. Ordered the food. The conversation on the side table, however, attracted Lu Fei's attention. The youngest son of the ship's king, who had begged for FaceTime in front of him last night, was talking to an elite man probably in his early 30s. Mr. Chiu, you used to be the executive president of CMAX Shipbuilding. I wonder if you're interested in coming to our Mo's Industries to offer your services? Boat company. Executive president. Lu Fei's eyes flashed. Listen up with interest. Chapter 98, Stealing from the King of Boats. 35-year-old Shou Wenbin shook his red wineglass in a very elite manner. Said, I'm very thankful that Mo Xiao can look up to me. Finishing his sentence, he turned. But Mo Xiao may not know that the main business of CMAX Shipbuilding is not shipping, but fishing and maritime exploration. But as far as I know, the Mo's family's shipping business, the main business point is in shipping, face it, right? So shipping is not my best area of expertise, although there is some understanding of that line of business. Mo Chiyun laughed indifferently. Mr. Xiu should know what happened today. The Magic City Heckler Group is in turmoil and has been bought out by a financial investment organization. We at Mo's think this investment organization will end up playing this company up. So we have a mind to get into the fishing industry. As long as Mr. Xiu joins our Mo's group, he'll be the new CEO of Mo's Fisheries. Xiu Wenbin froze. A flash of intent flashed in his eyes. He was formerly the CEO of Heim's Boats. Strong knowledge and operational skills in both the fishing and adventure industries. Now it's being bludgeoned back into the country in a state of disarray. If one could enter amongst the Mo's, it would not be a bad choice. But, now that Mo's branch hasn't even seen a shadow, it's like a blank check. Right about this time, Lu Fei suddenly raised his glass toward him. Mr. Vengeance, right? Shou Wenbin froze and looked back at Lu Fei. Who are you? Opposite. Mo Chiyun's face clouded over. Why? Mr. Lu is also interested in shipping? He asked lightly. Lu Fei, however, nodded his head straight and said, of course, shipping is one of the world's 3 major transportation avenues. It's not surprising that I'm interested, right? Mo Flagcloud laughed coldly. Mr. Lu, as far as I know, although you have more than $30 billion, apart from this God's capital luxury cruise ship, there are only 10 buildings left to collect rent in Magic City. Why did you have to wade into the muddy waters of the shipping industry instead of being a good charterer and ship owner? But we are at least friends. If you have to come to the shipping industry to play, Mr. Lu, I can represent Mo's group and give Mr. Lu some care. Mo Chiyun purposely said it out loud. It immediately attracted the attention of many people eating inside the restaurant. Oh, this Mr. Lu even wants to enter shipping? It's hard enough just to buy a couple of boats, now that the marching ship is over. This is nothing. Last night this Mr. Lu but openly hit the face of this Mo's young son. If he dares to enter the scene, Mo's group guarantees to swallow him even with the skin and bones. Among the murmurs, Yu Menglan frowned slightly, a little worried. He looked at Lu Fei. Lu Fei, how did you dash? Lu Fei turned back, waving his hand. He said, don't worry, it's fine. After saying that, he picked up his glass and stood up, walked up to Xiu Wenbin. Hello, Mr. Vengeance. Xiu Wenbin stood up, clinking his cup with Lu Fei. He nodded and said, hello, Mr. Lu, nice to meet you. The corners of Lu Fei's mouth rose lightly, looking at the sneering Mo Chiyun with a glance. Reaching out, he said, Mr. Xiu, get reacquainted. I, Lu Fei, owner of Flycatcher Financial Investment Company. Xiu Wenbin froze. Then he exclaimed in shock, Flycatcher Investment Company? The person who forcibly merged and acquired the Hecker Group and pulled this group of companies right off the stock market is you. Lu Fei nodded with a smile and said, Mr. Xiu, the new Hecker company still lacks a helmsman. I wonder if Mr. Xiu is interested in having a chat with me? Xiu Wenbin mused, glanced at Mo Flagcloud. An apologetic smile followed. Xiao Mo, I'm sorry, I'm really interested in this matter you're talking about. But, it seems like your 2 brothers and old Mr. Mo are the ones who call the shots at Mo now. So it wasn't explicitly stated. but the meaning was clear. You, Mo Chi-yoon, are just a playboy young master, relying on your family's reputation to woo people outside. But this Mr. Lu, he's a real tycoon, the lesser of the two. Chiu Wenbin could see it. Mo Chi-yoon also heard it well. His face was completely grim, especially since he realized that he was, for the second time, being in front of a crowd and his own woman, being slapped in the face like that. Have you thought this through, Mr. Vengeance? He grimaced, his tone morose. Chiu Wenbin frowned and his face turned cold. Young Mo, I haven't heard any news of Mo's foray into the fishing industry. If there is, I'm glad to be appreciated by young Mo. Having said that, turn around straight away, walked with Lu Fei to the sofa next to him and sat down. Chatting ensued as if there were no other people. It didn't take long to talk. Lu Fei then gained some understanding of Chiu Wenbin as a person. This man is very capable, and is very well versed in the business of both marine exploration and fisheries salvage. But it's just as he showed, somewhat similar to Lu Fei's own personality. He was somewhat lacking in the socialization department. Otherwise, nor would it be so blatant to break Mo Flag Cloud's face. It is for this reason, Chiu Wenbin was kicked out of Hexboat. Mr. Lu, with all due respect, I didn't get much out of your operation, Chiu Wenbin said directly and bluntly. You bought Hate Group down, but directly delisted it, and directly held 100% of the shares. This kind of operation I unheard of. Lu Fei laughed leisurely, because I don't want to share a huge profit with others. Chiu Wenbin froze. Lu Fei then said, there's no harm in telling Mr. Chiu. I have an ancient sea chart in my hand that details the location of several ancient shipwrecks. As long as I can salvage those wrecks, it's a very huge profit. And besides, I didn't pay much for the Hecker Group. Even if we sell our fixed assets now, we won't lose a penny. Chapter 99. Are all women nowadays so violent and direct? Chiu Wenbin will believe it. But as Lu Fei said, the Heckler Group, which he had bought in the early 20s, had more than that amount of fixed assets alone. A sure thing. So Mr. Lu is ready to change the business scope of the Hecker Group? Chiu Wenbin asked. Lu Fei shook his head. Not really. The shipping that should be done is still done. And the deep-sea fishing that should be done continues. It's just that I'd like to expand my business one more time by adding a marine wreck salvage. Is Mr. Chiu interested in coming to try and see what it's like to be at the helm of a shipping conglomerate in Zhuxia? Chiu Wenbin took a deep breath. Raise your glass. Ding. After taking the initiative to touch base with Lu Fei, he smiled and said, Mr. Lu, I would love to be in charge of such a group of companies. Well, then, we work well together. Someone will talk to you specifically about your salary. Don't worry, absolutely won't treat you badly is all. Luffy shook his hand. Chiu Wenbin nodded vigorously. I'm looking forward to it. Finished eating, Lu Fei then informed the captain directly. The ship's helicopter was utilized to send Wenbin Chiu ashore. Immediately after, Chiu Wenbin took the airplane and flew to Magic City. Deck, watching the fading helicopter. The sea breeze blows gently. You really bought the Hecker Group? Lin Shi asked with a face full of astonishment. Lu Fei shrugged his shoulders. Of course, I'm honest and never lie. On the side, Lu Ruoxin rolled her eyes. You're honest my ass. Yu Menglan said. You've offended Mo Chi-yoon, that young master of the Mo family. Will it have an impact on your business? Lu Fei shrugged his shoulders and said, it's okay, don't look at this guy staggering around as if he's very powerful, but in reality, he doesn't count for in the Mo family. Besides, even if the Mo family really makes a move, I don't carry a bit of fear at all. 2 king bombs in hand, even if the Mo family makes a move, and only eat hammers. Inside the room, the mentioned Mo Flag Cloud is on the phone. Hey, Dad Dash. Well, I'm Flag Cloud, out at sea. Dad, do you know who the new owner of the Hecker Group is? I'll tell you yo. What? You know all about it? It's okay. Mo Chi-yoon was full of complacency and called to claim credit. As it turned out, the people of the Mo family had already found out that behind the Flycatcher investment company, which had wholly acquired Hate Group, was Lu Fei, a newcomer to the Magic City. The excitement that filled him turned to cholesterol all at once. Mud. How can these guys look something up so fast? Mo Chi-yoon grunted and continued. Dad, I met Chiu Wenbin, who used to be the executive president at Hex, on the ship. Across the phone, Mo Honghan, the true helmsman of Mo's shipyard, had a twinkle in his eye, asked, so have you invited the other party to join Mo yet? Mo Chi-yoon honestly said, invited, and I said that we Mos are interested in forming a fishery side of the business and invited the other party to be at the helm. As a result, he was cut off by that bastard Lu Fei. And as soon as he heard that Lu Fei had asked him to take charge of the Haikai Group, he left straight away. And I was taunted and my words were disrespectful to Mo. Mo Honghan's eyes flashed with brilliance, said, okay, I know about this matter. Having said that, he mused again, and said, the ship you're on should be arriving at Southo soon, right? Will it stop at Southo? Mo Chi-yoon said. Well, we'll be arriving at Nano soon. And the itinerary says that we'll stay in Nano for 2 days. Mo Hong-kun's eyes flashed. Said, it just so happens that the night after tomorrow there will be a banquet at our house for your little sister's birthday, so go invite this Lu Fei to the dinner. Mo Chi-yoon froze. A look of surprise followed. Dad, what do you mean? Mo Hong-han grunted coldly. I don't mean anything. If I tell you to go invite, you go invite. A few minutes later, Mo Chi-yoon knocked on the door of Lu Fei's room. Lu Fei, who had just returned from dinner, opened the door. Mr. Mo, what is it that you are looking for me for? Mo Chi-yoon hugged his bladder and said indifferently, the night after tomorrow my sister's 18-year-old bar mitzvah. My father invited you to the birthday banquet. Lu Fei raised an eyebrow. This is your gesture of inviting people? Sorry, not interested. Bang! He closed the door directly behind him. Mo Chi-yoon froze. Bursts of anger. But remembering his old man's last cold grunt, he took a deep breath. An effort was made to squeeze out a smile. From his arms, he pulled out a rushed invitation. Knock on the door of the room again. It took a while before Lu Fei opened the door. Mr. Lu, I, Mo Chi-yoon, on behalf of Mo family head Mo Hong-han, sincerely invite you to attend my sister Mo Chi-yoon's 18-year-old bar mitzvah dinner the day after tomorrow. Hands. The invitation was handed out. Lu Fei casually brought the invitation over. All right, seeing as you're still sincere, I'll be there the night after tomorrow. Just in time. Tonight the boat is going to be in Southo. 2 more days of docking. It doesn't matter if you go to meet that legendary ship's king. Bang! Luffy closed the door, put the invitation inside the bag. It wasn't long before the door to the room knocked again. Lu Fei frowned, opened the door. A shadow flashed. A petite figure burrowed into his room. Wei-han, what are you doing? Lu Fei asked in a confused manner. Wei-han, who had drilled into the room, shook her short hair and her small face was slightly rainbowed. Suddenly, it bowed him at once. Fei, I like you. Teenage girls are very bold in their confessions. When he finished, he dove into his arms. It's still hairy while drilling. Lu Fei all froze. Are women so cranky and direct these days? Chapter 100, Ruwashin. What's going on with Dad? Wei-han scores with a quick takedown. Perfect for implementing the little sister's idea of a quick blitzkrieg. Before Lu Fei could react, the little girl had pinned him straight down. Midway, there was a knock on the door. No response. It lasted until close to 9 o'clock in the evening. The ship is about to dock. Only then did Wei-han run out of Lu Fei's room in a panic, walking a bit oddly like a thief. Corner of the hallway. Lu Ruwashin's scalp exploded when she saw this scene. Lu Fei this. Even with Han Han, she felt her heart pumping. It's beastly. Bang, bang, bang. She vigorously rapped on the door of Lu Fei's room. 10 seconds or so later Lu Fei opened up the guys. Lu Ruwashin quickly drilled in. Looking at the disheveled Lu Fei, Lu Ruwashin's face instantly became unsightly. Lu Fei, you bastard. You really had to do it. Lu Fei is still a bit confused right now. What do you mean I really did it? I didn't do it at all. I've been passive for over an hour. He was now 2 heads in one. This Wei-han he simply in how to pay attention to who knew this little girl could be so vicious? Drill in and start. Well, that arrow had to be shot. Lu Ruwashin's face was full of gloom. Both hands were raised and slapped towards Lu Fei. As a result, the ground slipped and crashed into Lu Fei's arms. Click! The door to his room burst open. Doorway. Lin Shi and Yu Menglan stood, dumbfounded as they looked at Lu Ruwashin, who had taken the initiative to throw herself at them, and Lu Fei, who was unclothed. Image. For a moment it was still. Yu Menglan's face changed slightly. Then he said with a smile, Yo, you young people are really good at playing. Are you being disturbed? Shao Shi, let's get out, said the man who went to pull Lin Shi. Lin Shi, however, did not move a muscle, just staring at Lu Fei with such a deadly stare. It took a while before she smiled sweetly. Ruwashin, when did it start? Now I can finally get rid of this asshole with a straight face, and my mom will never force me to see him again. Lu Ruwashin panicked. No, it's not what you think. Lin Shi's face slowly went cold. Point to the ground. Said, not like that? Do you think I'm 3 years old? Lu Ruwashin followed the direction of her finger and her face gradually turned green. It's really not like that. Creek, let me explain dash. Lin Shi spread a smile. What are you explaining to me? It's normal for 2 lovers to do this. While you guys get your clothes on, the ship is going to dock at Southo. Get ready. After saying that like nothing had happened, he closed the door. Inside the room, the atmosphere was calm. Lu Ruwashin slowly turned back. You want to explain a few things? Lu Fei shrugged his shoulders and said while organizing his clothes. What's there to explain? Everyone is an adult. It's normal. Lu Ruwashin gritted her teeth and broke down. But the point is that I don't have anything to do with you. Lu Fei's face darkened, full of blandness. It's like the calm before the storm. Just staring straight at Lu Ruwashin. Said, say that again. You have nothing to do with me. Lu Ruoxin froze. A sudden shudder ran through his heart, and he dared not say a word, just stood there dumbfounded. It took a while to say carefully, I didn't mean that dash. Lu Fei finally spread a smile. Patting her on the head, he said, it's good that you admit it. Call little daddy. Lu Ruoxin froze. A great aggravation welled up in his heart. You asshole. How dare you talk to me about this at a time like this? Said, and the tears fell. Lu Fei froze. What are you crying for? It's just for you to call your little dad. If you don't, forget it. Lu Ruoxin covered her mouth. Stubbornly, he craned his neck and finally stopped his tears. Lu Fei, I will reveal your true colors to Xiao Shi. Just you wait. Lu Fei shrugged his shoulders. Whatever, but before exposing me, please help me pick up my clothes. You're crushing it. Lu Ruoxin silently stepped aside. Lu Fei put on his clothes and loaded his things into his suitcase, then pulled the trolley out the doorway. Yu Menglan made a color at him. Lu Fei glanced at Lin Shi, simply took a hold of Lin Shi's shoulders, said, let's go brother. When we get ashore brother we'll take you to have fun. Yu Menglan? Lu Ruoxin? Lin Shi? All three women were baffled. What the hell is this? In favor of Lu Fei, Lin Shi subconsciously followed her footsteps. Wait until you've gone out some distance. She was too embarrassed to dwell on anything else if she wanted to. Lu Fei, you're a complete asshole. Lin Shi gritted her teeth and muttered in a small voice. Lu Fei shrugged his shoulders. An asshole? When you get to know me better, you'll know I'm more than just an asshole. Back. Yu Menglan and Lu Ruoxin walked together, but it suddenly snapped. Ruoxin, when did you have this relationship with your little father? Lu Ruoxin froze. Bursts of color. What are you talking about, little mom? Yu Menglan glanced toward the front, just looked at her so faintly, said, Ruoxin, I'm disappointed in you. You know that I like Lu Fei, and yet they prevented us from being together, and now they're sneaking around and doing things like this with him. Little mom really raised you for nothing all these years. You white-eyed wolf. Lu Ruoxin was on the verge of breaking down. What's this all about? Chapter 101, did you go out last night? Mom? Little mom. I really have nothing to do with little dad. It wasn't me. It's that dead girl Wei Han. Lu Ruoxin growled lowly with what was left of her sanity. Oh, so that's it. Yu Menglan muttered in a small voice for a while. Looking towards Lu Ruoxin, he said, then I'll trust you this time for now. But you must keep an eye on that little girl Wei Han for me, and don't let her spend any more time alone with your little father. Lu Ruoxin's mind went blank, and she nodded her head busily. Got it, little mom? I'll keep an eye on it for you. Yu Menglan smiled out of the corner of her eye and patted Lu Ruoxin's shoulder forcefully. Ruoxin, my little mom is so relieved that you're finally acknowledging your little dad. Having said that, turning around, he leisurely chased after Lu Fei with his hands behind his back. Lu Ruoxin fell alone at the end. It took a while before he came back to his senses. When did I admit it? Yu Menglan, you woman, the ruse is too deep. Lu Ruoxin gritted her teeth. Instead, a disheveled look flashed across his face. How far has this woman gotten with that Lu Fei guy? How come it hasn't been broken until now? Lu Ruoxin was desperate in her heart, but it could only be followed quietly. The night is cool as water. The cruise ship Shenandoah docked at South Concave. There will be a 2-day overhaul and replenishment of supplies. Some decided to remain on the boat and most went ashore. Walked into Nano, an oriental gambling city. Lu Fei took a group of warblers to the shore. The crowd. Wei Han's walk was not very natural, and every now and then she glanced at Lu Fei with shyness and timidity, then lowered his head again. Lu Fei did not look away, waving a group of women around with so many people watching, got into the car and left the harbor to stay inside the hotel that had been booked. It's already very late, so don't go out and run around at night. Just call the hotel service directly if you need anything. After tomorrow you'll be free to go about your business. Those of you who want to go back to Mordor can just book your flights, and those of you who want to play in Southo for a couple more days can do so as well. But there is a principle. No going out after 8 p.m. And remember to form a group when traveling during the day. After all, you're all young and beautiful girls, and it's very eye-catching. Lu Fei barked a couple of words inside the corridor before returning to his room. The teenage girls chattered back to their rooms. In the middle of the night, Yu Menglan quietly got up again, Shuang, touched Lu Fei's room. Say, who was the woman on the boat before? Auntie Yu's face was as cold as frost. Lu Fei raised his hands. It's that little girl, Wei Han, who learned the moves from somewhere. I opened the door and dug in. Then there was a pounding and I tried to resist. But as you know, the young man's blood is fresh, where it carries him. The frost on Auntie Yu's face gradually disappeared. Slowly bow your head. Like the old lady that time? Lu Fei shook his head. No, she's still a little girl in the end. How can she be as theoretically knowledgeable as you? Auntie Yu grunted twice. Didn't pursue the matter any further. It was clear to her from the start that Lu Fei could not be chained to her alone. so it's better to cherish the moment. At least, when she was with Lu Fei, she had a little girl-like flutter. It went on until after 5 a.m. Auntie Yu dragged her tired body and burrowed back inside the suite. She just opened the door. He met Lu Ruoxin, who was a bit confused when she got up in the middle of the night to look for water to drink. Where have you been, little mom? Lu Ruoxin asked, rubbing her eyes. At once, Auntie Yu's back was wet with sweat. I didn't go anywhere, just came out for a drink. Confused, Ruoxin Lu let out an "oh," drinking the water and going back to the room in a daze. Early the next morning, Yu Menglan hasn't gotten up Chuang. Lu Ruoxin then rubbed her head and burrowed inside her bedroom. Little mom, be honest, did you go out last night? Yu Menglan slept in a daze. Shaking his head, he said, no, let me sleep some more. I haven't slept well for the past 2 days. I'm sleepy. Lu Ruoxin frowned. Could it be that I'm remembering wrong? But I clearly remember that she seemed to have gone out last night. She scratched her head, a little unsure. Lu Ruoxin was unwilling to do so, and got up and cleaned up afterward. Simply went and knocked on Lu Fei's door. Lu Fei rubbed his head and opened the door to his room. What's wrong with you? Knocking on the door in the middle of the morning. Looking at his somewhat tired appearance, Lu Ruoxin became even more suspicious in her heart. These two. You're not sneaking off on a date at night, are you? Think about it. Lu Ruoxin felt that it was really possible. Were you with my little mom last night? Lu Fei grinned. Discovered? He said honestly, oh, your little mom stayed at my place last night. Bah! Lu Ruoxin turned around and walked away, took 2 steps and turned back. I don't believe it. Lu Fei shrugged his shoulders. All right, believe it or not. Bang! Closed the door directly behind him. Lu Ruoxin was furious. Afternoon. Lu Fei and Yu Menglan finally got up Chuang. After lunch, I was dragged to go shopping with a group of girls. Magic City. Wenbin Qiu has completed his entry. As someone who used to be the executive CEO at Heim's Boats, as soon as he took office, he took the plunge and quickly organized the group's affairs. The group's business, which had originally seemed a bit disorganized, had been put in order by him in just one afternoon. This man is unexpectedly capable, Qin Shihan reported. Lu Fei said, then give him a temporary 2% dividend in addition to his annual salary. Qin Shihan nodded. Mr. Lu knows. Lu Fei casually put down a Zhuxia knot. Said, I'll send you a map later. There may exist a treasure ship that was sunk by Shen Wansan's family in the previous Ming dynasty. You give the map to Qiu Wenbin and tell him to immediately form an expedition team from the Hake Group and go over there to check if there are any shipwrecks in existence. Chapter 102, A Night Banquet for Luxury Families. Shocking celebrities. After sending the map to Qin Shihan, she would naturally know how to maneuver. Qiu Wenbin's side also knows how to go about it. There was no need for Lu Fei to be overly concerned anymore. Shopped, bought some great stuff. The group dropped off some more little girls and boarded the plane back to Mordor. Day 2. Yu Menglan and the others followed them back to the Magic City. Lu Fei was left alone, remaining in South Concave Airport. After Lu Fei sent them away, he turned around and left the airport. Airport entrance. Crunch. A phantom blue sports car suddenly stopped in front of Lu Fei. The window rolled down, revealing a face full of mixed race flavor. Where is Mr. Lu going? I'll give you a ride. The accent is a bit odd, but the voice is big. Luffy shot her a look. 96 for looks, +1 for hybrid. 97. Body and blow-ups can go up to 98. The temperament is also unique if you want to say so. There's a kind of paradoxical feeling. 96 points. I think. An extremely rare and stunning beauty. Do we, know each other? Lu Fei didn't get in the car right away. The beauty smiled gently and said, Mr. Lu doesn't know me, but I do know Mr. Lu. At the top of that cosplay celebration banquet of yours, Mr. Lu's approach is something that we women love so much. Introduce yourself. My name is Chu Yushi, a genuine Southo. Oh, looks like a previous visitor. Lu Fei shrugged his shoulders and said, even without me, those little Yakuza couldn't have bullied them. Having said that, shaking her hand, he said, you should know my name, Lu Fei. Chu Yushi smiled lightly, said, of course I know Mr. Lu's great name, and a lot of people in South Concave have been talking about you in the past 2 days. After all, you can be considered the first person to give the Ship King family so little face. Lu Fei got into the car, waving his hand. He said, where? I respect the Ship King. He even invited me to her daughter's birthday party tonight. I'm all set to go gift shopping. Chu Yushi froze. Starting the car, he said, then does Mr. Lu lack a female companion? If there is no female companion, I can make a guest appearance. Lu Fei gave her a look. Indifferently, he said, if Miss Chu is willing, of course I would be honored. We'll make a deal then, and I'll help with the gift shopping. Lu Fei laughed. Then I'll trouble MS. Chu. The words just fell. The sports car then sprinted off and left toward the old street in the South Concave. 2 hours later, the entrance to the Ship King family estate. Red carpet spread. The stars are aligned. As the top family in the South, the Mo family's little princess's bar mitzvah. In addition to a bunch of bigwigs in the business world, there is no shortage of celebrities over here to support the occasion. Behind the cordons pulled up on both sides of the red carpet, reporters kept taking pictures. Lights flashing. A phantom blue sports car arrives. Lu Fei got out of the car, buttoned up his suit, and poked his hand toward the inside of the car. A small, white hand fell into his. A long leg stepped out immediately afterward. Finally, Chu Yushi's entire body walked down. At once, it drew gasps from the surrounding media. This is the Chu family's Miss Chu Yushi. Who is this man? Isn't it rumored that the Mo family's eldest son is courting her? And that boat king Mo Honghan also thinks highly of her? Hiss. This is provocation. Eat fruit provocation. Quickly, find out who this man really is. Among the exclamations, Lu Fei's information was quickly checked out. Hiss. This guy, is that Lu Fei? What exactly is the Chu family trying to do? Tonight's dinner party is something to see. I wonder how the Grand Duke of the Mo family will treat this Lu Fei person. Among the murmurs, Lu Fei turned his head sideways and looked at Chu Yushi, who was holding his arm. Said, Miss Chu, if you do this, aren't you afraid that your family elders will find you in trouble? Chu Yushi smiled coquettishly and said while waving her hand towards the surroundings. Mr. Lu shouldn't have brought any fear. Lu Fei shrugged his shoulders and said, I'm not afraid of being afraid. It's just that I feel a little bit unprofitable for giving Miss Chu a shield for nothing. Chu Yushi's eyes flashed. What? Mr. Lu still wants to fake it? You have so many confidants around you. Are you still missing one like Yushi? Lu Fei took direct action and wrapped his arms around Chu Yushi's slender waist. I have many confidants, but a man never minds another. A flash of coldness flashed in Chu Yushi's eyes, trying to shake off Lu Fei's arm around his waist. However, he realized that his power could not shake Lu Fei in the slightest. Mr. Lu, this is in South O. Aren't you afraid of an accident if you're so bold? Lu Fei's eyes flashed. Of course I'm afraid, but dying under the peony flower and being a ghost is a good thing. Having said that, fingers jumped as if playing on a piano. It bounced back and forth on Chu Yushi's taut, slender waist. A wave of anger rose in Chu Yushi's heart, but when she thought of Mo Honghan's eldest son, Mo Qibing, she tolerated it with a coquettish smile. Mr. Lu has a good heart. I hope you'll still be so calm when the Ship King throws a fit later. Lu Fei shrugged his shoulders. Sentiments? He can't help me. Chu Yushi smiled lightly. I hope so. Said. The two continued down the aisle. Inside Mo's manor, the news of Chu Yushi and Lu Fei's joint appearance quickly alarmed Mo clan's Grand Duke. Mo Flag Bing's big brother. This matter absolutely cannot be endured. Now the entire South Concave knows that Chu Yushi is the woman you have your eye on. Now that this has come out, it's definitely going to be a big deal tomorrow. Our Mo family will lose face. Mo Flag Cloud jumped up and down. The mind is already laughing like crazy. This asshole Lu Fei is just plain stupid. How dare you be so arrogant when you're in the Mo family's territory? Moreover, it was a blow to Mo Flag Bing's reputation in the process, which was simply too comfortable for him. Chapter 103, Shipwreck treasure valued at over $10 billion. Mo Qibing looked at the gloating Mo Qiyun. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. Yo-Yo said, tonight is my little sister's bar mitzvah, and all comers are guests, regardless of what the other party had done. As the hosts of this place, the Mo clan should reflect their manners. But you are now this kind of mentality is really do not know. If really according to your due tomorrow Mo will certainly become the laughingstock of the whole South Concave. Yesterday, my father even told me that I should arrange for you to join the company and take charge of the new fishery salvage business. Now it seems that your ability and mindset are not at all suited for something of such importance, and I will communicate with father to make new arrangements for you. Mo Flag Bing's voice was soft. However, it caused Mo Qiyun's smile to freeze on his face for a moment. No big brother, I didn't say anything, Mo Flag Bing swept him away. Cut the crap and go with your third brother and the others to receive guests. Don't do nothing all day. The voice was indifferent, without the slightest emotion. Mo Qiyun slowly lowered his head, turning away with a pale face. A cold smile appeared on Mo Qibing's face. Fists clenched and clicked. Lu Fei? Ha! I'll personally follow up on Mo's involvement in the fishery fishing business this time. Let the hacker group you paid for become a complete pile of scrap metal. The voice was cold. As from the underworld, the red carpet is long, but there is always an end. The moment Lu Fei walked into the manor hall with his arm around Chu Yushi, it has attracted the attention of countless people. Looking at Lu Fei, the bigwigs from both South O and South River showed searching looks. Soon, the rumors about his identity spread in the shadows. He's the one who swallowed the hacker group? Seems like a promising young man. but it's a pity that he's too arrogant. The Chu family's elders should be coming today as well, right? I wonder what their expressions are. Among the murmurs, Chu Yushi slanted a glance at Lu Fei, said, Mr. Lu, aren't you ready to let go of me? When Mo's family comes out later, there's no way to turn back. Lu Fei smiled, but hugged tighter. Turn back? When I swallowed the hacker group in one bite from many capitalists, there was already no turning back with the Mo family who wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to expand the family business. Either I kill my way out of this, or I'll be swallowed up by the Mo family without a crumb left. And you're just a blip in the middle of this dispute. MS. Chu, don't take yourself too seriously. Lu Fei's voice was flat. It made a sense of humiliation rise in Chu Yushi's heart. I went through all the trouble of using you as a shield, and you say I don't matter? Pissed off, Chu Yushi was furious. On the contrary, in order to get rid of Mo Flag Bing's pursuit, she could only resign herself to letting Lu Fei take advantage of her. Embracing Chu Yushi, the pearl of southern concavity, Lu Fei handed over the gift to the master of ceremonies as if he were no one else, totally stepped into the Vanity Fair of South O, the high society. Wherever it passes, countless people pay attention, but none of them dared to climb into conversation with Lu Fei. He was now up against the Boat King Mo family, and these celebrities didn't want to draw fire. The third-floor balcony of the huge estate. A middle-aged man stood on the balcony with an older man in his 50s, nearly 60. Chu Xian nephew, Yushi is still so capricious. Mo Honghan's voice was a bit mid-exclamation. Next to it, Chu Yushi's father, South Concave real estate tycoon Chu Weinan frowned. Appearing to be respectful, he said, Then, do you want me, little nephew, to go down and warn this dead girl? Mo Honghan's eyes flashed. He laughed. That won't be necessary. Naturally someone will let this overgrown dragon surnamed Lu know whose territory this is. The voice is faint. However, a majestic might swept out. Chu Weinan's eyes flashed. Smilingly, he nodded his head and said, That's true. After all, Uncle Mo, you have a reputation in South O, and there's no one else besides the gambling god family. Speaking of the gambler family, a cold light then flashed in Mo Honghan's eyes. He's been fighting Takashiro, the god of gamblers, for decades. Now it's still being crushed by the other side across the board. Come on, it's about time. Go and see how good this overgrown dragon really is. Mo Honghan spoke up. Turn around and go downstairs. Chu Weinan's eyes flickered with essence, showing a look of anticipation. I wonder if this young man, tonight, will be able to slug it out? Inside the lobby, Lu Fei held the wine and casually took a sip. Sour. Not very tasty. Put down the wine. His cell phone suddenly rang. MS. Rainy. You are temporarily liberated, Lu Fei said with a smile. Loosening the hand that had been placed on Chu Yushi's slender waist, he pulled out his cell phone and walked inside the corner to connect it. Hello, Mr. Lu, this is Chiu Wenbin. Just got word that our company just put together an expedition. Ancient shipwrecks have really been found in the locations you gave. After preliminary exploration, it was determined to be the shipwreck of the merchant fleet of the mega-rich Shenhuansan at the beginning of the Ming dynasty. The wrecks, 3 in all, were filled with a large amount of gold and silver, in addition to a large amount of porcelain. Conservative estimates put the gold at over 2 tons and the silver at over 10 tons. Porcelain and a few other things like ivory items, to name a few. Conservative estimates show that the value of these shipwrecked treasures will definitely exceed $10 billion when they are salvaged, and may even exceed $20 billion. The relevant images have already been sent inside your prestige. Chiu Wenbin's voice was extremely exuberant. Having just formed a maritime expedition, it's amazing to find such a treasure. According to the International Treasure Hunting Hare, and the Zhusha's Adventure Treasure Hunting Regulations, all such things found in the sea are owned by the finder. Lu Fei took a deep breath, said, Be careful to block the location news, the news of the discovery of the treasure. Organize on your side to send a tweet out. Heckler's metal is so strong that the staff isn't very motivated, and it's time to give them a new shot in the arm. Chiu Wenbin nodded his head vigorously and said, Don't worry, Mr. Lu, I will make arrangements on my side. Lu Fei smiled and said, Congratulations to you as well. You proved yourself with your actions. Chiu Wenbin smiled back. The last 2 days have been very stressful for him. Now, just get the word out. The whole of the summers will be abuzz. Chapter 104, If you have the guts to go to a hotel. Lu Fei hung up the phone, turned back. It was then that Chu Yushi saw a man in his 30s standing beside him. The man's looks also carried the flavor of mixed blood. Courteous, typical of a nobleman's son. And although Chu Yushi was smiling on her face, she frowned every now and then as she spoke, obviously not too keen on this nobleman. The eldest son of the Mo family? Lu Fei smiled, put the phone inside his pants pocket. It went by without a hitch. See him coming. A surprised smile appeared on Chu Yushi's face. Taking the initiative to welcome him, she wrapped her arms around Lu Fei. Honey, are you done with the phone call? After asking, without waiting for Lu Fei to answer, she pointed at the noble gentleman and said, "My dear, let me introduce someone to you. This is the eldest son of old Mr. M.O., the king of boats, M.O. Flagbing's opposite." M.O. Flagbing had a warm smile on his face. Instead, a cold light flashed in the depths of his eyes. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Lu." He shook Lu Fei's hand. The hand was slightly harder. Lu Fei froze. "I didn't expect this kind of noble gentleman to play this kind of routine." He opened his mouth and said two silent words. The muscles in his arms tightened. The terrifying power was then directly declared. "Ah!" M.O. Flagbing let out a small shriek, and a look of pain flashed across his face. Luffy let go of his hand. Said, "Mr. M.O. has so much strength in his hands." M.O. Flagbing's face went green and red again. After taking a deep breath, placed his hands behind his back, shaking slightly. After sucking in a mouthful of cool air, he said, "Mr. Lu, I heard that you bought the Hate Group, and it just so happens that recently, we, Mo's Group, have been preparing to open up a bit of deep-sea fishing, and some related businesses. We're all peers, so we can sit down and talk about how to make the industry bigger and better sometime." Lu Fei looked at him, shaking his head in disbelief. "Mr. M.O. should still think about how to hold on to Mo's current turf. As for the industry to get bigger and better, I can point you in the right direction if Mr. M.O. is interested," Lu Fei said honestly. "With 3 detectors on hand, the deep-sea fishing of the Haikai Group will definitely brighten up everyone's eyes in the future. In the future, if we can get other goodies, expansion into Mo's shipping business is not out of the question. But inside the years of M.O. Flagbing and the others, but it seems arrogant and cocky to the extreme." M.O. Chi Bing's face became wonderful to the extreme. He had never seen anyone so crazy. "Mr. Lu, the maddest man I've ever met." M.O. Chi Bing sneered. Lu Fei shrugged his shoulders. "Honestly," he said, "I also want to keep a low profile, but my strength doesn't allow it." M.O. Chi Bing smiled even colder. "It's hard to imagine someone like Mr. Lu getting tens of billions of dollars in assets. Sure enough, success still requires some luck these days." Lu Fei smiled. Lowering his head towards Chu Yushi, he asked, "Yushi, what do you think of Mr. Mo's luck?" Chu Yushi said cooperatively, "Mr. Mo's luck is naturally the best of the bunch. After all, not everyone has a ship king father at birth." M.O. Flagbing was holding his breath. Deadpan glanced at Lu Fei, finally a bit unable to maintain that courteous nobleman look. "Mr. Lu, I hope you'll still be this arrogant when our M.O. Group's fishing business expands." His voice was chilling, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Lu Fei shook his head and said, "What did Mr. M.O. say? A lot of people in Magic City know that I, Lu Fei, am honest and reliable little Langjun. Arrogance is a word that has nothing to do with me at all, so don't blame me for suing you for slander if Mr. M.O. keeps talking nonsense." M.O. Chi Bing's face was grim. Turn around and walk away. He felt like talking to Lu Fei any longer. One's own lungs are probably about to explode. "Are you really not afraid of the Ship King?" Chu Yushi asked curiously. Lu Fei shrugged his shoulders. "Why should I be afraid of him?" Chu Yushi blinked. "Indeed, no reason can be found. You're awesome." Lu Fei raised an eyebrow. "Do you want to find a hotel after the dinner? Let's get you to experience something even better." Chu Yushi rolled her eyes. "Come on, if you really do it, believe it or not, M.O. Flagbing can make it impossible for you to walk out of the Southo?" Lu Fei shrugged his shoulders. "I'll dare you if you dare me." Chu Yushi wimped out and didn't dare to chime in. Inside the room, M.O. Flagbing walked in angrily. Ship King M.O. Honghan shook his head. "Bing, I'm disappointed." The voice was not salty. M.O. Chi Bing stiffened, then revealed a look of shame. "You were told to hire someone, and you didn't get someone, and you got laid. And look at you now. Do you look like the helmsman of a group of companies with a market capitalization of several $100 billion? The Ship King is not angry." M.O. Flagbing bowed his head silently. 2 minutes later, he walked up to Lu Fei once more. Very humbly, he said, "Mr. Lu, my father would like to meet you." The voice was surprisingly respectful. Lu Fei froze, puffed out a laugh. "Ha, your kind of family education is really interesting. Just got punched in the face, and now you're licking your chops?" Well, Lu Fei couldn't understand it, but there was an interest in meeting that legendary ship's king. Followed by M.O. Flagbing, walk inside a restroom. Lu Fei met M.O. Honghan, the legendary ship king of Nano. But besides M.O. Honghan, there was also a middle-aged man. Lu Fei's eyes flashed. First, he arched his hand towards Mohonkin. Old Mr. M.O. was hale and hearty, and the ship king's elegance remains the same. Mohonkin waved his hand. "Mr. Lu, please sit down. I heard that Mr. Lu wholly acquired the Hacker Group and directly delisted a group company that big? It's really a great drive. If it were me, I'm sure I wouldn't be able to part with it." At today's site, I am indeed a hero with the aura of a newborn calf who is not afraid of tigers. Speaking, completely placing Lu Fei's identity in the position of a junior. Chapter 105, The King of the Boat's Earnest Words. Lu Fei looked at Mo Honghan, rubbed his brow. Suddenly, he asked, Old Mr. Mo, at the risk of being presumptuous, can Mo's shipyard have a net profit of 10 billion a year? Mo Honghan frowned. Said the man, if you take away all the expenses, the pure profit that Mo's shipyard arrives within a year is almost this much. Oh, that profit margin is indeed quite low. This kind of industry also belongs to the sunset industry. Lu Fei sighed. Mo Honghan was all pissed off by his sentence. Mo's boat was also the crowning achievement of his life. A word from Lu Fei. Just let the culmination he had maintained for decades crumble all at once. What does Mr. Lu think being an industrialist is? Making money is only our second priority. Our first priority is to drive economic development and to provide jobs for enough people. Mr. Lu's 10 office buildings in Mordor make more than $1 billion a year though. But you spent more than $2 billion to buy the building. So when all is said and done, your profit margins aren't as good as Mo's shipyards. Mo Honghan smiled coldly. There's a sense of looking out of the corner of your eye. Lu Fei smiled faintly. Nodding his head with great poise, he said, Old Mr. Mo has a point. I have been taught. A look of a good student being a good boy. It's a far cry from what it was just a few moments ago. Mo Honghan was in a better mood all of a sudden. If you have a deep meaning, said, so it's better for young people to be a little more down to earth. No industry is as simple as it seems, and you can't make a career out of a brainstorm. Don't bump your head and even lose your reputation then come back to complain that no one instructed you in the first place. The voice was old and languid, with a whiff of leaning on the old man. Lu Fei's smile grew even wider. Nodding his head, he said, what the old gentleman said is right. Young people still need more guidance from old-timers like you. Mo Honghan was made more and more self-satisfied by his back-and-forth contrast. Simply open the box, said, since Mr. Lu is so modest, then I'll say a few more words from the old man. You spent over $20 billion on the Heckler Group, which does seem like a lucrative deal, but don't forget that after Yang Haik's death, you took full control of the Haik Group, and the previous chain of interests and relationships were broken. The environment in which the Heckler Group operates, and the large number of people who are bound to turn out to be the biggest burden. And every day you need to burn a lot of money to revitalize this stagnant water. Otherwise what you're buying is a pile of crap that's worthless. If you trust me and sell Heckler to me, I won't let you lose a dime and I'll give you a 10% increase on your acquisition. How? Boat King Mo Honghan is a dagger in the eye of the beholder, said in a voice full of seduction. A picture of me as an old-timer. I'm doing you a favor. Lu Fei couldn't help but laugh. Said the old gentleman, so righteous? It makes me not too good to refuse. Mo Honghan laughed. Said Mr. Lu, think about it, old me. I didn't say a single false word. Lu Fei lowered his head and took a sip of tea, lapsed into contemplation, like he was really thinking about Mo Honghan's suggestion. Aside, Chu Yushi's father, Chu Weinan, frowned, a slight shake of the head. Ambition is big and talent is thin. It's not good enough. It's more than a step behind Mo Flagbing. He stood up, arching his hand towards Mo Honghan. He said, Uncle Mo, you and Mr. Lu take your time to talk, so I won't bother much and will go out first. Mo Honghan raised his head, and a brilliant light flashed in his eyes. Chu Xian nephew go slowly, I'll be going out soon as well. Chu Weinan walked out of the room. He soon found Chu Yushi who was chatting with a few friends. Yushi, come with me. Chu Yushi frowned, still dutifully followed. Yushi, you have your own ideas. Being a father was not supposed to interfere with you, but you're just outrageous today. That Lu Fei is simply a straw man. Watch, at most 6 months he'll be bankrupted by that old fox Mo Honghan. You're using him as a shield. It's a joke. What you did tonight has angered Mo Flagbing, and he shouldn't put up with it any longer. He's sure to woo you in public later, so you'd better figure out what you should choose. Chu Weinan's expression was solemn, and his voice carried an oppressive force. Chu Yushi froze. It can't be, can it? That guy doesn't look like he's that bad. Chu Weinan sneered. Just now, inside the lounge, that old fox Mo Honghan fooled that guy into limping with a few words. It is expected that soon we'll have to agree to turn around and sell the just-arrived Hake Group to that old fox Mo Honghan, but you should know how treacherous that old fox is. That kid surnamed Lu won't end up being fooled into throwing himself into the sea with all the profits, even if he's quite smart. Chu Yushi was silent. Ryoko, okay, I got it, she muttered, keeping her head down and her heart heavy as she stepped back inside the crowd. It didn't take long. The little princess of the Mo family, wearing a crown and a moon-white gown, finally made her appearance wearing a crown. Mo's little princess is really opening up. Worthy of the genes of a ship's king. It's so beautiful. It sure is pretty. It seems that the threshold of the Boat King's family is going to be stepped over. Among the murmurs, Mo Shiyen, however, walked slowly to Chu Yushi's front, hands held up a necklace, said daintily, "Sister Yushi, this is what my big brother wants to give you." He was too embarrassed to ask for it himself and asked me, his sister, to be the go-between. He says he hopes you'll accept his affection for you. Sister Yushi, you're my best friend and today is my birthday. My big brother is so sincere in his courtship. You shouldn't refuse, right? At once, there was silence inside the ballroom. Looking at the little girl in front of her who followed her and called her sister every day, Chu Yushi's face clouded over. None of the women in the mansion house are really simple. You have such a thick skin at such a young age. It's not simple. Chu Yushi sighed while being caught in a dilemma. Suddenly, "What did you say?" A shriek from inside the lounge broke the silence. Everyone froze. Ship King, what's going on here? Chapter 106, Teasing You, King of the Airsickness Ship. Inside the lounge, Mo Flag Bing stood in front of Ship King Mo Honghan, handed over a tablet. "Dad, the news is true. It's already spread throughout Jusha." The corner of Mo Honghan's mouth twitched. "Take the tablet and swipe it quickly." Shocked, Haikai Group formed an expedition team at the first time after completing the reorganization, and successfully found a Ming Dynasty shipwreck somewhere in the East China Sea. Overnight riches, the faltering Haikai Group's first foray into marine exploration, successfully locating Shen Wansan's merchant fleet shipwreck. According to the relevant sources of the Haiku Group, there are 3 shipwrecks discovered, in which there are more than 2 tons of gold, more than 10 tons of silver, and there are also a large number of porcelains and ivory products as well as the treasures of the Middle Ages of the O continent, with a conservative estimate of a value of more than $15 billion. Just now several professors of the XX Museum jointly released the news that it is suspected to have found the existence of Night Pearl on board. Its value is incalculable. Numerous antique experts jointly valued the shipwreck treasure value soared again, conservatively estimated to be worth more than $25 billion. Look at the news that has been splashed across the top of the internet. Mo Honghan sucked in a breath of cool air. "It sits." His hands shook like chicken claws. The eyes that looked at Lu Fei looked like they had seen a ghost. How did you do that?" Lu Fei shrugged his shoulders and said, "No, it's just that I got an ancient sea chart by chance and then labeled a few places. I'm thinking that since this is the case, it's time to buy a fleet of boats and have some fun. As a result, I accidentally bought a hacker group out." "Mr. Mo, you have to believe me, it was really an accident," Lu Fei said with a very honest face. Mo Honghan, however, was infuriated by his expression. A trembling finger pointed at him, almost spit blood. "So, you're teasing me on purpose?" Lu Fei looked surprised. "Old Mr. Mo, you're still pretty smart. I can't believe I knew I was teasing you. Amazing." Mohonkan smoked, pointing at Lu Fei like he was having a seizure. You. Mohonkan couldn't get complete words out anymore. This guy is downright hateful. He definitely already knew about it, and without his authorization, there's no way this thing is even on the news. So, the way he had just been snubbed was simply a deliberate act. Purpose. It's just a way to see your own jokes. Mohonkan understood. The breath he was holding in his heart was holding him back even more. Good. Very good. The younger generation is fearful. Fearful young man. Mohonkan hissed twice as he held his tongue. Suddenly white eyes rolled. Fainted. Mo Flag Bing panicked. Dad. What's wrong with you? Quick. Doctor. Get a doctor. Among the panicked screams, the Mo family was in disarray. Soon, these celebrities from the islands of Nano and Nanjiang got the message. Ship King Mok Honghan fainted. And the reason. But it was because of that overgrown dragon from Mordor. The Ship King wanted to buy the hate group from Lu Fei, and Ming, surnamed Lu, deliberately said that he could consider selling the hate group to the Ship King when he learned that 3 sunken treasures had been found. The news broke as a result. It's amazing that an expedition under this guy's umbrella has found a mega treasure worth almost $30 billion. The ship's king had been so ambitious that as soon as he heard the news, "I was so shocked and angry and ashamed that I just passed out." Hiss. This guy, his heart is so black, playing with the Ship King on purpose. I'd be furious too. The Ship King, a lifetime of fame, is going to be reduced to a laughingstock today. This guy's methods are so damn dark. These rich and famous people know it well. At Mo Honghan's age, money is actually not very important anymore. The most important thing to look at is a reputation. Before the hate group had an accident, Mo Honghan had his eyes on this piece of fat meat. As a result, it was directly swallowed by Lu Fei, who was killed halfway out, and there were no scraps left. Now because of the hate group, he, Mo Honghan, would become the laughingstock of the entire South Concave, and even the entire Zuxia. How can he stand this? When Lu Fei left the lounge and walked inside the banquet hall, everyone's eyes were filled with scorn when they looked at him. This guy's tactics are so underhanded. Even an old geezer like the Ship King had been hit, so he'd better stay away from him. Chu Yushi's dad, Chu Weinan, looked at Lu Fei first as if he had seen a ghost. Nima, An old geezer like Shipwreck dares to play. This guy's got too much nerve. The point is, it's amazing he made it. Took a deep breath. Chu Weinan touched his face, which was a little sore. Slowly, he lowered his head. Da 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 da. Footsteps. With everyone watching, Lu Fei walked up to Chu Yushi. Sister, dare you to touch it at the hotel? Straightforward. Single cut. A ride. Chu Yushi all froze. Mo Xian, the young princess of the Mo family standing in front of her, also froze. The man. So wild. Not speaking? Let's take that as your default. Go. Touch of reality. Lu Fei directly pulled up Chu Yushi. In the midst of countless celebrities' dumbfounded looks, straight away, he left the Mo family's manor. Come outside. Opening the car door, he stuffed Chu Yushi into her sports car. Lu Fei sat inside the cab. Started the car. Boom. The sports car cut a light through the darkness, disappearing at the end of the long street. Back. The flashing light is flashing. One media person has gotten so excited that his hands are shaking. Soon, what happened within the Mo family was also spread by certain people with good intentions. The entire South Concave. Hustle and bustle because of what happened between Luffy and the Ship King. Chapter 107, like me? Go to the hotel. Inside Mo's manor, because Mohonkin was in complete disarray. Mo Chi Bing's face was grim to the core. Asked, where did that asshole go? Next to it, the Mo family's oldest four said, Big brother, he took Chu Yushi and ran away in his car. Bang! Mo Flag Bing hammered a hard slap on the door. The muscles in his face became hideous all of a sudden. Lao Si, call all those friends. I don't need to tell you what to do. The oldest, Mo Flag Burning, nodded his head vigorously. Don't worry big brother, I'll do it now. After saying that, he turned around and started to make a phone call. Hello, check the movement of the phantom blue sports car with the license plate number for me right now. Old who? Gather the brothers immediately and drive me to surround this sports car. Lao 1, do me a favor. A series of calls dialed out. Soon the whole of Southo was boiling. Boom boom boom. A modified performance and sports car rushes onto the streets. Toward the sports car driven by Lu Fei kept approaching. At the same time, a large number of people converged. Car. Chu Yushi's phone rang. It belongs to Mo Xian, the little princess of the Mo family. Sister Yushi, come back soon. It's a tough road ahead and you're going to get hurt. The little princess has a sweet voice, but with a chill. A flash of ice in Chu Yushi's eyes. Said, Xian's sister, don't worry. I won't be hurt as much as your big brother is hurt. You have this time to call me. You might as well go comfort and console your big brother. Mo Xian's face slowly sank. The look in his eyes was morose. Chu Yushi, do you have to go this far? Chu Yushi sighed helplessly, glancing at Lu Fei who was driving with one hand. Sighing, I didn't want to, but now that I've gotten into Lu Fei's car, there's really no way for me to turn back. Having said that, the look in her eyes was cold. And don't think I don't know exactly what happened the last time we had an accident while we were out traveling. Mo Xian, go back and tell your brother that this kind of underhanded tactics being used by him is simply an insult to the word underhanded. After that she simply hung up. Across the phone, Mo Xian looked up. She knows that the last accident was a setup by you and that's why she hates you so much. So the smug ploy you swore by is a joke. Mo Chi Bing's face became colder. The corners of his mouth twitched, but not a word could be said. Last time he arranged an accident and wanted a cheesy hero save the day. It turned out to be a botched job. Anyway, it's not just about me and her anymore. The reputation of the Ship King family is at stake. She must be brought back to me. Mo Xian sneered. Don't forget that the Chu family isn't weak either. And recently they've gotten very close to the gambling Godgao family. The implications of this are self-evident. Mo Chi Bing's face became more and more sullen. Mo Xian, however, resumed her soft smile like an ordinary high school student. Tapped Mo Flag Bing on the shoulder. Smiling, he said, go big brother. I still want you to succeed. Yo. Having said that, bounce away. As if, Mo Honghan was unconscious, and the Boat King family was in chaos, which didn't affect her as much as it did in the slightest. Mo Chi Bing looked at her back with scorn in his eyes. That dead girl, he muttered. The eyes grew cold. Lu Fei, you can't walk out of Southo. The voice was icy cold, as if it came from the underworld of purgatory. Streets. Lu Fei drove his car without any speed. Chu Yushi frowned. The Mo family has a lot of influence in Nano. If you hit the Boat King in the face like that, aren't you afraid that you won't be able to walk away from Nano? Lu Fei drove calmly. Said the man, if I were afraid, I wouldn't have gone to the so-called dinner tonight. Chu Yushi's eyes flickered, laughing delicately. You really are so charming in your cocky way. I find myself as if I like you a little bit. Lu Fei frowned and laughed. Like me? Then touch it. Chu Yushi's face darkened. Coldly, he grunted. Wait until you get the car safely to the hotel. Lu Fei smiled silently. How long has it been since you got your God-given car skills? Except for the time he chased Zhang Jijia's brother-in-law in Mordor. He hadn't played much, this time. Instead, you can play it properly. Look out. I hear the sound of blowing up the street. They're getting close. If I were in your shoes, I'd definitely choose to pull over at this point and find a place close by to hide, Chu Yushi said as if she was certain of Lu Fei, because the sound of blowing up the street that was gradually resonating around them was too loud. Whistling, getting closer. Lu Fei, however, smiled indifferently. Panic, the words just fell out. Buzz. A couple of mountain bikes came out from inside the alley, rushed towards Lu Fei's car. Boom boom boom. The engine roars. Someone drew the watermelon knife hanging from the car. Bright flashes of blade light charged towards Lu Fei. Look out! Chu Yushi's face changed drastically as she let out a shocked cry. Lu Fei smiled calmly and operated his hands quickly in conjunction with his feet. Boom! A muffled sound. The roadster went off track. A dump. The car's P-stock lightly touched the railing on the street. The railing collapsed, and several of the onrushing motorcycles flew straight out in front of the windshield of the sports car with their knives. Boom! Lu Fei stepped on the gas. The sports car swept past several wailing riders, yanking away. You're a good driver, but how are you going to get by now that you're catching up behind you and the two cars in front of you are blocking the road? Chu Yushi sneered. Lu Fei, however, didn't even look at her, looking at the two vans traveling side by side in front of him, operating calmly. Buzz buzz. The sports car engine roared, dashing towards the center of the two cars at great speed. Chu Yushi finally changed color. You're crazy. Stop the car, she screamed out, pale. Chapter 108, the Ship King family has become a laughingstock. Among the screams, Luffy turned the steering wheel. Suddenly, bang, a muffled sound. The left side of this McLaren supercar suddenly vacated. A diagonal dash ensued. Clunk dash. A muffled sound followed. The sports car went inside the gap between the two cars. It landed with a thud, disappeared around the corner in an instant. Chu Yushi was in shock, covering his heart. It felt like his heart was going to jump out of his chest. She looked sideways, looking at Lu Fei, whose expression had been idle from start to finish. Shocked, he asked, how did you just do that? I thought this kind of situation would only happen inside a movie. Lu Fei shrugged his shoulders. It's simple. This and this and this. The car stands up. Chu Yushi? She rolled her eyes, simply leaning back in his chair with his arms wrapped around him. He just stared fixedly at Lu Fei. She suddenly thought, this man was alone, faced with a situation, and still calm as if he was in control. It is really handsome. I don't know how many tens of thousands of times more handsome than those male celebrities scratching their heads on top of the TV. Chu Yushi felt her heart flutter and even started to sink a little. Which hotel do you think would be better for us to go to? Lu Fei suddenly asked. Chu Yushi's face went black and yelled, bastard, I want to go home. I don't want to go to a hotel. Lu Fei, however, didn't bother to talk nonsense with her. In the night, he said, in fact, it's okay not to go to the hotel. The moon is just right tonight. And using the sky as a quilt is not a bad story. Chu Yushi gritted her teeth, glancing at Lu Fei, bowed his head and didn't say a word. It's one thing to have your heart set on something, it's another to go to a hotel and touch it. He or she will never let go. Drive the car. Lu Fei made 7 turns and drilled through the inside of one alley. It quickly lost the massive sports car track that Imo Flagbing had put out. Even the heavens, I couldn't track Lu Fei. An hour or so later, he drove his sports car, soundlessly, to the beach. Drove inside a seaside bed and breakfast. Lu Fei, you're playing for real. Chu Yushi was scared. Lu Fei looked at her out of the corner of his eye. Scared? Wimped out? What did you pretend to be a heroine before? Just drive yourself away now if you're scared. It doesn't matter if you touch it or not anyway. Tomorrow the entire South Concave will know that you've cuckolded the Imo family's Grand Duke. Said. Turning around, he walked inside the B&B himself. That last contemptuous look he gave, it deeply stung Chu Yushi's self-esteem. She gritted her teeth. Blushing hard, he stomped his foot. You big shot. I'm not afraid of you. I'm not afraid of you. 10 minutes later, inside the B&B, resounded Chu Yushi's shriek. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Lighten up. Not long after Lu Fei and Chu Yushi entered the B&B, Imo Flagbing also finally got the message. Big brother, Old Hu and the others have completely lost them. The oldest, Mo Flag Burning, approached and lowered his head. Mo Chi Bing's face was hideous to the core. That is to say, this cuckold on my head is a certainty? Mo Flag Burning scowled. Next to it, the older third of the Mo family, as well as the sons and daughters of the other several houses also bowed their heads. Instead, his shoulders shrugged. Mentally, he's already laughing his ass off. Ha! Mo Flag Bing. So what if you're the first son? Now you're the laughingstock of the entire Southo. I'll see what kind of face you'll have in the future. To be in charge of the huge Mo's group. Mo Flagbing also understands the significance of this matter. His eyes were dark and cold, and the anger in his heart was almost uncontrollable. Lu Fei, fists clenched and crunched, but simply can't find a place to vent. Lao Si, find, keep looking for me, Mo Flagbing growled. However, the words just fell. The older oldest three of the Mo family, as well as the sons and daughters of the other houses, all jumped out. Big brother, I object to this matter. Father is in a coma and can't keep tossing around. If we keep tossing and turning, our entire Mo family will become a laughingstock. Big brother, the Mo family is not your Mo family alone. Mo Flagbing froze. After a good while, he slowly lowered his head. All right, no more looking. His eyes were ghostly cold. Sitting on the couch, a silence fell. The children of the Mo family dispersed, each with his own mind. Early the next morning, all sorts of news dusted off. Mo, the family of the King of Boats, was thrust into the limelight. Shocker! Boat King Mo Honghan wants to buy the Magic City Haikai Group, and is made fun of by Haikai's new owner Lu Fei. The King of Boats is old. Can he still eat? The King's reputation is ruined. The King of Ships wants to increase the price by 10% to buy the Haiku Group, and in a turn of events, the Haiku Group discovers tens of billions of dollars worth of ancient shipwrecks. Is it luck or necessity? Unearthing the story behind a $10 billion shipwreck. Luxury family love affair. Miss Chu's hand in the hand of the Magic City's newest nobleman, and the Mo family's eldest son's tears on the spot. Mo Flagbing's reputation has suffered a huge blow and will probably be squeezed out of the core management of Mo's Industries. The media on the South O and South Riverside has always had no sense of propriety. How to catch the eye, how to write. Overnight, Boat King Mo Honghan and his Mo's family then became the laughingstock of countless people after dinner. Mo Honghan has been planted this time. After all this, people buy the Hecker Group not to do any serious business at all, but to explore the treasure. I heard that Lu Fei has ancient shipwreck treasure maps in his hands. That's why he was able to find such a big treasure right after he bought the Haiku Group. It's still the Chu family's girl who sees people correctly, and as soon as she realized that this one surnamed Lu wasn't simple, she immediately abandoned Duke, Missouri. Amidst the tumultuous chatter, Lu Fei had woken up on the tatami mats of the B&B. Next to it, lying Chu Yushi, the Chu family's eldest young lady. Look at this woman. All sorts of crazy images flashed inside Lu Fei's head. Numb nuts. This would be the fastest woman I've ever known to XX. Asshole, how much longer are you going to watch? Chu Yushi suddenly opened her eyes. Chapter 109, I have 200,000 square meters of land in Magic City. Lu Fei frowned and laughed. They say you can have another beer the next morning after a hangover to help sober up. So let me use the same reasoning to help you recover. Another hour or so passed. Lu Fei climbed up refreshed. After a good while, it was only then that Chu Yushi limped out. Lu Fei, you're a complete asshole. Chu Dane sucked in cool air as she walked. Lu Fei laughed. You were given the chance to go last night. Chu Yushi's face became even more ugly. Who would have thought? She just had a whim and wanted a shield. It's just a matter of getting rid of Mo Flagbing, the suitor with the disgusting tactics. It turns out that getting rid of it was a favor, but you got yourself into it. Turn on your cell phone. Inside into a series of missed calls. There's Mo Flagbing's. There's Ma Ki-yun's. There are so many friends and girlfriends out there. There were also calls from her dad, Chu Wei-nan, and her mom, Lu Fei. I'm going to be finished. Chu Yushi looked up, eyes a little red. Lu Fei raised an eyebrow. What? Afraid your father will whip you? Chu Yushi lowered her head. My father is not afraid. But the point is that my mom, it's over dash. She collapsed onto the couch. Lu Fei said indifferently, what are you afraid of? Although the Mo family has hundreds of billions of assets, how much can he, Mo Flagbing, have when divided down? It's different for me. Even though I have a little less money, I can make my own decisions about what to do. Chu Yushi thought for a moment. It seems to make sense. She was in a much better mood, then sat up and started lunch with Luffy. After lunch, Lu Fei checked out. Riding in Chu Yushi's car, he drove towards the Chu family. After all, arching a cabbage that someone has been raising for 20 years, there's no harm in going to see it. The Chu family. Chu Wei-nan's face sank like water. His wife, the former Nanjiang actress Zhong Sihong, frowned and flipped through the newspaper. Old Chu. What now? Chu Wei-nan sighed. What else can be done? I was only thinking of striking a blow to the Ship King's reputation, and then taking more initiative in future alliances. I didn't expect the dead girl Yushi to play for real, and also stayed out all night with a man she just met less than half a day ago. Now our Chu family and the Ship King family are considered to have completely broken up, but the good thing is that we have a good relationship with the Gao family. That old man Mo Honghan wouldn't dare to move us easily. Now let's just wait for that dead girl to come back. The words just fell out. An older man in his 50s walked in. Master, ma'am, Miss has returned with that Mr. Lu. The voice fell. Chu Wei-nan and Zhong Sihong froze and both stood up. This asshole. How dare he come to the Chu family? Chu Weinan was furious. Zhong Sihong patted him on the shoulder. Said, actually, I think that young man is quite nice. To have such a large foundation at such a young age is quite a bit more impressive than when you were young. Chu Weinan froze. Asked, you're not, are you? This is where the mother-in-law starts to see her son-in-law? Zhong Sihong shrugged her shoulders and said, it's not a bad thing to see, and people are here. Besides, that daughter of yours has brought someone into the house, so it's pretty self-evident what's going on, isn't it? Chu Weinan froze. Then his face turned ironic. That dead girl. He gritted his teeth for a moment. Let's go. It's good to go and meet, to see the young talents over in Magic City. Zhong Sihong walked out first. Chu Weinan cursed indignantly and followed suit. Inside the Chu family's living room, Lu Fei crossed his legs and sat comfortably on the sofa. Instead, it was Chu Yushi who looked a bit fidgety. Suddenly, ding! With the death of the host's Earth alter ego in D29, you will obtain a piece of land in the Magic City high-tech zone with an area of 286,400 square meters. Obtain a set of design drawings for a transcendent commercial building from the future. A cold, mechanical voice rang out. Lu Fei was slightly stunned. A smile followed. Ha! Sleepy needs pillow. Sat and waited for less than a minute. Chu Weinan and Zhong Sihong joined forces. Tongue dash. Chu Yushi's pea-share looked like it was fitted with springs. One jumped up. Standing in front of the couch, he lowered his head and whispered, Dad, Mom dash. Chu Weinan's eyebrows lifted. You still know there's a dad in me? The voice was flat, the anger dark. Zhong Sihong glanced at him and looked at Lu Fei, who had also stood up. Satisfied, he nodded. You're Lu Fei, right? The young man is quite spirited looking. Lu Fei nodded with a smile. Madam is also well maintained. When we watched Nanjiang movies a few years ago, you were the dream girl of many of our youth. Zhong Sihong froze and covered her mouth and giggled. Chu Weinan looked at Lu Fei even more unfavorably. Mud, giving away the cabbage that I've been raising for 20 years and growing watery. Now you're molesting my wife in front of me? Lu Fei, do you realize that you're in a dangerous situation? Chu Weinan decided to sound first. Lu Fei raised an eyebrow. Could it be that the Boat King's power in Southo has become so huge that it can only cover the sky in the Chu family? Chu Weinan choked and his face became even more unsightly. Zhong Sihong frowned. Interjecting, he said, Xiao Lu, right, sit down, talk to Auntie. What do you all think of our crop of actresses over there? Lu Fei had a smile on his lips. Very obediently, he sat down. Zhong Sihong waved her hand. Sister-in-law, serve tea. Afterwards, Lu Fei climbed into a conversation with Zhong Sihong. Madam, you must not know that the actresses of your generation have been deified. Most of those actresses coming out nowadays are artificial products carved inside a mold. Compared to the actresses of your time, then this has to be a heaven and a hell. And when it comes to expertise and virtue, there's no comparison dash. Lu Fei casually said what everyone was now saying about the once batch of Nanjiang goddesses. Zhong Sihong smiled so much that she couldn't hide the crow's feet at the corners of her eyes. Cluck cluck cluck, you're quite interesting. Lu, stay for dinner tonight, at once. Chu Weinan's face clouded over. Chapter 110, The Arrogant Chu Weinan. Chu Weinan's change in face was seen by Zhong Sihong. She crossed her eyes. Chu Weinan's face stiffened. Just as the words were about to come out, they were blocked again. Lu Fei raised an eyebrow. I didn't realize that the actress, who married into the family, was more powerful than expected. Surprisingly, she was able to eat a rich man like Chu Weinan to death. Compared to her, those few actresses whose husbands cheated on them during the same period really had it bad. Lu Fei sighed in his heart. Zhong Sihong continued to talk to Lu Fei again. Chatting away, Zhong Sihong suddenly asked, Lu Sheng, I wonder what plans you have for the future. Said. A cryptic glance was given to Chu Yushi. Lu Fei's eyes flashed. Said, planning is not no, but I have a project that I can work with Mr. Chu on. Chu Weinan frowned. A wave of dissatisfaction also rose in Zhong Sihong's heart. Is this young man ready to pull up his pants and quit? This is so unreasonable, isn't it? Lu Fei, however, said leisurely, Mr. Chu, I have taken a plot of land of 286,400 square meters in the high-tech zone of Magic City. Mr. Chu is in real estate. I wonder if he's interested in working with me. 286,400 square meters. The words. Stonebreaker, what is the concept of a 286,400 square meter plot? Thompson's footprint is just a little over 20,000 square meters. Although the high-tech zone is not in the city center, it is one of the future economic centers of the Magic City. 280,000 square meters of land, worth at least tens of billions. Key, it's not always possible to swallow such a large parcel of land in one bite with money. Gulp. Chu Weinan swallowed hard, glancing at Chu Yushi, who was already stunned. Another glance at the two-eyed Zhong Sihong. In a hoarse voice, he asked, Is it that newest division of the high-tech zone? Lu Fei nodded. Well, it's that way. Chu Weinan took a deep breath. Adjustment of mindset. Took a seat across from Lu Fei. How does Mr. Lu want to cooperate? Lu Fei leaned on the sofa and said, actually, I don't have to cooperate with Mr. Chu. After all, there are a large number of powerful real estate developers in Magic City. Chu Weinan was in a hurry. Although their Chu family's Chu group was powerful, it had been going downhill all these years. The point is that the roots in Jusha are very shallow, and most of the power is developed overseas. But it is recognized that overseas real estate is not doing well these years, and the environment is much harsher than that of the summers. Chu Weinan has grayed his hair for the transformation of the group companies. Even in order to continue the group of companies, Chu Weinan traveled between the gambling god Gao's family and the boat king Mok's family, swinging left and right. Now because of Lu Fei, he had already offended the Ship King family severely. It's also hard to get anywhere else in the acreage of South O. But if you can get on Lu Fei's good side and use Mordor as a springboard to enter the real estate industry of Jusha, after making a fortune, it might be a good idea to use this as an opportunity to slowly seek to transform and further cross over into Jusha, the world's largest population market. Thinking of this, Chu Weinan's face had been filled with a smile. Sitting directly beside Lu Fei, waving his hand, he said, sister-in-law, serve good tea, a top tea, to the current top tea. The changes in it Lu Fei felt clearly. Sure enough, the world still depends on financial resources. Sitting nicely on the couch, Chu Weinan never looked at him the same way again. With a smile on his face, he said, Lu Sheng, can you tell me where that piece of land is? Lu Fei shrugged his shoulders and said, if Mr. Chu is interested, he might as well take a trip to Magic City and take a look on the ground to see if he doesn't know where the land was. Lu Fei himself didn't even know yet. Chu Weinan thought about it as if that was indeed the case. Forcibly suppressing his inner curiosity, he talked to Lu Fei in a very friendly manner. The location of that piece of land just needs to be a little bit better, and after completing the construction, there will be at least tens of billions of dollars of profit. It can definitely greatly alleviate the current predicament of the Chu group. Lu Fei held his trump card in his hand and spoke to Chu Weinan in a salty manner. It was completely different from the treatment he received when he had just arrived at the Chu family. Zhong Sihong saw them chatting away and simply got up with the less than happy Chu Yushi. Lu Sheng, Chu, you guys chat first, I'll go prepare afternoon tea with Yushi. Leave the living room. Chu Yushi beamed her mouth and said unhappily, Mom, how is Dad like that? That mouth has become too fast. Zhong Sihong slapped her. Damn girl, you still have the nerve to say that. You almost got your father pissed off. Having said that, she squeezed her eyes again, asked, were you with that Lu Fei last night? The corner of Chu Yushi's mouth twitched. Silent nodded too. Well, he's actually pretty good. Zhong Sihong blushed. Damn girl, talk to your old lady about powerful or not. Chu Yushi froze, rolled his eyes. What are you talking about? I'm saying he's quite powerful, and last night the Mo family sent out so many people in pursuit. Turns out he got rid of it in 3 tries, and Mo's family didn't find anyone all night. Zhong Sihong nodded her head and said, it is indeed quite impressive. The key is this family business. He had just bought the Hecker Group, and now he immediately took down a plot of land of more than 200,000 square meters without saying a word. Have you ever asked him what his family really does? How come they're so capable and wealthy? Chu Yushi shook her head. I don't know anything. I only know that he bought the Hake Group dash. Zhong Sihong sighed helplessly. You don't know anything, and aren't you usually so self-possessed and smart? Chu Yushi blushed. It was all forced on me. This guy squeezed me with his words, and I got angry, plus I thought I'd offended the Mo family anyway, so I just dash. Sihong Zhong, forget it, it's done, you're on your own. Having said that, busy himself with the preparation of afternoon tea. Chapter 111, tricked Chu Weinan around. Chatting with Chu Weinan inside the living room for a while. The guy was chatty as hell. After chatting for a while, Lu Fei's cell phone rang. Pull it out and take a look. It was a message sent from the Magic City side with an electronic map attached. Open the map. It was labeled with the location of the land parcel that Lu Fei had bought. Looked twice. The location is not bad. Just right in the center of the high-tech cluster. So it could be like Sky and Plaza, a commercial disk and then an office cluster? Lu Fei muttered in a small voice. Aside. Chu Weinan heard just a few words, and his eyes saw what looked like a map on his cell phone screen. He pressed the excitement in his heart, as if nothing had happened. He asked, what's Lu Sheng looking at? It seems to be a map. Lu Fei casually closed the map and put his phone inside his pants pocket. Said, nothing, a little unimportant thing someone from the company sent me. Chu Weinan was furious in his heart. This asshole, definitely on purpose. Obviously that's a map. 9 times out of 10, it's that 200,000 square meter plot location map, in favor of saying something small and unimportant. Nima, It's just that I just gave a little face. At least you just gave up the cabbage I've been raising for 20 years. Can't you give me a little face? Shu Weinan was furious. Lu Fei, however, acted as if he couldn't see it and leisurely took a sip of tea. Finish your tea, glanced at the time, said, Mr. Chu, it's getting late. If there's nothing else I think I'll leave first. After saying that, he stood up. Shui South now. I didn't get anything out of it. And you want to leave? Lu Sheng can't leave. Once you leave, how will the people of South Concave look at me? Chu Weinan? If Lu Sheng comes to the door, he should have a meal beforehand anyhow. Lu Fei shrugged his shoulders, but it does get a little boring just sitting there. Chu Weinan held back the anger in his heart, said, oh, so that's it. He took a deep breath and said, I have a horse farm inside this manor. If Lu Sheng is bored, he can ask Yushi to go horseback riding with him. Lu Fei raised an eyebrow. On horseback? This one will do. That would be respectful. 10 minutes later, inside the stable, Lu Fei stood side by side with Chu Yushi. Lu Fei, do you really have land plots in Magic City? Chu Yushi asked. Lu Fei shook his head and said, I've got an ass. I'm lying to you guys. Chu Yushi was furious. Asshole, how could you? My dad's all gone to an emergency board meeting. Lu Fei turned back. Surprised, he said, is he such a monkey? Chu Yushi was half dead with anger. Whispering, he muttered, no, I've got to call him right now and tell him you're lying to him. Said, pulled out his cell phone and dialed. Dad, wait outside. That bastard Lu Fei is lying to you. He doesn't have any plots at all. Yeah, he just told me himself. What? You want to talk to him? Wait a minute then. Chu Yushi picked up the phone and turned back, only to find that Lu Fei had already mounted his horse and rushed out. Hiya, horseback riding, fresh clothes. Lu Fei rode the steed and disappeared in Chu Yushi's line of sight. The bastard slipped away on his horse. Chu Yushi hung up the phone, also rode after him. A few minutes later, Chu Weinan, who had just left the house, hurried back to the manor again. With a grim face, he strides onto the tour bus, to the stable. 10 minutes later, Chu Weinan arrives at the horse farm. Just saw his daughter lying in the grass. That asshole Lu Fei is riding on top of his daughter. Chu Weinan's face turned blood red all of a sudden. Assholes, what are you doing? He roared out in anger, collapsed in stride. Lu Fei turned back. Standing up, he pulled Chu Yushi up. Said the man, is this what's known as BA0 West Jiu-Jitsu? Don't you dare laugh at me. Chu Yushi had a look of despair on her face. Why are you so good at everything? Luffy did a bodybuilding move. Eat well and be well, as you experienced last night. Chu Yushi's face darkened, turned back. Her father rushed at her like he was going to eat someone. Chu Yushi, what were you guys doing just now? Chu Weinan growled lowly. Chu Yushi froze, said, I'm cutting wrestling with him. Chu Weinan's face went green. Do you think I'm blind? Go to the kitchen right now. Give your mom a hand. Having said that, looking back at Lu Fei, gritting his teeth, he said, Lu Sheng, is it fun to trick me? Right now our Chu family doesn't dash. Lu Fei's cell phone suddenly appeared in front of him. Above, a scanned document. Lu Fei said indifferently, this was just sent to me by the general manager of the Flycatcher Investment Company. All the formalities for the piece of land I bought in Mordor have come down. As long as I complete the relevant construction formalities for the application, that land is ready for construction at any time, and I've just looked at it, and it's right in the center of the high-tech zone, which would be good for a plaza-type complex with a mix of commercial and office buildings. Having said that, again, he acted like he was curious, asked, by the way Mr. Chu, you just said that your Chu family doesn't what? The expression was bland, but there was a smile in his eyes. Chu Weinan looked at the documents and bright red seals that flashed like a slideshow on top of his cell phone, and that one map. The snake's head was in knots, and the change in his countenance, but it was even better to the point of being wonderful. Just the right close anger rush, but as Lu Fei's cell phone was handed over, his expression gradually changed. Shock, elation, shame, afterthought anger, and suppressed ecstasy. This position, it's simply a prime location. If it is developed as a mixed commercial and office complex, absolutely bursting at the seams. Aside, Chu Yushi also froze. She slowly turned back to Lu Fei. A storm of anger ran across his face. Lu Fei, you bastard. How dare you lie to me? Chapter 112, The Legendary God of Gamblers. The words just fell. Chu Weinan turned back with an open mind. Toward Chu Yushi, she said in a low voice, Yushi, how do you talk? A girl's family. How did I educate you normally? Is this how you talk out of your mouth? Having said that, Chu Weinan turned around and revealed a warm smile towards Lu Fei. Said Lu Sheng, Lu Sheng is still really affectionate, coaxing this girl around. If I had half of Lu Sheng's tactics back then, I wouldn't have to chase her mom so hard. Having said that, shaking his head and sighing, he said, fearful afterlife, truly fearful afterlife. There was no trace of the angry look he had just had, the quickness of the shift in mood and face. It made Lu Fei ashamed of himself. Not bad for an old fox in the business world. It's a cheeky, convincing thing to do. Ha ha, it's good that Mr. Chu understands. It's just that Yushi doesn't know how to be affectionate. It was a little joke between us, but she took it seriously. It didn't even occur to me that she would call you in such a hurry. Otherwise I would have stopped her for sure, and I'm really sorry to make Mr. Chu make another trip, Lu Fei said smilingly. Chu Weinan knew that he was doing it on purpose, but he could only accompany him with a smile. On the side, Chu Yushi's face turned red with anger, a grinding of teeth. Chu Weinan laughed. The amorous feelings of your young people are lost on us old-timers. Lu Fei shrugged his shoulders and said, Mr. Chu, the tricks that your generation plays, we young people can't play. At least I wouldn't dare to play any golf balls or anything like that. So to be powerful it's still you old-timers who are powerful. After all, Ginger is still old and hot. Chu Weinan froze, almost laughed out loud. This guy, it's the same thing that happened back then, but it did make a splash. Ha ha, is Lu Sheng joking? You take your time with Yushi, I'm going to the office. Lu Fei nodded smilingly, said, Mr. Chu, take your time, come back and let's confer and see how we can work together. Chu Weinan flashed a smile. Nodding, he said, good, then I'll excuse myself. Having said that, turning back to Chu Yushi, he instructed, Yushi, play nicely with Mr. Lu, while daddy goes to the company. With that, he turned around and took off in stride. Chu Yushi stomped her foot. Lu Fei said from the side, your father said to play nicely with me. I want to play ball now. Chu Yushi froze. 5 minutes later, inside the bowling alley inside the Chu family manor. Clang, Luffy throws the ball. A full hit. Chu Yushi was dumbfounded. Are you sure this is your first time bowling? Lu Fei shrugged his shoulders and said, of course, you taught it yourself. Can it be fake? Chu Yushi doubted life. This is awesome. Lu Fei said, you've tasted better, haven't you? Chu Yushi rolled her eyes. Didn't want to talk to Lu Fei anymore. Had a little fun at the bowling alley. Lu Fei went with Chu Yushi to their home gym again. Sweated for an hour. The time came to almost 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Instead of going for afternoon tea, the two made fried rice inside the locker room of the gym. It's after 5 after the fried rice. Chu Yushi blushed as she took Lu Fei's arm and returned to the villa again. Look at her face. Zhong Sihon's eyes changed slightly, looking towards Lu Fei. Shaking his head, he sighed softly. Take a look. This daughter of his own, being eaten to death by the other side. Yu Shi, and Lu Fei. Sit down and have some tea. Old Chu will be back soon, and Mr. Gao, the god of gamblers, will also be a guest. Lu Fei raised an eyebrow. The god of gamblers, Kojo? That's a legend this side of Southo. Mr. Gao is coming over? I'm kind of looking forward to it then. The man Takashiro is legendary. Starting out as a gambler, he had great prestige in the acreage of Southo. Even, quite a few gambling movies from the South Riverside were based on his exploits. Sat in the living room for about 20 minutes or so. Chu Weinan and Gao Chang, the god of gamblers, who was over 70 years old and had a head full of white hair, both walked in side by side. Gao Shang, let me introduce you. This is Lu Shang from Mordor. Having said that, he also said to Lu Fei, Lu Shang, this is the god of gambling, Gao Shang. Lu Fei took the initiative to reach out. Very low-key and modestly, he said, Mr. Gao is the idol in the hearts of our generation who grew up watching Nanjiang movies. It's a great honor to meet Mr. Gao today. Gao Chang shook Lu Fei's hand with a smile and said, it's also an honor for me, Gao, to meet a young talent like Mr. Lu. Everyone loves to call me Gao. Someone is the god of gambling, but compared to Lu Shang, I think Lu Shang is the one who can be considered the god of gambling. Lu Fei raised an eyebrow. Mr. Gao is flattering. I'm not well versed in gambling. Takashiro smiled and shook his head. Said Lu Shang, Lu Shang is indeed a master of gambling. After all, not everyone dares to mortgage their name properties for a loan of $20 to $30 billion just because of a chapter of an unwarranted treasure map by a large shipping and fishing conglomerate like the Seacraft Group outright to gamble on that elusive treasure. The key is, really let Lu Shang. You gave the right bet. Overnight found $2 to $3 billion worth of treasure. A breath of money to buy Hake Group of funds back. It's equivalent to taking down a comprehensive shipping company like Hake Group without spending a dime. And it's no wonder that Xiao Mo is so angry with you that he's still in the hospital. Lu Fei froze. When you think about it that way, it does seem to be true. After all, others don't know that he has a golden finger and can be sure that what he gets is 100% real. His so-called ancient charts, in the eyes of other people, are not gambling. Ha ha. Lu Fei let out a laugh. The god of gamblers deserves to be called the god of gamblers. And in that case, it does make sense. I did have a gamble in mind when I bought the Hecker Group. Takajo smiled, saying, in that case, I have a bet for the old man today. I wonder if you dare to take it. Lu Shang? Chapter 113, Identity? Lu Fei froze, asked, what's the bet? Takashiro glanced at Chu Wei-nan, shaking his head. He said, this matter will be discussed later. I heard that you got a large piece of land over there in Magic City, but Xiao Chu was very hot-eyed, so you talk this over with him first, and I'll talk about our bet. Lu Fei gave him a look. The heart jumped slightly. What's this old thing up to? Chu Wei-nan was also apprehensive in his heart. The god of gamblers, Gao Chang, was unfathomable and scared him even more than that old man from the Mo family. Why did you let him come? Zhong Sihong asked in a small voice. Chu Weinan glanced at her and said in a desperately lowered voice. He said he wanted to come, so how could I refuse? Having said that, yells, alright, I'll discuss something with Lu Sheng on my side. It just so happens that Elder Gao is here as well. So you and Yushi quickly go to the kitchen and keep an eye on the kitchen so that they can make more food. Zhong Sihong gave Chu Yushi a greeting. Said, let's go Yushi, come with me to have a look. Chu Yushi reluctantly left. Takayuki sat on the sofa, leisurely sipping his tea, and Chu Weinan sat down next to Lu Fei. Lu Sheng, let's be frank, want to cooperate with you and work on that land together? What are your conditions? He had sort of figured out Lu Fei's character. Asked directly. Lu Fei pondered for a while. Said, 2 programs. The first one, I'll pay for the land and the drawings and find you responsible for the construction, and Chu Group should be able to make a profit. The second option, still I provide land and drawings, but you come up with the money and you build the house. I'll form a sales company to run and sell it, and I'll end up with 8 and you 2 for the profits. Chu Weinan was in deep thought. There are advantages and disadvantages to both programs. The first one was solid, but made good money. The second option requires more effort and a risky investment, but the benefits should be greater. Thought for a while. Chu Weinan said, I want 30%, otherwise I can't give an explanation to the shareholders, and our Chu Group needs to review the drawings. Lu Fei directly shook his head. I don't like to bargain with people. Only 20%. Love to cooperate or not. Chu Weinan's face sank. No room for negotiation at all? Lu Fei shook his head and said, giving you 20% is already very good. You know that the most expensive thing to do real estate now is the land, and with such a large plot of land in the high-tech zone of Mordor, with your Chu Group's ability, you won't be able to get it in your lifetime. A proper risk is warranted when trying to enter the Zhuxia market. Chu Weinan had a dilemma. On the sidelines, Takashiro coughed lightly. Said Xiao Chu, sometimes changing your life is a gamble. Your lack of gambling is both your strength and your weakness. Otherwise, Chu wouldn't be half dead like it is now. Either it has completely died out or it has long been reborn in nirvana. As for the group of shareholders on the board, if they don't want to, tell them to come to me whenever they want to get their hands on the shares. Takacheng's words made Chu Weinan finally make up his mind. He looked up, said, good, I'll take the second option, but before I officially sign the contract, I need to see the drawings and evaluate the program. Lu Fei shrugged his shoulders and said, yes, I'll let you know when I've finished the design after I return to Magic City. Chu Weinan nodded and said, alright, then it's a deal. Lu Fei shook his hand. Don't worry, I'm a person who doesn't like to play those little tricks. The two men tentatively agreed to work together. On the side, Gao Cheng said, Xiao Chu, arrange your room for me. I want to talk to Lu Sheng alone. Chu Weinan frowned and nodded. Alright, Elder Gao, and Lu Sheng, please follow me. 2 minutes later, inside a restroom, Lu Fei and Gao Cheng each sat down. Chu Weinan closed the door. The atmosphere fell silent. Takagi doesn't say anything. Lu Fei didn't bother to speak, simply pulled out his cell phone and opened the wizards. Lu Fei, what's the situation between you and the Chu family's Missy over at South Concave? Now my dad and my mom are getting pissed off. Missy Linchi sent a message over. Lu Fei casually replied back, said, you know I am suave and outstanding. Chu family miss love at first sight to me not married. Kick the Mo family young man to be with me to double date. But don't worry, I'm a strong-willed person, and I've done nothing to keep myself in line. Tell Uncle Lin and Auntie Zhu that my heart is still clean, so they shouldn't worry. Pust, Takashiro, who was sipping tea on the side, almost sprayed it out, looking at Lu Fei, eyes filled with awe. I've been in the world for decades, and I've seen a lot of people, from officials to peddlers, but a man with such a thick skin is the only one I've seen in my life. Lu Fei didn't care about the old man. Another message from Yu Menglan was flipped over. Xiaolu, I just left you in the South Concave flower up. Ruoxin read the newspaper. Are almost angry, and noisy, let me not with you in the dealings it. I tried my best to put in a good word with Ruoxin on my side, but you ended up sabotaging it in a minute. Do you still want her to call you dad? Lu Fei hemmed and hawed. If nothing else, he replied, what? Jealous? When I go back to Magic City to look for you, I definitely won't let you suffer. Having said that, he flipped back to Lu Ruoxin's message. Lu Fei, you had a good time in Southo, didn't you? I'm telling you, I've already made a deal with my little mom, and she's never going to talk to you again. Chapter 114. The God of Gamblers, your granddaughter is yours, and so is the Gao family. Sent out. And then finally the prestige of Wei Yihan was turned over. Brother Fei, how could you? People just left and you hooked up with someone else. While I don't mind being a mistress, I hate it when there are 3 outside of 3. Lu Fei bristled. Junior? You're overthinking it. Just line up a few spots further back. Aside, Takagi's old face was no longer just stunned. Instead, it was full of admiration. The old man has been in love for decades and has married several wives. But compared to this Lu Fei, I'm so innocent like a teenager. Takagi mentally X'd the dog. It felt as if all the things he was proud of had been reduced to dregs in front of Lu Fei. In terms of money, people are young and already have assets of nearly $100 billion. In terms of the number of wives, other young people are better at it than they are. Anyway, no matter what aspect is said, one seems to be outmatched. Old, Takagi exclaimed. Lu Fei put down his cell phone. Said the man, all men grow old, so why should the old gentleman be sad? Gao Cheng shook his head inside. Although this is human nature, who can really look away? Lu Fei was too lazy to discuss this kind of bull **** with him. Directly, he asked, Old sir, the bright people don't talk in the dark, just tell me straight what you're looking for me to do. Gao Cheng lost his smile and said, the old man does want to make a bet with you. Luffy reached out. May I hear it? Takagi was deep in thought. It took a while before he spoke. Lu Sheng is not from Nano, so he shouldn't know much about our Gao family. Now our Gao family has only one daughter left in the 2nd generation besides me. The old man. The 3rd generation is still young, except for the eldest granddaughter, Mo Han, who has reached adulthood. The Gao family seems to be in bloom, but it has gone to the edge of the cliff. The piker is not guilty. The piker is not guilty. I'm too old to support the Gao family, said. Takagi was inconsolable. Lu Fei raised his eyebrows. But what does this have to do with the so-called bet? Takajo sat up straight. Of course it's relevant, because you're the only one who's ever given Mohonkan a hard time. Imo Honghan is eyeing my Gao family and has secretly eaten up a lot of the Gao family's industries in the past few years. This includes the Hongchang Cruise, which once held the World Gambling Championships. A few years ago, I was assassinated and returned with serious injuries, and my 2 sons, who were quite successful, were killed in accidents one after another. If there isn't the Mo family's handiwork in this, I don't believe it for a million years. Said. Takagi's eyes had filled with a cold light. Said. So I'm going to make a bet with you, and the bet is the entire South Concave Gao family. Does Mr. Lu dare to take it? Lu Fei froze. What does Mr. Gao mean by this? Lu Fei asked with a frown. Takajo sat down on the couch and adjusted his sitting position. Said. As long as you can annex the Mo family, the Gao family is yours. My Gao Cheng's granddaughter is also yours. I'm already old and don't have much else to ask for. As long as the child you give birth to with my granddaughter has the surname Gao, leaving him half of my Gao family's estate will be enough. That said, Lu Fei couldn't help but be moved. Yet he wasn't completely convinced. Someone like Takashiro, who climbed from the bottom of the heap to his current position. How many words of truth can come out of your mouth? The left and right are just trying to lend a hand to help South OMO. Simple drive-by strategy. Mr. Gao thinks so highly of me, so there's definitely no way I can refuse. But I'm a very suspicious person, so it's fine if I have to deal with the Mo family. You have to let me see your granddaughter first, right? Although a man like me likes women, I like the best of the best. I can't look at the ordinary ones. The corners of Takagi's mouth twitched. A somber look flashed across the old face. He then pulled out a photo from his pocket and handed it to Lu Fei. This is my granddaughter Gao Mohan. You can take a look first. Luffy casually took the photo. After a couple of looks, a smile appeared. Looking at the photo is not bad looking, but nowadays the photo is not real enough. It's better to meet inside the reality to be the best. Takajo froze. Hold back the anger that was churning inside. Nodding, he said, a meeting is fine. I can arrange for you to meet tomorrow. Lu Fei shrugged his shoulders and said, fine, let's talk about it after we meet. As for the Mo's, it depends. Anyway, I can't bring down Mo's family, so it's no loss to you guys. Takashiro nodded with a smile on his face. Good, then I'll be watching your performance. Lu Sheng, and if there's any time you need my Gao family's cooperation, just give me a call. Having said that, gave Lu Fei the private phone number. Don't worry, I'm sure I won't be polite when I need to be. Takashiro nodded with a grin. A smile flashed across the old face. The 2 men got up and left the lounge. It didn't take long. Zhong Sihong shouted for dinner. Several people gathered around a table and ate and drank in a very atmospheric manner. Finished eating, Chu Weinan sends Gao Chang away. Shu Yushi came over to Lu Fei's side and asked, Lu Fei, what is old man Gao looking for you for? Zhong Sihong snapped. Yu Shi, how can you address Mr. Gao like that? Lu Fei shrugged his shoulders and said, nothing special. He wants to introduce his granddaughter Gao Mohan to me, and is asking me to go on a blind date tomorrow. Chu Yushi rolled her eyes. Come on, can't you make a draft of your boasts? You're going on a blind date with that ice cube Gao Mohan? Oh, Lu Fei shrugged his shoulders. Indifferently, he said, believe it or not. Evening. Lu Fei then stayed at Chu's house. Early the next morning, Luffy received a call from Takashiro. Tell Lu Fei to be at the Ferris Cafe at 10 o'clock, and Yao Mohan will be waiting for him there. Chick, go, accompany me on a blind date. Lu Fei picked Chu Yushi's chin. Bah, what's the point of pretending? If you want a date with this girl, just say so. Chu Yushi's face was full of arrogance. Lu Fei shrugged his shoulders and said, you'll find out later. Chapter 115, Girl, accompany me to a blind date. Half an hour later, outside the South Concave Ferris Cafe, Chu Yushi looked at Gao Mohan who was on the card seat, doing a straight job and exuding an icy aura. The neck craned slowly as if it were rusted. Jaw-dropping. You really came on a blind date with Gao Mohan? Lu Fei shrugged his shoulders and pulled out the picture from inside his pocket. Raised. Look, here's the picture that old man Takagi gave me yesterday. Chu Yushi's eyes went straight. This, you really going on a blind date? Lu Fei nodded his head and said, of course, this Gao Mohan is not bad looking. Her looks and figure are not worse than yours, and her temperament is that iceberg goddess type. You surely don't know that this kind of woman stirs up a man's strong desire to conquer, so I'm going to go for this kiss for sure. Chu Yushi was so angry that her face turned green. Bastard! You were with my mother last night, today you went on a blind date in front of my mother. You can't stand me. She's going to be pissed off. Lu Fei shrugged his shoulders. Don't worry, it's just a walk in the park. My brother's pecs will still let you lean on them tonight. Chu Yushi stomped on his instep. You think I'm air? Lu Fei shrugged his shoulders and said, don't you also treat those confidants of mine as air? Bottom line, it made Chu Yushi's face turn iron blue. Ro, you're good. Having said that, she turned straight around, take a big step away, then, sat in the car and sulked. Lu Fei shrugged, walked over and pulled open the car door, said, Allah, surnamed Hai, that old man wants to give me a trap. This woman is just a bait. In the car obediently wait for me. Later will take me to eat your South Concave specialties to go. Chu Yushi's face became a little better. Humming, he said, you'd better be careful. That old man surnamed Gao isn't a light, and his granddaughter is definitely a thorned rose as well. Lu Fei shrugged his shoulders and said, don't worry, you don't know my methods well? What's the point of having thorns? I can jerk the thorns off her body with a single strike. Bang! A muffled sound. He closed the McLaren's door. Stride out. Car. Chu Yushi cursed angrily. The heart, however, was much better. Walk inside the cafe. Lu Fei took that picture and sat down across from Gao Mohan. Hello MS. Gao. I'm Lu Fei. Said, passed that picture over. MS. Gao is almost exactly the same as in the photo. I didn't believe the real person could look so beautiful before. Opposite. Her features were exquisite, and she wore a long white dress. Gao Mohan, who exuded an icy aura, moved his complexion. But I saw you and felt a great disappointment. The voice was clear and cold. Rejecting people. Lu Fei smiled. Said, I understand Miss Gao's feelings. After all, she was used as a pawn by her own grandfather to meet with a playboy. It was even used as a bet like cargo without any knowledge at all. So it makes sense that you would react this way. But, Lu Fei's expression gradually became indifferent. But that has nothing to do with me. Since MS. Gao was able to meet me at the cafe today, then I'm sure you're willing to follow Mr. Gao's wishes. But if that's your attitude, then I'm sorry I'm not too interested in Mr. Gao's bet. After all, I prefer the Chu Yushi one to an ice cube. Gao Mohan's expression changed. Looking at the indifferent Lu Fei, there was a hint of expression on his icy face. Surprise, irritation, and a dash of curiosity. From what you're saying, that seems to make some sense. She spoke faintly. Lu Fei shrugged his shoulders. So either you turn your head and leave now, or you don't make that ice-cold face. I really don't like that expression. Gao Mohan took a deep breath. The chill in his body gradually dissipated. Looks a lot more normal. You're not like everyone else, she said with a frown. Lu Fei shrugged his shoulders. Of course, otherwise your grandfather wouldn't have chosen me. Gao Mohan nodded. So, what do you want? Lu Fei said. Don't want to what? The two men fell into the midst of silence. It didn't take long. Coffee was served. Lu Fei looked away. Add some sugar for me, please. Gao Mohan froze. There was another pang of irritation in his heart, but obediently helped Lu Fei add 2 sugar cubes. Lu Fei laughed, picked up his coffee and took a sip, said, okay, give me your number. Gamahen frowned. Then silently, he told Lu Fei the phone number. Lu Fei stood up. Let's call it a day. I'll call you later if anything comes up. Having said that, turned and just left the cafe. Gao Mohan sat inside the card table. Watch his back. Waves of light flowed from his eyes. A pretty interesting guy. Walking out of the cafe, Lu Fei got into the car. Chu Yushi gloated. Oh, it's over so quickly? It seems like you've also touched a nose of dust. Lu Fei looked back at her. There is no explanation. Said, drive. We're going to eat something delicious. Chu Yushi smiled cheekily, started the car and drove towards the famous food street in Nano. It didn't take long. The two stood above the food court. Follow the crowds and start sampling the food of Namo. Portuguese egg tart, do lao, Portuguese chicken, pork chop bun, Portuguese oyster, green pomelo duck, various cuisines. Luffy wants to try them all. While he was eating with Chu Yushi, South Concave, St. Hospice, the unconscious Mo Honghan finally woke up. Dad, you're finally awake. Mo Chi Bing and the second generation of the Mo family swarmed around Mo Honghan. The doctor rushed to chortle. Spread out. Spread out. The patients need quiet and fresh air. The Mo family's second generation didn't look too good as they dispersed, leaving Mo Chi Bing standing in front of the Chuang. Dad, you're awake. Mo Honghan nodded. Asked, how long have I been out? Mo Flag Bing said, it's been more than 10 hours since last night. Mo Honghan nodded, waving his hand. He said, all of you get out. The boss stays. At once, the Mo family's second generation was even more upset in their hearts. Mud, what makes you the boss every time? Wait until all these people are out. Mo Honghan sat up, asked, what has happened between last night and now? Tell me as it is. Mo Flag Bing was a little hesitant. Mo Honghan said firmly, speak, I can stand it. Mo Flag Bing bowed his head. The said things that happened after Mo Honghan passed out last night were told. Bang! Mo Honghan slapped his hand on the Chuang head and said with a gloomy face, are these all true? Mo Flag Bing laughed bitterly. It's all true. Now our Mo family has been reduced to a laughingstock of the entire South Concave, and even the entire Zuxia. Mo Honghan's face gradually became deeply cold. A murderous aura filled his eyes. Go to your uncle Lu in Beiwei village and tell him I don't want to see that Lu kid again. Chapter 116, using the god of gamblers as a gun. Mo Honghan lay down again. Don't worry Dad. I'll go out right away and find Uncle Lu myself. Mo Flag Bing spoke up. After waiting for Mo Honghan to nod, he opened the door to the hospital room and walked out. You can go in and see Dad now, but remember to keep it quiet. Having said that, he left at a quick pace. Go downstairs and get in the car. Leaving St. Ho's hospital. An hour or so later, an incense hall in a fishing village. Uncle Lu, my dad asked me to come. He didn't want to see another person. Here's his picture. Mo Chi Bing respectfully handed Lu Fei's picture to a scar-faced middle-aged man. The middle-aged man took the photo. Indifferently, he said, go back and tell your father that this is my last shot, and that the favor I owe him from now on is considered to be repaid. A casual wave of the hand. Lu Fei's picture flew into the air. Duck! With a cold flash, a dagger passed through his brow. Pinned this photo to the wall. Mo Flag Bing wiped away a non-existent cold sweat. Nodding his head, he said, okay Uncle Lu, I'll go back and tell my dad. I'll leave without anything else. After saying that, he was going to leave. Uncle Lu, however, suddenly called out to him. Later, Mo Flag Bing froze. What? Uncle Lu stood up, slightly looking up at Mo Flag Bing, his hand raised and a cold light flashed. Put. Mo Flag Bing has an extra bloody hole in his leg. Blood flowed. Ah! He fell to the ground and wailed. Cold sweat stains. Why? Uncle Lu wiped the blood from the top of the tiny dart on his own pant leg. With an expressionless face, he said, last year, you got drunk and completely forgot about a little girl named Hui after one night with her. That little girl, she's my niece. Do you submit? Mo Flag Bing struggled to his feet and nodded his head with a pale face. I'm convinced. I submit. Having said that, enduring severe pain, he dragged his injured leg out of this remote fishing village. Inside the incense hall, Uncle Lu held up Lu Fei's picture. After looking at it, subsequent shredding. Rather a bold fellow, with a few moments of my style back then. It's a pity that I'm going to have to take a shot at you. Heaven's jealousy. Among the sighs, Uncle Lu slowly approached the middle of the darkness. Dial a number. Pay attention to a person for me. I want to grasp all his movements. This person is from the Magic City, called Lu Fei. South O Food Court. Lu Fei had just finished eating a Portuguese egg tart. Suddenly, ding! You died in Earth Split D46. Gain skill, Divine Interceptor. Physical fitness plus 10. Nerve reflexes plus 10. The cold, mechanical voice rang in his ears. Countless images of fighting exploded inside his head. After a few seconds, The countless intercepting fist Dao Upanishads were directly seared into his body instincts. At the same time a hot current swept through his body. Lu Fei clenched his fists. Click 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 dash. There was an explosion of bones. He now had the eerie confidence that he could punch an elephant to death. Aside, Chu Yushi frowned and asked, "What's wrong?" Lu Fei unclenched his fist and said, "It's fine. It just feels as if he has suddenly opened up the second chakra and turned into a supreme expert." Chu Yushi rolled her eyes. "Cut. What did I expect? Eating an egg tart can make you like this? Then if I treat you to some other kind of delicacy, are you going to ascend to heaven in place?" Lu Fei didn't bother to talk to her. "Originally, I was walking down South O Street with a little bit of a drum in my heart. After all, the Ship King family was not simple. Now he wasn't vain at all. Divine interceptor. Cowhide to the core. Come on, I think there's seafood over there. Go over and try it." Lu Fei waved his hand. Chu Yushi was a bit dumbfounded. "You can still eat." Lu Fei smiled proudly. "Nonsense. I'm such a strong ING man. If I can't eat, how can I have the strength to talk to you dash?" A blush flashed across Chu Yushi's face with mixed features. "Ugh, durian." In the midst of the hijinks, the two continued to weave their way through the crowd toward the seafood stall. Ate a lot more at the big stall. Lu Fei finally ate his fill. "It's good. It all tastes pretty weird, but it's something else." He critiqued it. Chu Yushi bristled. "Strange taste? I didn't feel it." Lu Fei shrugged his shoulders. "Of course you don't feel it. Grew up eating these things since I was a kid. When you go to the Magic City I'll take you to eat real food. It's definitely an eye-opener for you." Chu Yushi once again skimmed her lips, but didn't say much. "It's well known. The place with the most food in the world. It's also true that it's all the summers. So many of the other places that produce food are also very much related to Xuxia. For example, the East Island Mud Boom." Finished eating, Lu Fei returned to the Chu family with Chu Yushi. "I work out after dinner, and then I fry my rice when I'm done working out." After the fried rice, Chu Yushi was exhausted. Lu Fei, however, received a call from Gao Mohan. "Mr. Lu, are you free now? I'd like to ask you out to play." The voice was still cold. Lu Fei could clearly feel the bit of resistance in her heart, but instead of refusing, he agreed readily. "Yeah, where to meet?" Gao Mohan said a location. Hanging up the phone, Lu Fei, however, did not go out immediately. Instead, he took out his laptop, and after some maneuvering, hacked into the address of Mo's house. Start searching some of Mo's confidential documents. Soon, surprisingly, he found a copy of the image. Opened the video. What he found was the image of a scar-faced man, stabbing an elegant man in his early 30s to death in the middle of a long street in the middle of a thunderstorm. The scar-faced man fought in a harsh and unparalleled manner, just like the killer Jack in the movie Killing Wolf. And the name of the man who was stabbed to death was Gao Yuan. It just so happens to be Gao Cheng's eldest son and Gao Mohan's deadbeat old man. Ha, good stuff. Lu Fei directly downloaded the video inside his cell phone. Remove all traces and shut down the computer. Lu Fei took his cell phone and drove Chu Yushi's car towards the agreed location. "Takashiro, you old man want to use me as a gun. I can likewise use you dead old man as a gun." Chapter 117. A big ear scratch. Lusitanian Street. Luffy parked his car. Seeing the high and cold as hell Gao Mohan again. "MS. Gao. Hello again." Lu Fei greeted casually. Gao Mohan nodded and said, "Good afternoon, Mr. Lu, is there anywhere you would like to go?" Lu Fei shook his head. "There's nothing I want to go to." Gao Mohan pondered for a moment and said, "There is a beach in the south that is quite nice. It is a resort in Nano, and it holds a bonfire party every night. So if Mr. Lu is interested we can go over and take a look." Lu Fei nodded his head and said, "Yeah, go check it out then." With that, he turned and got into the car. Gao Mohan got into the passenger side. "Start the car." Lu Fei, however, did not start right away. Instead, he smiled and handed over the tablet he had brought out. Said, "MS. Gao, I stumbled upon a video today that's quite interesting. I think you can watch it if you're bored." Having said that, clicked on that video of Takato being stabbed to death. Then take off and drive towards the navigated location. On the passenger side, Gao Mohan clutched his tablet as the images surfaced. Her face changed slightly. "Dad," she exclaimed in a small voice. As the video moves backwards, her face was growing pale, shivering all over. Lu Fei looked back at her as he drove. The corners of his mouth lifted in a smile. Takagi, the god of gamblers, wanted to make himself fight, so he forced him to fight first. "Look who's the fisherman, Daddy." A dreamlike voice came out from Gao Mohan's mouth. She shuddered and pulled out her cell phone, dialed Takagi's number. "Hey, good granddaughter." Takagi's voice came. Gao Mohan took a deep breath and said, "Grandpa, I know who killed Dad." Bang! The teacup in Takagi's hand fell to the ground and turned to smithereens. "Who is it? How did you know?" The voice was urgent, full of shock and fury. Not at all like an old man in his 70s should be. Gao Mohan looked at the replayed video and said, "Just now, Lu Fei showed a video. And what was shown in the video was the surveillance recording of Dad's murder. The man who killed him was a man with a scar on his face who used flying knives and daggers." Having said that, Gao Mohan's face gradually darkened. "Finally, I couldn't hold back my tears. Grandpa, Dad, he died so horribly." The voice is mournful. Across the phone, Takagi's face had gone completely grim. "Lu Fei." He gritted his teeth and let out a cold grunt. A murderous aura was in his eyes. "I didn't expect you to be so divine to such an extent. I was mistaken." He gritted his teeth, crushed a cigarette. "Stand up." Soothingly, he said, "Mohan, don't be sad. Now that you know who it is, Grandpa will avenge your father. You take Mr. Lu to have a good time, and just leave the rest to Grandpa." Until now, he still hadn't given up on utilizing Lu Fei a bit. Hanging up, Gamoran looked up, with reddened eyes. She looked at Lu Fei. "Thanks for helping me find the truth, but can you tell me where you got this video from?" The corners of Lu Fei's mouth rose lightly. Said, "You're welcome. After all, you're kind of my friend. It doesn't matter where this video came from. What matters is who that person is." "Do you think so?" Gao Mohan didn't pursue the matter. She was sure her grandfather could find out who that person was. Silence fell inside the car. There was only the sound of music, melodious and pleasant. The Gao family manor. Takajo sat inside the study. After 3 cigarettes, "Dial a number." "Hey." The voice on the other side of the phone was husky with a hint of ice. "Locke, you killed my son, didn't you?" Takagi asked lightly. It was as if it was not his son who had died, but a stranger. Across the phone, Uncle Scarlet Lu, who was sitting on the beach watching the sunset, stiffened, then nodded. "Yes, it's me." The voice was still cold, but it took on a hint of guilt. "Why?" Gao Cheng's eyes were filled with suffocation and anger. Uncle Lu bitterly spoke. "Mr. Gao, Mo Honghan once saved my entire family's lives, and I once promised to help him with 3 things. Now I'm about to go and do the 3rd thing for him, and when I'm done with that, I'll come to you in person and give you an explanation." The voice was calm, the tone flat. Takagi finally couldn't help but explode. "Account? What the are you going to account for? You killed 2 of my sons. 2 sons. The Gao family almost lost their bloodline because of you. Now that my old man is old, the Gao family has no successors. For the sake of so-called repayment, you want to destroy the Gao family." Angry growls continued to ring out. Uncle Lu, however, had hung up his cell phone. "If I say I'll give you an explanation, I will. I helped Mo Honghan kill 2 of your sons, so I'll help you kill 2 more of his." Uncle Lu put the phone back inside his pants pocket. "Stand up. It's time to go. Break the last ties." He stood up, carrying darts and daggers. Without skipping a beat, he walked down the reef, South Concave Beach. Lu Fei parked his car in the parking lot of the resort. "Get out of the car with the somewhat soulless Gao Mohan." "Ms. Gao, I see you're preoccupied. Why don't you come back tomorrow?" Lu Fei said. Gao Mohan raised his head and stubbornly shook his head. "I'm fine. Let's go over there and take a look. I so want to see a familiar face." Lu Fei followed her line of sight. There was a raised eyebrow. An acquaintance indeed. Among the several beautiful women over there, wasn't one of them the leading lady of last night's dinner party? The little princess of the Mo family, Mo Xian? "Since it's an acquaintance, go over and take a look," Lu Fei said. Gao Mohan nodded lightly and said, "Good." Having said that, big step forward, toward Mo Xian. Hey, isn't this the Gao family's eldest Miss Gao Mohan? Lu Fei? How dare you get together with this guy? It seems that the Gao family has indeed fallen, and you've even started competing with Chu Yushi for men. Mo Xian looks young, but her mouth is very poisonous. The opening was a snide comment. Around, a group of second-generation followers of the Mo family burst out laughing. Gao Mohan stared straight at her. Suddenly, pop, she slapped hard and landed directly on the face of Mo Xian, who was caught off guard. At once, it was as if time stood still and the crows were silent. Chapter 118, Top Master? 2 seconds to kill. A slap falls. A cold light flashed in Gao Mohan's eyes. Mo Xian, remember this slap. This is the beginning of the Gao family's revenge on your Mo family. Her voice was indifferent, filled with icy killing intent. Mo Xian covered her face. The eyes grew cold. By her side, none of the several famous second-generation men and women from Southo moved. The Gao family and the Mo family, both of them were hegemonic existences. They, the little shrimps, did not dare to get involved casually. Cluck cluck cluck. Gao Mohan, do you want to die? Mo Xian smiled icily. Suddenly a step was taken. The hand swung out hard. The same was aimed at Gao Mohan's face. Gao Mohan's eyes were cold. Nimbly avoids the slap. It was 2 swings. Snap. Directly smacked. Mo Xian's face reddened, and the anger in her eyes was almost vented. Gao Mohan, I want you to die. Imo Shiyen's face was full of grimace. Her hands formed claws and scratched towards Gao Mohan's face, but Gao Mohan had obviously practiced his combat skills for a while. No matter how much Imo Shiyen struck out to chase after her, Gao Mohan made it so that she couldn't even touch the corners of her clothes. And the slaps kept coming. Imo Shiyen's face, at a speed visible to the naked eye, slowly swelled up. The mind of this little princess who grew up intelligent and star-studded in the Imo family completely collapsed. Ah, Gao Mohan, I want you to die. Asshole, asshole. Among the roars, the few second generation that followed Imo Shiyen out to play finally couldn't sit still. Men and women stood up. Stop fighting. Miss Gao, Miss Mo, stop fighting. I've called the police. Shouting, the men then charged towards the two women's battle group. Prepare to pull the offset. Lu Fei's eyes flashed. Walked up to them. Get out of the way. A male youth who looked a bit like Wang Hong's arms spread out and landed on Lu Fei's shoulders. Get out. Lu Fei's shoulders shook. Took a step forward. It directly knocked this rich kid out. Bang, bang, bang. Several people were brought down by him. Asterisk. Get him, top you. Among the roars, the few rich kids who didn't dare to make a move on Gao Mohan all found their targets. Rising from the ground, he rushed towards Lu Fei. Lu Fei stood still. One hand juggled them. It drew countless spectators on the beach. This pretty boy is so handsome. Wow, what a body. This kind of little puppy. The old lady can't top it. Among the murmurs, Uncle Lo, who was hidden inside the crowd, touched his hands to his waist. A chill flashed in his eyes. Storming out. Chirp chirp. Among the ear-piercing sounds, the entire 6 flying daggers flew out almost simultaneously. It was pointed straight at Lu Fei's brow, and where he might be next. Center of the crowd. Lu Fei's brow tingled. The fighting instincts of the divine interceptor were instantly awakened. His body twisted like a snake. Instantly pleased the siege of 6 flying daggers. Six flying daggers swept past him. It all fell on a couple of rich kids. Among the muffled sounds, the flying daggers went straight through several people's bodies. It brought up a shower of blood. Bang, bang, bang. A few of the second generation fell straight to the ground, wailing continuously on the ground. Lu Fei turned back. The expression was pensive, looking at Uncle Scarlet Lu who strides out from the crowd. I didn't realize you were still a master. Uncle Li's expression sank in. A sardonic smile followed. But you will still die today. He slowly drew out his 2 daggers, stepping out at an extremely fast speed and an odd pace as he rushed towards Lu Fei. Lu Fei looked heavy. Not a single movement. Swish! In a flash of cold light, the dagger pointed straight at his throat. Lu Fei's arm probed out lightning fast. One grabbed Uncle Li's wrist. Take it hard. Terrifying power instantly boiled over. Put! A muffled sound. The dagger went straight through Uncle Ra's palm and into his own shoulder blade. Moment! His right hand was nailed just above his left shoulder blade. Roar! Uncle Lo let out a horrified growl. The left hand jabbed out ferociously. Lu Fei once again struck out like lightning. Directly grabbed his left wrist. A pinch, a twist, put. His left hand, by Lu Fei, was stuck directly on top of his own thigh. Blood is dripping. Just 2 moves. Uncle Lock. This one made Southo smell bad. The top fighter who killed the 2 sons of the god of gamblers, Taka Shiro, it was directly killed by Lu Fei in seconds. Fell to the ground and wailed. What kind of move is this? What kind of move is this? How can there still be an expert like you in this era? Too strong. Too strong. Uncle Lu crumbled and howled. He had fought all over the islands of Nanjiang and Nanao without a single opponent, but I didn't expect it. Got killed in 2 moves today. 3 views collapsed. Luffy looked down at him. A ghostly light flickered in his eyes. A kick crushed his leg bone. Among the sounds of bones bursting, he said softly, because I'm open. Let Uncle Lu struggle and wail like a bug on the ground. Lu Fei turned back. Gao Mohan and Imo Shiyen had stopped fighting. The 2 just stared at him blankly. Like hell. How did you do it? Too strong. Lu Fei walked over, toward Gao Mohan. He said, call your grandfather and ask him to send someone to clean up the mess. Gao Mohan trembled. A quick nod. Pulling out his cell phone, he called Takagi. Lu Fei, on the other hand, wiped his hands, turned around and sat in the car. Grandpa, that Uncle Lu made a move. He's going to kill Lu Fei. Bottom line, Takashiro's hands shook. The face hardened. Said Mo Honhan, still so ruthless. If Lu Fei dies, it looks like I'll have to find another person to deal with the Mo family. Having said that, he added, Mo Han, you should go. Leave that Lu Fei alone. It's dangerous there. Gao Mohan froze. Silently, he said, but Grandpa, Uncle Lu only made 2 moves before he was killed by Lu Fei in seconds. He's lying on the ground now with his arms and legs broken, and he can't even crawl. Takagi lost his voice. Chapter 119, The God of Gambler's Rage. Bloodshed. Half an hour later, Kojo is a beach reached directly by boat. By now the paramedics had also arrived, and the few rich kids who had been slammed through the body with flying knives had already been taken to the hospital. And Uncle Lu, the murderer, is still lying on top of the beach, glancing at Uncle Lu, who had both hands nailed directly inside his bones, listening to the doctor explain the injuries in general. Takagi's face had been covered in horror. He took 1 step to the car, looking at Lu Fei who was sitting in the car playing with his cell phone. The eyes were filled with scorn and shock. Mr. Lu is deeply hidden, but he's still such an expert. Lu Fei raised his head, shaking his head. He said, "What's a master or not? It's all just floating clouds." The corners of Takagi's mouth twitched. "Thank you Lu Sheng for today. I owe you another one." Lu Fei looked up. Indifferently, he said, "It's fine. If Mr. Gao really wants to thank me, just give me 8 or 10 billion. Takagi's face darkened, dryly laughing. He said, "Mr. Lu is joking." Lu Fei looked up at the time, saying, "Mr. Gao, help me out here. I'm a bit hungry here. I want to go eat." Takagi nodded his head in a hurry. "Good. Don't worry Lu Sheng. I'll take care of this side for you." After saying that, he waved at Gao Mohan and said, "Mohan, accompany Lu Sheng to dinner." Gao Mohan got into the car. "Start the car. Drive toward the front." While driving, he said, "Today, thank you Mr. Lu." Lu Fei turned back. "So, want to get laid?" Gao Mohan was silent. Lu Fei bristled. Leaning back on the couch, he muttered, "Women are all the same," saying thank you without any real action. Gao Mohan's ears reddened, and yet, he still didn't say a word. It didn't take long. The two arrived at a specialty restaurant and sat down ready to eat. St. Hospice, Mo Chi Bing, who had already treated his wounds, rushed inside the hospital room with a limp, shouting towards Mo Honghan, "Dad, Uncle Lu missed. That Lu Fei is an expert." Mo Honghan froze, exclaimed, "How can that be?" Back then, he was unrivaled in fighting the 2 islands. Mo Chi Bing was also filled with horror, said, "This matter is true. Shi Yan was there at that time. She saw with her own eyes that Lu Fei used only 2 moves to directly waste Uncle Lu." Hiss. Mo Honghan sucked in a breath of cool air. Shock and dismay filled his face. "This Lu Fei, how come it's so strong?" He took a deep breath, said, "Immediately contract the family's power to guard against the Lu's surname counterattack." Mo Flag Bing nodded vigorously. The entire Mo was in a state of military chaos. Eat. Lu Fei drove back to the Chu family's villa. Inside the living room, all 3 members of the Chu family were seated in front of the couch. Seeing Lu Fei come back, Chu Yushi jumped up at once, rushing to Lu Fei. "Lu Fei, you wasted that legendary big shot Chen Lu in 2 moves this afternoon?" The words fell. Chu Weinan and Zhong Sihong couldn't help but look over. Lu Fei shrugged his shoulders. "I really don't understand you people. Casually handling such a weakling has shocked you like this?" Chu Weinan and Zhong Sihong had egg on their faces. "Nima, that was the Chen Lu who had fought all over the 2 islands in the past. There are even naming movies based on him. How come you're a weakling when it comes to you?" "Mr. Lu, it's still really surprising." Zhong Sihong spoke with difficulty. Chu Weinan nodded along. Chu Yushi, however, was so excited that her face turned red as she chirped and asked, Tell me, what move did you use to waste your opponent? Black Tiger pulls out the heart? Monkey steals peach? Or Iron Throat?" Lu Fei gave her a look, said, "Where did you learn that dirty trick? I have to go to the gym to work out. Are you coming?" Chu Yushi's eyes were kind. Nodding his head, he said, Yeah, I'll go too. And by the way, you can teach me a few more moves." Said he went to the gym with Lu Fei. Chu Weinan's 2 families sat on the sofa and watched the backs of the 2 people. It always felt as if something wasn't quite right. Fitness, hot dish, fried rice. Luffy was enjoying himself. Mo's family, however, is tormented. After determining that his son was killed at the behest of Mohunkan, the old man Takagi finally exploded. Overnight, 5 people from the Mo family's first line died, and more than 10 from the side branches. At the same time, the Mo family's industries were also attacked to varying degrees. Although Mo Honghan knew very well in his heart that this was Takacheng's revenge, but he could only fight and swallow blood now. Compared to the Gao family, the Mo family was prosperous and had more targets. The key was that Chen Lo had been wasted, and the people under his command had actually turned their guns around and attached themselves to the Gao family to strike at the Mo family. Old Pipsqueak, Mo Honghan was so angry that his face turned green, but couldn't think of a better way. All night long, he didn't even sleep well. The next morning, Gao Mohan dialed Lu Fei's number. "Lu Sheng, are you free today? I'd like to invite you to dinner. Lu Fei shook his head and said, no, I'm going back to Magic City today to take care of business. Gao Mohan froze. Hurriedly, he asked, what time is your flight? Let me see you off at the airport. Lu Fei said, it takes off at 10 minutes past 10 in the morning, and I'll be going to the airport right now. Gao Mohan nodded and said, okay, then I'll go to the airport right away. Half an hour later, South Concave Airport, Gao Mohan met Lu Fei. In addition to that, he also met Chu Weinan, as well as a team of senior engineers from the Dachu Group. Miss Gao came to see Mr. Lu off? Chu Weinan asked with a bit of surprise. Gao Mohan nodded, walking up to Lu Fei, gritted his teeth, suddenly on tiptoe. Well, Lu Fei was slightly stunned by the sneak attack. Gao Mohan's face slightly reddened. Thank you, whispered. This iceberg beauty resumed her expressionless look. Waving his hand, he said, Lu Sheng, on behalf of my grandfather, I've come to give you a message that the agreement between you and him is valid forever. Lu Fei nodded. Good. Gao Mohan bowed slightly towards him. Then, I'll leave first, Mr. Lu, have a safe trip. Having said that, turning around and flinging his long legs, he left in style. Chapter 120, Returning to Magic City. Arrangements of the Haiku Group. Lu Sheng, it's really a teenage fling dash. Chu Weinan muttered with a not-so-good look on his face. After all, how is Lu Fei considered his daughter's boyfriend in Nano? Chu Weinan wasn't very sure that the relationship between Lu Fei and his daughter Chu Yushi was considered a boyfriend and girlfriend, but as a father, he's a little upset right now. Lu Fei smiled and said, if Mr. Chu has nothing else, let's board the plane. Chu Weinan's balls hurt. It's not like there's any position to say anything more. The group boarded Chu Weinan's private jet, fly straight to Mordor. After getting off the plane, this time it was Qin Shihan who came to pick up the airplane. It was also the first time Lu Fei had met the head of his investment company, a woman wearing a professional suit, with a very impressive face and body, and an aura somewhat similar to Gao Mohan, but the air of a strong woman in her body was even more powerful than Gao Mohan. Hello Mr. Lu, the hotel has been arranged. May I send Mr. Chu and his team to the hotel now? Qin Shihan bowed slightly. Lu Fei turned back towards Chu Weinan and said, Mr. Chu, I still have some things to take care of on my side, so you and your team should go to the hotel first to rest for the night. How about tomorrow morning, when we're discussing about the partnership? Although it was inquiring, but the attitude in it is clear enough. Chu Weinan nodded and said, good, I'm fine with whatever arrangements you make. Lu Sheng, Qin Shihan sent someone to send Chu Weinan and his team to the hotel. On her own, she joined Lu Fei and drove to the Hecker Group. At the Hecker Group office, Lu Fei met Xiao Wenbin again. As soon as they met, this Mr. Xiao couldn't wait to kneel on the ground and bow down to Lu Fei. Mr. Lu, you are really too divine. I've already hired the relevant experts to help bring up the salvage of that piece of sunken treasure. The gold and silver in it were taken out yesterday afternoon. According to the authority testing, the purity of those gold and silver are quite good, and the value is estimated to be around 1 billion. The most valuable is still those porcelain antiques, according to expert prediction, which may even have the existence of Yuan Qinghua. On top of that, there are tons of medieval treasures from the continent, and those antiques will definitely be worth more than $20 billion now. Mr. Lu, you really are this. Xiao Wenbin could no longer find any words to describe it. His admiration for Lu Fei was like a torrent of continuous water. Lu Fei patted his shoulder. Take a seat on the couch. Asked, let's put the matter of the company's expedition to one side, and now talk about the company's work in 3 areas, namely, fishery farming, shipping and deep-sea fishing. Xiao Wenbin coughed lightly. Sit down. Tell the secretary to hurry up and pour the tea. Then the debriefing began. Mr. Lu, I've already been clearing out these projects right after I took office. However, the fishery industry has been seriously affected by the use of banned substances, and many merchants are afraid to buy our products, so the fisheries farming branch is currently in the red. As for the 2 business segments of freight transportation and deep-sea fishing, then, for the time being, they can barely hold their own. But I've heard the South Concave Mo family is going to make a move against us, and I guess the cargo piece will gradually be hit. At the end of the day, only the deep-sea fishing segment of the business is left with less resistance. Lu Fei crossed his legs, after a pat on the knee, said, okay, I got it. He stood up, said, does the company have any deep-sea fishing vessels in port right now? Xiao Wenbin nodded his head and said, yes, 4 fishing boats came back just yesterday, and they're in the harbors right now. Okay, go over there. Half an hour later, port terminal, Lu Fei boarded the first deep-sea fishing vessel, without a trace. A valuable sea fish trap, the size of a fingernail cap, was shoved inside the mast of a deep-sea fishing boat. Immediately after, he boarded the ship one after another, tucked the remaining 2 traps, 2, where the deep-sea fishing boat was sure no one would find them and made sure they wouldn't be damaged. Chapter 121, Auntie you discovered. Do it all. Lu Fei disembarked. Said, the breeding side continues, you can find a few network anchors to come. Transparent live broadcast to whitewash the previous black history. Cargo side you get ready. Not waiting to bear the brunt of Moe's, but I'm ready to take the initiative to Moe's. As for deep-sea fishing, just plan well and get on with it. Chiu Wenbin nodded vigorously. Okay Mr. Lu, I've written it all down. Get these things done. Lu Fei and Qin Shihan left the hacker group. Mr. Lu, this is the work schedule for tomorrow. Take a look. Qin Shihan, who acted as a temporary secretary, handed Lu Fei tomorrow's schedule. Lu Fei looked away, said, okay, I'll make a note of that. Send me to the Townsend. An hour or so later, the car pulled up in front of the Thompson. Lu Fei got out of the car, waved with Qin Shihan, walked into the house that I hadn't been back to in days. Click, opened the door. What Lu Fei didn't expect was, Qin Cici, the F-key anchorwoman, was actually frog jumping inside his house again, even more over the top, wearing surprisingly small tank tops. See Lu Fei's feet. Bang! Qin Cici a dog-eat-dog, down on the ground. I've just returned to the palace, and Consort AI performs this great honor? Lu Fei asked smilingly. Qin Cici fell with tears in her eyes, but numbly climbed to his feet. One hugged Lu Fei's DA leg. Oh, Fei help, said. The girl actually squeezed a few tears out of her eyes. Lu Fei froze. What's wrong? Jin Shiyu walked out. Brother Fei, this little cutie, signed up for a guild, but that guild turned out to be a pit, and now she can't climb up inside the pit. People even threatened her with a contract to go drink with a client, and if she didn't go, they would have to block and snowball her. Lu Fei was speechless. Just this little? Lu Fei was speechless. Qin Cici nodded her head vigorously and said, yeah, this is a small matter for Brother Fei, but it's a big matter for me. Lu Fei skimmed his lips, said, alright, I'll help you in this thing, but how are you going to repay me? Qin Cici's eyes lit up. Climbing to his feet, he shouted, then give me your body. After shouting, he climbed towards Lu Fei's body. On the side, Jin Cie's face turned green. Qin Cici, get the hell out of my way. The furious lioness exploded with terrifying power, directly dragged Qin Cici down. Then, pulling Lu Fei into the bedroom, he closed the door with a bang. A few minutes later, Qin Cici broke down and covered her ears, running to the balcony to blow cold air to calm herself down. Until lunchtime, it was only then that Lu Fei finally left the bedroom. Looking at Qin Cici who was paralyzed on the sofa with a face full of despair, Lu Fei said, come on, tell us which guild it is. Qin Cici cheered up. Rush to your feet. Rushing inside the room to report his laptop. The chattering just started. Having said that, Lu Fei sniffled. Okay, I know about this, you don't need to worry about it. Take a vacation for a few days and I'll make time to fix it in a few days. Off the cuff, Qin Cici got excited, jumped directly onto Lu Fei. Open your mouth and gnaw. Don't. I'm a bit full of food now and I'm hungry again. Let's go out for a meal first. Lu Fei refused Qin Cici with great perseverance and turned back to take the two sisters out. Looking for food. Afternoon. He wasn't busy either. Quietly asked out by Yu Menglan. Good for you. You've been making a name for yourself in Southo these days. Auntie Yu opened her mouth sourly as soon as they met. Lu Fei shrugged his shoulders and said, it can't be helped. The young man is too handsome. It's only right that he's missed. Yu Menglan rolled her eyes. Said, let's go. We haven't had a good time at that last beach yet. I've got my bathing suit today, and I've got your swim trunks, so let's go over there and have some fun. Said. She raised the bag she'd brought into the car. Lu Fei's eyes lit up. Yeah, having said that, start the car and head for the deserted beach you've been to before. 2:30 p.m. Lu Fei and Yu Menglan came to the beach. 5 points out. Lu Fei received a call from Lin Shi. Hey, Lu Fei, you went back to Magic City, didn't you? There's a family dinner at my house tonight, and my mom would like to invite you to dinner. Lu Fei froze. Agreed. Yeah, what time does it start? Lin Shi said. It officially starts at 7 o'clock in the evening. Can you be there? Lu Fei nodded. No problem, it's fine. Lin Shi was silent for a while, and then continued. Get ready. Those things you incurred in Southo have upset my father. Luffy smacked his lips. Hey, he's probably jealous. Said. Don't worry, the old driver is a steady driver. Lin Shi sniffled. It's good that you know it in your heart. Surprisingly, he didn't do anything further to pursue Lu Fei for all those rumors of his philandering in Southo. What a sister who knows her way around. Lu Fei sighed, hanging up the phone. Casually, he slammed his cell phone into his pants pocket and set it down. Lu Ruoxin broke down and screamed at home, heart pounding. At the same time, inside his head, he remembered that night on the boat again. She distinctly remembered getting up in the middle of the night to drink water. I ended up running into the scene where Yu Menglan sneaked back to her room. Chapter 122, Anti-Yu's Deep Set. Lu Ruoxin didn't believe a single word of Yu Menglan's words right now. Come on you. I can kind of see that you're determined to get stuck in. Lu Ruoxin was so angry that she didn't know what to say. Yu Menglan rolled her eyes at Lu Fei. Soothingly, he said, "Unla, your sister-in-law, I'm still very measured. Don't worry, nothing will happen." Lu Ruoxin raised an eyebrow. The vocal line steepened. What else do you want to happen? What could happen? Do you want to give me another little cousin? It's loud. Lu Fei heard it all. Yu Menglan's face reddened. Damn girl, what are you talking about? I won't talk to you now. I'll fix you up when I get back. Having said that, hangs up straight away. Lu Fei came up. Why don't we give Ruoxin a little cousin or a little cousin? He asked with a grin. Yu Menglan's ears were red. Get out. TSK. Auntie can be shy too. Fantastic. Lu Fei shrugged. Turn around. Getting dressed. Let's go back. Drive the car. Sent Yu Menglan to the entrance of the neighborhood. After saying goodbye and Auntie Yu, Lu Fei drove towards the Lin family's villa again. Yu Menglan carried the bag and walked to the front door of her house, and suddenly became a bit jittery. After a good while, she took a deep breath. Just opened the door to the room. Click. Walk in and take a look. Lu Ruoxin sat in front of the sofa with a face as gloomy as iron, just staring straight at her. And you've come back for good? What's in the pocket? Yu Menglan smiled awkwardly. Said, the bathing suit dash. Lu Ruoxin's face became even more ugly. You're good. How dare you ask Lu Fei to go swimming? He said and took the bag over to him. Open it. The face is green. This style, it's quite fancy to play with. Yu Menglan froze. Suddenly hardened. What? I have to report to you on what style of bathing suit I'm wearing. Lu Ruoxin froze as her aura began to fade. The report is not necessary. But isn't it a bit inappropriate for you to go out with Lu Fei dressed like this? This is the opposite of the other. Yu Menglan's temper got even more arrogant. Said, what? The old lady doesn't look good dressed like that? Damn girl, you don't look at my old lady over 30. Her figure is no worse than yours. Then what's wrong with what the old lady wears? It's not ugly to wear out. Lu Ruoxin was furious. But you're going out with Lu Fei. Yu Menglan said with full of concern, this has nothing to do with who I go out with. Old lady with such a good figure. Shouldn't wear pretty Ryu Ruoxin was made to feel self-conscious by her sophistry. Lifelessly, he leaned back on the couch. Okay, you're great. You're unrivaled in the world. Okay, you can wear whatever you like. I can't control you anyway. Yu Menglan breathed a sigh of relief. A hearty snicker. It's good that you understand. But mind your own business. Seeing as you're about to be 25 and you're still single and alone. Looks like I'll have to find a friend to introduce you to 2 blind dates. Or else you'll know how to mind my business all day long. Lu Ruoxin panicked. No, Auntie. No, little mom. I'm only 24. What's the point of dating? And how many of your so-called friends are trustworthy? Don't introduce me blindly. I know what to look for. She had a batch of panic. Don't want to end the single life so soon. At the same time, deep down, there is also a certain luxury. Yu Menglan glanced at her and finally found the 7 inches. Said, okay, let's see how you do. I'm hungry, go make me dinner. Lu Ruoxin hurriedly stood up. Very doggedly, he squeezed her shoulders. Yes, sister-in-law Sama. I'll get right on it. After a few squeezes, she dug into the kitchen. Yu Menglan smiled smugly. Ginger is still hot. Dead girl. Play with the old lady. Suppress you in minutes. After walking into the kitchen, Lu Ruoxin was busy for a while. It was only then that it finally came back to me. No, I'm not the one who's raising hell. How come I'm the one who's been whisked away to the kitchen to cook instead? Auntie, you're too deep in your ruse. Lu Ruoxin gritted her teeth for a moment. An endless sense of powerlessness rose again in his heart. Aha! What the hell are you going to do with this evil sister-in-law? I really don't want to call that asshole Lu Fei's little dad. Lu Ruoxin was obviously cooking, but the way she was holding the knife, it looked like she was chopping her father's murderer. Lin family villa. Lu Fei parked the big G inside the parking space. Get out of the car. Mr. Lu is here? Little Lu, sit inside. Mr. Lu, just waiting for you. The relatives of the Lin family greeted them. Now who doesn't know that Lu Fei is the super nouveau riche of Magic City? There's an awesome gaming company on hand. Another $20 billion was spent on a major company like Heckler Group. Key, I've dug up the treasure. Surrounded by people of all shapes and sizes, Lu Fei walked into the villa hall. Lin Shi's old man, Lin Sin, looked at him, and again, his face was a bit of a nose. Mr. Lu is a rare guest. It's really fluffy to be here today. Obviously very polite words, but coming from him, it seemed a bit shady instead. The inside of the hall went quiet. Lu Fei looked at him. A sudden smile. Uncle Lin, I heard that your Linsen group has run into some trouble recently? Lin Sen's expression stuttered slightly. Linsen group in a bit of trouble? More than a little trouble. Instead, they got into serious trouble. As a high-end restaurant chain, a premium Chinese restaurant under Linsen Catering was exposed 2 days ago for using inferior ingredients as premium ingredients. And the person who broke the news is also a super rich kid who is known throughout the country. Now the Chinese restaurant under Linsen Catering is on the verge of closing its doors. What made Linsen feel even more suffocated was, the materials he used were definitely worthy of that price, but it just got screwed. And not only was that one store affected, all that one brand line, with locations in dozens of cities across the country, has suffered considerably. The market capitalization of Linsen Group has shrunk by nearly $2 billion in the past 2 days. Lin Sen's face sank. Sigh. Nodding his head, he said, "It's a bad time." Luffy sat down in front of the sofa, said, "Did you offend that Ponvinci?" Lin Sen nodded and shook his head again, saying, "It's not exactly an offense. Didn't Creek make an appearance with you the other day when your ship set sail? He saw Creek, so he wanted to go after her, and he even made connections to find me to get my support." Having said that, he looked at Lu Fei with hatred, muttering, "If I had known that your kid would turn out to be so flowery, I would have promised him on the spot. It's a shame I didn't say yes at that time, or where would we be today?" The words just fell out. Lin Shi's great uncle Zhu Wenhe then burst out laughing. "Just get over it. Who doesn't know that Pang Wenci is an empty straw man? How much capital has his father given him in the past few years to stand on his own 2 feet? If it's not $10 billion, it must be $8 billion. What happened? All of it was lost by that loser. If you really agree to him, I as an uncle will be the first to say no." The corner of Lin Sen's mouth twitched, looked at Zhu Wenhe, grunted and couldn't speak. Aside, Zhu Yuping sighed, said, "Okay, today is your old man's birthday. Don't talk about all this nonsense. Everyone sit down for a little while longer, and the feast will begin soon." Having said that, stand up, turned around and went to arrange for food and drink. Inside the lobby, Lindsay sighs. Chapter 123, The Lin Family Banquet, the targeted Linsen Group. Lu Fei leaned back on the sofa, said, "Uncle Lin, I came in a hurry today and didn't bring any gifts over for you, but although there is no physical object, I do have a big gift for you." At once, the Lin family's relatives all showed their surprise. "What's the big gift?" Luffy craned his neck, looking to Lin Shi, said, "Uncle Lin should know that my game company's game is very hot right now, right? I don't know if you've ever thought of having a handful of themed restaurants? I can just authorize you to open the restaurant. I believe that with the popularity of my game right now, targeting the youth market, it should be much more popular than a purely vegetarian restaurant. Hero Alliance theme restaurant, Lu Fei does not authorize out, will also be one after another people to engage in this stuff. Instead of waiting for others to mess around and screw around a few times, I'd rather do a favor." And he's going to buy another hand-me-down toy factory that specializes in gaming peripherals. When the time comes, you can just throw it inside the theme restaurant and sell it, and you don't have to go through the channels separately. In one fell swoop, after listening to him, the older generation, such as Linsen and Zhu Wenhe, haven't shown much. Lin Shi, Zhu Ting, and He Jun, who had also come along with them, all revealed a look of surprise. "That's a good idea. The game League of Legends is on fire right now. That's a really good idea. Uncle Lin, you can consider it." "Dad, you guys may not understand this, but I think what Lu Fei said is indeed operational." The juniors spoke up. "Agree with Lu Fei on this idea." Linsen and the other people of the older generation began to think carefully. Lu Fei also said, "Theme restaurant, this thing is actually not a new thing. Now is not very popular what wood-fired chicken, big bowl of food and so on. At the end of the day, they are also a type of themed restaurant, except that they are themed to the times, whereas the themed restaurants I'm talking about are real and have a wide audience." There was silence inside the hall for a while. Linsicum instantly clapped. "That's fine. I'll give it a try." Having said that, he looked to Linshi, said, "It's just as well. You're good at that stuff. Now you're in your 20s too, and I'm old. It's all about you youngsters from now on. I'm going to put you in charge of the theme restaurant this time. Is there any confidence?" Lin Shi blushed. Zhu Wenin said with a smile, "It's okay, Xiaoxi. Your father let you take charge and will not really leave it alone. There are any difficult places you can find him. You can also ask us elders to help. To say the matter is also a training. I think we can let the 2 families of the younger generation to participate in it. Don't want you to pay a penny of salary, not to mention you don't want any shares. Just let them experience the hardships of entrepreneurship, and by the way, more or less help a little. What do you think, Lindsay?" Lindsay mused, nodding his head. He said, "Yes, then it's done." Having said that, he smoothly said towards He Jun, "Xiao He, you're also Lu Fei's friend. Are you interested in coming over to help?" Hajuan was a bit hesitant. said, "It's actually quite good for me to be in Shenyang right now, and Lu Fei still has 10 buildings hanging over there, so I can help him keep an eye on things if I stay over there." A flash of disappointment flashed in Zhu Wen's eyes. Lu Fei answered, "Uncle Lin, don't make it difficult for June. He's in real estate and catering are two completely different things. Besides, I just happen to have something on my side that I need him to help me with. So this is something that even if he agrees, I definitely can't let him help Creek." Everyone turned back. Judith asked curiously, "What's the good thing about taking care of him?" Luffy leaned back on the sofa and changed his position. Said, "I recently took a piece of land over in the high-tech zone, and I'm going to jointly develop it with the Dachu group over in Southo. I want to form a supervisory company and have June become the general manager to keep an eye on the progress of the project for me." At once, there was silence inside the hall. High-tech, a piece of land, and ing develop real estate. Lu Fei, aren't you taking too big a step? It seems like all the money you spent on the Heckler Group before was mortgaged against those 10 buildings, right? And now real estate is not as good as in previous years. If the location is not good enough, it is easy to lose money, Linson said with a frown, and out of the goodness of my heart, a reminder. Chapter 124, How much money do you have? Lu Fei shrugged his shoulders and said, "It's fine, the lot I took is in a very good location, and I'm going to jointly develop a commercial integrated area out with Dachu Group." The words fell. Xu Wenha and the others showed surprise. "Which labeled parcel did you get?" Lu Fei recalled. Said, "I think it's G26. G26? Which parcel is that?" Xu Wenha, however, had a shocked look on his face. "You said you took G26, the Land King of the high-tech zone." Lu Fei shrugged his shoulders and said, "I don't know about the Land King or not, but anyway, the piece of land I took down has more than 280,000 square meters, and the location should be pretty good too." At once, there was a chorus of voices sucking in cool air inside the hall. The king of the land in the high-tech zone is more than 280,000 square meters. The news that the Land King had been auctioned for $26.8 billion in the past 2 days had already spread throughout the Magic City. So many people have been asking about who actually won the auction for that piece of land. But until Lu Fei said that he had bought the land, no one knew who had actually gotten it. Now, hearing this news with their own ears, even 10 billionaires like Zhu Wenha and Linson were dizzy for a moment. Over $20 billion for a piece of land. Oh, my God, this guy, exactly how much money? Lu Fei, just how much more money have you hidden? Shu Ting asked with a face full of shock. Lu Fei shrugged his shoulders, didn't hide much money. Everyone else had been speechless. Nima, how many assets does this guy have now? No one knows. Hell knows how many other cards he's hiding. Lu Fei, you've reached a cooperation agreement with the Dachu group? Lindsay asked. Lu Fei nodded and said, "Well, there is currently an intention that the Chu Weinan people from Dachu are already in Magic City. After the site visit tomorrow, I'll bring my team to talk to the other party in detail about the mode of cooperation." Having said that, he looked to Hujuan, said, "June, prepare on your side. Chu Weinan and I have already reached a preliminary cooperation intention. The odds are that tomorrow will be a walk through basically signing the contract, and I'm hoping that you can resign out soon on your end. Help me form a new company to oversee the progress and quality of the work." June's face was already red with excitement. Nodding vigorously, he said, "Don't worry, I'll submit my resignation first thing in the morning." Lu Fei nodded. Set the matter in stone. The people from the Lin family and the Zhu family looked at him. All of the younger generation were doing a double take. This man, good-looking and rich. The point is that the ability is so strong that only a few days ago, he bought a group of companies as big as the Hecker Group with a small amount of money. As a result, without saying a word, another piece of land was purchased. The actual value of that piece of land is definitely more than $26.8 billion, and the amount of money earned if the development is successful will definitely double. Too strong. Brother Fei, when you're done over there, take care of little brother too. Brother Fei's fertilizer doesn't flow to outsiders. Remember to look for me if there are any good things in the future. The relatives of the Lin and Zhu families spoke up. The atmosphere was electric. For once, Lu Fei became the center of attention inside the entire hall. Although Lin Sin had a bit of a lump in his heart, he took a look at how bullish Lu Fei was. Sigh, forget it, children and grandchildren will be blessed. Aside, Lin Shi's beautiful eyes fell on Lu Fei's body. A flash of infatuation flashed in his eyes. This man, he's really getting more and more attractive yet. After the star-studded dinner at the Lin family, it was after 10 o'clock at night before Lu Fei got off. He didn't drink today, drove back to the Townsend home. Jin Yuki is in. Shin Cece was not there. Took a shower. Rarely did I make fried rice. Two people fall into a deep sleep. Early the next morning, Lu Fei got up from the chuang in a refreshed state. After eating the loving breakfast made by Jin Xie, drove straight to the hotel where Chu Weinan was staying. Upon arrival, the group hoofed it to the high-tech zone again. Standing in front of Lot D26, take a copy of the high-tech zone planning drawings. The architectural experts of the Dacha group began to discuss it. Half an hour later, they unanimously felt that the site was in a very good prime location. If the development is completed in the future, it will definitely become a landmark of the high-tech zone, gathering all the popularity of the surrounding area. Shu Don, this piece of land is very good. Now it's all about the design program. Shu Don, no problem. Shu Weinan took a deep breath. Looking towards Lu Fei, said Lu Sheng, there is no problem with the land, as long as your documents are okay. Then the design plan passes our review and our collaboration can begin anytime. Lu Fei said, no problem, our design has been tentatively finalized. You can be invited to see it now. Chu Weinan froze. Frowning, he said, Lu Sheng, this is a big project, not just showing 2 houses. You don't need to come up with some shoddy program just for the sake of our collaborative progress, do you? Lu Fei gave him a look, said Mr. Chu, let's see it first. Chu Weinan muttered in his heart, see? What good design can you come up with in such a short period of time? Design is not just a matter of opening your mouth and saying a few words. All aspects must be considered perfect or not. An hour or so later, Flyer Investments conference room. Paul, an internationally recognized architectural designer, stood in front of the projector, holding a small stick in his hand. He points eloquently at the 3D image displayed above the projector. Ladies and gentlemen, for this piece of land, we made this proposal based on Mr. Lu's request. First of all, a special manor hotel will be built here. A luxury shopping mall will be built here, with an affordable shopping mall next door. This will be the amusement park. Here, as he continued to explain, match the movement of the 3D image. The entire design was presented to all. High-end, luxury, beautiful, and everything that needs to be considered has been thought through with this design plan. Far exceeded expectations. Xu Weinan and the engineers from the Dachu group that he had brought with him were all shocked to the point of losing their voices. Chapter 125, Get lost or get your face over here. Wait until Paul has finished explaining. A silence had fallen inside the conference room. Ryoko, Wo dash. Loud applause. Xu Weinan and the others all stood up and applauded vigorously. It was wonderful. This design scheme is divine. Just looking at this 3D graphic, there is a magical sense of harmony and attraction. When it's built, it definitely has a chance to become another commercial center in Magic City. This design plan, if you look at the building separately, it's really just comforting. The overall effect, however, gives as well a very strong appeal. This is a true masterpiece. Lu Sheng, I'm convinced. Xu Weinan was convinced. Directly, he said, just follow Lu Sheng's previous conditions. I won't say anything more. Just sign the contract. The corners of Lu Fei's mouth rose lightly. Snapped his fingers. Mr. Xin, bring over the contract you prepared on your side. Xin Shihan nodded. Go out and bring in the contract. Xu Weinan probably looked at it for a while before directly dropping his big name. Then Rokuzen, happy cooperation. Have fun working together. 2 people shaking hands. Lu Fei added, Mr. Xu, you guys on the Dachu side should make preparations first, and we'll officially announce the establishment of the project when you're ready. Xu Weinan nodded his head and said, alright, I will mobilize resources as soon as possible and set up an office in Magic City. In about a week, the official announcement of the project will be made. Lu Fei nodded and said, good, I'll leave this matter to you, Mr. Chu. I'll probably form a supervisory unit on my side to oversee the progress and quality of the work. Xu Weinan nodded. I should. Lu Fei stood up, glanced at the time, said, okay, we are partners in the future. It's not early to go out and have a meal first to celebrate a little. Half an hour later, Plum Garden. Lu Fei led the group of people inside the box that had been set long ago. Eat and drink. The atmosphere is lively. Finished lunch. Xin Shihan asked the head of the public relations department of the investment company to take this group of people to find fun. She and Lu Fei, on the other hand, sat inside the car. Mr. Lu, would you like me to take you somewhere? Lu Fei glanced at the time, said, give me a ride to Tianhe Square. Half an hour later, the car is parked in Tianhe Square. Luffy got out of the car. Xin Shihan drove away. Stand in the square, looking across the street at the largely leased-out building. Lu Fei suddenly had a feeling that he was out of this world, where it all began. He sighed. Step forward, cross the road, check out the office building across the street. Just walked down to the office building. A Pagani was seen parked underneath Lin Shi's cosplay club. A young man with sunglasses, over 5 feet 7 inches tall and relatively average-looking, was standing downstairs with a bouquet of flowers. Just a glance, Lu Fei could tell that this guy was the super-rich second-generation Pangwensher who had given Lin Sin a headache. And across from him, Lin Shi stood with a frosty face. Watch this scene. A cold, Chilling light flashed in Lu Fei's eyes. It's not too fast to walk up. See him coming. A look of surprise flashed across Lin Shi's face. Turn around straight away. After a short trot, he burrowed into Lu Fei's arms. Mr. Pang, this is my boyfriend Lu Fei. Lin Shi took Lu Fei's arm and picked her chin towards Pang Wensi. Pan Vinci froze. Looking at Lu Fei, his face gradually became gloomy. It's easy for Ms. Lin to reject me, but then why find such an underhanded excuse? And I'd like to ask you, Ms. Lin, to think about it clearly, because the market value of Linsanity Catering has shrunk by $2 billion because of one word from me. Maybe if I say one more thing, the market capitalization of Linsanity Catering will shrink by another $2 billion. Was it worth it for you to turn me down or not? Pan Vinci's voice was flat, but the threat smells little cute. It's all audible. Lin Shi's face changed slightly, then he revealed a cold smile. It's okay, my boyfriend will help with that. Pan Vinci froze, finally looking squarely at Lu Fei. Who are you, and what is your identity? Lu Fei smiled icily. A loser rich kid isn't qualified to know who I am. It's more like letting your dad come. Pang Wensi's face instantly turned red. Grass. In your face. Among the roars. He raised his hand and was about to drop it towards Lu Fei's face. Pop. A crunch. Lu Fei's slap came afterward. It landed on his face. It jerked him straight up. Rubbish. What do you know how to order other than defeat? Pan Vinci looked up. Blood had seeped from the corners of his mouth. How dare you hit me? Snap. Lu Fei slapped him in the face again. Either get lost or keep getting beaten. The tone of his voice was cold and his eyes were like knives. One moment. Pang Wensi was stabbed by Lu Fei's knife-like eyes. Boundless anger rose in his heart. Bias. He wimped out. Bang. A muffled sound. He turned around and kicked hard, blowing out his headlights. Turning back to point at Lu Fei, he growled. Bastard. Wait for me. I'll kill you. Having said that, get in the car and start that sports car. Just grayed out. Put. Lin Shi snorted a smile, like a flourishing flower in full bloom. This guy, too much of a wimp, right? Lu Fei shrugged his shoulders. Said the man, why don't you say it's because I'm bossy and it scares him? Lin Shi rolled his eyes and said, come on, how bossy can you be? Lu Fei turned back, a sudden arm around her slender waist. Head down. 2 minutes later, Lu Fei looked up. See, it's just so bossy. Lin Shi's small face was red. A punch landed on Lu Fei's heart and he turned and ran away. Like a frightened deer, the long black straight hairs fluttered in the wind. On this afternoon, the years are quiet. Chapter 126. Lu Fei, proposed Grand Master. Keep running back to the cosplay club. Lin Shi's heart was still thumping violently. Wei Yihan asked, Sister Xiao Shi, why is your face so red? Is it that Pang Wensi? Said. She was full of worry. Lin Shi waved his hand and said, no, Pang Wensi was beaten away by Lu Fei. Wei Han froze. Screaming out ensued. Whoa, Brother Fei is back, and directly beat Pang Wensi violently. So awesome. Soon, the entire cosplay community got the news, rushing down the stairs in unison, surrounding Lu Fei, who was just about to go next door to the Overwatch game. Wow, Brother Fei, you're so handsome. I'm so sorry I didn't come down just now, or I would have definitely recorded it for Fei. Fei, aren't you afraid of Pong Man-Sai's father? A group of women yakking. The noise was so loud that Lu Fei's canopy was flying up. So, can I get a word in edgewise? He held up his hand. The next instant, the scene went straight to silence. Lu Fei breathed a sigh of relief. Well, this is just a small thing. You guys do what you have to do. Don't block the area, it's not a good influence. The group of women got excited again. Wow, Fei is awesome. It's surprising that beating up Pang Wensi, a super second generation, is only a minor matter. Fei is like the king of Chuba, with power and strength. What kind of poetry is being used indiscriminately? The little group of schoolgirls chattered and dispersed. It didn't take long. Inside the Magic City's second-generation circle of friends, just one thing began to circulate. Arrogant and domineering top 2 Pong Man-Sai was beaten up. It was a slap in the face, and the guy who hit him didn't even give him a second thought. He even let slip that even if Pang Wensi's father, Pang Shenhe, stepped in, he would still fight. At once, the Magic City's second-generation circle is sensational, especially after it was exposed that the person who smacked Pang Wensi in the face was Lu Fei, the newest noble of the Magic City who had recently been talked about by many people. More than that, it has generated a great deal of discussion. This Lu Fei floats so hard? This guy Pang Wensi deserves to be beaten. Chasing a girl is chasing a girl. Using that kind of underhanded tactics, it's simply disgraceful. Speaking of which, this Lu Fei is indeed a character. Whether it's swallowing a behemoth like the hate group in one breath or slapping Pang Wenshi in the face, it's not something an ordinary person would dare to do. This time, I wonder if Pang Shang and that old thing will step in? Among the arguments, Vinci got a call from his old man. Doing nothing all day long. I've already given you tens of billions of dollars before and after. Look at what you're doing now besides picking up women and playing Netflix. You've humiliated me. You're not going home tonight. Go wherever you like. I want to smack you when I see you. After Pang Shanghai gave a rant inside the phone, he directly hung up again. Pang Wensi felt scolded without a head and was so angry that he hammered the steering wheel. Grass, how did I lose your face? He gritted his teeth. Full of stubbornness, he muttered. I just don't believe it. I have to make a career out of it. He picked up his cell phone and speed dialed a number. 4. Lao Zhou. Last time you said that Project Lao Z invested in it. You bring your friend to Dongxing Clubhouse and wait for me. Having said that, hangs up straight away. Across the phone, the corner of Zhou Zicheng's mouth twitched. It seems that this Pang Shao of ours has been awakened by a slap in the face, and has even agreed to vote for that project of ours. The few rich young men around couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha, with one more ingrate, we have less risk. This time we're forming Beaver Cat Live. With this guy Pang Wenshur, we can definitely succeed. Don't tell me, this one is a scummy character, but he brings his own flow. Indeed, his online fame must be used wisely to bring our platform to life in one wave. A few of the rich kids are quite brainy. Not only are they targeting the recently hot live streaming sector, but they are also coveting the huge amount of traffic that comes with Pang Wensi. It didn't take long. A group of people arrived at the Dongxing Clubhouse. They arrived on the front foot, and Pang Man Sai arrived on the back foot. As soon as you enter the door, on the direct said, you last told me that thing I promised, but the shares I want 25% less not to do. Several of the rich kids frowned, said, Brother Wensi, your appetite is too big, isn't it? The last negotiation was 15%. Pang Wensi is not exactly a straw man, said, you heart that little bit of small 99 I have in mind. I invested 80 million, by the way, and then used their own fame and celebrity effect to help you absorb Anchor. Accounting for 25% is not too much. Nima, how can this pussy be so smart? A few of the second generation glanced at each other. All of them were taken aback by Pang Wensi's sudden burst of intelligence. A few people exchanged pleasantries for a while. The leader, Zhou Zicheng, stood up. Then, let's do it as you said. Brother Wensi, you alone will take 25%, and we brothers will split the rest. Pang Wensi sat down. Okay, Zhou Zicheng asked, why are you so eager today? The last time I told you about this matter, you still looked down on our brothers. Pang Wensi skimmed his mouth and said, it wasn't because that old man in my house just called without a clue and sprayed me, so I thought of making some achievements to show him. It's not about getting beat up and knowing the shame? Brother Vinci, you didn't read your friend's circle? A second generation asked cautiously. Pang Wensi froze, shaking his head. He said, I was just driving. Look at the hair. The corners of Zhou Zicheng's and the others' mouths twitched, half the time. Is this pussy doing this because she's getting yelled at? So funny. That's fine. Brother Wensi, you sit down for a while. Let's go back and draw up a constitution out, and set up the live broadcast platform as soon as possible. Zhou Zicheng finished. Take the man and hurry away. Otherwise, the youngest has to be ing crazy again. It didn't take long. Inside the private room of the East Fest Clubhouse, came the mournful snarl of Pang Wensi. Lu Fei, proposed grandpa. Chapter 127, the Lingshuan group's eyes on LOL. Pang Wensi huffed and puffed. His face was flushed. Zhou Zicheng. Mud. What the hell? You assholes walk like you're constipated. Lu Fei. Surprisingly, it's this Lu Fei. This dog X. It's not a gentleman who doesn't take this revenge. Bang, bang, bang. Pang Wensi kicked the couch angrily. After a few strokes, he lay down again holding his legs like a dead dog. A long time. He sat up. The face became morose. It's time to get serious, he muttered in a small voice. Pulling out his cell phone, he dialed the number of his personal team leader. Old Wang, is that proposal you said last time for me to take a stake in the amusing bird platform still there? Let's go check out the bird teaser platform. I've been wanting to have some fun lately. Across the phone, the old king cried and laughed. This big young man, there really is a pit in your brain. Last month, he asked his opponent to place a bet on the teaser platform, and he took the money like it was a fart to buy a couple of supercars. As a result, the amusing bird platform is now a big hit because of the live show Who's That Kid's Dad, and the recent hit League of Legends live stream. The stock has almost doubled in value and you want to get in now? Pang Shao, it's not very profitable to enter now, the old king said. Pang Wensi waved his hand and said, just don't pay for it. Alright, you're the big ing brother. Okay, I'll make arrangements. When is Pang Shao going to go over to Amusing Bird to talk about the capital injection? Pang Wensi mused for a moment and said, in the afternoon. Around 3 in the afternoon. Okay, I'll arrange it right away. Hang up. Pang Wensi pressed a button. Soon, A sultry-looking woman with a very charming figure wore a cheongsam and staggered in. Mr. Pang, who do you want to keep you company again today? Panvinci picked up her chin. I want you to stay with me. Is that okay? The woman's eyes flashed. Smiling, she said, that's really something to ask for. Close the door. Demon fights. Overwatch games. Lu Fei sat inside the president's office, listening to Luo Qingcheng report on her work. Mr. Lu, currently our League of Legends is able to exceed 30 million players online at the same time during the peak hours every night. And according to your request, we developed various skins that sell very well. Our profitability is currently very high and has surpassed the profitability of any game on the market. But recently I received not so good news. Lang Sun's side is copying our game and has already come up with a schedule, so I guess it will be online during the National Day. I think we have to be on our guard against Lung Hun's attack. Lu Fei's eyes were cloudy. Lang Sun, the company, very much does not want billion. It imitates whatever is hot on the market. It then uses its own massive traffic portal to appropriate the original game maker's traffic, or even just off and acquire the other side. It's not a very good thing that the Overwatch game is now being targeted by Lung Hun. I see, and I'll keep following up on this matter. Lu Fei nodded with a cold smile. This kind of enemy who doesn't talk about a few books of rules is the most irritating, but Lang Sun was unruly, and Lu Fei was even more of an unruly person. Let's see who suffers more on the internet when everyone doesn't play by the rules. Taking a deep breath, he put the matter aside for the moment. Lu Fei said, this matter can be put aside for now. I've made a deal with Linson Catering to authorize them to open a theme restaurant. Follow up on your end. Also, acquiring 2 more powerful toy factories or outright licensing would work. You can start developing the game's peripherals, and when the time comes, you can put them directly inside the theme restaurant to sell them. Or you can open up other channels. Anyway, just watch your side. I'm too lazy to come over and intervene. Luo Qingcheng readily accepted good advice. Okay, Mr. Lu, I will follow up from my side. Glanced at the time, Lu Fei asked, did that biological parent of yours still come looking for you? Luo Qingcheng nodded. Came to look for me, but didn't see my people, and they got a reporter to expose it, but they got hosed online. Lu Fei raised an eyebrow. Ha, they're really nice too. He shook his head. Stand up, said, let's go. It's almost noon. It's been hard on you lately. I'll treat you to a meal. Luo Qingcheng froze. Silent nod. Good. 10 minutes later, the 2 men went down the stairs side by side. It drew a gasp of amazement from the employees of the Overwatch gaming company. Mr. Lu is back. Mr. Lu and Mr. Luo are really a talented couple. But Mr. Lu is too flamboyant. I heard there are so many confidants. Mr. Luo still needs to work harder if he wants to reach the top. Among the murmurs, the 2 men walked out of the office, headed across the street toward Tianhe Square. Just walked to Tianhe Square. A beautiful young woman suddenly rushed headlong. Luo Qingcheng froze and her face changed slightly. It's her again. Lu Fei frowned. Who? Luo Qingcheng said, it's that female reporter. Lu Fei's face sank. Looking at the female reporter who had rushed in front of her, a cold light flashed in his eyes. I've wanted to see you? The female reporter froze and nodded her head. Mr. Lu is really a nobleman. The last time you made an official announcement about something related to the Shendu ship, I've chased you all the way to interview you, but you refused mercilessly. Oh, it's you. Lu Fei finally remembered. This female reporter was the one that I met in the garage that time before I went to pick up Auntie Yu. You've had enough to eat all day, not to pay attention to people's livelihood. Chasing after the chicken and garlic parents for what? Lu Fei frowned and chided. Gu Hongzhuang rolled her eyes in anger. What do you mean by cockamamie parents? That's a matter of human life. Okay, and that's Mr. Luo's own brother. How can you be so cold-blooded as a person? Lu Fei's expression went cold. Watching her step forward, eyes like knives, looking at Lu Fei who gradually walked to him. Gu Hongzhuang's heart jumped and a sense of fear rose. What are you doing? Don't come any closer. I'll film you and post it online. Chapter 128, is this the love of an elementary school student? Gu Hongzhuang was terrified. Lu Fei smiled icily. None of those bums have wives yet. Why don't you go and make them wives? That would be a matter of great merit. The voice is low. Gu Hongzhuang shivered and shook her head. That thing isn't, it's not the same. Lu Fei coldly grunted. Double standard dog. Gu Hongzhuang's face flushed red. Lu Fei took another step. Get the hell out of here. If you dare to disturb my employees in the future, I don't mind spending some money to have a team of lawyers to keep you from living in peace for the rest of your life. The voice was cold and carried a faint murderous aura. Gu Hongzhuang was completely terrified. She wasn't afraid of being watched by lawyers, but she was afraid of being watched by a team of lawyers all the time. In that case, she really might not be able to live in peace for the rest of her life. Hear me? Lu Fei asked with a cold smile. Gu Hongzhuang nodded her head vigorously. Here. Lu Fei waved his hand. Get the hell out of here if you hear me. Gu Hongzhuang was filled with humiliation, but she didn't dare say a word more. Turn and run. Thanks, Fei Dash. Luo Qingcheng, the iceberg president, actually took the initiative to call Lu Fei. It's okay, with people like that, the weaker you are the more she gets. As soon as you get tough they roll their own. Lu Fei waved his hand with disinterest. Said, let's go. I'll treat you to a nice meal today. Shoulder to shoulder. The two men walked into the interior of Tianhe Plaza, the edge of the square. Gu Hongzhuang gasped violently. It felt like my clothes were wet with sweat. This guy, how can he be like this? She's a girl, how can he yell at me like that? Gu Hongzhuang felt like she was about to burst with aggression. In his heart, he hated Lu Fei even more. But really, she wimped out. This kind of asshole can't be messed with. Old lady, hide far away. She muttered in a small voice. Hold the camera and run. As for the interview with Luo Qingcheng? Interview with Lu Fei? I'm sorry. She's scared. But since I'm concerned about people's livelihoods, I can go track down and report on those groups who lost a bet with the Blue Phantom group and are still volunteering at the garbage sorting center. Thinking of this, Gu Hongzhuang's eyes lit up. Good idea. Say it and do it. Going to dinner and interviewing the women this afternoon. I had lunch with Luo Qingcheng at noon. After Lu Fei sent her back to the company. Went back over to the cosplay club and sat there for a while. Wei Ahan, the girl saw him, and her heart was very horse-forked insect. It was almost time to chew up Lu Fei in the club's locker room. Unfortunately, Lu Fei was sober and pushed her away with great fortitude. The pith-eating 18-year-old missed a great opportunity. Brother Fei, do you have time tonight? Luan Jia would like to invite you for dinner. As she spoke, Wei Yihan's big eyes kept blinking and blinking. Lu Fei, however, simply ignored it. Said, not today. I have things to take care of. The little girl's complexion immediately darkened. Watering. It made Lu Fei feel a little less good. In hell. We're scum, though, but slagging is also very principled. Tell you what, I'll see if I have time over the weekend. I'll get a yacht and go out on the water. At that moment, Wei Yihan revealed a look of surprise. Really? Then I'm going to buy a bathing suit right now. Buy 10 sets, 20 sets and wear them all for you. Pust. Is this the legendary love of elementary school students? So hot. Luffy was burned. Leave as if you were running away. Just go downstairs. Qin Shihan made a phone call. Mr. Lu, the president of the Amusing Bird platform, which you absolutely control, called and wants to invite you to visit the company. Lu Fei hasn't shown up even once since he got 70% of the shares of Amusing Bird. After pondering for a split second, Lu Fei nodded. Alright, reply to the other party. I'll go over to take a look later. You come along too. Okay, Mr. Lu, where are you? I'll come to pick you up right away. Lu Fei said. I'm on this side of Tianhe Plaza. Come and pick me up. Half an hour later, Qin Shihan found Lu Fei at a cold drink store. Mr. Lu, should we go over there now? Lu Fei nodded and said, let's go. Hurry up and leave this devil's cave. Qin Shihan? What's that? Though puzzled, she drove obediently, heading towards Teasing Bird's headquarters in Mordor. 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Pan Vinci and his team of people arrive at Teaser. Meet the company's president, Laming Chen. Young Mr. Pang's presence is truly a blessing. Pan Vinci smiled to himself. Said, wherever, Mr. Chen has developed Amusing Bird Company so well, I still need to learn more from a business elite like Mr. Chen. The two men blew each other off a bit. Pang Wenshi went straight to the point and said, Mr. Chen, plain speaking, I want to take a stake in Teasing Bird Company. I don't know what conditions are required. Chen Lanbing looked puzzled. Said, young Pang, you also know that recently Amusing Bird has been developing quite well. So far we have no plans to accept temporary capital injection for the time being. Pan Vinci frowned, suddenly transformed into a commercial business paradigm. Sitting up straight, he said, I believe Mr. Chen also knows that I'm quite famous online, and besides injecting capital into Amusing Bird, I can also guest star as a publicity ambassador, bringing a lot of traffic to the platform, and I know a lot of rich friends, and quite a few of them are interested in the live streaming industry, so maybe it would be a help to the teaser platform. Chen Lanbing considered it carefully. It feels as if it's kinda true too. This guy, Pang Wenshi, is pretty famous on the internet for disliking celebrities all the time. He might really be able to further boost the traffic to Tease if he joins Tease and helps promote it. What young Pang said has some truth to it, but I can't make the call on this matter. It just so happens that our chairman is coming over today, so why don't you personally talk to him then? Mr. Pang? And our chairman is also a young man, so I'm sure we can have something in common with you. Pang Wenshi was not too happy in his heart though, but nodded anyway. Okay, I'll wait then. It didn't take long. Lu Fei and Qin Shihan arrived to tease the birds. Lan Bingchen, president of Amusing Bird, led the company's executives and greeted them at the door. Chapter 129, Pongman Sai, who was in a state of shock. Lu Dong, finally waiting for you. As soon as Lu Fei stepped out of the car, Chen Lanbing greeted him. Hold it with both hands and shake. Shake, shake. Lu Fei shook it twice and pulled out his hand and flirted. Mr. Chen, don't hold my hand like that. I'd be happy if you were a beautiful president. Chen Lanbing laughed, glancing at Qin Shihan. He said, blame it on me, blame it on me. If I could have such beauty as Ms. Qin, I would definitely pull on your hand, Dong Lu, and not let go. Qin Shihan smiled haughtily and didn't make a sound. Lu Fei waved his hand and said, let's go Mr. Chen. This is the first time I've come to a live broadcasting company. Take me on a tour. Chen Lanbing hurriedly bent over and bowed. Okay Lu Dong. This way please. Then, a group of company executives, flanking both Lu Fei and Qin Shihan, walked into the interior of the building. The tour lasted 10 minutes or so. Lu Fei was lacking in interest. It's pretty ordinary, too. He'd expected the inside of a live company to be quite distinctive. It's really just your average internet company. The corner of Chen Lanbing's mouth twitched, said, the company is indeed ordinary, but under the leadership of Lu Dong, what we do is not ordinary. That's ass-kissing. Qin Shihan was all impressed with Chen Lanbing. Lu Fei couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth as well. Don't say. It's kinda cool. The company has always been led by you, Mr. Chen. And I'm a person who likes to let professionals do professional things. So Mr. Chen doesn't have to worry about me interfering with the company's specific operational affairs in the future. You just have to rest assured that you'll do it boldly. Chen Lanbing's heart dropped at once. Thank you, Mr. Lu, for your trust. I will definitely double my efforts to make Amusing Bird better. Chen Lanbing patted his heart and expressed his loyalty. Lu Fei patted his shoulder without saying anything. Chen Lanbing, however, was flattered. Only after walking a few steps did he slap his head again and said, hey, I was so excited to see Dong Lu that I almost forgot someone. Mr. Lu, not long ago, Pang Wincy, the rich kid who's famous on the internet, came to our company. He wants to inject capital into the company and is using his online presence as leverage. I can't make a decision on this matter, so I still need you too, Dong Lu and General Manager Qin, to evaluate it. Pan Vinci? The guy who just got himself smacked in the face in the morning and made a laughingstock on the internet by the cosplay club's little girls? It's really something. Lu Fei nodded his head smilingly and said, alright, I'll go meet this Mr. Pang. Chen Lanbing was kept in the dark, taking Lu Fei and Qin Shihan, who was stifling his laughter. He walked towards the parlor. Inside the parlor, Pang Wensi had been waiting impatiently for a long time. Finally, knock knock, the door to the room knocked, then it was pushed away. He stood up with a flourish. Finally, Pan Vinci took a deep breath and recalled the words he had just organized. Prepare to speak. But when he saw Lu Fei, the whole thing froze. How come Mr. Pang doesn't recognize me so quickly? Lu Fei opened his mouth with a smile. It was like he had completely forgotten about the morning when he had slapped the Super 2 twice. He can forget. Pan Vinci, however, cannot forget. See Lu Fei. His eyes grew red. It's you. Surprisingly, it's you bastard. I'll kill you. Said. Then he charged towards Lu Fei. Who dash? Lu Fei raised his hand again. Squeak. Pan Vinci made an emergency stop, looking at Lu Fei's palm. It was filled with scorn and fear. He felt a shadow cast over the palm. Already. Who the hell are you? Do you know who I am? My father is Pang Xinghe. Pang Xinghe of the Xinghe Group. Pang Wensi stood in front of Lu Fei and growled angrily. Instead, his eyes were dead set on his hand. The scene looked incredibly funny. Lu Fei, however, laughed. I know your father is Pang Xinghe, but if you dare to continue to be wild, I will dare to whip you to death, believe it or not. And after smoking you, your father would be too embarrassed to say anything, believe it or not. Aside, Chen Lanbing's cold sweat had bristled. Looking at Lu Fei and Pang Wensi, his face was filled with horror and shock. This chairman, so vicious. Pang Vinci, what a wimp. But, you're not going to get in trouble for doing this, are you? He faked a couple of laughs and tried to come out and make a scene. Qin Shihan stood aside, glanced at him and coughed. Aha! Chen Lanbing shivered, turning back to Qin Shihan. Qin Shihan slowly shook his head. Gotta. People's big bosses investment managers are shaking their heads, so what can we say? Watch the show. While Chen Lanbing breathed a sigh of relief, he revealed a look of curiosity. All eyes focused on Pang Wensi's body. Pang Wensi was so angry that he was trembling, but under Lu Fei's eyes that looked like knives, and amongst the threat of that big ear scrape, swallowed a mouthful of saliva with difficulty. Ing wimped out again. Old porcelain doesn't touch with tiles. You wait for me. Someone will clean you up. Having said that, Pang Wensi led the men straight out of the parlor. From start to finish, it's all wimpy. Put. Qin Shihan couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh lightly. Lu Dong, what on earth did you do to someone? Such a super rich second generation is so afraid of you? Lu Fei shrugged his shoulders. Didn't do anything, just slapped him twice. This kind of person, I guess, is accustomed to riding roughshod over his family's power, and thinks that everyone outside will give him a few points of face. But when it comes to someone like me who doesn't give a damn, just a little bit of toughness and he'll wimp out. People of that character, lots of them. Qin Shihan and the others thought. It seems like that's really what's going on. But Lu Dong, you are not afraid of offending Pang Shenghe? Chen Lanbing said with a bit of worry. Lu Fei hadn't said anything yet. Qin Shihan then had spoken faintly. Although Pang Shenghe's Shenghe Group, which is in charge of Pang Shenghe, is a real estate company worth $2 to $3 trillion. But in terms of personal wealth, Lu Dong is not necessarily too much worse than him. Lu Dong's assets can be some benign assets to come. Lu Fei waved his hand and said, alright, don't brag. Pang Shenghe won't arm wrestle with me directly over this little matter. And even if he were to do so, I wouldn't deflate him. Chapter 130, I'm still a poor man after all. Chen Lanbing doesn't know much about Lu Fei's assets, but since the big boss said it wasn't false, he was afraid of nothing. Lu Dong, do you have any suggestions about the next development of Teasing Bird? Chen Lanbing asked. Lu Fei shook his head. Suggestions or not, but I wanted to ask, do you have any knowledge of the guild Zuwenjun? Zuwenjun. It's the same guild that stupid girl Qin Cici signed up with. Chen Lanbing raised an eyebrow. Said, Lu Dong, it just so happens that I have to report this matter to you. The Zuwenjun Guild is one of the 3 major unions on our Amusing Bird platform, and it was formed by a few rich second-generation people from Magic City. But they've been moving a bit strangely lately, and seeming a bit perfunctory on top of the whole platform renewal thing. I doubt they want to switch platforms, but this guild is too involved if they switch platforms, so I want to ask Lu Dong your opinion. Richie Rich? Transfer platform? Lu Fei's eyes flashed. Asked. Then why don't you think that it's this group of rich kids who saw the prospect of a live broadcast platform and wanted to take their anchors and prepare to directly open another platform? At once, Chen Lanbing's color changed. Yeah, these rich kids have money and connections. Just take away our anchor. It doesn't seem like it would be that hard to redo a live streaming platform. Lu Fei said. Now that we know, let's find a way to block this guild outright. Chen Lanbing froze. Would it be too grumpy? Lu Fei looked at him and asked. Could it be that we wait for the other company to be formed before we make a move against them? Chen Lanbing whispered. But there are quite a few big anchors under their banner. It's not a good thing for the platform if they are blocked. Lu Fei had turned around and walked out of the parlor. Lightly, he said. Zhuxia doesn't have much of anything, but it has a lot of people. If you block a bunch of anchors, then just re-promote a bunch of anchors. Also, the company could pay for a separate guild to operate on their own, couldn't they? Why do you have to wait for other guilds? Mr. Chen, your vision needs to be a bit more open-minded for that. Chen Lanbing froze. It took a while to come back to his senses knowing that Lu Fei and Qin Shihan had walked out. He tapped his head hard. Mud. The lights went black. It does work like that. He took a quick step to catch up. Lu Fei added. By the way, you should know Qin Cici, right? The first female anchor who live-streamed the League of Legends. Chen Lanbing nodded and said. I know. Take her contract out of the Dignity Guild. Sign her directly to the website, and use the resources to promote her to bring up the headline effect. Chen Lanbing froze, suddenly asked, Lu Dong, that super god game, it won't be you too, right? Lu Fei nodded, it is mine. Chen Lanbing completely froze, and don't disclose these things to the other shareholders. You just make your move to the Zuwenjun Guild, and if any of the shareholders object, or want to withdraw their shares, contact Mr. Qin directly and I'll eat down as much as they refund. Sure. You can buy some of it back if you have the money yourself. Chen Lanbing nodded vigorously. Said, okay Lu Dong. I understand. Since the Overwatch game is also owned by this Lu Dong, it's simply too fortunate for Amusing Bird to develop. After ordering these things, Lu Fei and Qin Shihan left the Amusing Bird company. Lu Dong, where are you going now? Luffy stretched out in the car. Said, take me to Sukumo Court. Okay. Qin Shihan started the car, heading toward Townsend's car. Lu Fei suddenly asked. By the way Yu-chan, how much cash is in my account now? Qin Shihan opened his mouth and replied, currently you still have more than $4 billion in cash on the side of Fiki Investment, and your 10 houses over there can bring you almost $100 million in rent every month, and the money you borrowed against those 10 buildings will need to be repaid in the amount of $200 million per month. So with the $4 billion or so in cash currently on the Flyers investment side, my advice is to stay put for the time being. Your Overwatch game is already starting to turn a profit, but the winnings are small and are basically used for company operations at this point, and there's just enough money on the Hacker Group side to run the company internally. There's no way to take out the money from the live broadcast platform side right now, but inside your private account, There's still 3 or 400 million. After all this, I'm still ing poor. Luffy started spitting at himself. Chapter 131, Anti-Use suitors are here. The corner of Qin Shihan's mouth twitched. But your assets are already over $100 billion. If you turn around and sell that D26 land, you'll get at least $30 billion right away. If we pack out the designs again, we can add another $2 billion at least. Having said that, she turned back with a grin. It depends on whether or not you, Lu Dong, are willing to give it up. Lu Fei rolled his eyes. Come on, I can't really give it up. How much more than tens of billions of dollars will that land bring in the future when it's built? Sold? Cute little thing. Just sold. And now there was no need for him to contribute a penny. All the construction work was taken care of by the Dachu group. He just waits to collect his money. Think about it. He tapped his head again. By the way, I almost forgot something. You helped me to register a supervisory company. Qin Shihan nodded and said, okay, I'll have someone do it tomorrow. Lu Fei didn't speak again. Lean back in your seat and close your eyes. It didn't take long. The car was parked in front of the Thompson. Luffy got out of the car, slowed down on the road. After greeting him, Qin Shihan drove away, treading at an unhurried pace. Lu Fei walked inside the Qiyun garden. Upstairs, opened the door. Jin Siye didn't seem to be there, so she heard Qin Cece's voice yelling, push open the door and take a look. Instead of live streaming, this woman was playing a game by herself and screaming, hey, where's Yuki? Lu Fei patted her shoulder. Ah, Qin Cece scurried up with a scream. Why are you so excited? What are you looking at? Lu Fei teased. Qin Cece patted her heart. Fei, you scared me to death. Said, turned back and returned the game. Hanging up? You pitbull. Qin Cece said indifferently. Pit is pit. Fei is here. Fei is the biggest. Lu Fei shrugged his shoulders. Asked, where did Yuki go? Qin Cece said, she just went out to buy groceries. An hour or so later, Jin Shiyu went home. Looking at Lu Fei, who was sitting on the sofa watching TV, asked, when did you come over? Fei? Lu Fei said casually, it hasn't been a while since I came over. Jin Siye smiled cheekily, said, what about that dead girl Qin Cece? You came and she didn't even come out? Lu Fei shrugged his shoulders and said, I just told her that I've already helped her settle the guild matter, and that she'll directly sign with the platform in the next 2 days. She bumped her leg on the coffee table in her excitement, and she's crying inside her room right now. Jin Shiyu's eyes lit up. Really? I'm going to make fun of her. Said, place the fish, shrimp and meat you bought on the table. Shuffling through the slippers, kicking and rushing. Bang, bang, bang. Qin Cece, come out and let me see your legs. Ha, it really is retribution. You deserve to have your legs hurt. Come on out and make me happy. Lu Fei's mouth twitched, almost laughed. The door opens. Qin Cece walked out with a less than natural walk, sticking her neck out with a smug look on her face. She said, retribution my ass. I'm happy even if it hurts. Having said that, he also squeezed his eyes towards Lu Fei. Jin Shiyu burst out laughing. Take your time with the pain then. I'm going to go make dinner. Qin Cece crossed her arms. That's just as well. My legs hurt, so I won't give you a hand. Jin Siya rolled her eyes. You call that helping? You're just adding to the chaos. All right, I'm adding to the confusion. Qin Cece skimmed her lips. Simply sit down on the couch. Wait until Jin Shiyu entered the kitchen. Her little mouth dropped. Fei, lunar hurts. Lu Fei smiled. Jin Shiyu was busy in the kitchen for a while. It didn't take long to bring a 4-course meal to the table. Fried shrimp with green beans, shredded potatoes with green peppers. Several of the dishes were pretty light and flavorful. Lu Fei ate 2 big bowls of rice. He stayed over here for the night, not bothering to go back to Thompson. It's cold living alone. Day 2. He's not doing much. Taking the 2 women, Jin Siye and Qin Cece, he went to the trading company that ordered the yacht. Ordered a yacht for tens of millions of dollars. It made the 2 women, Qin Cece and Jin Siye, blush with excitement. Booked the yacht in the morning. Lu Fei received another invitation from Auntie Yu in the afternoon. Lu Fei, I have a few friends traveling from out of town who want to see me. Why don't you accompany me? Gotta. Auntie Rich spoke up. I'll give up my life for you. Get in that big G and drive over towards Auntie Yu's side. Lately, Luffy is getting more and more into this big G stuff. There's something about driving this car that feels superior to a supercar that looks like it's sitting on the ground and driving. Key, lots of room in the car. Wide range of uses. Thieves are cool. It didn't take long. Lu Fei's car stopped at the entrance of the neighborhood. Yu Menglan got in the car. The car pulled away again. Old Yu, I'm afraid it's not as simple as friends. Is it? Lu Fei asked with a smile. A helpless smile appeared on Auntie Yu's delicate face. Ruffled his hair. Said, I'm a single woman and so pretty. Isn't it quite normal for me to have a few suitors? Lu Fei nodded. That's true. If you say you don't have a few suitors, I wouldn't really believe it. Yu Menglan originally looked thievingly young, plus Lu Fei's efforts to irrigate. Looking younger these days, go out there and say it's only 25 or 26 and someone will believe it. Yu Menglan smiled haughtily, said the man. Of the few friends who are here today, 2 of them are my former suitors, but don't get all jealous. I've never given them any good looks. Lu Fei said smilingly, don't worry, I've swallowed people whole. What do I care about a few suitors? Yu Menglan blushed. Just so you know, an hour or so later, Lu Fei and Yu Menglan arrived at the airport. At the pickup point, Yu Menglan greeted the 2 average-looking old aunts whose temperament was not bad. Hui Chi, Dai Fun, you're here so early. The 2 old aunts turned around and a flash of jealousy flashed in their eyes as they looked at Yu Menglan. A smile piled on his face. Menglan, you're really getting younger and younger. I really envy you. My goodness, how the hell do you take care of that skin? It's still so hydrated. The 2 women were jealous as hell. Yu Menglan smiled and caught up with them, pointing to Lu Fei on the side. He said, let me introduce you. This is my man Lu Fei. Didn't say boyfriend or anything, just straight up man. Lu Fei raised an eyebrow, waved a hand at the 2 already dazed women. Hello too, sister. Chapter 132, Anti-You slap in the face. Looking at Lu Fei, who was tall and handsome, wearing a tight t-shirt with well-defined 8-pack abs, the eyes of the 2 old aunts were dropping. It's Monran. You, his Monran, you're kidding, right? The 2 old aunts stammered. Yu Menglan's eyes flashed. Lu Fei, however, had already directly wrapped his arms around her slender waist. Keep your head down. Boo. Look, I don't see the joke. Yu Menglan's small face was slightly reddened. The eyes of the 2 old aunts across the street got even redder. The slightly uglier looking one blinked, slapped Yu Menglan, yelling in a small voice, you can Yu Menglan, you even catch up with the fashion and adopt a little milk dog law. The other old aunt also looked surprised, and with jealousy. Menglan, you're really good. When the 2 guys Dewey and He Guocheng find out about this, will they not be so angry that they'll spit out blood? Dewey? Ho Kok sang? Looks like these 2 goods are old used suitors. Lu Fei secretly made a note of it. Yu Menglan shrugged her shoulders indifferently. First of all, I can't afford to wrap him up. It's more like he wraps me up. As for Dewey and Ho Kwok Shing, have I given them any good looks over the years? I've made it very clear to them that it's not going to happen in this lifetime, and I can't really help it if they want to play the deep love thing. The 2 old aunts ate and laughed. Come on, this young man may be rich, but you Yu Menglan have quite a lot of money. You can't afford to wrap him up? That is, Dewey and He Guocheng, these 2 guys are really persistent. So many years are still chasing it. But you say that it feels a bit like a scum girl. Yu Menglan frowned. Lu Fei said, this aunt, do not refuse, deliberately appetizing, but also take other people's things, that is called a scum woman. Old, you just can't see those 2 goods. Can you call her a scum girl? The voice is faint. The old aunt who opened her mouth about the slag woman blushed slightly. Grinning, he said, ha, the youngsters nowadays really don't know what they're talking about, and they dare to say anything out in the open. Lu Fei gently laughed and said, it's normal for young people to not know the heights of heaven and earth. I'm afraid that some people are 50 or 60 years old and still have a mouth without a door, not knowing the reasoning that trouble comes out of the mouth. At once, the old auntie's face was ironic. Little redneck, who are you talking about? Believe it or not, I'll tear your mouth off. She was open-mouthed and mouthy. Pop. Yu Menglan, who had been smiling all along, suddenly landed a slap toward the old aunt who was already confused. She said, Dai Fun, you'd better keep your mouth clean or I won't mind teaching you how to behave. Old Aunt Devine's face was completely green. Yu Menglan, you're ing sick, aren't you? You're ing flipping out on me for a little puppy? How many years have I known you? How dare you? Yu Menglan's face was full of ice. Yeah, I've known you for how many years and your mouth still stinks. Next to it, another old auntie named something like Huiji rushed to persuade. Forget it, Dython, stop it, and you stop it too. Mon Ran, we've all been friends for so many years. We don't need to flip out over this. Devine blushed in embarrassment and was pulled aside by High Key. Whispered mutterings. If it weren't for the fact that a few friends are coming over today, and for your face, I'd have to kill that little redneck. Huichi whispered persuasively. Alright, how old are you? Why bother with the youngsters? Yu Menglan shook his head breathlessly. Ha, want to go? You can leave if you want to. Lu Fei bowed his head. Old you can good hands, fast and accurate. Yu Menglan looked up, smiling smugly. I was good today, wasn't I? I smoked all my old sisters that I've known for more than 10 years for your mom. Lu Fei bowed his head. Boo, good job, I like it, rewarding you. Yu Menglan slapped him. There are so many people. Lu Fei shrugged, said, what's the fear of crowds? The show is over. Yu Menglan rolled her eyes. Let him go. It didn't take long. A group of people, both men and women, walked out of the gate in pairs. Old you can Even specially packed in air freighted a bouquet of flowers over. When can you be so romantic with me? Ah, Dewey hemmed and hawed. The old face was full of longing. Next to him, He Guochang sneered, said, Menglan, so many years like flowers? Moreover, in such a public place, if you don't throw the flowers into the trash can today, you can count them as a person with good breeding. Dewey laughed equally coldly. It's okay if you don't like it. It's better than some people not being prepared for anything. He Guochang sneered. Who said I didn't prepare? It's not because of that girl Ruoshin that Menglan has been single for so many years. This time I came over with a bunch of photos of young talents. Enough to make that girl pick her eyes out. As long as one of them gets a look in. Wouldn't it be a great honor for me to become one? Dewey frowned. This asshole. I can't believe I've learned to save the country on a curve. But a loser is not a loser. Dewey raised the flower in his hand and said, let's ride a donkey and see what happens. He Guochang also smiled coldly. The two men grunted at each other and turned their heads aside. A few other friends lost their laughter. These two have been fighting for 10 years or so, or as soon as they meet. To say that Dreamland's vision is indeed too high, and she's still single after all these years. People do have that kind of capital, and ordinary-looking ones like me will have to marry early. Let's go. Let's see if Yu Menglan has gotten a little younger again after not seeing her for a year. The group strides forward and it doesn't take long to see the light of the exit. But the more forward, Du Wei and He Guocheng's faces became more and more odd. How? It seems like there is a man standing beside Yu Menglan? And, she still has that man's arm? It won't be. Been shortchanged, I guess. The two men giggled inside, finally made it to the door. After seeing Lu Fei's face clearly, the two men breathed another sigh of relief. Yo, Menglan, who's this? He's quite handsome, isn't he? He's not Ruoshin's boyfriend, is he? Du Wei opened his mouth with a smile, and even gave a provocative smile towards He Guochang. Ha, stupid. Ha, that girl Ruoshin has already found a boyfriend, and tall and handsome with a good body. It looks like an extraordinary temperament as well. All that preparation you've been doing, it's all for nothing. Ha ha ha. The corner of He Guocheng's mouth twitched. Inwardly, he cursed himself for his blunder. Mud, how did you come up with such a crap idea? The corner of Yu Menglan's mouth twitched. Before she could say anything, Devine, whom she had slapped, had sneered out. Ha, what Ruoshin's boyfriend? This is the little puppy that someone else. Menglan, raised, the voice teased, full of schadenfreude. At once, the group of people all focused their eyes on Lu Fei and Yu Menglan. The expression is surprised and appalled. Chapter 133, Mr. Lu, I'm sorry. No, Devine, what are you talking about laughing? Dewey frowned. Daifan sneered. I'm not joking, just now. For this little puppy, the other Yu Menglan even slapped me. The atmosphere froze again. Lu Fei laughed. The smile was cold. Because you deserve to be smoked for that mouth of yours. Devine blew up again. Little redneck, what the are you dash? Snap. Another crunch. In front of everyone, Lu Fei grabbed in front of Yu Menglan and slapped her in the face. At once, a bunch of people blew up. What for? Why are you hitting people? Man Ran, that's all the people you brought with you? Don't argue. Let people see the joke. A bunch of people making a lot of noise. Yu Menglan sneered and pulled Lu Fei's hand. Die fun. Your mouth stinks. If Lu Fei doesn't fight, I'll have to fight you too. Instead, Lu Fei pulled out his cell phone and quickly operated a few times on it. Directly searched for Devine's information. Read the information. A cold smile appeared on his face. Didn't realize. The woman's husband is still an acquaintance. He smiled icily. Dialed a direct line. Hey, Mr. Wang. This is Lu Fei. Call your wife and tell her to knock it off. This Dai Fun, surprisingly coincidentally, is Wang Xiaoba's wife. On the opposite side of the phone, Wang Xiaoba froze and changed color. This is his big moneymaker. And it's the new rich inside the Magic City's business circle that makes so many people want to flatter. Is it possible that one's wife? Took a deep breath. He quickly said, okay Mr. Lu, I'll call right away. Didn't even ask for the cause. Soon, Devine's phone rang. Drip drip drip. The voice was clear amidst the cacophony of voices. Devine, your cell phone is ringing. Yeah, stop it and pick up the phone. Answer the phone first. Stopped by a group of people. Devine blushed hard and picked up the phone, yelling, hey, what's going on? Across the phone, Wang Xiaoba's face immediately clouded over. Daifan, did you have a conflict with a young man? Is his name still Lu Fei? The voice is faint. Devine, however, frowned slightly. What? You know that kid? I'm telling you old man, no matter what that kid is today, I'm going to get my revenge. Do you know? He actually slapped me in front of a lot of people. If you try to stop me, you're not a ing man. The voice was miserable, like killing a pig. Wang Xiaoba's expression was calm. Lightly said, okay, Daifan, you're great aren't you? Even the big brother who annexed the hate group with a market capitalization of hundreds of billions of dollars dares to mess with it. You want revenge? Who do you think you are? You say I'm not a man if I try to stop you? Good. Let's go straight to the Civil Affairs Bureau this afternoon. My old man wants a few more years of smooth sailing and wants to keep the company for a good old age. If you want to die, you can die on your own. I won't serve. The voice wasn't too high. It even seemed calm, but it fell on Devine's ears like thunder. No, what do you mean? Wang Xiaoba sneered. There is no meaning to it. Simply put, the young man who started a conflict with you is Lousy's gold master. My company, including you, still depends on him for a living. You want to smash your job. I don't, so just get a divorce. You calamity. I can't afford to mess with you, but I can't afford to hide from you? Puff. Devine went limp and sat straight down on the floor. The eyes that looked at Lu Fei were as if they had seen a ghost. Devine, what happened to you? Not feeling well? Should I call 120? Stand up. The ground is a little cold. A crowd gathered around her. Turning back to the two people, Lu Fei and Yu Menglan, both of them had a dissatisfied gleam in their eyes. Menglan, this man is too much. Anyways, you've been friends with Devine for over a decade. That's it. Did he do that? It's just as well that we're here today, or we won't get away with it. A bunch of yakking. Yu Menglan looked up, said Lu Fei. Let's go, Lu Fei. It's fine if these people don't become friends. Lu Fei shrugged his shoulders, said, okay, let's go then. After saying that, the two turned around directly and headed over to the parking space. Devine was jolted, suddenly lifting off a couple of middle-aged men and women who were crouching around her to comfort her. Puff! She fell straight to her knees, shouting towards Lu Fei. Mr. Lu, I'm sorry, I have eyes but don't recognize MT. Tai, please don't let old Wang divorce me. Lu Fei didn't turn around, waving his hand. He said, that's your family matter, and it's Wang Xiaoba's own decision to divorce, so this matter has nothing to do with me. Having said that, get in the car, start the car and just leave. Don't go, Devine exclaimed. Lu Fei, however, had already driven away. A look of despair appeared on her face. He fell to the floor and dropped his cell phone to the side. What's going on here? Devine, you don't scare me. Get up. People are looking at you. Devine looked up blankly, said, our old man wants to divorce me dash. The voice was mournful and full of despair. What? Why is your old man getting a sudden divorce? He's sick in the head, isn't he? Get up. We sisters will help you with anything. Devine was helped to his feet. Crying, he said, just now, old Wang called. He said that the one called Lu Fei is some kind of Magic City's newest noble, and he also bought the hate group, and our old man's company. We have to rely on others for food, and now I've offended him, and that's why the old man wants to divorce me. Why do you think this Yu Menglan is so harmful? She brought a young man here. Why can't she give a detailed introduction first? Woo-hoo-hoo. I am finished. That has long wanted to divorce me, and this time it is definitely ironclad. Devine cried out. Long gone was the arrogance of the previous scolding. Others, on the other hand, had been completely shocked by what she had revealed. Chapter 134, Auntie Yu, your friend is so funny. After a good while. No, Devine, what are you talking about? Hui Chi looked disbelieving. Just that youngster can force your old man to want to divorce you with a single word? Devine nodded silently. Yes, that's what the old man's original words were. I don't want the rice bowl. And he still wants a dash. Hiss. There was a chorus of backwards breaths. The crowd. Dewey suddenly dropped the bouquet in his hand. Pulling out his cell phone, there was a burst of searching. Then the face became wonderful to behold. Forget it. You guys go play. I'm going back to Shudu. Having said that, he unexpectedly turned around directly and walked towards the ticket gate in the waiting hall, preparing to buy a ticket to leave Magic City directly. No old duh, what's wrong with you? Too much of a blow, isn't it? We're all adults here, and haven't you been rejected enough over the years? Get back here. Dewey, however, didn't turn around and waved his hand and just left. It drew a frown from the men. What's going on with old Dudu? That's right, we all agreed to have a good time. Hi, a youngster. That bastard Wang Xiaoba definitely said that on purpose. That's right, where did all the big shots come from? And at this age it's just a rich second generation at best. Among the murmurs, He Guochang, however, didn't feel right and pulled out his cell phone to search for it as well. A few moments later, he looked up with a pale face. Dreamland does know how to pick him. He sighed, shaking his head. He sighed softly, old Du and I both lost this bout, and the key is that we lost without any dignity. Guys, you have fun, and I'm off. Having said that, surprisingly, he also dragged his suitcase and headed over to the terminal. The two remaining men, and a couple of women looked at each other in disbelief. What's going on here? Poisoned? I'd like to see what this Lu Fei is all about. Does he have 3 heads and 6 arms? These people have pulled out their cell phones and searched online. Subsequently, probing out his biography. Everyone, all lost their voices. Subsequently, the faces of the few remaining men and women changed. That youngster is, surprisingly, a super rich man worth tens of billions of dollars. The girls were confused. After a good while, forget it, this kind of big shot usually won't bother with us. Yeah, I didn't realize that Menglan's vision was too good to meet a handsome and rich super rich man. Menglan, this woman has a kind heart, and after bringing up Ruwashin all these years, she's finally come to the end of her suffering. Said, surprisingly, no one bothered to comfort Devine, who was sitting on the floor. Instead, they have pulled out their cell phones, give an apology on top of Wilson. That was really rude just now. People who are super rich don't bother with us little rich people. Among the murmurs, these people have adjusted their mindset to give prestige to Yu Menglan. Yu Menglan listened to the tinkling sound. After a couple of casual listens it was a fit of giggles. It's still our Ludafu Ohayo's face that's big enough. Those guys who just accused us are now all sending out letters of authority to apologize to me. And they do have pretty thick skin. They even asked us both to dinner after all this. Lu Fei laughed. Said, forget it, there's no point in socializing too much with this kind of snob. Just now, they defended Dai Fun. But not because Wang Xiaoba is worth $2 to $3 billion. Now I'm here to flatter you again. But it's just that I have more money than Wang Xiaoba. Yu Menglan nodded. They, indeed, I guess, just listen to you. Ignore these people. Yu Menglan put his cell phone down. Asked, it's almost noon. Where to eat? Lu Fei casually said. Why don't you cook for me? Yu Menglan froze and shook her head. But don't, that girl Ruwashin is still in a cold war with me. And if this takes you back, she would have blown up on the spot if she found out. The corners of Lu Fei's mouth rose lightly as he said, it's fine, cooking doesn't have to be done at home. I know a place that specializes in playing those love meals where the restaurant provides the utensils and ingredients to cook your own meal. Yu Menglan came to his senses. Let's go then. Let's try it. Lu Fei first pulled over and got the navigation going before starting up again. Drive towards that restaurant. Airport. The group didn't get any response from Yu Menglan. Surprisingly, he offered to make excuses for her. I guess I didn't look at my cell phone in the car. Well, it must be. It's also possible that he fell asleep. After all, there's a lot of firepower in the youngsters these days. I really envy Menglan. Not 2 years younger than us, yet still so young. A bunch of yakking. Completely forgetting that he had just accused Yu Menglan and Lu Fei. Devine sat on the floor and sneered. Ha, the way you guys are being lickspittles right now is really ridiculous. You know that people are rich and famous, so you forget what it means to be a friend? The voice fell. The faces of the crowd turned cold. Huichi sneered. Don't complain to the heavens, Mr. Luz is considered to be very cultured. If it were me, I'd have just given you a kick in the ass from the first time you sourly talked about someone's dreamland there. Others chimed in. Devine's already crumbling mood grew more and more somber. Asterisk off. Get thee out. Friends. I don't need friends like you. Several people frowned. Huichi was the first to step forward. Fine. We don't want to be friends with you either. Having said that, turning back, he asked, who wants to come with me? The remaining 3 women and 2 men all walked over. Come on. I'll go with you. People don't want us as friends anymore. So why stay? Go. With a wave of her car keys, Huichi said, it just so happens that I'm coming over in my 7-seater today. So let's get together. After saying that, he took a few people and left. Grass. What's all this? Devine shattered her cell phone. It took a while to get up. When she was ready to leave, she realized that her cell phone was broken and she hadn't even left the house with cash or a bank card. Standing outside the airport, looking at the rolling traffic, looking at her broken cell phone, Daifan was completely devastated. Ah! She screamed piteously. The heart is filled with remorse. How can you be so mean to yourself? Chapter 135, The Sword and the Jewel of the Sunset Kingdom. After going to lunch with Yu Menglan, sent her home, Luffy went back to Thompson, playing games and sleeping at home. On his break, instead, the internet suddenly became clamorous over a video interview. Gu Hongzhuang, a female reporter, really did sneak out to the garbage sorting center and interviewed those feminist tables after losing a bet. Inside the video, most of the feminist tables looked bleak, full of despair. I think I'm going to stink. This is not even human. Oh, I want to go home. Desperation became a staple of these feminist tables. They've only been working here for less than a week and they're already on the verge of a nervous breakdown. But among the interview videos, a few more positive and optimistic people emerged. Actually, after doing this job, I realized that going to work is a pain in the ass. I did used to drink too much chicken soup online and now I realize that what I used to think was ridiculous. Doing this job has helped me find myself, and I have to thank Lu Fei and the Blue Charm Group for that. I realize now that true women's rights are not about what rights I can get, but that we women can do what men can do. These are the remarks of the girls who appear to have changed. It went straight to the top of the hit parade. Hashtag real women's rights are about demanding rights with the corresponding effort and sweat. Hashtag Indian feminism versus real feminism. Hashtag pro-feminism, anti-field feminism. Hashtag. The topic of idyllic feminism is, once again, a hot topic of the moment, and Lu Fei, the man, is frequently mentioned. This one's slick. The man who can cure feminist cancer. Worship. Awesome Fei. But all this was not clear to Lu Fei. He's sleeping it off. Salted for a few days. Every day was spent playing with a different girl. Lu Fei lived a leisurely and fulfilling life. September 12th. Cho Wenbin, the executive president of Hake Group, called Lu Fei, Lu Dong. Those 3 wrecks have all been salvaged, and everything has been transported back to the Haiku Group. And I've hired the best security company in Mordor to take full responsibility for security services. May I ask what your side is going to do with this shipwreck salvage? Lu Fei pondered for a moment and said, has the wreck been salvaged? Cho Wenbin said, the wreck has also been completely salvaged from the shore, but because of seawater erosion, there is only some wreckage left, barely able to piece together the skeleton of the 2 ships out. Lu Fei said, alright, immediately find an expert to appraise it and determine the origin of those things. Then commission an auction house and put some things up for sale. Okay, Mr. Lu, I'll arrange it right away. Having said that, he added, by the way, Mr. Lu, those 3 ships you checked last time have returned, and the harvest this time was very, very good. 3 of the boats had shocking catches, not only more than a dozen of the finest bluefin tuna, and there's plenty of wild rhubarb, yellow-lipped, red mint shiners, blade finners, golden foxes and Neptune grouper. All of them are top-of-the-line species. The harvest from those 3 boats alone, a conservative estimate would have been worth nearly $200 million. Beyond that, according to your instructions, the catches from those 3 boats as the centerpiece and the other dozen or so boats that cooperated in going out together were also very good. It adds up to a haul of over $200 million. We've really made a killing with this deep-sea fishing. Listen to his exuberant voice. Lu Fei smiled lightly. Ha, the future of black technology is no joke. This is just right. If you publicize the news, the top catering companies in Mordor and even the entire southeastern area will catch wind of it. The farm seafood supply connection that we disconnected before will be re-established, and the dilemma over at the fisheries farming branch will be solved. This was a step that Lu Fei had thought of long ago. Those caterers and seafood markets are reconnecting with seafarers as long as they can salvage top-notch ingredients that are unattainable. Xiao Wenbin also understood this. Very naturally, he said, okay Lu Dong. Lu Dong is really the hand of God. At the drop of a hat, those 3 ships have made such a difference to the company that I can breathe a sigh of relief after this one. Lu Fei smiled bashfully and said, take good care of those 3 ships. They are our lucky ships. The company's deep-sea salvage business will depend on them in the future. Xiao Wenbin responded with a smile. Okay Lu Dong. By the way Lu Dong, during this period of time the South Concave Mo family side has made a move. They spent a huge $8 billion, directly acquired a fishery farming and deep-sea salvage company over in Pengcheng, which is already entering the fishery industry and has taken away a lot of our clientele. The one in charge of this matter is the young princess of the Mo family, Mo Xian, who has just come of age. Lu Fei mused, said, it's just right. This time we're having an auction for our famous deep-sea fish, so we can invite her to come for a long time. Xiao Wenbin gave a strange laugh. Okay Mr. Lu, I know. Hang up. Lu Fei stretched. Aw, so tired. He smacked his lips. Get up from the chuang. Cover Chin Sisi with the quilt. Slip on your slippers and get up from the chuang to brush your teeth. On the other hand, on the side of the hacker group, 2 messages were released. Article 1. All 3 Ming Dynasty shipwrecks and their treasures discovered by the Haiku Group have been fully salvaged from the sea. Experts from all over the world are invited to come and identify the origins of these treasures. And it comes with tons of pictures. As soon as these photos were released, they caused a great deal of shock. Is this Yuan Qinghua? What a big night pearl. So much China. What kind of goldway is this? It feels like something from the Central Saxon period. Many experts and professors are staring at these pictures, their eyes glowing. The Sunset Empire. The Queen's bedchamber. Your Majesty, this is one of the things our court appraiser just found over in Jusha. This item was salvaged from the bottom of the sea, and legend has it that it was held by the 14th century Jusha's mega-rich merchant fleet to the O continent. After initial identification by our team of court appraisers, we have basically confirmed that it is the same secret royal treasure that was lost by His Majesty, the great Edward III, at Gallic Rooster in the 14th century. Looking at the long sword on top of the tablet, the Queen rose trembling. It is it. It must be the great sword in the stone. Our royals have records and speculate that the lost sword in the stone may have been taken by a merchant group from the east. I didn't realize that the records and the rumors were true. and that I would be able to see the day when the sword and the stone would see the light of day again. The queen was thrilled to tears. Immediately, he ordered, after daybreak, have Isabella travel to Jusha immediately. We must bring back the sword and the stone by all means. Chapter 136, The Arrival of Princess Sunset. Early in the morning on the second day, the first crown prince of the Sunset Empire, Princess Isabella, who is only 22 years old, has brought with her a large number of Jusha antiques from the royal collection, and a word from the queen, boarding a special plane to the magic capital of the summers. Buzz. The plane took off. Sitting on the wide couch, gazing at the white clouds that were gradually emerging, Isabella's eyes grew misty. Isha, that is the national treasure of our Sunburst royal family, if not the entire Sunburst Empire. It is the artifact that united King Arthur's sunset, and it is something we must welcome back. That's Sword in the Stone. Even if you have to pay any price, you must buy it. Ah, the Sword in the Stone. Isabella opened a book. King Arthur Legend. Original. It's not a legend. It's real. Let's hope this trip to the summers will go well. Turning the pages, Isabella is immersed in the chaotic and unorganized period when King Arthur pulled Excalibur from among the monoliths. The story of the 12 knights of the Round Table who, with courage and perseverance, united the sunset. Rock City, Moe's Fisheries Aquaculture and Fishing Company. Moxie Yen walked into the office early in the morning. Mr. M.O., we received an invitation. It's from the Mordor Hacker Group side. The secretary handed the tablet to M.O. Shien. M.O. Shien, whose face had recovered, frowned. Hold the tablet up for a quick look. 2 minutes later, her face clouded over. Pop. The tablet was smashed to pieces by her. This thing doesn't work well. Buy 10 of them back again. Leaving a cold sentence, Mo Shien stepped on her high heels and walked to the front of the desk with a clatter. The secretary was startled, not daring to ask a single question. He picked up the broken tablet and exited the office. Sit in front of the computer. Mo Shien dialed Ship King Mo Honghan's number. Dad, the heckler's side is fighting back. Boat King Mo Honghan frowned. How did the counterattack happen? After such a big incident at their farm, they were able to organize a counterattack so quickly? Mo Shien said, it's not by the farms that are fighting back, but their fishing fleet has caught a large number of valuable deep-sea fish. With this, Mohonkin is full of it. Mo Shien sighed, said the man. It is with this that their dozen or so seagoing ships go out to sea to fish. In less than a week, almost $500 million worth of valuable sea fish were harvested. Dad, you should know what these precious sea fish represent. Those big catering companies will absolutely swoon over these sea fish. When the time comes, the Haiku Group will be able to use these sea fish as a bargaining chip to re-sign a seafood supply contract with these people. Mo Honghan's face sank. A week? 500 million? That's a ing lie. How many valuable sea fish worth $500 million are salvaged in a week? How many in a year? It's at least a couple billion. Mo Shien said, it should be true. They even posted the video online. It's true that there's a huge amount of deep-sea marine fish on their ships, and those marine fish are simply not farmable. Mohonkin took a deep breath, said, no matter what, you need to keep your current market share. There are means that can be used if necessary. Mo Shien nodded her head and said, okay Dad, I know what to do. Hang up. Mo Shien rubbed her brow, her face full of kinks. How the hell is this going to work? The other side is clearly playing a young game. There's no way the normal way of doing things would have worked. Mo Shien was at a loss. Magic City. Luffy is having lunch with Lin Shi. He suddenly received a call from Chiu Wenbin. Mr. Lu, good news, great news. As soon as he opened his mouth this Mr. Vengeance's vocal line was hyperactive. Lu Fei frowned, said, what's the good news that has you so excited? Chiu Wenbin said, Mr. Lu, Princess Isabella, the first crown prince of the Sunset Empire is now in our companies. What? Lu Fei's first reaction was disbelief. Are you kidding me? What is this kind of person doing in the Hacker Group? Chiu Wenbin exuberant, Lu Dong. It's true. She means to buy a bunch of Central Saxon antiques from us, but I have a feeling that her intentions definitely won't be that simple. How could an ordinary antique make a first crown prince like her personally come out? Our batch of shipwreck salvage definitely contains national treasures of the Sunset Empire. Lu Fei's face changed slightly. Sure it's her? Chiu Wenbin nodded vigorously. Yes, I'm very sure. Good. You entertain her. Eat and I'll be right over. Lu Fei's expression was also a bit taut. The first crown prince of the Sunset Empire, Princess Isabella, who is known as the world's most beautiful woman. Numb nuts. How can it be that the things such people want to buy are ordinary contraptions? It looks like this time, he's going to make another wave of heavenly fortune. Hang up. Lin Shi asked curiously, what is it that you're so excited about? Lu Fei said, Isabella, the first crown prince of the Sunset Empire, has arrived in Mordor. and she has her eyes set on a certain thing or a certain number of things salvaged from the shipwreck salvaged by the Haikai group side this time around. I have a feeling that the value of this wave of shipwreck salvage may be much more immense than imagined. Lin Shi was surprised. You said, Her Highness, the Princess of the Sunset Empire, who is known as the world's most beautiful woman, arrived at the hacker group that you bought? Lu Fei nodded. Yes, that's her. Lin Shi smiled and asked, but shouldn't your focus be on the world's #1 beauty? Why is it another way to make more money? Lu Fei shrugged his shoulders and said, what the world's #1 beauty is nothing in my eyes. Money is the real thing. A warm current rose in Lin Shi's heart. With a cheeky smile, she said, then I'll accompany you over there after dinner. It just so happens that I'm a bit of a researcher in the ancient history of the sunset, so I might be able to help you find what she's really looking for. Lu Fei shrugged his shoulders indifferently and said, fine. Chapter 137, Isabella, the First Beauty. Had lunch. Lu Fei drove Lin Shi towards Hake Group. 2 days in the afternoon, he arrived at the Hecker Group. Also met for the first time Princess Isabella, known as the world's first beauty. Have to say, this woman's beauty is truly a cross between East and West. Even with a discerning eye like Lu Fei's, he had to admit, this Princess Isabella has the beauty of an elf princess in a fantasy story. The skin was snowy and the features were exquisite. The body wasn't the explosive type, but it looked extremely well proportioned and natural when paired with her whopping height of around 175 centimeters. The key was that a noble temperament that was so damn hard to move one's eyes away from. Face 99, figure 99, temperament is even 99 cents. A near-perfect woman. Hello Mr. Lu, I'm Isabella. Her Highness took the initiative to reach out to Lu Fei. Lu Fei gently shook it. Excellent touch. Welcome, beautiful princess. Lu Fei collected his mind, and after saying a scene, he asked directly, I wonder what your Highness is looking to purchase after arriving in the magic capital from so far away. Isabella said naturally, I stumbled upon the pictures of your company's salvage shipwreck harvest on the internet, and at first glance I fell in love with one of the night pearls inside. You know that the night pearl is a legendary treasure. The reality is incredibly rare, so I wish to purchase that one night pearl. And of course there are a few continental antiques from the Anglo-Saxon period to add to the number of our royal collection. Lu Fei nodded smilingly. Mentally, however, he raised his guard. This princess is not simple. The lying was very advanced, but Lu Fei still saw from one of her small movements that she was a bit unnatural. It seems, inside this batch of shipwrecked treasure of his own, there was a super heavy treasure. A moment of contemplation. Lu Fei said, since Her Highness came all the way here for a night pearl, her mood should be very urgent. Why don't we go and see what exactly are the shipwrecked treasures that were salvaged this time? And then you, Your Highness, will pick them out first. At the end of the day let's talk about the value of it, and how to buy the thing. Princess Isabella nodded. I'll listen to Mr. Lu's arrangements. 10 minutes or so later, the group walked inside a vault that had been converted from a freezer and had a very high security level. Princess Isha, everything is here. You can start picking, Lu Fei said casually. Then he made a color towards Vengeance Wenbin. Chiu Wenbin nodded, followed with a few experts who are more knowledgeable about O-continent antiques. Lu Fei himself pulled Lin Shi and followed along. Isabella walks the horse. The biggest and best of the night jewels was designated first. Immediately afterwards she selected a selection of Anglo-Saxon gold and silver instruments, guided by the team of treasure hunters around her. Period. Her treasure hunter casually pointed to the perfectly preserved sword in the stone with just some surface patina. Your Highness, this sword is also from the Anglo-Saxon period. Isabella casually pointed at sword in the stone. Forcibly suppressing his excitement, he pointed at the sword in the stone and said, okay, this sword is good. It just so happens that grandfather is more fond of collecting ancient war swords and armor. Buy it back and you can give it to him for his birthday. The little old man will be overjoyed. No one noticed the hint of a tremor within her tone. Only the other female here, Lin Shi, sensed something was a little off. She looked closely at the bronze sword. There was a searching look inside his eyes. By the time Isabella and the others moved on, she pulled out her cell phone and quietly snapped a few pictures, then followed it up again. It took almost half an hour to go around inside the warehouse. Isabella selected over 30 different antiques. Everyone then left. The security system is on again. Back to the office. The people from the Hecker Group, led by Lu Fei, and the Sunset Palace appraisers, led by Isabella, sat down. Mr. Lu, I'm in a hurry. I'd like to complete the transaction today if possible, Isabella said faintly. In her opinion, she performed perfectly. Coupled with the added weight of his status, there was no way the man in front of him could refuse. However, Lu Fei, shook his head, said, I'm sorry, Your Highness, but our batch has not even completed the most basic appraisal yet. That's why we have to wait until the panel of experts has completed their appraisal before we can make a deal with you. If you are indeed very pressed for time, You can leave an advocate to talk to us in detail. Isabella's eyes twitched slightly. Still smiling, he said, is Mr. Lu worried about valuable things being sold cheaply? In fact, you don't need to have such worries. Our Sunset royal family is one of the oldest royal families in the world. We are also a very credible and reputable royal family, and will never let you lose out on this matter. And this time, to show my sincerity, I have also brought a large number of Zhu Xia's ancient artifacts collected in our royal family. If you're interested, Mr. Lu, you can send someone to appraise it, and perhaps we can complete an antique exchange and cultural exchange. Having said that, she hooked her finger. Someone from the royal appraisal team then handed out the tablet. The computer displayed a sheet of the many Zhuxia antiques that Isabella had brought over this time. Lu Fei didn't refuse. Towards Qiu Wenbin, he said, Mr. Qiu, please ask the experts to help you see what it is all about. Several of the experts got up and came together around the tablet and began to check it out. Soon, a suppressed gasp came from several of the experts. Chapter 138, The Princess Plays a Ruse. Hiss, it's a lion-shaped spine animal from the Ming Dynasty. Look at this. Is this a Tang Dynasty polo figurine? This, and this, a Celadon dragon jar. This is an early Northern Song Dynasty Yaozhou Kiln Celadon cased peony motif double phoenix mouth note pot. Piece after piece of Zhu Xia's antiquities appeared in front of these experts. There was excitement in their eyes. But they're all national treasures. And the last thing that surfaced, all the experts warbled. This is the bronze dragon heads of the 12 Chinese zodiac signs. Heavy treasure. This is a real heavy treasure. Shocked voices kept coming. Several aged experts walked up to Lu Fei. Lu Dong, it must be replaced. Must change the dragon head back. That's a real national treasure. Lu Dong. This group of old experts were on the verge of kneeling down to Lu Fei. It was obvious that they were genuinely worried about these wandering national treasures. It was also hoped that Lu Fei would take this opportunity to get back the national treasure. Especially that one zodiac dragon head. Definitely super heavy. Beside her, Isabella blushed. A cross glance back towards some court appraiser. This asshole. He even exposed that heavy treasure. The court appraiser was cold and sweaty. The mind was at a loss. In his heart, however, Lu Fei already felt something was wrong. If the other party just wants to buy a night pearl, the big deal is just to take something ordinary in exchange. It turned out that even such heavy treasures as the bronze dragon head of the 12th Chinese zodiac were taken out. Obviously that nightshade doesn't quite qualify. Inside the things they picked out, there was definitely another super heavy treasure that was worth far more than the night pearl and had far-reaching significance to the Sunset Empire in. But, what is it? Lu Fei is not sure. He took a breath and glared at Wenbin Qiu, saying, don't worry, old gentleman, I will definitely exchange this bronze dragon head back. Qiu Wenbin, who had already understood for a second, said, yes, experts rest assured that we will definitely not let them in exile overseas. But you're in a rather agitated mood, so I'll walk you next door to the lounge for a rest. Several of the older experts nodded. Wait until they've all left the conference room. It was only then that Lu Fei turned back and said cautiously towards the victorious Isabella, Your Highness, in business, these are things that I, including many of us in Zhuxia, would like to have back, but this is, after all, a transaction involving a relatively large sum of money, so I would like to be allowed to discuss it. I'll deal with you as soon as I get results on my end. Isabella frowned slightly, a bit dissatisfied. He said, Mr. Lu, this time I came with heavenly sincerity, and Mr. Lu doing this makes me feel bad in my heart. If I can't, I'll just have to put up with it. Lu Fei laughed lightly. Ha, too much force on the girl. If your highness really can't wait, that's fine. These antiques can also be dealt with by the auction house when I'm done appraising them. Lu Fei smiled bashfully. Isabella's heart jumped in her chest. It's too urgent on its own. The other side must have sensed something was wrong. She took a deep breath, said, sorry, I got a little emotional. It's true that something did come up, and I was going to buy this night pearl. In the future, when I am crowned queen, I can set it on top of my crown. However, since Mr. Lu insisted on an appraisal first, I had to leave Mordor to take care of other things first. I will send someone to follow up on this matter and I hope Mr. Luck can give me a reply as soon as possible. We won't be staying in Zhuxia for long. Lu Fei nodded. Standing up, he shook her hand, said, don't worry, Your Highness, my side will follow up as soon as possible. If it's really impossible to reach a deal, I also ask for Your Highness's forgiveness. Isabella's heart jumped. Smiling blandly, he said, then, we will leave first. Mr. Lu, please make yourself at home. Lu Fei nodded his head and said, all right, I'll see Her Highness out. After putting this princess in the car, watching her convoy leave, Lu Fei turned back towards Qiu Wenbin and said, Wenbin, invite the best O-continent antique experts. With the fastest speed will that Princess Isabella Her Highness selected things. All appraisal again. Also don't be suspected of Sunset Empire civilization product of the things. Focus on the appraisal. Xiao Wenbin nodded and said, don't worry, Mr. Lu, I'll make the arrangements. Aside, Lin Shi, who hadn't had much presence all this time, suddenly said, Mr. Xiao, I suggest that you focus on the bronze sword with the missing gem above the hilt. I feel that when that Princess Highness was choosing something earlier, her eyes were a bit off when she was looking at that sword. That sword doesn't feel too simple. Lu Fei raised an eyebrow. And what do you think that thing might be? Lin Shi shook his head and said, I'm not sure about the specifics yet, but when I studied abroad in Cambridge, I had a tutor who was an ancient historian of the sunset, so when I go back and send him the photos to take a look at them, I might get something out of it. Lu Fei nodded. Towards Qiu Wenbin, he ordered Wenbin, focus on that sword. It's unlikely that that Princess Highness would be in such a hurry just for a night pearl. Qiu Wenbin nodded vigorously. Okay Mr. Lu, I'll make a note of it. Lu Fei asked again. Regarding the procurement auction for our valuable sea fish, how are the preparations going on your end? Qiu Wenbin said, don't worry Lu, this matter I personally in the follow-up, has notified seafood dealers around the world and the top catering companies to come over, tomorrow afternoon. It's a straight auction. Okay, I'm relieved that you're doing your job. Get busy, I'll walk over here with him as Lin. Qiu Wenbin left. Lu Fei took Lin Shi and went around the company for a while, also left the company. Chapter 139, should we go to the hotel now? Car. Isabella dialed the Queen's number. Grandma, I'm sorry, I seem to have screwed up. Her voice was soft, a little apprehensive. The Queen, who was trimming her nails, paused, putting down the nail clippers. He asked, tell me about the exact process. Isabella detailed every single thing she had done since arriving in Mordor. After waiting a while, it was only then that the Queen spoke. Isha, do you know why you screwed up? It stands to reason that with your intelligence you shouldn't have made such a mistake. Isabella shook her head blankly. I don't know, the Queen sighed, said, because of who you are, because you grew up starstruck. It makes you subconsciously think that all this matter requires is to flash your identity as your highness. The other party will then be sure to enter into unconditional cooperation with you. At the same time your heart doesn't put both sides of the transaction on an equal footing and doesn't give the other person enough importance. I think the other party has now sensed that something is wrong, or else they wouldn't have been unable to even impress him with the bronze dragon capital of the 12th Chinese zodiac, which they have been longing for so many years. Isha, remember this one. You're the future queen. You can have pride but not arrogance, and at all times face your opponents and potential opponents head on. It's just as well that you're in Jusha during this time. Getting a good look at what their society is like will help you in the future when you take over the queen's position. Of course, Eric, as a person, I don't think he's qualified to be a court appraiser anymore. Because of his mistake, it could cost us a lot of money. Isabella nodded thoughtfully. Okay, thanks for the lesson Grandma. After hanging up, she rubbed her brow, looking out the window at the skyscrapers, the streets full and the hurrying Jusha people. A million jumbled thoughts flashed through her mind. Finally, Lu Fei's shadow floated in her mind. What an interesting man, and the first to be able to resist my beauty and status, and still be able to keep his composure in the face of the temptation of great profit. She muttered in a small voice, slowly closed his eyes. The other side of the car. Lu Fei drove his car towards the Tianhe Square side. Car. Lin Shi logged into an app on her cell phone and contacted her tutor from her time in Cambridge. It didn't take long for her to send the picture over. The other person then put in a call. 11. The picture you sent me. Where did you take it? The old professor's voice was very eager, full of exuberance and excitement. Lu Fei raised an eyebrow, shaking his head gently towards Lin Shi. Lin Shi understood in seconds and said, Mr. Professor, please tell me what this is first, and then I'll tell you where it was taken. Across the phone, the old professor was silent for a while. It seemed to be organizing the language. It was a while before he spoke slowly. Said, 11, since you sent me the photo, I've been going through a lot of literature at the Imperial Museum. And after enlisting the help of a few old friends, we finally came to the conclusion that this thing is exactly like King Arthur's sword in the stone in the legends of our Sunset Empire. You know, if this thing is real, sure it's a product of that era. What an impact this will have on our Sunset Empire. King Arthur, who has made countless Japanese people proud, but has been treated as a myth and legend by many in other countries, will become real, and the history of our Sunset Empire will all be rewritten. This, if it is real, it will be a national treasure that must be welcomed back to our Sunset Empire. The old professor's voice was a bit hoarse, and you could even hear the way he trembled as he spoke. Lu Fei also heard the sound. His face became wonderful to the extreme. So, back then, Shen Wansan's fleet not only arrived in O Continent, but even brought King Arthur's sword in the stone all the way back to Y Continent for a sake? His voice was shaking a little. Sword in the stone. This thing is definitely a heavy treasure among heavy treasures. The value is inestimable. This time, gotta knock it out of the park. Hard to do that. A wide smile appeared on Lu Fei's face. Next to him, Lin Shi had spoken. Thank you, Professor Felix, but I can't tell you exactly where this item is, but I can tell you that this thing is right here in our Zhusha. Across the phone, Professor Felix's face reddened steeply, exclaimed, that means this thing is real? Lin Shi nodded. Yes, Mr. Professor, it is real and we can be sure that it has a very long history. Professor Felix was thrilled. 11. You must tell me where it is. A few old-timers and I will be sure to ask the royal family and the entire noble class of the Sunset Empire to bring it back to our country. It is a holy relic of our country and must not be allowed to stray overseas. Lin Shi glanced at Lu Fei. Lu Fei said a few words wordlessly towards her. She nodded her head and said, Professor Felix, this matter may not need to be a concern for you, as your Sunset Royal Princess, Miss Isabella, is already in contact with the person who owns this sword in the stone. Opposite, the old professor showed a look of delight. That's really great, and I think this good news should be known to the people of the entire Sunset Empire. The corner of Lin Shi's eyes displayed a smile. Said, yes, the people have a right to know. After hanging up, she looked sideways, suddenly with a pouty flavor. He said, Lu Fei, in order to help you, I even made use of an old professor from before, and it helped you find out where that sword came from. How should you thank me? Lu Fei turned back, smiling. He said, how about going to the hotel now? Lin Shi blushed. Scram. I'm not a random person. Lu Fei shrugged his shoulders and said, then I can't think of any other way of repayment other than giving my body in return. Lin Shi wanted to say something. After all, I didn't say the words hidden in my heart. Chapter 140. Artificial Intelligence and Robotics Technology Template. Silence fell inside the car. Lu Fei turned back, smiling towards Lin Shi. He said, let's put it this way. Aren't you recently planning to build a League of Legends themed restaurant? Let me give you a treasure of the store. It's guaranteed to give you face as a thief. Lin Shi asked curiously, what town treasure? Lu Fei pointed at himself. Obviously your company is short of a boss. I'll give you myself. What do you say? Bah! Lin Shi blushed, scowling. After a good while, suddenly he looked up and stared boldly at him. Said, then when I open, I'll introduce people to you as the boss and me as the boss's wife. Lu Fei's heart jumped. Look at her. Oops. Heartwarming feeling. A girl with an offensive aura like that was the type of girl he couldn't resist. Alright, I'll absolutely be there when the time comes, he said with difficulty. Lin Shi looked at him with a smile. I hope you won't get beat up after that day. The corner of Lu Fei's mouth twitched. Who dares to hit me? Lin Shi shrugged her shoulders. It didn't take long for the car to drive to Tianhe Square. Get out of the car. A quick look at the time and it's after 5. Let's go. Go sit at your place for a while, and ask that Lu Ruoxin to join us for a meal after work, Lu Fei said smilingly. Lin Shi asked curiously, what exactly is the grudge between you and Ruoxin? How come it feels like you all don't seem to be dealing with each other very well in this recent period of time? What grudge? Vengeance for the taking of his mother. It's called the hate of Dad. Lu Fei shrugged his shoulders. It's nothing. It's probably because she's looking at me for some things. Lin Shi was silent. I'm a little out of sorts, too. The two men went up the stairs shoulder to shoulder. Suddenly, ding! Host dies in Earth Alter Ego D77. You will receive Super Mechanical Guard 2, a copy of the Artificial Intelligence Technology Template, and a copy of the Super Robotics Technology. The cold, mechanical voice rang in his ears. Lu Fei was slightly stunned. Super Mechanical Guard, a super mechanical guard with the appearance of a normal human, but with a mechanical structure, equipped with hidden plasma and energy cannons, and operated by an artificial intelligence. It is proficient in both long-distance and close-range combat, equipped with anti-scanning devices. Current technology is unable to find out the identity of their robots. Artificial Intelligence Technology Template. Based on the template, it is possible to develop artificial intelligence far beyond the current level of technology. Super Robot Technology. Based on the technology, it is possible to develop super robots far beyond the current level of technology. The words in front of me faded away. Lu Fei's cell phone suddenly rang again. Drip drip drip. After the connection. Hello boss, I'm your escort HW01. May I ask if we're following you now, or are we on another mission? The voice was sweet, a typical teenage voice. The point is, it's smart. I just don't know how realistic it is. A question flashed inside Lu Fei's head. Casually, he said, you guys go directly to the hacker group, and I will arrange for someone to send you inside the warehouse to guard the treasures inside. Focus on guarding that ancient sword called the Sword in the Stone. Okay boss, HW02 and I will now immediately rush to the hacker group you mentioned. Lu Fei nodded, then dialed Shou Wenbin's phone. Wenbin, what that Princess Isabella wants has been determined. It's that sword. I've arranged for 2 masters on my side to come and help, and they're both absolutely loyal. You take them to the warehouse and say hello to the security company. Tell them to protect that sword and not let anyone else take advantage of it. Chiu Wenbin promised. Okay Ludong, by the way that sword is dash. The sword in the stone. That holy sword of King Arthur in the legend of the Sunset Empire. Having said that, Lu Fei directly hung up the phone. Across the phone, Chiu Wenbin's expression was wonderful to the extreme. After a good while, Naya. This time, awesome big time. With this sword, if I don't let those arrogant guys bleed profusely, I won't be named hatred. Ah, the sword in the stone. Know exactly how valuable that stuff is to the Sunset Empire and how important it is to the Sunset royal family. If I don't kill you hard, I'll be sorry for such a good opportunity. It didn't take long. 2 super guards, HW01 and HW02, arrived. Looking at the 2 women who were about 5'7", dressed in sharp fighting clothes, and a little too young and pretty, a grass horse raced through Chiu Wenbin's heart. These 2, sure it's a master? He felt that Lu Fei was a bit unreliable, but didn't dare call to question it. Both of you, please follow me, the warehouse is up ahead, said. He led the way forward. The 2 super guards followed close behind. It didn't take long. It came right down to the converted vault of the warehouse. Mr. Jean, these 2 are the experts our Lu Dong has found. They will be going inside and joining the security measures. Opposite, Jean Hui, who had once been a mercenary and still got out in one piece, frowned. Mr. Chiu, are you sure you're Mr. Lu isn't here to be funny? Can these 2 do security? These 2 can't be your Lu Dong's lovers, right? It's better to send them back. We S-H-I-E-L-D. Security can handle it here. The tone was contemptuous. Didn't give the 2 super guards a second thought. HW01 and HW02 looked at each other. HW02 suddenly took a step out. A palm landed on Jean Hui's heart. Bang! A muffled sound. Jean Hui, who was as strong as an ox and feared to weigh more than 200 pounds, flew directly backwards. Bang! It flew 7 or 8 meters away and landed on the ground. Half the time I can't get up. Aside. Chiu Wenbin looked at the 2 super guards as if he had seen a ghost. Trembling. There was a flash of green in his face. Mentally, it was roaring madly. Asterisk. Where did Lu Dong find this kind of monster? Could it be an expert from a hidden family inside a novel? Lu Dong is awesome. The ground. Jean Hui was supported by the rest of the security company before he slowly got up. Sit on the ground. The face is pale. The other security personnel were staring in unison at the 2 petite beauties, HW01 and HW02. Eyes on the ground. The brain is even more buzzed. Captain Jean, what do you think of these 2 experts that our Lu Dong has found? Chiu Wenbin asked with a smile. Chapter 141, Shocking the Sunset Empire. Jean Hui felt like he had broken 2 of his ribs. Not breathing well, he took a slow breath with effort, looking towards the 2 beautiful escorts, HW01 and HW02, who had calm faces. The eyes were filled with shock and horror. It's horrible. This woman who struck out, that instantaneous burst of power was simply shocking to the senses. It's me being abrupt, Mr. Lu deserves to be called Mr. Lu. The person he found is indeed too strong. I'm flattered. Having said that, he waved his hand. From now on, these 2 can come in and out of the warehouse whenever they want. But, Mr. Chiu, I hope they won't interfere with our security system. Chiu Wenbin looks over at HW01. HW01 smiled coldly, said, don't worry. 2 simple words later, the 2 stunningly beautiful bodyguards walked directly inside the vault. Chiu Wenbin shrugged. Towards Jean Hui, he said, Mr. Jean, it's better to go to the hospital quickly. I think your injury shouldn't be too light. Jean Hui nodded. Arching his hand, he said, thank you for Mr. Chiu's concern. I will go right away. Witnessed Jean Hui going to the hospital. Chiu Wenbin turned back. After glancing at the 2 beautiful women who had gone in, they sat directly on their knees next to that sword in the stone. Full of sighs. Lu Dong, it really is so chicken. Where did he find such an amazing woman? With doubt and reassurance, Chiu Wenbin returned a call to Lu Fei, a colorful recounting of the process that had just taken place. Finally, he said, Lu Dong, those 2, are they experts from some hidden family? Lu Fei said smilingly, you can think so too. Gotta. It's still true. Lu Dong is becoming more and more unintelligible. Chiu Wenbin really believed it. The 2 spoke a couple more times and hung up. Lu Fei stood up. Towards Lu Ruoxin and Lin Shi, he said, alright 2 beauties, let's go eat. Subsequently, taking the 2 of them to Yumenglan, the 3 women and 1 man went to the plum garden for dinner. It's a little after 5 in the afternoon in the Magic City, on the Sunset Empire side, but it's just after 9 in the morning. Bruce is a traditional aristocrat of the Sunset Empire. As usual, After a simple breakfast, he sat in the sunrise and took the newspaper handed to him by the butler. Lord, there is a very interesting news item today that I think will be of more interest to you, but after watching it, you may not be able to stop cursing. The butler's words sent a wave of surprise through Bruce. He flipped through the newspaper. At the first glance, he saw the front page headline above, those several photos taken by Lin Shi with his cell phone. The strongest evidence for the appearance of the ancient legend of King Arthur. The mysterious sword in the stone has appeared in the summer. Identified by Cambridge professor Felix and other renowned scholars looking through ancient texts, it was determined that there was a 90% probability that this ancient sword, which appeared in Zhu Sha, was the legendary sword in the stone. The one jewel that does appear on the hilt of the sword in the stone is the same jewel that is now set in the queen's crown. The renowned master jeweler Cavell has determined that the notch fits the gem perfectly. The history of Sunset may be rewritten. King Arthur will become real, calling on all the nobles and people of the Sunset Empire to contribute their strength to welcome back our legend at all costs. Several mainstream newspapers in a row, all of which carried this news. Bruce was shocked. Countless Sunset nobles were shocked. There were also the ordinary people of the Sunset Empire, all of whom were shocked as well. God, King Arthur really is real. Last week I was mocked by a Gallic rooster who said our King Arthur was a fake. The national treasure must be welcomed back, and I'll show those losers that our King Arthur is real. Donate to take that one down too. The entire Sunset Empire was abuzz. Soon, Just a Master found the provenance of the sword in the stone through those pictures. I think I found the source of the sword in the stone picture. This discovery further supports the authenticity of the sword in the stone. Here's a photo posted above the official website of a group of companies I found in Jusha. This company is a boating group with a recently formed salvage fleet, and a group of shipwrecks from the early Zhou Ming dynasty, roughly around the 14th century, were successfully discovered and salvaged. And the legendary sword in the stone appeared inside this batch of treasure salvaged from shipwrecks. So we have reason to believe that this sword in the stone is 100% real. The history of our Sunset Empire is bound to be rewritten. Legends will become real. King Arthur, the 12 Knights of the Round Table, all of it. The discovery went out as soon as it was posted on social media in the Sunset Empire. It soon sent shockwaves throughout the Sunset Empire. God, solid, too true, the great King Arthur. From now on, the Gallic roosters won't be able to fool around with us anymore. Yes, they have Napoleon, and we have King Arthur. The Sunset Empire is of concern to the entire community. Inside the royal palace, the queen is walking. Her housekeeper then brought her the news. Your Majesty, news of the sword in the stone has leaked, and now the entire empire is talking about it. Your Majesty, I think that Mr. Liu of Zhu should already know about it as well. If we want to get back the sword in the stone, I'm afraid we'll only need to pay a greater price. The queen blushed, took the paper and read it. Exasperated, he rolled his eyes. These old things, nothing but academics. Pissed off, Her Majesty's eyes rolled back in anger, rushed to call Isabella over. Isha, the matter of the sword in the stone has been blown out of proportion. Now the whole of the Sunset Empire knows about it. I'm sure the man with the sword in the stone already knows about it. I'd like to ask you what you think now. Chapter 142, International Thieves, preparing to steal treasure. Isabella had been dumbfounded holding the encrypted satellite phone. How did the news get out? She was full of surprise. The Queen said, it is no longer important how it leaked out. What is important is how we can bring the sword in the stone back to the Sunset Empire while the other side knows where the sword in the stone came from. So now I want to ask your opinion. Isabella's mind was a mess inside. Took a deep breath to force himself to calm down. After pondering for a moment, he said, in this situation now, the price we need to pay if we want to buy it will definitely be bigger. The opponent, emboldened, would only pay a price several times higher than before. Beyond that, we can have a second approach. Invite Mike, the international thief, and ask him to help us steal the sword in the stone. But in that case, Ishinaka's sword will not be able to appear in our Sunset Empire with honor. So now we'll just have to find a way to buy it back, and only steal it if we really can't. The Queen nodded. You have a point, but I don't think Mike needs us to invite him to the Magic City to steal the treasure, because his sister is still locked up in Thackeray prison. If he can steal the sword in the stone, then he can make a deal with us to release his sister. Isabella froze, said, so should we wait? The Queen nodded. It can wait a little longer. Talk to that Jusha man first. As long as Mike steals the sword in the stone, then we won't need to pay high prices from this Jusha man anymore, because we can buy it fair and square from Mike. And if that Jusha man has a problem with it, go to Mike. Isabella understood. Nodding his head, he said, okay grandmother, I understand. I'll take my time with him on my end. Hang up. Isabella looked at the picture of Luffy on top of her laptop. A glint flashed inside the pretty blue eyes. Handsome, let's take our time. The voice fell. She closed the laptop. Galwaz, a man in a beret walks into a grocery store. It then disappeared. A few minutes later, he appeared in an underground space. Havis, help me forge an identity. I'm going to make a trip to Jusha. The old white-haired man, Harvey's, looked up. You've got your eye on Sword in the Stone? Mike nodded. Yes, once I get the Sword in the Stone, not only will I be able to save my sister, but I'll also get a large pension. So why not? And I've already found out that the Sword in the Stone is kept inside a vault converted from a freezer by a shipping company, with security defenses that are virtually nil to me. That's why the Sword in the Stone. I'm determined to get it. Harvey's laughed softly. That's really congratulations, but let me remind you that there are quite a few people who have their eyes on the Sword in the Stone. How to invade is just a small matter. How to get the legendary Sword in the Stone from the hands of many international thieves, and successfully bring it back from that ancient eastern country. That's the key. Mike gave a smile. So, I need your help, friend. Harvey's raised his hand. I want 30%. Mike didn't hesitate. No problem. Reach cooperation. Harvey's began dialing phone number after phone number. Half an hour later, Mike leaves the grocery store. Tomorrow, he would then go through special identities and special channels, tumbling through the summers, stealing the Sword in the Stone, and with the same purpose as him. There are also international thieves in various national regions around the world. Magic City, Chong'an Food City. A little after 7, Lu Fei finished his meal with the three beauties and walked out of the square with a flourish. After strolling next door to Chong'an Plaza for a while, Lu Fei drove someone home. Back to Townsend. Jean Siye just happened to be over here cleaning up her room. No way. Hot dish, fried rice, and while he was enjoying his meal, instead, news from the Empire of the Sunset and the O continent had reached home. When countless Jusha people knew that there was an enterprise called Hate Group in Magic City, the expedition formed to salvage 3 early Ming Dynasty shipwrecks inside the ocean not only recovered a large number of antiques, but even when the national treasure of the Sunset Empire was recovered, the whole of the summers was abuzz. All the major news platforms are going crazy. Countless netizens were shocked by this. Asterisk. Awesome heckler group. The legendary Sword in the Stone of King Arthur? Could that have Merlin magic? Come on. The magic and stuff must be fake, but I think the Holy Grail must be real. Having fun with a little skin? Come see what I found? The Seacraft group was actually wholly acquired by that Lu Fei guy, and the legend says that he was able to find the treasure so quickly because he had an ancient marine treasure map. Asterisk. This wave is profitable. Countless netizens were shaken by the news. Lu Fei had just finished frying rice. The cell phone just dripped and rang. Yes, it's the Sword in the Stone. You know all this? The Sword in the Stone must be well preserved. Don't worry, security is fine. International thieves may be coming to steal the treasure. They are welcome to come over and guide the work. Anan, it must be quite a knockout. Ha ha ha, how much can it be? It's not worth mentioning. Lu Fei answered a dozen phone calls one after another. Partners from Sam Lam to Jack Sang, and from Yu Menglan to a stunning beauty like Gao Mohan. Unity made a call. After answering a dozen phone calls, Lu Fei felt tired. More tired than fried rice. He sighed and simply turned off his cell phone. Go to sleep on the chuang. Jin Shiyu lay next to him. Curious, he asked. Brother Fei, you salvaged the Sword in the Stone. How much can you sell it for? Lu Fei shrugged his shoulders and said, I don't know. How to say 10 or 8 billion should be sprinkled. Hiss. Jin Siye sucked in a breath of cool air. Even after following Lu Fei for some time, he was still shocked by the wealth that he had downplayed in his mouth. Chapter 143, Princess Isabella's Wrath. Early in the morning on the second day, Lu Fei just got up chuang. Jin Siye then came roaring to the door, pouting towards Lu Fei. He said, Brother Fei, those water friends in my live room are clamoring to see the legendary Sword in the Stone. Can you let me go in and live broadcast it? Lu Fei raised an eyebrow. Said, seeing as you've worked so hard, you bring your cell phone to the live broadcast today, and I'll give Chiu Wenbin a heads up so he can arrange for an expert to go live with you. It's the right opportunity to publicize our ancient splendid culture and our place in the world. Jin Siye nodded her head vigorously and said, Thank you, Brother Fei. The voice was excited. Click. The bedroom door opens. Jin Yuki yawned and walked out. Jin Siye, why are you so early today? Jin Siye smiled cheekily. The early bird gets the worm. After saying that, he even swept Lu Fei a glance. Jin Siye didn't notice that the wheel had run over her face. Yawning again, he walked into the washu room. Wash up. The three men went out for breakfast. After breakfast, Jin Siye drove Jin Siye's AMG GT directly towards Hate Group. Lu Fei, on the other hand, was leisurely shopping with Jin Siye, buying some groceries on the way, and preparing to cook and eat at home at noon. Soon, Jin Siye then arrived at the Hacker Group. Chiu Wenbin was ready for a younger and more talkative female expert to follow. Went to the vault with Jin Siye. Get into it. On air. The wide array of treasures inside. listening to the female expert's non-stop introduction, almost blinded Chin Cece and a crowd of water friends watching the live broadcast. Asterisk 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 asterisk. So many treasures. That's Yuan Qinghua, right? That's the sword in the stone, isn't it? Holy, this night pearl. There really is a night pearl in the world. These things, how much do they have to be worth? All I know is that before, when the sword in the stone hadn't been discovered, the conservative estimate was over 25 billion. And now with the addition of the sword in the stone, it's at least another 10 or 20 billion. Mud. That's what I call picking up money. The people in the live broadcast room listened to the female expert's introduction, and 10,000 grass horses raced through their hearts. Numb nuts. We really don't understand the world of the rich. Isabella was also inside the hotel watching the live stream. The face was a little less than pretty. After thinking for a while, she dialed Lu Fei's number. Hello, is this Mr. Lu? I'm Isabella. Lu Fei, who had just finished buying groceries and was ready to go home, was a bit surprised. Asked, "What does your highness want with me?" Isabella said, "Mr. Lu, I think you already know that my real target is the sword in the stone. Let's not get into the specifics of the price. All I'm saying right now is that you're letting a webcaster, yet you're taking pictures of the national treasures of our Sunset Empire. It's disrespectful to our country, so I'd like you to be careful with the sword in the stone dash." She hadn't finished. Lu Fei had then interrupted her. "Your highness, no offense intended, but I just want to say that this is something I don't feel bad about. Besides, it doesn't seem like our Jusha's heavy treasures are treated any higher in your sunless empire, right? I can only apologize if you feel that this matter has made you feel uncomfortable. By the way, again, you should now consider coming up with enough leverage to impress me to buy back this thing that is at stake in being able to revise your sunset history. Instead, you're here to accuse the people you need to ask for advice. So do you understand what I'm saying?" Lu Fei's voice was light, though the words were addressed politely. What was said really had nothing to do with politeness. Isabella blanched in anger. Those two D buttons kept vibrating, obviously trying to turn right. "Mr. Lu, do you know who you are talking to? I'm from the Sunset Empire dash." She held back her anger and spoke through clenched teeth. Lu Fei, however, didn't bother to continue talking nonsense with her. Hangs up straight away. Do. Listen to the busy signal coming from inside the phone. Isabella's face was completely grim. "This asshole, how dare he treat me like this?" she growled angrily, but a few seconds later, yet again, he laughed out loud. "Funny man, you're the first to ignore my beauty and status." She mused for a while, dialed a number. "Alice, make the arrangements. I want to make a trip to the Heckler Group this afternoon to check out their seafood auction." 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Lu Fei drove his car and arrived at the seawater fishing grounds of the Heckler Group. A large number of valuable sea fish are temporarily farmed here, waiting for the auction. The square at the fishing grounds, at this moment has gathered seafood wholesalers from various cities in Jusha, as well as the heads of top restaurants. Seeing Lu Fei arrive, these people have been curious. "Who's this? He's Lu Fei, right? It's true that heroes come out of the woodwork. That's awesome." Among the murmurs, Lu Fei walked inside the lounge. He wasn't interested in participating in this auction, but merely came to watch the fun. After all, he hadn't seen an auction of sea fish before. It didn't take long. Xiao Wenbin took the stage. After a brief speech, the auction begins. But this auction is not simply about spending money. Instead, it needs to come with some sort of ordering contract. While doing so made some people less than happy, many more didn't care. Where wouldn't you order farmed seafood anyway? Besides, now the Heckler Group has recently engaged in that transparent farming live. Word of mouth is already picking up. Just book it. It didn't take long. The auction has officially begun. And Chin Cece also pulled out her cell phone with great interest to live stream this wacky auction. Chapter 144, Annexation of 80% of most fisheries customers. The auction has officially begun. The free auctioneer invited by Xiao Wenbin takes the stage. After a brief warm-up, he shouted, "Everyone, the first thing to be auctioned is a superb bluefin tuna, weighing 168.22 kilograms and measuring 216 centimeters in length. The starting bid is $2.5 million. Each increase in price will not be less than $10,000. The writer is a contract for 300,000 pounds of assorted seafood orders." The voice just dropped. $2.5 million. $2.51 million. $2.55 million. $2.6 million. Inside the live feed, the water boys who had just wanted to see the action were stunned. Asterisk. The starting bid is over $2 million? For crying out loud, this stuff is gold. A knowledgeable waterman spoke up. A lot of people may not understand why it's so expensive. So let's put it this way. There was a king bluefin tuna that was auctioned off at Mud Boom that fetched a whopping $55,000 a kilogram. If we were to go by this price, this one fish would be worth tens of millions of dollars, but it certainly wouldn't be this expensive normally. The price for something like this extreme bluefin tuna is basically over 20,000 kilograms. This fish will definitely be auctioned for more than $3.5 million. This explanation. The water boys were shocked. Grass. Rich people genuinely don't understand things. It's a money grab. Can you live forever if you eat it? So many people were stunned. However, this is just an appetizer. This time, Luffy's fleet had caught a total of more than a dozen superb bluefin tuna. The weights are all over 130 kilograms. On top of that, there are some lower-class bluefin tuna, and tons of other valuable species. The auction goes on and on, refreshing the waterman's three views. Lounge. Knock knock. There was a knock on the door. Come in. The door was pushed open. Imo Shien walked in on her high heels, with a not-so-good look on his face. He said, Mr. Lu is lucky to catch so many top-notch valuable fish. Lu Fei crossed his legs and looked at her. Indifferently, he said, as I said, Mo's entry into the industry of fishery fishing. I will teach you how to operate it correctly. Now, as you can see, for every batch of fish sold, my fishery is able to sign a contract with someone. Looking at Mo's face, the market share of your Mo's fishing industry won't be taken up by our Haiku group, right? If that's true, then I'm really sorry about it. Lu Fei said and laughed. Imo Shien blushed. Boat King Mo's $8 billion foray into the fish farming industry. Eyes opened up after their own efforts. I didn't expect that in the blink of an eye, the great situation would be directly appropriated by Lu Fei in this way. Now 80% of Mo's fishing industry's customers are forcefully bound by the Hike Group. Mo's fisheries were knocked back overnight and even the fish in the fishery could not be sold, causing huge losses. It's not like Mr. Lu has much of a conflict with our Mo family, so why do you need to drive them to extinction like this? Mo Shien sat down and smiled. Lu Fei laughed coldly. When Mo strikes, she is not so gentle. The corner of Mo Shian's mouth twitched. Said Mr. Lu, is Mr. Lu really going to leave no mercy like this? Lu Fei indifferently shook his head and said, the mall is like a battlefield. It's just a matter of each person's ability. If you have the ability, Mo, you can always take away our Haiku's order as well. Mr. Lu, will definitely not look like Miss Lu, who is so petty and can't stand it when she is wronged. Mo Shien almost cried in anger. This asshole, Mr. Lu, is so ungentlemanly. Lu Fei shrugged his shoulders. Then I'm really sorry. Mo can leave at any time. Mo Shien was furious. Stomped his foot. Stand up. And have no face to stay on. Walked to the door. She turned back with an open hand. Said Mr. Lu, this time it's me who has fallen. I hope that on the shipping battlefield, Mr. Lu won't let me down too much. After saying that, he finally left. Lu Fei sighed and took a sip of tea. What's wrong? It didn't take long. This seafood auction is over. People at the top catering companies and major seafood sales companies are laughing from ear to ear. With these superb sea fish, one's restaurant or sales company can definitely make a big splash. After the end, all those who got the lot signed the appropriate contracts and then left joyfully. Chin Cece burrowed inside the restroom. Brother Fei is so powerful. These fish must be sold for several $100 million today, right? Lu Fei shrugged and said, it's estimated to be more than 500 million. Good money. Chin Cece marveled. Knock knock. Xiao Wenbin knocked on the door, holding a stack of documents. He reported towards Lu Fei. Lu Dong, today's auction has ended successfully. All the catch from our fishing fleet has been sold for a direct profit of $621 million. On top of that, we have contracts with over 40 catering companies or seafood suppliers. The contract totals 61.3 million pounds of all types of seafood, totaling over $1 billion. Lu Fei nodded. Said, okay, I got it. Good job. Xiao Wenbin nodded with a smile. Said, but that's still too small compared to shipwreck salvage. Lu Fei shook his head and said, you can't think like that. Although shipwreck salvage earns more money, our fishery farming provides more jobs. When you do the math, the social contribution made by this aspect of fish farming can be so much higher than the salvage of shipwrecks. Xiao Wenbin gave a thumbs up. Lu Don's realm is too high. Lu Fei skimmed his lips. Stand up. Toward Chin Cece, whose eyes were already full of stars, she asked, when do we leave? Chin Cece came back to her senses. Said, this will go back. Lu Fei nodded his head and said, alright, go back and wash up. Tonight I chartered the Royal Dragon Seafood Place and treat you to top quality bluefin tuna and other top quality ingredients. As the owner, how can you not leave a little bit of this great ingredient behind? Chapter 145, Buying the Sword in the Stone? The Lion's Mouth. Evening. Lu Fei called up all his friends who were well connected. Pack the Royal Dragon Seafood Place. Use the best ingredients and hire the best seafood culinary masters. Had friends over for a big dinner. Top quality bluefin tuna. Top quality rhubarb fish. Top yellow lips. Top red mint divine. All the top ingredients were piled on top of a huge bar table, in a buffet situation for all to take. The girls in the cosplay club are excited as hell. There was a flurry of photos. Also appearing are Princess Isabella of the Sunset Empire and her assistant Alice. Such a luxurious circle of friends has been posted, and it caused a huge shock. Holy, all this seafood, the joys of the rich. Lu Fei is awesome. Princess Isabella is all over it. Asterisk 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 are all rich people's circles of friends this posh? I just see so many stunning women, who are all in there related to Lu Fei. Envy. So many people are envious of this luxurious circle of friends. The world of the rich is truly incomprehensible. 8. Seafood. A large wave of people left in 2s and 3s. Isabella found Luffy. Mr. Lu, since you now know that what I want is the sword in the stone, I won't beat around the bush. I, as well as the Sunset Royal family, and the Sunset Empire need that sword in the stone. So I hope that Mr. Lu can sell the sword in the stone to me. You can make any conditions you want, as long as they're not excessive. I'll agree to them. Her Highness's expression was deliberate. It's also very sincere. Lu Fei said, a sword in the stone will rewrite the history of your Sunset Empire and even make your Sunset Royal family shine again. I don't think I need to say more about the value of it. Your Highness should know it very well in your heart. My request is simple. 1,000 pieces of fine Jusha antiques. The market price of each of these antiques must not be less than $2 million. On top of that, within these 1,000 fine antiques, there needed to be at least 20 other top-heavy treasures like the bronze dragon head. By the way, add another 2 billion sunset dollars in cash. Meet that requirement, and I'll deal with Her Highness anytime. Isabella was shocked. This can't be right. 1,000 pieces of fine Jusha antiques even if she went back to the Sunset Empire's nobles to get together. A few more trips to other allied countries to get some back will always get it together. But 20 pieces of top-heavy treasures like the bronze dragon head, the Sunset Empire could at most put together 7 or 8 pieces. The remaining dozen or so would have to be purchased from so many countries to make it work, but they're not always available yet. And $2 billion in sunset dollars in cash. That's equivalent to 20 billion Jusha dollars. Mr. Lu, this condition is outrageous. Lu Fei shrugged his shoulders and said, my conditions are as simple as that. I don't want anything else. If you can't fulfill this condition, I think it's better for Shi Zhongjian to stay in Jusha. I could build a museum dedicated to exhibiting the origins of this sword to the public. The inherited treasures of the former Sunless Empire were brought back to Jusha by the caravan of our great merchant Shenhuansan in the Ming Dynasty. I think it's going to be a fascinating piece of history for people to read, and there should be quite a few of the billion or so Jusha people who will be interested. Threats. Isabella's face sank. Mr. Lu, please think clearly. You are threatening an imperial princess, the future queen. Lu Fei waved his hand. No, I'm not threatening, I'm just stating a fact. In fact, the item is now in my possession, and I have sole dominion over it according to the International Marine Treasure Hunting Act. Isabella took a deep breath. Deadpan stared at Lu Fei. Suddenly a smile unfolded. Mr. Lu, perhaps you don't know that there are already many international thieves eyeing the sword in the stone. If I were you, I would certainly be the first to strike, as it would be easy to take it in your own hands. Lu Fei shrugged his shoulders. It's okay, if it's stolen, it's stolen. I'm happy with it. The tone of voice is flirty and the words are human. Isabella was so angry she couldn't speak. Listen, is this what people say? She rose with an open hand. I hope Mr. Lu can still talk to me so leisurely after having his things stolen. Having said that, she stomped on her heels and turned to stride away. Assistant Alice shook her head, filled with admiration. He glanced at Lu Fei and turned to leave as well. Walk out of the makeshift parlor. Yu Menglan walked over. Talks fell through? She asked curiously. Lu Fei shrugged his shoulders and said, I asked her to take 1,000 fine antiques, and 20 national treasures and heavy treasures as well as 2 billion sunset dollars to exchange with me. The woman blew up on the spot and threatened me that the international bandit was coming to steal the sword in the stone. At once, Yu Menglan and several other women changed color. What then? Should I report J? International bandit. It feels so powerful. Lu Fei laughed lightly. It's fine. I've already arranged for thieves to pull awesome security. How many of them come will be for nothing. Yu Menglan and the others were skeptical. You're just a rich, ordinary guy. What kind of security could you possibly know? The big thing is to hire a security company. Lu Fei, I think you should still be cautious. Yeah, or why don't you deposit it in a bank vault? Or just take it home? It's too dangerous to bring it home. Those big thieves in the movies are no slouches. A few stunningly beautiful women twittered. Give Lu Fei ideas. Lu Fei cried and laughed. Don't even discuss it. I've gotten 2 of the top experts back to guard it. Absolutely nothing will go wrong. A couple of the women will believe it. It finally subsided. Then, each to his own home, and each to his own mother. Into the night. Several different corners of the Magic City. All of the international thieves from around the world are checking their gear. My friends, tonight we are not up against the other side's security systems, but our counterparts. Brothers, the sword and the stone must be gotten somehow. I heard that Mike the Lone Ranger has arrived as well, and this one will be between us and him. Inside a private house in a seaside fishing village, Mike checks the gear, after making sure it's correct, riding a motorcycle quietly away in the middle of the darkness, straight to the heckler group. The sword and the stone is mine. No one can stop it. Chapter 146, International Bandit. Kneel in minutes. Night. The silence is silent. Hacker group fault. The lights are on. Patrols of security company personnel, armed and nervous. Several lampposts made up of huge searchlights disturbed the darkness. Leave no stone unturned. Wordlessly, 7 or 8 international teams of thieves from different countries and regions, numbering more than 40 people have infiltrated. After looking at each other, it's all very much out of the box. Well, oomph, bang, in the blink of an eye, the 50 or so security personnel of S.H.I.E.L.D. security had no room for resistance. Just get at right over by these international thieves. X, you're here. Elsas, you're here too. Kim Sung Min, you Silla people are here to join in the fun? A team of 7 or 8 international bandits stood in front of the vault door, greeting each other. There was a wary glint in his eyes. Security has been taken care of by them. The rest is a competition between them. The treasure-stealing teams. A few breaths later. Do it! With a low growl from an unknown source. Moment. A team of 7 or 8 international thieves got into a fight. Bang, 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 punching, darkness. Mike, the notorious Lone Ranger, smiled icily. Quietly, he climbed up to the roof of the vault, drilled inside the ventilation duct. Fight, fight, fight. By the time you're done, I'll have taken the sword and the stone out to sea. He sneered. Bang, a soft thud. He landed lightly. After the sight swept around, the location of the sword and the stone was soon found. Sword in the stone. His breathing was steep. After taking out his instruments and scanning them for a while to make sure there were no infrared or anything like that, strutting toward the front, as he walked away, he muttered, "Ha, stupid Zuzha people, with this level of security, a slightly more reputable thief could empty your treasury." Talking about talking, there was a sudden lurch in his steps, because in front of him, there appeared 2 youthful and beautiful women. Mike frowned slightly. "Hey lady, I don't hit women dash. Wah has just fallen." HW01 then just raised his arms. A punch, swung out like lightning. Bang! Mike covered his stomach and fell to his knees. Open your mouth wide and try hard to breathe, only to realize that you just can't do it. After a good while, hiss, hiss, he was able to catch his breath. HW02 kicks him in the face. At once, the international thief who has terrorized countless museums and tycoons, claiming that there is no defense he can't break through. It fell straight to the ground and fainted. The moment he lost consciousness, it took him a moment to finally understand. People don't use any high-tech equipment at all. It would only take these 2 masters with disorientation to protect the sword and the stone. Outside the vault, those international thieves are still infighting. The fight went on for several minutes, lying all over the place. Just a dozen or so were left standing. Kim Sung Min, why don't we go in first and get the sword and the stone? If we keep fighting, don't let that Mike guy get the jump on us. Right, Mike, open the door. A few seconds later, the vault door was slowly pushed open. The remaining 10 or so treasure theft experts rushed in. Greet them. It was HW01 and HW02, the 2 super guards, with their hands flat in the air and what looked like Iron Man's energy cannons in the palms of their hands aimed at them. What a fuck? What is this? Making a movie? More than a dozen experts let out bewildered shrieks. Bang, bang, bang. A series of soft thuds followed. Plasma and energy cannons were fired in quick succession. More than a dozen people instantly fell to the ground, twitching on the floor. He passed out, terrified by being dropped in the air and having come to his senses. Bandit Mike, holy dash, what's all this about? Are the Zhusha already this terrifying now? He almost peed his pants in fear. HW01 and HW02 walk out without a hitch, 1 punch at a time. Knock out all those international bandits lying on the ground, then dragged it inside the vault, closed the door, hanging all these people in the air. Do it all. HW01 dialed Lu Fei's number. Lu Fei, who had just eaten fried rice with Jean Cece while Jean Sia was asleep, was lying inside a broad bosom. Pick up the phone. Boss, there was an invasion of 46 people, and we've taken care of all of them. Lu Fei raised an eyebrow. That fast? HW01 nodded his head and said, "Yes boss, they fought outside before they even came in. There were about 30 people they knocked out themselves, so I worked it out quickly with 02. When she finished, she asked, "Boss, what about these people? How do I fix it?" Lu Fei had a smile on his lips. Climbing to his feet, he said, "Wait for me." 11:30. Lu Fei left Kaiyunyuan again, the Rolls-Royce Cullinan that just arrived before it was licensed, heading towards the Heckler Group. Half an hour later, a smooth ride to the door of the Heckler Group vault. Knock on the door and enter. Dozens of international thieves were all hanging inside the vault as if by the neck. HW01 and HW02 have stepped forward. "Boss." The voice is neat and sweet. Lu Fei smiled at them and patted his shoulder. "Great job." Having said that, he asked in a low voice, "Do you have anything of the sort that can be planted into a person's body and then can be controlled to make their life worse than death?" HW02 said, "Yes boss. All that is needed is for us to disintegrate a small nanobug implanted in a human to achieve the effect you are talking about." Lu Fei laughed. "Great." He waved his hand. "Why don't you guys go out there and get everyone from S.H.I.E.L.D. Security knocked out one more time. Make sure they can't wake up while I'm over here." The two guards obeyed and walked out, dragged a chair and sat down. Lu Fei crossed his legs and looked at the international bandits who had woken up but were still skeptical. Said, "Do you want to die or do you want to live?" The voice was flat. So many people were at a loss. "Jurassic? I don't get it." Among them, the beautiful young woman from Silla, called Kim Sungmin, who looked like an idol, shouted, "We want to live." To live. Lu Fei raised an eyebrow. "Yes, live or notify someone to call for ransom right away, or I'll turn you over to JC. Kim Sungmin froze. "You're blackmailing." Lu Fei shook his head. "No, this is the compensation you need to pay for invading my private territory." Chapter 147, The Sword in the Stone. Even damaged, Kim Sungmin's face changed slightly. Asked, "So, what do you need?" Lu Fei shrugged his shoulders and said, "I need your team to help me steal 50 pieces of fine antiques from Jusha that have been exiled overseas and have a total value of more than $1 billion back within 3 months. Kim Sungmin's face changed wildly. "No way." Lu Fei shrugged his shoulders and said, "There's nothing impossible. Either you help me steal it back or I'll give you to JC. I guess with all the years you people have been on the dockets, that should be enough to put you behind bars, right?" Kim Sungmin's face went pale. She gritted her teeth and stared at Lu Fei dead in the face. Eyes twinkled for a moment. Suddenly nodding, he said, "Yes." The mind was reeling. "Just let us go. Ghosts still care about you. And to blow the whistle on the identity of your two creepy women." Lu Fei laughed. Turning toward her, he said, "Just as well. You tell them my terms. 50 fine antiques per team. Promise me and I'll let you go. If you don't, I'll report you to J right away for life in prison." Kim Sungmin conveyed Lu Fei's words. Soon plus her a total of 7 people from the international bandit team agreed to his terms. Everyone was sneering in their hearts. This guy really doesn't know how he got such a family business. Too much brain. Lu Fei laughed, snapped his fingers, shouting, "Come in here, you two, and give them a hand." HW01 and HW02 walked in, put everyone down, then snapped his fingers toward the men. Nanites imperceptible to the naked eye burrowed inside their brains. Lu Fei said, "Let them try the flavor." HW01 and HW02 nodded their heads. Fingers snapped. Nanomite action. Ah! Screams rang out. Kim Sungmin clutched his head and fell to his knees, wailing in agony. It's like a virus. One international bandit after another fell to the ground, wailing in agony, in just 30 seconds, and their voices went mute. It was even so painful that he scratched his scalp and grabbed the ground with his head, his face covered in blood. Da. Lu Fei walked up to them. "Friends, you should feel the pain that feels like purgatory, right? I hope you will not perfume me, or you will live in such agonizing fear until you die." The voice was indifferent. On the sidelines, HW01 acted as a translator, translated his words. All the international bandits shuddered. Inside, there is a lot of fear. That kind of pain is something they can never forget in their lives. "Don't worry, we will definitely help you get this done within 3 months. This is the kind of pain I don't want to endure again for the rest of my life." "Devil, you're a devil." A group of international thieves made a lot of noise. They're not afraid of rappelling down a 100-story building. But now, yet, he was filled with fear of Lu Fei. The crowd. Lone Ranger Mike suddenly shouted, "Mr. Lu, I have a request. I'll help you steal 100 Jusha antiques and beg you to trade with the Sunset Empire, to be able to ask them to release my sister who is in prison in Thackeray. Please." Said. He knelt down towards Lu Fei. HW01 a burst of translation. Lu Fei pondered for a split second. Nodding his head, he said, "You're also a man of feeling, so you can." "No problem. I agree to this request. Mike flashed a smile. Thank you, Mr. Lu. Lu Fei turned around, sitting on top of the chair, said, you can go now, but remember what I said. Within 3 months, I want those things, and, if you can't keep your mouths shut, I'll let you sink and die in the middle of purgatory. HW01 translates over. All the international bandits were cold with fear. There was a lot of heart-patting and reassurance. Definitely finish the job. Lu Fei waved his hand and said, alright, you guys can leave now. A group of international thieves who have kept the top agencies of various countries at bay are being pardoned. All with their heads down. Climb up. It's like running away from here. Ryoko. Lu Fei looked at the 2 super guards. Said he, take that sword and the night pearl and a few other most precious things with you and come with me. A few minutes later, 2 super guards with swords walked out with Lu Fei. A splash of cold water. Jinhui woke up with a shiver. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. He rolled onto his back and hissed loudly. Made a defensive move. Lu Fei sighed. Captain Kim, the men have been cleaned up by my men. Relax. Jinhui froze, looking back at the SHIELD security officers sprawled out on the floor. The face became pale. He lowered his head. Said Mr. Lu, it's so embarrassing. Lu Fei waved his hand and said, alright, I didn't expect you guys to carry those guys anyway. They're the ones that the secret service organizations of every country can't deal with, and you guys are just small fry. It's better to forget about it. A look of embarrassment appeared on Jean Huey's face, seeing HW01 and HW02 who were holding several precious antiques and the sword in the stone. Another slight sigh of relief. Lu Fei said, Captain Jean, divide some of your men to go in and guard the area, patrolling 24 hours a day, and your security gear was breached. Get it back up, and you'd still better notify your company and send another batch of people. I'll take these expensive key items with me, and if anything else happens, your company will pay for it according to the contract. Leave a comment. He turned straight around. With 2 super guarded beauties, it's on to Cullinan. Boom. The car started, vanished in the darkness. Jinhui sighed, rushed to wake up his crew. Then the company was notified again. Dozens more were sent over. If something happens again this time, our company will simply close down. Jinhui sighed. Lu Fei returned to Townsend with 2 super guards and a few heavy treasures. Glanced at the time. It's 2 in the morning. Contemplated. He frowned, and called Isabella over. Hey. Isabella spoke in a daze. Lu Fei's eyes flashed. Said, Your Highness, several waves of international bandits came by this evening. The sword in the stone was damaged by them during the fight. Having said that, he hung up straight away. Then shut down. Across the phone, Isabella froze. Instant sleepiness. Asterisk. The sword in the stone is destroyed? She shrieked and sat up. 3 seconds later, the face turned a pale white. The sword in the stone, it was actually destroyed. Her body shook. Almost fainted. Chapter 148, Isabella's late night attack. Get this message. Isabella's entire body was dumbfounded. After 1,000 calculations, she didn't expect that the sword in the stone would be destroyed. Hey Mr. Lu, hello, hey, Isabella shouted in broken Zhuxia language. Instead, there was a busy signal inside the phone. She hurriedly dialed Lu Fei again. However, it shows that the call cannot be connected. Isabella's brain was mush inside. Ruined. How will this be accounted for? How will the reputation of the crown, the glory of the empire, and the expectations of the people be realized? I am a sinner of the empire. I should have been a little more decisive and agreed to his request. Isabella mumbled like a peaceful woman. A few minutes passed. Only then, as if electrified, did she pull out her encrypted satellite phone and dial the Queen's special number. The Sunset Empire. It's late morning in Zhuxia, but over in the Empire of the Sunset, it's just after 6 p.m. The Queen is having dinner with the prince. Just out of the blue, I got a call from Isabella. Isha, it's not a good thing to interrupt someone's meal, and it should be late at night on the Zhuxia side by now, right? Not going to bed this late is not the kind of routine a noble lady should have, either. The Queen teased. The next second, grandmother, that Zhuxia man named Lu just called me. That gang of international thieves who stole the sword in the stone. In the middle of the fight, the sword in the stone was destroyed. Ding! The silver knife and fork in the Queen's hand fell inside the plate. Let out a catalytic bang. What did you say? The sword in the stone, destroyed by those maggots? Asshole. How the hell did that Lu bastard keep it? He is simply unpardonable. The Queen growled angrily. It's a far cry from the graceful look of the last second. Aside. The prince frowned slightly. Eliza, calm down. The Queen turned back. The sword in the stone is destroyed. How can you make me calm down? The prince muttered in a small voice. Mind the Queen's manners. The Queen slapped the table. Fuck his queenly demeanor. Ketchup spilled all over the prince's face. The prince closed himself off. The Queen huffed and puffed, and it took a while before she finally calmed down, saying, Isabella, I now want you to immediately bring someone to confirm the state of the sword in the stone. If the damage isn't too severe, make sure to bring the sword back to be repaired. Isabella nodded. Yes, grandmother, I'll be on my way. A few minutes later, Isabella is fully dressed, with an assistant, Alice, and a team of escorts. Holler and leave the hotel. That princess has left. Big news. How did she leave in the middle of the night? Quick, get the newsletter. The hotel's duty officer quietly mimicked the spread of the news. Many of the night owls were at a loss. The princess of the Sunset Empire quietly leaving the hotel in the middle of the night with her men? What's this about? Half an hour later, Heckler Group. Isabella arrived at the vault with the men. This gentleman. I need to go inside. Jean Hui blocked them. I'm sorry, except for Mr. Xiao and Mr. Lu, no one else is allowed to enter. Isabella frowned. A grimace. A member of the escort was about to make a move. Isabella waved her hand, forcibly suppressing the burning of the internal breath. Asked, so Mr. Jean, is the sword in the stone still here? Jean Hui frowned and said, the sword in the stone and other things have been taken away by Mr. Lu's people. Isabella breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the sword in the stone was still there and hadn't been completely destroyed by someone, it was fine. Thank you, Mr. Kim. Do you know where Mr. Lu lives? Jean Hui mused for a while. Said Mr. Lu, Mr. Lu lives on the 28th floor of Building A of the Townsend. Isabella bowed slightly toward him. Thank you, Mr. Kim, for informing me. Having said that, turn around with a wave of your hand. Go to Thompson's piece. The group left quickly. Look at the illuminated taillights. Jean Hui was at a loss. This woman is sick, isn't she? What are you doing here in the middle of the night? The sword in the stone is properly held in Mr. Lu's hand. If you want to buy it, just pay for it. Jean Hui muttered in a small voice. It was almost half an hour more. Isabella and her group arrived at the Thompson piece, stopped by the doorman. Sorry ma'am, private property, can't get in without a pass. Isabella frowned. In broken Zhuxia language, he asked, so what do I need to do to get in? The doorman said, if you are trying to visit someone, you can call the owner. Isabella frowned. Pulling out his cell phone, he dialed Lu Fei's number. Unable to connect, Isabella's face sank. Was there an accident? Sir, are you sure Lu Fei is home? The doorman frowned. In principle, we can't disclose any information about the owner, but seeing as you shouldn't be an ordinary person, I'll tell you, Mr. Lu just came back a short while ago, so if you're looking for him, please call. Isabella was full of anxiety, but I can't get through to him anymore, and I'm afraid if something has happened to him. So could you, please, let me in first? The doorman's face was full of embarrassment. Ma'am, it's difficult for me. Isabella was in a hurry. Finally, she simply stuck her neck out and said, hello, I am Isabella, the crown prince of the Sunset Empire. You can search the website within your Zhuxia country and there should be a picture of me on it. I'm looking for Mr. Lu on a very urgent matter indeed, so could you please let me in? The doorman froze. Pulling out his cell phone there was a burst of searching, and really, he searched out Isabella's picture. One comparison later, the doorman will open the door. You can go in, but only 2 people can go in, and absolutely no one else. Isabella turned back, said, I'll go in first, you guys just stay out here. But your highness, no buts, leave a comment. Isabella rushed inside Building A with Alice in a hurry, entered the elevator. Chapter 149, Mr. Lu, I hope you won't regret it. The doorman watched their backs for a moment and staggered. Nima, this Mr. Lu is really cowhide. Nothing to do but bring home a couple of superb beauties for the night. Not good. This princess would not be Mr. Lu's date. The other side came to catch the adulterer, right? Think about it. The doorman was torn for a split second. Rushingly, he dialed the phone inside Lu Fei's room. Hey, Mr. Lu, there's a crooked person named Isabella here to see you. She says she's some kind of princess. I searched online and found out it's a person, so I let her in dash. The doorman was a little apprehensive. Lu Fei, who had just taken a shower and had yet to lie down, raised an eyebrow, said, oh, okay, I get it. It doesn't matter much, just let her in. Hanging up, the janitor breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, as long as it didn't disturb the homeowner. A few minutes later, Isabella stood at the door and knocked. Luffy opened the door in his pajamas. Mr. Lu, I want to see Shi Zhongjin immediately, Her Highness yelled as soon as she entered. Lu Fei frowned. Closing the door, he sat on the sofa and said, Your Highness, if you want the sword in the stone, you can. Prepare what I said before. I'm ready to trade with you whenever something arrives in Mordor. Isabella blushed hard. But the sword in the stone has been damaged. Until I see the sword in the stone, there's absolutely no way I can prepare anything for you. Lu Fei clapped his hands. HW01 had then walked out with the intact sword in the stone. I thought it was damaged, but when I got it back it was just a piece of patina that had fallen off. Lu Fei shrugged his shoulders. Isabella blushed. It then became somber. Mr. Lu, is it fun to trick me? Lu Fei shook his head and said, how could it be fooling you? The sword in the stone is incredibly important, and I'll tell Her Highness right away if there's the slightest damage, but the unfortunate part is that it's just a small piece of patina that has fallen off, but it's now in the crosshairs of those international thieves, and it's really hard for me to have too much energy to protect it. If Your Highness doesn't have the item ready to complete the transaction soon, I'll have to deal with this item in my own way. Isabella sat down. Gritting his teeth, he asked, then why aren't you answering your phone? And what are you going to do with Jianshi Zhongjin if you can't make a deal soon? Lu Fei shrugged his shoulders and said, it might have run out of power and shut down automatically. As for how to deal with it, I'll do what I like with my things, so I won't bother Your Highness to worry about it. The corner of Isabella's mouth twitched. Looking at him grimly, said the man, you'd better think it over. That's the national treasure of our Sunset Empire. Lu Fei shrugged his shoulders indifferently, said, I'm well aware of it, but it's better for Your Highness to think it over. After all, there's only one of these things, and it wouldn't be a good thing for your royal family if it fell into the hands of a crooked man, would it? Isabella gritted her teeth, simply got up and walked out onto the balcony and dialed the Queen's encrypted number. Grandmother, sword in the stone is fine. It was that guy who deliberately scared me. The Queen, who had always seemed anxious, breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. That's good. Tell him that he can reap the friendship of the Sunset royal family by selling us the item at a reasonable price. Isabella turned back and repeated the Queen's words. Lu Fei, however, smiled icily. And don't you queen me with that kind of talk. I'm not some 3-year-old. What is the use of gaining the friendship of your Sunset royal family? General difficulties do not require your presence. When there are difficulties that I can't solve, you guys also treat your talk of so-called friendship as farting. So it's better to come up with something practical. It's still the same condition, and Her Majesty had better think about it soon. A fair deal is good for everyone, Lu Fei said indifferently. On the side, HW01 translated. Isabella's face became even more unpleasant. You're the first to ignore the olive branch handed out by the Sunset royal family. Lu Fei didn't even bother to talk. This what friendship bull asterisk 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 asterisk. It's just a matter of coaxing a 3-year-old, when they really needed their help. These guys would have been hiding somewhere a long time ago. Across the phone. Sunset. The Queen's face was also very uncomfortable. She pinched a large pearl. After a moment of contemplation, said, promise him, I'll find a way to raise those antiques right away from my side. But grandmother, Isabella was resigned to being hammered so brightly. The Queen, however, shook her head. Okay Isha, promise him first. Isabella froze and nodded. Yes grandmother, I know. Hang up. She looked back at Lu Fei. Said the Queen, yes, the Queen has promised. We'll raise what you need as soon as we can. But you'd better save your stuff, or else you can't afford the consequences. Isabella's voice was indifferent, with an air of menace. Lu Fei smiled icily. I also hope that Your Highness will go and raise it as soon as possible, because you can't afford the consequences if you're late. Isabella froze. Her assistant, Alice, burst into a rage. You dare to threaten Her Highness? The voice fell. She suddenly took a step out and blasted her fist towards Lu Fei. Bang! A muffled sound. HW01, who hadn't said anything the whole time, kicked out. Alice flew straight across the room. It fell on the couch and knocked it over. Hiss. Alice sucked in her breath. Lu Fei looked at Isabella and said lightly, remember, this is not a threat, but advice. As to whether you believe it or not, that's up to you, but the consequences had dash. Isabella gave him a vicious glare. Pick up Alice, turn around and leave. Mr. Lu, I hope that one day you won't regret what you did to me and to the Sunset Empire. The voice faded, yet it carries a murderous aura. Chapter 150, Anti-Use Date. Lu Fei shrugged his shoulders. He's scared less. The people are in the summers, and the machine guards are there. What can the people of the Sunset Empire do to him? Sent an assassin? Not false. A commercial hit? He was even less vain. And, if nothing else, Isabella would come begging for him again. Those international thieves aren't vegetarians. Those Jusha antiques of the Sunset Empire. Ha. Lu Fei smiled coldly. Turning and waving, he said, sleep, turn off the lights and go to bed. Wake up. Just turned on the phone. Jean Shiyu then put in a call. Fei, look at the hot search. Hot search? What's hot? Landfill landing alerts. Fried blinked. The expression on his face was wonderful. Hashtag Isabella, the first crown prince of the Sunset Empire, met the wealthy Lu Fei in the middle of the night. Hashtag. Look at the phrase that topped the Hot 100. Lu Fei didn't even know what to say. Asterisk. Fei is awesome. Damn you. Is fate doing his country a favor? The life of a rich man is truly awesome. Envy and jealousy. So many netizens were shocked by this. Envy and jealousy towards Lu Fei. Lu Fei didn't bother to clarify. Exit alert. Leave the HW01 and 02 robots at home by themselves. He left Townsend's and went out for breakfast. Dialed Yu Menglan's number. Hey, old Yu, come out and play, I have something to discuss with you. Yu Menglan asked curiously. What is it? Lu Fei said. Good thing. Okay. Yu Menglan didn't pursue the matter any further. After eating breakfast, he said towards Lu Ruoxin, who was lying at home. Ruoxin, I'm going out for a trip. Lu Ruoxin froze. Asked. Where to? Is it to go on a date with that asshole Lu Fei? The corner of Yu Menglan's mouth twitched. Admitting graciously, he said, yes, Lu Fei asked me out to talk about something. Lu Ruoxin's eyebrows lifted. You're really going? Did you know that last night that Princess Sunset ran off to his place in the middle of the night? Yu Menglan shrugged his shoulders. I know. So what? Lu Ruoxin is self-absorbed, clueless for a while. Roll over and get up. Wait for me. I'll go too. Yu Menglan smiled helplessly. There was no denial. It didn't take long. North Shore Clubhouse. Lu Fei met Yu Menglan and Littletail Lu Ruoxin. What brings you here? Lu Fei was a bit surprised. Lu Ruoxin smiled proudly. Said, ha, of course I'm coming. I'm going to keep an eye on you at all times. Lu Fei, however, laughed. You're here just in time, and I'm going to need your help with what I'm about to say. Lu Ruoxin froze. A not-so-wonderful premonition suddenly rose in his heart. What is it? I told you I'd never help you. Lu Fei didn't bother to talk nonsense with her, waving directly towards Yu Menglan. Sister Lan, come and sit down. Yu Menglan looked back at Lu Ruoxin, a helpless smile. Sit down across from Lu Fei. After Lu Ruoxin sat down as well, Lu Fei took out all the documents about the AI that the system had issued to him inside his home yesterday, but it didn't flip. Sister Lan, you were supposed to be in a high-tech company before, right? Yu Menglan nodded her head and said, yes, before I did high-tech company, software direction. The result is heh. She smiled to herself and said, we engaged in the artificial intelligence piece, but after a little bit of results, we were targeted by Lang Soon, a giant in the internet industry. My company was forcibly merged by Lang Soon, and after I sold my shares to get the money, I came to Magic City. That means it was a couple months ago? Lu Fei asked curiously. Yu Menglan nodded her head and said, right, in the face of Lang Soon, that small company of mine doesn't have any room for resistance yet. Lu Fei laughed. As it happens, I recently got something out. It's also about the direction of artificial intelligence, and I want to start a high-tech company. Can you come and help me manage? Yu Menglan froze. Said the man, artificial intelligence? This thing can't be easy to mess up. Lu Fei shrugged his shoulders and said, it's all in the eye of the beholder. Anyway, it won't cost much to set up such a small company. Yu Menglan nodded. That's true. On the side, Lu Ruoxin frowned. Auntie, you've only rested for such a little time and you're starting things again? Don't fall for this bastard Lu Fei's trick. He's deliberately squeezing you. Luffy looked at her. Said, if I'm not mistaken, your hidden ID online would be Rakshasa woman, right? At once, Lu Ruoxin colored. Who are you? Lu Fei leaned back on the sofa. It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is that I have something that you are definitely interested in. Having said that, pushing the stack of information in front of him, you can look at these first. Lu Ruoxin's mind shook. Having his identity suddenly revealed by Lu Fei, he became careful and respectful. She flicked through the information. I just looked at it twice and couldn't take my eyes off it anymore. 5 minutes later, Lu Fei put back the information she had gone through less than a third of. How about it? Are you interested in being the CTO of Flying Dream Technology? Lu Ruoxin's eyes moved with the information. After 3 seconds of agonizing. After all, she couldn't resist all the brand new ways of constructing and guiding the development of artificial intelligence inside the information. Lifting his head, he looked at Lu Fei and said, good, I'll be the CTO of this tech company. Lu Fei laughed. Pick up a cup of tea on top of the desk. Said, well then, good luck with our partnership. Yu Menglan looked at him with a smile and picked up the tea. Lu Ruoxin grunted twice and followed suit with the tea. Have fun working together. After taking a sip of tea, Lu Ruoxin asked, now, I need to know who you really are. Lu Fei looked at her with a smile. 2 words were spat out. Guess. Lu Ruoxin was so angry that she spat out blood, but a light flashed inside his head. You're ZZ. Lu Fei shrugged his shoulders, not admitting or defending himself. Lu Ruoxin, however, was already chattering away to herself. You're ZZZ. It's definitely you now. Every time you have a problem, ZZ comes along. It's definitely you, right? Lu Fei shook his head and said, alright, let's settle this matter. Turn around, Sister Lan. You go and register a company, and I'll let Flycatcher Investments inject funds. Chapter 151, How come it's that bastard Pang Wensi again? That afternoon, Yu Menglan then took Lu Ruoxin and Qin Shihan with the three of them and went to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau to register a high-tech company. The registration location is upstairs at Overwatch Games, Company Grasshopper. Yu Menglan and Lu Ruoxin were both busy. They're going to be busy recruiting people. Lu Fei, on the other hand, received a call from Chen Lanbing, the president of the Amusing Bird platform. Mr. Lu, I've already blocked the Zuanqing Guild, but the other party has joined forces with the guild's anchors and has already sued us. Lu Fei smiled icily, said, it's okay, let them sue. Let corporate law play slow with them. We're not blocking them to make them bow down. Instead, they want to bring down the anchor heat they have high hopes for. As long as their anchor is blocked, what can the other side do even if they open a station? It's not that easy to recreate a group of big anchors or to get those anchors back in popularity. Chen Lanbing nodded and said, I know Mr. Lu, but I guess we can't win the lawsuit. Lu Fei shrugged his shoulders and said, if you can't win, you can't win. Slowly play with them. The big deal is that you will lose some money in the end, but their losses are a lot bigger than ours. Chen Lanbing understood. This Lu Dong didn't even put that little bit of money in his eyes. Okay Lu Dong, I understand. By the way, because of the whole being sued thing, plus that guy Pang Vinci is spewing his rage online today, there are already shareholders ready to sell their shares, and there's a bit of panic inside the company. Lu Fei smiled. Just give it to Qin Shihan directly. I'll buy as much as someone sells. As for the company side, I don't think I need to tell you much about how to motivate your employees, do I? Right. Overgod Games side is preparing for the first League of Legends League. I'll give you Overgod Games CEO Luo Qingqing's phone number, so contact her and unite the two platforms to make a league out of it. That's enough to stimulate employees within the company, right? Chen Lanbing got excited. Okay Lu Dong, I understand. Thank you, Lu Dong. Hang up. Chen Lanbing paced back and forth in the president's office twice. A moment of contemplation. To himself, he said, this message can't be released directly. Mr. Lu has made it clear that he wants to buy back as many shares of the company as possible, so I will do my best to cooperate with him on my side. He doesn't pay much attention to the company's affairs anyway, and a boss who knows how to delegate is better than a bunch of antiques who don't know how to hammer and still like to point fingers. Finish muttering, Chen Lanbing made a decision. First, he contacted Qin Shihan and told her about the situation over here. Then he dialed Luo Qingqing's number again. Hello, is this Mr. Luo? I'm Lanbing Chen from Amusing Bird Live. It was Lu Fei Lu Dong who gave me the call. I've heard that a League of Legends professional league is in the works over there. I wonder if you finalized the live streaming platform. If not, our side of Amusing Bird would love to work with Overwatch Games. Phone calls are multifaceted. Luo Qingqing was obviously a bit flabbergasted. Lu Dong, how much industry is there? How come Amusing Bird, the current #1 platform in the live streaming market, is also his? Mr. Luo, Mr. Luo, are you listening? Chen Lanbing's voice came from inside the phone. Luo Qingqing took a breath and said with a clear and cold voice, I am listening. I think this thing you said can be done. The specific cooperation program and so on my side is almost ready. Let's talk about it in detail. Chen Lanbing had no comment. Said, okay, then I'll wait for your call from Mr. Luo. Hanging up, Luo Qingqing rubbed her brow. There has been a lot of action on the part of Lang Hun lately. There are constant rumors of knockoffs coming online. Many people in the industry are looking at the joke. It feels like Overwatch Games will be the next game company to get screwed over by Lang Hun's plagiarism. Luo Qingqing has been under more pressure lately. After thinking deeply for a while, she dialed Lu Fei's number. Mr. Lu, Lang Sun's side has already come up with a schedule, and their imitation game Glory Heroes is going to be online on the National Day. Mr. Lu, what should we do? Should we send a letter to angrily reprimand them? Lu Fei, who received the call, shook his head, said, don't. You're totally helping to hype them up by squirting against them at this point. Don't worry, their game won't go live that smoothly, and I can play them to death if they want to play such tactics. Luo Qingqing was relieved again. As long as Mr. Lu says there's no problem, then there's no problem. Hang up. Lu Fei laughed coldly. Lang Hun, doomed to fall on his own hands, just got on the Cullinan and haven't had a chance to start the car yet. Luffy's phone rang again. Pull it out and take a look. Surprisingly, it was Chu Yushi. Why is this chick calling herself? Lu Fei rubbed his nose. Get on the phone. Lu Fei, guess where I am? After saying that, before Lu Fei could even guess, she said the answer herself. I'm at the Magic City Airport. Come pick me up. Lu Fei said indifferently. What's the benefit of picking you up? Chu Yushi froze. Skittishly, she giggled out again. Come pick me up and you can unlock the new yo. Lu Fei came to interest. Tell me what it's all about. Chu Yushi shrugged her nose and said, recently I've been practicing yoga. And it's not bad. Yoga? Lu Fei laughed. Okay, I'll be right over. It just so happened that where he was now wasn't too far from the airport. In half an hour's time, it arrived at the airport exit. Get out of the car. Toward the pickup point. From a distance, you can see hands resting on top of the trolley case. Shu Yushi, who was looking around, looking a bit impatient, but attracting many travelers to turn back frequently. Lu Fei smiled. Have to say, this hybrid walks out and catches the eye even more. And beside her, Lu Fei spotted another familiar face. Internet celebrity, super rich second-generation Pang Wensi, surprisingly appeared here quite by chance, was yakking with Chu Yushi about something. Pity, the human goddess doesn't even bother with him. Chapter 152, poor Pang Wensi was ignored again. Yushi, why haven't you called me since you came to Mordor? But what fate? I just happened to be picking someone up today and I ran into them. I heard that your Dachu group is preparing to enter the mainland real estate market. Do you want me to help you thread the needle? Yushi, you don't seem to look too happy. Ponvinci chattered on. Shu Yushi, however, frowned, full of impatience. Ponvinci, can you stop yakking around me? There's no way I'm interested in you, so can you stop wasting my time here? Pang Wensi's eyes darkened. It was followed by an effort to squeeze out a smile. No, how did you come to such a conclusion? Yushi, isn't it true that you have to try to find out if you're interested? Besides, we're a match made in heaven. Dachu and our family's Shunha group are united. Then there's no real estate company in Juxia that can rival it. Shu Yushi's eyes flickered, suddenly laughing. He. Pang Wensi still thought that his words had moved Shu Yushi. Just about to speak, Shu Yushi turned back, said, do you know why I dared to conclude that I wouldn't be interested in you? Ponvinci? Shu Yushi turned her head sideways and pointed at Lu Fei, who was walking fast. Said the goon, I like men like that. As for you, you're a wimp who couldn't even fight back when he slapped you. How can you say I like you? Having said that, under the twisted face of Ponvinci, Shu Yushi dragged her trolley case, flung her long legs, and rushed toward Lu Fei. 1-2, just straight up hugged Lu Fei. Lu Fei, you finally arrived. You don't know that Pang Wensi is like a fly, ugly and dejected, but a wimp. Just yakking around me is annoying as hell. Shu Yushi complained. Lu Fei looked up, a glance toward Ponvinci, eyes like knives. At once, Pang Wensi, who had already developed a psychological shadow, shuddered, turned and lumbered away. Shu Yushi covered her mouth and giggled. This guy, he's so wimpy, still claiming to be the #1 rich kid. It's simply ridiculous. But his father, Pang Shenhe, is also a powerful man. How did he give birth to such a wimp? Shu Yushi twittered. Lu Fei shrugged his shoulders and said, they say that a tiger's father is a dog's son, so maybe he's a typical example of that. Shu Yushi covered her mouth and laughed lightly, then joined Luffy and got into his Cullinan. It didn't take long, and the internet exploded. Laughing my ass off, I bumped into Pang Vinci at the airport today. He was supposed to be picking up a friend as well. As a result, he meets a super rich white beauty, and is also of mixed race, with a great look and body and temperament. Photos attached below. The guy was plastered right then and there. Except his hello I'm Ponvinci flirting technique wasn't working. As he jabbered, the human girl showed obvious impatience. Then an even bigger reversal came when Lu Fei, known as the newest man in Magic City and a super womanizer, showed up. The girl saw Lu Fei directly shrug off Pang Wensi and rushed over to him, hugging Lu Fei and saying a few words afterward. Lu Fei looked up and glared at Pang Wensi. And then the climax came. Our super second-generation Pang Wensi was swept away by a single glance from someone else, and he wimped out on the spot. He didn't even wait for his friends. He just slipped back into the car in his dust. It's really the Goon Ben Goon. Pictures. After this flash went out, it quickly went viral. Ponvinci is on the hot seat again, but not this time. Last time, he was angrily spraying the amusing bird platform for blocking anchors for no reason. This time it was ridiculed by countless people on the hot seat. This Ponvinci stuff, I'm going to die of laughter. Lu Fei, this scum, another goddess has fallen. This is the real goddess passerby photos face value or so heavenly, and that pair of long legs, dash. The legendary slapping incident seems to be true. Lu Fei, Pang Wensi's nemesis, car, waiting for a friend. Ponvinci watched as he was mocked in various ways on Hot Topic, so angry that he almost died on the spot. Drafting? Lu Fei, you bastard, and Chu Yushi, dogs and boys. He cursed, pissed off and a little less clear in the head. It didn't take long. The friend he was waiting for arrived. As soon as he got into the car, he couldn't help but ask, Wensi, what's wrong with you? Why did you get into a fight with Lu Fei again? Pang Wensi was so angry that he almost spat out blood. The hell with trying to get on his bad side. That woman was called Chu Yushi, the only daughter of Chu Weinan, the chairman of the Dachu group. I just wanted to get up there and get close to her. You also know that my dad's Xinghua group hasn't been doing too well lately, and there's been a problem with the capital chain, and the overseas landing of the Dachu group has a large amount of cash in hand. I thought of the two strong combination. My dad's winning and having land has something to do with the fact that the Dachu group has the money to engage in a wave of boutique real estate. Who knew that woman ing ignored me and got involved with that bastard Lu Fei? Vinci got angrier and angrier as he spoke. The steering wheel was almost tapped by him. His friend shook his head and laughed bitterly. Then you're really bad. But why are you so afraid of that Lu Fei? Vinci strained his neck. Where am I afraid? I call this porcelain not touching the tiles. His friend stopped talking. It would hurt my feelings to reveal my old self again. Cullinan moved unhurriedly among the traffic. Vehicles in the front and back were far apart. The Lufthansa is a breeze to drive. He operated lightly and asked sideways, "What are you doing over here this time?" Chu Yushi smiled playfully. Said, "You don't know yet, do you? This time I'm here as the assistant to the president of Dachu Group. Yo, in the future, I'll be in charge of the communication between Dachu Group and you." Surprised or not, Luffy didn't feel much. Surprises don't, surprises do. Chapter 153, The Empire of the Sunset. Chu Yushi rolled her eyes. Said, "You're a complete scumbag. You're not even a little surprised that my mom came all the way over here?" Lu Fei shrugged his shoulders. "You've said I'm a scumbag, so how can I be surprised?" Chu Yushi didn't want to chat with him anymore. This asshole, so bad. "Where are you taking me now?" Chu Yushi asked. "To the hotel," Lu Fei said bluntly. Chu Yushi was so angry that she almost spat out blood. "Asshole, can't you think of anything else but fried rice?" Lu Fei sidled his head. "Can you please think of something else?" "No, first we'll take you to the hotel and get you settled. Do I still have to carry you around with my suitcase? As for fried rice, unless you beg me, I am determined not to fry today. It's not like you're missing this meal and a half anyway, so I can get a full meal if I want to." Chu Yushi was furious. Didn't speak to him again the whole way. Half an hour later, the Hill Hotel. Lu Fei directly helped her open the presidential suite. Carrying a traveling gift, he sent Chu Yushi into the presidential suite. "After you put it down," Lu Fei said. "Alright, you'll stay here. I'll leave first." Chu Yushi was in a hurry. "No, you just really left." Lu Fei turned back. "Beg me." Chu Yushi's face darkened. Gritting his teeth, he tried to lose his temper. But it feels like the heart is in the right place. It was a 2-minute standoff. Chu Yushi finally couldn't carry it anymore. Hugging Lu Fei's arm and shaking it around. "Okay, I'm begging you, please check my yoga homework." Lu Fei smiled high and cold. "Well, since you're pleading so sincerely, I'm not at all unreasonable. Go on, close the door and go in and I'll check your yoga homework for you first." Click. The suite door was closed, separating the two worlds of inside and outside, until after 6 o'clock in the evening. Only then did Lu Fei take Chu Yushi and limp downstairs. "Told you I didn't do that move very well yet. You had to try it. Now you're stretching. It hurts like hell." Chu Yushi blankly glanced at Lu Fei. Lu Fei shrugged his shoulders. "Who let you show off?" He glanced at the time. Said, "Let's go. Buy you something to make it up to you." 30 minutes or so later, inside the private room of a Cantonese restaurant, Chu Yushi stared at the dishes that were brought up and smiled a bit impishly. Dishes such as stir-fried leeks with rui, pineapple with sweet and sour pork, pork belly soup with white fruit and bean curd, steamed prawns with garlic and vermicelli, and lettuce with oyster sauce. TSK, it's all kidney tonic dishes. Ah, you're getting weak so soon? Lu Fei swept her a glance, pointing to the palm of her hand resting on her waist. Said, "These things aren't for my tonic, they're for your tonic. Look at how weak you are. It's only been a little while and you can't take it anymore." Chu Yushi's face turned green. What a woman's kidney tonic. Lu Fei served him a bowl of white fruit and bean curd pork belly soup. Said, "Of course I have to make it up, or you won't be able to keep up with me." Chu Yushi sighed. Make it up, make it up." Resignedly, he closed his eyes and began to drink his soup. The Sunset Empire. It was just after 6 p.m. in the Magic City and just after 10 a.m. there. The Queen of Sunset invites the nobles of the Sunset Empire to attend a banquet held at a not-so-well-timed event. But the vast majority of the empire's nobility arrived in a hurry. "Look at these nobles." The Queen organized her words, a direct nod to the subject. "Gentlemen, you should all have guessed something about the purpose of inviting you here this time. Yes, your suspicions are not wrong. The royal family needs your help, and so does the Sunset Empire. Help my granddaughter, Isabella, take back our Sunset Empire from that greedy Zuja, and likewise belongs to you all nobles the object of honor. The sword in the stone, the holy relic of King Arthur." The voice was hyperactive. Iambic pentameter. All the nobles nodded their heads. "Your Majesty, if you need help, please just ask. Is it not enough money? Our family can contribute some of it." The nobles all said they could make some contribution. The Queen smiled in relief, but soon she curtailed her smile. Cautiously, he said, Everyone, this time the Zuzia people are very difficult to deal with. He has made a lion's share of the price that is too high for our royal family to bear. He doesn't want a penny, but needs 1,000 pieces, worth over 200,000 sunset dollars of fine Jusha antiques. And it also included at least 20 pieces of heavy treasures that were on the same level as the 12 Chinese zodiac bronze dragon heads, or even higher. Finally, he also demanded a cash payment of 1 billion sunbelt dollars. Gentlemen, at such a price, our royal family alone cannot afford it, so your generosity is needed. Everything, all for the glory of sunset. The party was silent. All the sunset nobles were stunned by Lu Fei's lion's share. 1,000 fine antiques, and 20 top-quality relics. It would definitely add up to more than $500 million sunset dollars in value, plus $2 billion in cash. That's the equivalent of 25 billion Zhuhai dollars. Is he crazy? Damn the Zuzia people. Her Majesty should send someone to get him killed. The nobles on the scene were talking, full of disbelief. This one is not a small one. It's a lot of money. The Queen sighed. Quiet. The party grounds grew quiet again. She said, Gentlemen, the sword in the stone is in his hands, and with the international bandits having returned in defeat last night, we've lost our other channel. Now if you want to get back the sword in the stone, you'll have to pay for it. All of you are the backbone of the empire, the honor of the nobility. That's why I'm asking for your generosity in getting together those 1,000 antiques. As for the remaining $2 billion in cash, I will inform the congressional side and ask them to do so in the name of the government. Launch a fundraiser to our populace to raise 2 billion sunset dollars to get back the sunset's glorious holy sword. Chapter 154, International Bandits. Crazy strike. There was a silence inside the ballroom. A few seconds later, Duke Haroth, who had been loyal to the royal family and was basically equivalent to a royal vassal, spoke up. We, the Herods, are willing to donate 20 Oriental antiques. Immediately after that, another marquis spoke up. We, the Hilda family, would like to donate 15 pieces. With the beginning of 2 TOs, the nobles present pondered for a while. Finally, I couldn't wipe that face. There was a flurry of talk. We, the Hall family, donate 8 pieces. We basically sold out of the ones we had at home and managed to scrape together 2 or 3 at best. We, the Green family, donate 5 pieces. A warm donation ceremony opens. The vast majority of the nobles were positive and expressed their willingness to donate on the spot. The Queen breathed a sigh of relief. The royal treasury used to contain nearly a former collection of antiquities from the East, but as time passed, most of them were sold by the royal family. There are still a total of over 300 pieces left, but each one is a masterpiece. Together with the donations from these nobles, they should be able to come up with roughly 700 pieces. Another 300 pieces from people in other countries would be basically enough. But those 20 heavy treasures were a bit of a problem to deal with. The Queen's heart was heavy again. She mused for a while. Raising his glass, he said, Thank you all for your generosity. Each of you will enjoy all the honors of the empire. The empire is with you. The crown is with you. All the nobles also raised their glasses. We are with the empire, and the glory of the empire is our glory. The atmosphere was electric. It has the flavor of an old medieval aristocracy. The Queen smiled and laughed, walked off the throne and spoke cordially with each of the nobles. Thanked them personally for all they have done for the empire. The nobles were flattered and their hearts were filled with a sense of honor. The party continues. Suddenly, drip drip drip, the shrill phone rang. It made the nobles present frown. This guy, it's just so humiliating. How can you bring a cell phone to an occasion like this, being watched by so many people? The face of the young man who had just been ordained a nobleman flushed red. The Queen smiled tolerantly, said, Viscount Colas, your phone is ringing, please answer it. Viscount Colas breathed a sigh of relief. Pull out the phone. Go inside the corner and connect. 3 seconds later. What did you say? Once again, shrieks interrupted the normal flow of the party. All the nobles frowned, even the Queen. Viscount Colas, you're being rude. It's a dinner party organized by Her Majesty. As a nobleman, I am ashamed to be in your company. A voice amongst the condemnation. Viscount Colas looked up slowly. With a grim face, he said towards the Queen, Your Majesty, just now my butler told me that the Colas castle has been looted. And the looters, those infamous international group of thieves from Scylla, the light of Scylla. At once, there was silence inside the ballroom. The Queen's brow furrowed. It's daytime, she murmured in a small voice. Viscount Colas was also filled with indignation and alarm. Yes, Your Majesty, it's daytime. Those damnable scalawags. They actually forced their way into our Colas family's castle in the middle of the day, and forced open the treasury and took everything inside the Colas family treasury. Your Majesty, I'm afraid I won't be able to fulfill my promise to donate those 3 antiquities from the East, because all of our treasures, the Colas family's hidden treasures, have been stolen. The young Viscount Colas grew more and more angry as he spoke. His face flushed and his eyes reddened and drenched with tears. The Queen consoled. It's all right, Viscount Colas. I express my regret that such a thing happened. As for the 3 Oriental antiquities you promised, there's really no way to donate them even if it's not possible. Viscount Colas bowed slightly and curtsied. Great Queen. I wish I could leave early and go home to count my losses. The Queen nodded. Go on. Wait until Viscount Colas leaves. The Queen laughed. Gentlemen, don't let a small hiccup disturb the pleasure. Let's all raise our glasses together in honor of the great King Arthur and the 10,000 foundations that he started for the Sunset Empire. All the nobles on the scene raised their glasses, drinking a glass of great wine. Suddenly, another phone rang. Earl Grim frowned. Carefully pull out an encrypted phone. A few seconds later. What do you mean? Green Manor was burglarized? It's as if it's a beginning. Immediately after. Emergency phone ring after emergency phone ring. 6 or 7 aristocrats have picked up the phone. How come? Hilda Manor burglarized? Our treasure trove of the House of Herods has been emptied? Fuck! What are you guys doing? There were cries of alarm. The Queen's face grew somber. Several of the top great nobles of the Sunset Empire in a row have received calls that the family treasury has been stolen. All of this. Never unusual. Soon, a few top nobles finished answering the phone. A pale face opened its mouth. Your Majesty, my family estate has been stolen. Your Majesty, I'm afraid I can't continue to participate in this banquet. Your Majesty, I am truly sorry, but I must leave at once. Watching the 7 or 8 great nobles leave in a hurry, a bad feeling rose in the hearts of the other nobles. Your Majesty, I need to get back to it as well. Your Majesty, please forgive me for my rudeness. Her Majesty, noble after nobleman excused himself and left. The banquet hall, which had just been bustling with activity, quickly became cold and quiet. The Queen's face turned grim. The prince said carefully, Eliza, what now? The Queen shook her head. Stand up, said, Weeks. I have a feeling we're in big trouble this time. Prince Wicks frowned. What big trouble? The Queen stood up and said, We have had a spate of thefts from our great nobles, and the group doing the stealing is most likely the international thieves. And originally those international thieves were supposed to go to the Xuxia magic capital to steal the sword in the stone, but now they had all come to the O continent. Even during the daytime, they began to steal from the treasuries of the nobles in a big way. What kind of excitement were they under? Or what kind of coercion? Prince Wicks froze and his face froze. Eliza, I think we're going to need some help from XX5. Elizabeth nodded. Turning toward the butler, he said, Contact Mr. Wilhouse and Mr. Cameras for me at once. I expect to see them inside the palace within 20 minutes. The butler nodded quickly. As you wish, Your Majesty. Chapter 155, The Queen of the Sunset has gone mad. 20 minutes later, inside the palace gardens, the Queen met with Wilhouse, the Minister of the Sunset Empire, and Camas, the head of XX5. Just 20 minutes ago, our country's major aristocrats received phone calls. Their family manor treasuries have been stolen, and I would like you to use the relevant forces to catch the people involved. Camas frowned. But Your Majesty, the affairs of the nobles are not the affairs of the empire. XX5 exists not to serve the nobility, but to serve the empire and the people. The Queen sneered. Mr. Camayas, the glory of the empire is now at stake with the theft of the treasury of the nobles. The Xuxia man who salvaged the sword in the stone demanded a lion's share of the 1,000 Xuxia antiquities that must be used, plus 2 billion sunset dollars in cash. It was only then that we were allowed to redeem the sword in the stone, and inside our royal treasury, there are only 300 pieces. All the rest will need to be donated by these nobles. But now that their treasury has been stolen, where does Mr. Carmes think we're going to find the remaining 600 or so antiquities? Carmichael's face changed slightly. There was silence. Aside, Wilhouse mused for a split second, said, Don't worry, Your Majesty, we will do our best to track down those rats and retrieve what belongs to the empire. The Queen nodded. Mr. Wilhouse, I hope you'll be quick, because I suspect those bastards will continue to do it. The voice had just fallen. The butler walked over, whispering in her ear. She said, Your Majesty, news has just come in that 8 more noble treasuries have been stolen. Bang! The Queen is furious. A hard slap on the table. Stand up, Mr. Carmichael. I need you to move now. Camas nodded and said, As you wish, Your Majesty. I'll inform down immediately and have them cooperate with the local J-party to arrest those bastards. Having said that, he dialed an encrypted phone number in front of the Queen. After a few orders, hang up. Don't worry, Your Majesty. XX5 are the most professional captors. They won't be able to get away. Speaking with a face full of certainty, the Queen nodded. Mr. Carmichael, I want you to be aware that they are rats that even the special agencies of the countries can't catch. Don't let the empire suffer damage because of your blind arrogance. Carmichael nodded. Don't worry, Queen. Having said that, he and Haas will leave. The Queen sat in her chair. The face was grim. These rats. What the hell are you doing? She fumed for a while, dialed Isabella's number. Grandmother, what's the matter? Isabella is enjoying a meal in the Magic City. The queen's face was grim as she said, Isha, something's wrong. All those international thieves have flooded into our sunset. Just now, more than a dozen noble estates have been stolen. They're stealing our wealth like crazy. And all those Jusha antiquities that the nobles were supposed to donate to us have been stolen by the other side. I'd like to guess that something must have happened in between that we don't know about. Across the phone, Isabella's expression froze for a moment. How come? She exclaimed out in shock. The queen sighed. A grimace. On my end. I've asked XX5 to do a full trace in the hopes of finding those assholes. But I'm guessing it might not be easy because those assholes are very much in the doorway. Even the special agencies of the Hopewell Empire can't do anything with them. Isabella's face sank completely. She was silent for a while, said, Grandmother, let's do our best. If I really can't get all those antiques together, then I'll have to go deal with that asshole and use cash instead of paying. The queen laughed bitterly. So another opportunity for him to blackmail. Isabella smiled bitterly as well. That can't be helped. A few more conversations with the queen. After hanging up, in the face of these colorful and fragrant Jusha cuisine in front of us, Isabella suddenly sailed away all appetite. Those international thieves, could they have anything to do with you? This princess suddenly frowned. There was a hint of suspicion towards Lu Fei. Pity. She doesn't have a hair of evidence. Doubtful though, but there is no way to ask for proof. Let's go. No more food. I'm going to talk to that Jusha asshole. Alice frowned slightly. Again. She remembered the scene last night when she was kicked by that Jusha man's bodyguard. A twitch of the heart. That beautiful woman. It's horrible. Let's hope she's not around that man today. Just the thought of HW01 struck fear into Alice's heart. Isabella stood up. After letting Alice pay the bill, he took out his cell phone and dialed Lu Fei's number. Hey, what did Her Highness want to see me about? Lu Fei asked with a smile. Next to it, Shu Yushi raised an eyebrow. A curious look was revealed. That Princess Sunset? Lu Fei nodded. Shu Yushi held her breath. Isabella said, Mr. Lu, I would like to invite you to dinner. Do you have time? Lu Fei glanced at the half-eaten thing in front of him. Shaking his head, he said, I'm sorry, I'm having dinner with my female companion and won't be able to answer the invitation. Isabella gasped for a moment. Her own imperial princess, whose invitation was surprisingly rejected. Alright then, does Mr. Lu have any other plans after dinner? Lu Fei laughed strangely and said, Your Highness, after eating, the long night is mindless sleep. The arrangement is natural. Isabella froze. Seconds ensued. Mr. Lu, can't you men do something else besides that? Lu Fei raised an eyebrow. Such as? Isabella said. You can try doing some exercise that is good for the body and mind. If Mr. Lu has time, we can go bowling or something like that. Luffy laughed again. I think stir-frying is just the most physically and mentally beneficial exercise. And it's also bonding. Isabella was so angry she almost spat blood. This asshole. What's wrong with it? 3 words about those things. If that's the case, then I won't bother Mr. Lu. Isabella hung up in exasperation. Lu Fei put down his cell phone. Shu Yushi came up with a face full of admiration. Lu Fei, is this how you usually talk to that sunset princess? Aren't you afraid she'll get angry? Angry? Lu Fei laughed. Why should I be afraid of her anger? It's not like she's anything to me. And now that she wants to buy the sword and the stone from me, it is she who has asked for it, and I would be afraid of her anger? Don't tease. Shu Yushi was completely stunned. This guy, it feels so awesome. Chapter 156, Crazy Stealing, Shocking Zero Continent. Are you not afraid of offending that princess when you say that? Shu Yushi asked. Lu Fei shrugged his shoulders and said, What are you afraid of? All my properties are in Jusha's. Even if I offend her, it won't hurt. Shu Yushi thought for a moment. It seems to be the same thing. All of Lu Fei's industries were within Jusha, and all of his industries were entity-based, and there wasn't much potential for overseas expansion. Even if it offended that princess, it wouldn't be much of a problem. And don't look for the Sunburst royal family to be in a position of honor. But their influence on the Sunburst government has been minimal, more symbolic than real. By the way, I heard about the sword and the stone that was salvaged from the haiku group that you bought. That princess is here to buy the sword and the stone, right? How much did you offer? Lu Fei shrugged and said, It's not much. For the time being, I've started with 2 billion sunset coins, but I guess it will go up a little more later. Shu Yushi was bewildered. How else can it go up? Lu Fei shrugged his shoulders. Trade secret. Shu Yushi rolled her eyes. Ghosts trade secrets. The two made small talk as they continued to eat. Isabella, however, had been so angry that she had gone into autism, but at the same time, in the bottom of his heart, however, there was a hint of an extremely strange feeling rising up. This Jusha man, it's not quite the same as everyone else. She was sighing. The queen, who was far away from the Sunset Palace, was in a bad mood. Only another 2 hours had passed. She received word that 7 or 8 more museum treasuries had been patronized. The inside of the museum's treasure trove was emptied of its contents. That group of international thieves looked like they were going to sweep through the entire Sunset Empire. Under great pressure, XX5 are busy and dizzy. However, after the job was done, it was as if all the international gangs of thieves had evaporated. It disappeared without a trace. Oh continent Earth. The news media in various countries have been reporting on it. Ah, those rotten things have somehow offended those big thieves. This time the losses are definitely huge. In one day, at least half of the artwork of the Sunset Empire was stolen. Huge loss. Who the hell did Sunset offend? What is it that drives all the top international thieves to go on a crime spree? The entire land of O continent was in the midst of boiling. The face of the Sunset Empire was pressed to the ground and crushed like crazy. What are our JCs for? God, those are gems, handed down by our ancestors. What the hell is XX5 doing? Just letting those assholes go wild? The entire populace of the Sunset Empire was abuzz. The head of XX Division 5, Carmace, looked grave as he roared angrily inside the conference room of XX Division 5. This is provocation. This is a slap in the face of our XX5. If we don't catch those international thieves, we'll be laughed at by the whole world. God, what are you all waiting for? Send your special agents to investigate this matter immediately. Don't let any hint of it go. They must all be arrested. However, snakes have snake holes and rats have rat trails. A couple of international teams of thieves after paying some price, but it has disappeared without a word. With their haul, all of them left the Empire of the Sunset. A few hours later, Gal was still inside that underground space. Mike met his old partner. Mike, what's wrong with you guys? What's with all the craziness in one day? How dare you rob the Sunset noble class? Do you realize that because of your insanity, my channel in Sunset has become very dangerous? Harvey's growled angrily. Mike casually opened his backpack and sparingly dumped out a bunch of O-continental antiques and 2 famous paintings. Harvey's, here's your reward. The object landed on top of the table, and Harvey's eyes could no longer move. He stared dead in the face at one of the famous paintings. It's the painting? God, it turns out that the painting is in the hands of the Sunset nobles. Thank you, Mike. You are truly my best friend. Thank you for bringing me back this painting. Harvey's was thrilled beyond words, and every one of the other things sitting on top of the table was worth a fortune. Add it up. If you put it in an auction house, it would be able to fetch hundreds of millions of dollars. Mike said, Old ha, don't get too happy. I need your channel to help me open the way to the rest of the entire O-continent. Harvey's blushed. Mike, why? Mike shook his head. Don't ask so many questions. Go play and there won't be any. Harvey's pondered for a moment and nodded. Yes, but I need 30% of the proceeds of all your operations. Mike said, I'll give you 40%. Harvey's was ecstatic. Ha ha ha, then it's a deal. Soon, Mike left again. After getting out of here, he went secretly to another farm. Mae West, my friend, you're the one I trust the most. Mike has a warm hug with an older Gallic woman. The older woman asked in shock, Mike, what is it that makes you and everyone else so crazy? Mike shook his head inside. Mae West, I'm being coerced. The older woman was appalled. A man like you can be coerced? Mike laughed bitterly. Yes, that's exactly what happened. And the person who coerced me was Azusha. Otherwise I wouldn't be standing here talking to you right now. But instead I would have taken the sword and the stone and gone to trade with the Sunburst royal family. The older woman frowned and asked, So can you tell me what has coerced you? Perhaps I can help. Mike shook his head. It's no use. I've scanned it with the most high-tech instruments and found no abnormality in the body. But that horrible Jusha man was able to make us suffer from thousands of miles away. I thought it must be the ancient and mysterious Taoist techniques of Jusha, and being coerced I volunteered, because the other guy promised I'd help me save my sister. The older woman nodded and said, Okay, I know. Is there anything you need from me this time? Mike said, Yes, I would like you to help me transport those things, to the Y, to a freighter that will be crossing the Malacca Straits. The older woman nodded vigorously and said, Mike, leave this to me. Chapter 157, that's a scumbag, a playboy. It didn't take long for a van to depart from the estate, loaded with vegetables for the harbor. It was then successfully loaded onto a ship and shipped to Y continent. Early the next morning, Lu Fei just got up. HW01 then walked over. Boss, those groups of big thieves have already stolen a lot of antiques over at Sunset. There are 166 in total, but it's unclear exactly how many qualify. Lu Fei nodded. Okay, I know. Who knows antique appraisal between you and HW02? HW01 said, Antique appraisal is actually nothing too difficult, as long as the knowledge base is sufficient. Plus our eyes have some special functions. Both 02 and I can complete the identification without any difficulty. This escort. That's so nice. Lu Fei nodded. Said, that's pretty good. Tell you what, I'll arrange for 02 to come aboard and have her meet with someone. Then bring the stuff back to me and send it over to Southo first. HW01 nodded. Okay boss, I'll tell 02. Lu Fei mused. Said, what identifying information are you two using now? It's been so long I forgot to ask. HW01 said, boss, the identity information we use is simple. 02 and I are both Shuzhong side of the mountain out of the people. No relatives or orphans. Grew up with grandpa. My name is Wenyun and 02 is Wenyu. Lu Fei nodded. Alright, I'll call you Wenyun from now on. You let Wenyu go over to Hake. I'll have Chiu Wenbin arrange for a boat to be given to her, and she'll do the work herself. Wenyun nodded and went back to her room to call Wenyu. Lu Fei then dialed Chiu Wenbin's phone. Wenbin, prepare a transport ship empty on your side. Apply for a route through the Malacca Straits with a full crew and I'll send someone over to take over. Got a little business to do over there. Chiu Wenbin didn't ask anything. Directly said, okay Lu Dong, I'll do it right away. 2 hours later, the transport ship left the harbor. Lu Fei stretched, but he received a call from Chu Yushi. Hey, Lu Fei, I'm so bored. Come over and keep me company. Lu Fei raised an eyebrow. What's in it for me? Chu Yushi rolled her eyes and said, the benefits are great and won't make you suffer. Alright, hurry up with your makeup, I'll follow over here. Hang up. Lu Fei went out. Inside the elevator, he met a woman who wore sunglasses and smelled faintly ethereal. Lu Fei Mr. Lu, the woman spoke with a bit of surprise. Lu Fei nodded slightly. Hello, the woman smiled. Take off your glasses and offer to reach out. Hello Mr. Lu, my name is Jiang Shuo. I knew you lived here, but this is the first time I've met you. You, in person, are really super handsome and super classy. Lu Fei smiled shallowly. Said, thank you, and you are as beautiful as I have ever seen in my life. Luffy's words weren't exactly complimentary. The woman in front of him really belonged to the most outstanding level in terms of her looks and figure and temperament. Even compared to Lu Fei's confidence, it wasn't even close. The overall rating can be given 97 points. The two stood inside the elevator making small talk. Kang Shouo wanted to say something. Lu Fei, however, didn't ask anything. There were a lot of good-looking women, and he wouldn't be able to keep himself busy if he were to take the initiative to care for each and every one of them. After a polite goodbye, Lu flew up to Cullinan, drive away from the garage, witnessed the car's taillights leaving. Kang Shouo took a deep breath and dialed a phone number. Brother, I met Lu Fei today. The man, in terms of talk, is a very interesting person. Humble with a swagger in the middle, but not aggressive. A voice came from across the phone. Yes? But what does that have to do with me? Jiang Xiao said. Brother, don't hold on for dear life. You've offended Pang Shenghe. Being blocked by this real estate one in conjunction with other real estate companies. Your construction company will have to close down if it can't receive any more projects. But that's the real estate industry. Can this matter have anything to do with Lu Fei? Kang Xiao sighed. Said, brother, don't forget that this guy is very close to Chu Yushi, the daughter of the Dechu Group. And the Dechu Group is about to land in the Magic City. Rumor has it that they have a super plate on their hands. If you can hook up with the Dechu Group through Lu Fei, do you think it will help you break through? At least, it will get you out of your current predicament, I guess. There was no more sound from across the street. After a good while, like this, that. Let me try to see if I can find a connection to get Lu Fei's number. Jiang Xiao shook her head and said, don't, you can't get any results by going into contact so rashly. It's better for me to help you out. There was a silence across the phone. The voice rose steeply. Jiang Xiao, I forbid you to get close to that bastard Lu Fei. That's a scumbag. Super dandy. Look at the news. How many women has he been with? I forbid you to jump into that fire. Kang Shouo lost her smile. Brother, he's not up to that level. I just have normal contact with him. After all, we are neighbors. And I'm a super pretty girl anyhow. Much easier to reach than you. This is settled. I'll take care of him for you. The man on the other side of the room was going to talk. Kang Xiao had then hung up. A few minutes later, left the garage in a supercar. Mike spent a day recuperating in Gulwas before leaving for Germania. At the same time, the other 7 top international groups of thieves have also left their respective home bases. With the fastest speed possible, it spread out and lurked throughout the land of O-Continent. This time, they are going to use the whole O-Continent Earth as a hunting ground. And pray, it's the super rich. Chapter 158, The Bastard. In front of the hotel, Lu Fei received Chu Yushi, but what surprised him was that Chu Weinan, the old father, was also there. Mr. Lu, you seem surprised to see me? Chu Weinan asked smilingly. Lu Fei cut Chu Yushi a glance and shook his head. No, the project on the Magic City side should be almost ready for the groundbreaking conference, right? It's not unusual for you to come over here, and it's only unusual if you don't. Chu Weinan laughed. That's thanks to your great support. Having said that, he mused for a moment, said, Mr. Lu, our conference is ready to open tomorrow. As the actual owner of this project, you should attend, right? Lu Fei nodded. Of course. Chu Weinan laughed. That's fine. I'll have Yushi accompany you when you attend the event tomorrow. Lu Fei raised an eyebrow. Looking at him, he shook his head and lost his smile. This little scheme of Mr. Chu's, it can be. Chu Weinan smiled awkwardly. Previously, when he was in South O, he was also very optimistic about Lu Fei though, but not as much as it is now. After all, now Lu Fei holds the sword in the stone, and there are so big real estate projects, and the hands of the game company operating the current Jushia's hottest game, day in and day out. All know he's definitely going to take off. When is this time not to take the opportunity to make a public appearance of your daughter with the other side and get a little name recognition? It's all been eaten up anyway. No further is too much of a loss. Yushi, dress up nicely tomorrow and accompany Lu Dong on the red carpet tomorrow. Chu Yushi skimmed her mouth, said, okay, I got it. Chu Weinan didn't stay long before he left. Lu Fei drove his car and took Chu Yushi to wander around Magic City for a day. Midway, Yu Menglan called, Lu Fei, Fei Meng's side will be renovated soon. There's a talent exchange the day after tomorrow. I'm ready to recruit some people. Do you have any requirements on your end? Big sister is very intellectual. Lu Fei shook his head and said, I don't care about this. You and Ruoshin are both professionals. Just watch what you do. Yu Menglan said with a smile. That's fine. Then I'll see to it myself. Hang up. Lu Fei and Chu Yushi continued to loiter. Evening. He accompanied Chu Yushi for dinner, then worked out for another 2 hours. Before driving home, he didn't stay in a hotel. Hotels are still not comfortable enough for home. It didn't take long to get home. Just after 10 p.m. The doorbell suddenly rang. Wen Yun naturally went to open the door. The door to the room opened. Kang Xiao stood outside the door, holding a cake. See Wen Yun. A slight blush. I'm sorry, I thought there was no one else in your family but Mr. Lu. Having said that, her face then went red. Again, hate to slap myself. How do you talk to yourself? That sounds so ambiguous when you say it. Wen Yun, however, turned back toward Lu Fei, who was playing with his cell phone, and shouted, Boss, there's for lady looking for you. Lu Fei looked up, seeing Kang Xiao outside the door. Frowning, getting up, he said, Ms. Jiang, come in and sit down. Kang Xiao hesitated and said, that's not very good, is it? After saying that, he swept another glance at Wen Yun. Lu Fei glanced at Wen Yun and said, it's fine, she's my bodyguard. The corner of Kang Xiao's mouth twitched. A bodyguard? So beautiful? Not even close to myself. You're telling me this is your bodyguard? What am I? 3 years old? But it's better this way. He has another woman at home, so he doesn't have to be afraid of him doing something suddenly. Walked in with cake in both hands. Jiang Xiao said, Mr. Lu, I've been learning to make cakes recently, and this is what I made myself, thinking that it's quite fateful that I met you inside the elevator today, so I wanted to invite you to try it to see how it tastes. The corner of Lu Fei's mouth twitched. Treating someone to a cake in the middle of the night. Is Ms. Jiang serious? Kang Xiao was a little embarrassed. After taking a deep breath, only then did he say, well, let me get this straight. I do have something I want to ask Mr. Lu for a favor. Sewer clogged? Or what? Lu Fei asked. The expression is a bit odd. Jiang Xiao didn't pay attention to the connotation and shook her head. How could it be such a thing? With Mr. Lu's status, how could I possibly ask you to do such a favor? Lu Fei shrugged. That's what happened. Jiang Xiao gritted her teeth and said, Mr. Lu, I heard that you have a good relationship with Miss Chu Yushi of the Dechu Group, and you also have a good relationship with Mr. Chu of the Dechu Group. My brother is the boss of Vast Construction. Because of offending Pang Shenghua of the Shenghua Group, he contacted many real estate companies to join hands to block him. Times are tough right now. Can't catch a project, the company is falling apart. I'd like to ask Mr. Lu to help introduce Mr. Chu dash. Lu Fei's expression became even more odd. This girl, it's kind of fun, looking for yourself, the big boss, to help introduce to the second boss? He stifled a laugh, looking back at the cake. In that case, this cake isn't very good. Jiang Xiao compensated with a smile. Tasty, definitely delicious. If it's difficult for Mr. Lu, just pretend I didn't say it. Lu Fei shrugged his shoulders. It's not difficult, but cake is not my favorite. Then what do you like to eat? I'll make it for you right away. Jiang Xiao asked eagerly. Lu Fei shrugged his shoulders. Personally, I prefer fried rice. Fried rice? What a hobby. Kang Xiao was at a loss. Lu Fei shrugged his shoulders and said, I'm rather particular about eating this fried rice. Ms. Jiang can go back to the internet and check before saying anything. Kang Xiao nodded blankly, said, "Oh, that's right, that's fine Mr. Luck, I'll go back and check, make an effort to make fried rice for you, and you'll be satisfied." Lu Fei smiled and said, "Then you'll have to work harder." Jiang Xiao had no doubts. After excusing himself and going upstairs, "Turn on your computer and start checking it out. Soon." Yikes, she screamed, almost fell out of his chair. Fried rice, what the hell does that even mean? She blushed and closed the page. This asshole. Geez, he must have been laughing his ass off by then. Chapter 159, this piece of land belongs to Mr. Lu. Inside the room, Lu Fei had indeed laughed his ass off. This woman, still simply quite interesting He crossed his legs and sat down on the couch again. Just sat down not long ago. The two women, Jean Ca and Jean Cc, came running over again with their asses in the air. "Fei, can I eat this cake?" Jean Cc stared at the cake with both eyes. Lu Fei turned back. "If you're not afraid of getting fat you can eat all you want." Jean Cc smiled proudly. "Don't worry, brother Fei, I'm definitely not fat after eating it." Having said that, just get the utensils and start chowing down. Next to her, Jean Ca gulped, her face full of envy. "Asshole, how could you do such a thing in front of me?" she yelled in grief. Jean Cc, however, raised the cake and opened her mouth full of provocation. "If you don't want it you come and eat it too." Jean Xiyu was so angry that she closed herself off. You can only find Lu Fei to chat with. "Fei, what made you think of buying a cake? Is today some special day?" Lu Fei shook his head. "It's nothing special. This cake is from the neighbor upstairs." Jean Xiyu came to be interested. "Male or female?" Lu Fei swiped the newsletter and said absent-mindedly, "Female." She even said she would help me fry rice and would guarantee my satisfaction. Jean CF rose, beamed, "Another vixen." Lu Fei swept her a glance without opening his mouth, still brushing up on the newsletter. Above the Express, the front pages of the news have been dominated by stories of super international thieves cleansing the major museums and nobles of the Sunset Empire. Hashtag the Sunset Empire was cleansed by international thieves. Hashtag take stock of the museums that have been emptied over the years. Hashtag international bandits go wild. Who's next? Hashtag oh everyone in the land of the continent is at risk. Rumor has it that an old woman has hidden her dentures, which have been with her for 30 years, for fear that they will be patronized by international thieves who will steal them as antiques. Hashtag below the various sand sculpture news, there are various sand sculpture netizens' messages. Lu Fei was about to die of laughter from them. I'd say well done. How much those assholes took from us back then. Retribution. Why don't you set another fire after you steal? It's all gloating. Very little mercy. Aside, Jean Cia watched Jean Cc eat the cake and drooled, "But I'm afraid to go over and eat it." Tough to resist for 2 minutes. Rubbing his shoulders, he stood up, a provocative smile towards Jean Cc. Early the next morning, Luffy gets up, drive to pick up Chu Yushi. 10 o'clock in the morning. It's on parcel D26 on the high-tech side. There will be an official announcement of the start of construction on the project tentatively named Star River Plaza. Lu Fei, as the actual developer of this one project, of course had to be there. 9 o'clock. Received Chu Yushi at the hotel. 9:55. Arrive at lot D26. Waited 10 minutes or so. Lu Fei and Chu Yushi walked the red carpet in the finale. Click, click, click. Reporter flashes kept flashing. At the same time, surrounded by the rich and powerful of Mordor who attended this event, as well as a number of real estate businessmen, there was a flurry of looks. See Lu Fei. Pang Wensi in the crowd shivered and subconsciously winked back. Pang Shenhe, the chairman of the Shenhe group, frowned and pressed his hand on his shoulder, whispering, "What are you afraid of?" The corners of Pan Vinci's mouth shivered. Shaking his head, he said, "No, I'm not afraid." Pang Shenhe was furious as he looked at his wimpy appearance. "You are the son of my old man. No matter how bullish that Lu Fei is, could he still kill you? I can't understand what the hell you're afraid of." Pan Vinci knows his own pain. In recent times, he had nightmares every night, and the protagonist was Lu Fei. Various ways to die, all kinds of miserable. He was on the verge of a nervous breakdown, so the moment he saw Lu Fei, he subconsciously shivered. Look at him not talking, just shivering. A look of sadness flashed in Pang Xing's eyes. Between raising his head, a cold light flashed in his eyes as he looked at Lu Fei. "Lu Fei," he murmured. No more words, just fists, already clenched. The red carpet wasn't much longer. Lu Fei and Chu Yushi quickly finished walking. It didn't take long. The traditional ribbon cutting begins. But, when Lu Fei and Chu Weinan walked onto the stage together, the venue was in an uproar. What do you mean? How did this Lu Fei get up there? This doesn't quite fit the rules, does it? Could it be that Chu Weinan is preparing to recruit him as his son-in-law? What kind of operation is this? Can't read it at all. It's really strange. Everyone was in a dilemma, was stunned by Chu Weinan's maneuver. Xu Weinan looked at the surprised crowd and turned back to smile with Lu Fei. Picking up the microphone, he said, "Many people may be surprised why Mr. Lu wants to cut the ribbon with me today, taking the opportunity of this official announcement. With Mr. Lu's consent, I still feel the need to say one thing." Having said that, he paused. After everyone had looked over and even set their ears, he smiled and said, "Mr. Lu is a partner of mine, and of the Dechu Group. The plot, marked D26, is actually held by Mr. Lu himself. Also regarding the design of Star River Plaza, it was provided by Mr. Lu. We, the Dachu Group, are responsible for the construction and operation of the plaza, so we are the actual owner of Star River Plaza. It's actually this one beside me, Mr. Lu Fei Lu, who is only 25 years old but already worth hundreds of billions of dollars." Chapter 160, Shocking the Magic City Business Community. Xu Weinan's voice echoed over the venue. These many tycoons and real estate developers from the Magic City, as well as media journalists who are concerned with industry dynamics, all shocked. Hiss, Lot D26. It was actually bought by Lu Fei. I'll go. I thought it was the joint handiwork of the Dachu Group and others. Holy, that's too much secrecy, isn't it? When you do the math like this, it seems like this guy's assets are really in the hundreds of billions. That's not all. He's got all benign assets, except for the $20 billion or so in loans he's got right now. Another business magnate. Among the tumultuous murmurs, the media on the scene went nuts. All rushed out. "Mr. Lu, may I ask when you bought this land? Mr. Lu, may I ask how much money you have? Mr. Lu, may I ask if you really came up with the design for Star River Plaza? Would it be too unprofessional? Mr. Lu." Reporters were stopped by security guards, but were frantically asking questions. Lu Fei swept a glance at Xu Weinan. "Xu Dong, you've screwed me over today." Xu Weinan laughed. "Star River Plaza is your property, and you're getting a lot of attention yourself. With that kind of coverage, Star River Plaza's attention could go up. It's a good thing for you, too." Lu Fei shrugged. "All right." He looked up. "Take the mic," said, just as Mr. Xu said, "Plot D26, where the Star River Plaza will be built, was indeed bought by me. As for how much money I have, that's something I'm not at liberty to disclose. I'm not interested in money anyway and haven't touched it in a while. I don't know how much money I have again, and you guys are really putting me in a difficult position by asking this question." When he finished, he paused. There was a chorus of boos. "Ha dash, that's a famous quote from Mr. Ma." "Mr. Lu, did you say this with Mr. Ma's permission?" Lu Fei smiled, shaking his head. He said, "I haven't met Mr. Ma yet, but if I have the chance, I would love to meet with Mr. Ma. It's fun for people to share ideas and work together to open up some points of interest other than money." "Nima, you're a ing pussy." There was another chorus of boos down the field. Even Xu Weinan, who was beside him, couldn't help but stifle a burst of laughter. "Young people, the pussy you're putting on has flashed me in the eye." Lu Fei smiled, waited until the scene quieted down, said, "As for the design program, it is true that I invited people to do. As for whether it is qualified enough to deserve this piece of land, I think you'll naturally understand when we put on the promotional 3D effects later." Having said that, he put down the microphone, said, "Xu Dong, start." Xu Weinan hemmed and hawed, nodding his head. He said, "Okay, let's get started then." Both were dry, grabbed the scissors and finished cutting the color. After the ribbon cutting, the head of the engineering department of the Dachu Group walked onto the stage. A huge projector began to show a 3D concept video of Star River Plaza. The 10 or so minute concept video played out quickly. Everyone on the scene was silent. The design of Star River Plaza doesn't seem to be anything special at first glance, but I don't know why. After just watching a publicity animation, the face of Star River Plaza was gradually burned inside their minds. Harmony, nature, it makes you feel very comfortable. But offhand, when they deliberately conference the details of this design, there's absolutely no way to describe this stuff. Very quirky design, not amazing, but unexpectedly harmonious. I have a feeling this is going to be the absolute center of the high-tech district. More than that, definitely more than that. I have a feeling that this place might become another commercial center for the entire Magic City in the future. This square, it's going to be on fire. Everyone was talking about it. All have a feeling. This one property, it's going to be on fire. There's no reason for it. It's just how they feel. The launch continues. Pang Shang and as well as a group of real estate industry bigwigs, but has been completely out of the mood to care about the above eloquent Xu Weinan. They glance towards Lu Fei from time to time, eyes full of longing. There must be a way to find this design unit. This kind of design, simple and atmospheric on the side of extremely attractive, is really too in line with the aesthetics of the Xuxia people. What kind of design unit is it that has this kind of power? Gotta find this Lu Fei and ask around. One realtor's mind is playing tricks on him. The eyes that looked at Lu Fei grew hotter and hotter. It didn't take long. End of release. The reporters got their red packets and left in a hurry. And all these business celebrities and tycoons were invited to the Hill Hotel. There was a banquet held. Banquet. Lu Fei soon became the centerpiece inside the entire circle of rich people in Magic City. One realtor in particular. All of them complimenting him. Mr. Lu is really young and promising. Our business will depend on Mr. Lu in the future. The design of Star River Plaza is amazing. And from my years of experience in the field, it is bound to become another economic and financial center for the Magic City in the future. Mr. Lu, I'm curious as to who actually made this design. Surrounded by so many people, Lu Fei raised his glass frequently. Instead, there was a cloying pang in his heart. Mud, who doesn't know what's on your mind? Want this design for Star River Plaza? Dream on. That's a legacy left by the old man's doppelganger. The crowd. Kang Xiaotai, who looked a bit forlorn, watched this scene with a flash of envy in his eyes. He pulled out his cell phone. Silently, he sent a message to his sister. Jiang Xiao, do you know, Xiao, that the D26 plot is the largest in the center of the high-tech zone? More than 280,000 square feet of land. It was actually gotten by Lu Fei, and the Dichu Group was nothing more than his partner. He was the real big boss behind the scenes. And that cluster of buildings named Star River Plaza was very odd. Almost everyone who has seen it feels that the square has a magical attraction that makes it very comfortable and harmonious. I have a feeling that this plaza is going to be a big hit in the future. Chapter 161. Gu Hongzhuang, Mr. Lu, I'm sorry, Thompson. Kang Xiao, who only fell asleep in the middle of the night last night and picked up the phone in a daze, was instantly awake. She sat up with a pang, yelling, Jiang Xiaotai, are you not sick? Just that bastard surnamed Lu would have such energy? Lot D26, that's a land king that even Pang Xingha couldn't get. Kang Xiaotai frowned. Why did you call him an asshole? What did he do to you? Speaking, looking up at Lu Fei, an icy cold light filled his eyes. Jiang Xiao's face changed slightly, said, Kang Xiaotai, you asshole, don't mess around. He didn't do anything. It's when I saw him for the second time yesterday. He also begged him to help introduce Chu Weinan, but it turned out that Chu Weinan is a second boss, and he himself is the big boss. So I don't think this guy is an honest man. Too bad. Must have been looking at me funny at the time. Jiang Xiaotai's heart was relieved, and then chided, girl's family. Open mouth is an asshole or something like what words? And people don't have that obligation to tell you that Lot D26 was bought by him. Besides, I think he's more introspective that way. It's not like those douchebags in Ponvinci with tumors on their necks who hate for the world to know that their family has money dash. Having said that, he added, this Lu Fei is very good. He seems to be a character that can be befriended deeply. Jiang Xiao was so angry that she almost spit out blood. This asshole is a good guy? Still worthy of deep friendship? Right, he does seem like he's in deep with me. Jiang Xiao took a breath and was just about to say a few words of persuasion. Jiang Xiaotai had said, alright, don't go looking for him in the future. I'll find him myself. Business matters. Let you a little girl blindly involved. Flatly let people look down on you. Having said that, he hung up straight away. Listen to the busy signal in your ear. Jiang Xiao was so angry that she smashed her cell phone on the chuang. Kang Hyote, you stinking straight man, and Lu Fei, you're a stinking asshole too, she muttered under her breath. Sleep is all but gone. The old lady has to think of a way to put some eye candy on that bastard Lu Fei. Between mutterings, she got up from the chuang, picked the phone up again and wandered around the internet. Search for black material on Lu Fei. Find a way to straighten this asshole out. Banquet. Lu Fei finally got rid of a bunch of real estate agents. These guys didn't get a single hair of valuable information out of him. One didn't look too good. Lu Fei doesn't care about these retards. Casually putting the red wine glass down, he sat down beside Chu Yushi. I can't understand your father. There's an egg for such a Thai reception. Just looking at all this hypocritically makes me want to puke a little bit. Lu Fei spat ungently. Chu Yushi comforted. Alright, you're a super rich man now, and there won't be fewer scenes like this in the future. Lu Fei took a bite of his steak and nodded sullenly. Aside, Kang Xiaotai found an opportunity to come over. Hand out a business card with both hands. Hello Mr. Lu, I'm Jiang Xiaotai from Vast Construction. This is my business card. Lu Fei casually glanced at the business card as it turned out, looking at the early 30s looking, handsome flag-looking man in front of him. A slight frown was raised. You're that Jiang Xiao's brother? Your sister is quite interesting. Lu Fei's first words made Jiang Xiaotai slightly stunned. Embarrassed. He didn't know how to answer, because he didn't know what was going on between his sister and this newly rich man. That, Mr. Lu, I wonder if I could sit down and talk. After being blocked by Sung Wu, Kang Hyote is much more cautious and humble. Lu Fei waved his hand and said, the visitor is a guest. Mr. Jiang, please sit down. Kang Xiaotai sat down carefully. Straightening up, he said, I don't know what my sister said to you. Mr. Lu, I hope Mr. Luck doesn't mind. I came to see Mr. Lu in the hope that I can get the subcontracting project from Mr. Lu's hands. Lu Fei shrugged his shoulders. Then you shouldn't look for me. You should look for Mr. Chu, because he was solely responsible for the construction of the Star River Plaza. I didn't care at all. Kang Xiaotai froze. Kind of hard to believe. Mr. Lu not involved in the construction? Lu Fei nodded and said, well, there's no need for me to lie to you. I'll pay for the land and design of the Star River Plaza, and it'll be built and operated by Dechu Group. I don't care about anything else. Zhang Xiaotai was shaken by Lu Fei's words. Mr. Lu, what a boldness, at least with his eyes. It was simply too strange for Lu Fei to do so. That involves tens of billions of dollars of industry, and you just took it in stride? What kind of vigor is this? And what kind of trust in Chu Wainam? Thank you Mr. Lu for telling me truthfully. Then I'll go find Mr. Chu. Kang Xiaotai didn't pester him any further. Raising his glass in honor of Lu Fei, he turned around and went to find Chu Weinan. Lu Fei was happy to be free. Eat and drink with Chu Yushi. Midway, a woman butted in. Hello Mr. Lu. Hello again. Lu Fei looked up, frowning slightly. You again? How did you blend in? He was a little curious. Gu Hongzhuang smiled sweetly, said, even though I'm a journalist, I can be something else. Lu Fei raised an eyebrow. What identity? Gu Hongzhuang shrugged her shoulders and pointed at the Magic City tycoon Gu Beifei over there and said, I can also make the daughter of the chairman of the Gu Group well. Gu's Group, the largest furniture and whole house customization company in Jiucha. Gu Hongzhuang, the somewhat douchey reporter, was actually Gu Beifei's daughter? Tiger father and daughter, Lu Fei said indifferently. Gu Hongzhuang's face darkened. A smile followed with an effort. Hold up your glass of wine, said Mr. Lu. I apologize for my reckless behavior earlier. I hope you'll be a big enough man to forgive me, a small woman, for the mistakes I've made without realizing it. Having said that, take the small half of the red wine inside the glass and drink it all in one go. Drink that little bit of red wine. Gu Hongzhuang's face rose in a dizzying blush. Mr. Lu, I'm sorry. She bowed slightly towards Lu Fei, bowed his head. Chapter 162, Crazy International Thieves. Looking at Gu Hongzhuang who bowed her head, the corner of Lu Fei's mouth twitched. Indifferently, she said, it's a good thing that Miss Gu can recognize her mistake. Gu Hongzhuang smiled bitterly. The situation is stronger than the people. Gu's Group is the largest whole house customization and furniture supplier in all of Jiuxia, but more and more companies have risen up in the last 2 years, constantly eating into Gu's market share. Gu is looking for a new and different approach these days. Want to open a new business? It's the commercial whole package. And right now, Lu Fei's Star River Group, that was definitely the hottest business plate in the future. She, Gu Hongzhuang, had offended Lu Fei, and if Gu wanted to get in, don't even think about it. So, she had to come and apologize to Lu Fei, whether it's false love or not. Lu Fei was naturally aware of this. Indifferently, she said, since Miss Gu has apologized, she can go about her business on her own. Gu Hongzhuang looked up. A flash of stubbornness flashed in his eyes. Mr. Lu still doesn't want to forgive me? Her voice was a little low, tinged with unease. Lu Fei looked up, shaking his head. He said, I'm not interested in holding a grudge for someone like you, I guess, so I'm even less interested in talking about forgiveness or not. Gu Hongzhuang's eyes reddened at these words. What do you mean people like me? Mr. Lu, what's wrong with people like me? She asked stubbornly. Lu Fei skimmed his lips, said, so tell me, does what people like you do help society? The corner of Gu Hongzhuang's mouth twitched, said, there is. I covered the garbage sorting center the other day, and several women who used to jump up and down on the internet with all sorts of idyllic feminism have changed. This is a matter that has no real relevance to you. Gu Hongzhuang couldn't speak anymore. Chu Yushi on the side was interested. This was the first time she had seen Lu Fei speak to a woman so nonchalantly. Moreover, this Gu Hongzhuang has short hair, but her face value is very heavenly, and her body is slightly inferior, but she is also held in the arms of the sea key, and her long legs are stepped on the ground. The temperament is also very good, a bit English. But, how did this woman offend Lu Fei? Chu Yushi thief was curious. The corner of Gu Hongzhuang's mouth twitched. Said the man, you are right, aren't you? And what will it take for you to forgive me? Lu Fei shook his head. What do I forgive you for? The person you need to apologize to should be Luo Qingcheng, not me. Gu Hongzhuang's complexion changed. The heart understood. His own previous help in exposing Luo Qingcheng for those two families had made this Lu Dong very upset. Gu Hongzhuang didn't hesitate. Stand straight up. Pulling out his phone, he said, Mr. Lu, can you give me Miss Luo's number? Lu Fei looked up, shaking his head. He said, I can't. If you want to apologize, go to her yourself. Gu Hongzhuang's face darkened, gritting his teeth. Turn around and walk away. Good, I'll go apologize. Having said that, surprisingly, he actually left the party scene. Chu Yushi had a curious look on her face. It's the first time I've seen you so hard on a girl, and such a pretty one at that. Lu Fei turned back. The first time? Forget how I dealt with Mo Yen back in Southo? Chu Yushi begged for mercy. Okay, you're the best. You're the most principled. Lu Fei shrugged. Keep your head down and keep eating. It didn't take long. Luo Qingcheng made a phone call. Said, Lu Dong, that Gu Hongzhuang came to me and had to apologize to me. Lu Fei said indifferently, then you let her say it. And don't make this apology too easy. Let her post a statement online. Luo Qingcheng nodded and said, okay Mr. Lu, I know. Hang up. Luo Qingcheng looked at Gu Hongzhuang. You heard it all? What Lu Dong means is what I mean. Gu Hongzhuang was filled with humiliation. It's tempting to just shake it off. But thinking of his father's recent long sighs during this period of time, his hair has turned white with worry. She then became patient again. Nodding his head, he said, good, I apologize. A few minutes later, Gu Hongzhuang issued an apology on the Express. Ha, you finally apologized. It's journalists like you that make the social climate strange. You should have apologized a long time ago. Why don't you fight it hard? Look at the clear replies below your own newsletter. Gu Hongzhuang cried in aggravation. Luo Qingcheng looked at her indifferently. Without saying anything more, he turned around and went back to the office, continuing to eat his work lunch. By the time Gu Hongzhuang left and returned to the Hill Hotel, the party is over. Stand in the doorway. She looked a little disoriented. Doorway. Gu Beifei frowned. Hongzhuang, where have you been? How come I didn't see anyone at the party just now? Gu Hongzhuang forced a smile and said, I went to run some errands. Gu Beifei shook his head. Hate the iron is not steel said, let you do not do that what the reporter, you have to go to do, but also talk to me about what I deal. Look at yourself now. Isn't it good to be a rich girl? Why don't you come and help me manage the company? Gu Hongzhuang suddenly said, Dad, arrange for me to enter the company. Gu Beifei froze. The face was a surprise. Good, I'll arrange it right away. Father and daughter got into the car, disappeared in front of the hotel. After the banquet, Lu Fei then left with Chu Yushi, out and about. Normal life for the rich and famous, as it should be. Eat and drink, and then stir-fry with a different beautiful woman. The joy of living is boundless. Lu Fei is cool, but the whole old continent, and yet, it's already a mess. Galwaz, the Hillick family treasure trove was stolen. Harry's museum was burglarized. Germania, museum theft. Husky in the state, museum theft. The West Creek Lane Museum was burglarized. Overnight, the whole of Europe is in the wind. Crazy. These assholes are crazy. How dare they? Are they not afraid to die? They are wanted. Wanted worldwide. The entire land of O continent, major museums, and many vaults of wealthy families. It's all been patronized. A large number of artifacts were lost. After we give the stuff to that vampire, we'll retire. Kim Sung-min said lightly. This time, they made a big deal out of it. In addition to those antiquities of the summers, they also got many antiquities of the O continent or the NM continent. When it's sold, you can get hundreds of millions out of it. 2. 1 point for everyone. Retirement pension. The other bandits nodded. Even a few other groups have agreed. It's time to leave O continent. Having offended all the great powers of the O continent, this place can't stay any longer. Go. Take your stuff and leave. Let's go to the southeast. Y. Chapter 163, Princess Isabella, thank you, Mr. Lu. The international thieves are all running away, leaving a mess on the land of O continent. Fuck. Find them. Kill them. Those bastards. How dare they steal from me? Asterisk. I'm their ally. I even helped them run away. The land of the O continent was filled with many rich and powerful people who roared in anger. In particular, certain tycoons who were dealers in cultural relics were so angry that they almost vomited blood. Bias. His own stuff was stolen and he had to cover up for the international thieves. They can run, and you can't run yourself. If it was known that he was wearing the same pants as those international thieves, it would be a total disaster. Check. Find out what's going on with those assholes right now. They must be found. That's our jewel. Absolutely no outsiders should be allowed to get their hands on it. The land of O continent is in chaos, but that had nothing to do with Lu Fei. Love it or hate it. Anyway, he only wanted those antiques that were straying overseas in that particular era. Hotel. Isabella finished her call with the queen, frowning. Those international thieves, how can they be so crazy? She murmured and whispered. Then the face became somber. The entire O continent earth above the antiquities was cleared. Trying to round up the one, things that Lu Fei had mentioned. It's simply not possible anymore. What to do? Do I have to go to him again and make a deal? Isabella hesitated. After a good while of silence, she just sighed. There might be something to investigate over at XX5. Even managed to catch some of them. But time waits for no one. Sword in the Stone must be brought back to Sunset as soon as possible. Never mind. It's just going to have to go to that asshole. She pulled out her cell phone and dialed Lu Fei's number. 2 hours later, North Shore Clubhouse. Lu Fei met Princess Isabella, who had come over in disguise. Inside the box. Your Highness asked me to come over. Is something ready? Lu Fei asked knowingly. Isabella was full of ice. Said Mr. Lu, does Mr. Lu know? The whole continent is patronized by that group of international thieves. A large number of treasures are lost, and perhaps there's no way to honor the 1,000 Jusha antiques I promised you earlier. Lu Fei raised an eyebrow. Surprised, the whole continent was patronized? And then ransacked? What do your special services do for a living? And aren't those families of yours great? Isabella laughed bitterly. The bright people don't speak in the dark. Among the families that were ransacked this time, I don't know how many of them are associated with those people. Even their actions are carried out with the support of these families, which is the regular modus operandi of those assholes. But our museum, indeed, was ransacked and lost a lot of money. So, I hope that Mr. Lu can be accommodating on his side. We are willing to use cash instead of indeed antiques. Lu Fei crossed his legs, frowning. Your Highness, I'm actually not how short of money. I don't have too many assets, but it translates to almost 10 billion Sunset dollars. Money is actually just a number to me. Why I propose to ask for 1,000 pieces of antiques is actually the same mentality as that of your royal family who must buy away the sword in the stone. Let's leave the past history out of this, but antiques I definitely need. I would like to know now, how many pieces can your country put together? Princess Isabella breathed a sigh of relief. As long as there's something to talk about. Currently we have over 300 pieces of your country's antiquities inside the royal treasury, and every single one of them is a masterpiece. On top of that, we were able to get about 100 to 200 pieces out through other sources, for a total of about 500 pieces. But more than that, we just can't help it. So I hope Mr. Lu can understand. Lu Fei's eyes flashed. Said, haven't you guys thought about arresting those guys and getting that stuff? Isabella smiled bitterly and said, it's hard. The relationship between those guys and certain people is too deep. Even if we have evidence, we don't dare to investigate deeply. Lu Fei understood. Capitalist society. Money is grandpa. Fine. I'll waive the 500 artifacts, but remember that your Sunset royal family, and you Princess Isabella, owe me a favor. Also, the 500 artifacts that are missing, convert them to 200 million Sunbelt dollars. No problem. Isabella was full of surprise. She thought Lu Fei was going to Leoneize him again. I didn't expect this one to be so dry. Though 500 artifacts and 200 million Sunbelt dollars is a lot. On average, one piece would cost 400,000 Sunburst coins, or 4 million Jusha coins, but it was better than Isabella's mental expectations. Thank you, Mr. Lu. The Sunset royal family and I will remember your understanding and support in the midst of this matter. Lu Fei stifled a laugh. Waving his hand, he said, it doesn't matter, just don't hold a grudge against me. Your Highness. Isabella shook her head in quick succession. Said, it definitely won't hold a grudge against Mr. Lu. She had a feeling of unexpected joy in her heart now. Obviously, before she came, she had already prepared herself mentally to be taunted by Lu Fei and then ruthlessly slaughtered. As a result, when he arrived, he found that he did not take the opportunity to make another vicious slaughter, but instead was very reasonable and agreed to his request. Isabella even wondered if being treated like that by this asshole before was because she had put her stance too high. That's right, people are 10 billionaires at such a young age. It's only right to have a bit of arrogance in their hearts. Although she was the first crown prince of the Sunset Empire, this status was actually just that in front of such a huge wealth. Thank you Mr. Lu for your understanding. I'll inform my grandmother right away and have her send someone over as soon as possible so we can complete the deal. Lu Fei nodded his head and said, all right, Your Highness, please go ahead. Isabella stood up courteously. Take the encrypted phone from your assistant Alice. Dialed the Queen's number. Chapter 164, Yu Menglun, my mom is here. Hey, Isha. The Queen's voice looked a little tired. How did it turn out? She asked in a low voice. Isabella whispered. Grandmother, he agreed. 500 pieces of antiques. The difference of those 500 pieces converted into cash $200 million will do. The Queen froze. A look of surprise also appeared on his face. Are you sure? Isabella nodded her head vigorously and said, yes, I'm pretty sure. After I told him about our situation, he should have known about the situation on the O-continent side as well, so he agreed to it without much hesitation. The Queen breathed a sigh of relief. That's really great. You tell him that the Sunset Royal family appreciates his understanding. I'll immediately send someone to prepare everything and fly it directly to Magic City. Isabella nodded. Yes, grandmother, I will tell him. By the way, any word on those international thieves? The queen's face turned ugly at the mention of this matter. What can there be to see? This time those assholes suddenly went crazy. With the backing of an unknown number of families, the assholes who got the benefit are doing all they can to stop us from pursuing it. So it's going to be hard to get anything done about those bandits, at least in the near future. Isabella sighed. Capital, family, mega-rich, oligarchs. These people are simply toxic. The queen followed suit and sighed. Who says otherwise? It's a good thing that Zhuxia person didn't ask for a lion's share of the money this time, or else we wouldn't have been able to handle it. Isabella said. Yeah, he's quite nice. After a few more pleasantries, the grandchildren hung up. Isabella turned back and walked out onto the balcony and over to Luffy. Said, Mr. Lu, we will prepare what we need as soon as possible and ship it to Magic City. The transaction will be completed by tomorrow at the latest, and I would like to apologize to you, Mr. Lu, for the trouble I and my entourage caused you that night. I'm kind of curious though, what really happened that night? Luffy's eyes flickered as he said, it is true that there were international bandits arriving that night, but as you can see my guards, they guarded the sword in the stone at all times. Those bastards couldn't get their hands on the sword in the stone, so they could only roll away in disgrace, probably because being frustrated with me made them feel like they were being provoked. That's why they were suddenly so mad. That explanation makes sense. Isabella didn't have any doubts at all. No one would think that Luffy, a wealthy oriental man who had nothing to do with international thievery, being able to direct that group of international thieves, even if he was suspected of this, no one would even believe such nonsense. Those guys, they're lawless people. So that's how it is. Perhaps Mr. Lu's guess was correct. Those guys were lawless and often provoked authority and the law. Even the International Criminal J and the special agencies of various countries couldn't do anything with them, but they ended up being defeated by Mr. Lu. They were so eager to prove their power when they got back that they could actually do something like that. After all, it was all a bunch of crazy people. Isabella nodded. Once again, he bowed slightly towards Luffy. Thank you again, for your understanding and support. Luffy returned a shallow salute. Reach out on your own accord. I hope we can be friends. Isabella raised an eyebrow, shook his hand. Of course, I'm happy to make friends with someone as good as Mr. Lu. Luffy smiled lightly. Poor sister. After a couple more conversations, Isabella quietly left with an odd-faced Alice. Day 2. A special plane arrived in Mordor. In the presence of the Magic City's top management and in the live broadcast of many media outlets, Luffy and the Sunset Royal family completed the deal. A total of 2 billion yen in cash, and 500 pieces of various fine Zhuxia antiques. The atmosphere was electric. The internet is in a frenzy. Asterisk. Awesome. Not to say if this Luffy guy is a scum, but just because of this one thing, Lao Zi stands him. Nima, exchanging back 500 antiques in one breath. It's too damn impressive. The first guy who dares to knock the royal family of Sunset. Awesome. Compared to him, that old man from the South Island is nothing but trash. The internet is crazy hot. Luffy announced on the spot that he would set up a museum in the future Star River Plaza to exhibit these 500 pieces of fine Zhuxia antiques. Sword in the Stone completes the deal. Isabella will personally escort this national treasure of the sunset back home. Before boarding, she turned back suddenly. Mr. Lu, you are a very attractive male, and it would be nice if you could be a little more gentlemanly. Luffy smiled and shook his head, saying, sorry, there is a saying in our Zhuxia. It's called a true villain is more lovable than a hypocrite, and I don't want to be a hypocrite. I just want to be a true villain. Isabella froze, chew on his words slowly. A big smile suddenly bloomed. Mr. Lu, you are very interesting. Perhaps we will meet again in the future. Luffy shrugged his shoulders. Maybe if you see me again in the future, you'll hate to bite me. Boom. The Sunset Royal jet rushes up into the sky, taking Shi Zhongjian and that royal princess with him. He left this part of Zhuxia. Mr. Lu, you can really beat this. Mr. Lu, you're kind of the first businessman I've ever really been convinced of. It's awesome. Mr. Lu, about those antiques, do you think you can dash? Someone asked tentatively. Luffy said bluntly, I can't. As I said, I will establish a museum to exhibit these things in the future after the official completion of Star River Plaza. Each of these things has a story, and I want those stories to be known by as many people as possible. The inquirer was filled with embarrassment. Back away quietly. Luffy, however, suddenly said, however, those things that were salvaged from the previous shipwreck of the Haikai group will be auctioned off tomorrow, so you all can take a look at them if you're interested. Having said that, get in his own Cullinan. started the car, just getting ready to leave the airport. Lu Fei was just about to leave the clubhouse. A call came in from Yu Menglan. Lu Fei, where are you now? Can you come over for a moment? I've got something on my side that I might need you to step in and fix. Chapter 165, Meeting and the Old Lady's Reaction. Yu Menglan's side was a bit noisy and felt a bit like a food market. Lu Fei frowned slightly, asked, what happened? Yu Menglan said, my mom is here, just from the Magic City airport. Four simple words. It made Lu Fei's face change slightly. He asked weakly, that your mom is here, call me for what? Yu Menglan rolled her eyes, said, that ghost girl Ruoxin told the old lady about us, and now the old lady took a special flight over here and has to meet you. If you don't come, I'll come for 6 months, no. 3 months, no. I won't let you bang for 2 weeks. Pust. Lu Fei burst out laughing. My sister, how long is it? Yu Menglan blushed a bit as she hid inside the corner. You hurry over here. I know you're at the airport. The old lady can't see you, and she has to break up with me for half a day. Lu Fei smiled and nodded. Okay, I'll be right over. Don't worry, I'll touch you tonight. Yu Menglan rolled her eyes. Hurry up, don't dawdle. Well, I sure as hell don't dawdle and make it quick. Lu Fei made a double entendre. Yu Menglan hung up the phone. Exhale a cloudy breath. There was still a faint blush on her face. After taking a deep breath, she put her phone down before she shuffled over to the car. Laughing with him, he said, that mom he'll be right over. Car. A kindly old woman grunted coldly. How long would you have kept this from me if Ruoxin hadn't told me? And what exactly are you planning with him? When are you going to get married? Back. Lu Ruoxin smiled and helped the old lady press her shoulders, squeezing his eyebrows towards Yu Menglan, who had a bitter look on his face. Yu Menglan lowered his head, whispering, marriage, that later. The old woman's eyebrows lifted. What are you waiting for later? Look at how old you are. In a few years they'll all be 40 and amenorrheic. By then you won't even be able to have children. So what are you waiting for? Yu Menglan's face turned red at the remark. Heads up. Viciously, he waited for Lu Ruoxin, muttering, that sort of thing, take your time. Lu Ruoxin's body tightened. Suddenly it felt a little bad. Lu Ruoxin rushed to find a backer. Grandma, your daughter. She's glaring at me. Old Titan turned back. She looked at her with hatred and said, you deserve it if she glares at you. Look at you. You're over 20 years old and you still don't have a boyfriend. Your sister-in-law, that's for you that she never talked about it. What about you? And who are you doing it for? The corners of Lu Ruoxin's mouth twitched, her face showing bitterness. For whom? It's because of my sister-in-law, too. Because I realized that I so wanted to have a little bit of a crush in my heart on the man my sister-in-law liked. What to do? Are you going to steal a man from your sister-in-law? Lu Ruoxin was a bit desperate in her heart. She had originally had some good feelings for Lu Fei when she was before, and had a little fondness in her heart. It was only because of Yu Menglan and also Ling Shi that it had never been revealed. But since realizing that Lu Fei might be the ZZZ who was invincible on the internet, that emotion inside her just started to amplify. I hadn't paid much attention to it in the last few days when I was busy with work, but now that it was brought up, she then felt her heart begin to pump. What to do? How could I like that scumbag Lu Fei? It's not like I'm pretty and not a bad person, so I wanted to pick one that was worthy of me. Lu Ruoxin forced her respect. The old lady sighed. Education, Ruoxin Grandma has to say a few words about you. This man, you can't just think about who to pick. When you meet the right one you have to grab it. A woman's golden age is just a few years, and to miss it is to really miss it. If you meet the right person, do not care about what reserved or not. Do not listen to the day-to-day online those nonsense people blind talk. Brave and bold to confess. You're so pretty. You're sure you won't be rejected. Lu Ruoxin's eyes widened. Are you a mind reader, old lady? How could you know that I have someone in my heart? Lu Ruoxin felt like she had seen a ghost. Yu Menglan rounded off the conversation by saying, alright mom, Ruoxin is still young, just in time to start a career now. It's only a matter of time before she meets a great guy, and I'm right there with her, keeping an eye out for her at all times. A word to the wise. The old lady turned the tables on her again. Mon Lam, tell me, how old is that young man? Yu Menglan burst, whispering, like 25. Hiss. The old woman sucked in a breath of cold air. There's a 10-year difference? My God, are you looking for a man or dash? Yu Menglan frowned. Lu Fei is very nice, very comfortable with him. Lu Ruoxin didn't dare to interrupt from the side. Comfortable, yes, but that asshole is a playboy. I wonder how many women I've been involved with. The old lady sighed. Forget it, whatever. You've really had a hard time all these years too. Now there's a heartthrob, and I'm an old woman who can't say much about it, but I'll have to see the lad before I say anything. And if the man doesn't work, then you mustn't blame me for being an old woman who has to play the odd one out. Speaking, Lu Fei's car leaned over without a hitch. Stop. Opened the door. Jumped from the car. Lan. He said hello to Yu Menglan. Yu Menglan's face bloomed into a bright smile when she saw him. Lu Fei, come over here. Lu Fei walked over. Yu Menglan hooked his arm and said towards the old lady, Mom, this is Lu Fei. After saying that, he turned back towards Lu Fei and said, Lu Fei, this is my mom you call auntie. Lu Fei nodded, bowing slightly toward the old woman. She called out. The old woman looked at him and nodded repeatedly. Not bad looking, a good looker and a good temperament. I heard from Monran that you were at the airport just now. Is there some kind of business activity over here? Lu Fei pursed his lips. Before he could speak, Yu Menglan on the side picked up the words, said, Mom, he's over here because dash. A burst of explanation by Lu Fei out of the hacker group and salvaged the wreck to find the sword in the stone, to trading with the Sunbelt royal family, exchanging the sword in the stone for 1 billion Sunbelt coins, which translates to more than 20 billion Juxia coins, and 500 pieces of Juxia's antiques that had been exiled overseas were told in detail. After hearing this, the old lady's eyes were filled with joy as she looked at Lu Fei. Nice, not bad, this thing is indeed beautifully done. Menglan, you still have a good eye for people. Xiao Lu is indeed a good lad. Chapter 166, $10 billion again. The older generation is extremely emotional about what once was. I heard that Lu Fei had actually done such a great thing. The old lady's eyes turned to him and became much softer all of a sudden. Forget it, I don't want to meddle in your young people's affairs as an old woman. Menglan, you and Xiaolu should do things at your own discretion. I'm getting a little hungry. Let's find a place to eat first. By the way, it's kind of a slight celebration for this big thing Lu did. Luffy was fine with it. The antiques have been left to Wen Yun. With Qiu Wenbin cooperating again, there was no need for Lu Fei to worry about this matter. The group drove out of the parking lot and headed to Shu Bamboo Garden for dinner. Eat. Lu Fei separated from Yu Menglan and the others, drove to the heckler group. In the company, as soon as he saw Qiu Wenbin, Lu Fei asked, have you finished appraising the specific value? Qiu Wenbin nodded his head and took out a form out, which was labeled in detail with the name and approximate estimated value of this batch of artifacts. Ming Dynasty blue and white figure lotus jar, $3. 5 million. Song Dynasty plum vase, $4 million. Bowl with openwork carving of flowers in purple and gold glaze. Ding Kiln, Song Dynasty, $15 million. Yuan blue and white moonlit jade pot spring vase, $8 million. A sliver of the price goes down. Lu Fei roughly swept through, and there wasn't a single one that was valued at less than $5 million. The tallest volume is a Tang Dynasty painting of a Jingle woman, valued at $80 million. These 500 valuable artifacts, adding up the value, it was close to 4 billion Juxia dollars. Find a bank to hold these things in trust, along with a portion of the fine antiquities of Juxia recovered from the bottom of the sea this time. Lu Fei waved his hand. Xiu Wenbin nodded and said, okay Mr. Lu, I'll go contact the bank as soon as possible. Lu Fei nodded, said, are you ready for the auction tomorrow? Xiu Wenbin said, already prepared. Contacted Jingxing Auction House. Slightly more expensive things have guaranteed prices, but it's expected that all of these things will fetch high prices, as they are some of the finest, and collectors from all over the country, as well as mega-rich people from the O-continent side of the country, had arrived days earlier, just waiting for our auction to start this time. I guess in addition to the night pearl and part of what you want to treasure, the rest of the salvage should fetch close to $10 billion. After all, the ones you've collected are the ones that are really worth a fortune. Lu Fei understood in his heart. This time among the shipwreck salvage, in addition to the sword in the stone, the most valuable should be the night pearl. That stuff is a rarity. Okay, you just watch it. Lu Fei didn't say much. Turning back towards Wen Yun, he said, Wen Yun, you stay over here first, and then come over to my side after all those treasures are settled. Wen Yun looked solemn. Okay boss, I got it. After ordering these things, Lu Fei casually took out another diagram out, said, Wenbin, get the salvage team ready to go to this location this time. Xiu Wenbin received the waterproof map drawn on vellum with both hands. After looking at it twice, he looked up and asked, Lu Dong, can you reveal what's so special about this shipwreck? Lu Fei rubbed his brow, said, I don't know exactly, but looking at the location, I'm guessing it might have something to do with the mud boom side. Mud blood? Xiu Wenbin looked solemn, nodding his head. He said, I understand Lu Dong. When this batch of antiques is settled, after the auction is over tomorrow, I'll immediately arrange for an expedition to head out to sea to check the waters around this coordinate. Lu Fei patted his shoulder. Don't be in too much of a hurry, take it one step at a time. By the way, our group of companies needs a regular vault too. After you're done here, see if you can get a high-spec, off-the-shelf vault. If you can't, you can find a way to customize one at a high price. Having said that, he winked at Wen Yun. Wen Yun understood in seconds. A slight nod. She'll keep an eye on Xiu Wenbin. After lingering for a while longer, Lu Fei left the hacker group, but instead of going home immediately, he dialed Chu Yushi's number. Rainy, has your family vault been vacated yet? Across the phone, Chu Yushi is preparing for a bubble bath. It's been vacated and the keys have been turned in and put inside the bank vault. I'm curious though, why do you suddenly want to borrow our family vault? Lu Fei shrugged his shoulders and said, nothing, it's just that there's a little something I want to put away for a while, and I'll trust you on the Southo side. Chu Yushi smiled cheekily. Should I feel honored then? Sure. What's that noise over there? What's with the ding dong? I'm in the waterproof getting ready for a bubble bath. Do you want to try it too? Lu Fei's eyes lit up. Bubble bath? Isn't that a common scene in movies? Add another water twang. Beautiful. Okay, I'll be right over. Just don't soak too long later. Put the phone down. Start the car. Lu Fei drove towards the Hill Hotel. Arrived most of an hour later. Bubble bath. Starting. Evening. Lu Fei stayed inside the hotel on a rare occasion. Thompson, Jiang Xiao, who wanted to talk to Lu Fei again, pounced. This guy, still not home? She muttered and left. Mind is a bit offended. Day 2. The auction was held at the Magic City Jingxing Auction Center. Lu Fei and Chu Yushi went to the auction house together. The atmosphere was electric. The stuff on the Haiku Group's auction special, that was all given from inside the Ming Dynasty shipwreck. Authenticity doesn't have to be any concern at all. It just needs to be identified as what the contraption is. One auction down. Heckler Group scored $13.2 billion, a little more than expected. Backstage, a lot of rich people congratulated Lu Fei. Chapter 167, Money is no fun. I miss going to work. Mr. Lu, congratulations, Lu Sheng. You scored more than $30 billion in a single breath. Hake Group has completely revitalized. Mr. Lu, I have a project here that doesn't require much investment, only $3 billion. After dealing with these people, Chu Weinan sighed towards Lu Fei. Lu Sheng, your speed of making money is really terrifying. For such a period of time it's tens of billions of dollars coming in. Compared to this with you, those of us in industry are really ashamed. Lu Fei sighed. Hey, what's so great about being rich? Not happy at all. Still miss the old days when I just started working and was paid a couple $1,000s a month. Everyday life has something to look forward to. Thinking about how much money I've saved and how soon I'll be able to buy a car. Again, I thought about how much money I've saved and how much I'm still missing to buy a small house in the Magic City. Every day I still long for the time when I will have saved enough money to get a wife. Look at me now. I have nothing to do day in and day out. No purpose in life. The words just fell. Standing around him were Chu Weinan, Chu Yushi, Jiang Xiaotai, and a few other Magic City tycoons. All of them were speechless. Nima, that's a good one. Mr. Lu will definitely be drawn to meet with Mr. Ma. In the words of the young people, Mr. Lu, you're putting on too much pussy. Mr. Lu, you're making us so annoyed by saying that. Lu Fei laughed. Ha ha, I mean it sincerely. Money really doesn't excite me much anymore. Ro, you're a ing bigot. You're right about everything. Chu Yushi blinked and said, then what's exciting? Lu Fei raised an eyebrow at her, opened his mouth to say two silent words. Chu Yushi's face slightly reddened. Keep your head down. On the side, Chu Weinan's face turned green. This guy, let's go. The auction is over. Congratulations to all of you who have bought your favorite treasures. It would be a good story to leave behind and pass on later. Lu Fei arched his hand towards the surroundings. The surrounding Mordor tycoons shook their heads inside. What's the point of us buying this stuff? That's right, Mr. Lu, you're the biggest collector, right? You're the man who emptied the Sunset royal family of their treasures. I've never obeyed anyone in my life. But Mr. Lu is definitely this. Among the compliments, Lu Fei took Chu Yushi's shoulders, smiling away. Just get in the car. One you, who went to pick up something in the Malacca Straits, called, boss, everything's here. Lu Fei nodded his head and said, alright, you'll send it directly to South Concave. Temporarily put it inside the Chu family's treasure trove over there, and then have someone help guard it. When you nodded his head and said, okay boss, there are a few international thieves that came along with the trip, so it's just the right time to have them do this. Lu Fei said with a smile, that's really good. I don't worry about your work. Hang up. Chu Yushi was a bit curious, but didn't ask what was going on. Drive the car. Lu Fei left the auction house's parking lot in a happy mood. That's a bloody good one. Not only did we get a lot of artifacts, but a lot of money turned over. The point is that the reputation went up too. Now he, Lu Fei, was carrying the name of an AG businessman. Ordinary people really don't dare to mess with him in road. Lu Fei received a call from Chen Lanbing. Mr. Lu, Pangwonshire and those second generation's live streaming website announced that they're going to open a station on the National Day. What's the name? Lu Fei asked. Chen Lanbing said, I think it's called something like a civet cat, right? Ravens? Ha! Lu Fei glanced at the time. It's September 20th today, 10 days until the station opens, and Lang Sun's copycat League of Legends game over there was about to open. Could these two be connected in any way? Mr. Chen, check and see if there is any connection between this civet live and Lang Sun. Chen Lanbing froze, then he nodded his head and said, Okay Mr. Lu, I'll go check right away. Hanging up the phone, Lu Fei continued to drive forward. Just arrived in front of the Sil Hotel. Chen Lanbing's call came back. Lu Dong, I really let you guess. There should be some sort of agreement signed between Civet Live and Lang Sun. They're going to make a big deal out of it during November, and will probably be targeted for both the Amusing Bird and Overwatch games by then. Mr. Lu, the situation is very unsecondary. Lu Fei sneered. Don't worry, this little scene doesn't matter. On your end, you just need to hold the current acreage and I'll take care of the rest. Chen Lanbing remained skeptical in his heart. This Lu Fei may have something to offer, but this time it was clear that Lang Sun wanted to use his power to suppress people. Lang Sun had mastered the traffic portal and possessed terrifying resources on the internet. He makes games that basically squeeze the originals right out of their asses, as long as they're not too hot. And if Civet Cat's side reaches an agreement with Lang Sun, or even gets an injection of capital from Lang Sun, and opens up a traffic portal on Lang Sun's social software, that teasing bird is probably going to be the end of it. But Chen Lanbing didn't dare to push blindly. One can only think of ways to stabilize the company internally as far as the rest goes. Let's leave it to God. Lu Fei hung up the phone. Send Chu Yushi upstairs. After a bubble bath, accompany Chu Yushi for lunch. Lu Fei drove off in his car. Back to Townsend. The house is a bit empty. Lu Fei was lying on the sofa and was just about to give Jean Xie a call. There was a knock on the door of the room. Opened the door. Zhang Xiao stood in the doorway, a pair of long legs taut, and offered a box of fried rice with both hands. Said, Mr. Lu, this is the fried rice I made for you. Lu Fei almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. Sis, you did that on purpose, didn't you? Kang Xiao burst out laughing inside, but pretending to be bewildered, he shook his head. What I did on purpose? Weren't you the one who said you liked fried rice? Lu Fei sighed, knowing that the woman was deliberately playing dumb. He turned and walked into the house with his scrambled eggs. Scrambled rice tastes good with two people. Let's do it together. Kang Xiao, who had just entered, was dumbfounded. It's not it's dash. Lu Fei turned back, eyes dangerous. You resent me? The voice was guttural. Kang Xiao was so scared that she shivered. In and out. Chapter 168, Auntie You, my mom's birthday. Kang Xiaogo is a bit of a wimp, but soon she strained her neck and said stiffly, No, how could I have disliked it? Just eat. Lu Fei laughed. Pick up a spoon and take a bite. Then turn back. Here, you eat too. The corners of Kang Xiao's mouth twitched, whispering, How about another spoon? Lu Fei turned back. You resent me? The voice was chilling. The expression was grim. Kang Xiao shuddered. It's on the verge of tears. Let you have to come and get your kicks. It's okay now, isn't it? You can't get away. If she could walk away, she'd definitely turn her head now. It's too scary, but she wouldn't dare. Her brother Jiang Xiaotai sighed, and the Dichu group has talked about the most critical moment. It's almost time to sign the contract. If it's because you've offended Lu Fei, then how can she still have the nerve to go see her big brother? Zhang Xiao cried out and picked up a spoon to take a bite of the egg fried rice. Luffy took the spoon, said, One bite for you and one bite for me, and we'll all be good friends. Having said that, took a bite of egg fried rice, passed the spoon back again. Zhang Xiao's intestines were green with remorse. What is this? Indirectly? She shook her head. Hold back the remorse in your heart. Another bite of egg fried rice. Just one bite for you and one bite for me. That box of egg fried rice is down to the last spoonful. Luffy took the spoon. Said the man, I started the meal, and now if I'm the one to end it, you'll lose out if I take an extra bite. Kang Xiao hurriedly said, I'll take care of that point then. Lu Fei said, No way. That way you'll have an extra bite and I'll lose out. Kang Xiao was in a hurry. What about? Why don't you have half a spoonful? Lu Fei nodded. Good idea. Shove the last spoonful straight into your mouth. Then came together. Oops, sorry. I ate it all in one bite. I'll share half of it with you. He puffed out his cheeks in Jared. Ah! Kang Xiao screamed. Turning, he rushed toward the door. Opened the door to the room. Bang! He just bumped into Jean Xie and Qin Cici who opened the door. She fell to the ground in a pee-dun. But without a moment's pause, he climbed up and drilled inside the building in a puff of smoke. I can't believe I don't even ride the elevator anymore. The matter at hand is basically taken care of. Lu Fei salted down again, dating a different beautiful woman every day and driving around in a sports car, enjoying the life of the second generation. It felt pretty good. Salted for 3 or 4 days. He received another call from Yu Menglan. Lu Fei, do you have time tonight? The old lady is celebrating her birthday and wants to invite you for dinner. Lu Fei, who was driving a cruise ship and taking Jean Cie and Qin Cici out to the sea for a leisurely stroll, froze, nodding. I said, sure, no problem. What time tonight? Yu Menglan said, 6 o'clock. Right, you, buy some gifts. Lu Fei nodded his head and said, okay, I know. It just so happens that I have some good things over there. Pick one and give it to her. Yu Menglan knew what he was talking about. Hesitantly, not a good idea. Everything you have there is too expensive. Lu Fei waved his hand indifferently and said, don't you worry about it, I have my measure. Hanging up, Wen Yun dialed. Wen Yun, help me pick out a jade bracelet of a better color or a jade hairpin or something like that. I want to give it to someone. Wen Yun said, okay, Mr. Lu, where will I send you after I pick it out? Lu Fei said, send it to the harbor at 4:30. Hang up, keep playing in the water. A cackling, delicate laugh echoed through the waters. Suddenly, ding, with the death of the host's alter ego on Earth D49, you will receive a graphene supercapacitor technology template, a full set of electric vehicle design information templates, and an automotive research lab. The cold, mechanical voice rang in his ears. Lu Fei's eyes instantly lit up. Graphene supercapacitor technology. This thing is a super killer. There it is. It's definitely going to disrupt the world's energy and automotive industries. Even so many industries that have something to do with electricity have to be disrupted. Numb nuts. This thing is too strong. Luffy smacked his lips, mentally calculating. Go back and find a way to form an automobile company, and then go to form a battery factory. This industrial stuff is not like the online industry. It's a long lead time. Put the matter down for the time being. Lu Fei prepared to go out from inside the cabin. Suddenly, ho 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 ho, an odd sound rang out. A yacht approached over the sea. Yo, here's another yacht. TSK, whose family's male son is this sailing? It's so shabby. Just 2 women. The point is, what's the point of draping a quilt over your body when the sun is so good? Beauty, come over to our side. We have a lot of people over here. Chattering echoed along with the voices of a few tumor douchebags. Lu Fei walked out without a hitch. Oh look, happy. Pan Vinci, how come I meet you everywhere I go? Across the street on the yacht, Pang Wenxi's face changed slightly. A few of the other second generation next to him frowned. Brother Vinci, who is this? Do you know Brother Wenci? Let's play together. Holy, that kid's got 2 quality chicks. The second generation asked in shock. Pang Wenxi's face twitched and a flash of horror flashed in his eyes. Lu Fei had become his nightmare. Every day, he was abusing him in various ways inside his dreams. It made him linger, filled with fear. Chapter 169, Pang Wenxi's Rage and Shipwrecking. Lu Fei looked at Pang Wenshi, whose face had turned pale. Smilingly, he asked, Pang Wenxi, come over here, I have something to ask you. Pan Vinci shuddered, shouting, grass, just got here. Having said that, panicked, he shouted, sail the boat, get the boat out of here, get out of here. On the opposite side of the yacht, those rich second generation and young models were all blindsided. What's going on? He just said something and you're so scared? Pan Vinci eyed the surprising lack of movement, rushed off the boat by himself, yelling, roll, I'll steer the boat, get out of here, move, hissed. One grabbed the boat's gear lever and pushed. The driver next to him exclaimed, Pang Xiao, don't push, pull back, that's forward gear. The words just fell out. The yacht had already accelerated rapidly towards Lu Fei's yacht amidst the roar of the engine. Lu Fei's eyes flashed. Turning back, he said, hold on tight, that guy's crazy. Jean Cie and Qin Cici blanched in fear. Lu Fei grimaced, staring at Pang Vinci inside the cabin. Eyes like knives. Inside the cabin, Pang Wenxi's heart full of fear gradually transformed. It turned into a rushing fury. Run you over. I'll run you over. You dog coin. He growled angrily, adjusting his direction. He crashed towards Lu Fei's yacht at a faster speed. Lu Fei turned back. As soon as he did, he took both sisters in his arms, warm and fuzzy. The next instant, boom, the 2 yachts crashed together. The moment before impact, Lu Fei leapt backward with the 2 sisters in his arms. In the blink of an eye, he landed on the deck again. Only the cruise ship had been torn apart by the impact. Standing on the wrecked deck, looking at the second generation and young models who fell inside the water, with blood all over their brains and wailing all over the place, there was also Pongmansai, who had already crashed and passed out. A flash of coldness flashed across Lu Fei's eyes. He put down the frightened Jean Cie and Qin Cici, cover them with the towel, back a couple jumps, jumped onto the wrecked deck, found the satellite phone, dial briefing J. It didn't take long. CJ arrives, seeing the mess on the sea, and the wailing rich kids with the young models. The corner of his eye twitched. What's going on? A CJ asked. The second generation and young models over there have told what they know. Not for a moment. A CJ walked over. toward Lu Fei, who had already boarded the CJ boat. He asked, "This gentleman, may I ask what's going on?" Lu Fei shrugged his shoulders, a brief account of the process. Then he said, "He deliberately sailed the boat over, which is clearly intentional murder." Hage didn't talk. Instead, Lu Fei dialed Fawn Lei's phone number in person, who had been in less contact lately. "Old Fawn, something happened on my side. I met Pong Man Sai and a couple of second-generation guys at sea, and Pong Man Sai, the asshole, intentionally drove a boat into my cruise ship. I'm just asking what charges can be brought against him in this situation." Fawn Lei raised an eyebrow, poured out a cool breath. "You're sure it's Pang Xing his son, Pang Wincy?" Lu Fei shrugged his shoulders. "Of course I'm pretty sure. The cruise ship this asshole was driving wrecked my cruise ship, and now I'm on a CJ boat." Fawn Lei sucked in another breath of cool air, asked, "So are you hurt?" Lu Fei shook his head and said, "I'm a good fighter, and it's no big deal to protect the two sisters. However, those second-generation and young models who sailed with Pang Wincy were miserable, and I saw several young models with broken hands and feet and even with broken faces. By the way, there's one with a blown-out chest, and a couple of the second generation have broken arms, legs, and ribs as well. Anyway, it looks pretty miserable is all, and it looks like two others are more seriously injured, so I guess it's going to be the end of the line." Fawn Lei took a deep breath, said, "Then this time I guess this guy doesn't have to run, at least 10 years, maybe more." Lu Fei nodded his head and said, "Well, I know. I'll buy you a drink when I get back." Hang up. Lu Fei's mood became pleasant. Turning toward the two women beside her, she reassured, "It's okay, that Pang Wincy bastard is going to be finished." Jean Ca and Qin Cici were in a better mood, asked, "It's better when it's over. This kind of asshole deserves to die." Qin Cici nodded her head and said, "That's right, if you ask me, you should have just run him over and he deserved it." Lu Fei shrugged his shoulders. "Good people don't live long, but bad things happen to them." Jean Ca and Qin Cici skimmed their mouths. "You're the worst of the worst." Shenghua Group. Pang Xinghai is having a meeting with a group of top executives. Suddenly, a bell rang inside the conference room. He blushed slightly. "Don't you know to put your cell phone on silent when you're working?" The voice was not high, but it was full of moroseness. At once, the faces of the company executives inside the conference room all changed slightly. Instead, his assistant smiled awkwardly. In a low voice, he said, "Pang Dong, it seems like it's your personal cell phone ringing." Pang Xinghua froze. The old face was embarrassed for a moment. "Oh, forgot to mute it." He pulled out his cell phone and frowned when he realized it was his yellow face calling. "Why don't you guys discuss this and I'll take a call." Walk out of the conference room, Ponson, and pick up the phone and start spraying. "What's wrong with you? I'm in a meeting over here. What are you calling about?" There was silence inside the phone for a while. His wife said faintly, "Pang Shenhe, your son has made a big trouble by going out to sea. As for whether you care or not, that's your business. I'm just letting you know." "That's it, hang up. Leave a faint remark." A busy signal came from inside the phone. Pang Shenhe's face changed slightly. "A big mess? What catastrophe?" He was just about to dial the phone back. The assistant rushed out with the phone again. "Pang Dong, your call. It seems to say it's from Hage." Pang Shenhe's face changed slightly. An extremely bad feeling rose in his heart. It's like something really bad is happening. Hands a little shaky, he took the phone and put it to his ear. "Hello, I'm Pang Shenghe." Inside the phone, a gentle female voice rang out. "Hello, Mr. Pang, I'm Magic City Hage. Your son, Pong Man Sai, sailed a boat at sea and intentionally rammed someone. 2 people have been killed, 7 seriously injured, and more than a dozen others wounded. Now please come over here right away and cooperate with the investigation." Chapter 170, Unforgiven. Rich and willing. Bang! Pang Xinghe's hand let go and the phone fell to the ground. The body staggered and almost fell to the ground if the assistant hadn't seen it coming. "Quick, take me to the Hage building." Pang Xinghe cried out with a pale face. The assistant froze and whispered, "So this meeting dash. Some other day, some other time." Pang Shang growled angrily. The assistant's face blanched and he hurriedly nodded. "Okay, Dong Pang. Don't worry, I'll arrange it right away." A few minutes later, Pang Shenghe was helped down the stairs by his assistant. Upstairs inside the conference room, the executives of the Shenghe group looked at each other in disbelief. What in the world happened? Why did Pang Dong leave in such a hurry? Guess it's a bit serious. I've heard it seems to have something to do with Pan Vinci. Ha, a tiger's father and son. Who says it isn't? Among the murmurs, the entire business community of Magic City was quickly shaken. Have you heard? Pan Vinci killed someone. It's not a murder. It's a ship crash at sea. Pang Shenghe's energy is so big, it shouldn't be a big problem. Not much of a problem? Old Du and Old Zhang's sons are already dead, and there are a couple of seriously injured ones still inside the ICU. These are not the key. The key is that the asshole hit the boat as a human Lu Fei's. Lu Fei? Lu Fei of the hecklers? Hiss. Then this is a big deal. Inside the car, Pang Shenghe felt that things were big too. Without Lu Fei, there was still some room for maneuver. Find the two dead men's fathers and find a way to get them to sign a letter of understanding, or at least get a lesser sentence. But Lu Fei's identity wasn't simple now. Welcoming back hundreds of antiques from the royal family of Sunset. That's a proper AIG merchant coming up. The point is, Pang Shenghe didn't have a friendship with him. It didn't take long. Pang Shenghe's car arrived at the H headquarters hospital. Met Panwenthi, who had his head bandaged and was sitting on top of a chair guarded by two JCs, frozen in a daze. I'm meeting, Pop. He slapped Panwenthi hard across the face. Asshole. What the are you doing? Pang Shenghe roared in anger. Panwenthi was filled with stupefaction, dumbfounded and silent. Aside, the families of the two dead sons, who were blue in the face, gathered around. Mr. Pang, you must give us a statement this time. Right. My son was fine before he sailed with your son, and now he's lying here. Oh, son of a gun. Pang Shenghe, I want your son to pay for my son's life. Hissing, the doctor walked out. What are you arguing about? If you want to make a noise, go out and make a noise. A group of family members commiserated on the floor, covering his mouth in an effort to suppress his emotions, but it simply can't be repressed. There was a lot of crying inside the hallway. Pang Shenghe's face was spent after being scratched a few times by a couple of women. He grimaced, looking at these grieving family members and glancing at his own wooden-faced son. Back came another slap. You get down on your knees. Panwenthi knelt down woodenly. Pang Shenghe followed suit and bowed. Guys, I'm sorry. It's me, Pang Shenghe, who was lax in teaching my son. I will definitely give you a satisfactory explanation. Account for it. What can you account for? I just want this asshole dead. Pang Shenghe, even if your son is a mad dog, why do you let him go out? Oh, give me back my son. The families of the dead started crying again. Pang Shenghe had never been scolded like this in his life, but now he could only keep his head down. Not a word. Couldn't say a word. Da. Footsteps sounded. After a brief inspection, Lu Fei, who was sure there was nothing wrong, taking Jean Ca and Qin Cici with him, he walked out. See Pang Sheng and, he said lightly, Mr. Pang has taught his son well. I'm impressed. Pang Shenghe looked up expansively, looking at Lu Fei, trying to squeeze out a smile. Mr. Lu, this matter I apologize on his behalf. I beg your pardon. He may have hitched his nerve. As for your cruise ship, I'll arrange for someone to pay you back right away as well. Lu Fei smiled icily, shaking his head. He said, sorry, no forgiveness. What to do about this is what to do. As far as cruises and whatnot, I don't care. Rich and capricious. Having said that, took the two women and left. Pang Sheng and the corners of his mouth twitched. The face became unsightly. He turned back again. Prepare to beg forgiveness from the families of these dead sons. Ladies and gentlemen, please believe me. I will make positive compensation. It will absolutely please you. I just hope you can forgive Vinci. He didn't mean it. The crowd. A woman stood up. Surprisingly, he followed Lu Fei's tone and said in an icy and morose voice, sorry, never forgive. I also have money to be capricious, like poisoning. All the family members who were blocking the area spoke up. Right, never forgive. Rich and capricious. I don't care about your stinking money. It's all because of money. People like that should be locked up. Pang Shenghe, save your breath. Our family doesn't have as much money as you, but it's not a lot. A voice rang out. The families of those rich kids all yelled. There's no talk of forgiveness from anyone. Pang Shenghe's face turned pale. Pang Wenci, on the other hand, was kneeling on the ground and shivering. Inside his mind, he was still echoing the scene from earlier when he suddenly lost control of his boat and drove it into Lu Fei, and after the collision, a scene of his friends, and the young models, screaming forlornly at sea. So scary, so scared, he was shivering. It didn't take long. Panwenthi was taken away in handcuffs. Pang Sheng and blankly sat on top of the chair in the hallway, full of despair. What's wrong with that? Aside, the assistant was careful not to breathe. Ryoko. Pang Shenghe looked up, towards his assistant. He said, immediately contact the best lawyers in Juxia to help defend Wenci, and make all the connections you can, and make sure you find a way to get Vinci off the hook. The assistant laughed as if she were crying. Nima, your son killed 2 people, and there are 2 more inside the ICU, and it's Lu Fei's cruise ship that's hit, so they'll let you go? You want to get out of it? Waiting to take off your pants is more like it. The assistant's heart sputtered, but he nodded humbly on the mess. Okay Pang Dong, I'll arrange it right away. With that, he turned around and started to make a phone call. Hit 1 and hit 2. For a long time in a row, he kept dialing. Even Pang Shenghe was on the phone. However, instead, the story has made its way to the internet. Chapter 171, Anti-You, I hope he doesn't mess with Lu Fei. Shocker. Super rich kid Pongman Sai went crazy and crashed the ship. 2 people are dead. 7 are seriously injured. And more than a dozen others are injured. Rumor has it that the ship that was hit belonged to AIG businessman Lu Fei, who was quick and agile, and his 2 female companions were not injured. Terror. Who on earth gave these second-generation men the courage to act so recklessly? Some lawyers said that Pang Wenxi's crime is punishable by at least 10 years, or even life imprisonment. Just half an hour of fermentation. The words of the matter of Pang Wenxi crashing his boat went straight to the top of the hot search. All sorts of news is flying around. The online eating public was stunned. I'll go. I thought this Pang Wenxi bastard had played with enough flowers before. I didn't expect to play so big this time. Support severely punishing Pang Wenxi and returning justice to the dead. Ha, not another psychoclam. Eyesight is impossible this time. After all, there are so many super second-generation people from Mordor inside the victims. And there's also such a bug-level existence as Lu Fei. That's true. Lu Fei is very rigid, and he definitely won't stop when he encounters something like this time. Among the online buzz, Lu Fei's cell phone rang. It's Yu Menglan calling. Lu Fei, are you alright? I heard that your ship got hit? The voice was anxious and the tone was full of worry. Lu Fei shook his neck and said, it's fine, I'm a very good fighter. Crashing a boat is a sprinkle for me. Yu Menglan breathed a sigh of relief. The admonition said, this time it's your luck. It's nothing serious. You don't think you're so strong in your hands. Don't be a hero when it comes to things. Luffy didn't know what to say. Do you think my brother's divine interceptor is a joke? And how strong is my body? Don't you have any idea? Forget it. No bull asterisk with you, believe it or not. Lu Fei nodded his head and said, okay, I know. This will go home first, and I'll come over to your side later. Yu Menglan smiled and said, okay, be careful on your way. Just hung up. Lu Ruoxin called again. Lu Fei, I heard you got hit by a boat. Are you hurt? The voice was urgent, but tinged with excitement. Lu Fei rolled his eyes, said, asterisk off. I'm not getting hurt. Lu Ruoxin shook her head in disappointment. Oh, surprisingly, I'm not injured. Too disappointing. Lu Fei skimmed his lips. Call little daddy. First blood. Lu Ruoxin was directly killed in seconds. Get out, she said and hung up. Leaning over the top of his desk, his heart thumped furiously. I don't know why, she just suddenly felt a little excited. What for me? She slapped herself, took a deep breath and continued to work on the AI thing. Lu Fei craned his neck. Lin Shi's call came back. Lu Fei, are you alright? Lu Fei smiled and said, it's fine, what can I have? That bastard Pang Wenxi is the one who has something wrong. Lin Shi breathed a sigh of relief. I'm glad you're okay. My mom asked me to invite you over for dinner to get rid of your bad luck. The corner of Lu Fei's eye jumped. Gotta crash. He sniffled and said, tomorrow I'll come to your house for dinner. I wanted to take a break after what happened today. Lin Shi didn't doubt it and said, good, then get some rest and don't run around anymore. Well, good. You also pay attention to rest. I heard that recently get the League of Legends theme restaurant every day overtime? There is no end to the work. Pay attention to the combination of labor and rest, or else it will be easy to die prematurely. The words just fell. Lin Shi then scared her little face white, quickly pulling out a mirror and looking at it twice. I realized that I did seem to be getting a bit of dark circles under my eyes lately. Hurriedly, he said, okay, I'll remember. Things over here are pretty much done. I'll get off work early today and go back to rest. Lu Fei said with a smile. That's right, good boy. Go back to bed early. Lin Shi blushed a little. Aha, then you should get some rest too. After a couple more sentences, Lu Fei hung up the phone. Immediately after, Chu Yushi, Luo Qingcheng, and even Gao Mohan, who was far away in South Concave, all called to show their concern. Then again, Zhou Wenbin, Chen Lanbing and others all followed suit. After dealing with these people, the car had then arrived at Thompson's, 4:30 in the afternoon. Lu Fei went out again in high spirits. This time he had a big Lambo bull that sped all the way to arrive at a suburban farmhouse restaurant that Yu Menglan had sent over where he could cook for himself. Sister Lan, are there a lot of people today? Lu Fei asked. Yu Menglan shook her head and said, there aren't many people, but besides my mom, my old man also came. There's a couple of other inside relatives, none of whom are outsiders anyway. Luffy was a bit of a wimp. Nima, when the time comes to face a bunch of old men and women for questioning, how do you answer yourself? If you're middle-aged, you'll dislike it if you ask a bad question. People are old. TSK. Lu Fei said it was a bit square. I'm a little panicked, he said honestly. Yu Menglan giggled. Said, it's fine, what are you panicking about? A man with money and face like you is still afraid? I haven't even panicked yet. Lu Fei thought for a moment. Yeah, I'm ing panicking my ass off. As far as brother is concerned, it's more than enough to match Yu Menglan. not to say, but a low profile is at least enough. Okay, wait a little, I'll be right over. Hang up. Lu Fei continued to move forward, and inside the quaint restaurant, Yu Menglan hung up the phone but her face sank again. Turning toward Lu Ruoxin, she asked, "Who invited your second uncle?" Lu Ruoxin shook her head with an ugly face. "I don't know. I definitely didn't invite it. I know it, the person I hate most in my life, is him," Yu Menglan whispered. "I hope he knows himself a little and doesn't mess with Lu Fei." Lu Ruoxin muttered, "It's only better if he's provoked, just so Lu Fei can clean up after him." Chapter 172, Old Woman, Calling Little Dad. Yu Menglan frowned, said, "Still don't. It won't look good on the old lady's face if you make a scene." Lu Ruoxin rolled her eyes and said, "Don't worry, Grandma can't wait for someone to clean up that bastard. In the past, he didn't taunt our family a lot because he had a few stinking dollars, and with that mangy look of his, he still wants to find you, little mom, idiot." Yu Menglan patted her a little awkwardly. "You kid, what are you talking about?" Lu Ruoxin rolled her eyes and muttered, "You know it's embarrassing now? How come you didn't feel embarrassed when you were sticking your neck out and had to follow Lu Fei?" Yu Menglan rolled her eyes in anger. "Dead child, I raised you all these years for nothing." Lu Ruoxin spat out the snake's head, doggedly shaking her arm. He said, "Auntie, I'm just saying, don't you be bitter. I'll go talk to Grandma and Grandpa and let Lu Fei clean up that bastard later." Having said that, turn and run. Yu Menglan raised his hand. "Don't you?" Before the words were fully spoken, Lu Ruoxin had already waved her hand and dug in. "Get inside the box." She found her grandma and said, "Grandma, when Lu Fei comes later, he will definitely clash with that bastard Lu Qingji. When the time comes, you guys don't help that bastard Lu Qingji, just take the opportunity to make him get the hell out of here. Don't ruin the atmosphere." The old lady was fine with the whole thing, but a little worried. Will there be any bad effects on Xiao Lu if there's a conflict? After all, that guy Lu Changshuiji isn't simple either. That car company of his has been doing well for a few years now, and his assets have been in the tens or hundreds of billions, right? The old lady asked in a small voice. Lu Ruoxin was full of concern and said, "Grandma, don't underestimate that bastard Lu Fei." The words just fell. The old lady then slapped her on the back. "What the hell is a dead girl talking about? That's your little mom's man. You should call him little dad or little auntie. If I hear one more disrespectful word about your little father out of your mouth, I'll have you whipped by the family law." Lu Ruoxin was a munchkin, looking up at her loving grandma's face full of solemnity. Almost woofed. "Aha, let me call that asshole Lu Fei's little dad? Uncle Junior? I'll be damned." Lu Ruoxin was filled with despair. It's tempting to be mendacious, but she saw the serious expression on her grandma's face. Goosebumps. The old woman looked at her out of the corner of her eye, asked, "Remember?" Lu Ruoxin nodded her head abashedly and said, "Well, I remember Grandma." The old lady then nodded in satisfaction. Continuing, "That second uncle of yours may be an asshole, but he does have a lot of money. I feel a bit unsettled about having Xiao Lu go up against him. How he's here for my old lady's birthday banquet. What would it be to go back with a bad stomach?" Lu Ruoxin knew that she was talking about Lu Fei, and as for that second uncle of hers, Lu Qingji, no one put it in their mind. She rubbed her brow and said, "Don't worry, grandmother, Lu." Lu Ruoxin was a bit tongue-tied. It was only after a long time that he muttered, "Little sister-in-law's father. He is the one who dares to knock even the royal family of the Sunset Empire. A mere Ryu Jinshi. It was simply not too easy, and he was abused and cried in minutes. And it's more than money. What the hell is Ryu Sung-ji? The car companies are heavy assets. Lu Chan's father-in-law has tens of billions of dollars in cash alone on hand." The old lady was surprised. "He's so rich." Lu Ruoxin shrugged her shoulders and said, "Definitely. He has several companies under him, all of which are large conglomerates. If you count the assets, it's quite a bit more than Lu Qingji, and his can be benign assets, not many loans. Lu Qingji, you don't see him blowing up the companies. How many assets? In fact, the loan alone is tens of billions of dollars. That's all just the surface glamour. Behind the scenes for the company back to the money do not know how much headache a day." The old lady understood. "What the hell? I wouldn't worry about it then." Having said that, she turned back toward her old man and said, "Old man, don't forget to speak up for Xiao Lu later. That Lu Chengji, I'm annoyed when I see him, but I can't say anything as the master." The old man, who had been listening from the sidelines for half a day, nodded vigorously. Patting his heart, he said, "Don't worry, old man, I can't do anything else, but I have no problem with my mouth." The old lady gave him a blank look. "In the end, it's all about propaganda." The old couple muttered for a while. Taking the cell phone from Lu Ruoxin's hand again, he found Lu Fei's picture and came together to mutter. Lu Ruoxin looked at the scene, a breathless sigh. This old couple. It's really, sister-in-law. I'll see how you end up later. Lu Fei, that playboy. Doesn't look like he's going to get married that easily. She mentally spat for a while. Simply hide inside this private room and don't go out. Not for a while. Yu Menglan ducked in as well. Mon Ran, why aren't you in the face of hospitality? The old lady asked. Yu Menglan waved her hand and said, it's fine to have big brother outside, so I'm not going to go and make that scene. And as soon as I saw that look on Ryuji's face, it made my heart sick. The old lady nodded. Alright then, just sit here inside the house for a while and watch less of that asshole. Yu Menglan nodded. Sit down for a little while. Her cell phone rang. Pull it out and take a look. Said, it should be Lu Fei arriving. I'll go out and pick him up. A smile appeared on the old woman's face. Said, come on, together. Lu Ruoxin and Yu Menglan couldn't even stop them. Simply the 5 people inside this room, all walked out. Just walk out the door. Then they met Yu Menglan's elder brother, Yu Menglong's family, and a few other relatives of her family, as well as Lu Qingji, who was talking loudly in the crowd, causing the relatives of Yu Menglan's family to have their eyes glistening. See Yu Menglan? Ryuji's eyes lit up. Lickety-split squeezed out. Mon Ran, I just saw you, and then you were gone in the blink of an eye. Having said that, he added toward the old lady, Auntie, congratulations on your big birthday. I wish you every year. Said, a box was offered with both hands. Said, this is a bracelet that I pulled out of the jadeite that I bought back from the Burma side specifically at a high price. A small token of appreciation is not a tribute. The old lady, however, did not pick it up. Waving his hand, he said lightly, no merit. This is too expensive. I can't accept it. Ryuji froze in place. Turning back towards Yu Menglong, he said, this Menglong buddy, you persuade the old lady? Yu Menglong mused for a moment. Look at him thinking about what he just talked about. Carefully, he spoke. Mom, this person is also a peace of mind, so you can just accept it. Push a friend's book. NBA, Slutty 1. Chapter 173, why does Ruoxin's boyfriend call you auntie? The old lady had not yet spoken. The old man standing next to him had glared. Yu Menglong, is there a place for you to talk here? Having said that, glancing at the old lady, he said faintly, if your mom says no, then absolutely no. If you want it, then you can keep it for yourself, and we don't care about your business. Yu Menglong shuddered. The face became ugly. Said, Master, this, well, at least give face. Man Narashi comes all the way over here, and he comes back year after year. The old man sneered. Why does he come over year after year? Don't you have any idea in your heart? And you don't have any idea why your mom and I don't take anything from him every year? It's basically been picked apart. Yu Menglong's face sank. A cold light flashed in the eyes of Lu Qingji, who was on the side, then smiled and rounded off the scene. Forget it, brother Menglong. It's probably because the old lady doesn't like things like emerald. Next time I'll do something different, and I'll make sure the 2 old men are satisfied. Yu Menglong turned back a bit awkwardly. In a low voice, he consoled. Qingji is sorry. The older this man gets, that temper. Take it easy on yourself, and I'll have Menglan have a drink with you later as an atonement. The voice is low. Yu Menglan, however, heard it. Want a drink? You tell your wife to drink slowly with him and leave me out of it. The voice is faint. Suppressed anger. Yu Menglong's face sank. Off to the side his wife's face looked bad. Dreamland, what are you talking about? Have you ever talked like that? What do you mean I drink with him? Yu Menglan sneered. Looking at her she said faintly, on March 9th of this year, I passed by the Ridgewood Hotel. Yu Menglong's wife frowned. Inexplicable. Yu Menglan, if you don't make it clear to me today, I'm not done with you. On the side, Lu Qingji's face changed. He raised his head and looked at Yu Menglan. His eyes filled with shock and uneasiness. He hurriedly turned back and pacified. Sister-in-law. Menglan didn't mean anything else. Just don't get involved blindly. After saying that, he also smiled towards Yu Menglan and said, that Menglan, if you don't drink it, you don't drink it. How about this when brother Menglong didn't say it? Yu Menglong also hurriedly said, okay, it's me as a big brother who said the wrong thing. I apologize to you. Yu Menglong glanced at him, shaking his head with a silent sigh. Ha, you've been cuckolded, and you're still stupid enough to call someone a brother. Ridiculous. Let's go, Dad. Mom, Lu Fei is at the door. The old man and woman nodded. Said, let's go. Don't keep Rin Xiaolu waiting too long. Said, straight past a few people and towards the door. Who's Lu? Ryuji frowned. Yu Menglong said, maybe it's Ruoxin's boyfriend? Ryuji nodded. Makes sense. I guess it really is Ruoxin's boyfriend. Aside, Yu Menglong's wife, Chen Qian, rolled her eyes. She muttered, ha, I haven't seen any of the ones I introduced her to, but I've found a boyfriend myself. White-eyed wolf, don't miss my mother at all. Yu Menglong turned around. Frowning, he let out a silent sigh and said nothing more. Still remembering you? What did you do to people back then? If they don't scold you when they meet you, it's a good thing they're cultured. he muttered inwardly, said, let's go. It's fine anyway, let's go out and see what Ruoshin's boyfriend looks like. Speaking, several other relatives and juniors nodded. Yes, Sister Ruoshin is so pretty. Her boyfriend must be super handsome. I guess it's some second-generation cockney from Magic City again. Normal operation. Ordinary people Ruoshin can't look at it. Among the murmurs, a dozen or 2 dozen people trooped toward the door, in front of the restaurant. Buzz. With a roar, the Lambo bull drove slowly into the setting sun into this suburban more like agriturismo-like hotel. Saw this sports car coming. A group of people chirped out. Coming in a sports car. It's just a Lambo bull. It doesn't feel like it's going to be worth very much. Yeah, the top 2 generations all drive some kind of Pagani, Koenigsegg or something. This Lambo is so common. It looks like the type that wants to have money and doesn't have much of it. A group of people blathered on. On the side, Lu Ruoshin frowned slightly. It feels humiliating. What kind of Thai relatives are in your own family, judging people by their appearance? When we find out who Lu Fei is, you'll all be on your knees, she muttered inwardly. Bang! The car door opens. Lu Fei got out of the car unhurriedly. Yo, the young man is quite handsome. The temperament is good, too. It feels a little familiar though, like I've seen it somewhere. Handsome guys all look alike. Probably from a hospital with plastic surgery, the group muttered acidly. The old lady, however, with Yu Menglan and the others, had already greeted them. Ryu Xingqi whispered, will this courtesy be too big? Ruoshin's boyfriend, how do they still need to greet him? Yu Menglan also nodded his head for a while, said, indeed, but it may be that the old lady sees her little granddaughter's life matter to be settled, so her heart is happy to give that young man face. Aside, his wife grunted, ha, a granddaughter's boyfriend is so smiley, their own little grandchildren are loving it. What people? Yu Menglong frowned, chastised, cut the crap. His wife grunted and didn't make another sound. There was just a twinkle inside his eyes that was a bit unkind. Doorway. The old lady saw Lu Fei, smiling so hard that the creases on his face overlapped. Xiao Lu, it's really embarrassing to make you come on such a trip when you're so busy. It's been a hard drive, hasn't it? Get in and sit down. Lu Fei laughed and shook his head. Where? Today Auntie's birthday. How can I also come on? And look at my body. There's nothing hard about it. The old lady was all smiles. Suddenly, as if remembering, he hurriedly slapped his head and said, here, this is your uncle. Lu Fei nodded with a smile. Bow slightly. Hello uncle. The old man looked at Lu Fei and then at Yu Menglan who was standing next to him. Good. Bravo. Nice young man. Good body. Good. Aside, those relatives who came together at their house, as well as Yu Menglan and Lu Changshi, were all baffled. No dad, isn't this Ruoshin's boyfriend? How can I call you and mom aunt and uncle? Isn't that messing up the seniority? Yu Menglong yelled. Chapter 174, your bracelet is fake. It's not a bad sound. The old lady and the others turned around. The face darkened. Who told you this is Ruoshin's boyfriend? The old lady's voice was a little cold, forcefully repressing anger. Yu Menglong's mind was boggled. That's not Ruoshin's boyfriend, who's that dash? The other relatives looked puzzled. The corner of Lu Ruoshin's mouth twitched. Suddenly, he walked up to Lu Fei, took a bow. Uncle Junior. The voice was crisp and clear, the vocal line deliberately raised 3 degrees. Lu Fei laughed. Mind-blowingly awesome. Ha ha. The Rakshasa woman who reigns supreme on the internet now has to call me her sister-in-law. Ha ha ha. Lu Fei nodded with a smile. Ha ha, good. Tomorrow you'll pick out your own car as a gift from me. Just leave that little BMW of yours to drive the rest of the time. Lu Ruoshin smiled cheekily, said, my sister-in-law doesn't have a car yet. Lu Fei waved his hand and said, fine. You can help her pick 2 more tomorrow. Lu Ruoshin was happy. Bow again. Thank you, sister-in-law. Next to it, Yu Menglan's face turned red. Snapped. Why did you buy so many cars dash? Lu Fei shrugged his shoulders and said, it's okay, let you go to my side to pick something and you do not always have to send something to your heart to be down to earth. Aside, the old man and woman looked at him. It's getting more and more satisfying. Straightforward. Atmosphere. Nice chap. Lu Qingji and Yu Menglong, on the other hand, had been completely confused. No, what's with that it's? Ryuji Snake's head was a bit knotted. It felt like the heart was starting to pump. Yu Menglong also frowned. Mom, this young man with Manla Maya sent right. The old lady's face darkened. Asterisk 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 off. I'm right when I say I'm right. You're nothing. There's nothing for you to do here. Having said that, she took another deep look at her eldest daughter-in-law. Said he, you'd better think carefully about what you should do with your own wife. Chen Chen's face changed slightly, suddenly pale. Even a cold sweat was breaking out on his forehead. She sensed something in the old lady's words, as if she already knew some of her secrets. Yu Menglong turned around, a glance toward his wife. A slight frown. Why are you sweating so much? Chen Xian shook her head and said, no. Suddenly I feel a little hot. The old lady smiled coldly, sweeping them away. Turning back toward Lu Fei, he said, let's go little Lu, let's go in. We'll be able to eat soon. Lu Fei nodded with a smile. A few people went straight into the house, not even calling those people over there. Ryuji's face clouded over. No. How old is Manlan? That guy is in his late 20s at most, less than 30. Is that appropriate? He gritted his teeth and growled low. Yu Menglong shook his head, said, suitable or not suitable other people say does not count. The old lady nodded to do. Now obviously that kid knows how to make people happy, but by the looks of him he's just a rich kid. You still have to ask your old man for money. Your advantage is that you have the power to know with your financial freedom. You'll just have to lean into this later. Ryuji's face lit up with joy. You're right, brother Mononoke. Thank you. He nodded vigorously. Lead the way inside. Back. Yu's relatives followed suit. Crossing of ears. This dreamland even found one so small? The old cow is eating the young grass. Dreamland looks real young though. Standing with that lad. People who don't know Top think she's just a year or two older. I don't know what the two old uncles were thinking, why they even agreed to it. Among the chittering voices, the group burrowed inside the large box that had been set up. The box was large and held 3 tables. As soon as the old lady sat down, she shouted toward the waitress, big sister, tell your chef to serve the food. Quite a polite look. The waiter nodded his head in a hurry. Okay, I'll let you know. Wait for the waiter to leave. Ryusei made a color towards Yu Menglong. Yu Menglong understood in seconds and pulled out a box from inside his pocket. Opened inside was contained a not very large gold ring. Mom, this is my tribute to you, wishing you every year. The old lady took the gold ring. It was then put aside, said faintly, put your mind more in your own home. Don't circle around others day after day, or you'll be empty in your old age. There was something in the old lady's words. It was a pity that Yu Menglong couldn't understand. Instead, he looked at Yu Menglong. Monran, what's the gift for Mom? Let's open our eyes. Yu Menglong gave him a cold look, a trace of pity flashing in her eyes. Randomly, he pulled out a box. Open up. It's a gold necklace. The pendant is also very large. Once he took it out, Yu Menglong was depressed. Turning back, he glared viciously at Chen Xian. Sullenly, he sat down. Yu Menglong took the necklace and said, Mom, come let me put it on you. The old lady couldn't stop smiling. It's nice to look at, but it's just too heavy this. Yu Menglong pursed her lips and smiled. Don't worry Mom, it's not solid. To be so big a solid I don't dare to buy a side. Chen Xian snorted. Ha, it's a hollow one. Lu Ruoxin sneered. A hollow one is also bigger than your ring. The corners of Chen Xian's mouth twitched, wanting to dislike her back. But the bottom line is that it's not enough. Their family is actually in very good condition. Although the assets are not a lot. But how to say there are tens of millions of hundreds of millions. It turned out to be such a small ring gift. The relatives of the Yu family didn't say anything though, but contemptuous looks have been betokened. After Yu Menglong finished delivering the gift, Yu Menglong and the others stared at Lu Fei closely. Lu Fei bashfully pulled out a box. Open up. Inside lay quietly a jadeite bracelet with a very high head of water. Hiss. It's imperial green, isn't it? A slightly more knowledgeable relative exclaimed in shock. Aside, Ryuji just looked twice. Just shake your head straight. It can't be real. It's definitely artificial. As far as I know, an imperial green bracelet of this color would sell for at least $10 million. Besides, the head looks adequate, but the counterfeiter pushed too hard and the green is too prominent. As long as a little bit of people know a little bit of people know, this kind of superb emerald is how rare and unattainable. One that can be used as a family heirloom. Something that can't be bought on the market. Chapter 175, this is an authentic Ming Dynasty imperial green bracelet. As soon as Ryuji's voice rang out, inside the box there was silence. The old lady's face sank for a moment. There was an angry glint in his eyes. Ryuji took a look. Heartfelt joy. Right, that's it. Fires. Get this asshole out of here. I've been chasing after you for years, and I didn't even get a good look. And you're the one who got there first and took the lead? When I go back and find out who the hell you are, I'll take my time with you. If I don't bankrupt your family, my name is not Lu Qingji. Ryuji yelled angrily in his mind. A look of joy appeared on his face. Aside, Yu Menglong slammed the table fiercely. Ha! Fooling around with a fake? Whose face are you slapping? Young man, you're not welcome here. Please get out. The voice had just fallen. The old woman stood up suddenly. Pop! A hard slap smacked him directly in the face. Yu Menglong was baffled. The others were baffled. Lu Fei hurriedly said, Auntie, be careful. Don't get hurt. Inside, he was laughing maniacally. Ha ha. Such people. Well played. The old woman grabbed Lu Fei's arm with one hand, said, Xiao Lu, you don't stop me. Today I have to kill this Yakuza thing. Shame. It's so humiliating. I'm losing my old face to him. Yu Menglong covered his face and also became angry. No. How did I lose you? People send you fake goods and you believe them upside down. You think I'm a disgrace. I'm not ashamed of anything. Ah. The old lady, however, suddenly stopped being angry, slowly sat down, looking at Lu Fei, asked, Lu, do you mind if I introduce you to them? Lu Fei shrugged his shoulders and said, it's okay, you introduce it. The old lady turned around, looking at Yu Menglong, and then at Ryuji. Lightly, he said, you guys are saying that the thing Xiaolu gave me is fake? Ryuji was suddenly a little apprehensive in his mind, but still, with a terse nod, he said, yeah, that's what I thought was fake, because this kind of waterhead of jade, the market simply cannot buy. People who have this kind of watery emerald are not likely to sell it. That's why I've concluded that it's simply fake. Yu Menglong nodded along, said, right, I think that's the same thing. The old woman smiled miserably, turning back to the old man. He said, old man, look what a fool we've raised. The old man's face sank like iron. Not a word, just the hand holding the glass, shaking a little. Around, the other relatives frowned. What's going on? It always feels like there's something in the old aunt's words today. Yeah, I have a feeling it's the same way. It's like old auntie has something to hide. But that bracelet, it seems really quite fake when you hear from the human. Mr. Ryu, I think so. I've heard that Emperor Green is all but unattainable. And this stuff looks too bright like plastic. Listen to the chatter. Luffy leaned back in his chair indifferently. It's even kind of tempting to pull out your phone and swipe 2 jokes. Some people nah. Sometimes it really is a dog's eye view. Next to her, Lu Ruoshin was so angry that her face turned cold. A few moments of silence as he watched the murmurings. Yu Menglong, on the other hand, quietly pulled Lu Fei's hand. The atmosphere is weird. After a good while, it was only then that the old lady said, without skipping a beat, you guys say this thing is fake, probably because he doesn't know the identity of the human Xiaolu. Said, she picked up the jade bracelet, said, if I'm not mistaken, this thing should be an old object with at least several hundred years of history. As for why I said that, it's because Xiaolu's full name is Lu Fei, just to mention a name that you may not know dash. However, old Tai Tian merely paused for a moment. A 17 or 18-year-old girl in the crowd, however, had raised her cell phone and yelled with excitement. I know why he looks familiar. He's Lu Fei. Lu Fei, she yelled. Aside, a little fat man froze, suddenly asked, sis, is that Lu Fei you've been whispering about in my ear every day? But didn't you say he was your husband? My brother-in-law? The voice is naive. The young girl's face instantly turned red. One covered his mouth, said, that's a code name. It's a code name. Okay, he's called husband by so many women on the internet. He's our Zhuxia's national husband. Okay, the words just fell out. Her dad then frowned for a moment. What's all with that? What a mess of. However, his own wife, who was standing beside him, looked at Lu Fei, blushing. I said, no wonder I also feel a bit familiar. Surprisingly, it's you, Mr. Lu. The fact that you traded the sword in the stone with the Sunset Royal family and got back more than 500 pieces of antiques and more than $20 billion in cash is really a big deal. Having said that, she lifted her chin slightly, surprisingly with a bit of a sense of honor with the situation, toward the relatives who had become a bit sandy around them. And I heard that the stuff his haiku group got up from salvaging the shipwreck a few days ago was sold for more than $10 billion. Even rare treasures like the Night Pearl have not been auctioned yet. There has been some discussion on the internet about what was obtained from the salvage of the shipwreck by his wholly owned company, the Hacker Group. Alone, it's worth almost $40 billion. And do you guys know about Star River Plaza in the high-tech district of Mordor? That plot of land belongs to Mr. Lu, and the plaza is a collaboration between Mr. Lu and the Dechu Group. In addition to that, Mr. Lu has 10 office buildings under his umbrella, and a number of other companies. Personal assets of more than $100 to $200 billion. Simply super handsome. A few words had basically uncovered that bit of Lu Fei's old self. There was silence inside the box. Yu Menglong and his wife Qin Xian were completely dumbfounded, and Ryu Sungchi was dumbfounded. This little young man, surprisingly, he is worth more than him. Don't look at his hands on Zhuxia's current largest domestic automobile company, but he occupies only about 10% of the shares, worth less than $100 billion. Lu Fei pursed his lips, waving his hands. He said, no, where's the money? Don't listen to people. I'm actually poor. Lu Ruoshin rolled her eyes. Hypocrisy. The old lady gave him a cross look. Toward Lu Fei, he said, little Lu, tell me honestly now, which era is this thing from? Luffy smacked his lips, shaking his head. He said, it doesn't matter what age this is, since they've said it's fake, just wear it as if it were. Chapter 176, being hooded and still calling me brother. The old lady smiled. Don't. You might as well tell me where this thing came from. Otherwise certain people, they're going to say you're faking this stuff. Lu Fei shrugged his shoulders and said, I'm not sure exactly what the origin is, but anyway, it's something salvaged from this batch of shipwrecks. I had my assistant pick one out for me. Just keep it, old lady. The old lady smiled. Okay, I'll keep this. I'll do whatever I want with it, right? Lu Fei said indifferently. Of course, if I send it to you, it's your thing. You can do whatever you like with it. The old woman fumbled with the bracelet, saying, in that case, this item will be considered an heirloom of the Yu family. At once, Yu Menglong's wife, Chen Qian, brightened up. The Yu family has only one son, Yu Menglong. If this were a family heirloom, wouldn't it be passed on to her? Jadeite from the Ming dynasty. It's still imperial green. Holy, how much is this worth? Key, this kind of baby can't be found. Chen Qian thought freely in her heart and stared dead at the jade bracelet. The old lady swept her off her feet. Kindly laugh, casually grabbing Yu Menglong's arm. Here, Mon Ran, this will be yours from now on, and you can wear it to whomever you wish to pass it on to, said. Then he slipped the jade bracelet onto Yu Menglong's wrist. At that moment, Chen Qian subconsciously exploded. Mom, I'm the one who's your daughter-in-law. This is an heirloom of the Yu family. How can it be passed on to an outsider? This woman. Not only was Lu Fei shocked, even those relatives of the Yu family were stunned by her thick skin. I'm Nima. You've got some nerve. The old lady laughed in exasperation. Ha, Chen Qian. There aren't many outsiders here, but you count as one. And you know why? Having said that, not waiting for Chen Qian to speak, suddenly pointed at her Yu family's 5-year-old grandson and said, originally, there were some things that I was prepared to rot in my stomach and never say anything for the rest of my life. After all, the family scandal cannot be publicized. Said it is also the old face of old Yu and I lost. But today it seems that our Yu family has been humiliated enough. And I, an old woman, am not afraid to continue to be humiliated. A not-so-good feeling rose in Chen Qian's heart. The face suddenly turned white. No, old lady, this family scandal can't be spread. The old lady grunted. Shut up. She turned back, stared at Yu Menglong and said, do you know why I keep calling you a fool? Because the son you've been raising for 5 years isn't even your seed. Instead, it's this, and the seed of this Lu Qingji who calls you brother every day and you want to suck up to. I know just by guessing that the relatives have been talking about it behind their backs for a long time, haven't they? Yu Menglong, were cuckolded, helped raise a son for 5 years, and called your wife's adulterer your brother. Is there anyone in this world as ridiculous as you? Oh, I've lived for more than 60 years, but I've never seen such a one. It's the first one. A seed is finished. Yu Menglong's face had gone completely pale. He turned back slowly, looking at Chen Qian who was also pale. Don't even need to ask. You know it's true. Bang! A crunch. Yu Menglong lifted the plate on top of the table and directly opened the door for Lu Qingji. Blood, sliding down his cheek. No! Brother Menglong, listen to me. Brother Menglong, stop fighting. Brother Menglong. Ryuji kept backing up. Yu Menglong steps in. Suddenly, Chen Qian screamed. Yu Menglong, if you have the guts to come at me. Bang! A muffled sound. The world is cleared. Chen Qian fell softly to the ground. Yu Menglong sat down disoriented. Heads up. It feels like the world has turned upside down. He forced a smile. Leave me alone, I'm fine dash. Having said that, and fell to the ground, passed out. Ryu Qingji, on the other hand, was given a chase and ran straight away, looking at Yu Menglong and Chen Qian who were lying on the ground, and the clueless, so-called 5-year-old grandson. Sins, the old lady sighed. The face was not too hard to look at, obviously. Angry has been angry too. Okay, get these two out of the way and let's eat. Having said that, the old woman stood up slowly, said, Xiaolu is sorry, I've made you look at the joke. The corner of Lu Fei's mouth twitched, don't know what to say, just smiled and was polite. Soon, the restaurant started serving the food, not a word about what happened inside the box. While eating, the atmosphere seemed a bit odd. Everyone kept their heads down and ate their own, with very little conversation. Lu Fei was also happy to be free. Sitting between Yu Menglong and Lu Ruoxin, he ate a meal that tasted pretty good. The mood is good. Finished eating, Lu Ruoxin paid the bill. The old lady pulled Lu Fei and said, Lu Fei, you guys decide on your own about what's going on between you and Menglong. The old lady in me doesn't care, as long as she's happy. I have to leave Mordor tomorrow too. After a lifetime of laboring with the old man, it's time to travel. Children and grandchildren are blessed by their children and grandchildren. In the future, when there is time, you can take time with Menglong to come and see our old couple line. Lu Fei nodded vigorously and said, don't worry, Sister Lan will be happy every day. That's a relief. The old lady handed Yu Menglong's hand over to Lu Fei's hand, said, it's still early, Less than 8 o'clock. Don't mind us oldies. You youngsters go on your dates. Next to it, Lu Ruoxin's face turned green. Grandma, you're sending the sheep into the tiger's mouth. But she didn't dare to squeak. He could only watch Yu Menglan get into Lu Fei's supercar, then disappeared into the night sky. Wait until Lu Fei has left. The relatives of Yu's family were all excited. Surround Lu Ruoxin in a group. Ruoxin, quickly tell us how your little mom and that Lu Fei met. Holy, Ruolan actually caught such a golden son-in-law. It's awesome. Hiss. I heard that Lu Fei is quite a flirt. Is it true? Surrounded by so many people, Lu Ruoxin frowned. Don't even pry. And don't say anything about this to the public. Lu Fei has always kept a low profile. After a few words of advice, Lu Ruoxin didn't dare to stay any longer. Take the old man and woman and get out of here. As for Yu Menglong and Chen Xian's two families, woke up halfway through the meal. Didn't even say hello and just left with the little chubby 5-year-old. After all, there's a lot of face to lose. Chapter 177, Graphene Supercapacitor Technology. Car. Yu Menglan leaned back in his seat a bit tiredly. Under the streetlight, her nice side face was a little bright and uncertain. Suddenly, Lu Fei, thank you for today. Yu Menglan's voice was a bit hoarse and looked a bit tired. Lu Fei looked back at her. Continue to drive with your eyes straight ahead. Said, thank me for what? Yu Menglan smiled. Thank you for showing up and changing my life. The voice was soft, but tinged with attachment. What's all this talk between us? Yu Menglan suddenly pointed to the side of the road and said, there's a path somewhere, like, there's no streetlights, and there aren't any cars, until 11 p.m. He sent Yu Menglan home before he drove back to Thompson himself. After arriving home, Luffy took a shower, also slept. The next morning, Yu Menglan dialed Lu Fei's number. Lu Fei, my big brother is divorced. There's also a falling out with Lu Qingji. Lu Qingji may target you, so be careful. He's a man with a less than clean bottom. Lu Fei, who had just eaten breakfast, leaned on the sofa and said indifferently, it's okay, the bottom is no longer clean, but when he comes to me, his bottom is also clean. Yu Menglan said with a smile, well, it's good that you have it in your heart. By the way, the old lady and the others are leaving this afternoon. Would you like to come over for lunch? Lu Fei glanced at the time. Shaking his head, he said, I don't think I can do it today at noon. I have a lab side that has developed a key technology. Later I have to go over to the investment company side and meet with the lab head. Apologize to the second old man with me. It's just not possible to get away. That technology is very critical. Yu Menglan asked curiously. What technology? Lu Fei said blandly. Graphene supercapacitor technology. Hiss. Yu Menglan sucked in a breath of cool air. In an urgent voice, he asked in astonishment. Your lab, it has researched this technology successfully? Can it be put into civilian use? Lu Fei said. The person in charge over there told me that the technology to put it into civilian use is already available, but the issues of cost control, process complexity, safety factor and so on are not very clear to me at the moment, and I need to go to a meeting later to talk about it face to face, but I reckon it should be ready for civilian use. A horrified look surfaced on Yu Menglan's face. Even if she was an outsider, it's also clear that this thing exists. You have to be careful. Once this technology is rolled out, those energy vendors could dash. She didn't finish her sentence, but Lu Fei knew exactly what she was going to say. Don't worry, I'll be discreet. The advent of graphene super batteries will absolutely disrupt the entire energy industry. Having moved the cake of those energy giants, how could they possibly stop? Lu Fei rubbed his brow, whispering, gotta call back Wenyun and Wenyu. He muttered in a small voice. After hanging up, dialed the phone number of Wenyu who was far away in Southo. Wenyu, are the arrangements made over there? Wenyu said, boss, it's already been arranged. Those international thieves were very attentive. At the same time they enjoy their time in Southo, and with professionals like them keeping an eye on them, nothing will go wrong. Lu Fei nodded and said, that's fine, take a plane back as soon as you can. Hanging up, Lu Fei stood up, calling out towards Wenyun, who had already returned early this morning. Wenyun, go, take me to Flyer Investments. The words just fell. The door to the room opened. Wenyun stepped out gallantly in her high heels wearing her combat uniform. Downstairs, get in the new Rolls-Royce Phantom. Wenyun drove his car, not too fast and not too slow, towards Flyer Investment. It didn't take long. Inside the Flyer Investments conference room, Lu Fei met Yang Wenpei, the head of the Flyer Automotive Engineering Research Laboratory. Yang Wenpei was a middle-aged man of about 40, rich and strong. As soon as he saw Lu Fei, he tried to squeeze out a smile. Oh look, it's the type of person who is not very good at social communication. It is precisely this category of people who are most capable of enduring loneliness and developing various epic-making products. Worker Yang, sit down first. Lu Fei shook hands with Yang Wenpei. Yang Wenpei sat down, just as impatiently. He pulled out a stack of information and said, Mr. Liu, this is the template of the graphene supercapacitor technology we developed. A thick stack of information that added up to hundreds of pages. I'm afraid. Lu Fei casually flipped through it, indicating that he couldn't read it. Yang Gong, I just want to know if this thing can be used for civilian purposes. Yang Wenpei said, theoretically, it is completely feasible, and we have manufactured a couple of samples based on the template. The process is not terribly complicated and the cost of materials is not very high. Moreover, the test article manufactured by our research lab is currently in good operating condition and no safety hazards have been found yet. On top of that, graphene super batteries charge hundreds or thousands of times faster than other ordinary batteries. Charging is very fast and the battery storage capacity is several times higher than regular batteries for the same size. Now the biggest problem lies in the battery manufacturing technology. We are still relatively lack of domestic, so to be officially mass-produced and put into civilian use, we need to set up our own battery factory and develop production lines and manufacturing processes. It will take some time to prepare for formal production. Yang Wenpei spoke carefully. Lu Fei listened carefully as well. When he got the result, a touch of joy appeared on his face. Doing industry is never an overnight success. As long as Yang Gong your side can completely guarantee the civilian use and safety of the battery, then I can immediately invest and form a battery factory out of it. Yang Wenpei said happily, thank you for Mr. Lu's trust. Then our technology, do we need to make an official announcement first? Lu Fei asked. Patent these applications? How is the technology secrecy? Is it easy for others to imitate it? A series of questions. Yang Wenpei solemnly said, don't worry, Mr. Lu, we have completely applied for the patent, and the technical confidentiality is absolutely in place. Any employee of the research lab can walk out and only know that it's awesome, but there's no way to make it. And after mass production, the core graphene technology, without a technical template then other people simply cannot imitate. Chapter 178, Changing the World's Energy Landscape. Lu Fei put his heart down. If only graphene battery technology was easy to copy. He'd rather get rid of this technology. Good job, Mr. Yang. By the way about the car design, how is your progress? Lu Fei asked in passing. Yang Wenpei directly opened his portable laptop, quickly opened a cluster of 3D images with specialized software, said, Mr. Lu, this is the result of our research lab over the years. It has already dived into a completed line of automobiles, starting from the lowest level of A0 class compact cars to the largest D+ class luxury cars. All have a very high degree of completeness, though our designs are based on EV platforms and lack gasoline diesel platforms. In addition to that, we have about 10 other electric supercars of different sizes and styles that can be powered by different batteries. So far, we, the Automotive Research Laboratory, have a complete design line for all the major automobiles on the market, and with the exception of special models such as the supercars, the completion of 6 platforms to fully cover the design of all products. After a series of explanations, Lu Fei barely understood some of it. The simple fact is that he now has a complete line of automobile designs on his hands. It is only necessary to develop the appropriate automobile production line to be able to produce cars directly. Beyond that, the design and substance of these automobiles, too, and their superiority. It's kind of fun. He rubbed his brow. After a few moments of contemplation, raising his head towards Qin Shihan, he said, Shihan, find a way to acquire a battery production factory on your side. Take full ownership and then put the plant under the name of Flyers Automotive Research Laboratory. Qin Shihan nodded and said, okay Mr. Lu, I'll do it as soon as possible. Lu Fei looked back at Yang Wenpei again, said, Yang Gong, on the battery factory side, I hope you can hold it up. Of course, Mr. Qin's side will identify a professional manager to help you take care of the company's daily affairs. And what you have to do is to protect the core information of our graphene supercapacitor technology, and at the same time ensure the formation of mass production technology for batteries, as well as the transformation of our production line and a series of other work. The operational side of the company will be carried out by a team of professional managers. Yang Wenpei nodded his head vigorously and said, don't worry, Mr. Lu, I will do my best. Having said that, he asked again, then Mr. Lu, our automobile company Lu Fei said, the car company is not in a hurry. First fix the battery production. With batteries in place, car production is just par for the course without much difficulty. Yang Wenpei nodded, taking the good advice. Okay Mr. Lu, I understand. Wait until he leaves. Lu Fei turned back to Qin Shihan and said, Shihan, find a way to acquire, or hold a brushless motor, as well as a related electric vehicle key components production company. Lay out ahead of time and get all of these needs taken care of. I currently have close to $40 billion in cash inside my account, which is fully at your disposal. Qin Shihan nodded her head vigorously and said, okay Mr. Lu, leave it to me, our team will definitely complete the task. Flyer Investments is tied to the system, and Lu Fei trusts it completely. Good, then I'll leave this matter to you, and the matter of graphene battery technology will be kept secret for the time being. Qin Shihan nodded and said, okay Mr. Lu, get up. Lu Fei exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. There was a glint in his eyes. Graphene battery technology that will pry the world apart. Future, the vast market of the automotive industry, and even the rest of the transportation industry, the energy industry, will be his. Leave Flyer Investments. Lu Fei received a call from Wenyu. Boss, I'm already back. Those international thieves from Shilla before contacted me not long ago, said he wished to meet the boss. Boss you mean dash, those international thieves from Silla? Lu Fei pondered for a moment. Nodding, he said, see, let them find their own way to Mordor. Wenyu said, okay boss, I'll contact them right away. Hang up. A smile appeared on Lu Fei's face. Each one of these international thieves is a top-notch security talent. Since they had taken the initiative to find themselves, it would be a waste not to take advantage of it. Just right. The graphene super battery side just has to wait until the battery factory acquisition is complete. Then the official announcement should be made, and after that, the official production should be listed. In time, some people or things come and go. You can save yourself a lot of trouble with these people around. He took a deep breath. Taking out his cell phone again, he called Qin Shihan over. Said, register a security company for me. Just a dummy company. I'll be useful. Qin Shihan didn't even ask and said directly, okay Mr. Lu, I'll arrange it. Hang up. Lu Fei added to Wen Yun, who was driving the car. When you go back later, start contacting those international thieves and ask them if they are interested in coming to Zhuxia to retire. It shouldn't be too difficult for you to help them with their identity if they come. Wen Yun nodded. Sure, that's too easy. I'll get it done. Luffy leaned against the car seat, rubbed his brow, slowly closed his eyes. 3 days later, Hangtian New Energy Technology Company is very low-key listed. Led by Wen Pei Yang, together with many engineers from the Flyer Automotive Research Laboratory, work began on revamping the company's production line. One step at a time, take graphene super battery technology and turn it into a true civilian-grade technology. This process, it would take some time, but Lu Fei could afford to wait completely. By the time true civilian-grade graphene supercapacitor technology matures, graphene supercells will begin to be mass-produced. It was when he led the automobile industry in Zhuxia and began to bend the road and sweep the world directly. Chapter 179, Sniper Duan of the Lingshuan Group. Chapter 180, Lu Fei's Big Plan. Lu Fei briefly introduced the 3 women to each other. 3 women and a man sat down in front of the couch. Lu Fei asked towards Lu Ruoxin. Ruoxin, how is the AI development going? Lu Ruoxin said, the first stage has been completed, but its intelligence is already very high, and I've enhanced the big data aspect as you requested, and it's more than enough to support what you call a big data news carrier. Lu Fei nodded. Nice work. I thought it would take you a while to get the first stage done. Lu Ruoxin smiled proudly. Kidding. Who am I? Lu Fei skimmed his lips. Another question was asked. So roughly how long will it take to get the Daily Headlines app developed? Lu Ruoxin patted her heart and said, don't worry, it'll be quick. At the moment the shell has been made. All that's left is the news crawl. But aren't we afraid of copyright issues? Lu Fei smiled. You are aware of the current copyright situation. The big deal is to lose some money. Do not care about copyright or not. Just intuitively capture the news. He didn't even think of the copyright thing as a timing issue. If you stick to the rules and everything, you won't make it in this great land at all. After inquiring about Lu Ruoxin, Lu Fei looked at Yu Menglan again. Asked, Sister Lan, the development of the short audio and video app you grabbed as soon as possible. When the daily headline is officially launched, it will definitely grab customers with the headline side. But at present, headlines have already made it big, and it's not easy to grab customers from their hands. But our artificial intelligence is the biggest dependence. So I'm going to play the AI card against headline and its teaser. Win or lose. Do it. Yu Menglan nodded and said, don't worry, an app development is quick. It's mainly a matter of how to attract traffic. Lu Fei smiled. Said, don't worry, there are ways to draw traffic. Having said that, she looked towards Luo Qingcheng, who was a bit bewildered. Said, Mr. Luo, you probably don't know my vision. I'm going to take the current 3 companies, Super God Games, Flying Dream Technology and Amusing Bird Live, and form a strategic alliance, sharing user data, like Lang Soon and Headline, piggybacking an internet ecosystem out. And the fight with Lang Soon on the game level and on the live stream level was the beginning of this. For your side of the dilemma, I think Ruoxin can help you complete your defense against Lang Soon, and pester those douchebags in the meantime. As for the attack, I'll make separate arrangements, and when the time comes, there will be no more expert defense to easily take care of the other party's servers. Luo Qingcheng understood. Looking to Lu Ruoxin, there was no doubt. Straight away, he said, since that's the case, I'll trouble you, Mr. Lu. Lu Ruoxin waved her hand indifferently and said, it's fine, it's all working for him anyway. Having said that, she pulled out her cell phone and said, this way, I'll contact a bunch of friends to come over and help, and you can just prepare 2 large suites at the hotel. Luo Qingcheng nodded and said, good, I'll arrange it properly. Having said that, the 2 women each dialed the phone. A few minutes later, Lu Ruoxin hung up the phone, said, okay, as long as Lang Sun's douchebags dare to come, I'll dare to bury them. Lu Fei said faintly beside him, you don't need to come if you are buried or not. Your reputation inside the circle is too big, and it is easy to be exposed. I'll take care of it separately. You only need to guard the servers of Overwatch games and Amusing Bird Live. You don't have to worry about the rest. Lu Ruoxin rolled her eyes. Okay, then we'll see you perform tomorrow. After this is done, Lu Fei left the Tianhe Plaza. Go home. Jin Xie and Qin Cici are both at home. Jin Yuki is in motion. Qin Cici, on the other hand, is live streaming again lol. Seeing Lu Fei come back, a flash of excitement flashed in Jin Xie's eyes. Brother Fei, my food is hot. Lu Fei rubbed his nose. Yes, taste it. Tasting dishes. Qin Cici is also on the air, but today she played badly, causing so many waterboys to be skeptical. Stoned, definitely a pinch hitter. Gee, did the pinch hitter leave his job? Definitely. This level today, it just sucks. Qin Cici was in pain, simply roared in a fit of rage. I sprained my hand yesterday. Today's operation is not smooth. Off the air. Shout out. Just quit the broadcast straight away. Fired up, he opened the door and ran out. 6 o'clock in the afternoon. It was only then that Lu Fei took the 2 sisters out for dinner. Eat, back home. To cover your head is to sleep. 8 o'clock the next morning. Luffy got up on time, ate and exercised. 9:30. He went inside the den and turned on his computer. After finishing a bout of fighting the landlord, the time gradually arrived at 10 o'clock. Over at Coldhoon Games, Heroes of Glory is about to go live. It started 2 days ago. Various channels under Lang Sun's umbrella have begun to do so through pop-ups and the like. Forced promotion of the game Heroes of Glory. Heroes of Glory, waiting for you to fight. Hero, come and claim your glory. Matchmaking beyond lol. All sorts of middle of the road. All sorts of no-frills advertising frenzy. The installed base of Heroes of Glory has long since surpassed 50 million. Coldhoon Games. 9:55. Levinko stood in the technical department. The look was cold and solemn. Around them, all of Lang Sun Games' middle and upper management were present, waiting for Lu Wenk to lecture. Everyone, with the popularity of cell phones and the impact of the once mermaid game, our Lingshuan game has been growing steadily over the past 2 years though, but it's actually gone downhill. And Heroes of Glory, the game, is our biggest card at the moment. It's imperative to use this card to make a nice turnaround. So I don't care what kind of friction you guys usually have between jobs, but regarding the game Heroes of Glory, you guys have to come out with a lot of spirit. If after utilizing so many of the group's resources, this game still can't swallow the fat meat of the League of Legends, then we, Lingshuan Games, will become the laughingstock of other branches. Everyone work together to top the Heroes of Glory. The voice fell. All of the company's leadership has responded. Don't worry, Mr. Lu, we are completely prepared. Levenko nodded, waving his hand. He said, to each his own. Go on. Chapter 181, a powerful sniper from Longhoon. Coldhoon Games is gearing up internally in a hurry. At the same time, this Chu Sha, I don't know how many network company executives are paying attention to this bout. It feels like the Overwatch game is a bit of a montage. Ha, that Lu Fei is still an amateur after all, and has wasted such a good game. Guess a good hand is going to be completely busted. Unfortunately, if this game was in my hands, I'd be able to beat the out of Ling Sun, one by one. Internet gurus have lamented. Between the words, there was no feeling that the Overwatch games could have the slightest chance of winning under Lang Sun's strong crushing power. Inside the 2 presidential suites of the Hill Hotel, a group of masked young men, all sitting in front of a computer. Lu Ruoxin wore a butterfly mask and said indifferently, this time we are facing Lang Sun's group of brats. They'll focus on attacking LOL servers. The teaser side shouldn't attack much for a while, so our main task is just to block those little brats outside the servers. One of the young men asked, Sister Rakshasa, aren't we going to fight back? Lu Ruoxin shook her head and said, no need, just hold on. Counterattacking will naturally be done by someone. Okay, listen to Sister Rakshasa, that's an easy job. A sound of promises followed. Everyone turned on their computers and stared solemnly at their screens. Monitor all movements of the Overwatch game servers. 10 o'clock. Heroes of Glory is officially open. Many players who had been waiting for a long time flooded inside Heroes of Glory's servers. Registration is not required. All you need is a TT number, or a wiki account, and you'll be able to get right into the game. This game is convenient. Yes, the picture is okay. The gameplay is also similar to LOL. TSK, this time Lang Sun did a good job of making a cottage. A good number of players muttered as they started playing. Coldhoon Games. Mr. Lu, it's on fire. Our game is on fire. 10 minutes in, we've surpassed 15 million people online. Has broken the record set by League of Legends. Conservatively estimated, the number of people online today alone will exceed 30 million. The head of the technology department sounded exuberant. His face was flushed. A look of excitement appeared on Lu Wenk's face. Great! Contact the head office right away. Send the happy news. Soon, a happy report appeared on all channels of Lang Hoon. Congratulations! Heroes of Glory's 10-minute online count exceeded 15 million, breaking the historical record of online gaming. As soon as the message went out, the whole internet shook. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Really? Hiss. Lang Sun's channel is indeed too strong. It's over. The League of Legends is going to play eggs. Lang Sun really struck a thunderous blow this time. One by one, internet gurus have marveled. Speaking of Luffy's Overwatch game, every single one of them had pity and gloating inside their tone. Ha! Salvaging shipwrecks and grabbing tens of billions of dollars and finally getting sniped. This wave, it's estimated that the loss will be tens of billions of dollars. It's definitely going to cost tens of billions or more. Among the murmurs, fast news above. On the topic of the war between the game's Heroes of Glory and League of Legends, it was also jacked up. Seriously, Lang Hoon is really something. I'm going to support the League of Legends no matter what. Anyway, I heard that the League of Legends is doing some kind of professional league, so I'd better play the League of Legends. The league? You think Lang Hoon won't follow the trend? Although there are still quite a few people crying out in favor of Overwatch games and League of Legends, but the vast majority of real players, it's all being lost already. Overwatch games. Luo Qingcheng stood in the technical department and watched the number of people online continue to fall. His face was stoic. Mr. Luo, what should we do? We're losing players faster and faster. The head of operations was in a cold sweat. Just for a little while, the League of Legends online numbers, then, fell from 25 million to 20 million. And, it's still falling at a very fast rate. Luo Qingcheng didn't have a clue in her heart either, but she chose to believe Lu Fei. Wait, it will turn around. Luo Qingcheng's voice was light, but everyone inside the tech department, their hearts were sinking. Coldhoon Games. Levenko walked out of the tech department with his cell phone in hand. Dial a number. Hey, you can start attacking to hasten the demise of the League of Legends. The voice fell. Opposite, came an icy voice. Okay, right away. Hang up. Soon there was movement at the Hill Hotel. It's starting. They're starting to attack. Brothers, open your pockets and let them in. We won't fight back, but it's still possible to find their IPs and information. Among the cacophony of voices, Lu Ruoshin, a Rakshasa woman, took her friends from the Red Guest Alliance and began to operate at the limit. A perfect defense against the opponent's attack, and a little backlash for a while in the meantime. Opposite, the captain of the hacker squad bred by Lang Sun Group's face changed. The Overwatch group even invited Rakshasa woman's squad to defend? Damn it, things are getting big. He let out a low growl. With a grim face, he roared, brothers, carry on. After defeating the Rakshasa woman, we'll be famous in one battle. The two sides have engaged in a fierce battle with the virtual internet. Thompson, Lu Fei sat in front of his computer, quietly watching both sides go back and forth. The corners of his mouth turned up, an icy smile appeared. So, it's my turn. His hands brought up a puff of shadows as he quickly tapped the keyboard. 3 seconds. The first firewall of Lang Hoon's game is broken right through. Do. A piercing alarm sounded inside the technical department of the Lang Sun Group. Lu Wenk, who had just returned here, frowned. Alarmed, he asked, what's going on? The head of the tech department came rushing over, sweating. Mr. Lu, it's someone who's broken through our firewall. Someone is attacking us. Chapter 182, directly hacking Lang Sun's game. Lu Wenk's face changed slightly. Turn on full protection immediately. Have your men get the people out of here. The words just fell out. Do. An increasingly shrill alarm sounded. The head of the technical department's face was completely pale. Not good. The second layer of the firewall has been breached. Levenko frowned and asked, and how many firewalls do you have in total? The person in charge said, 8 layers in total. After 8 layers, our database will be exposed to the intruders. Lu Wenk's eyes were cold, yelling, hurry up and organize people for defense. The man in charge nodded his head in a hurry, yelling, quick, stop that fellow. We can't let him continue to break through. The words fell. The masters of the Lang Sun game moved to find Lu Fei. but their hands had only just been placed on top of the keyboard. Do. The alarm sounded again, and the third layer of the firewall was breached once more. An expert shouted, "It's not working, quickly call for help. Call for help from the head office. The opponent is too strong. We can't stop it at all." Lu Wenk blanched, not daring to slow down. He hurriedly took out his cell phone and dialed the number he had dialed earlier. It was a while before the call was answered. "There's something going on. Come on." The voice across the room was urgent. Lu Wenk said, "Han Wei, abandon the attack for now. Our Lingshuan Games server has been attacked. It took less than a minute for the other side to break through our 3 layers of firewalls. So bring someone to help us defend." Across the phone, Han Wei's face turned green. Asterisk. What do your people do for a living? Backed by a top-of-the-line firewall, and it was still breached by someone so quickly? The corners of Lu Wenk's mouth twitched as he growled. "Forget about what you're doing for food. Come over and help us right now. If someone breaks through the firewall, all our server information will be stolen by the other side." Han Wei was so angry that he almost spit out blood. Growling, he said, "Impossible. The Overwatch game you told me to attack also hired a master. Now I'm so wrapped up in people that I can't move. As soon as you retreat, you'll expose your ID and identity, and then it won't be a problem for your Coldhoon games. So think of something else. I can't walk." Pust. Lu Wenk almost spat out a mouthful of blood. How can a great situation suddenly change? That's not right. However, do. The sirens sounded again. The 4th firewall, breached. Lu Wenk's face was a ghastly white. He proceeded to dial another number. "HZT, this is Lu Wenk from Coldhoon Games. Now you immediately bring someone to help us guard the firewall. The payoff is $20 million. Do it or not." HZT, currently a top 5 expert in the Reddit League. "Get the call." He frowned. "What's the situation?" Lovinko went over the situation. HZT said regretfully, "It would have been fine if you had done it earlier. The other party broke through your Langsun's 4-layer firewall so quickly, and is stronger than me. By the time I get back to my computer, the yellow is cold." Bang! Lu Wenk's cell phone fell to the floor. With muffled sounds, the alarm went off again. The 5th of the 8 layers of the firewall broke through again. Lovinko fell limply to the ground. A few seconds later it crawled back up. "Rush over to those masters of the technical department." Roared. Hold it. I'll make the decision to reward each of you with $1 million. If we can't defend it, we'll all be waiting to roll up and leave." All the master's fingers were getting cramped from tapping. However, it didn't work. 30 seconds later, the 6th firewall was broken. 1 minute later, the 7th layer of the firewall was declared a failure. 2 minutes later, Coldhoon Games firewall, total collapse. The next instant, all the servers of Heroes of Glory, which had just gone live and had already exceeded 20 million online, were all under attack. The information inside instantly disorganized and disappeared. This moment, the players who were playing the Heroes of Glory game on the internet cafes and personal computers all over the summer all realized that their game had dropped. Immediately after, everyone was forced out of the game. Log in again. Going to no longer be able to connect to the server. Asterisk. How fat thing. Nima. It's too pitiful. Asterisk. I'm going to be super god soon. Holy, I've been playing this game for so long, and I'm about to turn the tide against the wind. Hot chicken Longhun. The moment. I wonder how many gamers are smashing headphones at internet cafes. Next to it, people playing League of Legends look back, laughing. Yo, I told you guys not to play Longhun's Thai game. You guys don't believe me? Look at the pit now. Ha ha ha. Look at Brothers League of Legends. It's smooth as hell. The ridicule of the other players added to the anger of the player who was disconnected from the server. They have been running to various platforms and spewing out their anger. Asterisk. Langsun's crappy game, just playing at its peak. ING dropped out and can't log back in. From now on Longhun game is black for life. TSK, this Thai game has the nerve to go online. It doesn't even have a stable gaming environment. Sneak up, or get your ass back to playing League of Legends. League of Legends players are starting to come back. Even the heat brought up by this wave has made so many netizens who didn't originally play this game, all because they played the game Heroes of Glory and found it to be fun and ran to sign up for an account with League of Legends. Overwatch games. Up. It's up. Our players are up. The head of the operations department ranted wildly. On the big screen in the foreground, the numbers counting the number of people online in the game are jumping around like crazy. It jumped from 16 million to 18 million in the blink of an eye, and then 20 million, 25 million, 30 million, 35 million, even, in just 10 minutes, the number of people online exceeded 40 million. Holy, What's going on here? The head of operations was filled with surprise. Luo Qingchang, however, knew. It must have been Lu Fei's side that made the move. Chapter 183, Paralyzing Coldplay. It broke on the internet. Lang Sun's game server is having problems. Haha, it really is Retribution. Deserves to have problems. It better never be fixed. An exuberant sound rang out from inside the office. Luo Qingchang lowered her arms. The jig is up. After this wave, Lang Sun Game's hero of glory was kind of crippled. Even after fixing the server and getting it back online, the roadkill is a million times worse. And, if Lu Fei's side can screw him the first time, they can screw him the second time. Mr. Lu is really great. Guessing the truth, Luo Qingchang softly marveled. The mood became wonderful. It's a good feeling to have something to fall back on. She hummed happily. She returned to his office, and Confronting Games, and yet, it has been a complete mess. Mr. Lu, all the data of our Heroes of Glory game is disordered, and so much critical data has been deleted. The voice fell. Lu Wang's face became a grimace. Bang! He sat down on the floor with a paw. The face was a ghastly white, almost fainted on the spot. Finished. 2 months of hard work, hundreds of millions invested. It's all over. Super God Games. Lu Fei. So cruel. He muttered in a small voice. The eyes gradually became grim. Climbing to his feet he hissed. Keep looking. Make sure you find that guy's real IP address. Find out who he is. Prosecute him. Make him lose all his money. Inside the technology department, those masters who once thought they were very skilled had their clothes drenched in sweat. Hearing Lu Wang's words, they have sneered. A few seconds later, a maintenance staff member exclaimed, "Not good. The database of our popular game DNE has been corrupted. Players went offline en masse, and all of our player information has been deleted. This game, it's over." Lovinko's face turned whiter. DNE. That's one of their hottest games under Confronting Games. The number of people online on weekdays has stabilized at around 6 million, and there are a lot of dirt cheap players, even a few with millions of kryptonite. But now, all the data for this game was surprisingly cleared. Big trouble. Not waiting for Lovinko to think of specific troubles, another gasp of shock followed in quick succession. Not good. Our shooting game DF server data has been corrupted as well. All player data has been cleared as well. Not good. Battlefield is finished too. Oops. The King of 100 Battles data has been cleared as well. 5 short minutes. Lu Fei had emptied all the game data from Lang Sun's game, and it deletes and messes up all the critical stuff of the game data. Bang! A muffled sound. Lu Wang fell straight down, collapsed on the cold floor. The whole game of Confronting was a mess. And on the internet, something about a total collapse of Lang Sun Group's games. It's been a big deal. What the hell is Lang Sun up to? How come DNE is finished too? Asterisk 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 asterisk. I'm done with my DF2. I can't log in. Asterisk 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 him. Hot chicken Lang Hoon. Ruining my youth. Let's wait and see how Lang Sun's side reacts. I've invested tens of millions of dollars in DNE. Worship the big man. Newsflash on. Hashtag the hashtag Lang Sun game all crash went straight to the top of the hot search. Popular opinion. And those internet gurus. And then there was a whiff of something odd. Something's not right. Could it be an arm on the super god side? Lang Sun's firewall is notoriously strong. It's completely impossible for even the best hackers to break through it. Hiss. What kind of person is it that has such a strong power on the internet? Could it be, is it the ZZZ that was drawing so much attention before? The bigwigs kept speculating, and gloating at the same time. This wave, Lang Sun was screwed. Lang Sun Games is all but collapsed, and the entire Lang Sun group will be affected. Rock City, Confronting headquarters. Lang Sun chairman manhwa was having a meeting inside the conference room. Suddenly, bang! The door to the conference room was pushed open with great force. His secretary rushed in hurriedly. What's going on? There are no rules. Manhwa grunted coldly. The secretary, however, did not pause, quickly rushing to him, roaring low in his ear. Ma Dong, something's wrong. Something big has happened. Marvin and frowned. The heart followed. What is it? Speak slowly. The secretary took a deep breath and said, Ma Dong, there's a problem over at the game branch. All firewalls were breached. All game servers were compromised and irreversibly damaged. Now the entire Lang Sun Games site has been in a mess. The company president Lu Wang has been sent to the hospital. Acute cerebral hemorrhage. The company was internally swarming, and the internet was festering about the incident. Mr. Ma, the stocks of our group of companies have all been greatly affected. Crisis communications are desperately needed right now. The secretary finished. Manhwa's face then changed completely. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Lu Wang is up to something. Our Lang Sun's firewall is the best in the world, and with all the company's masters, he managed to have his lair raided? Manhwa was so angry that his face turned blue. Inside the conference room, directly lashing out in front of all the executives. The secretary didn't say anything. manhwa said directly, immediately help me get the top leaders over at the game. I want to know the specifics of the current situation. Soon, the call went through to the head of Lang Sun's game technology department. Hey, it's Marvin and I. manhwa's voice was light, forcibly suppressing his anger. Opposite, Chang Jicheng, the technical head of Lingshuan Games, hurriedly said, hello Ma Dong, I am Chang Jicheng, the technical head of Lingshuan Games. Marvin tried to sound normal, asked, old Chang, what exactly is the situation on the game side now? Chang Jicheng's heart pumped. In a low voice, he said, Ma Dong, it's too bad. All of our 10 years of hard work at Coldhoon Games has been destroyed today. All of the game's server data was corrupted, and all of the game information and player information was permanently shredded and deleted. Moreover, the game data is all disorganized, and it's impossible to estimate the repair time if you want to recover it. Ma Dong, the other party is too vicious, not leaving us any leeway at all. Chapter 184, Stone Hammer, prosecuting Lang Sun for unfair competition. Marvin and his hands shook. His heart felt like it was suddenly clenched. Suddenly felt dizzy. A wind is blowing. He suddenly stumbled, almost fell to the ground. Aside, the secretary was quick on her feet and rushed to hold him up. Ma Dong, are you alright? Aside, the other executives had gathered around as well. Ma Dong, is everything okay? Ma Dong, don't be in a hurry. Ma Dong, among the sounds of persuasion, Marvin waved their hands, said, it's okay, I'm holding up. Having said that, he took a deep breath. Toward the phone, he said, old Chang, you first send out a statement, saying that our servers are under an unknown attack. It's in full swing right now. As for the rest, let's not talk about it for a while. You take the situation on your side, form a written report and send it to me, and the head office side will react after determining the remedial program. Hang up. His face grew paler and paler. He looked up. Look around at your co-worker comrades. Said, everyone, Lang Sun's biggest challenge is about to appear. Someone attacked the database of Coldhoon Games, causing a total collapse of the Coldhoon Games database. The current Coldhoon game is, basically, completely obsolete. I've asked the people there to organize the information and send it over. So let's put everything else aside for now. Let's solve the current crisis first. If the other party could break through the firewall of Lang Sun Games, they would definitely be able to break through the firewalls of the other divisions of the Lang Sun group. So, we must be on our guard. Marvin finished. All of the executives of the Lang Sun group changed color. Don't worry, Ma Dong, I'll notify down immediately to guard against the other side's attack. Too ruthless to use such tactics. It's so hateful. This kind of rule-breaking maneuver is just hooliganism. The executives were on the phone as they raged. It was forgotten that their Lang Sun group had risen to prominence all these years by what means. Lang Sun group's interior was in chaos. Soon, Coldhoon has posted an official message. The Lingshuan game server has suffered a malicious attack and is currently undergoing full repair. For this kind of shady tactic that completely violates business ethics and laws and regulations, Lang Sun Group reserves the right to sue. News flash. It quickly topped the Hot 100. Hashtag Langhoon Games has suffered a hacking attack and the game is in full meltdown. Hashtag. Honestly, it makes my heart happy to see this. Retribution. Lang Sun has relied on unfair competition methods over the years and stepped on the bones of how many competitors to get to the top. Holy, great job. Awesome. The one who hacked Lang Sun's game server is a ING hero. Daring to hack Langhoon is really powerful too. Blind guesses that Overwatch Games did it. Fast news amongst the heat of the moment. Inside the Townsend study, Lu Fei stretched. In a rare moment, I lit a cigarette and just took 2 puffs. His cell phone rang. Connections. Lu Ruoxin's hyperactive voice came out. Lu Fei, you are really daring to do it. Lu Fei shrugged his shoulders and said, it can't be helped. Their poses are so cool that I can't help but want to kick a few feet. Lu Ruoxin giggled. Awesome. You're awesome. Having said that, she added, I've got results on my end too. I've got the evidence. Lu Fei raised an eyebrow. Took care of the other side? Lu Ruoxin said, yes, the other party was actually not bad, but unfortunately, they messed up and were taken out by me. Lu Fei laughed. Good job. You keep the evidence and give it to Luo Qingcheng, so that she can have the legal department of Overwatch Games directly sue Lang Sun. Lu Ruoxin was a bit hesitant. Would that be too harsh? Lu Fei sneered. There's nothing ruthless about it. Now between Lang Sun and I, we're immortal. When Lu Ruoxin thought about it, it seemed to make sense. Fine. Then let's rub a little more salt in their wounds. Let's make them suffer another hard wave of pain. There's no stopping. Lu Ruoxin directly brought the evidence she had gotten with her and came to the Overwatch game, handing the stuff over to Luo Qingcheng. Mr. Luo, Lu Fei told me to tell you to take the evidence and directly have the legal department sue Ling Sun. The myth of their North Hills Pizza Hut will be shattered by you now. Luo Qingcheng held the flash drive and smiled brightly. Good. I'll get the legal side on it right away. Having said that, and there was no hesitation, while there's still time, straight up in person, with the legal affairs of Overwatch Games, directly report the case and sue Lingshuan Group for unfair business competition. Take the admittance form. Luo Qingcheng directly had the company's official newsletter number. Release a newsletter. Today we encountered the legendary unfair business competition. The boss is really a violent temper. Said that we'll never succumb to the power of capital. Even if you are alone, even if you are shattered, you have to fight with this kind of bottomless enterprise to the end. Pictures, 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 pictures. As soon as this newsflash went out, the whole internet blew up. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What I saw. Hiss. Stone hammer. It really is a stone hammer. This piece of rock can hammer Marvin and to death. Sightings of the North Hills Pizza Hut myth are about to be busted. Nima. Just now I was still speculating if Super God Game hacked Lang Sun's server, but it turned out to be Lang Sun's people quietly going to hack someone else's Super God Game server so quickly, and they were caught in the act and hammered to death on the spot. Awesome. This wave feels like Long Hoon is going to get cold. Cool. Cold Hun, such a big group of companies, not so easy to cool. Among the internet buzz, a crowd of internet bigwigs were completely shocked. Hiss. A newborn calf is not afraid of tigers, and really let him do it. This wave of Marvin and will have to shed his skin even if he doesn't die. Quick! Follow up immediately and release the information about Lang Sun bullying us back then. Contact the company's legal affairs immediately and sue Lang Sun. Prosecute what? Just sue him for unfair competition. Lang Sun is not directly related to us? We'll sue him even if he's not directly related. The whole internet. Because of Lu Fei's action, a monstrous wave was set off. Chapter 185, Pretending to be a bully in front of Mr. Ma. 365 sued us for unfair competition. Newsflash is suing us for unfair competition. Nano is suing us for unfair competition. With Long Hoon's legal affairs, the representative with the reputation of being the Pizza Hut of the North Hills kept reporting. Ma Wan, his face became more and more ugly. Lang Sun has offended half of the internet while expanding wildly over the years. Normally, the other side was afraid of the huge power on their side and didn't dare to act rashly. But with the Overwatch Games side pulling out the Stonehammer and suing Coldhoon outright, coupled with the fact that the gaming branch with the biggest profit point on Lang Sun Group's side was suddenly killed off, the situation is out of control. Disliked angrily by half the internet community, and a few others on the fence. Even with a great man like Ma Wanha who had been immersed for half his life, he couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. However, North Hills Pizza Hut hasn't stopped yet. Ma Dong, now half of the internet, are suing us for unfair competition. The internet has gone crazy. So many people are yelling that we deserve it. In addition to social software, our other peripherals, daily activity has jumped across the board. Ma Dong, we've been targeted all over the internet because of the Overwatch game. And, Beaver's side hasn't made much of a move yet, so I bet the other side won't let go of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Marvin and took a breath. Standing up, he said, you deal with it on your end with all your might, and those assholes can sue if they want to. It's mainly the Overwatch game side that must find a way to skim us off the top. If it's not possible, let's just abandon the car and save the king. Anyway, Lang Sun's game side, it's also basically all but ruined. At the critical moment, Marvin and were calm. As long as we keep our social software traffic, it won't take long for the rest to recover. He stood up. Call a meeting at the top. Prepare how to deal with what you're going to face next. Thompson. After Lu Fei took care of the Lang Sun game, he cleared all traces and retreated in one piece. He stretched and walked out of the study. Outside, Jean Cece and Jean Sia have woken up, was busy packing. Seeing Lu Fei come out, there was a flurry of greetings. It didn't take long. Lu Fei's phone rang. Pick it up. It's an unfamiliar number. Shows that it's attributed on the Skyhanger side. Lu Fei connects. Hello there, is this Mr. Lu Fei Lu? I'm Ma Idwa from Ali. The voice is very recognizable. Lu Fei immediately heard that it was Mr. Ma's voice. He laughed and said, hello Mr. Ma, I'm Lu Fei, and I've been a godly friend to you for a long time. Ma Iduo smiled back, said, Mr. Lu, I also know. I heard that you once said that the life of the rich and powerful now is not happy at all. Or do you miss the touching when you first started to work? I thought we might meet sometime. We must hate each other. Lu Fei smiled back. Mr. Ma is right. We both definitely have compatible personalities and can definitely be good friends. Ma Idwa said with a smile. Then since that's the case, it just so happens that I'm in Magic City right now. I wonder if Mr. Lu has the time to come out and meet with me? Meeting with the old horse? Lu Fei raised an eyebrow. Smiling, he nodded. Of course it's no problem. You set the time and place. Ma-idwa said straightforwardly. How about choosing a date? Right now? Lu Fei said indifferently. That's fine, Ma-ido said. Then you decide the location. Lu Fei said casually. Then let's go to the plum garden. It happens to be noon. I'll treat Mr. Ma to dinner. A child. Inside the plum garden box, Lu Fei and Ma-idwa sat opposite each other. In front of them, there was a 4-course meal that had been pretty much eaten. It's very light and kind of frugal. Mr. Lu is worthy of being the person who has stirred up the entire Magic City and even the wind and clouds of Xuxia during this recent period. Just from the top of the order, it's visible in the tube. Ma-ido is infectious and approachable and opens her mouth with a cupping. Such bigots. Success does have its place. Even if you're ugly, you've got pretty wrists. Lu Fei faintly smiled. Said, Mr. Ma is low-key. You can be worth a lot more than me. And now not also wear cloth shoes. Ma-ido laughed out loud. Then he asked solemnly, Mr. Lu, I've also inquired about it. And you should be a very dry person. So I, old Ma, am not going to play false with you. I just want to ask you, how are you going to deal with Lang Sun this time? Group. Lu Fei froze. Honestly said, what how to deal with Lang Sun group? I've already made my move. I've already taken Lang Sun to court now. The old horse froze. Doesn't Mr. Lu have any follow-up tricks? I don't believe it. Lu Fei shrugged his shoulders and said, I really don't have any follow-up tricks. Mr. Ma, you also know that I just don't come from a businessman's background. Having the stature that I have now was completely hammered out of the East and the West, and I'm still puzzled by it. Why someone as ordinary as me shouldn't have such a high value at all. Lu Fei was honest, his expression sincere, the eyes were even more pure without the slightest impurity. However, Mr. Ma, however, felt that he forced God to possess him, as if his body was blooming with dazzling golden light. It almost blinded him. Ryoko, he exclaimed, it's true that the waves of the Yangtze River push forward the waves of the past. This spiritual realm of Mr. Lu, my old horse is ashamed to be inferior. Ma-ido sighed in a continuous sigh, her face filled with admiration. This young man, the thickness of his skin is really something I'd never seen in my old horse's life. Day after day, the future is unlimited. He smacked his lips, said, it's normal for Mr. Lu to be wary of me, but I, old Ma, want to exchange my sincerity for sincerity today. I'll tell you about Beaver's side of the action, and Mr. Lu will talk about how you're going to deal with Lang Sun. Let's combine our efforts together and finish off that shameless bastard surnamed Ma straight away. Chapter 186, Mr. Ma, we are all brothers. Lu Fei looked at Ma-idwa. After blinking, he said, that, Mr. Ma, your last name is also Ma. Ma-idwa froze and waved his hand. The white horse is not a horse. I'm talking about that horse, not this one of mine. All right, you're right about everything. With Mr. Ma's mouth, there was no way Lu Fei could talk more nonsense. He simply leaned back in his chair, saying, since Mr. Ma has said so, then I am a bit curious about your intentions. Mr. Ma, old Ma took a sip of tea, said, well, then, I'll talk about it. Having said that, he organized his words. After waiting a few seconds, he spoke slowly. With Mr. Lu's intelligence, you should know what I've been doing these past few years when I've been going around in business, right? Lang Sun holds the social traffic portal and was eyeing to get into the online shopping platform a few years ago. It never made it, but we beavers are not at all afraid to ignore him easily. And it just so happens that traffic is one of the things we lack the most at Beaver, which is why I've been moving around making appearances for the last couple of years, for the sake of making myself a business card to use to attract traffic. Lu Fei nodded. Then your approach was successful. Ma-ido smiled haughtily to herself. Nodding his head, he said, it's still a success, but it's not a model that's going to last. The amount of traffic I personally bring to Beaver is now getting smaller and smaller. That's why Beaver is also discussing internally how they can drive traffic faster. It just so happens that you, Mr. Lu, have taken a shot at Lang Sun and have led so many people in the internet industry to open a siege on Lang Sun. I see hope that we, Beaver, want to enter the mobile social industry and create our own Beaver traffic portal. But when I think of this thing as Mr. Lu you started, feel so come to pick the peach is uneasy. So want to ask Mr. Lu want to enter the mobile social field. If your plan is to enter this field, then we can totally join forces. Lu Fei understood. This alien Ma-idwa came to see him. The biggest purpose was this matter. However, he wasn't mainly about the so-called strong combination, but testing Lu Fei. Lu Fei smiled faintly, simply said, I'm not really interested in the social networking piece. After all, I'm too shallowly rooted in the internet. Getting something out there wouldn't do much at all. But if Beaver wants to do it, I'd like to ask if I could pitch in a little. According to Lang Sun's current situation, as long as you enter, Mr. Ma, so many people will follow. Surrounded by wolves, Lang Sun estimated that even if he didn't die, he would be seriously injured in this wave, and the only person who has the best chance of replacing Long Hoon's social media energy is probably your beaver. After all, beaver's nationality is very high, and your reputation as Mr. Ma is strong. Ma Ito froze, then he exclaimed, Mr. Lu's thoughts are very clear, and it's amazing that he can still maintain this level of sobriety at a time like this. Lu Fei shrugged his shoulders. The heart is in the right place. The instant messaging thing really didn't interest him much at the moment. Instead, it's better to aim for the headlines and teasers of digital jumps. Traffic is also available and easy to monetize. Taking out the digital jump and replacing it is simply beautiful. As for the two horses, take your time to kill each other. Prestige isn't so easy to kill off. When they've had enough of tearing it up, they'll have plenty of chances to make an entrance later. Ma Idwa pondered for a while and said, since Mr. Lu doesn't want to get into the socialization piece, that's more than fine. If Mr. Lu wants to take a stake, that's fine, but we beavers need absolute control. Lu Fei froze. Simply shrugging his shoulders, he said, oh, looks like I'm pretty much the same person as Mr. Ma. I'm a person who also likes wholly owned holdings, so socialize so you and Ma Wanha play slowly. Brother, I'll just stand on the side and wave the flag. Ma Yito was a little embarrassed. I'm sorry, brother. It's my old horse that's a bit of a miscreant about this. Lu Fei looked at him admiringly. The old horse. You've got a real thick skin. The average person can't even catch up. Lu Fei looked at him and smiled faintly. It's fine. I'm not too interested in this piece myself anyway. The points I'm interested in are on top of live broadcasts and games. As you can see, Mr. Ma, I'm now holding Teaser Bird and Overwatch games, both of which complement each other. But Teacher Ma, when the flow is up on your side, don't forget to take care of brother me. Ma Idwa clapped on the spot. What's all this talk about care? We're all brothers. We're all in this together. In that case, you have someone from the Amusing Bird platform contact the beaver side. We beaver recently prepared to do a sell live. You can associate your live platform as well. Forming a brotherhood unit is mutually beneficial. Lu Fei's eyes flashed. This one is fine. Could use a wave of traffic from the beaver side. This is a matter that can be talked about by Chen Lanbing. Good. Mr. Ma is refreshing. Then I'll have Chen Lanbing get in touch with your beaver-related executives later. Ma Ito grinned. Good thing I'll let you know later, too. Having said that, he raised his teacup. Come on, let's wish our two families a good cooperation first. Luffy touched him with a wide smile. Ha, the old horse is probably pretty proud of himself right now. Can pick his peach. But Lu Fei was not the least bit impressed. And with elation, the muddy waters got even more messy when Beaver entered the scene. In time, Beaver was over there in the open, invoking the entire internet to enter and rip it up. His own flying dream technology would be able to go dark and take out the opponent before the digital jump could react. Metso. Finish eating. Lu Fei and Ma Idwa exchanged contact information and each left with secret joy. Get in the car. Ma Ito then dialed the number of one of the company's executives. Old Zhao. It's basically confirmed that Lu Fei's side isn't prepared to enter the social network. Our side can act directly. By the way, you know Lao Wu. Recently our beaver is not in the live broadcast with goods well. Tell him to get in touch with Lanbing Chen of Amusing Bird Live. And the two families can work together. So maybe they can collide with some different sparks. Okay, Mr. Ma, I'll arrange it right away. Hang up. Ma Ito looked sideways, out the window at the gray sky. The mood, however, was extremely soothing. A few years ago, he failed to capitalize on the 3T battle. This time, Lang Sun is facing an even bigger crisis, and he's going to have to capitalize on the opportunity to make an entrance. Even if it fails, it's not horrible either. Chapter 187, Office, the other car. Luffy leaned back in his seat, called Chen Lanbing over. Tell the other side about that thing you told old Ma. Chen Lanbing pondered for a while and said, this matter has a certain amount of maneuverable space, but the effect may not be as great as you think. Lu Dong. Lu Fei smiled indifferently and said, it's okay, you just talk to Beaver's side. According to your way of thinking, it doesn't matter with Beaver. You'll understand later. Chen Lanbing was a bit confused. If it's not important, then why are you working with them? But he didn't dare ask. Instead, he reported, by the way, Lu Dong, the Civet Cat Live side has basically hiccuped. It's going to be over before it even starts. And because of the Longhun game they just started today with a huge spike in heat traffic. But with Coldhun's game in trouble, traffic has bottomed out on the Ravens side. There's probably going to be a lot of main casting going on soon. I mean I could go and dig some of them up. Lu Fei nodded. This can be had, but those who used to run away from the teeming birds should be left alone. Please don't let those people come back. Chen Lanbing nodded his head and said, okay Lu Dong, I understand. Hang up. Luffy started the car, headed straight for the Overwatch game. It didn't take long. He entered Luo Qingqing's office. Mr. Lu, Luo Qingcheng stood up to greet him, and a look of excitement had appeared on her exquisite to the extreme little face. You really did it, she marveled out. Lu Fei said indifferently, it's just a Coldhoon game. It's not worth being so shocked. The Coldhoon game is basically going down the drain, and you can take advantage of this opportunity to go on a digging spree, then find a way to continue expanding the gaming market. And as for the king's honor side, wait a little longer. Luo Qingcheng nodded her head and said, okay Mr. Lu, I understand. Having said that, she asked with slight curiosity, Mr. Lu, can I ask, what exactly are your plans now? Lu Fei shrugged his shoulders and said, there is no specific plan, don't be a wimp, just do it. Having said that, he waved his hand and said, alright, you keep working, I'm going upstairs to Flying Dreams Technology. Upstairs, come to Yu Menglan's office. This sister wears anti-blue light flat glasses at work and exudes a sophisticated, intellectual charm. An hour or so later, Yu Menglan sprayed some air freshener, before ringing the secretary's intercom, said, go tell Mr. Lu to come to my office. It didn't take long. Lu Ruoxin walked inside the office. She sniffled, asked, what's with the air sobering agent sprinkled in? Having said that, she pointed at Yu Menglan's face again and asked, Auntie, don't you wear those glasses anymore? It just so happens that my pair of anti-blue light glasses are broken. How about lending me yours for a start? The corner of Yu Menglan's mouth twitched, glancing down at his glasses inside the wastebasket beside him, glared at Lu Fei, said, no, mine's broken too. Having said that, kicked the trash basket toward the side and hide it. Lu Fei stood up and said, forget about the glasses for now. I came over today because I wanted to ask, how's the development of the daily headlines on your side, as well as the supporting software such as the small video app? Lu Ruoxin smiled proudly, said, don't worry, it's all pretty much taken care of. It's always ready to come online and make a killing. Lu Fei laughed, said, very well, then wait for my notice on your end. Today I met with Beaver's Ma Yidu, who wants to take the opportunity to kill the instant messaging industry. When he gets in, I expect other companies will get in soon, and then it's all muddy waters. Lu Ruoxin froze and exclaimed, you saw Ma Idua? Isn't he really ugly? The corner of Lu Fei's mouth twitched, said, it's not handsome anyway for sure. Lu Ruoxin smiled and asked, so did you and him spark anything? Both of you can be that kind of pretentious type of talent. Lu Fei said with a smile, that's not true, but I put on a show, and I should have almost blinded him. Lu Ruoxin came to be interested. Simply come to Lu Fei's side, shaking his arm and asking excitedly, quickly say, quickly say. Lu Fei began to tell the story of how the two met. Lu Ruoxin listened with great interest. Yu Menglan, who was sitting in front of the desk, however, noticed that something wasn't quite right. Yu Menglan stood up with careful vigilance. Suddenly interrupting, he said, Lu Fei, when do you plan to launch these apps now? Lu Fei froze, straightened up the image, said, it's not clear yet. Yu Menglan nodded and said, I think those apps you prepared aren't quite enough. You know that at any time, a traffic entrance is not without something like a game inside. Both go hand in hand, and you're now ready to go straight into the cellular traffic portal and contend with digital jumps. That's why I think you should take the opportunity to get some more interesting mini-game apps out, which is also better for retaining users. When Lu Fei thought about it, it seemed to make sense. Solemnly, he said, you have a point. Then Ruoxin is counting on you in this matter. Lu Ruoxin rolled her eyes. This asshole. Throw yourself at the first sign of trouble. He himself is obviously a superb hacker, and writing this kind of small game program is simply not too easy. As a result, he didn't even bother to touch it. Throw it all on yourself. Too bad. Chapter 188, Beaver's Fierce Moves. Ma-Ito is short and compact, so he's very fast. After determining that Lu Fei would not take advantage of the opportunity to enter the instant messaging market, Beaver's side directly released a mobile instant messaging software called KK that afternoon, and almost all of the features of this software are similar to Wilson on Lang Soon's side. Functions in addition to the most basic communication. To the traffic portal also comes with a novel reading, shopping and other things. But in addition to that, KK has a new leveling feature where the more active you are, the faster you can upgrade. At the same time, Ma-Yidu kicked off a marketing frenzy. Sign up for KK and get a $20 no-threshold voucher for Beaver, which you'll be able to use when you go to the Beaver homepage from KK. And once the KK level reaches 10, you'll be able to claim a coupon for $50 off $100. When KK's level reaches 20, you'll be able to claim another $50 off $100 coupon. Basically, every 10 levels you get a $50 coupon. Beyond that, KK rating, also tied to online shopping on the Beaver side. When you buy regular priced items under $200 per unit, you'll get a 10% discount for every 10 levels of KK level, 50% off cap, as well as a super low specials section. where daily necessities are sold at super low discounted prices. This is so strong it's almost explosive. It's equivalent to manhwa using real money this time. Capitalize on Beaver's own dominance in the online shopping industry. Forced promotion of KK. About these news, soon under the frantic promotion of the Beaver, led to an uproar on the internet. Holy, Papa Ma has come out hard this time. I just got off a KK to try it out and it actually works very well. It feels a little bit easier to use than Wilson. It just so happens that all of my ING cell phones are filled with microtransactions, so I'm just going to change them and play. It won't work. Your social network is already rooted in Wilson. It's hard to move. I don't think so, because so many people around me are already starting to use KK after Papa Ma moved so much. Why not get a $20 voucher for signing up? With the market buzzing, the installed base of KK software developed by the Beaver Group is climbing wildly. In just half an hour, it has already broken 50 million installations. Regardless of whether this wave makes it or not, the mere fact that it has risen so quickly is mind-boggling. The conference room where Lang Sun's headquarters was meeting was once again pushed open with great force. Ma Won's assistant rushed in with an ugly face. Mr. Ma, things are not good. Beaver's side made a move. manhwa went straight down with real money and landed strongly in the instant messaging industry. In just half an hour's time, their KK installed base is already over 50 million. And it's still climbing at a very fast rate, while our daily active users in Wilson are decreasing in a big way. The voice echoed inside the conference room. Ma Won's face instantly lost its blood color. It's been half an hour. Why are you informing me now? He growled angrily. No one could give him an answer. Now there are issues within Coldhoon over the Coldhoon game breaking. It's already been messed up. And they, the executives, are thinking about how to save Coldhoon games. No one was expecting it. At this time manhwa was so bold as to kill directly into the instant messaging industry. How long has this been ready for manhwa? This little dwarf is really too damn sinister. He's been waiting for this opportunity for a long time, hasn't he? Quickly, gather the relevant information immediately. Among the clutter of voices, in less than 2 minutes, all the information about KK was laid out inside the conference room. It was shown on top of the projector. Sure enough, manhwa was silksing up as early as last year. Manhwa has really ING bled this time. Just the registration vouchers alone have already smashed in $1 billion. Hiss. $50 in vouchers for every 10 levels? What a ING expense. It's coming on strong. All of Lang Sun's executives felt a tremendous amount of pressure. manhwa. Looks like it's a battle to the death. A look of gravity also appeared on Ma Won's face. Directly, he said, contact the ex-East Side immediately and do a joint campaign with them. What manhwa does, we do. The coupons on the ex-East Side, discussing that we can subsidize a little more. And notify Mei Xiaolong right away so his team can hurry up and make a wave of fire red go down and give out coupons. A senior asked, Ma Dong, would this be too simple and rough? Ma Won shook his head. There is no more time for us to take our time. The simplest and most effective way to deal with the current situation is to do what the enemy does and we do it too. It didn't take long. The Wilson team had a celebration. The sky is raining red envelopes. Everyone will have a chance to win a $5 to $50 no obligation voucher. Goat City. Team Wilson looked at the dateline with anticipation. Wait for the daily active boost from Wilson. Soon, the daily activity numbers have really improved. Mr. May, General Manager May, it's coming up, it's up, exclaimed. Wilson's daily activity began to climb at an extremely fast rate. Mei Xiaolong flashed a smile. It's great that we have built a full social network in Wilson itself, and they have all their connections on Wilson's side of the fence, so it's not even close to being away from us. It just requires us to play the same cards as Beaver's side, even if they're smaller. Users, in the end, will favor us more. He chuckled, but it hasn't been noticed that the internet is getting more and more trolls about this Wilson campaign. Asterisk 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 asterisk. My fingers are numb and I was given a $5 voucher. I got $10, but it's really gross. This wave of Wilson's maneuvering, it's ING stupid. I usually buy big appliances on X East. How different is it from 50 or 80 cents if you give me 5 or 10? People on Beaver's side get a 20 fast no threshold coupon for signing up. No comparison. Anyway, my mom and them are already using KK, and the small games inside KK have a chance to get red packets, and they're all playing thieves pulling their hearts out. I guess it won't be long before all my relatives switch to KK, and Wilson, at most, keep it for work. Chapter 189, The Pony's Anger and Spitting Blood. There's so much trolling on the internet about Lan Hoon. A huge storm soon formed. Prestige Team. The curve that symbolizes the amount of daily activity in Prestige. After reaching the top, soon it was dropping at a much faster, frantic pace. In just a few minutes, it dropped to a lower level than it was just before the event. Mei Xiaolong was confused. What's going on? What happened all of a sudden? Soon, the team gave him the reason why. Mr. May, not only did our campaign not work, it backfired. This is a conversation inside our company's employee family group. Take a look. Handing a cell phone to Mei Xiaolong, the head of the operations department then stepped aside. Mei Xiaolong took a look, so angry that he almost spat blood. How petty. $5 and I have to poke at the screen for half a day. Or KK atmosphere. I didn't even register. Just logged in with my Beaver number and got a $20 cash coupon. Hot chicken Wilson. Why should I get poked for $50 when I'm poking around for 5? This little red packet is of no use. Originally the same thing. Beaver's side is much cheaper than X East. At all members, I've built a family group on KK, and the family group also has an automatic price cutting function. The more people inside the family group the easier it is to cut down the special price. So everyone hurry up and go play over there with me. Read a series of messages. Mei Xiaolong was so angry that his face turned green. Beavers is real money, but what I give isn't. He suddenly realized that he was too arrogant. Arrogant enough to feel that he thought his position of prestige was impregnable. I didn't expect a challenger to appear now. Change the program right now. 5 and 10 blocks are reduced and the probability of 20, 30, and 50 is increased. Mei Xiaolong yelled. However, he's just a genius at prestige operations, and a complete moron at business operations. Along with Wilson modifying the probability of a red packet, the tweets were yet louder. Asterisk. Prestige is toxic. I ordered $5 when I ordered it before, and everyone around me ordered $5, but it turns out that $5 is less now, and it's basically 20, 30, 50. Oh, prestige. Operations. It's ing. Did Wilson's operations officer grow up eating? A barrage of tweets, even curses. It confused Mei Xiaolong. No, these people are toxic, right? The probability was low and cursed. Now that I've adjusted the probability up, why are they still cursing? He muttered in a small voice. However, a few seconds later, Marvin, who had just finished a meeting to finalize a counterattack plan, just get pissed off at his series of tawdry maneuvers, dialed his number directly. Mei Xiaolong, are you out of your ing mind? Do you know what you're doing? Lousy gave you so much authority to follow the other beaver's side of the business. As a result, you made me such a poor performance even if you adjusted the probability for what? I'm just asking you what you're tuning the probabilities for stuff. Are you trying to piss me off? Marvin growled angrily. Mei Xiaolong was very aggrieved and said, Ma Dong, I just want to do things right and the internet was previously touting the low probability of the problem. I think this is adjusted up a little bit. May make the user satisfied. Ma Wenha was so angry that he almost spat out blood. The people of the Summers do not suffer from a lack of equality. Do I need to teach you that? The red envelope you set up from the beginning was a ing joke. I won't talk about you if you set the red packet, but why do you set so many gears? And what do you want to do with the probability? Isn't this an obvious way to push users who are already spouting off about the bad experience before towards Beaver? One comment, said Mei Xiaolong, who was cold and sweaty. He hadn't really thought about it. Now listen, it seems to make sense. So now, what do we do? He asked weakly. Marvin inside. What else can we do? Just tough it out and keep getting it. Hang up. Mei Xiaolong was a bit at a loss. Watching Wilson online active users is still slowly decreasing. His heart felt like it was being clutched. The other side. After Ma Wenha hung up the phone, he immediately picked up the phone of Elo Group's chairman, Shi Sanding. Mr. Sure, I'm Ma Wenha. Across the phone, Shi Sanding was slightly stunned. A mysterious smile appeared on his face. Ma Dong, rare guest. The voice was tinged with snark. Ma Wenha, however, could only laugh dryly. Explained where he was coming from. Mr. Sure, is Elo interested in working with Lang Sun for a bit? Shi Sandin came to be interested. How to cooperate? Marvin began to explain. Half an hour later, Lang Sun's gaming platform on the full access to the Elo game. Lang Sun and Elo game combine forces, creating a new era of gaming. The Lang Hun game server is still under maintenance. It will be completed soon. Lang Sun. A flurry of messages went out. So many people, however, are sneering. It seems like this time Coldhoon Games' loss is bigger than expected. TSK, if the server wasn't unrepairable for a while, how could Ma Wenha bow down to Shi Sanding? Looks like that hacker who did it in the dark has a pretty hot shot at the machine. Isn't Yile afraid that guy will step in and finish him off again? Among the arguments, number jumps. Inside the conference room, the president's account, Joe Sam, tapped on the desktop. Looking at the group of executives, he said, everyone, the opportunity to reshuffle the cards in instant messaging is here. Beaver has already made its move, and companies like 365, Jagged Wave, etc., are expected to follow soon. Developing an app isn't difficult, and there are opportunities to get in if you find the right time. And now is the best time for us to get into instant messaging. The Wilson precedent has shown us that instant messaging has an extremely powerful role in empowering other software. Anyway, the War of the Gods is already about to start. Should we get in and have some fun too? Chapter 190, The Internet War. The voice of the account's three abbots was flat. The executives inside the conference room, however, had all shown signs of intent, though the digital jumping headlines are doing well at the moment, with platforms such as T's Tone under its umbrella getting it right. Press the lack of traffic entrance. This pain point has always plagued them. I'm in favor of admission. We've already developed it long ago, and it just happens to be tied to the top of T's voice to form our unique social network. Right, it's kind of an opportunity for us. Even if we can't take out prestige, we have a chance to form our own unique social network out of it. This thing was basically a unanimous vote. The account's three abbots rose to their feet, said, "Alright, since everyone agrees, let's test it out a bit more and see when Lang Soon and Beaver Side tear it up to the fiercest before we officially launch our app." Having said that, he paused, said, "Guys, we've been trying to get into the live streaming industry before, and now's our chance." Having said that, he paused, said, "With Lang Soon's That Game Glory Heroes tied online Civet Cat Live, lost Lang Soon's side of the support. It is estimated that the birth on the hiccup, above this live broadcast platform, there are quite a few contracted anchors who are still very good and should have some development potential. It just so happens that so many of the internet celebrities who have exploded in popularity on our televisions have been taken away by those live streaming platforms. So what I'm saying is, or else simply negotiate with Lang Soon's side first and grab the live streaming platform they hold. The live streaming platform, too, has been very, very beneficial to us so far, and it's one of the things that can cash in on our own traffic." Having said that, the crowd of executives all showed contemplative expressions. A few seconds later, "I agree with Chief Ming. I'm also in favor of it. We can get the social app, but the live streaming platform is a must. How many net celebrities have been accomplished by our teasing sound? But it turns out to be cheap for other live broadcasting platforms. This is the most excellent. So here's our chance. We have to talk to Lang Soon's side about this." A decision was made. The account's three abbots contacted Marvin and directly by phone. "Ma Dong, this is account Sanjan." Across the phone, Marvin frowned for a moment. "Mr. Ming, why do you have time to call me? He is so busy right now that he doesn't want to pay any attention to the account." Account Sanjan did not hesitate and said bluntly, "Mr. Ma, I want the equity of Civet Cat Live in your Lang Soon's hands." Marvin froze. "Beaver Cat Live? Oh, I remember. It's that little live streaming platform, right? Okay, no problem. As long as you're willing to pay the price, my side will dare to sell it to you." A few minutes later, Marvin and account Sanju had communicated with each other through a simple phone call, and directly confirmed the share transaction matter. Immediately after, "Just sign the contract. This stuff is easy. Signing online is fine. Sign the contract and pay directly." Beaver Live changed ownership outright. Magic City, the top second generation, Chi Nansheng, who was at about the same level as Pang Wensi, got the news and his face was hard to see. Asterisk. Lang Soon just sold us out? He was half pissed off. Extreme humiliation welled up in his heart. In his ears, his old man Chi Tian's voice rang again. "Rubbish. Look at that Lu Fei of others. He doesn't have a powerful father, just a legacy left by his uncle. Look at how people are doing well in Magic City, buying cruise ships and cooperating with Dechu Group to develop properties, another Heckler Group, another deal with the Sunset Royal family, and various startups. What are you compared to them? What else can you do besides racing? Maybe you can't even beat them in a drag race." Chi Nansheng's face became increasingly ugly. Bang! He kicked at the desk. 3 seconds later, sitting on the floor covering his feet, the eyes were filled with indignation and resentment. Growing up, he'd always been the best little poke of his peers. Never have I experienced that feeling of being hung up on by someone else's kid. Even as a rich kid, he was one of the top few. Now, and yet to experience this ed-up feeling in someone I've never met, he almost collapsed. But there's no way. In the second generation class of Magic City, he, Chi Nansheng, was considered a character. But in the large Jusha business circle, he is not even a hair. Lu Fei had just arrived at Kaiyunyuan. Just got a call from Chen Lanbing. "Mr. Lu, things have changed. Lang Soon's side sold the shares of Civet Live to Digital Jump. The anchors we talked about earlier are now backtracking." Lu Fei raised his eyebrows and a cold color emerged on his face. "Does Bright Sanjo know we're reaching out to Beaver's anchors?" Chen Lanbing nodded. "I should know." Lu Fei pursed his lips. Ming Sanju is confident. He sneered and said, "Let's drop the Civet side for now. I have other plans." Chen Lanbing's breath hitched. "Mr. Lu, is this matter to be left at that? Forget it?" Lu Fei sneered. "Just let it go. Wouldn't that be too cheap for Ming Sanju? Don't worry, he can't run away." Chen Lanbing froze. A chill then welled up in the back of his head. He got to the dismal end of Long Hoon's game first. Heart. A moment of silence for the digital jump. The night passed quickly. Luffy slept peacefully. The next morning, he was working out in the morning when Yumenglon called him over. Shoo. Luffy raised his index finger towards Chin Cece. Chin Cece covered her mouth and stared wide-eyed. No more voices were uttered. Luffy picked up the phone. Yumenglon's voice came. Luffy, 9 o'clock. Digital jumps, companies like Jagged Wave, 365, and more entered the scene, especially with the number jumps. They got a contraption tied to the teaser tone out of it. Tribes are formed by various netizens, and those who like these netizens can go inside the tribes to communicate with each other. I don't know if it's intentional guidance or lack of regulation, but that app for digital jumps is currently trending big time. Luffy raised an eyebrow. Although Yumenglon didn't say it clearly, he guessed what it meant. Digital jump is playing with fire. The corners of Luffy's mouth rose lightly. Said, wait a little longer for the bullets to fly. The war of the gods is just beginning now. Let them tussle for a while. Luffy muttered smilingly. It was quite like having a long knife in your hand and laughing at the mad dogs in it. A couple of companies that are killing it on the web right now. That state is really comparable to a mad dog. Chapter 191, Mr. Ma, you're better than me. In the morning after morning exercise, Luffy then took Chin Cece out the door. National Day Jin Siye went back to her hometown. This little rich girl's hometown is in northern Jiangsu. Drove that AMG home to show off. Had breakfast with Chin Cece. Luffy received an unfamiliar phone call. Hello, is this Mr. Luffy? The voice inside the phone was sweet. Luffy raised an eyebrow. Yeah, it's me. On the opposite side of the phone, Gu Hongzhuang pursed her lips, after settling her mind for a moment, said, Mr. Lu, I'm Gu Hongzhuang, do you remember me? Luffy skimmed his lips and said, of course, memorable. Gu Hongzhuang's face, however, did not have the slightest hint of joy. The fact that it was memorable meant that he had left a huge bad impression in his mind. But, mustn't give up. She took a deep breath, said, Mr. Lu, I wonder if I have the honor to ask you to go trekking in the countryside with me. Luffy froze. You're sick, aren't you? Going to the countryside to trek in the green at this season? Treading yellow is more like it. Mud. It's ing fall. To go trekking at this time of the year. This woman not only has a problem with her character, she also has a problem with her brain. Gu Hongzhuang froze, her face instantly turning blood red. There was irritation and embarrassment. She gathered her thoughts and said, I'm sorry Mr. Lu, it was a mistake in my expression. The maple leaves in Red Mapletown have recently turned red, so I wanted to ask you to go over there. Having said that, not waiting for Luffy to refuse, I begged, Mr. Lu, let it be that I am begging you. It was me who did wrong in the past. I begged your forgiveness. They say that a prodigal son returns to his roots. So Mr. Lu, would you just give me a treat? The voice is mournful. Luffy, however, still shook his head and refused. Sorry, I'm not available today. If you were a little more attentive, you should know that my company is at war with Lang Sun. I'm not very useful, but I'm really not in the mood for any maple leaves at this time of year. So please do a little more homework before you ask someone out next time. Gu Hongzhuang froze. His face went slightly white. One puts one's stance so low and still gets rejected, even, and reprimanded. This man, unintelligent to a fault. She was furious inside, and yet the gentle tone had to be maintained. With a guilty feeling, I said, I'm really sorry to have disturbed you at work, so I'll make another appointment. Luffy said faintly, okay, I'll hang up then. Having said that, without waiting for Gu Hongzhuang to reply, she directly hung up the phone. Across the phone, faced with a beeping busy tone, Gu Hongzhuang was so angry that she almost smashed her phone. After rejecting Gu Hongzhuang, Luffy told Chin Cece to go home, while he himself drove his car and headed over to Tianhe Square. Flying Dreams Technology, Luffy sat inside the president's office. Yumenglon was sweating like a pig. After a good while, it was only then that this ant stood up and said, well, it's about time. Let's see how things are going over at the digital jump. She tidied up, dialed the secretary's number. It didn't take long. The secretary walked into the office with a tablet. Mr. Yu, this is an analysis of today's situation regarding teasing tone side. Yumenglon looked at it twice and handed the tablet to Luffy again. Said, the other side's situation is more powerful than we thought. That app they developed already has tens of millions of active people. Luffy casually looked at it twice. Asked, how's KK over at Beaver? Yumenglon said, relying on real money, the number of KK's users should have broken through 100 million. Relying on the app's various red packet activities, as well as the discount bargaining area inside the app, the number of online active people is almost close to 50 million people, and according to our investigation, another set of attacks is brewing on Beaver's side. It seems like it's going to be a separate secondary online shopping page based on KK, specializing in cheap specials. After this wave, I have a feeling that KK's installed base will go up another big set. Lu Fei smiled and nodded. It looks like Mr. Ma has moved on too. The Wilson of today is no longer the same Wilson, and the social network of today is no longer the same social network as it was. With the popularity of smartphones, a large number of people from the aunt and uncle generation have entered the bandwagon. As long as the preferences of this group of people are in hand, then a huge blow can be dealt to prestige. As for the TT thing, the users are nowhere near as threatening as Wilson anymore. Yu Menglan also nodded her head and said, indeed, so this at battle, it is estimated that Mr. Ma will be able to get what he wants. Even if he couldn't completely defeat Ling Sun, he could at least share the world with Ling Sun on top of the social network. As for who lives and who dies in the end, it depends on who is more willing to burn money. Lu Fei nodded with a smile and said, it's okay, let them play first. After that, he pulled out his cell phone and muttered, I'll have to call Mr. Ma and congratulate this guy. With that, he dialed Ma Ito's number. Soon, phone call connected. Mr. Ma, congratulations, this time you finally got what you wanted. Lu Fei smiled and congratulated. On the opposite side of the phone, standing inside the conference room, facing a group of Beaver executives in a meeting, Ma Ito smiled like an alien. Ha, that's also because of your strength, old brother. If it weren't for, how could Marvin and be in disarray? Now that I've got the chance, I'm definitely going to him hard. Lu Fei laughed. Cool, yes, Mr. Ma laughed out loud. The corner of Lu Fei's mouth twitched. Awesome, I think you should buy me dinner. Ma Ito laughed out loud and said, okay, after I over Ling Sun, you can eat whatever you want. The corner of Lu Fei's mouth lifted, shaking his head in disbelief. The old horse. Sometimes it's better not to get too carried away. Though I said earlier that I wasn't going to go into the social space, but now I'd like to take that back. The app that Digital Jump got up relying on the teasing sound made Lu Fei see some kind of possibility and gave him an inspiration. Perhaps, it's not impossible to enter your own social app. Okay, when you over Ling Sun, I don't want you to buy me dinner. I'll buy you dinner. Ma Ito laughed loudly and said, okay, I know that you're a big man, so don't think that my old horse eats too much at that time. Lu Fei pursed his lips. I'm not afraid you'll eat too much. I'm afraid you won't be able to. Chapter 192, Lu Fei has also joined in. Hang up. Lu Fei turned back to Yu Menglan and said, ask Ruoxin to come over. I suddenly have a new idea. Yu Menglan asked, what's the idea? Lu Fei said, Digital Jump relies on T's voice and has a social app, though there are significant limitations and users are only locked to teaser users, but it gave me a good idea. Maybe we can try it out and go inside the social app and have a go as well. Yu Menglan frowned. But we're not as rich as those guys. We don't have a lot of money to burn. Lu Fei shrugged his shoulders and said, don't worry, I'm creative and don't need to burn much money. 3 minutes later, Lu Ruoxin walked into the office. I hear you have another idea? She asked. Lu Fei shrugged his shoulders. It's a new idea, but I still need you to finalize it. Lu Ruoxin sat down and asked, what's the idea? Tell me. Lu Fei said, what do you think? How about utilizing the characteristics of social apps and our artificial intelligence to create a nurturing community? Lu Ruoxin frowned and pondered for a moment, understanding what Lu Fei meant. You mean, trying to use the arithmetic power of an AI, and a way of reacting and speaking that's close to that of a real person, one-on-one to create an avatar as a way to attract users? Lu Fei snapped his fingers. Brilliant. Having said that, he continued, and we can link up with Flying Voice, Teaser Bird, and even the Overwatch games, doing avatar live streaming, and avatar cosplay, and other activities. That way we can raise a great character on top of our app, do live streaming and cosplay, and maybe have some surprises. Lu Ruoxin thought for a moment, and her eyes gradually brightened. This idea of yours can be just like virtual characters like Luo Tianyi. Maybe we can also rely on artificial intelligence and create a real virtual idol too. Lu Fei thought for a moment. It's still a real possibility. As artificial intelligence continues to be developed, it becomes more and more intelligent, messing with beings like the Red Queen in the movies. So creating a virtual idol, that's not a matter of minutes, and artificial intelligence has a certain degree of learning, following the kind of people who can learn. This thing must engage. Mr. Lu, just follow this idea and get it slowly step by step. Lu Fei clapped on the spot. Lu Ruoxin looked puzzled and said, with our current funds, the money is far from enough to carry out such a huge project. The key is the current level of hardware, which is still lacking in arithmetic power. Lu Fei waved his hand and said, you roughly calculate how much money you need to do the first stage of the attempt, and I'll make an additional investment. Lu Ruoxin mused for a moment, said, our program development is not much of a problem. The main thing is that we need to increase the hardware of the supercomputer and improve the arithmetic power. At least an additional 1 billion investment is needed to barely function. It's estimated that 2 billion investment is needed if it's going to run smoothly. Lu Fei, however, waved his hand and said directly, "It's too petty. I will directly invest an additional $5 billion. How soon can you get something developed?" Lu Ruoxin was shocked by his largesse. Straightening his back, he said, 3 days, just 3 days for the app. Lu Fei nodded his head and said, "That's fine, just 3 days. You and Sister Lan take care of the complete strategy." 3 days later, our flying dream technology enters and sweeps away those internet bigwigs. Lu Ruoxin's heart also rose with wariness. Nodding vigorously, he said, "Good." 3 days later, flying dream technology sweeps the internet bigwigs. 3 days passed in a flash. The war between Beaver and Lang Sun had been fought to an extremely critical degree. Now the number of active people in the Prestige still occupy the big head, but the Beaver is not to be underestimated. KK has directly burned money to nibble off a small half of the big cake of social communication. At the same time, 365, Jagged Wave and also Digital Jump have followed suit. It's not as crazy as Beaver, but it's still sucking in as many users as it can inside the areas it has its sights set on. Jagged Wave utilizes the thing called Star Supertalk on Express, which gives fire points for signing up for the app, and can help stars hit the charts and suck in star brainwashed fans like crazy. Digital Jump, on the other hand, is taking advantage of the teasing sound and using those Netflix rubbers to suck in subscribers like crazy as well. The entire social app market is, well, a mess. October 5th, 10 a.m., Lu Fei drove the car, arrived again at Flying Dreams Technology. This time, in addition to Yu Menglan and Lu Ruoxin, Chen Lanbing from Amusing Bird Live, and Luo Qingcheng from Super God Games, everyone was here. "Mr. Lu, what statute? Just give your direct order." Chen Lanbing clenched his fists hard, looking at Lu Fei with an exuberant expression. The other 3 stunning beauties also looked at Lu Fei with burning eyes, waiting for his order. Lu Fei said solemnly, "I think you've all discussed the program, so I won't talk too much." This time, on the side of Faming Technology, daily headlines and flying voice short video are collectively online. Over at Overwatch Games, King's Pride is live. On the teaser side, do the raffle to stimulate it. Everyone linked up together and joined directly inside this great battle. The first target we aimed at was not Lung Hoon, but a couple of apps under Digital Jump. I have only one request, one battle to decide. The difficult problems you can't solve will be solved with help, and all you have to do is to use all your strength to push through the program you set before. Lu Fei's voice was powerful, not to be trifled with. Several people all nodded vigorously. "Don't worry, Lu Dong, there's no problem on Fei Meng's side. The teaser will be all over it too. Super gods fight all the time, like a battle cry." The CEOs of the 3 companies have clenched their fists. Lu Fei waved his hand and said, "All right, all go back to your respective homes. Join the fray officially at 2 p.m. Chapter 193, Lu Ruoxin, October 5th at 2 p.m. Flying Dream Technology, which has never had any reputation, has launched 3 apps, a daily headline, a short video of a flying voice. There is also an app called FMS. 3 apps. By all accounts, it seems mediocre. But Lu Fei knew that the kernels of these 3 apps all used a first-generation super AI that far surpassed AlphaDog as their core. Everything is dependent on this super AI to accomplish. Beyond that, this core is Freeman-01, the AI codenamed Flying Dream 1. It's also going to be the biggest buzzkill for all 3 programs. The Flying Dreams app is quietly available. On the Overwatch game side, it's up and running. King's Pride, direct listing. Players who converged because of LOL became the first players of King's Honor. Asterisk. Yesterday I was spouting off about not being able to hack with my buddies on National Day duty, and then Super God releases a mobile version of LOL? This hand travel game must be a big fire. It's probably even hotter than LOL. It wasn't even advertised before? Now that the game is released, it's directly in LOL with built-in ads? The operation is too tawdry. I'm an elementary school student and my mom doesn't allow me to play with computers, but now with King of Glory, I can hack with my classmates too. Hiss, the system sprites in here are so awesome. Mine is the dodgy Imperial Sister Fan 1. I'm Lori Kaiwenji. So cute. I'm the Iceberg Beauty Ice Queen who can have a poke at my G-spot when I talk. Holy crap. This game is unbeatable. Just a game sprite is so slick. What's a FMS though? And you can raise a little Dahlia? Must be next to play with it. Among the various voices, the number of downloads of the King's Honor app is climbing at an extremely fast rate. At the same time, the number of downloads of FMS, too, began to creep up. As more and more people try out FMS, both men and women were mesmerized by this stuff. Hiss, this app is too interesting. And you can raise a girlfriend. The key is too smart. I raised a son in there. Where are you in-laws? I found a boyfriend. D is my boyfriend. I've been interacting with my Lee husband for 10 minutes now. It feels just like a real person. So warm. Although the Flying Dream 1 AI lacked the ability to think on its own, after Lu Ruoxin added a large amount of network information, it has turned into an existence that can cope with the most needed kind of spiritual support for people of any age. As long as they spoke, the Flying Dream 1 gave them the answer they wanted perfectly. Such is the feeling of direct need for all those who have downloaded the Flying Dreams demo, all the way down to 10 and up to 60 years old. Flying Dreams technology. Lu Ruoxin and Yu Menglan, mother and daughter, stood in front of the huge projector in the technical department. Watch the data of the three apps gradually climb and grow faster and faster. All smiles. This is a perfect start, Yu Menglan said with a smile. Lu Ruoxin nodded her head. Yes, this start is perfect, but we still need to see how Lu Fei's side operates. If we just ferment naturally, the growth in the number of users of our Feiyin short videos and daily headlines will definitely not be able to match that of Feishuan's side, and we need to guard against others who are desperate enough to attack us by unseen means. Yu Menglan nodded and said, this is indeed the case now. After all, the Xhan side and teasing voice have already divided up the short video market. It will be more difficult for flying voice to plug in. And in terms of news, Digital Jump's headlines are even more of a one-trick pony, and our daily headlines can't plug in, Lu Ruoxin said with a smile. Little mother, don't you forget how big this bastard Lu Fei's guts are. Don't worry, there will be results soon. Yu Menglan froze. Random lost laugh. And yeah, this guy has always had a lot of guts, but will he do it? Will he? Lu Ruoxin shook her head and said, don't worry, this guy's hands are so slippery. It's estimated that there's no one in the entire world who's his opponent. It doesn't matter if he hacks the Hopi Empire's classified website as long as he doesn't leave a trace. Yu Menglan nodded. That's a relief. Between the two of them talking, amusing birdie Chen Lanbing called, Mr. Yu, I'm ready on my side. You guys can start broadcasting anytime with your Flying Dream 1. Yu Menglan said with a smile. Good. Hard work, Mr. Chen. 3 minutes later. Big push above on the front page of the Amusing Bird Live platform. A row of female characters from the King's Honor appeared. The first ever artificial intelligence live broadcast. Rocking the stage. Live artificial intelligence? Naya. Teasing a bird is playing too far ahead of its time, isn't it? Isn't this a character from the King's Honor? King's Honor? What's that? Cluttered voices rang out from all corners of the Zhuxia. Soon, just a large number of waterbenders entered the live stream. Soon, live streaming begins. All of the characters on the live stream are from King's Pride. Instead, the content is a rendition of a book of web skits that Yu Menglan paid for. I'll go. The teasing birds are too uncouth, aren't they? Is this a live broadcast? I sprayed a mouthful of old shui on the screen. Now putting on anime is considered live? Old Mr. Teasing Bird was a decent man in life, so let's all spit before we go. He too a. The pop-ups cascaded. Suddenly, the Ice Queen, who was acting on the screen, spoke up. Stop acting. Don't even act. Can't you see that people are complaining that we're showing anime? The water friends in the live room were blinded. Not waiting for them to reflect, D added lightly. People are spitting on us. Aside. Dodgy suddenly smiled flirtatiously. Aim ahead. He too a. Isn't that just spitting? I can do that too. Immediately after, all the anime characters spoke up. This big bird is no sin guy. He too a. For this pang turned pong pang asshole. He too a. Here, lad, open your mouth and take it. He too a. Monkeyed. All the water users inside the live room were completely confused. It's ing. A ghost? Chapter 194, Artificial Intelligence Live Streaming. Shocking the whole internet. The millions of water friends who flooded inside the live broadcast room were all dumbfounded. It felt as if the back of my head was a little cool. This is ing real? Holy crap, it's really an AI? Miss Dodgy, I want to lick my feet. Your Majesty, let me warm your chuang. Inside the video, Dodgy's face was solemn. Scram, are the feet of this palace not to be licked by a pariah like you? Aside, the Ice Queen also smiled faintly. I'm sorry, but the king doesn't like bedbugs warming the chow. Solid hammer. Make sure it's solid. This is really ing AI. An AI that knows how to dislike people. It's so tawdry. Soon, the news of the shocking AI live streaming on the Amusing Bird platform hit the Express hotspot, and it's still going up. Artificial intelligence live? That's awesome. Hiss. This Dodgy is so pretty and has such a poisonous mouth. Fulfills my fantasy of a secondary beauty. I've been poisoned. Rocket bounty. By arrangement. As words explode on the newsletter, traffic to Teaser Bird Live is also increasing wildly. A large number of visitors drilled into the live platform. There are so many more of them after watching a few minutes of live AI. Just can't help but get into the pit and recharge the bounty. Amusing Bird Live, Inc. Chen Lanbing had been stunned by the effect of the live broadcast. Aside, the head of the operations department swallowed a mouthful of saliva with difficulty and shouted, Mr. Chen, 10 minutes of time. We've already added 1 million new paying members, and all these more visitors that are pouring in towards our platform. I'm afraid the platform's server resources aren't enough and it'll cause lagging too. Chen Lanbing finally came to his senses with a jolt. Without the slightest hesitation, he directly roared, immediately send a notice to the other anchors to temporarily stop all their live broadcasts. All of the company's server resources are put on top of the AI live room. Also, immediately turn on the backup servers we just purchased a few days ago, and make sure you do everything you can to ensure that the AI broadcast runs perfectly. Soon, all of the major anchors of the Amusing Bird were notified. No way. The company is the big brother, and all of these anchors have been poisoned by live AI as well. Long ago, I didn't care about live broadcasting. This listen. Simply end the broadcast logically. Rushed into the AI livestream and waived the bill. Doo-doo, rewarded Dodgy with 100 rockets. Sister Dodgy, I wanna see you dance. Video. Dodgy's face went cold. Are you the king of this court? No? If you're not, then get lost. Still want to see this palace dance? Toad wants to eat swan meat. The pop-up stalled. Frenzy ensued. Poha, laughing my ass off. Sister Dodgy is just too offensive. Poor Tootsie. Spending money and getting sprayed. The pop-ups flew. Another 100 rockets went up. Doo-doo, rewarded Dodgy with 100 rockets. Sister Dodgy, you scolded me so well. Quick, scold me. Keep scolding me. In the video, Dodgy rolls her eyes. Nervous. The water boys are dying of laughter. Kakashi, rewarded Dodgy with 10 rockets. Such a Dodgy sister love. Lulu's doodle has candy, rewarded Dodgy with 100 rockets. How can Sister Dodgy be as offensive as you are? The queen is the most beautiful, rewarded the Ice Queen with 100 rockets. Queen, I want to face head you. The Ice Queen's face was full of frost. Scram! The king doesn't like men. Subsequently, turning back, he wrapped an arm around Dodgy. Then it was pasted together on the screen. Asterisk. Hiss. Holy, Mom, help me. The netizens are in a complete frenzy. Inside the live broadcast room, all kinds of gifts were flying around. The atmosphere exploded and was hot as hell. At the same time, the Flyer app, about various nurturing interactions, is also quickly hitting the hot seat. Even the Fein short video, also because of the Feishin on the Foster interactive recorded video, and the Amusing Bird platform recorded short video can only be forwarded to the Fein above. There is also a hint of fire. Everything. It was all going according to Lu Fei's expectations. Imperial capital. Number jumps. The president's office was suddenly pushed open with great force. Ming Sanjiang frowned and scolded. Are there any rules? Don't you know how to knock when you come in? Get out. The secretary blushed. Silently, he pushed out and knocked on the door, not too fast or too slow. Ming Sanjiao shouted. Come in. What's the matter? The secretary said faintly. Mr. Ming, this is Director Zhou of the operations department asking you to come over, saying that there is something very, very important. A pang of displeasure ran through Ming Sanjiu's mind. Why don't you report what's going on and ask me to come over? But he still suppressed the displeasure in his heart, stood up and said, let's go, come over with me. 5 minutes later, he didn't come to operations quickly or slowly. Old Zhou, what happened? Must I make a trip? Zhou Chang looked up, blushing a bit, said, come and take a look. Mr. Ming, that Lu Fei has made another move, and this time it seems to be a move against us. Luffy? Against us? Ming Sanjiao frowned and sneered. We're not as untouchable as Ling Sun. He walked over, looked at the computer screen in front of Zhou Chang. 3 minutes later, and his face went pale. On his forehead, a cold sweat also emerged. This flying dream technology, it's Lu Fei's company? A voice like a cockatoo squeezed out from inside his throat. The tone was full of disbelief. Zhou Chang nodded and said, I've checked. Flying Dream Technology is wholly owned by Fiki Investment Company, which in turn is Lu Fei's private investment company. Ming Sanjiu took a deep breath. In a low growl, I can't believe they've come up with this level of AI. How is this possible? Zhou Chang said anxiously. As a matter of fact, they did succeed. And it's a model that's really powerful, and one that none of us have been able to replicate. Mr. Ming, we must find a way to deal with it. In just an hour, we've already lost 10% of our teaser traffic, and that number, it's increasing at an even faster rate. Akira Sanju stood up straight. Pull out your cell phone. Dialed Jagged Waves old boss. $50 million. Help me block all hot searches about words like Feisun, AI live streaming, Fein, King's Honor, and so on. Chapter 195. taking a personal interest in the digital jump. Jagged Wave's old boss, Guanan, frowned. There was no immediate yes. Instead, he said, later, I'll have someone check. Ming Sanju frowned, said, old, I'll give it to you straight. It was Lu Fei of Mordor who made his entrance. This time he aimed a digital jump at me. As you know, my side is currently going all out against Lang Soon, so I wanted to simply block the other side. After we take out Lang Soon, then we'll go back in him. Chao Guanan's face changed. Lu Fei made an entrance? He then let out a cold laugh, said, okay, it's not that I look down on him. It's okay for him to stir up trouble in the industrial field, but it's better not to let him come to stir up trouble in the network field. Ming Sanju breathed a sigh of relief. A teasing light flashed in his eyes. Ha, Guanan, this guy is as cocky as ever. This asshole Lu Fei is no pushover. But it's better this way. Drag Guanan down first. By letting Guanan go ahead and take the thunder, his side had more time to react. Okay, then thank you old. I'll transfer $50 million to you right away. Chao Guanan nodded and said, okay, I'll immediately arrange for someone to block them. The two men strike a PY deal and each hangs up. Soon, above the express, all the hot searches about Lu Fei's companies were all blocked. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Where did the hot search go? Mud. The newsletter is too uncouth, isn't it? This is a block? Asterisk 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 asterisk. I'm not going to play, okay? Asterisk 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 Q. Netflix cursed and rolled out the newsletter, and spit on the way out. Guanan soon realized that it seemed as if the traffic to the newsletter was starting to drop, and he didn't take it seriously. It probably just happened to be a weekday. Flying Dreams Technology. Yu Menglan's face was gloomy. Express blocked our hot searches, and other search platforms followed suit. Lu Ruoxin said, call Lu Fei. Yu Menglan nodded. Pulling out his cell phone, he dialed Lu Fei's number. A few seconds later, Lu Fei picked up the phone. Lu Fei, the newsletter blocked our hot searches. We're desperately lacking exposure right now. Yu Menglan said, a murderous aura implied in the middle of her voice. Lu Fei raised an eyebrow. Nowadays, when you try to compete with him normally, they always prefer to use such rogue tactics. How can they be so when they cry for normal competition after you use rogue tactics too? He spat, said, all right, I've got this. Yu Menglan nodded smilingly, said, well, you're going to have to take this matter into your own hands to get it right. Lu Fei shrugged his shoulders and said, after all, it's my company. Okay, just like that. Hang up. He stepped inside the den. The digital jumps themselves are problematic. Now, for the sake of admission to the instant messaging piece, it's surprising that some of the platform's webmasters have been let loose to do things that cross the line, and by such less than honorable means. Well, you can't blame him. Lu Fei sat in front of his computer and wordlessly invaded inside Digital Jump's database. This time he was careful. No one even noticed his intrusion. After accessing the database of Digital Jumps, he didn't hack the other side servers or make any other changes. Instead, a previously prepared applet was implanted into the AI program inside the Digital Jump database, and this small paragraph program, directly associated with the Digital Jump artificial intelligence and large databases on top of the key program. Simply deleting this small program paragraph triggers a total collapse of the Digital Jump AI and large databases. Do it all. He retreated again without a sound. Then, the Digital Jump's headline and tease, and related all others, have seen changes. Some messed up pictures, videos, etc. were grabbed in. Soon, so many netizens who like to play with headlines and swipe teasers are stunned. Asterisk 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 asterisk? What's going on with the headlines? Or is my cell phone poisoned? When did teasing sounds become a welfare program? Hiss. Is this hacked or what? Holy, what's this about a digital jump? Do you want to die? Looking at all this stuff on, everyone was stunned. Digital Jump headquarters. The whole of the account's 3 abbots blew up after getting the news. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Who hacked our server? He growled angrily. Quickly, shut down our servers immediately and make a statement to the users. FYI newspaper. Get Netch to investigate right away. His scalp tingled. Subconsciously, he felt that it must be related to that big hacker behind the Overwatch game again. He wanted to cry just thinking about it. What have you done to yourself? It's amazing to be targeted so much by the other side. Soon, all of them under the Digital Jump umbrella have simply shut down. Meanwhile Netch has quickly gotten inside the Digital Jump investigations. The results were quickly found out. It's this little section of the program that makes you guys go crazy grabbing all that illegal information. Netch and computer gurus give an answer. The account's 3 abbots' face was grim. Said the man, who the hell invaded our servers without a word? Modified our database of AI and big data? A group of experts shook their heads and said, the other party's tactics are very high. Is directly bypassing the firewall? and did not leave any traces. And this program has been integrated with your artificial intelligence and big data databases in key places. If you just delete it, it will definitely cause your program to crash, but it would take a long time to clean it up slowly. The face of the 3 abbots of the account was ghastly white. If you can't fix the program, it certainly won't be able to open under the digital jump banner. A great situation would absolutely collapse right out of the gate. There was anger in his eyes. It's Super God Games. It's definitely that super hacker behind Super God Games. I request that they be investigated. They must be investigated. However, Nedge, shook his head. It's unrealistic because there's not a shred of evidence pointing to the other side, but we'll keep an eye on each other later to see if it's them or not. Bang! The account sat down on the ground with a wave of 3 feet. Both eyes are lifeless. Chapter 196, Apologize to the Boss of Express. All apps under Digital Jump were forced to shut down. News that the company was on the verge of collapse quickly spread across the internet. Ruthless. Is the teasing psoriasis finally coming to an end? Oh, I've discovered a new one, called Flying Voice Short Video, which has a super fun AI lady in it. Brother, you are also playing Flying Voice? Let's add a friend. I am also playing that AI sissy raising game and there is so much fun. Yeah. I've got a little brother that's really smart. Although the current development of Failing Technologies AI was still only in its first stage, its functions were already far beyond any AI currently on the market. Even AlphaDog was just scum in front of her. Through the interaction between Feisun and Fei Ming, one on top of Feisun, the other party is guided to shoot some small videos according to the current scene and give the corresponding reaction. This thing is less like a short video and more like a big feeder game scene. I just did a cakewalk dance for my Coco. She told me to take care of my body and not to get too addicted to certain things, and gave me a gift, and when I opened it, it was a hero fragment from the League of Legends, and I felt so happy. While teasing my husband, my little doggy got in the picture and my husband actually called him. Then the dog responded and my husband upgraded himself once he was happy. Holy, this game is toxic. I'm telling you guys, my mom is secretly playing it, making short videos and interacting with the boyfriends and girlfriends that they keep, and the interactions are still very grounded and warm. This Flying Dream Technologies AI is too intelligent. Right, it feels like it all has its own mind. The daily headlines didn't fire. FMS and Flying Voice short videos, however, are straight up on fire, minute by minute hanging hands. As for tease, the market for it, which had already been blocked, was taken over by the Flying Voice short video in just 2 hours. Imperial Capital, Digital Jump Headquarters. The scalp of the anxious account of the 3 abbots was on the verge of exploding. It's definitely that bastard Lu Fei. I didn't mess with you. Why are you messing with me? He growled angrily, turned back, yelled, help me find Lu Fei's phone number right away. I need to call him. It didn't take long. Luffy's phone rang. Mr. Lu, I'm Account Sanjo from Digital Jump Dash. Account Sanju tried to keep his voice as quiet as possible. Lu Fei raised an eyebrow. Mr. Ming, why are you calling me? Looking for me for something? Account Sanjan gritted his teeth and roared. Lu Fei, why are you messing with me? The one who screwed you was Lang Sun. Just go mess with Lang Sun. What are you doing messing with me, messing with my number jumps? Are you out of your mind? Lu Fei bristled. Mr. Ming, I don't understand what you're talking about. Even though my company launched a product that competes with your company today. But you don't have to be like this, right? We're just having a normal business competition. It's a bit out of style for you to talk like that, huh? The account's 3 abbots were furious. The knuckles pinching the phone were turning a little white. Mr. Lu, I haven't offended you, have I? Lu Fei's eyes went cold. Faintly, he said, of course you've offended me. Just this one phone call and saying something inexplicable has already offended me. Ming Sanjan was so angry that he almost spat out blood. Grass. This asshole. Mr. Lu, what will it take for you to let me go? Lu Fei shrugged his shoulders and said, how about you follow the example of the ancients and ask for forgiveness? Ming Sanju gritted his teeth, said, good. I'll immediately depart from the imperial capital and come to the magic city to apologize to you. Lu Fei crossed his legs and said indifferently, but don't, prices are expensive in Magic City, and you are a big shot. Mr. Ming, I can't afford to entertain you in my small home. Having said that, hangs up straight away. Ming Sanju was baffled. More mongrel than him. Then there's Jagged Waves Guinan. Mr. I just got word that the Digital Jump site has suffered an unknown attack. The server was maliciously seeded with programs that frantically published and reprinted all kinds of illegal information. Now all the apps under Digital Jump have been forced to shut down. Nedge has intervened, and Ming Sanjan has become anxious as an ant in a hot pot. The head of the company's operations department sounded eager. Guanan's face froze slightly. A sudden chill rose in the back of his head. He pondered for a moment and asked, any idea who's behind this? The person in charge frowned. It's not clear, but Ming Sanjan is adamant that Flying Dream Technology is behind this. Fei Ming Technology. Lu Fei. Chao Guanan suddenly took out his phone and dialed Ming Sanjan's number. Mr. Ming, what exactly is the situation on your side? Ming Sanju's voice was feeble, as if it had been drained. Said, old, I planted this wave. That bastard Lu Fei is too ruthless. He went so far as to use this unseemly method, and now my server is ruined. Unless he voluntarily deactivates that section of the program in there, I'm going to have to shut down the server for at least half a month on my end. Half a month is a lot of time, and you know what that means for the windy online market. Guanan sucked in a breath of cold air. The other side, so tough? Ming Sanju smiled bitterly. Said, now I finally understand how Ma Wenha feels. When you run into such an opponent, even if you know that he is the one who is laying down the hardest blows, you are simply powerless to resist, because you don't have any evidence to point to him, and there's no way to target him with the same tactics. This feeling of powerlessness is just too much to bear. Guanan's balls hurt. Grass, I've been punked by you too. He let out a low growl. Hang up. Turning back towards the head of the operations department, he yelled, quickly, immediately restore all hot searches related to Flying Dream Technology, and just give me all the top hits straight away. Make sure you do it fast. The person in charge nodded his head vigorously and said, don't worry mister, I'll do it right away. When he left, Guanan quickly dialed Lu Fei's number again. Hey Lu Don, I'm Guanan of Cinderella. I'm calling to apologize for a slight server malfunction in our newsletter. So all the information about Flying Dream Technology and many other companies was lost, and now the server has been repaired. I'm really sorry for the impact on you and Flying Dreams Technology. Chapter 197, Mr. Ma, you're screwing me. Lu Fei took the phone. Laughing lightly, he said, there's more to it? Spoken as if he had no knowledge of the matter. Chao Guanan also pretended to understand. Hurriedly apologized, yes, there is such a thing. Mr. Lu, you are busy all day and certainly did not pay much attention to this matter. My older kept his eye on his own acreage, which is why he found out about it in time and then has taken care of it. Lu Fei smiled faintly. Since it's taken care of, there's nothing more to do. If Mr. is interested, you can come to Magic City to have some fun. Chao Guanan hurriedly nodded his head and said, yes, I haven't been to Magic City for a long time either. After I'm busy for a while, I'll definitely come to the Magic City to pay Mr. Lu a visit. Lu Fei nodded casually. Said, well okay, just call me when you get there. Chao Guanan hurriedly nodded his head. Okay Mr. Lu, I'll leave you alone then. Hang up. Lu Fei smiled, glanced at the time, got up and stretched. So boring. Sky Hangar, Beaver Headquarters. Manhwa is having a meeting with the company executives. Gentlemen, judging from the current situation, we have achieved a stage victory. This time, not seeking to immediately press Lang Sun inside the slime. At least he could be on par with Lang Sun on top of the social app. As long as we run it properly and hold on to users in the 30 to 50 age group, and we'll be able to finally win, because they're the backbone of the social app right now. Ma Ito could see it clearly. In the last 2 years, the backbone of social media has quietly shifted. From being a young man, I've become a middle-aged man. Middle-aged people have become far more active than young people. The Beaver executives below nodded. The atmosphere is relaxed. Mr. Ma is right. For now we Beavers have the initiative. We're relying on our newly established outlet channel to have our middle-aged and older customers firmly in hand. Marvin and the others are probably in a mess. It actually looks like we're burning money hard, but we're not losing much after all. We're selling tons of goods while we're burning money. That's true. Lang Soon's side is just really burning a hole in the pocket. The Beaver executives chuckled. The mood is a bunch lighter. Ma Ito was also ambitious. After so many years of open and shut fighting with Marvin and the others, this time there's finally going to be a catch. The battle between the two horses will end with him, a big horse, winning. It had been hard to keep his emotions from rippling. Suddenly, knock knock. There was a knock on the conference room door. His assistant pushed his way in. Clutching his tablet, he came over to Ma Ito's side and whispered for a while. Ma Ito's face sank, picked up the tablet and read it. 10 minutes later, bang! The tablet was placed on his conference table. The smile on his face had completely disappeared. It's like the alien in Crazy Aliens who gets pissed off by the monkeying around. The face was full of solemnity. Guys, we're in trouble. When he finished, he added, we're in big trouble. Someone has already made another entrance to the social app. The words just fell out. There was a cacophony inside the conference room. Another entrance? This isn't trouble. It's a food delivery, is it? Now inside the Zhusha's online market. Who else is qualified to harden Lang Sun except us? Beaver? Not even one. Mr. Ma is being naughty again. Your trick isn't working. You can't scare us anymore. Ha ha, come on, tell us which company and how it did. Let's have some more fun. The beaver executives laugh. Ma-Ito was sullen. Knocking on the table, he said in a cold voice, I'm not kidding. There is indeed a new company entering the scene. As soon as it entered, it took out Digital Jump, and this time the company that made the entrance, not only made the entrance to the social network, but also has already swallowed up most of the market share of Digital Jump's tease and headline in just a few hours. The point is, their social app, in just 3 hours, has already exceeded 50 million installed. Moreover, the ratio of daily active users to installed base is frighteningly high, with close to 50 million active users at present. It's still not as good as our Beaver's KK or Lingsun's Prestige, but it's already a huge threat to both of our apps. Ma-Ito's voice echoed inside the conference room. The faces of Beaver's executives sank. Mr. Ma, are you telling the truth? What kind of business is this raging? It's so out of character, isn't it? Mr. Ma, you must be joking. If Digital Jump was that easy to deal with, we would have swallowed it up long ago. These executives still didn't believe that there was another company in the world that could take out a large internet conglomerate like Digital Jump in a matter of hours. Ma-Ito, however, smiled bitterly, eyes distant. Land fly. Mr. Lu, you're screwing me. Pit me. He took a deep breath. Turning back toward his assistant, he said, show the information to everyone. The assistant nodded and wired the tablet to the projector, which then began to play the slides on it. Ma-Ito himself explains, everyone, just this afternoon at 2 o'clock, a company called Flying Dream Technology launched 3 apps, FMS, Social App, Flying Voice, Short Video App, Daily Headlines, News App. First of all, let's talk about Facetune. It's a social app, but this app possesses essential differences from our KK and Lingsun's WeiXin. To me, it doesn't look like a normal social app, but more like a nurturing game with social app features. Let's all see what it can do. With Ma-Ito's continuous explanation, there were also various demonstrations on top of the projector. The smiles on the faces of Beaver's executives gradually stiffened, slowly becoming ironic. Eventually everyone fell into silence. Chapter 198, Mr. Ma, my brother is great. Wait until Ma-Ito has finished speaking. Inside Beaver's large conference room, ravenous, all the Beaver executives were blown away. His face was a twisted mess. Ryoko, so Mr. Ma, the other party not only developed a super AI program, but also used AI to enter the social circle? But why does this model work? It always feels like a bunch of fakes. Ma-Ito analyzed. No, on the contrary, I think it's a necessity. With the development of society, people's inner world is gradually empty, and needs something as a kind of place to send feelings. And Famung technology utilizes artificial intelligence to form a kind of social circle that looks like a nurturing game. Middle-aged and old people raise sons and daughters. Young people goat city men and women friends, and the circle within the people climb each other. This creates a complete social circle above and beyond the real world, while at the same time this social circle is grounded in reality. This was how smart Lu Fei was, to be able to come up with such a solution. The point is, their company's artificial intelligence, it's just so far ahead of its time. Inside the conference room, all the Beaver executives were thinking. It felt like Ma-Ito had hit the nail on the head. As society becomes more and more developed, the heart of the present Jusha people becomes more and more empty. This wave of operation of Flying Dream Technology has completely hit the pain point of the country. Raise a spirituality online. Maybe it really is a very interesting thing, but we don't have that. The other side is rising too fast. Mr. Ma, we must find a way to stop the other side. Ma-Ito laughed bitterly. The success of the other side is not replicable, and we are probably burning money for nothing in this wave. Said, he dialed Lu Fei's number. Older brother, you're great. Pitting old brother. There was a sultry note in Ma-Ito's voice, like abandoned women. The corner of Lu Fei's mouth twitched. Smilingly, he said, this I'm sorry old brother, but you Beavers have a big family and the wave wasn't completely useless, wasn't it? At least old brother you out of a mouthful of bad anger. Well, I heard that manhwa cannot sleep for the past few days. Ma-Ito rolled her eyes in exasperation, muttered, our Beaver's money does not come from the wind. If you had said that you wanted to enter, old brother, I let you play with manhwa. Lu Fei shrugged his shoulders and said, otherwise, old brother, you come to Magic City. Perhaps Beaver can cooperate with my Fei Meng technology. Ma-Ito froze. How to cooperate? The corner of Lu Fei's mouth rose lightly as he said, you should know what the core of Facetune is. You said that when those raised avatars become your spiritual support, when they pander to you to buy something, do you say no? Can you say no once or twice? Can you say no a third time? Hiss. Ma-Ito sucked in a breath of cold air. Asterisk. You're a genius. Old brother Lu. Some sort of possibility occurred to him. Tang stood up. said, "Elder brother Lu, are you interested in taking over KK?" Inside the conference room, a group of beaver executives froze. There was a flurry of talk. "Old Ma, you wait. Mr. Ma, KK is our heart and soul. Mr. Ma, I don't agree with this matter." Among the roars, Lu Fei shrugged his shoulders and said, "You've heard it, old brother. It's not that I don't agree. It's the people in your company who don't agree." Manhwa was so angry that he turned blue. Said, "All right, then I'll come over to Mordor in a couple days and we'll talk about it in detail." Lu Fei nodded. "Yeah, no problem." After hanging up, Ma Ito turned back, yelling, "Are you guys stupid? What's in it for KK to smash in our own hands? And just now, Lu Fei mentioned to me about cooperation, that we can use the characters raised by the AI on his side to help our beavers bring in goods. As a result, you guys are starting to object. Do you guys have any foresight at all?" Ma Ito was truly furious. A group of executives looked at each other. "Carrying goods? How? Mr. Ma, KK is our heart and soul. After all, sell it to that Lu Fei just like that? It's too hasty." Ma Ito sighed. "It's true that confidants are hard to find," he patiently explained. Soon, the group of executives then fell silent. With the current momentum FMS has, it will soon be able to catch up with KK's current status, and the other side's customer base covers almost all smartphone users. The point is, people's promotions don't cost anything at all. They make money instead. Even if the beaver family is big, they can't burn each other. The end result was actually predictable. It was decided from the time of Flying Dream Tech's entrance that KK was just a short-lived enemy of Wilson. It was Wilson and FMS that eventually crossed paths in the social space. "So, what do we do now?" someone asked. Ma Ito mused for a moment, sighing, "Let's see. Reduce the promotion on KK's side and sit back and wait for Faison to enter." Yes, Rock City. Marvin and haven't had much rest at all in the last 2 days. Prestige and TT is Lang Sun's biggest dependence. Only these two things exist. Lang Sun in the internet hegemony position cannot be shaken by anyone. Now, however, TT is thin on the ground and its prestige is being challenged like never before. It's draining him. Inside the office, he rubbed his brow. "Could it be that I have the wrong business idea?" he murmured and whispered. A moment later, but then he slowly looked up again. "No, I'm not wrong." He was firm in his inner conviction. Suddenly, there was a knock on the office door. The secretary rushed in. "Dong Ma, something's happened. A new challenger has appeared in Wilson." Ma Wonha froze and said indifferently, "It's fine, at this stage, except for Beaver's side. The others are all wandering heroes and scattered generals." Instead of explaining more, the secretary placed the tablet in front of him. "Mr. Ma, you'd better take a good look." Chapter 199. "Ma, are you out of your mind?" Took the tablet and just looked at it for a few seconds. Ma Wonha's face then gradually sank. A gloom. Flying Dreams Technology, FMS, taking out Digital Jump in one shot? Flying Dream Technology is Lu Fei's company? That Lu Fei again? Ma Wonha's face sank completely. The whole thing was like a volcano about to erupt. Anger tumbled. Lu Fei! Lu Fei! He walked anxiously back and forth inside his office. The face grew grim. He found out there was nothing one could do with Lu Fei at all. And not just because he left no trace, even more so because he traded with the royal family of Sunset and retrieved hundreds of national treasures that had been displaced overseas. Just this one thing. It's like a get-out-of-jail-free card. As long as Lu Fei didn't have to go to his death, then no one would dare to touch him easily. Are the young people nowadays already so terrifying? Marvin inside. A moment of contemplation. Raising his head, he said, "Arrange the crew immediately and make a trip to Mordor. I want to meet that Mr. Lu in person." Half an hour later, Marvin and boarded the plane to Mordor. To meet Lu Fei, Thompson, Shin Cece fought in front of Lu Fei. "Fei, once that AI live stream of yours came to amusing bird, you took someone else's first sister's position. Now that people have been reduced to third-rate anchors, brother Fei, you have to make it up to them." Lu Fei raised his eyebrows and said, "Compensation? I'll forget about it if I don't work hard enough and I don't punish you." Shin Cece had a sardonic look on her face. "Okay, I'll try a little harder." Until after 6. Lu Fei's cell phone rang. "Hello." Across the phone, Yu Menglan said, "Lu Fei, Ma Wonha came over and contacted me saying he wanted to see you." Lu Fei waved his hand and said, "Oh, this Mr. Ma finally wants to give in? You set a place and take him there first. I'll come over later." Hang up. 10 minutes or so later, Lu Fei took a brief shower, a change of clothes. He drove himself out of the Townsend and headed for the nearby Haishang clubhouse, which was not far away. Step inside the box. Lu Fei finally met Ma Wan and this little horse bigot who had been scolded by countless people for robbing elementary school students of their money. "Mr. Ma, nice to meet you." Lu Fei took the initiative to reach out. Marvin and took a breath and stood up to shake his hand. After the two men sat down, Ma Wonha said directly, Mr. Lu, I want to buy your faming technology. How much you make a price? Lu Fei laughed. The smile was cold. Mr. Ma, are you out of your mind? With the current momentum of Flying Dreams Feishuan, it would be able to completely replace Wilson in a month at most. By that time, let alone you trying to buy him, you'll be in trouble yourself. The corners of Marvin and his mouth twitched. His face was gloomy as he looked at Lu Fei. Mr. Lu, this is not how you do business. It's easy to get into trouble if you act recklessly like this. And don't think you did a seamless job when you attacked Ling Sun's game before. I've already found some evidence from the masters. Lu Fei laughed. Blow me up? Playing this routine? Mr. Ma, to be honest, I was quite impressed with you back in the old days. After all, I've made Ling Sun into a super conglomerate with a market value of several $1 trillion over the years. You're really convincing in your abilities, but it's a pity that meeting is not as good as being known. And just this temperament of yours is far worse than that of old Mama Ito. Lu Fei's voice was light, bothered with a chill, straight to the heart of Marvin, and Ma Wonha's mouth twitched in anger. His face grew more and more somber. Mr. Lu, are you sure you want to die with us? Maybe this time Ling Sun will collapse because of it, but I can guarantee that just with the things you've done, you won't end up any better than me. Lu Fei smiled icily. Mr. Ma, what have I done? I've always been a good and law-abiding citizen, and I've traded a sword in the stone for hundreds of antiques from the Sunset royal family. Now out there, everyone praises me for being a hothead. Ma Wonha's face grew more and more somber as he watched him drip. After a good while, he sighed. Mr. Lu, 6 I admit that we, Lang Sun, went overboard before, but now Lang Sun game is being screwed over by you. Wilson is also at stake. With so many employees under Lang Sun's umbrella and so many stockholders at stake, you can't bring down the whole of Long Hoon. What will it take for you to reconcile? Still digging? Lu Fei stood up directly. Said the man, words are not enough. I'll say it again. What happens in your Lang Sun game has nothing to do with me. It may be that you, Mr. Ma, are usually too arrogant and domineering, so you don't know when you've offended some powerful person and let them take revenge. As for your claim that I screwed Lang Sun, I'm sorry, I'm just a serious businessman, and I don't have a team like your North Hills Pizza Hut behind me. Mr. Ma, I only defeat my opponents in a frontal battlefield. As for those small tactics that don't rise to the occasion, I, Lu, have always refrained from touching them. Having said that, he said towards Yu Menglan, let's go ms. You, Fei Meng sighed as a critical moment. You are still needed to preside over the big picture. There's no need to keep up the bull asterisk with people like this who don't know what they're talking about. Just do your own thing. Having said that, taking Yu Menglan and the other two Fei Meng company executives with him, he directly left the clubhouse. Marvin and sat on the couch. His face was as gloomy as water. The secretary asked cautiously, Madon, what do we do now? Marvin and were struck dumb. He led verbally several times, but failed to swindle anything out. But he was pretty sure that the problems on the side of Coldhoon Games and Digital Jump had nothing to do with Lu Fei. But as Lu Fei had said, there was no way he could move him by himself with his current status. Let's go. Prepare for all-out war. Marvin and stood up, looking at Lu Fei. He didn't have any intention of reconciling with Lang Sun. Then next, Lang Sun could only fight him to the end. Marvin and had just walked out the door of the clubhouse. Just met Pang Shang and Ma Dong. Pang Shanghao was shouting at him from a distance. Marvin and froze. Mr. Pang, you, what is it? Chapter 200, Anti-You, let him go. Pang Shanghao forced a smile. Said, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. That asshole Lu Fei is my enemy. So naturally Ma Dong is my friend. I wonder if Ma Dong is interested in making friends with me. Marvin and froze. Then he nodded his head and said, since Dong Pang is interested in making me a friend, then I'm naturally looking forward to it. The two went back to the seaside clubhouse. I don't know what things to talk about. After leaving the Haishan clubhouse with Yu Menglan, Lu Fei glanced at the time, asked, Sister Lan, none of them have had dinner yet, right? You call Ruoxin and Luo Qingcheng to come out for dinner. As for the employees of the companies on both sides, when they get over there, ask the restaurant to send a seafood dinner over to them. Yu Menglan nodded with a smile, said, okay, I'll call right away. Half an hour later, Tianhe Square. Inside the Pinsent Mason's seafood box, Lu Fei and Lu Ruoxin sat on the sofa and crossed their legs. Yu Menglan and Luo Qingcheng were outside, dealing with the manager of the seafood restaurant to deliver food to their respective company's side. What's the situation with the several software under Fei Meng now? Lu Fei asked towards Lu Ruoxin. Lu Ruoxin put down her cell phone and said, the situation is all good. We've strung together the accounts of Overwatch Games and Amusing Bird Live. After Trinity, the number of people who have used FMS is now over 100 million. And by the time I left the company, FMS had stabilized at around 60 million active users. That's a stat that's already basically close to the KK on the Beaver side. At the same time, our flying voice and daily headlines are growing by leaps and bounds in terms of installed base and active users. The current figure is close to 60% of FMS, which is a pretty normal percentage. Lu Fei nodded, said, "Good job. By the way, the company server, is it safe?" Lu Ruoxin said, "It's safe with the server's current power, but if a large number of top hackers attack at the same time, it's possible that the firewall won't quite be able to hold it." Lu Fei pondered for a moment. Turning toward her, he said, "Give me your notebook." Lu Ruoxin froze. Obediently, he gave the notebook to Lu Fei. Lu Fei opened his computer and quickly tapped his hands on the keyboard. Soon, just got a 3-layer firewall program, and a series of trap programs added to the inside of the original 8-layer firewall of Faming Technologies servers. Do it all. Lu Fei casually returned the laptop to Lu Ruoxin and said, "You try hacking into the server now and see." Lu Ruoxin froze, a flash of defiance flashing across her face. "Cut. Just try it. I don't believe that you can come up with something so powerful in such a short period of time," said, with fingers as long as water onions. They jumped up and down on the keyboard, breaking through the first 8 layers of firewalls through hidden paths known to administrators. Arrive at the front of the last 3 levels. Lu Ruoxin made a quick move, yet only 10 seconds later, she hadn't even had time to figure out what was going on with this really awesome firewall. Lu Fei's cell phone then rang. Pulling out his cell phone, he put it in front of Lu Ruoxin. "You see? Your IP address has been traced by my countermeasure program." Lu Ruoxin took a look and turned green. Then reddening, he shut down the laptop and stared back at him. "How do you do it?" Lu Fei shrugged his shoulders. "How did it happen? Didn't you just see it already?" Lu Ruoxin said. "No, I'm asking how you managed to track my IP directly without doing anything." Lu Fei said, "You think an AI is an artificial retard? Move your brain more. Don't be a big brainless one day after day." Lu Ruoxin was furious then. "You can call me big, but you can't call me brainless." Lu Fei hugged his bladder and said, "I'll say it today. What can you do? Smother me to death?" Lu Ruoxin froze. New grudges and old hatreds surged to the surface, coupled with the psychological surge of feelings for Lu Fei that had been suppressed for a long time. Momentary loss of sanity. "That's what you said. If I want to smother you, I'll smother you. Even if I suffocate you, I won't let you go out to harm others," said. Surprisingly, he really jumped up and directly rode onto Lu Fei's lap. One hugged the back of his head. "Asshole. I'll smother you," she growled angrily. "Put your best foot forward." Suddenly, the door was pushed open. Luo Qingcheng looked at the scene in front of her and froze slightly. Then silently he stepped back and closed the door again. It was only the expression on his face that became a bit odd. Da 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 da. The sound of high-heeled footsteps came. Yu Menglan walked over without a hitch. "Reach out and push the door." Luo Qingcheng opened her mouth. Wait. The door, however, had already been pushed open directly by Yu Menglan. She turned back and looked at Luo Qingcheng. "What's wrong?" Luo Qingcheng covered her face. No talking. Chapter 201. Lu Ruoxin, "Auntie, you're stupid." Finished eating. Lu Fei checks out. The 3 women were then sent across the street. Today is more critical and they have to work overtime. On the web, there's been a lot of dust about the FMS and the AI live streaming. Just watch the AI live stream. And Faming Technology, who developed this thing, is simply too showy. It feels like this AI has surpassed AlphaDog in terms of intelligence. What happened today? I've been playing King's Honor all afternoon and I've been poisoned. I've fallen in love with Dodgy. The parenting game on top of FMS is so much fun. My son is in elementary school and has the best grades in the family group. The whole internet is buzzing about FMS and AI. The number of FMS subscribers, after dinner, saw a surge. So many of you who have used it are going crazy about this app to the people around you. It's really the AI weaving and nurturing network that's too toxic. It can even, to some extent, simulate a real society out there. Overnight, it's as if you're no longer a qualified Jusha person if you don't play Fly News. At the same time, the live streaming of artificial intelligence on the Amusing Bird platform has also caused a huge wave. The Academy of Josiah Information Sciences. This level of intelligence is far beyond the current international level. Find a way to contact Lu Fei, the boss behind Flying Dream Technology, and see if we can find a way to get their technology. Taking the technology is basically impossible, but we can ask them to help develop an AI out of it. That's a viable option. I'll find a way to contact someone. One by one, the top cyber information specialists are nodding their heads. Programs were identified. It didn't take long. Lu Fei's cell phone rang. After picking up and saying a couple of words, he looked up and said, "Just now, someone from the Jusha Information Science Academy contacted me, and it is estimated that in the next couple of days, there will be relevant personnel coming to you to help develop a special artificial intelligence system. When the time comes, You bill at market price, and then slowly help them develop it, remembering that the speed must be slow. Just make it look like the program was developed the hard way. Developing an AI program out of it wouldn't be much of a challenge for the current Fei Meng company. Neither Lu Ruoxin nor Yu Menglan had any comments. Don't worry, we understand how it works. After all, the more difficult something is, the more they appreciate it. Yu Menglan nodded with a smile. Lu Fei smiled. Glancing at the time, he said, "Alright, that's it for today. The server has that thing of mine. You don't have to worry about people attacking, and attacking will get you right to the other side and get the evidence. So just get straight off work tonight, and I'll have Wen Yun send a few more security guards over first thing in the morning." Yu Menglan frowned. "Are you afraid that someone will deliberately destroy our server?" Lu Fei shrugged his shoulders and said, Fear not, and since we've made more enemies this time, I'm afraid that someone will take the risk." Lu Ruoxin nodded and said, "Indeed, these two attacks, although they couldn't find any evidence, they could guess that it had nothing to do with you, especially on the digital jump side. I guess Ming Sanju has the heart to kill you right now." Lu Fei shrugged his shoulders and said, "In normal business competition, he wouldn't be our opponent. My approach merely hastened his defeat. Besides, this guy isn't a serious businessman with black hands." As they spoke, the three of them got off the elevator together, but it didn't go right away. Instead, he called on Luo Qingcheng to leave with him. "Lu Fei, I'll go back with Ruoxin, or else you can send Mr. Luo home. It's a big night, and it's not too safe for Mr. Luo to be alone." Lu Fei nodded and said, "Alright, then you guys be careful on the road." Watching Luo Qingcheng get into Lu Fei's car and then disappear inside the dark night, Lu Ruoxin whispered, "Auntie, you're silly. How can you tell Lu Fei to send Luo Qingcheng? That woman is so beautiful. Aren't you afraid that your sister-in-law won't be able to hold on to her dash?" Yu Menglan gave her a blank look. Getting in the car and starting it, he said, "Say, what happened at dinner today?" Lu Ruoxin was stuck. Chapter 202, Lu Ruoxin's mind said, "Forget it, I have a clear conscience anyway. Water and fire are incompatible between Lu Fei and I. Either he dies or I die." Yu Menglan poo-pooed it, said, "Come on, don't be a gambler here. I'll believe you this time." Lu Ruoxin got excited. "Thank you, auntie." When I finished, I felt empty inside again. Lu Ruoxin let out a silent sigh. Neither one spoke on the way, just came home with a full heart. And on the other side of the car, Luo Qingcheng suddenly said, "Mr. Lu, in a few days, my parents and they might be coming over, saying they want to meet you." Lu Fei froze. "See me for what?" It wasn't like he had any other relationship with Luo Qingcheng. Luo Qingcheng said, "My dad and my mom know about what happened last time, so they want to thank you in person." "Oh, that thing." Lu Fei said, "That's fine, just let me know when they arrive in Magic City." Luo Qingcheng nodded with a smile. "Thank you, Mr. Lu." The voice was gentle. There was a warm twinkle in his eyes. Lu Fei didn't care and continued to drive. After sending Luo Qingcheng to the entrance of the neighborhood of the house she had recently bought, Lu Fei waved his hand and left. Driving, he didn't go back to Thompson's Piece. Jin Siye went back to her hometown in the north of Jiangsu, and Wen Yun have been working on the security company recently. It's too cold to go back to Thompson's. I might as well go to Kaiyunyuan. At least, it's nice to have a hot bite. Just arrived at Sikin Court. Lu Fei frowned for a moment. He heard Qin Sisi on the phone. "Mom, it's not you or anything. You just gave away my phone number so easily? He's rich? How rich can you be? Oh, you guys just see each other as rich, right? Don't you see how old they are? He looks like a bonobo. How can you say yes?" "Ha, let me guess. It's the old man who takes money from people, right? Paying off your gambling debts? Oh goody goody. You guys sold me out for $6 million? I've transferred over $1 million to you guys this year alone, right? You guys are really okay with it. Oh, the money I gave you all went to Xiaofeng to buy a car? What kind of car did he buy? Panamera? Porsche? Ha ha ha." Qin Sisi's voice was full of grief, and her laughter after she finally hung up was even more full of sadness. Lu Fei was all stunned by the information revealed within her words. Holy, isn't this even weirder than Jiang Yumei's family? He had been completely dumbfounded. What kind of parents are there in this day and age? Watching Qin Sisi, whose eyes were a bit red, walk out, Lu Fei blinked and asked, "You're not pro-life, are you?" Qin Sisi froze, then woofed out a cry. "Fei, I'm so hard dash." 2 hours later, Qin Sisi's mood has stabilized. Lying down in Lu Fei's arms, he gave a rundown of his family's situation. Qin Sisi was indeed born to her own parents. But then, her family was a large one. The family was very patriarchal and her father's brothers all had boys. So from the time she was born, her grandparents and also her parents treated her badly, almost died as a child. And it's gotten worse since her brother was born. That's why she left home at an early age and came to the Magic City alone to make a living. I've made some money in the last 2 years as an anchor and most of it has been sent home as well. As a result, she now realizes that the money she took back has been so spoiled. The point is, throughout, her parents didn't see her as family. Instead, they are treated like goods. This time, and for $6 million, she was given a straight marriage. It's a widowed fishery owner in his 40s. After listening to her description and looking at the picture on top of her cell phone, Lu Fei, who was still a bit righteously indignant, couldn't help but burst out laughing. Such extreme parents, and you're still thinking of providing for them? Are you out of your mind? Qin Cici slapped him. Fei, do you have any sympathy left? People are dying of sadness. Lu Fei shrugged his shoulders. You're kind of bar, I really don't feel any sympathy. It's all your choice. You clearly have the ability to break free now. As a result, you have to keep jumping around in that pit. So what can anyone else do? Qin Cici sighed, after a good while, said, this time, I'm going to disassociate myself from them, but I can't get the account out of their hands. Lu Fei shrugged his shoulders. There are ways to do that if you want to. What way? Qin Cici asked. Lu Fei said faintly, beg me. Qin Cici froze. Then the eyes smiled like crescent moons. Boss, please. The voice was sweet and cloying. Lu Fei said, this kind of small thing, as long as you have the subjective will, there are ways to handle it, depending on how you behave. Qin Cici smiled even sweeter, smiling cheekily at Lu Fei twice. She silently lowered her head. Lu Fei also slowly narrowed his eyes. Chapter 203, The World's Top Hacker. Marvin and rushed back to Pengcheng late at night. He hadn't slept all night. Inside his head, he recalled Pengcheng's words. Looking for evidence of Lu Fei's guilt? He sighed. I just want to keep Lang Sun now. We're all business giants, so don't take anyone for a fool. Pengcheng's son, Pang Wenxi, is still in custody. The lawyer hired by Lu Fei's side has been keeping an eye on this matter. The other party wanted to find evidence of Lu Fei's guilt as a way to blackmail Lu Fei into saving his son, but he was different. Now that Lang Sun had reached the point of life and death, even if he found evidence of Lu Fei's guilt, it wouldn't be of much use. Prestige, it's about to get big. The cluttered thoughts inside his head kept stirring. Marvin and arrived at the company. Inside the conference room, all the executives have been simmering with red eyes. Ma Dong, any results? Mei Xiaolong, Wilson's old boss, was the first to stand up. Everyone was staring at Ma Wenha, their eyes filled with anticipation. Ma Wenha smiled bitterly and shook his head. The other party rejected it outright. Everyone, the next few days are the days that concern the survival of our Lingshuan. I'm hoping that people will give me some advice, good or bad, on this matter. There was silence inside the conference room. Ryoko, one of the senior antiques, said, Ma Dong, I want to withdraw my shares. A stone has stirred up 1,000 waves. Ma Wenha's face instantly clouded over. Old Su, we're old friends. How dare you want to withdraw your shares at a time like this? Old Su laughed bitterly. I think there will be a handful of people who want to withdraw their shares. Only that I am the only one who has said so. Old Ma, it's not that we don't trust you. It's just that the opponent is too strong. You know what? Just in the few hours you've been in Mordor, the number of active people in Feishuan has already surpassed Beaver's KK, and it's completely equal to Wilson. And so much of our active number of wizards is pulled up by the cash bonuses from Xiaolong's side. On the other hand, Flying News hasn't even had any events yet, and there hasn't been much promotion at all. In other words, the mobile social platform that we have worked so hard to run for years has been directly surpassed by a newborn platform in just 10 hours. The meaning of this, I think you, as the chairman of the company, should be more than clear. Old Ma, ever since Lang Sun messed with that Lu Fei, we've been in deep, and our stock price has been falling every day for the past few days. Lang Sun's market value has shrunk by almost half, and seeing real money just evaporate, I really can't carry it anymore. A statement that was genuinely heartfelt. The other shareholders around them nodded their heads. Ma Wenha's face grew more and more gray. You wanted to withdraw your shares, and now you can't. The company simply doesn't have the money to buy back your shares. So Old Su, you'd better sit down and think of a way to end this? The pony's voice was faint. The faces of the group of shareholders grew more and more gray. The other side is telling the truth. Moreover, Lingshuan Group, as a leading internet company, has light assets on hand, and even heavy assets that can be mortgaged are rare. So, the only way now is to pray that Lang Sun can resist this wave. But, all the shareholders, there is no hope. The crowd, Mei Xiaolong suddenly said, Mr. Ma, and all the shareholders, now Lang Sun has reached the point of life and death. So I'd say, let's not forget what that Luffy did to take out the number jump. Our Lang Sun's talents may not be enough to replicate his methods, but our company still has quite a bit of liquidity right now. It's entirely possible to bring in outside help to help run this thing. Marvin and the others looked up slowly. There was a flash of light inside his eyes. But there's no way to make sure we don't leave a trail. And let's not forget that the other side can invite the top brass of the Red Card League as well. What do you care about traces now? Just hire someone to do it directly. There's no way back for us anyway. Mr. Ma, don't hesitate. We really have no way back. Mr. Ma, among a voice. Ma Wen, his face chilled, slowly stood up. Toward the group of shareholders, he asked, everyone, I would like to hire someone to blast the servers of Feishuan. Do you agree? The group of shareholders pondered for a split second and nodded their heads. I agree. Doing extraordinary things at extraordinary times. The right choice. Almost unanimously, Marvin took a deep breath. Raising his head, he said, good, then I'll immediately contact the experts abroad. And I hope that any of you who have connections will help contact them as well. The price is directly 30% higher than the market price. So I don't believe I can't hire someone. The voice echoed inside the conference room. Lang Sun's core executives and shareholders moved to contact the experts they knew through various channels. Soon, Lang Sun's side alone had assembled more than 30 of the world's best hacker experts. These experts used the channels provided by Lang Sun to access the Zhusha network. Aries, you're here too? It's a big move this time, to have invited so many of our experts. I've heard that the other side is a tough bone to crack, but with so many of us, even the classified website of NASA of the Hopewell Empire can be hacked into. Stupid Zhusha people, targeting a network company, how dare they invite so many of our experts? Looking down on who? Oh, for money's sake, I'll get along with this hilarity today. Top hackers from every region of the world flocked to the event. Marvin entered their secret chat room. Gentlemen, there is only one mission this time, and that is to invade this company called Flying Dream Technology, and completely destroy their database. Never leave any traces. Look at the code words on it. Hackers have responded with coded messages. Simple, easy. Don't worry, it won't be a problem. Soon, all 30 or so of the world's top hackers are out in force. In an instant, it surrounded Feimeng Technologies servers. Chapter 204, How could I like a bad guy like you? Interesting firewall, but unfortunately only interesting. This level of firewall is way worse than the NASA core site. I was going to be careful. It's just something that can be violently pried open in minutes. So many people. Let's just attack directly, the hackers whispered, quickly tapping on the keyboard. He launched himself at Flying Dream Technologies servers. More than 3 dozen top hackers. The first layer of the firewall lasted 3 seconds and was broken straight through. The second level, it lasted 10 seconds. Third level, 30 seconds to break. Fourth level, 50 seconds to break. Level 5, 1 minute to break. It took just under 5 minutes. Lu Ruoxing constructed the first few layers of firewalls, all of which collapsed. How come it's still firewalled? This firewall is kind of interesting. Hiss. It feels like this firewall is strong. How come I can't find a weakness? Let there be a violent attack. More than 3 dozen hackers struck again, strong-arming the firewall. However, this layer of firewall, surprisingly, stood firm. Drip drip drip. Lu Fei, who had just finished taking a shower, had his cell phone ring. He picked it up and looked at it. Flying Dream servers have suffered a hacking attack. Lu Fei's eyes stared toward Qin Cici, who came out rubbing her hair. She said, go inside my bag, take out the laptop, and turn it on for me. Qin Cici froze and hurriedly nodded. Okay, brother Fei. Lu Fei then took his cell phone and dialed Lu Ruoxing's number. Across the phone, Lu Ruoxing asked in a daze, Hey, Lu Fei, why are you calling me? Did you know that I just had a dream about you? Lu Fei froze. Turn on the cell phone recording and ask, what did you dream about me? Lu Ruoxing continued in a daze. Dreaming about you, the bad guy, bullying me, and I dreamt that you, the bad guy, married my sister-in-law. I was on the verge of tears. Why are you messing with me when you've messed with your sister-in-law? Why do you want me to like a bad guy like you? Woo woo, talking about talking. Lu Ruoxing actually cried. Lu Fei was confused. I'll go. What did I ever do to you? You're just spitting blood. Lu Fei smacked his lips and said, Fei Meng's server was attacked. Across the phone, dazed and confused, Lu Ruoxing, who thought she was still dreaming, instantly woke up. Rubbing his shoulders, he sat up on the chuang. Take the phone. The face turned pale for a moment. What did I just say? She rubbed her forehead, a little confused between dream and reality. Lu Fei said, didn't say anything. I said that Fei Meng's server was attacked, so hurry up and take a look. Lu Ruoxing nodded her head vigorously and said, good, I'll go see it right away. After hanging up, Lu Ruoxing rubbed her hair hard. Mom, did I just say something? Feel like I'm crying? It's over. Tears. Did I really just say that? What about the future? Lu Ruoxing screamed in despair. Get up, Chuang. Open your own computer and quickly log in to the Flying Dream server as an administrator. Luckily the firewall wasn't breached. she muttered thankfully. Quickly view server firewall status logs. It was found that the layers she had gotten before were violently destroyed in a matter of minutes, but those 3 layers of firewalls made behind Lu Fei were impenetrable. Not only did the other side fail to come in, moreover, a large amount of information had been generated under the control of the Flying Dream 1 AI. In conjunction with Lu Fei's firewall, the opposing IPs are all from the Coldhoon channel. The real IPs, on the other hand, are all from various places around the world. Looking at these IDs, Lu Ruoxin's face was filled with shock. Aries, Tiger, Zeit, Quums, every single one. They are the top hackers in the world's cyber circles. Lang Sun actually put down such a huge amount of money. Luckily that bad guy Lu Feiyu had the foresight. This firewall of his is too powerful, isn't it? After so many minutes, it's amazing that more than 30 top hackers haven't breached a single layer yet. The point is, none of it requires human tracking. Just AI with a firewall to pull the pants off the other guy? Looking at the battle results achieved by this firewall, Lu Ruoxin had begun to doubt life. Even more skeptical than her were the group of hackers that Lang Sun had hired at a high price. Baka, what kind of firewall is this? How can it be so strong? God, this firewall is stronger than the classified website of the Hopi Imperial Defense Ministry. My God, what language is this compiled in? Lang Sun Group, Ma Wenha and the others, who were staring at the battle with dead eyes, had turned pale. Mr. Ma, the other party's firewall is even this strong. I'm guessing this firewall is most likely courtesy of that mysterious ZZZ. Hiss, if this goes on, the situation will be very unfavorable for us all. Should we tell the hackers to pull out? Marvin and his face grimaced. Clenching his teeth, he said, in this battle, break the boat. It's now or never. Everyone looked aghast. The eyes gradually reddened. Long Hoon. It's what they've fought for half their lives to achieve. No one is ever allowed to be easily defeated. Sukumo Court. Inside Jean Xie's room, Lu Fei hugged his laptop, noiselessly invading Lang Sun's internal network. He looked at the images displayed on top of the screen, and the expressions of Ma Wenha and the others. An icy smile appeared on his face. Oh, it's all or nothing? Then I will fulfill your demands. He smiled coldly and intercepted all the videos recorded on Lang Sun's internal surveillance network. Subsequently, hacked a large number of Big V accounts of major online platforms and released all these videos. Pony boy, those who play dirty tricks with me never get out in one piece. Lu Fei erased all traces, turned off the computer. Next, just let the internet get rowdy. Chapter 205, Mr. Ma, I'm convinced. Newsflash, guys, come see my girlfriend interact with me in a way that warms my heart. I've broken up with my real-life girlfriend since I claimed her today on FMS. My girlfriend is totally hooked on her boyfriend on FMS. I heard her trying to break up with me. What do? I'm so square. I'm a single dog really happy to see, and I don't want to find a girlfriend in the future. My family Dodgy is the best. The top of the newsletter is full of news about the FMS raising. So many people are so addicted to it that they can't get out of it. There are even couples who break up over it. And reflecting that, it's the result of the sudden explosion of FMS, an app that came out of nowhere. But soon, the #1 hot search about the FMS app was taken over by a new hot search. Hashtag shocker. Lang Sun Group makes a dirty move. Get hackers to hack the server. Hashtag. A phrase that went straight to the top of the Hot 100. Asterisk. Ponyboy has taken his dirty tricks to new heights this time. Holy, so many top hackers from all over the world to shade a competitor's server? There's no one else for this operation. Trash Lang Sun, black for life. To give you a rundown of who these people are. First of all, Aries, the man who once hacked into NASA's secret website. Tiger, the powerful man who once hacked the Sunset Empire's XX5-. As the internet festers, Lang Sun Group has become a street rat directly on the internet that everyone is shouting at. Rock City. Marvin and are still looking forward to hacking the Flying Dream technology server. Suddenly, his secretary rushed in with a pale face. Mr. Ma, something big is wrong. Someone hacked into our company's internal network and took what you said in the conference room earlier. And the hackers, all exposed online. Now Pengcheng Nej has been out ma-dong. Marvin and his eyes went black. It had fallen straight to the ground. 10 minutes later, Pengcheng Nej arrived and arrested Ma Wan and a group of Lingshuan executives. All of them. Soon, the word is out on the internet. The internet is in an uproar. Asterisk. Ruthless. Ma Wanha has been completely planted this time. Joy to the world. It's just great that Long Hoon is down. Wolo just off the pit Long Hoon, and there's in the pit flying news. TSK, you don't look at what big bulls are standing behind Flying Dream technology, and you also want to target them in this way? Don't be ridiculous. The internet is dusty. Quanan, the boss behind Express, is trembling with fear. Mud, that's vicious. It's a good thing old me apologized early, or else I would have definitely been killed and sacrificed to heaven as well. from now on, with that Lu Fei, make sure you have a good relationship. A lot of people knew in their hearts that Lang Sun's wave of accidents definitely had Lu Fei's handiwork behind it. But what can be done? You can't find a shred of evidence on people. It's useless to be able to guess. Tsukumo Court. Luffy is having a midnight snack. Maidu's call came through. Elder brother Lu. I'm convinced. You are truly cowhide. I'll come to Mordor tomorrow to talk to you about the cooperation you mentioned before. What do you think, Mr. Ma's voice was exuberant and carried a scorn that was hard to hide. Lu Fei's methods were simply too vicious. Even an internet bigwig like him has to be treated with caution. And, in his mind he had made up his mind. Definitely don't be enemies with Lu Fei. Definitely be friends with him. Lu Fei shrugged his shoulders. That's fine. Come on. I'll treat you to the great sword of treasure. Pust. Maido almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. Forget about the great sword. At my age, I can't even play it if I wanted to. Lu Fei laughed and said, it's even more important to have fun at your age, or else in a few more years, that's when you really can't play anymore. Maido laughed bitterly. In the old days, a young man of 20 would have dared to say such flirtatious things to him? He hadn't even thought about it himself. Now, but it became a reality. Okay, tomorrow when old brother comes over, this 180 pounds will be yours to slaughter. Maido nodded dryly. Lu Fei, however, has already laughingly shook his head and said, but don't want the big treasure sword to go by yourself. I am not very good at that mouth. Maido's face darkened. Mud, say it like I like that bite. He mentally beeped twice. Said, older brother, you're an interesting person. Tomorrow I'll bring my team over and make sure to introduce them to a young talent like you. Lu Fei shrugged his shoulders and said, fine, give me a call ahead of time before coming over tomorrow so I can make arrangements. Maido nodded with a smile. Okay, it's a deal then. After hanging up, Lu Fei stretched, lay down on the chuang and go back to sleep. Lu Ruoshin, after being busy for a while, made sure that the hackers had gotten the hell out of there, shut down the computer, too, and went to sleep, but couldn't get to sleep. Clutching his cell phone, he tossed and turned. It wasn't until 1 or 2 in the morning that I drifted off to sleep. Early the next morning, Lu Fei then dialed Yu Menglan and the others. Tell them about Maido's coming to Magic City. By the way, also dialed Lin Shi's number. Creek, how's the theme restaurant coming along over there? Lin Shi's voice was crisp and said proudly, it's pretty much done at the moment, and it's expected to open around the 20th. Lu Fei said smilingly, today Maido is coming to meet me in Mordor. Is there any interest in coming over for dinner? Lin Shi froze, suddenly raising his voice. What did you say? Maido? Beaver the Maido? Lu Fei nodded. Yes, it's that alien Maido, and by the way, ask your dad if he'd be interested in coming over to hang out. Lin Shi said sharply, come on, why don't you come? I want to hear him say I've never touched money. I'm not interested in money. ______.